In 2030, China's science and technology experienced an explosive breakthrough. In just 6 months, a series of groundbreaking technologies emerged, propelling the entire nation into the threshold of a Level 2 civilization. But that's not the most shocking part. China not only launched a crazy plan to recruit 500 million people, but also successfully advanced a series of interstellar strategies, including space orbit and lunar bases. Incredibly, China, with its formidable technology, did not choose to dominate the world. Instead, it relocated all its coastal cities 200 kilometers inland and built a steel Great Wall stretching tens of thousands of kilometers along the entire coastline. Even more incredibly, inside this city wall, China built hundreds of giant castles. Each castle could accommodate millions or even tens of millions of residents, enough to house the entire nation's 1.4 billion people. All of this began when a man named Lu Ming transmigrated to a parallel world called China. In that world, a sudden super virus swept the globe, causing plants and animals to mutate wildly, human civilization to collapse, and the entire Earth to seem to be plunged into the apocalypse. Lu Ming survived tenaciously in those ruins for a full 15 days. When he finally managed to travel back to the real world, the first thing he did was rush to the police station to call for help. Early morning, Yunqing, Jinan Road Police Station. The previously peaceful atmosphere was completely shattered by the appearance of a young man. Dozens of police officers rushed out and surrounded him. With a creak, an old Volkswagen pulled into the yard. Police Chief Chun Ying, in a cheerful mood, got out of the car, carrying a thermos full of tea leaves. Not long ago, he personally took his daughter to kindergarten. After a period of adjustment, his little darling finally stopped resisting the unfamiliar environment. But as soon as Chun Ying stepped into the hall, her brows furrowed. There, a group of police officers, pistols in hand, were confronting a disheveled young man covered in blood. "What's going on?" Chun Ying asked urgently. The air was thick with the pungent, nauseating smell of blood. The young man's eyes were calm and still, like a stagnant pool, yet deep within them lay an extreme, inhuman coldness. "Who are you?" Even with more than a dozen guns pointed at him, the young man remained calm. He tilted his head back, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while the surrounding police officers were all on high alert. "I am Chun Ying, the director of Jinan Road Police Station," Chun Ying said in a deep voice. "What is your name? Who are you?" Facing this unusually calm young man, Chun Ying had a vague feeling that things were far from simple. After committing murder, a normal person is usually filled with fear and terror, their eyes darting around in panic, their face turning pale, and their body trembling uncontrollably. But this person in front of me is even more composed than a serial killer. "Director Chun, now that you're here, could we talk behind closed doors?" The young man smiled. "What I'm about to say is of great importance, and you certainly won't believe it, but I hope you'll listen to the end." "Old Zhao, close the door," Chun Ying instructed. With a potentially vicious person turning themselves in like this, the first priority was to remain calm. Click! The police station door was locked. The young man seemed unconcerned, and with Chun Ying's permission, he sat down and flicked his cigarette ash from the ashtray. "Comrade, what exactly happened?" Chun Ying asked gently, sitting down opposite him. "Can you tell me now?" "Chief Chun, my name is Lu Ming," the young man said slowly as he took the disposable plastic cup and held the hot tea. "I did kill someone, but not in the way you imagine. I didn't kill people from this world, nor ordinary people, but genetically modified warriors from another world." Hearing this, Chun Ying's mind went blank. He almost thought Lu Ming was on drugs. Otherwise, how could he tell such an absurd story? Lu Ming looked up at the ceiling, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and said firmly, "I know you don't believe me, and you suspect I'm crazy, but my mental state is perfectly normal. That world was caused by an ancient virus that descended upon it due to a comet crashing down, resulting in large-scale mutations in plants and animals. Humans were originally the masters of the Earth, but due to a mutation storm, they degenerated overnight and lost their dominant position. Their living space shrank drastically, and food became extremely scarce. Consuming mutated plants and animals would cause human mutations, which could only be barely suppressed by gene evolution fluid." Chun Ying felt a headache coming on and quickly waved her hand to interrupt. "Comrade Lu Ming, it's not that I don't believe your story. Even if there really are parallel worlds, their technology is much stronger. Wouldn't they be able to control a viral disaster? If all else fails, just use nuclear weapons." Director Chun, Lu Ming said solemnly. This catastrophe seems to be being manipulated by some kind of will in the dark. Before the virus outbreak, the fall of the comet was not detected by any technological means, and then the shock wave swept across the globe in an instant. Overnight, the world was plunged into catastrophe. Mutations in plants and animals devoured human civilization. Furthermore, 60% of humanity was infected with the virus, lost consciousness, and became neither human nor beast, like zombies after their transformation. He spoke with unusual seriousness. 3 months before the cataclysm, humanity launched a furious counterattack, and mutated plants and animals expanded rapidly. 3 months later, humanity's strength was almost exhausted, and the ancient virus also died out, leaving behind incomplete genes in the monsters. These genetic defects caused survivors to mistake them for food. Once consumed, even injections of evolution fluid could only alleviate the mutations. Comrade Liu, may I ask what you do for a living? Chenning couldn't help but ask. Her colleague was already checking her identity, but a verbal inquiry was obviously faster. I am a sophomore at Yunqing University. My parents died in a car accident when I was 5 years old, and I grew up in the Yunqing welfare home. Because of part-time work, I live alone in a rented apartment. My ID number is 352122. Lu Ming stated his identity without any hesitation. Just a moment. Chenning turned to her colleague and verified Lu Ming's identity using the facial recognition system. Soon, her colleague confirmed Lu Ming's identity. However, Chenning was even more puzzled. How could an ordinary college student be covered in blood? Was he working part-time at a slaughterhouse? Oh, right. He just confessed to murder. Chief Chun, although I did kill someone, Lu Ming said seriously, the blood on my body is not from the person I killed. Then whose blood is it? Chenning frowned and pressed. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. This is all monster blood. 15 days ago, I transmigrated. A woman over there was infected and was about to mutate. She begged me to kill her and left her equipment to me. The first monster I killed was a 2-meter-tall, mutated cockroach, and then I killed a few mutated cats and dogs. I almost died there. He pulled back his clothes, revealing a gruesome wound. There was a crystalline gray substance on the wound, seemingly maintaining its healing process and preventing it from worsening. The next moment, Lu Ming pulled out a black, round metal tube from his waist and pressed a button. Buzz, a blue laser lightsaber lit up in front of everyone, no more than 2 millimeters in diameter, but a meter long. The lightsaber didn't leak power, wasn't offensive, and wouldn't cut anything. It just flickered slightly before going out. Lu Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it. Out of power. Director Chun, can I borrow some electricity from you? Lu Ming shook the pipe in his hand to make sure the power was completely depleted before speaking. Okay. Chen Ying's mind went blank, and she nodded subconsciously. Immediately, Lu Ming grabbed the socket on the reception desk and gently placed his fingers on it. Instantly, a silvery white metallic object flowed from his fingertips like water. Crackling sound. The voltage across the entire building suddenly became unstable. Intense sparks flew from Lu Ming's fingertips as he drained the building of its power in an astonishing way. This scene sent chills down Chun Ying and the other spines, filling them with horror. With the input of a large amount of electrical energy, the metal objects on Lu Ming's body stretched out like clothing. However, the clothing was obviously severely damaged and could not completely cover his body. Whoosh! Energy replenished. The lightsaber in Lu Ming's hand extended again, completely overturning everyone's understanding. The reason he took a detour to the Jinan Road police station was because the school had reported him missing. His purpose in coming here was twofold. First, to close the case, and second, to seek help from the government. Because his time travel wasn't a one-time event. At this very moment, in the corner of Lu Ming's field of vision, there was a line of small print that read, Countdown 47 hours, 35 minutes, and 21 seconds. This was the time of his next time travel. Chief, the power company called and said that our station's electricity usage is abnormal and they need to cut off the power for inspection. They said that in just a short while, the meter went up by more than 10,000 kilowatt hours. A policeman rushed down from upstairs, his face full of anxiety. What? Over 10,000 kilowatt hours? Chen Ying's worldview completely collapsed. Just because of a power strip, just because someone put their finger on it, it consumed over 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity? How is this possible? Could it be that she hasn't woken up yet? I've caused you trouble. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, forcing a slightly embarrassed smile. However, in reality, his nanotech suit was still not fully charged. It had already been severely damaged when the woman gave it to him. She once said, "The monster that infected me can turn humans into petri dishes. I don't want a bunch of monsters to hatch from my body. So please kill me. Please. In exchange, I can bind my nanosuit to you, so you can survive in this world." The technology in that world was extremely advanced, but due to the constraints of a peace treaty, the development of war technology was halted globally. The reason was simple. Everyone feared that excessive development of war technology would ultimately plunge the world into a state of terror, and even cause humanity to perish from the weapons it created. Although the nanosuit the woman wore wasn't the most cutting-edge technology, it was only civilian grade. In that world, it was enough to overturn the conventional technological system on Earth. She knew Lu Ming wasn't from that world because he had appeared out of nowhere. Before she died, she tried her best to tell him about that world. "Chief Chun, may I request some firearms and ammunition from you? I will be returning to that world soon," Lu Ming said calmly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and silvery white metal rapidly flowed into his left hand, instantly forming a black rifle. This sight caused Chun Ing and the others to gasp, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. "Chief Chun, don't be nervous. This gun is unloaded. Moreover, its structure is completely different from conventional weapons on Earth. It's compatible with bullets of any caliber and is propelled by magnetic force. You can think of it as a scaled-down version of a naval electromagnetic railgun. Because the United Nations has strict regulations on weapons, this type of infantry weapon must be classified as bullets. As a result, magnetic propulsion technology has become a means for various countries to circumvent the regulations. In that world, this type of technology is already commonplace." Lu Ming handed the rifle to Chuning. Feeling the cold metal in her hand, Chuning pinched her thigh hard to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "Holy crap, I am doomed. I woke up to find transmigrators, superhumans, and nanotech suits. Mr. Lu, are you sure you haven't killed anyone from our world? Are you sure? You really are from our world?" Chuning pulled out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew his question sounded like a joke, but he was beginning to have serious doubts about reality. "Director Chun, I am not only a citizen of this world, but I also need the country's help. By the way, the place I traveled to is a nuclear power plant. However, it's not as advanced as you imagine. There's one of those nuclear power plants almost every other block. Although they're not large, they're enough to supply electricity to tens of thousands of people. In that world, electricity was one of the country's free benefits. Regardless of daily electricity consumption, you only needed to pay a facility maintenance fee of 200 yuan per year," Lu Ming explained with a smile. As he spoke, he made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. The next second, what Chen Ing and the others saw stunned them. Half of Lu Ming's right hand had disappeared. Like a magic trick on TV, his palm and half of his hand bone had vanished without a trace. With a whoosh, when he pulled his hand back, a hard drive appeared in his palm. "Director Chun, this is the hard drive from that world. It looks similar to our solid-state drives here, and the interface is the same, but the transfer speed is far superior. The woman I killed was an employee of that nuclear power plant. She said the hard drive contained complete blueprints for commercial nuclear fusion. A nuclear fusion device used to power a neighborhood could generate 10 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. If operating at full capacity, it can generate 50 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. Because the construction cost is extremely low, they build a nuclear power plant in almost every neighborhood, so there is no need to lay a large power grid." Chun Ing and the others were even more astonished. After all, a city with a population of 5 million only consumes about 40 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. How could a single neighborhood-sized nuclear power plant possibly power the entire city? This was simply unbelievable. "Director Chun, what you just saw was a special ability I awakened when I transmigrated. A dimensional space with a volume of 1 cubic meter. In other words, at the moment of transmigration, I became an ability user. But I'm not yet sure if this dimensional space can be expanded." Lu Ming's expression became increasingly solemn. Wait, let me catch my breath." Chen Ing, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took a deep drag. "Salt! Explosion! For the first time in over 30 years, he had experienced such intense emotional turmoil. Even a materialist like himself was restless at this moment. Several tens of minutes later, a police car sped out of the police station and headed straight for the Yunqing military region. It was much faster to go through the military region system than to report up the chain of command. After all, Lu Ming's situation was far too serious. If they didn't use their old comrade-in-arms connections, Chening worried the news would leak out. "Old Chun, what's gotten into you today? Why did you drive a police car right into our military compound?" A middle-aged sergeant who was training soldiers walked over curiously, his face full of doubt. "Old Zheng, this isn't the place to talk. Quick, take us to see your commander." Chening grabbed him and urged, "Huh, what's inconvenient about this place? This is my military region compound." The sergeant looked at him strangely, not understanding what Chening was up to. Logically speaking, given Chun Ying's status, she shouldn't be able to enter the military area at will. However, because of their familiar relationship and the claim that there was an important matter, the middle-aged sergeant eventually had the gatekeeper let them in. "Lu Ming, show him this," Chening said urgently. Lu Ming nodded. Under the bewildered gaze of the middle-aged sergeant, he pulled a lightsaber from the otherworldly space. The sergeant was instantly dumbfounded. "Holy crap, what the hell is this?" Lu Ming then immediately shaved off a piece of the roadside steps. The cut so smooth, it was almost like a work of art. "Commander, something terrible has happened." The sergeant didn't have time to think and led the two men into the commander's office. Without notifying or applying, he kicked the door open and barged in, startling everyone inside. "Old Zheng, what the hell are you doing? Ouch, my heart." A middle-aged man in his 50s, sitting in an office chair, cursed as he clutched his chest. "Commander, the sky has fallen." Old Zheng was sweating profusely. He had already learned the whole story from Chuning. He never imagined that Lu Ming was actually a time traveler, and a superhuman at that. If these 2 points are proven, the entire world will be completely turned upside down. What about physics? What about astronomy? Even if Newton were alive today, he would go crazy. "Damn it, the sky's still hanging there, isn't it?" The commander roared angrily. "Commander, I know you might not believe what I'm about to say, but every word I say is true. Our Dragon Kingdom actually has time travelers." Upon hearing this, the commander was both angry and amused. He grabbed a folder from the table and threw it at old Zheng. "You damn bastard. What's gotten into you today? How dare you joke with me like this? Get out. Get the hell away from me." He then turned to Chening, his anger still simmering. "Chening, old Zheng is making a fool of himself. And you're making a fool of yourself too? Wearing a police uniform and running into my military region. Don't you have a job?" Old Zheng hurriedly dodged, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and anxiously explained, "Commander, I really didn't lie. This young man, named Lu Ming, is a time traveler." The commander, rubbing his forehead and smoking a cigarette, was on the verge of losing his temper. Old Zheng was a veteran of the Yunqing military region. He could tolerate occasional jokes, but this was the Yunqing military region, an extremely serious place. "I told you to get lost, didn't you understand? In this world, let alone time travelers, if you could find me a single monster, I'd write my own name backwards. What era are we living in? Still making these supernatural jokes? Is it really that interesting? If time travelers really existed, wouldn't he know about them? Wouldn't he have access to them? What a joke. Their grandfather was a founding father." Just then, whoosh boom. With his energy fully charged, Lu Ming kicked the wall apart. In the instant the commander was stunned, Lu Ming appeared in front of him, lifting the desk, weighing several hundred pounds with just one finger. Lu Ming's speed, strength, and physical resilience completely overturned the commander's understanding. And the source of all this was Lu Ming's nanotech combat suit. If it could be repaired, its effectiveness would only be even more astonishing. The commander's hands trembled, and the cigarette almost fell from his lips. He had never felt fear so deeply. If Lu Ming really wanted to take his life, that one moment would have been enough. He had never imagined that such an irrational thing could truly exist in this world. After hearing the whole story, he was so shocked he was almost numb, his mind a complete blank, and he didn't know where to begin. After a long silence, he asked in a trembling voice, Lu Ming, do you really have commercial nuclear fusion blueprints?" Lu Ming nodded solemnly. "Yes. The hard drive is not encrypted, but I don't know if the country can decipher the technical content. Even if the hard drive data is damaged, I can still go back to that world, dismantle the nuclear fusion reactor, and bring it back. However, I'm not a professional, and the demolition process will definitely cause damage. By the way, I think I can bring people over there. Lu Ming wasn't sure about this, relying only on a vague intuition. He felt that some conditions might need to be met to make it possible to bring people back and forth between the two worlds. Thud! The commander slammed his hand on the table, using the sharp pain and deafening sound to calm himself down. After smoking half a pack of cigarettes, his usually stern face finally softened, and he abruptly stood up. Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Commander Lin, I'm here. Commander Lin looked at him, his expression complex. You said there's still 45 hours until the next time travel? I'll take you to the capital right now. As long as what you're saying is true, the country will definitely do everything in its power to support you. Lu Ming cupped his hands in thanks and replied, Thank you, Commander Lin. Thank you, Director Chun. Thank you for your help. That world was fraught with danger, but the opportunities were equally immense. Time travel and dimensional space were his cheat codes, but he simply couldn't handle such enormous profits on his own. Moreover, just surviving was extremely difficult. He survived the first 15 days of his journey entirely by sheer luck. Fortunately, the nuclear power plant had an underground air raid shelter and armor doors that even a nuclear blast couldn't penetrate. Before she died, the woman entrusted everything to him and told him the code to the shelter, which enabled him to survive. Lu Ming was deeply grateful to the woman. So after her death, he took her body and planned to bury her after leaving the nuclear power plant. Lu Ming, what are you saying? If everything is true, the country should be thanking you. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Commander Lin's eyes were piercing. He immediately dialed a number, and all flights in Yunqing were placed under strict control. Shortly afterward, a military transport plane took off from Yunqing Military Region Airport, carrying Lu Ming, Chening, and others, flying directly to Beijing. If everything is true, everyone who knows about this must keep it strictly confidential, including Chening, who might even be transferred to Beijing as a result. In Beijing, the military region's airports are under complete martial law. While this level of martial law doesn't completely block information, flight control and other external signals are enough to spark various speculations. As long as not a single word leaks out within the military region, martial law is considered successful. And with the nation's capabilities, achieving this is effortless. Why is the capital suddenly under martial law? Has something major happened? Could a foreign leader have secretly arrived in Beijing? Investigate immediately. Find out what's going on. The spies immediately became tense. This is a critical period of external pressure, and someone is secretly making moves, attempting a grand scheme. At this time, any slight disturbance becomes extremely sensitive. With a rumble, a black military transport plane slowly landed. A group of important figures had already gathered on the runway. Click! The cabin door opened. Lin Jintao led a young man off the plane. That young man, it was Lu Ming, had changed into a clean and tidy suit, exuding elegance and refinement, like a scholar. Lu Ming, let me introduce you. This is Huang Zheng, the president of the Academy of National Defense Sciences. This is my brother, Lin Jinghua, the commander-in-chief of the Beijing military region. This is Lin Jintao introduced a series of important figures. These were figures who had only appeared on television before. Yet Lu Ming was now shaking hands and conversing with them. Lu Ming, it's not convenient to discuss this in detail here. We have already arranged accommodations for you. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, with white hair but an imposing presence, personally gestured for Lu Ming to enter. You're too kind, Elder Zhou. Lu Ming bowed. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Old Zhou waved his hand in response, and even opened the car door for Lu Ming himself, which made Lu Ming, a young man from an ordinary background, feel flattered. Lu Ming's reaction was actually quite normal. These important figures who served the country and its people personally received him, while he was merely an ordinary person who had recently transmigrated. Before gaining the ability to travel through time, he was just a young man who loved reading novels and often fantasized about one day possessing such abilities. Unexpectedly, that fantasy actually came true. With a whoosh, the convoy sped away from the military airport. Even on the way into Beijing, traffic was controlled on city streets. Every light was green, and officers were on high alert. Inside a secret research institute in Beijing, Researchers in white lab coats moved about busily, a group of experts studying the liquid nanoalloy on Lu Ming's body. With current technology, a complete analysis of these techniques was difficult, but some preliminary information had been obtained. My God, how can this tungsten carbide alloy be this hard? It's as soft as a liquid. And that's not all. The key is that these tungsten carbide alloys are all robots. They have self-repair capabilities and can provide powerful strength and mobility. What is the basis for these nanorobots enhancing the human body? How is their kinetic energy converted? How are they as flexible as fingers? How do they understand human intentions? Could it be that they use brain-computer interfaces? What's even more incredible is that they can transform into medical devices when their owners are injured, stitching up wounds, and even treating internal injuries. What have I done to deserve this level of future technology in my lifetime? While some are focused on studying the nanosuit on Lu Ming, others were rushing to perform surgery on him. After all, stitching up a nanosuit is not the same as actual medical treatment. Lu Ming suffered 3 fractures, dozens of internal injuries, and several fatal bleeding wounds. Normally, someone with such injuries would have died long ago. But Lu Ming not only survived, he even endured his severe injuries for a full 15 days, ultimately returning to Earth alive. If you hadn't seen his wounds with your own eyes, no one would believe that such a lively young man could be so badly injured. The nanotech suits of the future are truly a miracle. Meanwhile, in the adjacent research department, another group of scientists were nearly frantic. Professor Zhou, the data on the hard drive is all in ternary format. Our binary computer simply can't decode it effectively. We must apply for massive computing power support, an elderly scientist with white hair said anxiously. From a scientific perspective, ternary is indeed more advanced than binary. With the same storage capacity, ternary can store more information and theoretically has stronger computational power. In the last century, there were experiments with ternary computers, but due to the international political situation at the time, the project was ultimately forced to fail. Ternary computers originated in Russia, but were forcibly terminated under the technological hegemony of the United States. Is it really completely undecipherable? Old Joe frowned. Yes, and the amount of data on that hard drive is unimaginably large. The data volume we've detected so far is a staggering 10 billion terabytes. Fortunately, the hard drive wasn't locked. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more complicated. The white-haired scientist, though anxious, couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. If the hard drive truly contains the technical blueprints for a nuclear fusion reactor, he would willingly dedicate everything, even if his name remains unknown. Once nuclear fusion technology is successfully commercialized, it will be a revolutionary breakthrough for the nation and the world. At that time, both thermal power plants and wind power plants will be rendered obsolete, because nuclear fusion is the cleanest and ultimate energy source. And if nuclear fusion reactors can be realized, nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carriers will become a reality. Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Lu Ming walked out of the laboratory. Under his mental guidance, a portion of the nanosuit detached from his body. Since he couldn't help with anything else, he chose to assist personally after the surgery was completed. Although his nanosuit could self-repair, it could not be replicated. This is because the company in its world of origin employs a robust encryption mechanism. During the metal repair process of the nanosuit, the company's encrypted data is automatically embedded into the produced metal. Different models of nanobots cannot be exchanged or shared. The suit is also extremely easy to repair. The laboratory provided some metal materials, which the nanosuit simply ingested, and in less than 3 seconds, all damaged parts were completely repaired. What? Lu Ming, you actually brought a computer and a cell phone from that world? Quick, let us see them. The old scientist was extremely excited. Here, Lu Ming casually took out 2 items from his spatial storage and handed them to the other party. The so-called cell phone was actually just a ring in appearance. Lu Ming charged it with his nanosuit, and with a slight flick of his right hand, a virtual screen instantly appeared before everyone's eyes, leaving them all in awe. The computer is slightly larger, about 2/3 the size of a desktop computer on Earth. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Wu, don't underestimate its size. Its computing power is terrifying. In that world, games have already evolved into brain-computer interface technology, capable of achieving an extremely high degree of simulation. The data volume of each large-scale game is tens of thousands of terabytes, Lu Ming said earnestly. Before he finished speaking, he took out a small box. Oh, right, this is the monitor for this host. As for how it's connected, I don't know either. Anyway, there's no data cable. Actually, people over there rarely use monitors because they have so many ways to achieve internet of everything. With just a light touch between devices, or even a thought, information can be displayed on their glasses, phones, or even in their minds. 10 years ago, many of them had already had chips implanted in their brains. Those chips were quite convenient. However, they are now discontinued. Because their technology is so advanced, their average lifespan is astonishing. Living past 200 years old is no problem at all. Senior executives, including Professor Zhou, remained silent, while scientists like Professor Zheng grew increasingly excited. A lifespan exceeding 200 years? This was a height humanity had never dared to dream of. After all, human lifespan is limited by genetic design. When DNA damage reaches a certain level, death becomes inevitable. Lu Ming, when you came back, did you bring back the gene evolution fluid from their world? Old Joe asked solemnly. No, the so-called gene evolution fluid is just what our world calls it. To them, it's just like the various vaccines their children receive. Rich people get the more expensive ones, and poor people get the regular ones. According to the unified regulations of the United Nations, the development of other methods of achieving immortality is not permitted. However, after death, a person can choose to have their consciousness copied and transferred to the digital world to sustain life, Lu Ming explained. After all, immortality involves serious population and ethical issues, and the metaverse is precisely that world's expedient measure. According to UN regulations, digital consciousness can only remain in the metaverse for a maximum of 200 years, after which it will be forcibly eliminated. During that cataclysmic event, these digital life forms perished due to the metaverse shutdown, and the order of civilization completely collapsed. Is it still possible to obtain this gene serum? Old Joe's expression grew even more solemn. Of course it's possible. Otherwise, the survivors of those worlds would have long since mutated or even died from consuming the flesh and blood of monsters. Lu Ming nodded in response. Gene evolution fluid is another goal he seeks. When he travels to that world again, he will definitely find a way to bring it back. After all, that stuff can not only extend lifespan, but also stimulate human potential and exponentially enhance physical fitness. In that world, monsters infect humans in two ways. The first is when a human suffers severe injury, causing an exchange of blood and substances within their body, which then leads to infection with defective genes over the next few hours. The second method involves long-term consumption of mutated plants and animals, causing changes in gene structure during digestion, thereby creating a lasting genetic impact. The onset time varies from person to person. Some experience symptoms within days, while others may not show symptoms for months or even years. This difference is closely related to whether they received a gene evolution fluid before the catastrophe. Fortunately, this genetic infection can be covered up and corrected using the genetic evolution fluid. This is precisely why the survivors desperately need the evolution fluid. However, the mutated plants and animals were just one of the many threats in that world. Lu Ming had heard Chun Min, the woman he initially killed, mention that even technology itself had mutated in that world. Originally designed to hunt monsters, these weapons, after being infected, were controlled by the monsters and turned into their accomplices. In the apocalypse, resources are severely scarce, and humanity is no longer a single ally, but a potential threat. Half an hour later, a burst of excited cheers suddenly erupted from the research room, where Professor Zheng and his team were, "Great! It's out, it's out! Ha ha ha!" This device actually requires 380 volts of power to operate. Fortunately, the Research Institute is well-equipped and can even provide this kind of power supply. My God, this is amazing. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, I would have loved to show it to my apprentice. No wonder this drawing is so large. It turns out it's a holographic projection. The nuclear fusion reactor we developed, called the Sun, is still just an experiment. It requires a full 100 million kilowatt hours of electricity just to start up, and it can only be sustained for a maximum of 10 seconds. But they can already achieve precise control over it. I'm doomed. There are so many mathematical formulas inside, and I can't understand them at all. The words are exactly the same, but I just can't comprehend them. How useless am I? Everything I've learned in this life has been wasted. What formula? What's going on? I want to travel back in time too. From ecstasy to despair, the emotional shift of old Zheng and the others took only a dozen minutes. Even though the blueprints were presented in familiar language, greatly lowering the barrier to research, they still couldn't decipher their mysteries. This was the insurmountable chasm between civilizations. At this moment, Lu Ming and Elder Zhou entered the research room and couldn't help but ask, "Elder Zheng, what happened?" Snap. As if seeing a savior, old Zheng rushed to Lu Ming like a madman, grabbed his hand tightly, and his eyes reddened. "Lu Ming, can you bring other people with you through time? Can you take me with you?" Lu Ming shook his head without hesitation. "Old Zheng, that won't do. That world is too dangerous. I can't take responsibility if anything happens to you." Old Zheng hurriedly replied, "I don't need you to take responsibility. As long as I can see it with my own eyes, I'll die without regrets." Huang Zheng, the president of the Academy of National Defense Sciences, interrupted in time. "Enough, Lao Zheng. Lu Ming already said that world is dangerous, so don't make things worse. If you get away with it, that's fine, but if something really happens, what will Lu Ming do? Will he save you or not?" Now, almost all the top scientists who could decipher that blueprint have gathered here, especially Professor Zheng. If something were to happen to Professor Zheng, the consequences would be unbearable even for the country. But I really want to see it with my own eyes, even just a glance. Maybe I can come up with a solution. Old Zheng clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and his tone was full of resentment. With such advanced technology right in front of him, and the blueprints in front of him, he was at a loss as to where to begin. For an old scientist, this was nothing short of torture. If he couldn't thoroughly understand it, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Elder Zheng, how about this? I'm not sure if I can really take people across time. I'll explore that world a few more times first. If I can find the evolution fluid and more nano-combat suits, then I can take you there." If possible, Lu Ming truly wished he could bring more people along. During those 15 days of time travel, he gradually adapted to some aspects of the environment, but ultimately he was still just a frog in a well. He needed more help. Good, good. Hope rekindled in old Zheng's eyes. "If possible, you must take us there. You can't go back on your word." Lu Ming looked at old Zheng and the others, who were acting like children asking for toys, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. In the past, he could never have imagined such a scene unfolding before his eyes. But it was precisely because of this that he felt even greater respect for these elderly people. Wasn't their dedication to technology precisely for the sake of a strong nation and prosperous people? Regardless of the era, technological progress ultimately aims to benefit the people. Lu Ming nodded firmly. "Old Zheng, I promise you, as long as I can bring people there, I will definitely take you." "All right, Elder Zheng, you can continue your research. You might just have a flash of inspiration and be able to solve the problem." At this moment, Elder Zhou interjected. "That old man wants to see Lu Ming. He wants to see him in person." Of course. Old Zheng nodded repeatedly, suppressing his excitement. "Lu Ming has made such a contribution to us. It's time to let that senior meet him in person. Lu Ming, let's go." Old Zhou gestured for Lu Ming to leave the research lab. They got into an extremely inconspicuous vehicle and headed towards the back garden of Beijing. This place, called Back Garden, is actually a large, highly guarded area. Security is extremely tight, with sentries every 3 steps, all of whom are soldiers in uniform, wearing white gloves and carrying rifles. These soldiers on guard duty stood tall and straight like pine trees, their rifles held at a 45-degree angle, exuding an imposing aura. Those assigned to this post were no ordinary people. At the entrance, they underwent rigorous identity verification. Even knowing old Zhou, they had to complete all the verification procedures. The car drove into the park, winding through the vibrant spring gardens, and finally stopped in front of an antique-style building. The building uses mortise and tenon joints, with solemn vermilion pillars and gleaming golden tiles, showcasing the beauty of traditional Chinese architecture. Old Zhou led Lu Ming through the long corridor and finally arrived at a pavilion, where they saw the old man with a full head of white hair. The old man was wearing a black Zhongshan suit with a party emblem on his chest. Although he was old, he was still very energetic. He sat calmly in the pavilion, exuding a majestic aura. Seeing the old man stand up, Lu Ming immediately bowed respectfully and whispered, "Elder Dong, The old man's identity needs no further explanation. He was a great man who led the rapid economic development of the Dragon Kingdom and a pillar who guided the country to withstand countless external pressures. To prevent the rise of the Dragon Kingdom again, the enemy has launched a series of attacks, both overt and covert, employing a variety of tactics. The descendants of those pirates attempt to turn the Dragon Kingdom into a blood bag for them to plunder at will, and any sign of the Dragon Kingdom's independence will trigger their sensitive nerves. Lu Ming's growth from an orphan to where he is today is entirely thanks to the nation's nurturing grace. If it weren't for the government's funding for the welfare home, he would probably have perished long ago. From elementary school to university, the scholarships and grants he received were precisely what the nation established to secure educational opportunities for children like him. Lu Ming, don't be so formal. Please sit down, Old Dong said with a smile, his tone gentle. Even before Old Dong arrived, the area was under high alert. Not only was eavesdropping impossible, but not even a bird could fly in. Lu Ming nodded and sat down opposite Old Dong. Lu Ming, I understand everything about you, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Old Dong asked with a smile. You said there's a country in that world similar to ours, also inhabited by descendants of Yin and Huang. What's the name of their country? After listening, Lu Ming solemnly replied, Elder Dong, I specifically asked about this. Their country is called Hua Gua China. Before entering the modern era, it went through several dynasties and was also invaded by foreign enemies hundreds of years ago. However, their overall timeline is faster than ours, so at the same time, their technological level is more advanced than ours. Lu Ming's knowledge was limited, but in his view, the timelines of the two parallel worlds were roughly equivalent. By the way, you once said that some kind of hidden force was controlling that cataclysm. How credible do you think that is? Old Dong's expression also became serious. It's not certain, but it's highly likely. Lu Ming's tone was grave. Because from both our perspective and their perspective, this is all too unusual. First, there was the sudden fall of a comet, followed by a viral outbreak 3 months later that killed a large number of people and left behind defective genes. Under this catastrophe, most people's worlds have completely collapsed. If it weren't for the remaining technology, they wouldn't even be able to fight the monsters. Food, water, and ways to deal with monsters have become the 3 major challenges for the survivors. Chen Min once told him that the survivors living in that world have changed, completely losing their humanity, and many have even become selfish, inhuman monsters. Therefore, he had to remain vigilant whenever he encountered other survivors. They might not be approaching him with good intentions. They might simply be after his life. After pondering for a moment, Old Dong asked again, I understand. If someone could go with you, could you bring them back? Is your space really only 1 cubic meter? Is there any way to expand it? I don't know yet, and I'm not sure. Lu Ming shook his head. From my personal perspective, all of what you've said is achievable, but I don't know how to do it. Then we won't force you. Old Dong nodded. Since you travel through time every 15 days and can only stay here for 48 hours, we'll proceed step by step, always putting your safety first. If something happens to you, we won't even have the right to continue exploring that world. Understood. Lu Ming nodded again. However, Old Dong suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. Lu Ming, if possible, could you try to bring back some advanced weapons next time you come back? Lu Ming paused for a moment, then replied, I can try. But what happened? Old Dong wet his finger and wrote the character south on the table, then said in a low voice, something did happen. Those imperialist thugs are trying to cause trouble here, and they've even organized a joint military exercise involving 17 countries. There are some inside stories you don't know. Every time they conduct military exercises, they almost accidentally fire a gun. The most dangerous one was 4 years ago. You should understand the seriousness of this matter. If it's just conventional weapons, then it's not very meaningful and won't play a decisive role at all. Lu Ming lit a cigarette, pondered in silence for a few minutes, and then spoke. Old Dong, how about radar? Old Dong was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Radar? What do you mean? Lu Ming explained, my understanding of that world isn't thorough enough. It's mostly based on Miss Chen Min's accounts. But since their technology is advanced, their radar technology must be very sophisticated as well. I was thinking, could I bring a radar back? But I can't guarantee it, since my space is only 1 cubic meter. Such a confined space clearly couldn't accommodate large weapons. Moreover, Lu Ming had no idea where to obtain such weapons. However, under technological superiority, Even civilian radar could deliver a devastating blow. He felt it should be useful. Old Dong's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. I understand what you mean. If possible, let's give it a try. Modern warfare emphasizes information technology. If we can really bring back a powerful radar to suppress their detection methods, it's equivalent to blinding them. It's exciting to think about. The only question is, how effective can the radar equipment stored in this 1 cubic meter of space actually be? Lu Ming smiled and joked. Ultimately, our fear stems from insufficient firepower. Who says otherwise? Old Dong laughed heartily. Didn't a great man say, a single punch can prevent 100 more? Lu Ming, I'm entrusting this matter to you. With that, Old Dong stood up and bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled and quickly stood up to help him up. Elder Dong, what are you doing? You're making me shorten my lifespan. Elder Dong's expression was solemn. Lu Ming, although you claim to be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom and are willing to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, this should not be your responsibility. Since you are willing to go this far, I must thank you on behalf of the country. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom will depend on you. Lu Ming laughed heartily, deliberately trying to lighten the mood. It's nothing. If possible, just give me a courtyard house to live in the capital. He was joking, trying to ease the tension. After all, traversing 2 worlds, though fraught with danger, had also yielded immense rewards. The hope for immortality, the possibility of breaking through the limits of the human body, and the various conveniences gained in the real world. A courtyard house? No problem. Old Dong laughed. What kind of decorating style do you like? I'll have someone arrange it for you. You are a great contributor to the Dragon Kingdom. If even this is not enough, then it is really unreasonable, haha. The commercially viable nuclear fusion blueprint provided by Lu Ming alone is worth as much as half of the capital city, which is no exaggeration. Wow, really? Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. Courtyard houses in Beijing are not only incredibly expensive, but also extremely difficult to sell, especially those in prime locations, which are practically astronomically priced. Of course, old Master Dong nodded with a smile. I can agree to anything that doesn't violate my principles. But the prerequisite is, you must live a good life. If a person is gone, no amount of benefits will have any meaning. Understood, Lu Ming agreed firmly. The countdown to crossing over is down to 32 hours. Lu Ming's account has already received 1 billion yuan in cash, and it's the kind of unlimited amount that could be applied for again after it's spent. Before returning to the real world, he had already decided to report his situation to the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, how could he possibly procure firearms and ammunition on his own? He understood that once the Dragon Kingdom confirmed the matter, it would undoubtedly provide its full support. As resources poured in like a tidal wave, Lu Ming felt momentarily dizzy. This was understandable. After all, this was his first time traveling through time. Moreover, before that, Lu Ming was just an ordinary college student, without connections or support, and he had to rely on part-time jobs to make ends meet. His student status had been transferred from Yunqing University to Beijing Normal University, so he could graduate smoothly even without attending classes. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of Lu Ming's room. Given his status, the Dragon Kingdom would never allow unrelated people to know, and naturally, they wouldn't arrange for him to stay in a hotel. However, Elder Dong clearly stated that although Lu Ming's identity must be kept secret, his freedom of movement will not be restricted. He can go wherever he wants without any problem. It's just that the current protective measures will be relatively tight. Once the storm passes, everything will return to normal. Click! Lu Ming walked over and opened the door, where he saw a small team of tall, well-built soldiers in military uniforms standing outside. You are the Red Wolf Squad? Lu Ming asked tentatively, recalling the message from Elder Dong. Red Wolf Squad, Leader Wang Rue, Vice Leader Zhou Peng. Team members Wu Xingda, Chunzhen, Lin Xing, reporting to Commander Lu. The voices were strong and resounding, full of momentum. This squad was a secret-level special forces unit of the Dragon Kingdom, and they might also be Lu Ming's teammates who would travel through time with him in the future. Come in and sit down. No need to call me Commander. Lu Ming smiled modestly. My seniority is far inferior to yours. These soldiers still didn't know the truth, nor did they know they might travel through time with Lu Ming. But they obeyed the Dragon Kingdom's arrangements without question. For soldiers, obeying orders is in their nature. Bring the stuff in, Wang Rue ordered. Yes, sir. Several team members carried several heavy bags into the room, the sound of metal clashing coming from inside. The zipper was unzipped, revealing rows of firearms. "Commander Liu, we're here tonight to introduce you to these weapons," Wang Rue explained. "Tomorrow morning, we'll take you to a secret firing range for live fire training to help you improve your shooting feel and accuracy." In truth, Wang Rue was filled with questions. He didn't understand Lu Ming's background. If he was a military person, how could he not even know how to use firearms? But he knew his limits and knew what he could and couldn't ask. "Okay, thank you for your hard work then," Lu Ming nodded in response. Although he had brought back a rifle from another world, one gun was never enough. Furthermore, mechanical malfunctions were unavoidable, so he needed to prepare more spare firearms. "Commander Liu, let me first introduce you to some classic firearms, such as this Type 95 automatic rifle. It uses 5.8 mm caliber bullets, can penetrate 8 mm steel plates within 100 meters, has a rate of fire of 650 rounds per minute, a magazine capacity of 30 or 75 rounds, and an effective range of 400 meters. Wang Rue demonstrated each firearm in detail, explaining each parameter in detail. The Type 95 assault rifle was very suitable for Lu Ming. Firstly, it was powerful enough, and secondly, the magazine was made of plastic, allowing for the preparation of ample magazines in advance and convenient replacement during combat. However, considering the need to avoid leaving any traces in another world, it's best to bring back any used equipment, or at least leave no items behind. As for general resources like water and food, all packaging text needs to be removed beforehand, or ideally, the Dragon Kingdom could produce replicas after Lu Ming brings back samples of the original packaging. Canned goods and plastic packaging are not difficult for the Dragon Kingdom to handle. The next morning, Lu Ming arrived at the firing range on time. To speed up the training, boxes and boxes of bullets were transported in. More than 10,000 rounds of ammunition were almost enough to make a person numb. If it weren't for the nanosuit offsetting the recoil, Lu Ming would not have been able to withstand this intensity at all. Wang Rue and the others were astonished by Lu Ming's physical prowess. Anyone handling firearms for the first time would experience severe discomfort after firing just a few dozen rounds. Tens of thousands of rounds would have been unbearable even for a well-trained person like them. Yet Lu Ming not only endured it, but appeared completely unaffected, showing no signs of having received any professional training. 12 hours until the crossing. Lu Ming began to rest and recover his strength. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, the staff were working hard to figure out how to efficiently utilize the limited 1 cubic meter of space to prepare as many critical supplies as possible for him. What if Lu Ming can bring people through time? What if he encounters other people there? What if he can exchange some resources? All sorts of scenarios must be considered. Weapons and equipment are naturally indispensable. RPGs, handheld grenade launchers, and other heavy weapons are all prepared for Lu Ming. Custom-made plastic grenade boxes are also in place, preloaded with up to 1,000 grenades. Even with efforts to minimize size, these 1,000 grenades still occupy nearly 0.3 cubic meters of space. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers from the military region, after signing a confidentiality agreement, assisted Lu Ming in loading the magazines to preload as much ammunition as possible. Don't underestimate this bullet-loading task. If the information were leaked, it could cause serious problems. You old fools. All you think about is bringing Lu Ming enough weapons and ammunition to deal with danger. Have you considered other issues? He only has 1 cubic meter of space. What will happen when he comes back if you bring too much now? What if we need to bring back important supplies, but our storage space isn't big enough? What if we leave them in another world and they're discovered by survivors, leaving traces? An old man in the supplies depot couldn't help but get angry. He wasn't against arming Lu Ming, but rather reminding everyone that they couldn't ignore other crucial issues. Damn it, what do you suggest we do then? He's going to stay there for a full 15 days. I think we shouldn't expect him to bring anything back until his space expands. The most important thing is that he survives. An elderly man in military uniform responded firmly. I agree. Our priority should be getting Lu Ming back alive. Another person chimed in. But the old man from the supplies department was anxious. What if his spatial dimension never expands? You people really don't know what it means to be starving. Professor Zheng has called me more than a dozen times about this. Their research urgently needs material support. He didn't want Lu Ming to take risks, but rather hoped to free up some space for future use. because they knew every 15 days of delay would mean the loss of an entire civilization. Lu Ming was still young. He had plenty of time. But what about scientists of Zheng Lao's generation? They didn't have time. Research projects are progressing on a yearly, even decadesly, time frame. Even if they understand the blueprints for nuclear fusion now, it will still take several years to actually build a physical prototype. Time. It is what they lack most, and the price they cannot afford to pay. Old Lu, you're only thinking about your own interests and not about people. Aren't you treating human life like dirt? Someone angrily accused. Bullshit. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Old Lu retorted angrily. Of course I know Lu Ming's uniqueness and his crucial position, but the question is there any way to deal with him? Can we control the dangers he encounters in that world? Will going there next time reduce the danger? That seems to make sense. What do you mean seems to? It's obvious. Who the hell can predict the dangers Lu Ming faces each time? But if we can acquire more technology, wouldn't that be able to give back to him? If we can't get it this time, we won't get it next time either. What will happen when Lu Ming really encounters a crisis? You bunch of idiots. The office was in an uproar. Ultimately, it all boils down to not having enough space. If there were enough space, these senior figures wouldn't be arguing so heatedly. Everyone's starting point was for Lu Ming's sake, but some were thinking about the present, while others were considering the future. As long as Lu Ming can bring back some weapons technology, hundreds or even thousands of experts and researchers in China will immediately devote themselves to the research, even if it means working day and night. They will do everything they can, even without food or drink, to make the product. This is also to protect Lu Ming. The argument lasted 3 hours before they finally drafted a list of supplies. This process was even more difficult than when they took the college entrance exam. And after the list was finalized, the real ordeal was just beginning. They still had to calculate the volume. We can't be sure if Lu Ming can bring men over, so we need to prepare plenty of firearms, not to mention bullets and night vision goggles. The food should be the best batch from our military region's combat ration packs. It contains a complete range of nutrients. When eating it, just soak it in hot water for a few minutes. For drinking water, choose the kind that comes in plastic bags filled with purified water, pressed into square shapes to save space. Damn it, where's the calculator? Hurry up and press the buttons. You son of a bitch. It's just a problem with 1 cubic meter. Why is it so hard? What's the use of us military region raising a bunch of top students like you? You can't even handle this little thing. I don't care. You guys have to make room for me. Soon, a new round of arguments broke out. 2 hours remained until the time travel countdown. Lu Ming walked into the supplies area and saw a group of people still arguing heatedly. He couldn't help but wonder, seniors, isn't it just a matter of supplies? Is it really necessary to argue like this? An elderly man in a white shirt replied angrily, Lu Ming, you have no idea how difficult this is. We have to consider both the supplies you take there and what you bring back, so the space must be allocated precisely. The hardest part is bringing back the space. Nobody knows what you'll bring back, but we're worried that you won't bring enough supplies, which is why we're arguing like this. Theoretically, both the space you're going to and the space you're coming back to should be filled as much as possible, but finding the right balance is really difficult. I really forgot to mention it, my bad. When I first arrived in the capital, a ton of things piled up, and I was so busy I was dizzy. Actually, I had a place to hide supplies over there. The nuclear power plant has an underground shelter, and only I know the password. When I traveled through time last time, I not only stayed inside for a week, but I also used the access card given to me by Miss Chunmin to change the password for the main gate. The urge to kill surged within everyone instantly. The group of elders wanted to act immediately, but for a moment, they didn't know who to beat up. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect this to have such a big impact on you, and make you argue like this. Lu Ming felt embarrassed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was also his fault for only thinking from his own perspective at the beginning, thinking that as long as a cubic meter of space was filled, it would be fine. Lu Ming, you'd better not become my granddaughter's husband, otherwise An old man was furious, but he stopped mid-sentence. He couldn't very well say he was going to strangle Lu Ming. Could he? What if he scared Lu Ming so much that he would avoid him from the future? Then his granddaughter would have no chance with him. Old phone, how could you do this? Lu Ming is a national treasure. This is just unseemly behavior. Another old man said with a smile, Lu Ming, don't mind him. My granddaughter is quite cute. Soon, these senior national-level officials were arguing again over this trivial matter. Lu Ming, utterly helpless, silently turned and left. He couldn't very well tell these seniors, "I want them all," could he? He felt that if he actually said that, he might really get a beating. Ha ha ha. With 10 minutes left in the countdown to the crossing, all preparations were complete. A large number of experts, including Elder Dong and Elder Zhou, gathered in the underground chamber to watch Lu Ming store 1 cubic meter of supplies into the space. They had already piled the supplies in irregular cubes for Lu Ming to easily store and retrieve them all at once. In Lu Ming's special ability space, he hardly needed to consider how to arrange the items. With just a thought, the items could be automatically retrieved. Even the world's top organization masters couldn't do it any better. They've squeezed every last drop of space out of every cubic centimeter. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lu Ming's transmigration. In fact, even if this time travel had failed, no one would blame Lu Ming in the slightest, because everything he had done had already transcended common sense. Moreover, Lu Ming's value was already terrifying. First, his spatial ability. Second, his nanosuit. And third, the high-tech rifle, nuclear fusion blueprints, and electrical technology from the nuclear power plant from another world. Red Wolf Squad assembled. An old general stood at attention, his expression solemn. Snap! The sound of everyone standing at attention rang out in unison. They were already wearing the most advanced combat uniforms in the Dragon Kingdom, their weapons slung over their shoulders, pockets full of magazines and bullets, all in peak combat readiness. They awaited their commander's orders. From this moment forward, you will be in contact with the Dragon Kingdom's highest-level secrets, codenamed time and space. This secret is related to another time and space. That's right, parallel time and space exist in this world. If you are fortunate enough to enter that world, your primary mission is to protect Lu Ming. Even if it costs you your lives, you must ensure his safety. Do you understand? The old general asked in a deep voice. Understood. Although Wang Rui and the others were shocked, their answer was unwavering. Parallel universes? Are you kidding me? Isn't that something from a novel? But now, not only are there a lot of high-level officials present, but even heavyweight figures like Chairman Dong are here, which means that all of this is real. That world is teeming with mutated plants and animals, some even towering dozens of stories high. One wrong move, and you're dead. You must remain on high alert around the clock. The survivors there have long since adapted to the law of the jungle. For survival, they can abandon their humanity. To protect Lu Ming, shoot him immediately if danger is confirmed. There could be no hesitation. The old general's tone became increasingly stern. Because Lu Ming wasn't sure if he could bring others through the time travel, the safest method was for everyone to hold hands and connect with steel wire. If he couldn't bring anyone along, Lu Ming would cut the wire immediately and go alone. Elder Dong, only 10 seconds left, Lu Ming said solemnly in a low voice. As the countdown in Lu Ming's eyes drew to a close, everyone was on edge. Every eye was fixed on Lu Ming. Time travel was a first for everyone present, and everyone wanted to witness this historic moment. As the countdown reached 0, the numbers before Lu Ming's eyes vanished completely, and a white light enveloped him. The next second, whoosh, Lu Ming's figure simply disappeared into thin air. He did take one person with him, but only one person. That person was Wang Rui, the captain of the Red Wolf Squad. As for the steel wires connecting them, they were instantly severed the moment they were enveloped in the white light. My God, I haven't slept for over 30 hours, just waiting for this moment, and it actually happened? Time travel really exists. Even though everything about Lu Ming is proving this, I still instinctively find it hard to believe. Everyone was extremely excited, yet simultaneously breaking out in a cold sweat. When something utterly shatters one's worldview, it naturally brings a double impact, both shock and horror. From this moment forward, this area is under the highest level of martial law. No outsiders are permitted to enter or leave without permission. All those who have signed confidentiality agreements are prohibited from leaving the capital in any way and must remain under the constant surveillance of the capital. Violators will be executed without exception. Old Master Dong's expression turned completely cold. Faced with the secret hidden within Lu Ming, everyone, regardless of their identity or status, became insignificant. Anyone who dared to reveal Lu Ming's secret would truly be wiped out by this old man. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. They were not afraid of Elder Dong's threat, because they were willing to do it for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. Quick, back to the Research Institute immediately. Continue studying the blueprints. Old Zheng led the research team away swiftly. Now that Lu Ming had taken that step, they naturally had to continue striving towards the same goal. By making more preparations in advance, they will have enough confidence to support Lu Ming when he brings back the technology from the future world. They must not let down Lu Ming's heroic act, which cost him his life. At this moment, the world has changed. Old Master Dong stared in the direction Lu Ming had disappeared, his face expressionless, but deep in his eyes, he couldn't hide the barely suppressed excitement. The Dragon Kingdom had been humiliated by foreign powers for many years. The accumulated humiliation was heavy enough. Now, it was time to stand tall. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, Linshan City, China, Wang Rue stared blankly at his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. Although he still hadn't fully grasped the situation, he knew he was in a basement. The space was about 300 square meters, and behind him stood a giant machine. The machine, connected to numerous pipelines, was currently shut down. It was clearly a nuclear fusion device. The so-called shelter was built here precisely because the site was originally constructed to protect against a nuclear explosion, and its structure was extremely robust. Captain Wang, snap out of it. Come to your senses. Lu Ming snapped his fingers in front of him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He remembered how completely bewildered he'd been when he first transmigrated. And Chun Min, who had first seen him back then, probably thought his expression was utterly comical. Oh. Wang Rue quickly composed himself and went into alert mode. This time it's just the two of us. Although it's not enough to fight against the dangers of this world, it's much better than when I was alone. Lu Ming began to introduce. The one behind you is a nuclear fusion device. Don't be fooled by the fact that only a small part of it is exposed. The main structure is underground, completely encased in C280 grade concrete. The highest grade in our world is C140. But this stuff is several times harder than ours. Even if someone threw a little boy on our heads, we wouldn't be hurt. We wouldn't even feel the shockwave, Lu Ming said with a smile. Wang Rue was so shocked he couldn't speak, his heart pounding with cold gas. He finally understood why Lu Ming, who knew nothing about firearms, was so highly regarded by the Dragon Kingdom. He really did come from another world. That world is a wasteland after a high-tech civilization. Bringing back some of the civilian technology from there would be enough to have an overwhelming impact on existing technology. They took all the precautions into account when building these nuclear fusion devices. A normal nuclear power plant might go out of control if it's not operated for a few days, but not here. It will automatically shut down as long as no one comes to enter the password. However, restarting it is particularly troublesome because its startup energy requirement is as high as 50 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Lu Ming explained while observing. Then, if we dismantle it, will there be nuclear radiation? This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a revolutionary cognitive shock, so stuttering was inevitable. No way. Even the reactor part is sealed with a protective shield. The only problem is that we can't take it with us. My ability space is only 1 cubic meter. Lu Ming smiled sheepishly. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped, his expression stiffening slightly. He realized that his spatial dimension had expanded. It had become 1.5 cubic meters. Although it was only an increase of 0.5 cubic meters, it was a huge breakthrough. Could it be that his spatial dimension expanded every time he traveled through time? If that were the case, after a dozen or so trips, his supernatural spatial dimension would become quite considerable. Commander Lu, what's wrong? Wang Rue asked, looking at him with suspicion. In this completely unknown world, Lu Ming was the only person Wang Rue could rely on. He couldn't even imagine the consequences of being isolated here. No, it's nothing. Although there's a backup power source here to keep some equipment running. It's been 10 years after all. Captain Wang, please wait a moment. I'll go recharge the backup power tank, just in case we don't make it back. Lu Ming led Wang Rue to a black square box. As his finger approached the yellow glowing interface, the indicator light on the box suddenly turned emerald green. Then, to Wang Rue's astonishment, the interface extended itself, moving like an automatic charging station in China, automatically connecting after recognizing the new energy vehicle. This device cannot be activated by just any nanosuit, but the suit that Chunmin gave to Lu Ming has a serial number that the nuclear power plant can identify. In fact, there are other ways to charge the energy box besides nanosuits, but obviously, this is the most convenient one. Lu Ming charged the nanosuit with 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This was more than enough for simply opening a door. His understanding of nuclear power facilities was something Lu Ming had learned in the week he spent in the shelter. The equipment manuals were complete. More importantly, the script here is the same as that in the Dragon Kingdom, so he could naturally understand it. Lu Ming was forced into this place because of a monster. He originally wanted to go out and explore, but he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he didn't close the door when he left the shelter, otherwise he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Captain Wang, from now on, we'll address each other by our first names when we're out here. We don't know how many survivors still exist in this world. We absolutely cannot expose this secret, Lu Ming said solemnly. Understood. Wang Yihui nodded firmly. As a soldier, he would obey unconditionally, especially since he was completely clueless about everything. He looked down to check his equipment, only to be shocked to find that all his fixed gear was gone. Even his pockets were torn open. This incident caused Wang Rui's face to turn pale instantly. The shock of his previous time travel had not yet subsided, and he seemed to fall into a brief state of blankness, subconsciously ignoring the guns beside him. It's not entirely his fault. Anyone would be taken aback when faced with something so unexpected. If he remained too calm, it would seem illogical. Captain Wang, don't be nervous, Lu Ming said, his tone carrying a reassuring smile. Equipping you with various firearms and ammunition was just an experiment I was conducting. As it turns out, it still doesn't work. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. If I could carry all sorts of things with me and travel freely, what would be the use of my special ability space? Lu Ming had already noticed this problem. During his last time travel, his work badge and cell phone disappeared, leaving only his clothes intact, which aroused his suspicion. Now that the experiment has confirmed it, all supplies will still have to be carried using his special ability space. Wang Rui, we still have time. Please adjust your mindset as soon as possible. Lu Ming's smile faded, and his tone turned serious. Once we're out, there won't be time for you to adjust. Then, Lu Ming briefly recounted all the intelligence he currently possessed to Wang Rui. After all, the other party had only just learned of this information. As Wang Rui listened, he began to organize the various firearms that Lu Ming had taken out of his spatial storage, completing the inspection and loading operations. He also used the tools provided by Lu Ming to sew up the ripped pockets on his body, and then equipped himself with various weapons such as a military knife, magazines, and grenades. A future civilization in a parallel world, a cataclysm, technology controlled by monsters, murderous monsters. This series of information once again had a huge impact on Wang Rui, and also awakened the fear in his heart. But as a qualified soldier and a special forces soldier with excellent psychological qualities, he quickly suppressed his emotions and regained his composure. Both Lu Ming and Wang Rui were equipped with miniature recorders. This was to preserve valuable video footage for the Dragon Kingdom during the battle. As long as the recorders were put back into their storage space before returning, the recorded footage would be completely preserved. Let me check the nuclear power plant surveillance footage first to confirm if the monster that chased me 2 days ago is still around, Lu Ming said seriously. If it is, we'd better wait before we take any further action. Wang Rui nodded, completely following Lu Ming's judgment. Even without his nanosuit, he firmly believed that protecting Lu Ming was his duty. He would be at the forefront should danger arise. For Wang Rui, Lu Ming was far too important to the Dragon Kingdom. So important that even if he were to offer thousands or tens of thousands of himself in exchange, he could not bring back Lu Ming. Phew. Thankfully that monster is gone. Otherwise, just getting out of the nuclear power plant would have been an incredibly troublesome affair, Lu Ming said with a sigh of relief. Thanks to the technological advantages of the nanosuit, the nuclear power plant's monitoring system can be directly connected to him and display relevant images through the glasses Chunmin had previously given him. The glasses can simultaneously display various information captured by the nanosuit. The two are designed to be used together and are specially customized uniforms by the China National Nuclear Corporation. That's right, it's a uniform. In essence, it's similar to a regular work uniform that costs a few dozen yuan in China. Although the price is much higher, it's not high-tech or high-end. Lu Ming, aren't there a few nanosuits just like yours in this cabinet right next to us? Wang Rui couldn't help but ask, "Can't we take them with us?" In his eyes, this equipment was a treasure, and it would be a shame not to take it with us. Wang Rui, there are many things in this world that we can't take with us, Lu Ming explained, shaking his head. I've studied those suits in the closet. They're all nuclear power plant uniforms already bound to DNA. You can't wear them at all. When those suits are in the closet, they look like ordinary clothes. Only when worn do they reveal their ability to transform at will. Oh, I see. Are there any nanosuits we can take with us? Wang Rui asked, still unwilling to give up. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the Dragon Kingdom's army would become if they could bring back a few sets to equip their soldiers. This is a bit complicated because it requires purchasing, Lu Ming explained, handing him a cigarette. In the apocalypse, purchasing might seem absurd, but that's the reality. While supplies like food and water can be obtained through free purchases, items like nanosuits are mostly stored in unattended shopping malls and have both online and offline sales channels. To make a purchase, one must first possess the world's currency. Secondly, the malfunctioning shopping guide robot needs to be recharged. Only after the purchase process is complete will the shopping guide robot unlock the product sequence, collect a blood sample, and complete the DNA sequence binding. After listening, Wang Rui was even more impressed by the advanced level of this world. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, even something as simple as binding a product serial number would be difficult to achieve. In the Dragon Kingdom, a product serial number is essentially just a product ID card, while in this world, it allows for complete control over the product. Furthermore, the self-repair process of a nanosuit is like a replication and cloning process, even copying its original product serial number. This feature exists for 3 reasons. First, to generate profits for the company. Second, for exclusivity. And third, to protect user privacy. If products can be copied at will, then users' privacy will also be copied, something no civilization can tolerate. After all, if a civilization cannot even guarantee its most basic individual interests, its civilizational framework will collapse. This also conflicts with the forced erasure law enacted 200 years ago by the native metaverse. The existence of this law is essentially due to considerations of population issues. In a metaverse, human consciousness can essentially generate economic value, but it has no effect on reality. Without that law, humanity will ultimately perish due to its own greed for survival. Lu Ming, if we're going to buy it, where should we get the money? Wang Rui analyzed from his own perspective. You said this apocalypse has been going on for 10 years, so money should have no meaning for most people by now. If he were a local survivor, able to obtain all basic supplies through free purchases, then what meaning would money have for him? Wang Rui, you're thinking too simplistically about this, Lu Ming said slowly, exhaling a smoke ring. You know about digital wallets, right? Understand, Wang Rui nodded. Lu Ming continued to explain, digital wallets can be stored locally, so payments can be completed even without an internet connection. Money in this world works on the same principle. When Miss Chan Min transferred the nanosuit to me, she also transferred all her personal assets to me, a total of 350,000 Chinese yuan. Theoretically, as long as we have money, we can take away any commodity in this world, except for special items like gene serums. Chapter 11. If you are immortal, you are no longer human. Lu Ming paused, then continued to explain. Why did I say that products like gene-enhancing drugs can't be taken with you? The reason is simple, because they represent the fate of the survivors of this world. Gene products are categorized into many different types based on their efficacy. For example, the treatment of diseases such as organ damage. For example, cosmetic procedures or other cosmetic changes. For example, genetic changes that result in missing limbs can give people a strong self-repair ability, enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. From a hierarchical perspective, it can be divided into 3 types. First, gene-based drugs. It's similar to the pills we take. The effects it has are what I'm talking about, such as internal organ damage and limb regeneration. Because these are basic procedures for them, they can be achieved with medicine. Secondly, there are gene-editing agents. During this phase, vaccination will be popularized and administered to the entire population. The poor get the cheap injections, the rich get the expensive ones, but even the cheap ones are enough for us. Thirdly, there's specially supplied medicines. This substance is rumored to allow humans to live for over 1,000 years, and theoretically, through repeated injections, humans could achieve immortality. The cost of this thing isn't the limitation. The limitation imposed by the upper class is the real limitation. Every era needs privileges, specially supplied medicines. It's one of the abbreviations for privilege. I even suspect that if there's a special force secretly manipulating this catastrophe, it is closely related to this gene serum. Because of its existence, it has already allowed humanity to transcend biological boundaries. Lu Ming said solemnly, something that is immortal and indestructible can no longer be called a living being. But if he had the chance to come into contact with this drug, he would definitely want to inject himself with it. I see. Because gene products can cure genetic defects, those people bought up all of them early on as a powerful asset for themselves after the apocalypse? Wang Yihui speculated. Lu Ming nodded and said, yes, anyone who wants to survive well in the apocalypse would do that. Even the most basic gene therapy drugs can, to some extent, repair or alleviate genetic defects, allowing them to eat meat and survive. Otherwise, humanity would lose its basic food supply. Humans have long since ceased to exist. Lu Ming's introductions broadened Wang Rui's perspective and increased his anticipation for the world. Drugs that can easily treat cancer and AIDS. A drug that allows patients to easily switch between infertile and fertile states. What about lumbar disc herniation? Limb regeneration? These are all minor issues. If these things are selectively moved back to China, they can completely overturn the entire world. Click. The doors to the underground shelter at the nuclear power plant opened. Lu Ming and his companion took a step forward. They instantly became extremely alert. It was 6 a.m. in China, which is also 6 a.m. in China. Chunmin lived alone at the nuclear power plant for 10 years. At first, she had colleagues with her, but later her colleagues couldn't stand it and left, never to return. For most of the 10 years, Chunmin was not in a conscious state, but rather lying in a hibernation pod in a shelter. Wang Rui surveyed everything using the sunlight streaming through the window. From the building's exterior, China is not much more advanced than China. It's the same as reinforced concrete. It's the same sliding window, the same tiled floor and painted walls. However, in terms of architectural structure, the two are from completely different eras. Because Chinese architecture can withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake with ease. Wang Rui followed Lu Ming past each workstation until they reached employee badge. Lu Ming carefully removed the photograph, encapsulated in a transparent crystal. That thing looks like it's made of plastic. But it's not plastic. Lu Ming, is this Miss Chunmin? Wang Rui's expression also became extremely solemn. It was because of this person's efforts that Lu Ming survived and was able to return to the Dragon Kingdom alive. Yes, it's her. Isn't she pretty? Lu Ming brushed the dust off the packaging, a smile appearing on his lips. People in this world are all very good-looking because of their genes. Even someone with an 80 out of 100 in looks will be considered ugly in their eyes. It is indeed beautiful. He's even better looking than those shady celebrities. Wang Rui nodded in agreement. If Chunmin had been born in China with her looks, she would have amazed the entire country long ago. Wang Rui, before we go back, I need to go to Chunmin's house to pack up her belongings and bring them back to China. Lu Ming said earnestly. Of course. She is not only your benefactor, but also the benefactor of our Dragon Kingdom. Wang Rui said solemnly. The two completed a basic cleanup of the nuclear power plant, mainly focusing on finding usable supplies. But after searching, they didn't find anything of value. The nuclear power plant has some decorative grade metals that require sophisticated craftsmanship. Bringing them back could inspire materials science and technology. However, compared to high technology, these things are not worth mentioning. Stepping out of the nuclear power plant, although sunlight streamed down the streets, all that met the eye was desolation. Various flying, but abandoned vehicles are parked on the street and rusting. The signs were also covered in grime. Beneath the ground, arched by various tree roots, lie withered and dead vines. It was very quiet all around. There was only the sound of their footsteps. Although sunlight symbolizes vitality, at this moment, it only highlights the eeriness and desolation. Wang Rui looked up and judged the sun's altitude with the naked eye. He felt it was about the same altitude as on Earth, and even the temperature was about the same. The two went to the mall as their first stop, because Lu Ming had to buy him a nano suit. If he comes across something better, Lu Ming will need to replace his current one. However, this one must be kept because it contains many keys that Chen Min has bound to it. Qianda Plaza. Wang Rui stared at the sign above his head and fell into a deep silence. Ah, what's wrong, Wang Rui? Don't you find this sign interesting? Lu Ming chuckled. They encountered no danger during the 2-kilometer journey, which made them feel fortunate. Damn it, I am speechless. Ha ha ha. I used to watch movies where they said parallel worlds were connected, like the law of causality, and that things from your own world could be found in parallel worlds. I thought it was just the author's imagination, but it turns out it's actually true. Wang Rui said in a rather irritable tone. Lu Ming pointed out that Qianda Plaza is just like their Wanda Plaza. Both are national chains and are among the top real estate companies in the country. Our two worlds actually have quite a lot in common. For example, culture, for example, history. It's just that their overall timeline is faster than ours, so their technological level is naturally superior to ours. Lu Ming said with a smile. But as they laughed, their laughter faded, because a 2-headed wolf, 2 meters tall, emerged from the shadows of the building. Chapter 12, even military bullets can't penetrate it. The wolf was entirely black, somewhat resembling a Doberman pinscher, except it had 2 heads and even more terrifying muscle definition. 2 heads and 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and Wang Rui, their eyes filled with greed for their prey. And as its mouth opened, a large amount of viscous liquid is slowly dripping down. Damn it, fire! Lu Ming couldn't help but curse. He wasn't a special forces soldier, and he only adapted to this environment for 15 days, most of which he spent in an underground shelter. Naturally, his reflexes were definitely not as good as Wang Rui's. Swish! Click! Wang Rui's gaze hardened. He instantly adjusted his stance, aimed at the 2-headed wolf's eyes, and fired. He wasn't sure if the Type 95 rifle, equipped with military armor-piercing rounds, could penetrate the wolf's skull. But as long as it is a living thing, then blowing out his eyes is definitely not a problem. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Wang Rui blew out the eyes of the wolf on its right side, eliciting a series of shrill screams. His intensely focused gaze locked onto the eyes of the wolf head on the left in an instant, and he opened fire at top speed. Military bullets are different from the regular bullets used by the police, because military bullets are primarily used for killing. While being more powerful, it causes even greater damage inside the body. Roar! The wolf howled, its cries filled with both agony and rage. Lu Ming aimed and fired at the wolf's forehead, but the bullet bounced off the skull in the forehead, even creating a spark. Holy crap! Even military bullets can't penetrate its head. Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. You should know that the rifle he's holding is a product of this era. It has electromagnetic propulsion, making it even more powerful. Wang Rui, cover me. I used to cut off its dog head. Lu Ming said solemnly. Even though Wang Rui is a top-tier special forces soldier, Lu Ming is actually superior in terms of combat ability. Lu Ming, don't go. Wang Rui said anxiously. What if something happens to Lu Ming? Buzz. Lu Ming's lightsaber shot out, and his figure vanished in an instant before Wang Rui's eyes. In an instant, the nanosuit entered full mode. Nano liquid flowed up his neck and enveloped his head. By the time Wang Rui reacted, Lu Ming had already leaped up and slashed at the wolf's head on the right. With Wang Rui's help in blowing out the wolf's 4 eyes, the danger to him was greatly reduced. Wang Rui also adjusted his stance in time and fired in the opposite direction, even though the 2-headed wolf was blind. But its senses remained sharp. The wolf's right head opened its gaping maw, reeking of a pungent, foul stench, and lunged towards Lu Ming. Blindness is blindness after all. The instant it opened its mouth to bite, Lu Ming was already above its wolf head, narrowly dodging the attack. The time difference between the two is only about 0.2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, swish, Lu Ming swung his sword down, using the sharpness of the laser lightsaber to sever its head. This lightsaber isn't actually a top-tier weapon, because it's just something some figure companies made for fun. To improve the feel of the lightsaber, a 1mm section of hard, ultra-strong alloy extends from the hilt when the lightsaber is activated. During the attack, it naturally gives you the feel of a physical sword. Roar! The remaining wolf head on the left let out another howl. This time, however, the scream was a mixture of pain and terror. What it had initially seen as mere food had somehow managed to severely injure it so quickly. Now, all it wanted was to run away. "Where are you going?" Lu Ming touched the ground with his toes, and his body shot out like a cannonball in an instant. With a plop sound, another. He quickly sliced off a wolf's head. But at the same time, the wolf's right head has miraculously grown back. The gaping maw, catching Lu Ming completely off guard, lunged at him with a bite. Holy crap! Lu Mingren was dumbfounded. The monster that cornered him in the basement a week ago was the same. Its head grew back in less than 2 seconds after being severed. This is the skull, which is connected to the spine. Flesh and bone grow in just 1 second. This healing speed is so fast that even a god would have to call a monster. Wang Rue dared not approach the past because based on the current battlefield information, he judged that if he went there, he would definitely be a burden. So Wang Rue once again held up his Type 95 rifle, aimed at the wolf's eye on the right side, and fired. With the aid of a nanosuit, Lu Ming's body became incredibly agile. In the instant he became aware of it, he immediately rolled his body up, adjusted his volume in the air, and then used the wolf's head as leverage to flip over and land on the other side of the wolf's head. Da-da-da. Wang Rue's bullets came one after another, once again using his superb marksmanship to blast Wolfhead's eyes out. Lu Ming then switched targets, heading straight for the wolf's heart. It's impossible for such a creature to be without weaknesses. It's either a head, it's either the heart. Fearing the wolf's head on the left might grow back, Wang Rue thought for a moment, then closed the distance slightly and pulled out the shotgun slung across his back. The wolf on the right, blind and unable to see him, presented him with his best opportunity. Lu Ming attacked towards the heart of the enemy. He then pulled back the bolt and fired a shot into the wound on the left side of his head. The terrifying gunshots exploded from the gun barrels, echoing through the streets and reverberating clearly in the desolate buildings. A barrage of shotgun pellets struck the wound on the left side of the wolf's head. In an instant, the wound was turned into mangled flesh. If it can grow back, he'll start yelling at people. Click! Lu Ming's lightsaber struck the wolf's belly simultaneously, slicing through its ribs and flesh, at which point a stream of extremely viscous blood flowed out. At the same time, the blood was accompanied by a pungent, nauseating stench. If any ordinary person from the Dragon Kingdom were to come here, even a single whiff of it would make me faint. Lu Ming wasn't sure where the wolf's heart was located, and since the lightsaber was thin and long, he could only cut a window in it. The wolf howled wildly, struggled, and leaped about. Seeing that the wolf's head on the left side hadn't grown back, Wang Rue still didn't give up. Shoot again into the wound. Then move the gun barrel. He then pointed the gun at the wolf's head on the right. Puffed. Lu Ming aimed at the heart, thrusting his sword forward. The instant the sword pierced the heart, another large amount of thick, foul-smelling blood spurted out. Even though the nanotech suit covered his head, there was still gas exchange. Vomit. Lu Ming felt a strong wave of nausea. He watched helplessly as the wolf fell before taking a few steps to the side, unfastening his hood, hunching over, and supporting himself on his knees with his hands to gag. Lu Ming, are you all right? Wang Rue rushed over and gently patted his back. Only after seeing the wolf fall did Wang Rue breathe a sigh of relief. If Lu Ming survives piercing his heart, then the two of them are in real danger today. I'm fine, I just feel nauseous from the smell. Lu Ming put a plum cake in his mouth, which made him feel a little better. But it was also at this time that a much larger, two-headed wolf appeared in the direction of the building, trying to crawl out of the broken mall entrance. Chapter 13 is stuck. Let's use explosives. Lu Ming and Wang Rue instantly entered battle mode, both with serious expressions on their faces. Lu Ming currently lacks combat experience. Wang Rue, on the other hand, did not have combat uniform. Although the two had gained some experience dealing with the two-headed wolf that was 2 meters long, judging from its size, it was clearly more difficult to deal with. But to ask them to give up and leave is absolutely impossible. They encountered no danger on their way here. But it's hard to say if we go to other places. Wang Rue, get ready. Lu Ming took 2 deep breaths, trying his best to stay focused and calm. In terms of fighting mentality, he is definitely inferior to Wang Rue. After all, he is just a college student, while Wang Rue is a special forces soldier from China. Good. Wang Rue frowned deeply and began to organize all his equipment. He began to plan the upcoming battle in his mind. Given his current situation, no matter how strong his personal combat experience is, he can only provide support for Lu Ming. In terms of physical limits, he was naturally far superior to Lu Ming. Even if he charged ahead like that, he would only be cannon fodder. Not only would he not be able to help Lu Ming, but he would also hinder Lu Ming's battle. His biggest advantage is his experience with firearms. Shotgun, hand grenade. This is the maximum combat power he can unleash at this moment. But just as the two were preparing for their fierce battle, something unexpected happened. The giant two-headed dog roared angrily, but it couldn't get out of the mall. To put it bluntly, it was in a state of impotent rage. Could it be stuck? But isn't this just too outrageous? This idea arose in both of their minds simultaneously. The fact that the two of them could come up with such ideas actually stems from their original, lower-level way of thinking. When this happens, first, the two-headed wolf was simply too large. Secondly, the concrete in the shopping mall is too hard. Roar! The two-headed wolf roared once more. Despite its struggle, nothing, not tiles, chandeliers, ceiling fixtures, or anything like that, fell down. Because it was obvious that it tried more than once. What was supposed to be rubbed off has already been rubbed off. Lu Ming, give me more explosives. It's stuck. I'll do it, Wang Rue said in a deep voice. His mission was to protect Lu Ming, so he couldn't possibly become a burden to Lu Ming. It was also a good opportunity to prove his worth to Lu Ming. Good. This time, I'll cover for you. Lu Ming nodded and released a batch of time bombs from his spatial storage. To make them easy to use, all the bombs programs are already set. Some are set to 1 minute, some to 10 seconds. Just press a button and they're ready to go. The bombs themselves are all top-tier, high-explosive bombs. They are among the most energy-dense bombs in China. Wang Rue shouldered the bomb, which weighed several dozen kilograms, and cautiously approached the two-headed wolf step by step. As he got closer, Wang Rue realized that one of the creature's legs was several meters long. In terms of skeletal structure, they're all around 5 meters tall. If he stood up, he would probably be 10 meters tall. How did such a huge creature get in there? Wang Rue couldn't figure out at all. But that's not something Wang Rue should be thinking about right now. The only thing he needed to think about was how to blow up this monster. Roar! The roar of the two-headed wolf was deafening. It actually made Wang Rue feel dizzy. This wasn't because I was scared. It's not dizziness caused by physical symptoms. It was as if he had experienced a strong, continuous magnitude 9 earthquake. Even his brain was shaking violently. It was a miracle that Wang Rue was able to keep his balance. Wang Rue, is your nose bleeding? Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. The two-headed wolf inside was definitely the most terrifying monster he had ever encountered. The sound alone is enough to make a Special Forces soldier's nose bleed. This clearly demonstrates how terrifying the damage caused by the cries of the animals can be. I'm Phoenix. Wang Rue wiped his nose. The bleeding wasn't much, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He was standing a few meters away from the mall aisle, which was already the limit of what he could get close to. He tossed the explosives in his hand. Each package of explosives weighs 5 kilograms. With his strength, throwing a bomb at the two-headed wolf would be no problem. The explosive charge comes with super strong double-sided adhesive on the back. It can even easily stick to glass after the plastic film of the adhesive is peeled off. Wang Rue adjusted the timer. Set to 2 minutes. The goal is to attach as much explosive as possible to the target within those 2 minutes. Bang! 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 A bomb was thrown, but the person didn't run away immediately. Instead, they lay down on the spot with the bomb still stuck to their body. A gaping maw seemed to reach out from the passage and bite Wang Rue to death. Perfect timing. Didn't you want to eat? All right, give me some more. Wang Rue began to throw the explosive charge into one of the two-headed wolf's gaping maws. The opponent had a large throat, and his mouth was opening and closing wildly. Without even chewing, he swallowed the 5-point high-density explosive into his stomach. What was clearly a very dangerous scene suddenly seemed somewhat eerie to Lu Ming, because this looked a bit like a scene from Tom and Jerry. Tom the cat drew a line on the ground, Spike the bulldog was leashed, and then Tom beat him up with all sorts of things. Lu Ming, let's retreat. It's already eaten 50 kilograms of TNT. This level of explosives can even collapse a building. Wang Rue quickly greeted them. It's not that he used a cannon to kill a mosquito. It's just that this was their first time facing a monster of this size, and they had to be cautious. If you can kill it in one blow, never do it twice. The two-headed dog sensed Lu Ming and his companion's presence and quickly left, becoming even more agitated, as if its prey had flown away. It struggled and screamed, desperately trying to escape from this prison, but it just couldn't. And it is trapped here. Someone brought it here. Even the two-headed wolf that Lu Ming and his companion just killed was one of them. The one inside, the enormous one, is a female wolf, while the one outside is a male wolf. That's how significant the difference in sex is within this pack. The females can grow to be exceptionally large. However, the males can only grow to a size of 2 or 3 meters. Those people kept it trapped here and provided it with large amounts of animal meat every day, hoping to impregnate the mother wolf and thus obtain the wolf cubs. 10 years after the apocalypse, the survivors conducted countless experiments. Some mutated creatures can be tamed. It has already been verified. Otherwise, such a large two-headed wolf would consume an enormous amount of energy every day just by staying here. If no one took care of it, it would have starved to death long ago. Half a minute later, accompanied by a huge explosion, various kinds of minced meat and blood flew everywhere. The whole world fell silent. Chapter 14: Evolution Crystals, Human Powerhouses. After confirming that the giant two-headed wolf was definitely dead, Lu Ming and Wang Rui walked into the mall through the main entrance and began to observe everything while trying to suppress their nausea. The blood of this two-headed wolf was several times more foul than the one from before. The intense, almost overwhelming smell of blood can really make you want to vomit. Blood and fragments of internal organs littered the ground. Several large chunks of meat lay scattered to the side, the bright red muscle still twitching. Lu Ming gripped his thigh tightly, trying his best to adapt to the scene. He lit a cigarette to suppress the churning in his stomach. Wang Rui's face was also pale, even if he is a special forces soldier. I've never seen such a disgusting scene before. Lu Ming, look what this is. There was actually a cube-shaped thing inside its severed spinal cord. Wang Rui, suppressing his nausea, went up and retrieved a cube-shaped object mixed with a rotten bone marrow. It looked like a blue crystal. The crystal itself even emitted a faint glow. What is this thing? Lu Ming frowned, puzzled. Despite such an energy explosion, this thing is completely undamaged. And importantly, it even has a bouncy, springy texture. But how can a living organism grow into a perfect cube? Moreover, this thing can not only withstand the impact of a 50-kilogram explosive force, but its surface also has a lotus leaf-like appearance, exhibiting extremely strong hydrophobicity. The bone marrow and blood clinging to it dripped down continuously as it was lifted. Lu Ming held it firmly in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared. A powerful surge of energy entered Lu Ming's body, causing his expression to change drastically. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Wang Rui became nervous. She quickly helped Lu Ming up, looking at him with concern. Wang Rui tried to get the blue crystal out of Lu Ming's hand, but it seemed to be sticky and couldn't be removed once it was stuck. It was fine when Wang Rui held it, but it turned out like this when Lu Ming held it. The intense pain caused cold sweat to instantly break out on Lu Ming's forehead. His breathing became extremely rapid. Wang Rui was panicked and at a loss, not knowing how to solve the problem. Pain. Lu Ming felt like his body was about to split open. Amidst the intense pain, it seemed as if a surge of energy was flowing towards his dimensional space. But this energy was incomparable to the impact within his body. The amount removed from the dimensional space is at most equivalent to a small stream. But what boils within him is a river. Lu Ming, hang in there. Wang Rui anxiously took out his dagger and tried with all his might to pry open the crystal. Even though his face was flushed red, he couldn't do anything about the crystal. We can't just cut off Lu Ming's hand, can we? TSK to SK. Not even a first-tier evolver. Yet he dares to absorb a fourth-tier evolutionary crystal core. This guy's finished. A teasing, playful female voice came from upstairs, and it echoed through the empty shopping mall. Who is it? Come out. Wang Rui raised a shotgun, and his pupils instantly contracted. When they entered, they checked the mall and found no one above them. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, dozens of meters above, there was a woman with a single ponytail, wearing shorts and showing off her delicate feet. She stood very steadily on the handrail. She chewed on a piece of black jerky with her cherry-like lips. They weren't worried at all about falling. Logically, if there were people on the fourth floor, they should have been injured, even if they weren't killed. The blast impact of 50 kilograms of TNT can reach 100 meters. In other words, the cement grade used in the shopping mall is extremely high. If this were in China, a large section of the ground had already collapsed. I'm so curious. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse. How come there are still idiots like you around? Didn't anyone tell you that evolutionary crystals can't be absorbed casually? The woman asked while chewing on some jerky. What is an evolutionary core? Could it be this blue crystal? Wang Rui frowned and asked. Otherwise what? The woman examined the shotgun in Wang Rui's hand, her mind filled with many questions. These two people are really strange. An evolved being, an ordinary person. The evolved beings were unaware of the dangers of the evolutionary core. Ordinary people, without gene injections, have pitifully little power. These days, what kind of situation allows two such oddballs to roam around everywhere? And the key is that they're still alive and well. Besides, there's also explosives. It's important to understand that most countries had already used up their weapons and equipment at the very beginning of the apocalypse, leaving very little for civilians. In terms of value, explosives are worth more than human lives these days. As the saying goes, the more advanced the technology, the dumber humanity becomes. When people are highly dependent on technology, they are completely helpless if they lack the necessary tools for production. How advanced the technology was back then. After the collapse of technology, that will become a stumbling block for them. For example, if you asked a housewife who is used to all kinds of seasonings nowadays to travel back to ancient times, she probably wouldn't even know how to cook. How to make soy sauce, how to make oyster sauce. How could she know any of this? Is there any way to save him? What do you want? Wang Rui watched helplessly as Lu Ming's condition worsened, growing increasingly anxious. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and even though he tried to control his voice, anyone could hear the immense pain in it. What do you have on you? Are there any drugs for the Alpha 1135 gene? King Xue asked curiously. No. Wang Rui shook his head. Although he didn't know what that thing was, he couldn't show it. So what exactly do you have? King Xue was speechless. She had initially thought there was something special about these two. Otherwise, where would they get so much explosives? But they were clearly just penniless bastards. Especially the shotgun in Wang Rui's hand, which looked like an ordinary firearm that had been phased out hundreds of years ago. I have no idea where he got it from. Food and water. Do you want some? Wang Rui asked eagerly. According to the information Lu Ming had gathered, food and water were the scarcest items for the survivors and also their bargaining chips. Aren't these things everywhere? Look, those scraps of meat around your feet can be roasted and made into jerky. Qin Sue rolled his eyes. Damn it. We're even poorer now. Unfortunately, these penniless bastards also have a huge amount of explosives. I wasn't talking about these foods. Bread, chocolate, canned meat. If you can save him, we can give you these supplies. Wang Rui broke out in a cold sweat and said, if anything were to happen to Lu Ming, he really wouldn't know how to explain it to the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, if something were to happen to Lu Ming, he wouldn't be able to go back. Clang! Qin Shui's legs gave way, and she fell from the fourth floor. And to Wang Rui's astonishment, it crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 15 is settled. It'll be 1 can of food. Huh? What did you say? Do you have food from before the end of the world? Qin Shui was covered in blood and bits of flesh, but she was completely unharmed. In fact, a raging fire broke out on her body the moment she stood up. The blood and bits of flesh separated under the scorching flames, making her body clean again. It was unclear what material her clothes were made of. They're immune to fire. You're all right. Wang Rui's breath hitched, and he asked, Idiot, I'm an evolved being. How could I possibly get hurt so easily? Forget it. You don't understand anything. It's pointless to talk to you. 1 can. I saved his life. Qin Shui quoted what she thought was an astronomical price. Can. That's canned food. She hasn't had this in 10 years. Ugh. Wang Rui's face darkened. He knew the food was very valuable, but I never expected it to be worth this much. It's settled. 1 can of food it is. Pay first, then save lives. Qin Shui ran over quickly and reached out her hand. As she walked, the blood beneath her feet was burned away, leaving no trace of staining her fair, small feet. Wang Rui didn't care why she wasn't wearing shoes and quickly took a can of food out of his pocket and handed it to her. In just a moment, Qin Shuen's eyes lit up. He even drooled, completely lacking any decorum. Stop staring at that can. Help! Someone's in danger. Wang Yihui urged anxiously. Oh, okay. Qin Shuer quickly wiped the canned food on her body and stuffed it into her pocket. Boom! Click! A sudden, intense energy fluctuation occurred within Lu Ming's body. The bones inside his body emitted bursts of popping sounds. This made Qin Shuer's gaze turn strange. No, what are you still standing there for? You'll take the benefits, but won't save the person? Wang Rui hurriedly said. He was truly afraid that this incredibly beautiful woman would suddenly erupt in anger and, through the mysterious and unpredictable methods of the Evolver, kill them right here. But as a transmigrator who knew nothing about this world, he could only place his hopes on Qin Shuer. This, don't you think it's outrageous? Qin Shuer pointed at Lu Ming and exclaimed in shock. What's the meaning? Wang Rui furrowed his brow. I found it very strange just now. How could an Evolver who doesn't even have a class be able to activate a 4th-tier crystal core and start absorbing it? It is already extremely dangerous for evolved beings to absorb crystal cores across realms. But when the difference in strength is too great, they can't even open it. His condition, it's as outrageous as a 3-year-old child browsing an adult store. Qin Shuer swallowed and said, What are you talking about? Wang Rui wanted to kill someone. If you don't want to save people, just say so. Why beat around the bush and speak in riddles? Hey, you don't understand. Listen to me. Your friend has already advanced. He is now a 1st-tier Evolver, but he should have been bursting at the seams long ago. Okay, let him hold on a little longer. Can I intervene when he can't hold on any longer? King Suer quickly replied. Aren't you going to talk about it? Is he in danger? Wang Rui said nervously. But his current situation is definitely a mix of danger and opportunity. I've survived the apocalypse for 10 years and only barely reached the 4th level. And he's the first person I've ever met who's this outrageous. Qin Shuer's expression became more serious as she spoke. To be honest, she had no idea what would happen next. She wanted to delay her move, partly to see how things went. Post-apocalyptic survival. Information is everything. If she can obtain some key information from Lu Ming, she will definitely have a good chance of breaking through to the 5th rank. Believe me, Qin Shuer used the best deception skills she had ever had in her life, and said. But compared to Wang Rui, her acting skills could only be described as clumsy. After all, in their time, all deception methods rely on high technology. The ability to deceive face-to-face has basically disappeared. Wang Rui, I'm fine. She's right. I can hold on a little longer. Lu Ming's hoarse voice came through as he spoke with great difficulty. This is not the place to talk. You killed the 2-headed wolves at Yuelong Base, and they have most likely already sensed what's going on. I'll take you away. Qin Shuer picked up the nearly unconscious Lu Ming and said solemnly. Her purpose in coming here was to hunt down this 4th-tier, 2-headed vicious dog, so as to prepare for her breakthrough to the 5th tier ahead of time. But by the time she arrived, the explosion had already occurred. Lu Ming has already seized the evolution crystal core. No, we can't go. Wang Rui needs a nanotech suit. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, Shut up. What kind of battle suit could that be? It's just a pile of dog poop. If it's really that precious, then why hasn't anyone taken all this stock? King Sue pouted. With Lu Ming on his shoulder and Wang Rui by the back of his neck in one hand, he activated his power, his clothes turning into golden combat gear, and ran incredibly fast. And even as her combat suit extended outwards. An exoskeleton armor set has also been extended. Even with a 200-kilogram load, she can still leap dozens of meters. In just a few moves, he then disappeared with the 2 of them. My combat suit only had this much energy left, and a large portion of it was lost to you all. You must compensate me. Qin Shuer cursed and swore. This definitely counts as her saving someone twice. So it's not unreasonable for her to ask for 2 cans of food, is it? If only you could save us. Supplies. No problem. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth as he forced himself to speak. At this point, their lives were entirely in the hands of others. They had no choice but to negotiate with the other party. Chunmin spent 10 years at the nuclear power plant and had very limited understanding of what was happening outside, unable to provide Lu Ming with accurate intelligence. It wasn't her fault. Moreover, even Lu Ming believed that technology was their limit. Who would have thought there were other people with the same superpowers as him? What's with the Evolver title? Not long after they left, dozens of figures quickly approached Qingdao Plaza. Bloodstains everywhere. Minced meat everywhere. The sight of the two-headed wolf's corpse outside plunged them into a collective silence. A bald, muscular man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out from the crowd, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked at the scene before him. Amidst the crimson blood, there were several charred black footprints. It was clearly produced by the burning underfoot. The burly man was so heartbroken he felt like he was suffocating. His fist was almost crushed. "Qin Shuer, it's you again. It's you again, you bitch. You better pray I don't catch you, or I'll tear you to pieces." A long-haired man beside him chuckled twice and said, "Boss, I think you could totally grab that woman Qin Shuer and give her a good thrashing. After all, it's not easy to find a virgin in this day and age." Who would have thought the bald man would slap him across the face? He was sent flying by the slap. He roared, "Women, women. All you can think about is women. If Qin Shuer were so easy to deal with, how could she have survived until now? Use your brain." Chapter 16 How do you still have energy? Qin Shuer carried 2 adult men and ran dozens of kilometers without even breaking a sweat. She looked around, found a nuclear power plant, crawled inside, and went all the way down to the underground. Then, with a bang, she casually tossed Wang Rui onto the ground. Fortunately, Wang Rui was agile. "Push off the ground with your right hand." With a quick flip, he stood up abruptly. Qin Shuer's hand, which had just pulled out a black card, froze instantly, and she stared at him in shock. "Holy crap, you weakling, you actually have this kind of skill? I can't believe it." Wang Rui desperately wanted to curse, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it, because as a Special Forces soldier, he had no advantage over the people in this world. As far as I know, the underground shelters at nuclear power plants are all under official codes. Multiple verifications, including passwords and identity checks, are required. "How are you going to get in?" Wang Rui asked in a deep voice. "Hey, you're underestimating me, aren't you? I was a top hacker before the apocalypse." Qin Shuer gave a smug snort, swiped the black card in her right hand at the door, and symbolically touched the lock with her palm. In an instant, the display screen on the door lock started flashing wildly and automatically assigned her an identity, accompanied by a click. "The door is open." The safety measures at nuclear power plants are extremely stringent, especially the underground shelters. Because nuclear fusion devices are involved, safety must be guaranteed. Chunmin was able to transfer his identity because he invoked Article 74 of the National Security Law. Under this regulation, the sole person in charge of a nuclear power plant can transfer their authority to another person for management upon their death. This is also to ensure the safety of nuclear power plants. After all, if a nuclear fusion device explodes, the consequences could be quite troublesome. This regulation has another prerequisite. Either all the staff of the nuclear power plant die, or there is a mass disappearance. "See? It's open. Am I awesome?" Qin Shuer said smugly. She wasn't worried at all that these 2 weaklings could hurt her. On the contrary, she was very interested in these 2 weaklings. "Awesome." Wang Rui could only offer compliments. After all, the initiative is in their hands. "Wait here for a while. I'll check if there's any power left in the spare battery." Qin Shuer left Lu Ming on the dusty ground, had Wang Rui lock the door from the inside, and then began searching for a black box. Normally, a nuclear power plant's backup batteries typically have a capacity of 100,000 kilowatt-hours. It can remain running for 200 years without crashing. Your combat suit is always powered. Is it charged in this way? Lu Ming was being taken care of by Wang Rui. He looked at Qin Shuer with difficulty. If this woman is truly a skilled hacker, then we must recruit her, because her existence is equivalent to Lu Ming having a key in his hands. Otherwise what? Those idiots have long since run out of energy and have to rely on their own 2 legs to go anywhere. For it, how do you still have the energy? And why do I feel like you're getting better and better? Qin Shuer was dumbfounded. Lu Ming truly didn't know how to explain, nor could he explain, because his dimensional space absorption speed is getting faster and faster. The dimensional space has also generated a surge of energy, which has begun to fight against the rampage within his body. The direct manifestation of dimensional space absorbing energy is that the space expands. To date, the space has increased by 0.3 cubic meters. Although not many, but it is also a way of growth. Moreover, as the space increased, his strength also improved. Curry Gong, you weakling evolver, it will definitely take you at least 10 days to half a month to absorb this fourth-order evolution crystal core. Because even a fourth-tier expert like me needs about 2 days to absorb a fourth-tier crystal core. Qin Schwerer placed her finger on a yellow connector. The spare battery wasn't originally supposed to be connected to her. But when she touched her black card on it, the indicator light turned green. An interface also started to extend out and connect to her combat suit. Could you please not speak in dialect? I don't understand, Lu Ming said with a headache. The city where Linshan City is located corresponds to Yunqing in Fujian province, where Lu Ming originally lived. Lu Ming is indeed from Yunqing, but because his parents died in a car accident when he was young, he had no exposure to the local dialect and naturally could not understand it. All right, Qin Xue was speechless. I can only repeat it again. Because it will take so long, you'll have to figure out how to get food yourself. I have some jerky on me, but I can't give it to you. Lu Ming frowned and asked, You're eating nothing but jerky made from mutated animals. Aren't you worried about genetic defects? Joe, is this something I should be worried about? Qin Schwerer proudly raised her head, letting out a soft snort as she patted the pocket area of her combat uniform. Suddenly, a device popped out of her pocket, like the sliding rails of a pull-out drawer. Dozens of gene injection solutions were displayed. This is only a portion of my inventory. I've raided dozens of bases. Qin Schwerer became even more smug. That's why she spent 10 years alone, constantly on the run. Awesome. Lu Ming uttered 2 words and then ignored her. The main problem is that Lu Ming doesn't have the strength to confront her directly right now. If he accidentally lets something slip, there'll be fish on a chopping board. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Schwerer filled the combat suit with blood. As a consequence, the nuclear power plant's backup batteries have only a few kilowatt-hours of power left. Lu Ming, is it the standard work uniform you're wearing at the nuclear power plant? This is clearly a women's style. But how did it end up on you? Qin Schwerer walked over and looked at him with a puzzled expression. There are only a handful of hackers in the world as skilled as myself. So how did Lu Ming gain access? Is this matter important? Lu Ming asked cautiously. Since we're just killing time anyway, let's chat. I'm running around all by myself. Anyone who sees me either wants to kill me for the bounty, or they're hunted down by various powerful factions. Qin Schwerer said, with a piece of dried meat in her mouth. Although she really wanted to try the canned food in her pocket, she couldn't bear to part with it. This is a treat you should only eat on your birthday. Is your bounty very expensive? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's expensive. It's worth 10 boxes of instant noodles. Qin Schwerer said with immense pride. In the apocalypse, anyone who gets a bounty of 10 boxes of instant noodles is a tough guy. In terms of price, I'd probably be in the top 10 in China, right? Sometimes, she thought about selling herself to get her reward money. But she dared not. Puff! Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed violently for a moment. Not only him, but even Wang Rui's eyes became strange. I suggest you don't read Chapter 17. Holy crap, what are you guys laughing at? 10 boxes of instant noodles. Isn't that worthless? Qin Schwerer gritted her teeth and said, Valuable, very valuable. Lu Ming tried his best not to be so perfunctory and said, Thinking about it, it makes sense. In an apocalyptic world where energy supplies are cut off and technology is completely disrupted, food preservation techniques become extremely rare. And now it's 10 years since the apocalypse, let alone other foods. Even if someone can preserve instant noodles for 10 years, they are superhuman. The food in this world has a relatively short shelf life. Because their productivity is so incredible, they pursue 0 additives. It's settled then. You're responsible for your own food. I won't solve this for you. Qin Schwerer snorted and said, No problem. Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes to rest. His physical pain had lessened considerably, but he was still experiencing frequent, sharp pains. Qin Schwerer is right. Absorbing evolutionary crystals across borders can really kill people. Qin Schwerer was very curious about what food the two of them had on them. In her opinion, this kind of food, that must be their most valuable possession. But who can say for sure about this? Half a day later, Lu Ming was already able to sit up, albeit with some difficulty, against the wall. After observing for half a day, he felt that Qin Shui'er was not the kind of person who would act recklessly. Otherwise, Qin Shui'er would not have been busy chatting with them without taking any action. With Qin Shui'er's strength, killing them would be a piece of cake. Wang Rui, have something to eat. Lu Ming's combat uniform also has the same pockets. What exactly is going on with this technology? Lu Ming had no idea either, because even Lu Ming's rifle could be directly fitted inside. What did you two eat? Qin Shui'er leaned closer. He's practically a reincarnation of a chatterbox. It's not her fault. The main reason is that she hasn't chatted with anyone for too long. It's nothing, Lu Ming said evasively. In reality, he was deliberately keeping her in suspense and further testing Qin Shui'er's attitude. Just take it out and let me see. I won't laugh at you. Qin Shui'er shook the jerky in her hand. Even an evolved being like her eats jerky, so she really has no right to laugh at others. I suggest you don't watch it. Lu Ming hid the packaging behind his back and said, the packaging has no ingredient list, manufacturer information, or any other information. It's just a blank plastic package. Oh, what else can't we see? I don't know how many of you guys things I've seen. Qin Shui'er pouted. The two. Qin Shui'er realized something was wrong, blushed, and quickly said, don't overthink it. I'm not a pervert. I'm just curious. Are those kinds of movies only allowed for boys to watch, but not for girls? The two. Qin Shui'er. I'm really not a pervert. Lu Ming, I understand. After all, adults have needs. Qin Shui'er. Holy crap. I'm a virgin. Lu Ming. I believe it. Even at this point, Lu Ming remained vigilant. Based on all the current probing, Qin Shui'er can only say that she has no wariness towards them, but cannot be said that she will be 100% wary in the future. What did you two eat? I smell chocolate. Qin Shui'er started to get a little frantic. But even now, she shows no intention of taking action. No, you're smelling it wrong. Lu Ming turned his back to the camera and then turned his head. That's right. How could you poor bastards possibly have such a high-end product as chocolate? You must have used some kind of scent camouflage device. Qin Shui'er pouted. But it smells so good. I can't stop drooling. What should I do? Hey, let me see what you're eating. Qin Shui'er was extremely anxious and reached out to pat Lu Ming's shoulder. She used this scent masking device before when eating dried meat to deceive herself into thinking she was eating something delicious. But Lu Ming and his group could even afford canned food. Who can guarantee they don't have anything else? I suggest you don't watch it. Real. Lu Ming gave a very serious reminder. This is also a heartfelt reminder. I just saved you and brought you to such a safe place. Shouldn't you give me a reward? Let me see. I'll take as a kickback. Qin Shui'er said through gritted teeth. Are you sure? Lu Ming asked. I'm sure. I, Qin Shui'er, am an incredibly wealthy woman in this apocalypse. Is there anything I don't have? Since I've said it, I'll definitely keep my word. Besides, why would I care about your rags? Qin Shui'er rolled his eyes. Lu Ming weighed the matter again, and even exchanged a glance with Wang Rui. Both of them thought it was worth a try. Let's give it our all. What if it works? Lu Ming suppressed his nervousness and said with a smile, all right then. Since you put it that way, I'll take a look for you. Splash. As Lu Ming opened the package in his hand, Qin Shui'er was stunned. I froze instantly. She just stared blankly at Lu Ming's hand, at the milky white chocolate, which was sweeter and smoother than dark chocolate. Miss Qin, we've already paid you the kickback. You can't ask us for another one. Lu Ming said earnestly. Qin Shui'er then realized what was happening, immediately grabbed Lu Ming's hand, and brought the chocolate to her nose to smell it. Holy crap. That's right. This is the taste. Miss Qin, what are you doing? You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Lu Ming said with a smile. In fact, this was the final test. If Qin Shui'er still didn't make a move, then he and Wang Rui could relax. If Qin Shui'er makes any move, he will immediately throw out all the explosives, even if Qin Shui'er is a hacker. But these explosives are mechanically timed devices. Everyone knows they're coming to a more technologically advanced civilized world. If they bring that kind of signal-triggering device, it will probably be cracked in no time. Lu Ming also knew that this method had limited effectiveness. But that's all the threats they've come up with. Civilizations and lower planes just can't do anything about it. Is this really chocolate? Qin Shui'er's saliva was already overflowing from the corners of her lips. My heart is pounding. Yes, chocolate. You're not going to try and steal it from us, are you? Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Ah, Qin Shuer was already regretting it. She couldn't go back on her word, could she? Or kill them? But they hadn't offended him. Although I killed a lot of people, they all deserve to die. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Lu Ming broke off a piece of chocolate and placed it in her palm. To verify that the chocolate was not poisonous, Lu Ming even broke off a small piece and ate it himself. Lu Ming knew that human nature could not withstand testing, knowing that Qin Shuer has a bottom line. That's enough. Chapter 18, something's not right. Who exactly are you people? Instead of keeping Qin Shuer hanging, it's better to give her some benefits, or even seduce her with benefits to get her on Lu Ming's side. Keep it hanging in case things go wrong. Danger outweighs everything. Chocolate? Chocolate. I can't believe I'm eating chocolate again in my entire life. Qin Shuer seemed to have gone mad, impatiently putting the chocolate into her mouth. The sweet and silky texture made her so happy she almost fainted, and her taste buds, which had been dormant for 10 years, were completely awakened at this moment. 10 years ago, when the catastrophe first began, everyone thought that nations and the United Nations could suppress it. But they overestimated human strength. They underestimated the horror of the disaster. Qin Shuer was constantly gathering information back then. When she discovered that many countries had collapsed one after another, she panicked. From that day on, she knew that the civilized order was about to collapse completely and the country would cease to exist, so she began to make various preparations in advance. But 10 years have passed. She never imagined the apocalypse would be this difficult. The chocolate is so delicious. Wah! At this moment, Qin Shuer, like a child, could no longer hold back her tears. She didn't want to be alone every day. Even more, she didn't want to live in constant fear, being hunted down by various forces and forced to hide. But she had no choice. 10 years ago, she was among the first group of people to join the official shelter in Linshan City. Help the official shelter gather various supplies, prepare forces, and fight against the attacks of mutated plants and animals. She poured her heart and soul into building the shelter. But he was betrayed by his companions. The leader of the shelter took a liking to her. I not only want her hacking skills, but also her body. She knocked the other person unconscious, exposed the incident, and sought justice, but instead became a target of the shelter's pursuit. Left with no other option, she joined forces with other survivors to breach the shelter and move all the supplies out. Not long after, she was betrayed by those same people again. She was like a powerful minister beside the emperor. Once the emperor seizes power, the first person to be killed was a powerful minister. Because of her power, she could overturn the entire base overnight. Even if she had no ulterior motives, she would still be guilty of possessing a treasure that invites trouble. After that, she personally destroyed one base after another that she had built up, becoming a lone wolf in the apocalypse. I have no friends left. I don't dare to have any friends. In the apocalypse, who isn't forcing themselves to stay strong? And she is constantly trying to find ways to survive and become stronger every day. If she slows down, she will die. She dreams about the kind of life before the apocalypse. But after each dream, it will take several days to digest. Miss Qin, are you all right? Lu Ming looked at her in astonishment. I never expected that a piece of chocolate would elicit such a strong reaction from someone as powerful as her. Before Lu Ming transmigrated, he had read a lot of apocalyptic novels. In those novels, which one of the people who could survive for several years wasn't selfish, ruthless, and decisive? I'm fine. Qin Shuer wiped away her tears and choked out. For the past 10 years, she has experienced all the hardships in the world. Others only have to face the threat of mutated plants and animals and the threat of food shortages. But she has to face everything. I close my eyes and am alone every day. One person opens their eyes. If she hadn't gritted her teeth and persevered, she would have gone crazy long ago. Drink some water to calm down. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then took out a water brick from his spatial storage. It was a bag of purified water, each containing 500 milliliters. This is plastic. Qin Shuer was taken aback. I was instantly jolted awake from my self-meditated state of licking my wounds. A strong sense of unease triggered a powerful crisis alarm within her body, causing her adrenaline to surge wildly. What's wrong? Lu Ming frowned, his heart skipped a beat. Wrong, wrong. Who exactly are you people? Qin Shui'er immediately woke up and instantly created distance between them. Although these two people posed no threat to her, the bombs, chocolates, and even the water bag they carried were all suspicious. Plastics have long been discontinued. All the replacement materials are biodegradable. She was so overwhelmed by the chocolate that she didn't even notice the chocolate packaging. Not only are plastics no longer produced, even its existence itself, that's illegal. Both China's and the United Nations environmental protection laws contain explicit provisions. Enterprises and individuals that produce or sell plastics will be sentenced to imprisonment for 30 to 100 years, depending on the amount produced. Companies that produce plastic processing equipment will be immediately shut down, fined in accordance with bankruptcy regulations, and their responsible persons will have all their assets confiscated and be sentenced to prison. You're not from my world, are you? Qin Shui'er said with a sense of fear. Only this explanation can explain everything. First, there were two weaklings who were completely clueless even 10 years after the apocalypse. They wandered around with guns that had been discontinued hundreds of years ago, and then used explosives to kill a fourth-tier alien beast. Then there's their obsession with nanosuits and gene injection solutions. Finally, there's plastic and food. If they were from their world, it would be impossible. Moreover, plastic processing requires a massive industrial chain to support it. It needs a large-scale chemical plant. What post-apocalyptic survivor would have that kind of infrastructure? Miss Qin, being too smart is sometimes not a good thing. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and sighed. The Dragon Kingdom has been cautious enough. All materials are designed with the future in mind. Even if they could think of these things, what could they do? The technology wasn't there, and the industrial base was limited. There was nothing they could do. Are they really from another world? Qin Shui'er's expression changed drastically. Her delicate body trembled. Miss Qin, let's discuss a business matter. Lu Ming's expression became extremely solemn. When he first appeared, Chunmin immediately recognized him as someone from another world. But before she died, she gave him everything. He couldn't guarantee how his talks with Qin Shui'er would go. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly. King Suya is so smart. That makes sense. Unintelligent people. How could he be a hacker? How could someone survive until now? Splash. Lu Ming released a set of national gift-grade tea set from his spatial storage, along with a detachable rosewood low table, which Wang Rui then assembled. A set of heads of state, Yixing teaware used at APEC, was placed on the table. Wang Rui used a portable gas stove to boil spring water. A meager amount of Dahong Pao tea from a mother tree was placed on the table. The water boils. Steam rose in the air. After Lu Ming invited Qin Shui'er to sit down, both of them fell silent, leaving only an eerie quiet in the underground shelter. Qin Shui'er's delicate body was still trembling slightly as she tried her best to maintain her composure on the surface, but inside she was screaming. Dig a hole. Does parallel universe really exist in this world? The other party's language and culture are exactly the same as those of China. There are two things you must pay attention to in Chapter 19. Although Qin Shui'er was a girl, she loved making tea before the apocalypse. She knew this set of purple clay teaware was absolutely valuable. In comparison, Lu Ming's status as a space-type evolver is secondary. Space-type evolvers are also quite popular among evolvers. Firstly, they have powerful attack methods, and secondly, some of them have storage space. Lu Ming is currently in the growth phase of absorbing crystal nuclei. Therefore, Wang Rui had to do it instead. Splash. Under the illumination of a rechargeable lamp, Wang Rui first cleaned the teacup and then prepared to wash the tea leaves. Seeing that Wang Rui was about to pour out the first brew of tea and use it to wash the cups, Qin Shui'er almost went crazy. Wait. What are you trying to do? You managed to bring out this level of tea, and you still want to throw it away. Oh dear, Qin Shui'er quickly stopped him, glaring fiercely at Wang Rui, and he took over the task of making tea. Wang Rui was somewhat bewildered. I don't understand what's going on. How would a rough-around-the-edges special forces soldier like him know anything about the intricacies of brewing tea? Besides, isn't this how tea is always brewed? The first brew of this high-grade tea should be served in a separate cup and set aside to cool. It should then be added back in when the flavor has weakened. The first flush of tea is the most expensive. How can you not even understand this much? Qin Shue'er said angrily. The two, to be honest, not only Wang Rue didn't understand this, but even Lu Ming didn't understand it. Mr. Dong then gave them the Dahong power robe. It didn't say how to soak it. It's not that Mr. Dong didn't want to talk about it, but there was no need. They've been living on the brink of the apocalypse for 10 years now. Why are they still bothered by these things? And I wasn't paying attention just now, and the water you used to brew the tea was too hot. The maximum temperature for brewing this type of tea is 75 degrees Celsius. Pour the water out of the container and let it cool. Then boil some other water. Luckily, your water is top-quality spring water. Otherwise, it would be a real waste. Qin Shue'er was even more speechless and said. As she spoke, she realized that something was wrong. They're from another world. They have plenty of clean water like this. There's no need for them to be so frugal. Bring that thing here. I'll make it. Qin Shue'er took the initiative to extend her hand. All right. Wang Rue scratched his head. You can only pass over the portable gas stove and the bucket containing spring water. Qin Shue'er busied herself for a while. He placed 2 cups of hot tea in front of Lu Ming and the other person and said, It's ready. Have a taste. It's obvious that you two know absolutely nothing about tea. It's such a waste to have such good tea in your hands. The two were completely turned the tables and became the main characters. While remaining vigilant, I was filled with silence. Lu Ming can now only move one hand freely. The other hand is still stuck to the crystal core. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Hold the tea in your mouth, then swallow slowly. There really is a lingering sweetness that comes back up. Qin Shue'er's reaction was even stronger than theirs. After taking a sip of tea, she looked completely blissful with her eyes closed, and her body even shuddered. How long has it been since she enjoyed this taste? And this brew of tea is even better than it was before the apocalypse. Snap! Lu Ming placed some tea and snacks on the table. There are pastries, candied fruits, and peanuts and nuts. They're all of the highest standard. The pastries alone are worth thousands of dollars per ounce on the market. Qin Shue'er put a piece of pastry into her cherry-like mouth. The soft, sweet texture almost made her feel like she was in heaven, if it weren't for maintaining a ladylike demeanor. Otherwise, she would have taken the whole plate long ago. Miss Qin, you guessed right. We are indeed from another world. And all of these things in front of you are state gifts. They're the kind of gifts our country uses to entertain important foreign guests. Lu Ming pushed the fruit plate towards her and said earnestly, This matter must be addressed. Because it's an attitude. Actually, the fact that Lu Ming and his group are time travelers can't be kept secret for long. As long as they come into contact with more people, it will be exposed. But if a local survivor were to correct everything for them, their secrets could be prevented from being exposed. Besides, he's a very important hacker. That's really true. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming, you should be the one who transmigrated. After your first transmigration, you receive the work clothes from the nuclear power plant. After you get back, you report this matter to the government. So the country assigned you this bodyguard. Qin Shue'er looked at Wang Rue as she spoke. Wang Rue's physique and demeanor clearly indicated that he was a soldier. However, he did not have a nanosuit or receive any gene injections. Moreover, considering that all the supplies are on Lu Ming, he must be the core figure. Miss Qin is truly exceptionally intelligent. You guessed right. When I first came here more than 10 days ago, I didn't know anything. If it weren't for everyone at the nuclear power plant saving my life, I would have died long ago. Lu Ming gave a wry smile. He still feels lingering fear when he recalls the harrowing experience of his first visit. If it weren't for Wang Rue and the support of national resources, he would have faced great danger this time. For example, the two-headed wolf that came out of the entrance of Qingdao Plaza. If Wang Rue hadn't blown out its eyes. Otherwise, Lu Ming would be very difficult to deal with. I guessed it. Before he died, he not only knew you were a time traveler, but he also gave you everything and authorized you to work at the nuclear power plant. If you were a survivor from our own territory, the other side would most likely not do this. Because among us survivors, no one trusts anyone. On the contrary, it is you outsiders who are trustworthy. Qin Shue'er said earnestly. Between survivors, there is only the struggle for interests. Fair trade does exist, but behind fair trade lies the other party's desire to kill you. After the collapse of civilized order, everyone wants to be king and hegemon. Everyone wants to gather more supplies. The larger the base, the stronger the power, The more evolutionary cores you harvest, the more you get. The strongest in the base can obtain more resources to improve their strength. While becoming stronger, they can continuously recruit survivors through their power. Ms. Chin, let's cooperate. You have the ability and technology, and we have the resources. Anything you want, we can find a way to get it for you, as long as we have it. You help us gain a foothold in this world. It's a win-win situation. Our technology is not as advanced as yours. Therefore, we want to acquire technology from this world to develop our industrial production. Lu Ming said earnestly. No problem. Anyway, my world has become like this, so those technologies are just decorations over there, and nobody can use them. However, there are two things you must pay attention to. I know this is extreme, but this is fiction. I'm begging you all. I'm going crazy. Could you leave me some space in the calculated volume? This is a novel, not a math lesson. I'm so frustrated. Guys, please stop arguing with me, okay? I've updated the formula countless times, and I'm still getting criticized. Ugh. Chapter 20. What seems like an astronomical price to oneself is insignificant to others. Qin Schwetter's expression also became extremely serious as she stared at Lu Ming in front of her. Since the two sides are not from the same world and can come and go as they please, there is naturally no extreme conflict of interest between them. Just as Lu Ming said, cooperation between the two parties is absolutely mutually beneficial. There are two things I need to be aware of. What two things are you referring to? Lu Ming asked solemnly. First, once you return, you must improve your energy infrastructure as soon as possible and phase out plastic products. Otherwise, environmental remediation will be very difficult. Secondly, there's gene technology. Shouldn't you have noticed our problem by now? The emergence of evolved beings requires genetic contamination. It requires contaminating all the super powerful genes in our bodies, thus limiting our lifespan. The only way to extend your lifespan is to become stronger. This catastrophe shut down our technological development, preventing us from making breakthroughs in genetics, but it also opened a window of opportunity for us. The emergence of evolved beings has given us the strength to deal with alien beasts. They're also correcting us in this way. However, the level of genetic contamination within the alien beasts is too high, forcing us to inject genetic agents to balance the defects caused by the genetic contamination. Otherwise, we will become mutated, we will turn into beasts. Qin Schwer revealed all her speculations. This speculation had already spread among survivors around the world, because those mutated creatures were not immortal. If the goal is to completely destroy humanity, then as long as the virus continues to spread among all of humanity, then there wouldn't be a single living person left in this world. The emergence of evolution gave humanity another way. That is to become stronger. The underlying will behind this may be to correct humanity through this method. Thanks to gene technology, we have long been able to achieve limb regeneration, achieve millennia-long life, and even achieve immortality. Then can people like us still be called human beings? Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. We have broken through this constraint through genetic technology. Qin Schwetter said solemnly. But gene technology is about pursuing immortality here, and it is also true where we are. Human nature is greedy. You can never stop them from pursuing immortality, including myself. Lu Ming said it bluntly. For him, the greatest benefit of time travel was having a way to pursue immortality. Whether it was through genes or strength, it was all about achieving immortality. If one could live forever, remaining young for hundreds or thousands of years, who would willingly choose to be born, grow old, get sick, and die? Is your dragon kingdom the same as our Hua kingdom? Are you also working for the benefit of all humanity? Qin Schwer thought for a moment and then asked. Yes, we are currently in a phase where we are being suppressed by the other side of the ocean. They are trying to completely destroy us through economic warfare and virus warfare. Lu Ming nodded. That was the era we experienced hundreds of years ago. Gene technology was developed on the other side of the ocean, but they were all incompetent. With your current productivity, you can already feed the entire nation, so there's no need to continue pursuing this goal. So, I'll get you some military combat uniforms and exoskeletons of my caliber. When you get back, you'll bring down the other side of the ocean. Let the Dragon Kingdom take control of the United Nations. Then, Through this method, we can ban the development of gene technology worldwide. Because that's exactly what we did. Qin Schwerer recounted the struggles that had plagued China for centuries. Originally, China intended to resolve this matter gradually through a gentle approach. But the people on the other side of the ocean always want to jump. They always want to destroy China. Finally, China had no choice but to resort to various harsh measures to destroy all their pharmaceutical and biotechnology companies. At the time, a world war almost broke out, but China revealed all its resources, forcing the other side to not dare to make a move. Finally, all other pharmaceutical companies worldwide were shut down, leaving only Chinese state-owned enterprises, and gene technology was permanently left in its previous state, thus resolving the issue. But this solution is only a superficial one. Even if the business is shut down, the technology is still there. Those foreign politicians with ulterior motives are still pushing forward the development of gene technology. Lu Ming, we're completely out of options here. The world has been ruined by those idiots across the ocean. But you're different. As long as you stopped it early, you could never become like us. Kin sue as po kia mind. We all share the same language and culture, so it's not an exaggeration to call each other compatriots. If she could, she wouldn't want to see such a catastrophe occur on Earth, causing countless deaths and injuries worldwide, and leaving countless families broken apart. Miss Qin, is it easy to get that military combat uniform you're wearing? Lu Ming asked nervously. Isn't combat suit one of their objectives? Since one can become stronger through evolution, he can bring different people each time and then screen them one by one. With such a large population in the Dragon Kingdom, surely there must be people who can match the physique of an evolved being? These combat suits are so easy to get. No one else has this method. But who am I? Qin Schwerer proudly raised her chin, her face beaming with delight. Others can't do it. Firstly, because of the energy problem, and secondly, because the DNA binding of the combat uniforms leaves them with no means of unbinding. The two sides talked for several hours, and the tea was brewed several times. Lu Ming was almost tea drunk, but Qin Schwerer is completely unharmed. Lu Ming, it's a deal. From now on, we're allies, and you'll take care of all my food, clothing, and lodging. I want to have hot pot for lunch. Do you have any? Qin Schwerer's mouth was practically watering as she excitedly exclaimed. Yes, of course. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a large pile of items right in front of Qin Schwerer. The refuge has all ventilation facilities, so you don't have to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning when using a portable gas stove. Our preparations this time were rather rushed, mainly consisting of canned and ready-made foods, such as canned beef and canned sardines. And then there are many pre-prepared dishes at the military region level. Lu Ming pulled out a large pile of things from his spatial storage. It all came down in a blur. Qin Xue was stunned. Qin Schwerer knew that Lu Ming's world had abundant resources, but it was also because she had lived in the apocalypse for too long and acted like she had never seen the world before. Recalling the earlier talk about offering a reward of 10 boxes of instant noodles, Qin Schwerer wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Instant noodles are everywhere over there. As many as you want. As a result, what seemed like an astronomical price to them was nothing to others. I want to die. Chapter 21, the people I've offended are all over the province. In just 2 days, Lu Ming's strength improved again, from the first rank to the second rank. First, Lu Ming crosses the boundary to absorb crystal nuclei. Secondly, this speed is quite terrifying. It took Qin Schwerer over a year to go from level 1 to level 2. 10 years to reach level 4 shows just how difficult that was. Outside, the people at Yuelong Base are searching the world for Qin Schwerer's whereabouts. Even if they knew Qin Schwerer had hidden in a nuclear power plant, they were completely helpless. If they could have destroyed the underground gate of a nuclear power plant, they would have captured Qin Schwerer long ago. Lu Ming, I'm hungry. Qin Schwerer came out of the bathroom next door, smelling nice. He was still wearing that military-grade nano-combat suit, because she had no other clothes to change into. Holy crap, didn't you just eat a ton of snacks before you took a shower? Do you girls have 2 stomachs by birth? Lu Ming chuckled, speechless. All the water sources in this world have been polluted. Even just taking a bath. Both will cause genetic pollution. Therefore, Qin Schwerer usually doesn't bathe. Instead, she uses her supernatural fire to burn her entire body. Not only will it not leave any stains, but it will also kill all germs. It's just that it's especially troublesome when I have my period. I'm someone who's been starving for 10 years, after all. How can we compare to you? Qin Shuer rolled her eyes dramatically and said, "What would you like to eat?" Lu Ming and Wang Rui were busy studying the various facilities at the nuclear power plant, dismantling everything that could be dismantled. Once these devices are removed, they are essentially rendered useless to them, because after removal, the devices require specialized equipment for decoding. If some core components are removed, an alarm will be triggered first. If the correct decoding cannot be obtained after the alarm is triggered, then the equipment will self-destruct. After all, the core components of this thing are extremely lethal, and everyone is worried that someone might use them for bad purposes. What do you want to eat? I want Peking duck, boiled sliced pork, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, kung pao chicken, honey-glazed chicken wings, fried chicken. Buddha jumps over the wall. Qin Shuer said with great anticipation. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Speechless. Damn it, aren't you making things difficult for me? If you want to eat these, I'll bring you some next time. Qin Shuer chuckled and said, It's a deal then. If you dare not bring it to me, I'll kill you. As a 4th-tier fire-type evolver, I'm quite strong. Lu Ming said speechlessly. Okay, I got it. Could you come over and help me decode this? Wang Rui and I are about to dismantle some important outer components. At their speed, even if they were given another year, they still wouldn't be able to dismantle the core. First, they are not engineers. Second, there's the technology gap. All they know how to do is tighten screws according to the blueprints. But in many places, there aren't any screws at all. Oh, here it comes. Qin Shuer grabbed a piece of milk candy from the table and popped it in her mouth, then took her decryption black card and went over. What was a very troublesome matter in Lu Ming's eyes, she only needed to go over and swipe it. After flashing, the cracking program will run automatically. Most of her hacking skills are contained in this one card. If the card can't handle it, she has to do it herself. Bang, bang, bang. On the night of the 7th day, loud banging on the door began. A group of people rushed to the gate of the nuclear power plant's refuge area and began banging on the gate with their weapons. Qin Shuer, I know you're in there. Get the hell out here right now. You've provoked our boss time and time again. You deserve to die. Splash. Nuclear power plant monitoring appears simultaneously. Not only did it synchronize the video feed from the doorway, but it also included the audio. Mute. Qin Shuer snapped her fingers, then nonchalantly rolled over on the folding spring bed. Although the 3 of them slept in the same space, each of them had their own sleeping bag and a folding bed. These are the current conditions at the shelter. No one can find fault with it. Besides, Qin Shuer, who has survived 10 years of post-apocalyptic life, would not care about something like this. Ms. Qin, just how many people have you offended? Lu Ming was both amused and exasperated. Given the conditions here, even if those people smashed the door until the sky darkened, they still couldn't open it. Even if they were all evolved beings, there was nothing they could do. Didn't I say that before? I've offended people all over the province. Qin Shuer said with immense pride. It was as if this was something to be very proud of. Awesome. Lu Ming's lips twitched, and he said, There are many advantages and disadvantages to associating with this kind of person. If they interact with others, trouble can easily arise. Qin Shuer, you get the hell out here. Do you hear me? You have the ability to procure a bunch of explosives and kill our captive 2-headed wolves, but you don't even have the guts to get out of your turtle shell. You think it'll make a difference if you don't come out? At most 10 days. I don't believe you won't come out when you're out of ammunition and supplies. The person outside was banging on the door and shouting. They were testing the waters. With so many nuclear power plants in the city, who knows where Qin Shuer is? Brother Hao, could it be that bitch Qin Shuer isn't inside? A man with a buzz cut next to me asked. Even if she's not here, we have to stay here. The boss is really angry this time. The leading man said coldly. Brother Hao, I think we should bring in some polluted water and completely fill this basement. Although the nuclear power plant's refuge is waterproof, it hasn't been maintained for 10 years. Who knows how waterproof and airtight it is inside? That's what the man with the buzz cut said. Good idea. Even if the water can't seep in, it will still be troublesome when Qin Shuer figures it out. And when she opens the door, the water will rush in. Firstly, it's a warning, and secondly, it could potentially seriously injure Qin Shuer. Hao agreed. They were certainly aware of all the monitoring systems of the nuclear power plant and could see what was happening outside. But they dared to do so because they weren't afraid Qin Shuer would find out. Besides, if Qin Shuer gets anxious, they can save time and take action against her now. So what if Qin Shuer is at the 4th rank? They do have 4th-tier experts here. Besides, if their leader Yulong were come, he would be a 5th-tier evolved being. All water-type evolvers. Follow me to find water. Hao gave the order. They said that, but they were actually lying in ambush in a corner outside. If Qin Shuer didn't come out, they would really go to find water. They waited for a while, but Qin Shuer didn't come out. They really won't listen to reason, so they'll have to suffer the consequences. Court death. Brother Hao, I think we should save our energy. What if we've been wasting our time just trying to outsmart thin air? One of the people in the group stepped forward and spoke. You know nothing. This kind of thing is a one-time fix. Even if Qin Shuer isn't at this nuclear power plant, she'll be at another one, and she's been hiding at nuclear power plant for years, which is already giving us enough headaches. I was too lazy to make a big fuss about her before. But this time is different. We can't let Qin Shuer have anywhere to hide anymore. Chapter 22. You're really good at judging people. Hao Ge sent the message back to the base, and it received the support of the boss, Yulong. At the boss's command, everyone was sent out to scavenge for all sorts of materials in preparation for sealing off all the nuclear power plants. Qin Shuer had been hiding in various nuclear power plants. They had no way to deal with it. Although this is a grand undertaking, as long as Qin Shuer's escape route is blocked, capturing her is only a matter of time. Lu Ming, if they shut down all the nuclear power plants, what will we do then? Wang Rue kept an eye on the surveillance cameras outside. Frowning. The underground shelters at the nuclear power plant are extremely important to them. Not only the internal facilities of a nuclear power plant, but also the sturdiness of this underground shelter allows them to store supplies each time they come. We have to take them down, Lu Ming said with a gloomy expression. Given their desire to kill Qin Shuer, they would never let any nuclear power plant go unpunished. At that time, Lu Ming's escape route will also be blocked. Of course, they could abandon Linshan City and go to other cities. But who can guarantee that other cities will be safer than Linshan City? This is the base. Only with one can there be a second and a third. Lu Ming, take out all the bombs from your storage space. I'll take care of this, Wang Rue said solemnly. He knew, of course, that the outside world was fraught with danger, but his mission was to protect Lu Ming. He couldn't let Lu Ming take that risk. No, you can't go. If you go, you will face certain death. Besides, you're not only an elite soldier of our Dragon Kingdom, but you also have a family to take care of. What will happen to your family if you die? Lu Ming shook his head. As he spoke, Lu Ming looked at Qin Shuer on the folding bed, his gaze becoming even more serious. Qin Xue's lips twitched suddenly. He pointed to himself in disbelief. Lu Ming, you can't be serious, can you? You actually want me, a stunningly beautiful woman, to go out and kill people for you? Lu Ming took a deep breath and said, of the three of us, you are the only one at the 4th level, and you're the only one who knows them best, and you also have a military-grade nano-combat suit. 100 cups of milk tea, 100 different styles of women's clothing, all kinds of brand-name cosmetics, and 100 meals of high-end hot pot. Didn't you want to eat seafood? Next time I'll get you the best of the best. Base. Qin Xuer stood up indignantly. He was even clenching his little fists, his gaze resolute. Lu Ming, what are you saying? We're allies. They're going crazy at the nuclear power plant now, which not only infringes on your interests, but also mine. I'm definitely going to destroy them. By the way, I like to drink Hong Kong-style milk tea. I want it with pure milk and pure tea, okay? Less ice, 30% sugar. And one more thing. If possible, could you give me a few sets of stockings? I like oily stockings. At this moment, Qin Shuer was just short of saying, you have a really good eye for people. The nanotech combat suit can make one invisible. When worn under normal clothing, it actually has a temperature-regulating effect. While nanotech combat suits can mimic some clothing styles, but there aren't many styles. The mainstream is still regular clothes. They're mostly made of pure cotton, bio-cotton, or some biodegradable materials. Not a single piece of clothing is made of polyester or synthetic fibers. Ms. Qin, these bombs are already programmed. Just press the button, and they'll be launched and stick to the enemy. A bag of explosives weighs 5 kilograms. Theoretically, it could cause 21 million joules of energy, resulting in a very large area of damage. Lu Ming explained. Clear. Body. Her perfect figure was showcased beneath the combat suit. Looking at the large pile of explosives that Lu Ming threw out, she asked curiously, "Do you have any burlap sacks?" Lu Ming's lips twitched immediately. "Isn't this supposed to be about environmental protection? Why are you still using things like burlap sacks?" Qin Schwerer stuck out her tongue and said, "Of course we don't have any. I just read some novels and watch some TV series that talk about traveling back to the past, and then the male and female protagonists carrying sacks to start businesses everywhere. I think that thing is really interesting. Perfect for trapping people." Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Ming remained silent. Lu Ming said, "Since you like it, I'll buy some wholesale for you next time." Qin Schwerer, hee, I'm going. Qin Schwerer, carrying several large strings of explosives, opened the superalloy door of the shelter. Buzzing. Click. The sound of the hydraulic machinery turning immediately drew the attention of everyone outside. The door opened. Damn it, it's Qin Schwerer. That bitch Qin Schwerer really is here. Lu Ming carried a rocket launcher. Call out. Boom. The people outside were all terrified. How long has it been since they've seen firearms? Especially rocket launchers. Wang Rui threw 2 grenades and a stun grenade. They closed the shelter door before the stun grenade exploded. Qin Schwerer's combat uniform was military grade. It can naturally shield against stun grenades indiscriminately. Hey, what the hell? My eyes, my ears. Yeah, where did that bitch Qin Schwerer get her rocket launcher? My leg. The crowd screamed and cursed. Even though they're all evolved beings, they're still mortal beings. You should know that the rocket launcher Lu Ming is equipped with is the kind that can penetrate tank armor. It's military grade, and its power is immense. According to Qin Schwerer's estimation, those below the 4th rank would die easily. At least level 4 or above, they will be severely injured or crippled. You bunch of idiots. I wasn't the one who killed your 2-headed wolf, yet you come here to die. See you in the next life. Hee. Qin Schwerer placed different amounts of explosives in different areas of the crowd, left a few words, and ran away quickly. Qin Schwerer, you son of a bitch. Before they could finish hurling their venomous insults, it was the sound of explosions. Boom. Rumble. The enormous explosion carried far into the silent night. Those gathered outside were all instantly blown to pieces. They exploded into clouds of blood mist and piles of minced flesh scattered everywhere. Qin Schwerer ran outside to make sure there were no other living people from Yulong's base before running back to open the door. Lu Ming, quick, give me some more explosives. I'm going to blow up the Yulong base. Qin Schwerer was incredibly excited and felt extremely happy. At that moment, she felt just like a little boy setting off firecrackers. The greater the power, the louder the sound, and the better the explosion, the happier she felt. It was at this moment that, with a loud bang from inside Lu Ming's body, Qin Schwerer's smile froze instantly, her eyes widening as if she had seen a monster. Holy crap! How can there be such an outrageous person in the world? Chapter 23, Boss. Do you need another accessory? I could be both cool and sweet. Qin Schwerer stood there stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment and horror, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. 5 years after the apocalypse, she finally broke through to the level of a 3rd-tier evolved being. It took another 4 years to reach the 4th tier. But, Lu Ming reached the 3rd tier of strength in just 7 days. The moment Lu Ming reached the 3rd tier, the 4th tier evolution crystal core in his hand shattered. All the energy had been absorbed by him. Even his personal space increased by 4 cubic meters. It has reached 5.5 cubic meters. Bang, bang. Qin Schwerer banged her head against the wall repeatedly. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. She's an SS-level fire-type evolver. Lu Ming, an outsider, covered in just 7 days what took her 5 years to achieve. It won't be long. Lu Ming is likely about to become one of the world's top experts. Hey bro, do you need any more accessories? I can be both salty and sweet. If you need a concubine, I can also whine and sob. Qin Schwerer turned her head, revealing a fair and smooth forehead, and flashed him 2 rows of big white teeth. Qin Schwerer had never heard of such a perverted person before. In comparison, all the geniuses she knew were trash. Besides, he represented the entire country. which made her even more smitten. Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Ming looked him over. Finally, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Are you sure? It's certainly a good thing that Qin Shui'er is willing to follow Lu Ming. The improvement in their relationship means a further entanglement of interests. Moreover, if Qin Shui'er were to completely side with Lu Ming, she would naturally do her utmost to protect all of Lu Ming's secrets. She will also protect Lu Ming's interests. Lu Ming is not a saint, but he needs to consider all necessary factors. If a woman would cause him trouble, then no matter how beautiful she is or how high her status is, he would never favor any of them. However, the benefits that Qin Shui'er can provide far outweigh the trouble she causes. Just the hacking aspect alone. That's why she's irreplaceable. Honey. Qin Shui'er came over and hugged Lu Ming's arm tightly, sweetly, and coquettishly. Having spent so much time in the apocalypse, Qin Shui'er understands the inevitability of exchanging benefits. With her intelligence, she can analyze everything. Lu Ming's extraordinary talent made her feel the need to rely on him. Moreover, if she were to attach herself to Lu Ming, their relationship would become even more intertwined, and the benefits she could gain would only be greater. At the same time, the close relationship between the two parties is also based on trust. Lu Ming is the only bridge between the two worlds. His future will be terrifying. To be serious, becoming the king of both worlds is entirely feasible. I need to pee. Wang Rui felt like a 100-watt light bulb and quickly ran towards the toilet. He's been in the military for almost 10 years and still hasn't been in a relationship. The most beautiful woman he's ever seen is Qin Shui'er. She's beautiful and has a great figure. She's powerful and knows how to be charming. This kind of woman, no matter who she is, will make that person jump for joy. Honey, kiss me. Qin Shui'er proactively brought her pair of pink cherry lips closer, her heart pounding wildly. Don't be fooled by her usual dirty jokes and banter. In fact, she is more innocent than anyone else. Otherwise, she would have lost her virginity 10 years after the apocalypse. Etc. Have you brushed your teeth? Lu Ming extended a finger and sealed her soft lips with his. Her soft, smooth touch stirred Lu Ming's heart, but standing in this position, Lu Ming had to remain calm. Women can have it, but we can't let things go wrong. From the moment he went to the capital, he was absolutely certain of his position. As the only transmigrator between the two worlds, he must seal his heart with cement. At all times, he must prioritize the interests of the Dragon Kingdom and his own future. Clang! King Xue was stunt. Wang Rui nearly smashed his head against the toilet door frame before quickly going inside and closing the door. If it were Wang Rui himself, he could certainly do it too, because he cherishes his country and prioritizes the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. But before he transmigrated, Lu Ming was just a sophomore at Yunqing University. Lu Ming was able to resist the temptation of such a beautiful woman. He truly earned Wang Rui's utmost respect. If Lu Ming hadn't been considering certain things, why would he have gone to all this trouble and said something so jarring? Honey, what are you saying? I'm a fairy. How could a fairy have bad breath? Qin Shui'er said angrily. As she spoke, she pressed her lips against Lu Ming's again. Her heart was racing. Lu Ming was no different. In the past, Lu Ming wouldn't even have considered dating. Because he was an orphan, he couldn't afford a house or a bride price. This is the first time in my life that a beauty of this caliber has thrown herself into my arms. Her looks and figure are easily a 97 out of 100. This kind of woman, if placed in China, she must be the goddess that countless people dream of. When their lips touched, Lu Ming's mind went blank. His heart moved at will, and dopamine was released wildly. But his daze was only momentary. He quickly suppressed it. Qin Shui'er's lips were soft and sweet, and her waist was slender and supple, with not an inch of fat, but not completely bony to the touch. When Lu Ming hugged her, he could clearly feel her delicate body tremble slightly. Her eyes were closed, but Lu Ming's eyes were open. Qin Shui'er's pretty face was already flushed, and the strength of her heartbeat didn't lie. It even reached Lu Ming's heart through her chest. After a long while, their lips parted. Qin Shui'er's pretty face was burning red, and she dared not meet Lu Ming's domineering gaze. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly. The voice was soft and gentle. It can instantly invade the bone marrow. Honey, will you let me be your first wife from now on? If you agree, I'll introduce you to a concubine. Lu Ming smiled and said, "What's wrong? It's buy one get one free." Kin Xuya chuckled. She nestled in Lu Ming's arms and said sweetly, "It's not buy one get one free. It's buy one get the entire base free." I know a woman who, even 10 years after the apocalypse, is still incorrigible. All she thinks about is leading humanity to restore the entire country of China. 10 years ago, as a division commander under the 75th Group Army of China, she personally led a team to Linshan City. Most of her comrades in arms are dead. She led the remaining troops out of the encirclement and stayed in Linshan City. My combat suit, exoskeleton, and military-grade weapons were actually obtained from her, and in the beginning, we were both people in the official shelter. Lu Ming thought for a moment. He then analyzed. You have different philosophies and different approaches, but you want to help her? Qin Shueter pouted and said, "Who's going to help her? It's because I want to help you, husband." Chapter 24. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Qin Shueter smiled sweetly and continued to explain. Honey, from a future growth perspective, you need a lot of military-grade equipment, and you also need a large source of evolution crystals. And she can satisfy both of these needs of yours perfectly. Whether one can become an evolver requires a first-order crystal core test. As long as it can be absorbed, then after absorption, a person's evolutionary ability will be manifested. And after becoming an evolved being, one needs a large number of crystal cores to evolve rapidly. Most importantly, her base has many experts. Whether they're scientists or experts and scholars, they would actually be a very useless group of people after the apocalypse. Because the evolved being system has been fully established. Humans can become stronger through evolution. So what's the point of keeping them? But this woman, by some chance, supports a whole group of people. Firstly, she is the largest gene drug supplier in Linshan City. And secondly, she is there to provide the spar for the restoration of China. It has to be said that she is just like Wang Rui. Their hearts are only set on the greater good of their country. But aren't you afraid that I could use the technology of your world to take over the entire globe? Lu Ming held her waist tightly, teasing her. A pair of eyes fixed intently on her. Why should I be afraid of this? I can barely survive on my own. Besides, if you manage to conquer the entire world, I'll be overjoyed, because my future identity will be the first lady of the world. King Xuya smiled faintly. Conquering the world is a very complicated matter. The first step is to unite all the survivors in the country and then exterminate the alien beasts within. If we're only considering self-interest, this is completely unnecessary, because the costs outweigh the benefits. Besides, even if we don't do this, we can't stop Lu Ming and his group from acquiring technology from this world. Lu Ming gently stroked her soft, flowing hair and smiled warmly. Shue'er, as long as you behave well from now on, I'll get you whatever you want. You no longer need to worry about that kind of nomadic life. I'll take care of everything. Qin Shue'er said sweetly and coquettishly, "Okay, honey, I'll definitely be good." After saying goodbye to Wang Rui, the two left the underground shelter. Before Wang Rui acquires the nanosuit, Lu Ming won't let him risk his life recklessly. Because in Lu Ming's heart, the lives of the Chinese people are far more important than those of the people in this world. Even if Lu Ming and Qin Shue'er take the final step, Lu Ming's thoughts will not change. Where are his roots? Where is his country? He knew it very well. Honey, give me some glass jars, but please don't give me metal jars. The metal formulas in our two worlds might be different. If those metals fall into their hands, there will definitely be problems. I'll take some canned food to get you a new combat uniform. Taking advantage of the darkness, Qin Shue'er led Lu Ming to the entrance of a large shelter and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Since the decision has been made, she needs to consider everything for Lu Ming. Wouldn't it be more exposed if it were made of glass? Lu Ming asked seriously. No, because the glass industry has many levels. In order to ensure the profits of low-end industries, glass technology from hundreds of years ago is still being used, including ordinary glass and tempered glass. And glass has no value in the apocalypse. So even if someone gets their hands on it, they won't verify the recipe. We can use glass jars to trade with others this time. It will be much more convenient once your packaging industry catches up. It's not difficult. Just get a few industrial robots from the factory, and they can set up a production line using the materials and start production. Qin Shue'er explained with a smile. These industrial robots are actually very user-friendly. Whatever industry program you set for them, they can build that industry. If you need packaging, go to a packaging factory in Linshan City. Once you find it, you can use it directly. The only problem is program authorization. But Qin Schwerer can handle that. Shu'er is amazing. Once we set up the production line, you'll be the #1 contributor. Lu Ming gently stroked her hair and smiled. Hee, just please bring me lots of delicious food, honey. I'm very easy to take care of. Qin Schwerer said sweetly. No problem. I'll get you whatever you want to eat. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. My husband is so good. Honey moi. Qin Schwerer hugged Lu Ming's cheek and gave him another kiss on the lips. Honey, I'm off now, wait for me. It's not that I don't want to take you in, but they have a pre-apocalyptic identity system. If you go in, even leaving a single hair behind will alert them to something amiss. This base, named Huaxing, is the only one in Linshan City that still has a power supply, because its core is a nuclear power plant. Because of their strength, whenever there is a large-scale beast tide in Linshan City, the various bases always send them to the front lines. But their boss is willing too. She didn't care how the survivors fought each other on a daily basis. She only considers the big picture. For the sake of the greater good, some sacrifices must be made. She knew about this from the beginning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to rise to the position of division commander 10 years ago. Damn it, Qin Schwerer is here again. Quickly, report to the commander. As Qin Schwerer entered, the base instantly descended into chaos. Various noises continued. Lu Ming slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. He never expected that even a base like this wouldn't welcome Qin Schwerer. What kind of grudge or hatred could they possibly have? Before Qin Schwerer came out, Lu Ming activated the stealth mode of his nanosuit and hid in the bushes outside. Darkness was the best camouflage for him. Qin Schwerer, what are you doing? Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? A woman with disheveled, long, straight black hair jumped down from the building, her combat uniform fully extended, her eyes filled with anger. Hee, long time no see, Achio. I've come to see you this time because I have a business deal to discuss. Qin Schwerer remained unfazed despite being surrounded by a group of people. What kind of business can you do? Get out. Get out of here right now. Jiang Qiu tidied her hair and waved her hand impatiently. That bitch, nothing good ever comes of her appearance. They're either being hunted by other bases and seeking temporary refuge here, or they're coming here to steal. The incident of turning her bed upside down in the middle of the night. There are quite a few of them. Achio, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Look what this is. Chapter 25, Holy crap. You tricked me? Qin Schwerer took out a glass jar from her person and waved it in front of Jiang Qiu with a smile. This is canned yellow peaches? Jiang Qiu was stunned. 10 years have passed since the apocalypse, and resources are extremely scarce. Where did Qin Schwerer get such valuable items? Yes, canned yellow peaches. So, can we talk now? Qin Schwerer said with a grin. Someone go and clean the VIP room. Jiang Qiu greeted him. For the sake of the canned yellow peaches, she could temporarily overlook Qin Schwerer's past inhumane actions. No, I have to go bomb Yulong's base later, so I won't waste my time here. 1 bottle of canned yellow peaches will get you a military combat uniform and an exoskeleton. Your latest military-grade weapons must also be included. Qin Schwerer said. Roll. What are your prices? Jiang Qiu said impatiently. They invested enormous manpower and resources in developing higher-grade weapons. And Qin Schwerer wants to trade a whole set for just a can of food. Don't rush. If you're not willing, you should at least name a price, right? Qin Xuer quickly replied. 20 bottles, or equivalent supplies in exchange for a complete set. Do you want it or not? Jiang Qiu thought about it carefully and quoted a price that he thought was high, but also reasonable. She doesn't need canned peaches at all, but that doesn't mean others don't. She can certainly use the canned peaches to exchange for an equivalent amount of evolution crystals. 20 bottles is too much. 10 bottles. Qin Schwerer tried to lower the price. Make a deal. Jiang Qiu smiled. She had already doubled her expectations. Qin Schwerer cut it in half, which was just right. Damn, you're bluffing me? You deliberately gave such an outrageous answer just now, didn't you? Qin Schwerer said through gritted teeth. It's just a matter of reciprocity. I'm only collecting a little interest. Bring the things here. I'll have someone prepare it for you right now. Jiang Qiu shrugged and said, "Fuck you." Qin Shuer feigned a pained expression and pulled out a large pile of canned goods from her person. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, she actually pulled out more than 100 bottles at once. It includes not only canned yellow peaches, but also canned strawberries, canned pineapples. Jiang Qiu almost fell over. I broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Shuer, where exactly did you rob someone? Take these things away right now. I knew you never come here for anything good. Don't let all these things get you killed at my washing base. More than 100 cans of food. Isn't that something that could kill someone? This kind of resource is essentially finite. Every bit used reduces its value. To preserve it, it will definitely be locked within the special ability space of a space evolver. Don't be so nervous. I can guarantee that these things are from a clean source. And how huge must a base be to be able to take more than 100 cans of food from me at once? Could I possibly infiltrate that kind of base? Aren't you overestimating me? Qin Shuer said speechlessly. Are you sure the source is clean? Jiang Qiu frowned. In her panic just now, she didn't think things through for a moment. She was of high status. That was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she was just the leader of a base in Linshan City, not even comparable to a provincial-level base. Oh, how can I explain it to you, so you'll believe me? How about we use the lie detector from your base? Qin Shuer said helplessly. Oh. Jiang Qiu nodded. Have someone bring the lie detector over. This kind of thing isn't considered advanced technology at their base. Besides, the machine is a product from before the apocalypse, and it's still in use today. Beep beep. Sir, she wasn't lying. These canned goods weren't stolen by her. One of his men said. If it wasn't stolen, then where did she get it from? You can't exactly say she found a warehouse from before the apocalypse, can you? Even if that were the case, the canned food couldn't possibly have survived until now without spoiling. Jiang Qiu frowned. Glass jars don't have such a long shelf life, and besides, they emphasize 0 additives here. Sir, these canned goods of hers have no product labels, and we don't know where they came from. The subordinate said sternly. Oh, I need to take the metal lid off the can. Find a lid and reseal it yourselves. King Xuya added. Qin Shuer, if you don't want to talk business, then don't. Aren't you making things difficult for me to open the lid and reseal it myself? Jiang Qiu said angrily. The price has doubled. Qin Shuer said. Can we keep the glass jar? Jiang Qiu asked. Qin Shuer nodded and said, of course. Jiang Qiu decisively replied. Then there's no problem. You have a total of 120 bottles. I'll prepare 6 sets for you. However, Jiang Qiu was suspicious. She had never seen Qin Shuer so agreeable before. Moreover, the fact that the price was doubled for just a few metal lids made her suspect that something fishy was going on. Could it be? Are all these goods spoiled? But that's impossible. If it were broken, Qin Shuer wouldn't let them open it. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Qiu had people prepare supplies and also had all the canned goods opened, smelling each can one by one. If it's bad, you can smell it immediately. Moreover, evolved beings have very sharp senses. There's nothing wrong with any of these canned goods. Qin Shuer, what the hell are you up to? Jiang Qiu asked, puzzled. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the equipment, and the supplies are yours. King Xuya interrupted. All right, I won't ask any more questions. I don't have many extra nano-combat suits left, so the price won't be the same next time I come. And even if you raise the price, I can only sell you a maximum of 10 sets. The munitions factories have long since ceased operations. These kinds of things are 1 in a million, and there are only a few left after each set is used. Jiang Qiu said solemnly. Next time, your entire base will belong to my husband. Qin Shuer gave a soft snort. Jiang Qiu asked warily. Qin Shuer, what did you say? Qin Shuer pouted and said, it's nothing. Hurry up and give me the stuff. I still need to go bomb Yulong's base. Speaking of this, Jiang Qiu became even more curious. Qin Shuer, where did you get the supplies? And how are you able to make explosives? Their base doesn't lack technology, it lacks raw materials. The raw materials for high explosives are especially hard to find. The commotion Qin Shuer caused at Qinda Plaza a few days ago was absolutely explosive. It's none of your business. They're gone. Qin Shuer picked up her things and prepared to leave. To make it easier for her to move the items, Jiang Qiu specially found her a wooden frame. If you have any more explosives, could you sell me some? I'm short of some materials for the gene-based serum. Jiang Qiu inquired. With their material reserves, they can produce at most a few dozen doses of gene serum, after which they will face a complete lack of available serums. The pharmaceutical and explosives industries share many common raw materials. Just give up on that idea. Even if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you. Qin Xuye smiled smugly. What are the conditions for Chapter 26? Qin Shuer, how could you do this? Do you know how serious this matter is? Without gene-editing drugs to control mutations, do you know how many people would die? Jiang Qiu said angrily. Anyway, I'm a lone wolf. No matter how many people die in the world, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Shuer said confidently. Jiang Qiu was furious. She clearly still had a lot of explosives in her hands. Instead of using it to bomb the Welong base, it's better to sell it to ourselves to save people. But that's not necessarily true. Maybe next time we meet, I'll be in a good mood and sell you some explosives? Qin Shuer said with a smile. Oh, what's the price? Jiang Qiu frowned. We've all survived the apocalypse for so long, and we're all adults now. Naturally, we can't be as naive as we used to be. Qin Shuer leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Jiang Qiu, whether it's these canned goods or all the supplies you requested, they all belong to my husband. You should understand what I mean, right? Jiang Qiu was extremely surprised and said, How could anyone want someone like you? Qin Shuer rolled her eyes dramatically and said, What's wrong with me? I'm a super beauty, after all, and I've never been touched by anyone. Jiang Qiu thought for a moment and said, I agree to your conditions, on the condition that he can give me enough resources. Qin Shuer chuckled and said, What, you're thinking about men? Aren't you going to give it second thought? Jiang Qiu said unhappily, Do you think I'm like you? Just because I'm in this position doesn't mean I have to consider the future of everyone in the base. Qin Shuer pinched her cheek and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I'll come find you next time. Jiang Qiu slapped her hand away and asked, How long will it take? Qin Shuer shook her head and said, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 days. By the way, what do you need? Make a list for me. Next time we meet, let's get straight to the point. Jiang Qiu nodded and instructed his subordinates to contact the laboratory and compile a materials list. A huge list of all sorts of items was compiled. Anyway, she'll hit you with a stick no matter what. She accepts anything on the list, no matter how much comes her way. She wondered how Qin Shuer had suddenly become so successful. It seems like he's found a powerful backer. Qin Shuer, tell you man, I'm very expensive. The items on the list must be prepared in more than a ton for me to be truly convinced and willing to submit to him. Jiang Qiu reminded him. Wow, you're really damn expensive. If we prepared 1 ton of these materials, it would probably be enough to buy the lives of everyone in the entire Linshan city. Qin Shuer couldn't help but purse her lips. I have such a large base to raise them. There's no other way. 1 ton is my bottom line. Jiang Qiu did not back down and said, My husband can't prepare all the necessary documents, but he can give you other things. You can find a way to get them yourself. Qin Shuer looked at the list and said, No problem. If nothing else works, a ton of TNT will do. Jiang Qiu stepped back. Okay. Qin Shuer, carrying a basket of things, quickly disappeared from Huaxing Base and from Jiang Qiu's sight. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Qiu's eyes still held a glimmer of hope. If these things could really be prepared, everyone could survive better. Swish! A figure flashed by. Lu Ming deactivated his optical invisibility and stepped out, saying, Shuer, how did things go? Qin Shuer placed a large basket of things on the ground and said proudly, I've got you all sorted out, honey, and I've even managed to win over that woman for you. I'm awesome, right? Qin Shuer looked on expectantly, waiting for praise, which made Lu Ming pat her head and chuckle. Shuer is the best. But what are her conditions? Qin Shuer took out the list and said, She wants about 1 ton of the supplies listed here. If we can't get that, we can use TNT instead. Lu Ming stared at the words on the paper. He could understand the words, but he just didn't know what they meant. He studied finance in college, not a chemistry major. But since he can get TNT, he feels he can get a lot of the materials on it too. Well done, Shuer. What reward do you want? Lu Ming tossed the paper into his supernatural space and asked with a smile. I want a kiss from my husband. Qin Shuer leaned closer and spoke first. Moi. Lu Ming kissed her on the lips. I always feel like after she took the initiative, it was as if she flipped a switch. Honey, Please change out of that nuclear power plant uniform you're wearing. I'll bind your DNA. Qin Shuer was completely satisfied. All the combat suits that came out of Jiang Xiu's hands did not need to be cracked, because Jiang Xiu had the authority to decide whether to transfer ownership of them. The process is actually quite convenient. Lu Ming drips a drop of blood onto his combat uniform, and the uniform automatically analyzes and binds to it. Without Qin Shuer's help, even if this thing were placed right in front of Lu Ming, he wouldn't have been able to take it away. After binding, Qin Shuer helped Lu Ming put on his combat uniform. The moment he put it on, the combat suit seemed to come alive and immediately began to adjust itself on Lu Ming. By the way, honey, the combat suits they sell only have a basic 100 kilowatt-hour battery, with a total capacity of 100,000 kilowatt-hours. We need to fully charge them ourselves. Qin Shuer remembered this and said, my original system still had over 19,000 units remaining. A temporary transfer is fine. Lu Ming nodded. He left 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity on the original nanosuit, saving it to go to Chen Min's house before leaving and pack up her belongings. A black combat suit was fully deployed, and an exoskeleton, just like Qin Shuer's, was perfectly attached, making her look extremely imposing. And it's also very convenient to put this thing away. With a single thought, one can become part of the combat uniform. Wow, honey, you're so handsome, Qin Shuer said, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. There is a limit to how attractive a person can be. Even with gene editing injections, this remains true. The survivors' genes were damaged, and most of them experienced a decline in their physical appearance. Only those who were truly good-looking were able to maintain their good looks. Take Qin Shuer and Jiang Xiu, for example. You have such a sweet tongue. Have a couple more candies. Lu Ming chuckled, unwrapped a candy, and stuffed it into her mouth. Honey, in your current state, you could easily infiltrate the Yuelong base 7 times over just with your combat suit and exoskeleton. Shall we go to the Yuelong base? Qin Shuer held his hand and smiled sweetly. No ruse. I need to go check on the nuclear power plant on Huayang Road. That's our rear base. Lu Ming refused. Whether it's out of sentimentality or because of Chen Min, that place is extremely important to him. One should not forget one's roots, especially one's savior. Besides, without everything Chen Min gave him, he would not have been able to return to the Dragon Kingdom and gain its trust. Without sufficient evidence to prove it, everyone would think he was lying. Huayang Road? There's a pretty lady over there, and she seems nice too. Honey, why don't you take her along while you're at it? Chapter 27, since it's a threat, then it must die. Qin Shuer and Chen Min do have some connection because she often goes to the nuclear power plant. However, they didn't have many interactions because Qin Shuer didn't trust others much, and she felt that Chen Min was a pretty good person. Shuer, do you know Chen Min? Lu Ming was taken aback. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Qin Shuer's trips to the nuclear power plant were all randomly selected, so it's normal that she would run into Chen Min. Is her name Chen Min? I've kind of forgotten. The last time I had contact with her was 7 or 8 years ago. I just remember that she had a lot of food there, and she even helped me out with some back then. Qin Shuer thought for a moment and then said, it had been so long since she'd seen her that she'd almost forgotten what the girl looked like, except that she was pretty. Were you an evolved being back then? Lu Ming asked, somewhat speechless. Yes. What's wrong? Qin Shuer asked in confusion. Lu Ming almost vomited blood and said, then didn't you tell her about the evolved beings? Qin Shuer stuck out her tongue and said shyly, hee, I didn't say anything to her because I saw she didn't intend to go out. The main reason is that it's more dangerous outside than she thought, so it's a good thing that she stays at the nuclear power plant. Lu Ming felt an urge to curse. Damn it, because you didn't tell me, you almost got me killed, you know? Honey, what's wrong with you? Qin Shuer tilted her head. She still held his arm and asked curiously. Fine. Lu Ming was speechless. However, this matter really cannot be blamed on Qin Shuer. Firstly, because of Qin Shuer's past experiences. Secondly, because the evolved beings kept it a secret from them at that time. And thirdly, because of trust. Qin Shuer possessed a special power unlike anything in this world, including an SS-level fire-type ability. Anyone in that situation would be worried. If you encountered someone like this before the apocalypse, you would only exclaim in envy, holy crap, awesome, they have superpowers. If you encountered this kind of person after the apocalypse, you would only wish for her to leave as soon as possible, fearing If I leave this kind of person here, will she kill me? The two went to the nuclear power plant on Huayang Road. Just as I arrived at the door, then we ran into a group of people coming back with a huge pile of stuff. Some people were pushing carts, while others were using their minds to control a large ball of water to float in the air. The two sides met, and tensions immediately rose. King Xue, you bitch, prepare to die. More than a dozen people immediately pulled out their cold weapons, preparing to tear Qin Shuer to pieces. The chances of them capturing Qin Shuer alive are actually quite slim. Killing her in person is far easier. Swish! Lu Ming pulled a handheld grenade launcher from his spatial storage and aimed it at them. Firearms versus melee weapons. Even they, as evolved beings, were completely baffled. It's not that they don't want to use combat suits, exoskeletons, or lightsabers. It's that they can't afford them, and they don't have electricity. Big brother, spare my life. The grudges between us and my sister-in-law aren't actually that big. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They're just second or third tier evolved beings. If they were hit by a cannon, wouldn't they be instantly killed? To say that Lu Ming's grenade launcher was without bullets? Nobody would believe that. If there were no bullets, who would carry around a fire poker? Click. Boom. Lu Ming simply loaded the gun and pulled the trigger. Terrifying tongues of fire spewed from the muzzle of the gun. Suddenly, a 40mm grenade was fired, heading towards the group of people more than 20 meters ahead. The flames exploded, illuminating the scene as bright as day. The loud explosion echoed through the quiet street. A 40mm grenade has a theoretical kill radius of 14 to 28 meters. Military-grade effective range, 350 meters. A wave of heat swept through, and those people were instantly blown to pieces. Even those who survived lay on the ground, barely breathing. Click. Boom. Lu Ming pulled the trigger again and fired a shot. Since they're enemies, there's no point in talking about negotiation. Besides, in the apocalypse, you have to kill your enemy with one slap. Lu Ming wasn't the kind of ruthless killer. But the other side has already come knocking on our door. Then he doesn't need a reason to kill. Big brother, spare me. Someone vomited blood. He continued to hoarsely and weakly beg for mercy. Lu Ming walked over, pulled out his pistol, and fired a shot into the forehead of each of them. Of course, those who were blown into pieces didn't need to be shot. Honey, are you sure you were really a sophomore in college before you came here? Qin Shuer walked over and asked in confusion. Even she took quite a while to adapt to the apocalypse. If she hadn't been kind-hearted, she wouldn't have been so badly taken advantage of back then. They are a threat. Since they are a threat, they must die. I will not tolerate any potential threats around me. Because behind me is the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming said indifferently. He said this not only to express his own feelings, but also to remind Qin Shuer. Oh, understand. Qin Shuer was incredibly clever. She naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Ming's words. He was clearly reminding her of her status, but she didn't mind. In her mind, Lu Ming prioritizing his own and the Dragon Kingdom's interests was actually a plus. The former represents Lu Ming's ability to adapt to the apocalypse. The latter represents Lu Ming's bottom line. In the apocalypse, those who have principles are the ones who are trustworthy. A person without a bottom line basically has no principles. They agreed 1 second and then changed their minds the next. Moreover, Lu Ming's prioritization of the Dragon Kingdom means that she is equally important, because she is very valuable. The two entered the nuclear power plant. There was already some sand and water piled up in front of the entrance to the shelter below. However, it had not yet reached the height of the shelter's threshold. This clearly demonstrates the immense effort these people would need to expend to completely submerge the nuclear power plant. Because Qin Shuer was there, Lu Ming didn't take out Chen Min's work clothes. Beep beep. Qin Shuer swiped the black card on the door. The door opened automatically. The hydraulic system rotated, pushing the heavy door open. Qin Shuer felt a deep sense of sorrow upon learning of Chen Min's death. Chen Min's death meant that the world had lost another good person. Qin Shuer didn't believe she could be like Chen Min and Jiang Qiu, willing to sacrifice herself for the other survivors. But that doesn't stop her from admiring this kind of person. There are such people. Only in this apocalypse does it feel somewhat like the human world. Lu Ming took one last look, leaving some supplies behind to free up space for the next shipment back home. Shuer, could you re-encrypt this? Make it so that only the two of us can open it. Lu Ming turned his head and asked. Qin Shuer shook her head seriously with a small face. Honey, encryption is completely unnecessary. The safety standards of nuclear power plants are already among the highest in China. I'm the only hacker in China capable of opening this kind of door. Chapter 28, tell me. I don't want to die, and I can only open it after the apocalypse. If this were before the apocalypse, even a god couldn't do anything about it. Qin Shuer said firmly. Before the apocalypse, the nuclear power plant system will be connected to China's nuclear power system. If anything goes wrong, the national-level intelligent brain system will immediately retaliate. After the apocalypse, massive power outages naturally paralyze the internet. Lu Ming listened curiously and asked, Shuer, even top-tier hackers like you can't beat AI? Qin Shuer nodded, still shaken, and said, Of course, there's no problem with regular AI. It's because the government restricts the functions of AI, making them only auxiliary tools for humans. But the AI in China is a monster. Don't even mention hackers. Even if you combine all the AI and technology talent in the world, you still can't take it down. Lu Ming smiled and said, If you can't handle it, just unplug the wire. In the end, it's just a program. If you just unplug it, won't it crash? Qin Shuer shook her head and said, Honey, that's not how it is. Aside from a special program in China that can kill it, there's no other way to destroy it. No matter what kind of nuclear explosion, tsunami, volcano, even if everyone in the world dies, it will not die. Lu Ming was taken aback and said, Is it that exaggerated? Qin Shuer said seriously, Yes. I heard that those things have their own personality and consciousness, but I don't know if it's true. The development of AI is restricted at the national level, and AI is not allowed to have independent personality. Because this kind of thing is extremely terrifying. Once Pandora's box is opened, who could predict its thoughts? What if a situation like the Terminator happens? The two turned and left the underground shelter at the nuclear power plant, heading towards Yulong base. The addition of military-grade equipment is truly terrifying. The top speed can reach 500 kilometers per hour. Even evolved beings with enhanced physical bodies cannot achieve this speed. And speed is only one aspect. Strength is one of the key statistics. One punch weighs 50 tons. It's truly unbelievable. Even its defenses are beyond the capabilities of a fifth-tier evolved being. Ordinary guns, cannons, swords, and blades can't even scratch its defenses. However, while the numerical values are terrifying, the energy consumption is also terrifying. Total capacity, 100,000 kilowatt-hours. Full power output, 100 hours. Keep in mind that a high-speed train traveling at 250 kilometers per hour only consumes 4,800 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour. But this thing consumes 1,000 kilowatt-hours per hour. However, if consumed at the normal rate, it can last for several months. Regarding the volume issue, some people have been arguing with me. So, I'm posting the GPT calculation process. Yulong base. This is a base primarily composed of residential communities. In China, most residential buildings are 16 stories high, while 33-story high-rise buildings are mainly found in large cities. It's not that they can't build high-rise buildings. It is unnecessary for residential use. In the base, many people were coming and going. Because many personnel had been deployed overseas, the base was in a relatively vulnerable state at this time. Those who remained in the base were mostly the base's strongest members. Knock knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. The bald, burly man, Yulong, who was fast asleep, was extremely displeased and roared angrily at the outside. What are you doing? Why are you knocking on your mother's door in the middle of the night? The knocking woke him up, along with several women in his bed. In the early days of the apocalypse, women were still considered consumables to be consumed at will, but as resources dwindled, their status rose accordingly. The status of top beauties, in particular, has even surpassed that before the apocalypse. They're basically only kept by the leaders of large bases. Boss, something terrible has happened. That bitch Qin Shuer has come knocking on our door. The person outside the door said anxiously. Damn it, she came to her own death. What are you all standing around for instead of killing her? Yulong got up, dressed, and roared angrily. Boss, Qin Shuer has a lot of explosives and firearms. She was carrying 500 kilograms of explosives. We couldn't do anything to her. The person outside the door spoke in a trembling voice. What? Yulong tripped, and his face instantly turned several shades paler. 500 kilograms of explosives? No matter how many people come, they will all be blown to bits. You bunch of idiots. That bitch is just bluffing. How could she possibly have that much explosives? The commotion she caused at Qingda Plaza a few days ago must have scared you all half to death, didn't it? If she really had that much explosives, why didn't she come and blow up our base first? Instead, they went to Qingda Plaza to bomb our two-headed wolf. Yulong opened the door and went out, shouting fiercely. In his view, Qin Shuer must have obtained explosives, but not in large quantities, so she went to Qingda Plaza to make a scene first. After this commotion, everyone would assume she had explosives. When she brought explosives to their door, everyone was terrified. What you say is right, boss. We were oversimplifying things. The subordinate outside the door breathed a sigh of relief and said, Qin Shuer and a man carried in a large quantity of explosives, which terrified them all, and none of them dared to move. But after Yulong explained it to him like that, he suddenly felt like an idiot. Qin Shuer is bluffing. This isn't the first or second time she's done it. Why do they still get scared every time? Wah, come down with me and we'll meet her. Yulong's face was full of hostility, and his voice was cold. His feud with Qin Shuer dates back to a few years ago. Back then, they captured the official shelter, and various forces grew rapidly. At that time, he coveted Qin Shuer's abilities and wanted to drug her to turn her into his puppet. But Qin Shuer suddenly lashed out. He was beaten to death on the spot. Qin Shuer thought the matter was resolved, but she never expected that he was actually a clone evolver. The one Qin Shuer killed was his clone. After that, the matter came to light. Everyone knows that Yulong is unkillable, because nobody knows where his true form is. Downstairs, Yulong immediately spotted Qin Shuer, who was smugly humming a tune and looking down on everyone, carrying a large basket on her shoulder that looked like explosives. Beside Qin Shuer was a man she had never seen before. I wonder what their identity is. Yulong's pupils contracted as he stared intently at Lu Ming. Qin Shuer is clearly a lone wolf, always alone. When did she start hanging out with a man? Qin Shuer, I've sent people all over the world to look for you, but you still dare to show up at our base? And they're carrying a huge basket of so-called explosives just to bluff their way in? Speak. How do you want to die? Chapter 29 Husband, blast him to death. Yulong and Qin Shuer have been fighting for so many years, they know each other inside and out. He couldn't do anything about Qin Shuer. Qin Shuer was equally helpless against him. In the early stages of the apocalypse, Qin Shuer's value was immense. But as the apocalypse progressed, Qin Shuer's death was the only way to maximize her value. If Qin Shuer weren't so vengeful, their conflict might have been reconcilable. But Qin Shuer is not only vengeful. They even come to rob us every few days. Honey, he threatened me. Qin Shuer nestled close to Lu Ming and said in a sweet voice. Her appearance truly shocked everyone, especially Yulong, her old friend, who was utterly astonished. Has Qin Shuer found a man? That's interesting. What kind of person could possibly be interested in a woman like that? Kid, this is between us and Qin Shuer. I advise you to mind your own business. And you probably don't even know who Qin Shuer is, do you? How dare you keep such a bloodthirsty woman by your side? You really aren't afraid of death. Yulong sneered. He doesn't know anything else. But two things are certain. There are only two types of men who can catch Qin Shuer's eye. First, this person possesses terrifying strength, so powerful that Qin Shuer willingly submits to him. Second, this person is just a scapegoat. In Yulong's eyes, Lu Ming was most likely the latter, because the Gajiu, a term referring to the overall situation or structure of the apocalypse, had already been set, and who among the powerful figures didn't know him? To say that Lu Ming is a dragon crossing the river from a more distant city beyond the surrounding cities is naturally impossible. Many of the strange beasts in the city have been eliminated. The various bases need their crystal cores. But what about outside? What about the mountains and fields? Even a powerful base like Huaxing wouldn't dare to travel far, let alone a mere kid like him. Click. Boom. Lu Ming actually took out a handheld grenade launcher from his supernatural space, loaded it, and immediately pulled the trigger towards Yulong. Although it was Lu Ming's first time meeting Yulong and the others, he was still able to tell the good guys from the bad guys at a glance. If Yulong were in the past, he would be considered a bandit. His eyes were incredibly fierce. His face was full of hostility. The main gate of the base, which is also the gate of the residential area, is covered with many human skulls. They themselves don't find it eerie. They even feel proud of it. Among the various forces in Linshan City, Qin Shuer formed her own faction and ranked first. Yuelong Base ranks third, second only to Huaxing Base. If it really came down to a fight, Qin Shuer would definitely be no match for the Huaxing Base. But Qin Shuer's reputation is truly terrifying. The Yuelong Base is similar to hers. Its continuous expansion and constant fighting inspire awe, and beneath their feet lie countless piles of white bones. Once Qin Shuer is dead, Yuelong Base can act freely and prepare to annex Huaxing Base. The various benefits of the Huaxing Base made him extremely envious. Not only is energy abundant, capable of producing gene-based drugs, even military-grade combat uniforms are being widely deployed. If this falls into the hands of Yuelong Base, it will instantly strengthen their power. Not only can they take over Linshan City, but they can also sweep through the surrounding counties and cities. Damn, a space-type evolver! Yulong screamed in terror. In the midst of rapid dodging, his two henchmen behind him were instantly blown to bits. Seeing this scene, Yulong was filled with immense horror and lingering fear. 10 years after the apocalypse, ammunition for heavy firepower weapons is more valuable than human lives. But this person is not only an extremely rare space-type evolver, but also so luxurious. As for the howitzer, will it expose Lu Ming's identity? Qin Shuer had already considered it. The answer is no, because in such an environment, in order to survive, humans will try every means to tinker with all sorts of things. Using technology from hundreds of years ago, making a grenade launcher is no problem. Just don't bring out the Type 95 rifle, because that thing is useless. Grenade launchers have enormous destructive power. Regardless of dealing with people, it is valuable both for dealing with alien beasts. In comparison, the Type 95 assault rifle is truly worthless. Honey, bomb him to death, Qin Shuer said with great excitement. Even knowing that Qin Shuer was just like that, everyone was still sweating profusely. The fact that Lu Ming was able to create such heavy firepower to bombard the enemy proves that the TNT explosives that Lu Ming and his companion brought were most likely real. Qin Shuer, let's talk. Let's have a proper talk, Yulong said anxiously. TCH, what's there to talk about with you? You're not going to die anyway. Why don't I let my husband fire a shot, and then let your real body come out to talk? King Xue pouted. Qin Shuer, take whatever you want. Make him stop firing. Yulong broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with horror. But if we kill your clone, won't your things still be ours? Wait, why are you so scared today? Could this be your true form today? Qin Shuer frowned and said, no one in Linshan City can distinguish between Yulong's main body and his clone. Otherwise, how could Yulong still be alive and well? Click. Boom. Lu Ming pulled the trigger again, firing the grenade launcher towards Yulong. In the blink of an eye, several more people were killed in the explosion. Stop. Stop it now. Qin Shuer, it's time to settle our score. It was all my fault before, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. If you're willing to spare my life, I have a 6th-order crystal core. Yulong said in alarm. Honey, blast him to pieces. I never expected that after I robbed him so many times, he would still have a 6th-order crystal core hidden away. Qin Shuer exclaimed with joy. That's great. Double happiness. Yulong dodged with incredible speed, making him difficult to aim even for weapons with a large kill radius like howitzers. So Lu Ming simply raised his hands and went up barehanded. Yulong is very fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Although the defense of the military combat suit is only around the 5th tier, its speed and power are far beyond what a 5th-tier evolved being can match. Since it's not so easy to kill them with blasting, let's fight them hand-to-hand. It'll be a good time to get used to the new gear. Yulong was dumbfounded. Damn it. How come this person also has the same military suit as Qin Shuer? We are all normal evolved beings, but there are people like you who use pre-apocalyptic high technology to bully others, right? If you're so capable, then disarm yourself. Let's have a one-on-one fight. Boom. The moment Lu Ming caught up, he kicked Yulong in the stomach. The kick, carrying the force of tens of tons, was not Lu Ming's full strength, but it still produced an extremely terrifying explosion in the air. Yulong's strength suddenly surged his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. Fuck your mother. You think I'm afraid of you? I'm begging you. Chapter 30, if we don't act now, when will we? Lu Ming didn't bother with all that. He just wanted to know how far he could push Yulong, a 5th-tier evolver, with his maximum output. Even though Yulong tried his best to defend, he was still kicked away. He flew hundreds of meters backward, spitting blood, and crashed into a courtyard wall. None of the people around dared to make a move. The large basket of explosives in front of him. That's the biggest threat. Once the explosives detonate, their leader Yulong might not die, but they would definitely die. Besides, who dares to say that this is definitely Yulong's true form? Military-grade equipment is truly extraordinary. If it were Chun Min's method, it would only take a ton or two of force at most. Even the speed is dozens of times different. Lu Ming stretched his body. I'm very satisfied with this. The key is the huge increase in speed and power, while the adaptability is not much different. Just like a finger, it can be easily controlled. The key difference in control lies in the control chip. There are strong ones. It's not that it's weak. Just like mobile phones. They're both mobile phones, but high-end chips have much more powerful chips that can perfectly control combat suits. Yulong, standing beneath the courtyard wall, was coughing up blood, his breath barely a whisper. Splash. Splash. Just then, the heavy clanging of chains came from behind. Lu Ming and Qin Shuer turned their heads and saw two figures emerge from the darkness of the building. One of them is Yulong, who looks exactly like him. His face was incredibly gloomy, and his eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to devour someone. Beside him, a woman who was neither human nor beast was being dragged along by heavy chains. If this woman were to stand upright, she would be at least 5 or 6 meters tall. She has 4 arms and 2 legs, and she crawls slowly on the ground. Beneath the disheveled, foul-smelling hair were a pair of blood-red eyes, like those of a demon. Its fangs were incredibly sharp, and saliva was constantly dripping from them. A pair of pendants hung conspicuously from her chest, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. They only exuded a more eerie and unsettling aura than Sadako's. Yulong, I told you this isn't your true form, didn't I? Given your level of caution, how could you possibly reveal your true form to us? Qin Shuer curled her lip, clearly showing disdain. She killed Yulong's clones again and again. Eventually, she got bored and just started stealing things instead of killing them anymore. Qin Shuer, I gave you a chance. But you forced me to do it, Yulong said with extreme coldness. Shuer, what is this thing? Lu Ming frowned. Honey, I don't know either. However, given how twisted Yulong is, it's entirely possible that he would keep a human who has undergone bestial transformation. Qin Shuer shrugged and said, if it weren't for Lu Ming and his explosives, she would have run away long ago, because she sensed danger from this enormous monster. The people at Yuelong Base were also stunned. They were completely unaware of the existence of this monster. Their boss actually had such a trump card up his sleeve. It's important to understand that humans who have become beasts have completely lost their reason. It has turned into a monster that only knows how to attack people. Despite its terrifying appearance, the monster simply stayed by Yulong's side without showing any signs of going berserk. And this thing, it looks kind of familiar. Lin, I'm out of options now. These people have gone too far in bullying me. The only person I can rely on right now is you. Kill them for me, okay? Yulong turned around and gently stroked the monster woman's face with incredible tenderness. Holy crap, Yulong. She's your sister. Qin Shuer was shocked and astonished. Qin Shuer knew Yulong's younger sister, Yulin, back then. After a long time, she didn't see Yulin anymore, and Qin Shuer didn't pay much attention to her. Who would have thought that Yulin not only died as a human, but also turned into this thing? Vomit. How disgusting. Wah. The monster emitted a strange, hoarse sound. She even rubbed her face against Yulong's palm, as if she were being affectionate. Honey, let's do it. This kind of thing must not be allowed to remain. Qin Shuer said hurriedly. As she spoke, she picked up a large box of explosives, ready to fight. Lu Ming nodded. He once again pulled out a grenade launcher from his spatial storage and pulled the trigger towards the monster. Roar! The monster sensed the incoming grenade launcher and clearly felt threatened. He instantly raised his hand and slapped the cannonball. Boom! Fire, explosion, and burning. It swallowed its body. You're all right. Lu Ming frowned. You will all perish here today. My sister Yulin was a defensive-type evolver before she transformed into a beast. Now her strength has reached the 6th rank. How could you possibly defeat her? Yulan's clone reacted quickly, releasing the chains in his hands and dodging at a great distance. He was hiding in the back, sneering. Brothers, if you don't act now, when will you? Yulong shouted loudly towards the outside. The boss has spoken. Get moving. Everyone then came to their senses and immediately mobilized their abilities. Their boss has revealed his trump card, which he's kept hidden for years. If they don't act now, they're doomed. Kill that bitch Qin Shuer. Kill her lover. Qin Shuer has killed many of our brothers over the years, and we are avenging them. The crowd screamed and shouted. The shouts of battle filled the sky. Honey, be careful. With this military-grade combat suit protecting you, they can't do anything to you. I'm going to kill that monster. Qin Shuer turned her head and said, Okay, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded and activated the combat assistance system that Qin Shuer had transplanted for him. A huge virtual screen was projected into his field of vision. It can analyze not only everyone's attack trajectory, even evasive trajectories can be shown. To give a specific description, it's actually more like Kirito's lightsaber visualization. It's like having a combat master providing Lu Ming with flawless guidance. Qin Shuer has survived to this day despite offending so many people, and this system deserves a lot of credit for that. She spent 10 years iterate on the military systems. Through various real-world combat experiences and data from battles with monsters, the program is constantly being modified. Even the supernatural abilities of evolved beings can be predicted and assessed. Lu Ming dodged a ball of crimson fire that was hurtling towards him and narrowly avoided a slashing blade aimed at his neck. Following the system's prompts, the body made every step perfectly correct. Then, whoosh, with a tug of his right hand, he pulled a long string of grenades out of the space. At the moment the rope was pulled, the grenades were pulled by the rope, causing the pull rings to loosen and open one by one, and they began to roll to the ground in large numbers. Grenade! Grenade! Their eyes were bloodshot as they turned and desperately tried to escape. But it was already too late. Schapta 31 Kinksue. I'll kill you. Lu Ming's military-grade combat suit is more than capable of protecting him from bullets and explosions. It couldn't be simpler. That's why he dared to pull out a string of grenades from the crowd and detonate them in public. Boom! Rumble. A grenade explodes when the energy inside reaches a critical value. The terrifying energy shattered, exploding the outer metal shell into countless fragments that shattered onto everyone. Lu Ming's pulling force from the space was considerable. Under inertia, the grenade will not only be pulled out, it will fly outwards in the direction Lu Ming is guiding. And these grenades are all fragmentation grenades. They are a type of military grenade with extremely high lethality. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. My stomach has been blown open with a bloody hole. Is there any healing type evolved human to save me? I can't see. I can't see. My eyes have been blown out. Splash. Ding, ding, ding. One after another, terrifying sounds rang in their ears. Even before the smoke had cleared and the scene was still stained with blood, Lu Ming suddenly threw out more than 100 grenades. At that moment, they were utterly desperate. Those who were seriously injured but not dead also gave up resisting. Those below the 4th or 5th level are all mortal beings. How can mere flesh and blood possibly withstand a hand grenade? Rumble. Another explosion was heard. Everyone around Lu Ming was dead. People further away didn't dare to approach him at all. The entire Yuelong base has more than 400 people, and all of them are evolved beings. Only 5% of the staff are women. Shuer, get out of the way. Taking advantage of this opening, Lu Ming took out a penetrating rocket from his spatial storage and aimed it at the monster. There's several types of rockets. One type is large-scale destruction. One type is penetrating strike. The one in Lu Ming's hand is the latter. When this type of rocket explodes, its primary destructive force is forward penetration. If used to hit a concrete wall, the explosion effect is twofold. One is the explosion occurring inside the wall after penetration. The other is the rocket's own explosion on the outside. Received. Qin Shuer immediately dodged away. Immediately afterwards, a rocket flew past her and struck the monster hard. The monster instinctively tried to block with her hands, but the rocket hit her, blasting her hand through and even hitting her head. Roar! The monster's severed left hand was dripping with blood. Half of his head was blown off. It let out an incredibly shrill scream. You. Yulong was pale and unable to calm down. His sister is clearly a defense-type, evolved being, but it was still blasted into this state by a single shot. Where did they get so much heavy firepower? Snap! 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 Qin Shuer immediately rushed over again, throwing explosive packs at the monster. The detonation time of all explosive charges was adjusted. Set the time to 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, she had already packed all the explosives and ran away with Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and pulled out his handheld grenade launcher again, firing at the people on the periphery, and amidst their despairing gazes, he blew them all to death. "Honey, it's time to run away," Qin Xuya shouted. She had already loaded the monster with 300 kilograms of TNT. Even though the monster was a level 6 monster and had defensive capabilities, it was all in vain. Faced with absolute equivalent weight, it was all in vain. If others knew she used 300 kilograms of TNT to blow up a level 6 monster, they would definitely criticize her for wasting resources and being extremely wasteful. But she didn't care. Besides, behind her husband is the entire production line of the Dragon Kingdom. Wah! Lu Ming grabbed her hand and ran as fast as he could. The exoskeleton's speed instantly surged to its maximum, turning the two figures into afterimages in a flash. What to do? What to do? Wah, we're gonna die. King Xuya, you bitch. I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost. While everyone screamed and tried to escape, Yulong rushed forward recklessly, frantically tearing apart the explosives. But the explosives were all stuck together very tightly. It was impossible to remove them without cutting through the flesh. The screen shows only 10 seconds left. Yulong choked with sobs, unable to speak. No matter how hard he tries, there's nothing he can do. Lin Lin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. When you were alive, I couldn't save you. Now you're in this state, and you'll have to die again because of me. Don't worry. If you die, I will absolutely not let those two bastards get away with this. Yulong held the monster's head tightly, his roar filled with pain and rage. Rumble. A burst of flame erupted, engulfing them. The incredibly terrifying explosion shook the heavens. But at this moment, Yulong could no longer hear anything. So cool. So handsome. That monster is probably dead by now, isn't it? Qin Shuer and Lu Ming stood at a distance, watching the flames of the explosion at Yuelong base, their hearts filled with excitement. Even though they had run hundreds of meters away, they could still feel the strong shock waves sweeping out from the Yuelong base. Honey, can you get me more explosives in the future? Qin Shuer shook Lu Ming's arm and said coquettishly. She admitted that she had fallen in love with the feeling. This is so awesome. What? Are you just going to keep blowing things up everywhere from now on, instead of improving your own strength? Lu Ming lit a cigarette and chuckled. Of course I need to improve my strength. After all, without strength as a foundation, I can't even get close to these monsters. But compared to killing with strength, I prefer this kind of explosion. I am the queen of explosions. Qin Sue raised her chin. Then she started to act cute again. Honey, please say yes, okay? I know you're the best, honey. You'll definitely grant my wishes, right, honey? Qin Shuer didn't expect to start by giving up through Lu Ming's side. Instead, she was aiming for a higher level of output. As long as it's within a controllable range, Lu Ming will naturally agree. Moreover, Qin Shuer is their strongest fighting force at present. All right, I agree to this. Now that the explosion is over, let's go back and clean up the battlefield. Especially those shrapnel pieces, we need to clean up the traces. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. My husband is the best. My husband smells so good. Qin Shuer stood on tiptoe, hugged Lu Ming, and kissed him. On the other side, in a dark, sunless underground chamber, a man sat on the bed, his expression utterly grotesque. Candles made of corpse oil illuminated his face, making him appear even more terrifying. His lips were bitten until they bled, and his fists were almost crushed. A sound like a wild beast's roar came from his throat. King Xuya, I want you dead. Chapter 32 expensive? It's just a few cans of food at most. When Lu Ming and Qin Shuer returned to the base, everyone there had either fled beforehand, been killed in the explosion, or been severely injured. Regardless of whether they were truly dead or not, as long as the body was relatively intact, their head would be stabbed. The two of them found cleaning up the scene quite easy. Both of their combat suits contained enormous amounts of electricity. It's possible to use the principle of electromagnets to find all the shrapnel at the scene. Even those inside the body can be dug out. Beside the corpse of the monstrous woman, they found a square crystal that emitted a pinkish glow. This is the sixth-order evolution crystal core inside the monster. Qin Shuer did not keep it all to herself. Instead, it was given to Lu Ming. Firstly, she couldn't absorb crystal cores across realms like Lu Ming. Secondly, she knew that the more obedient and well-behaved she was, the more Lu Ming would give her what she needed in the future. After it's done, the two checked it again. After confirming that there were no problems, Qin Shuer took Lu Ming to the basement and moved all the evolution crystals from the Yuelong base. Yuelong base is already a very wealthy base, but the basement only contains crystal cores and dried meat. There are no other important supplies. Since they didn't need the dried meat, Qin Shuer simply burned it for them before leaving. They searched high and low, inside and out for a long time. We still couldn't find the sixth-order crystal core that Yulong mentioned. Damn it, where exactly did that bastard Yulong put the sixth-tier crystal core? Qin Shuer was annoyed and stomped her little foot. They've been searching since last night. Not only was it already dawn, it took more than 10 hours to find. Shuer, could it be that he's deliberately trying to fool us? Could the sixth-order crystal core he mentioned actually be the crystal core inside this monster's body? Lu Ming frowned and asked. Probably not. Knowing that guy as I do, he wouldn't have dragged his sister out unless he was really driven to desperation. So he really wanted to negotiate with us using sixth-order crystal cores. Qin Shuer analyzed. But this bastard is as resilient as a cockroach. As long as his true form cannot be found, he will never be killed. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying evolved beings are actually like him. You can kill him countless times, but if he seizes an opportunity just once, you're finished. That's why Qin Shuer is so eager to improve her strength. I'm just glad he wasn't a multi-powered evolved being. Otherwise, Qin Shuer might already be dead. Forget it, honey. Let's just ignore him. I've been trying to kill him for years, and I still can't. Once you take over the Huaxing base, you won't have to worry about him anymore. As long as you use your resources, plus the technology from the Huaxing base. Just a cockroach. Nothing to worry about. King Xuya stretched lazily. She was exhausted after searching for so long. As she moved, her beautiful figure was displayed to the fullest, making it hard not to turn heads. Splash! Lu Ming picked her up and hoisted her onto his shoulder. This prompted her to let out a soft cry. Hey, honey, what are you doing? Are you planning to kidnap me? Lu Ming nodded with amusement. Yeah, I'm going to kidnap you. I'm going to take you to a hotel. Who told you to be so seductive? Qin Shuer's pretty face flushed red, and her heart pounded with nervousness. However, he still whispered, Honey, I know a hotel. That place not only has a nice environment, but it also has hot springs. Lu Ming smiled and said, Hot spring hotels in the apocalypse. So relax, Qin Shuer said shyly. Even though this is the end of the world, as long as people are alive, they need to have some fun. With limited options for relaxation in the apocalypse, hot spring hotels naturally became one of the main entertainment venues in Linshan City. Shall we walk? Lu Ming found it even more amusing. Honey, put me down first. I'll show you the way. Qin Shuer playfully punched Lu Ming's back with her little fists. After Lu Ming put her down, she took his hand and headed towards the hotel. The hotel is located near the city suburbs. However, they did not go to the outskirts. The hot springs here are not like those commercial hot springs in China, because the hot springs here are all natural. Along the way, they encountered a few mutated beasts here and there, all of which they killed and obtained the crystal cores. There's just one thing that's quite troublesome. That's a first-order crystal core. 10 years after the apocalypse, the overall strength of the alien beasts had become extremely powerful, and human evolvers had long since completed their evolution. Therefore, first-tier crystal cores were neither collected nor easy to find. In the 10 years since the apocalypse, the newborns had not yet grown up, naturally creating a gap. Fortunately, while searching Yulong's base, they found 3 first-order crystal cores. So it's fine to use it for now. However, if there's a large-scale need, it is necessary to send personnel to the mountains to find young beasts, because 90% of the exotic beasts in the city have been killed. Honey, this is it. It's actually best to come to this hotel at night. Qin Schwerer pointed to a 7-story commercial building in front of her, her face still flushed, and said, "Oh, is there some kind of saying about it?" Lu Ming asked curiously. The hotel has glass exterior walls, and they're all in good condition. On the roof, there seem to be quite a few things that look like solar panels. How did such a hotel manage to operate during the apocalypse? What methods does the boss behind this have? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Honey, this is one of the few high-end venues in Linshan City. In addition to having a team to operate it, it also has investments from various bases. Therefore, no one dares to cause trouble here. Moreover, at night, candles made of corpse oil are lit everywhere, which is very romantic, and there are all kinds of beautiful young ladies dancing. If you have the money, you can even get a beautiful young lady to come to your private room and dance just for you. Qin Schwerer explained. Her beautiful eyes, when she looked at Lu Ming, were filled with a smile. Holy crap, this is interesting. Are any of the girls here clean? Lu Ming had seen short videos of dancers performing alone in the private rooms of wealthy young men in Shanghai. That scene was truly one of extravagance and debauchery. It's so enviable. Honey, what do you mean by that? Even if some of the girls here are clean, none of them are as good as me. Qin Schwerer crossed her arms over her chest. He had an adorable look on his face, as if he wanted to comfort me. Schwerer, you've misunderstood. Didn't I bring a roughneck with me? Besides, you've been so well-behaved. How could I possibly look for a woman in front of you in this kind of setting? Lu Ming smiled and gently pinched her nose, saying, Wang Rue is almost 30 years old this year, and he has never even held a girl's hand. Since we have the means, let's bring him here to see it. If all else fails, he can take a bath and get a massage to relax. Just put a military-grade suit on him, and 99% of the dangers will be eliminated. That price is quite expensive. In the apocalypse, only 3 types of women can still maintain their purity. Those under 10 years old, beauties kept by powerful forces, and strong individuals like myself. Qin Schwerer gave a soft snort, then smiled broadly. She wouldn't mind if Lu Ming had a few more women around him. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone admires the strong, and everyone has survived the apocalypse for so long. Who still cares about these things? She simply didn't want the women around Lu Ming to be of low quality. At the very least, she should be at her level. Otherwise, it would lower the class. Expensive? Huh, it's just a few cans of food at most. I'm not short of money. Kin Xue. Chapter 33, The Witch Qin Schwerer actually saw a man. Qin Schwerer, holding Lu Ming's arm, walked into the hotel lobby. Both of them were evolved beings, full of energy. Even though they had been busy all night, they showed no signs of fatigue. Because it was daytime, the hotel was open but deserted, with only 2 Cheongsam-clad waitresses standing at the entrance. Welcome to Baiwe Hot Spring Hotel, our 2 distinguished guests. 2 women in Cheongsams, one in white and one in black, immediately bowed deeply, their faces beaming with smiles and utmost respect. Their looks and figures were quite impressive. If they were at Lu Ming's original Yunqing University, they would at least be considered the most beautiful girls in their department. With a graceful figure and charming posture, the areas that should be raised should be raised. The recessed areas should be recessed. If you put them in the environment of China, asking for a dowry of 3 to 500,000 yuan would not be excessive at all. Distinguished guests, please come in. Do you have a private room? The woman in the white Cheongsam looked up, gestured for him to proceed, but then froze in shock. Her face paled several shades in an instant. He subconsciously swallowed. This is Qin Schwerer. She didn't see wrong, did she? Qin Schwerer, the strongest woman in Linshan City, and the witch known as a nightmare by many, actually came to the hotel holding a man's arm. Venerable Qin, my daughter didn't notice you at first and didn't recognize you immediately. Please forgive her. Please wait a moment. I'll call the manager for you right away. The woman in the white Cheongsam said in a panic, cold sweat almost breaking out on her brow. Qin Schwerer not only had a private bathtub at the hotel, but also a private room. This is because people like her are most averse to sharing a bathtub with others. It's all right. Just help us clean the hot spring pool. My husband and I will go for a soak in the pool later. Qin Schwerer waved her hand and said. Her pretty face flushed even more. Good. Oh. The woman in the white Cheongsam was utterly shocked and let out a scream. Dig a hole. The witch Qin Schwerer actually found a man? Who exactly is this person who caught her eye? And why is she so devoted to calling him husband? Clean the pool more thoroughly. This is your reward. Lu Ming reached into his spatial storage and took out a sugar cube wrapped in oil paper, weighing a full 200 grams. Just the fact that he pulled out something like that is scary enough. If you take out some candy or chocolate, it can really scare people so much they'll faint. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks. The woman in the white Chong Sam was deeply shaken, her delicate body trembling violently. Oh my God, this is a sugar cube. How long has it been since she last saw something like this? A space-type evolver with these resources. This person must be a top-tier big shot from a top-tier base. Everyone who sees it gets a share. You have one too. Lu Ming then took out a piece of oil paper and tossed it to the woman in the black Chong Sam. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Excellency. I'm deeply grateful. The woman in the black Chong Sam was initially very envious. But at this moment, she was so excited that her delicate body trembled. They greeted guests here and had seen some generous ones before, but they had never seen anyone so generous. They could be called a super rich person. The two women quickly called over other female greeters to stand guard at the entrance in their place. They moved with light, graceful steps. Taking small steps, she led the two towards Qin Schwenner's private room. Qin Schwenner comes about once a week, and each time she pays in crystal cores. Her bedding and sheets are aired out every day. Even though her enemies in Linshan City knew she was coming, they didn't dare to attack her here. Firstly, many bases have invested here. Secondly, this is the only place in Linshan City that is the most upscale. If you break this place, where else can we go? Qin Schwer's VIP room is on the 7th floor rooftop in a separate courtyard, occupying the entire floor. Schwer, you're really enjoying yourself. Such an environment is probably unique in Linshan City, isn't it? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Above the rooftop is a huge area of over 2,000 square meters. It not only has a garden, but also artificial hills and flowing water. Because all the plants on Earth have mutated, the rooftop garden is planted with mutated flowers, which are specially selected for ornamental purposes. There is also a gurgling artificial rockery and flowing water nearby. Two pine trees stood out quite spectacularly. Even the path beneath their feet was paved with pure white pebbles. A few dozen meters ahead is an elegant wooden antique-style building with various mortise and tenon joints under the eaves and blue tiles on the roof. Honey, don't I have good taste? Qin Schwetter said with considerable pride. Not bad. It's quite amazing that there are hotels of this caliber operating in the apocalypse. Lu Ming nodded in approval. The same environment in China would probably cost over 100,000 yuan a night. The high standard here also means high cost. I spend more than 90% of my annual expenses here. Before you came, my husband, no one in the entire Linshan City, could afford to support this family, except me. Qin Schwer boasted even more proudly. That's true, but even she couldn't live here every day, because we really can't afford to live there. Besides, when it comes to safety, this place is really not as safe as a nuclear power plant. How much does it cost per night here? Lu Ming asked curiously. If we're talking about value, it's about half a can of food for one night, right? Qin Schwer thought for a moment and then said. Although Lu Ming tried his best to remain calm, the corner of his mouth still twitched. If it were that cheap, he could stay here forever. Of course, this price is nothing to you, my husband. Qin Xue giggled. The arm around Lu Ming tightened even more. The two women in Chong Sam's leading the way were secretly shocked. Half a can of food wasn't all. Just how rich must Lu Ming be? Distinguished guests, please wait a moment. We'll arrange for someone to clean the bath for you right away. And someone will bring you fruit platters shortly. The woman in the white Chong Sam smiled. No need for the fruit platter. You can go out now. Knock on the door again when you've finished cleaning up over there. Qin Schwer raised her hand and said, Are you kidding me? With Lu Ming around, why would she eat genetically contaminated fruit? Everything served in the hotel, from food to fruit, is derived from mutated plants and animals. It looks high class, but it's utterly worthless. Okowo. The two women nodded. One person pulled on a door, closing the main door from the outside. Qin Schwer's private courtyard has an indoor area of over 300 square meters, and both the decoration furnishings are in an antique style. The soft cushions on the chair were made of animal hides and fur, stitched together. The quilt and bedsheet are made of a material similar to silk. It was also obtained from exotic beasts. Use these things as little as possible. because their genetic pollution is constant. Chapter 34. She actually has a husband? Is he handsome? Qin Shuer nestled in Lu Ming's arms, whining sweetly and pouting, her cherry-like mouth open, waiting for Lu Ming to feed her all sorts of delicious treats. At the same time, downstairs, in the general manager's office, after the two women and Chong Sam's left, they came downstairs and knocked on the door, carrying 2 packets of sugar cubes. Although these were a gift from Lu Ming, they dare not keep them. If other people find out they have this thing, they might not survive the night. As they waited anxiously, a woman in a long black dress, with a somewhat languid demeanor, finally emerged from a nearby cubicle. Her hair was still noticeably disheveled. She yawned and stretched. Her perfect figure is breathtaking. People like her who work in nightclubs naturally go to bed late. Although she doesn't have to serve customers, she still has to handle many things. There are quite a few individuals with special abilities in Linshan City. There are quite a few that pose a significant threat. She is one of them. Otherwise, someone as stunningly beautiful as her, running such a place, would have been shut down long ago. What would be the point of investing? The so-called investment is actually just to give people a way out and to make them feel at ease spending money here. Why did you wake me up? Chi-Chi sat on a soft office chair, her long, beautiful legs crossed, her fair and delicate skin as white as milk. Sister Chi, Venerable Qin Shuer, just arrived, and she brought a space-type expert with her. That person was extremely generous. We were just hosting him, and he rewarded us with so many sugar cubes. And these sugar cubes are like snowflakes, definitely products from before the apocalypse. The woman in the white, Chong Sam, spoke earnestly. As he spoke, he handed over the oiled paper package. Oh, there's such a thing. Chi-Chi was very surprised. When I saw the sugar cubes inside the packaging, I couldn't help but gasp. It is indeed as they said. Sugar cubes of this quality. It's definitely a product from before the apocalypse. Chi-Chi carefully touched it with her finger, then put it in her mouth and took a sip. She was immediately shocked by the sweetness. So sweet. It's so sweet. How long has it been since she tasted sugar of this purity? In the post-apocalyptic world, some mutated plants that kill people can also produce sugar. However, after the sugar was produced, it became very cloudy. It also carried a lingering bitter taste. Even this genotoxic sugar is extremely rare. Is this all Qin Shuer gave you? Chi-Chi was completely captivated. Reluctantly, I recovered from the sensation of that taste. Yes, Sister Chi, this is all that Venerable Qin's husband gave us. We dare not keep a single bit and brought it to you immediately. The woman in the black Chong Sam said. Chi-Chi, as their leader, has always been protecting them. This huge hot spring hotel is actually the main refuge for many women in Linshan City, because it's the only place that accepts even ordinary women. After Chi-Chi led them through the most dangerous early stages of the apocalypse, and once order was relatively stable, she built this hot spring hotel and began operating it to the public. Whether they wanted to be waitresses or serve customers, Chi-Chi let them have their way. After all, everyone has a different way of living. Their incomes are also different. If it weren't for Chi-Chi, they would never be living such a comfortable life. Naturally, they have the utmost respect for Chi-Chi, Qin Shuer's husband. She already has a husband? Is he handsome? Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile through her cigarette, her laughter causing her to tremble uncontrollably, and her foxy eyes curved like crescent moons. He's actually quite handsome, isn't he? In our era of genetic pollution, the fact that he can still maintain that appearance is already quite remarkable. The woman in the white, Chong Sam, nodded. If you asked her to rate Lu Ming's looks by pre-apocalyptic standards, she would probably give him at least 90 points. In the apocalypse, men's appearance deteriorates much more than women's. Women's average appearance score drops from 85 to around 70. For men, the average score dropped from 80 to 50. In the past, everyone's appearance was basically the same. Everyone here is handsome or beautiful. But in apocalypse, all the differences are magnified. Take these 2 packets of sugar cubes and lock them in the safe at our base. Also, make sure they are kept under strict guard. Chi-Chi stood up. The skirt that had been draped over her thighs now fell down to her knees, making her calves appear even longer and more slender and sexy. It's Sister Chi. The 2 women bowed respectfully. I watched helplessly as she walked out of the office. Sister Chi. Sister Chi. In the corridor, many people greeted her. They all greeted each other with respect and smiles. Uh-huh. Chi-Chi nodded to them one by one, then stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Their hotel does have solar panels, but all the electricity generated is used for essential purposes. Moreover, solar power generation is actually not that significant. There's no way to be so extravagant as to keep the entire hotel brightly lit. Ding-dong. Accompanied by a notification sound, the elevator quickly stopped at the top floor exit. Sister Chi, you've arrived. The maids guarding the floor greeted him respectfully. This maid is Qin Schwerner's personal maid. She will attend to Qin Schwerner's needs immediately. How's the cleaning going at the bathhouse? Chi asked her. It's almost cleaned up. Water is being released. The maid explained. Since no one else would use the bathhouse, it naturally wouldn't be very dirty. All the hot spring water was pumped up from underground by them using pumps, because there is a sulfur spring underground in the hotel. Before the apocalypse, this hotel was Chi-Chi's property. Hot springs are considered a natural resource. According to Chinese law, even building a hot spring hotel requires a natural resource extraction permit, which is generally impossible for ordinary people to obtain. Before the apocalypse, the Chi family was quite influential in Linshan City. But all of that is in the past. Knock knock. Chi walked through the garden corridor and arrived at the gate of the small courtyard, where she gently knocked. Soon, a man's voice came from behind. He gestured for her to go in. As she pushed open the door, her eyes immediately fell on Lu Ming. With the genetic degradation and physical decline caused by the apocalypse, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up when she looked at Lu Ming, because she hadn't seen such a handsome guy in a long time. Uh-huh, he is indeed very handsome. Qin Schwerner's aesthetic sense is quite good. Honorable guest, I am sorry for not welcoming you properly. Chi gave Lu Ming a very ladylike bow and smiled lightly. Chi, what are you doing here? Are you going to steal my man? Chapter 35. Chi, you shameless. Qin Schwer rolled her eyes, feeling utterly speechless. She and Chi were very close and had even soaked in hot springs together. But this vixen was too alluring, and she dared not let her compete for favor. Schwer, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Chi chuckled and said. Along with her smile, her voluptuous figure was even more eye-catching. Her curved eyes were as captivating as those of Daji. Anyone who has seen a fox's smile knows that King Zhou's death was not unjust, because a fox's smile can truly make one's bones melt. Remember what you said. If you dare to try and steal my man, I'll strangle you. King Xuya hooked Lu Ming tightly. He even clenched his fist as if to assert his sovereignty. She felt she had a significant advantage over Jiang Xiao, a woman of equal beauty. But in front of Chi, she felt she would cry. Everyone's looks and figure are about the same, but the huge difference in temperament. It's really deadly. Schwer, who is this? Chi looked at Lu Ming and asked her. My husband, Lu Ming. Qin Schwer gave a soft snort and said, Hello, Brother Lu. Why is there no one in the house to prepare tea, fruit, and snacks for you? I'll have them prepare some right away. Chi-Chi's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I think people who think she's incapable of making such a basic mistake. It was me who told them not to prepare it. Chi, this is none of your business. You should get out. Qin Schwer said hurriedly. Schwer, what did you eat? Why does it smell like osmanthus? Chi asked in confusion. Oh, what's it to you? Do you expect me to tell you that I'm eating osmanthus cake? Hurry. Stop being so shameless here. Qin Schwer gave another soft snort. Chi. Lu Ming. Qin Schwer rubbed her face against Lu Ming's cheek and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Honey, I want more. Lu Ming found it amusing yet speechless. He took out a box of very high-end pastries from his spatial storage, took out a piece of osmanthus cake, and put it into her cherry-like mouth. This, Chi felt as if she had been tapped on the head by something. I was filled with shock, and my mind went completely blank. Holy crap. Osmanthus cake? It's been 10 years since the apocalypse. How come this thing still exists? Chi recalled a mutated osmanthus tree she encountered in the wild a few years ago. That thing can no longer be called osmanthus, because those flowers eat people. Smack, smack. Honey, this is so delicious. Qin Schwerner's little mouth was bulging as she spoke sweetly. Chi was completely bewildered. He remained outwardly reserved, but inside I was screaming like crazy. Before the apocalypse, she was a rich family's young lady. Afternoon tea, pastries, and cakes were just part of her daily life. but an apocalypse turned her entire life into nothingness. Chi-Chi, do you want to eat? You beg me. If you're willing to beg me properly, I'll have my husband feed you. Qin Shuer said even more smugly. Brother Liu, I wonder how you made that osmanthus cake. The osmanthus flowers after the apocalypse should have stopped smelling sweet by now. Chi-Chi ignored her. She swallowed hard, then changed the subject to Lu Ming. Your curiosity is perfectly normal, because this is a product of the pre-apocalyptic era. Lu Ming picked up the teacup with his right hand, brought it to his lips, and took a small sip. Is this also a product of the pre-apocalyptic era? Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. How could pastries from before the apocalypse be preserved for so long? Could it be that Lu Ming is not only a space-type evolver, but also an extremely rare SSS-level space evolver? Rumor has it that only SSS-level space evolutionists can use their ability to freeze time and space. And there seem to be some additional conditions. Want to give a try? Lu Ming picked up a crystal mung bean cake and asked her, to be able to run such a hotel, be so beautiful, and still survive, Chi-Chi must possess incredibly terrifying methods. Putting himself in his shoes, if he were a powerful figure in the apocalypse, he would definitely take action immediately. First, there's Chi-Chi's intrinsic value. Secondly, there is the value of this hotel. The apocalypse is all about resource plunder. If you have such resources, why not plunder them? What are you waiting for? Brother Liu, can I? Chi-Chi swallowed and said, Lu Ming nodded indifferently. Lu Ming originally intended to place the pastry in her palm, but she opened her pink little mouth and gently nibbled at it. Is it delicious? Qin Shuer raised her chin and asked her. Delicious. Chi-Chi froze, completely immersed in shock. The delicate and soft texture, the cool crystal skin, and the overwhelming sweetness of mung beans almost made her faint. Just that small piece she ate was worth the ransom of some top beauties. Just this one bite is enough to stir up the entire Linshan city. One piece of pastry, bought just for her. That's not an exaggeration at all. Since you think it's delicious, let's sign the indenture later. You ate my husband's food, so you have to pay it back. Qin Shuer gave a soft snort and said. Chi-Chi no longer cared what she was saying. She quickly took another small bite of the pastry in Lu Ming's hand, her rationality completely collapsing. If someone who has endured 10 years of hardship were suddenly offered delicacies, wouldn't they go crazy instantly? You take it yourself. It's so tiring to hold this up. Lu Ming remained silent. Damn it, can't you eat it yourself? If you want to receive the same treatment as Qin Shuer, you should at least demonstrate your own value, right? Honey, I'm so sorry. It was their rudeness. Chi-Chi actually came over directly and snuggled up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Qin Shuer nestled in Lu Ming's arms, then angrily pinched Chi-Chi's cheek, saying fiercely, Chi-Chi, you shameless slut. Lu Ming is my husband. What does it have to do with you? Who gave you permission to call me that so affectionately? Chi-Chi, however, said with righteous indignation, isn't it normal for strong men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, you are the one who made me sign the contract of servitude just now. Now that I'm willing to sell myself, can't I just call you husband? Chi-Chi isn't stupid. Qin Shuer's attitude, Lu Ming's spatial abilities, and Lu Ming's resources all prove Lu Ming's extraordinary nature. In the end, a woman still needs to find a strong man to rely on. Lu Ming is so handsome. Why can't he be Chi-Chi's final destination? You shameless person. King Xuer was annoyed. I should have taken care of things with my husband first before coming here. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. The maid outside the door said that the bath had been cleaned and the hot spring water had been prepared. Chi-Chi answered from inside the door, then slowly stood up, walked to the side, and gently pushed open a large door, revealing a steaming bathtub. Husband, shall I help you change your clothes? Chapter 36 Dream Weaving. The Dream Master. Chi-Chi, a top-tier beauty, possesses alluring eyes and a graceful figure. Coupled with her shy expression at this moment, she is truly driving people crazy. Behind her, through the open door, was not only a steaming white mist, but also a quaint and antique-style hot spring room. An area of over 100 square meters. A bathtub inlaid with snow-white pebbles. The sound of rushing water. It gives one the feeling of a star-picking pavilion built with a royal decree and lavish spending, floating like a fairyland. It truly deserves to be called the biggest money pit in Linshan City. Honey, that pool is poisonous to you. Go try it first, and if there are any problems, we can administer gene therapy. Qin Schwerer took out a top-tier stock item and held it in her hand. Chi blinked her beautiful big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, her mind filled with doubt. Poisonous? Gene therapy? What's the meaning? Logically speaking, isn't everyone like this? You little slut, what are you looking at? My husband's genes have never been contaminated to this day. What's the problem? Qin Schwerer glared at her and said with amusement. Chi was even more shocked. How could such a thing be possible? How what? Come here. Qin Schwerer gave her a light kick, which made it even funnier. In the apocalypse, people can never disarm themselves, especially Qin Schwerer and Lu Ming. To contain the nanosuit is simply a matter of a thought. The exoskeleton will retract along with the nanosuit. The steam filling the surroundings made Qin Schwerer's face even more rosy, and she slowly pulled her combat uniform together. Lu Ming tested the water temperature. It's similar to the hot springs he soaked in China. In his 20 years of life, he has only soaked in a hot spring once. That dates back to the summer after he was 18 and finished his college entrance exams, when a group of classmates invited him to go out and have fun. Lu Ming let the natural sulfur spring water submerge his body. However, I didn't feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but find it strange, because Qin Schwerer said that someone in his condition would experience a stinging sensation on their skin if they came into contact with this kind of pool water for the first time. Because the polluted pool water carries defective genes, it will begin to damage human DNA the moment it comes into contact with the water. Honey, are you all right? Qin Schwerer asked worriedly. Fine. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, Are you really all right? Qin Schwerer slowly entered the water and sat beside him, looking worried. Lu Ming shook his head. I'm really fine. Qin Schwerer was also surprised. There were many things about Lu Ming that she didn't understand. For example, this moment, and even more so, Lu Ming's absorption of crystal cores across realms. Chi, also filled with doubt, sat down to Lu Ming's right. Although she was curious, but she also knows that she shouldn't casually ask other people about their secrets. In the apocalypse, knowing too many secrets is actually a bad thing. It could even lead to your death. Snap! With Chi snapping her fingers, the surrounding environment changed in an instant. Lu Ming could sense an energy fluctuation from an evolved being emanating from his surroundings. And the next second, the surrounding environment felt as if he were in the universe. Their hot spring pool remained unchanged, but the surrounding scenery suddenly turned pitch black, with many stars twinkling. Chi, is this your ability? Lu Ming turned to look at her, puzzled. Yes, honey. My ability is to create dreams. Regardless of whether others are awake or not, I can pull them into my dreams. Chi-Chi's pretty face also flushed, and she nodded in explanation. That's why her superpowers are so terrifying. Even Qin Schwerer couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream in front of her. Put away your abilities. You are not allowed to release them to me without my permission in the future. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. This ability made Lu Ming feel a huge threat. Even though Chi was one of the people Qin Schwerer could trust, Lu Ming could not allow such potential danger to exist. Chi-Chi's abilities include, what if it involves mind control? This is similar to the fear that ordinary people have of psychologists. Okay, Chi snapped her fingers again and withdrew her power. She didn't intend to do anything to Lu Ming. She was just trying to show him her value. If she had no value, she was just an empty shell. Lu Ming released an airbag onto the water surface and placed a tea tray on it. Top-quality tea sets. Top-quality tea. The sweet, top-quality spring water and the finest fruits and pastries left Chi completely stunned. You have to know that the difference between fruit before and after the apocalypse is huge. Those that are large and of poor quality are obviously fruit from after the apocalypse, but Lu Ming's are clearly not. Could it be that Lu Ming awakened his abilities before the apocalypse? They were still hoarding supplies before the apocalypse. Did they foresee the end of the world? This is just her guess, because some of the post-apocalyptic novels she read were like that. Chi, can you brainwash people with your abilities? Lu Ming placed his hands on the shoulders of the two women. He appeared very relaxed and asked a question casually. Brainwashing? If it's just once, it definitely won't work. It requires a long period of time and extensive preparation. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and then said, "How long does this dream control last?" Lu Ming asked again. "Uncertain. It depends on the opponent's strength and their willpower. If it's someone like Schwerer, it might take several months." Chi-Chi explained, "You little hussy, you can use any metaphor you want, but don't use me as a metaphor. If you dare to control my dreams, I'll strangle you." Qin Schwerer clenched her small fist from underwater and waved it fiercely at her. Chi-Chi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Why are you so nervous? It's not like I haven't tried to control your dreams before. Back when your will collapsed, wasn't it me who cured you? Ow! You've turned your back on me." Qin Schwerer stood to the side with her arms crossed, gave a soft snort, and even showed off her little tiger teeth. As Lu Ming listened to the two women's playful banter, he was weighing Chi-Chi's value in his mind. Chi-Chi, a 5th-tier Dreamweaver. Ability, SS rank. It can blur the lines between dreams and reality, and at the same time, it can brainwash people and help heal their inner traumas, which is terrifying. Qin Schwerer said that Chi-Chi generally does not get into conflicts with other forces. Insufficient close combat ability. Extremely strong control. Over the years, countless people have tried to harm her, but almost all of them are dead, and they all died in her dreams. Her ability can affect not only individuals, but also groups. Her dream making can be divided into 2 types. One is someone else's dream. In this situation, she can influence others in her dreams through her own will. The second is one's own dreams. In this kind of dream, she is the master of everything, capable of controlling everything. Chapter 37, The Core of the Evolver. The Origin of Evolution. Compared to the other woman, Qin Schwerer's most extraordinary skill is her hacking ability. Chi-Chi's most extraordinary ability is her superpower. Even if Qin Schwerer is 1 level weaker than her, she would still be no match for Qin Schwerer if they really fought. Because of Qin Schwerer's technological enhancements, she gained the ability to easily defeat opponents of higher levels. And this ability was also given to Lu Ming. Chi-Chi. Lu Ming interrupted the two girls' playful banter, his expression turning serious. "Honey, what's wrong?" Chi-Chi looked puzzled. "I don't understand why Lu Ming is suddenly so serious. You know your abilities are extremely special and pose a deadly threat to anyone. So it's not that I don't trust you, but rather that there's a trust gap. Is there any way for me to gain absolute control over you?" Lu Ming said in a deep voice. Chi-Chi's abilities are indeed extraordinary, but when they're out of control, everything else is meaningless. When she's under control, she's a sharp and useful weapon. But when she's out of control, she can be deadly. What Lu Ming needs by his side is absolute control. If Chi-Chi is unwilling, then this matter can be dropped. Xuya. Chi-Chi gave Qin Schwerer a reassuring look. She had already thought of this when she followed them in, but she needed some confirmation to give her confidence. Qin Schwerer smiled, knowing exactly what Lu Ming meant, and that Chi-Chi was trying to confirm something with her. Although Lu Ming didn't mention this to her, but she herself also felt it was a potential problem. Since she's willing to trust Lu Ming, she should hand over everything she has. That way, Lu Ming will be at ease, and so will she. Honey, people like us have an evolutionary origin, and that evolutionary origin is actually equivalent to our destiny. I'm handing it over to you now. You can't bully me from now on. Qin Schwerer hugged Lu Ming's neck, her eyes becoming serious. As a survivor in the apocalypse, many decisions require taking a gamble, and what Lu Ming showed, it made her feel that she had a reason to gamble. As she spoke, a pair of warm, soft lips gently pressed against Lu Ming's lips. But soon after, an even hotter breath returned to her. Lu Ming felt as if his body was in a sauna. A scorching heat flowed slowly down his esophagus, finally settling in his dantian. In an instant, a powerful connection was formed between him and Qin Schwerer. And within his dantian, an evolutionary source had also appeared. In the blink of an eye, he could shatter Qin Schwerer's evolutionary source. This is the true cornerstone upon which evolved beings can trust each other. Lu Ming already understood Qin Schwerer's feelings. However, there is one problem. Schwerer, can the evolutionary source be returned to you later? You know my situation. What if your body can't connect to the source of evolution when I go back? Lu Ming asked seriously. Yes, I had completely forgotten about that. Qin Shui's lips twitched, and she almost cried because she was so stupid. If Lu Ming takes her evolutionary origin back to the Dragon Kingdom, and she cannot obtain the connection to the evolutionary origin, she will die in a few days. If I can return it to you, I can have someone else test it on when I get back. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and said. Chi was completely dumbfounded. Firstly, because Qin Shui handed over the source of evolution without warning. Secondly, even after so many years since the apocalypse, Lu Ming still has cigarettes that haven't gone bad. Hee, my husband is so cautious. Then let's do as my husband says. Qin Shui hugged Lu Ming's neck and nodded. She rested her little head on Lu Ming's neck and gave Chi a sharp look, urging Chi to hurry up and move over. Chi couldn't help but find it amusing. However, there was no hesitation. She turned to the side and kissed Lu Ming's lips, giving him her evolutionary essence. After everything was completed, Lu Ming now had 3 sources of origin in his dantian. One was his own, and the other 2 belonged to Qin Shui and Chi respectively. Compared to Qin Shui's scorching source, Chi's source was rather icy. It settled in my dantian. One ball was fiery red, and the other was purple. By the time the 3 of them came out of the courtyard, it was nearly evening. The 2 women each held onto Lu Ming's arm and followed him out, their pretty faces flushed. Everyone knew what had happened. Lu Ming took them back to the nuclear power plant. Go find Wang Rui. The women in the hotel were even more horrified as they witnessed this scene. Unexpectedly, not only the witches of Linshan City have fallen for her, but even their leader, Chi, has fallen for her. In a short time, their attitude towards Lu Ming became increasingly respectful. Putting everything else aside, just considering Lu Ming's relationship with their leader, Lu Ming will be their boss from now on. Why hasn't Lu Ming returned yet? Could something have happened? Wang Rui has been worried ever since Lu Ming and the other person left. As a special forces soldier, he wouldn't have much trouble staying up all night, but the fear and anxiety in his heart made him feel terrible. Click! As the sound of the door unlocking came, Wang Rui immediately turned his head to look. But because there was a chance that the person coming was someone else, Wang Rui immediately picked up an RPG out of caution. Wang Rui, it's me. Lu Ming and Qin Shui appeared before him, smiling as they spoke to him. Call. Lu Ming, why did you take so long? Wang Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief and put down the RPG in his hand. Thankfully, Lu Ming is all right. If anything were to happen to Lu Ming, how could he explain it to the Dragon Kingdom? I'm sorry, Wang Rui. Something unexpected has happened. Let me introduce you. This is Chi, the owner of Baiwa Hot Spring Hotel and one of the top evolvers in Linshan City. She is also my woman. Lu Ming, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, said with a smile. The feeling that beautiful women can give is truly captivating. But Lu Ming had been constantly restraining his feelings since the beginning of the day. He can have countless women around him, but no matter when, he must always prioritize his own interests. He couldn't put himself in danger of death, much less let himself die on a woman. Hello, sisters-in-law. Wang Rui smiled and greeted him. He finally understood what Lu Ming had been doing for so long. Lu Ming had said that Chi was a top-tier evolver, so her strength must be extraordinary. This kind of person would actually be the best for Lu Ming to be his woman, because this means she is controllable. Shui, help Wang Rui bind a nanotech suit. I'll test his evolutionary factors. Lu Ming greeted him. Okay, Qin Shui said obediently. Wang Rui, take this first-tier crystal in your hand and try to communicate with it with your mind to see if you can absorb it. Chapter 38, is this truly a technological power that humans can master? Lu Ming placed a crystal in Wang Rui's hand and looked at him intently. Lu Ming was unsure whether the evolution crystal could be brought back to the Dragon Kingdom, nor whether it could awaken other people's powers in the Dragon Kingdom. However, we have to give it a try. Chi has 7 tier 1 crystals. He got them all, including the 3 pieces found at the Yuelong base. That makes a total of 10 pieces. Wang Rui, you don't need to be too nervous. If you can awaken as an evolver, you can absorb it even in the time it takes to say a word to it. Qin Shui adjusted the data on her combat suit and said with a smile. As per Lu Ming's request, the combat suit given to Wang Rui also needed to be equipped with a combat assistance program. However, at the same time, it is also necessary to implant necessary backdoors. Because people's hearts are uncontrollable. Wang Rui is now extremely loyal. But who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Especially considering he possesses abilities at the level of a combat suit. Only by implanting a backdoor into him can Lu Ming be controlled. I don't think I can do it. Wang Rui exerted all his strength, almost gritting his teeth. Even though his face turned red, he still couldn't make the first-tier crystal have any effect. No rush, try again. We have time. Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. No, it really won't work. Wang Rui has already done his best. No matter how he tried to communicate with the crystal, it had no effect. This left him feeling extremely dejected and resentful, because this situation meant that he wouldn't be able to travel through time with Lu Ming next time. Lu Ming definitely needs a group of evolved beings by his side. What use is he, an ordinary person? It's okay. If it doesn't work, then it's alright. With this combat uniform, you can still be a very useful person to the Dragon Kingdom. You can guard the borders of the Dragon Kingdom for me. And once things are stable here, you can come whenever you want, I can bring you here. Lu Ming lit a cigarette for him and said solemnly, since he can't awaken, we can't bring him here next time, because Lu Ming's mission here is to prioritize development. Good. Wang Rui gave a wry smile. However, his feigned expression didn't reveal much frustration. After Qin Shuer finished the adjustments, she bound Wang Rui's DNA and told him to go to the bathroom to change his clothes. The first time you wear a nanotech combat suit, you have to put on yourself. It might be more convenient once the system is up and running. When Wang Rui came out of the bathroom, he looked at his hands in utter astonishment. As he adjusted to everything in the combat suit, his initial frustration was overwhelmed by elation. 500 km. 50 tons of force. Good heavens, this is terrifying. Is this truly a technological force that humans can control? Wang Rui, isn't it amazing how you can amplify yourself through technology? Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring and asked with a smile. That was awesome. That was so awesome. Wang Rui's face flushed red as he spoke excitedly. He felt that he could smash a wall with a single punch. However, due to energy considerations, Lu Ming only gave him 2,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity, enough for him to operate at full power for 2 hours. You need to get used to it some more. Wait, I'll take you to experience something even better. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Even more enjoyable. What is that? Wang Rui asked curiously. Lu Mingxiao gave him a knowing look. Since you've come all this way to the apocalypse, wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't experience the local customs and culture? Wang Rui understood almost instantly. His face flushed red, and he coughed awkwardly. Although he was a top-tier Special Forces soldier, he was also a straight man. I've never been in a relationship in my entire life. It's really fucking ridiculous. Countdown to crossing. 17 minutes and 35 seconds. Countdown to the next time travel. 4 days, 0 hours, 17 minutes, and 35 seconds. As these two lines of text refreshed Lu Ming's field of vision, the 15 days that Lu Ming and his group had spent here were drawing to a close. Lu Ming only took Wang Rui to the Baiwa Hot Spring Hotel once, and they spent one night there. After all, these things are best experienced only once. The rest of the time, they dismantle equipment at the nuclear power plant. Since there is no radar in this world, the idea of radar was abandoned. Whatever happens, their combat suits and exoskeletons are more than enough to handle it. Because today is the last day, Lu Ming just went out for a while. Chi-Chi arranged for a relatively unimportant person and handed over the evolutionary source to Lu Ming for testing purposes. Honey, will you be back in 4 days this time? Qin Shuer and Chi-Chi huddled around Lu Ming, asking him with reluctance. Because Chi-Chi handed over her evolutionary origin and showed the proper attitude, she also learned about Lu Ming's situation. To avoid endangering the lives of the two women, Lu Ming just returned their original essence to them. If the person Chi-Chi arranged is alright, so this matter, you won't have to worry anymore. Haha, it's only 4 days, no need to be so reluctant to let it go. And when I get back, I'll buy you all sorts of delicious food. You wanted to eat seafood, right? I'll go get some for you. Lu Ming smiled as he packed up the last of his belongings. Currently, his space has a capacity of 5.5 cubic meters. Since we're going back, it's best to fill it up completely. Honey, remember my roast duck, roast goose, milk tea, and all sorts of delicious food. Oh, And don't forget the pretty clothes you promised. And the stockings. I love oily stockings. I'll wear them for you later. Qin Shuer held Lu Ming's arm and said, Honey, could you bring some books back for me? I love reading. Chi hugged Lu Ming's other arm and said in a similarly coquettish tone, Okay, I got it. Didn't you two both write down my wish list? Lu Ming chuckled. As he spoke, he gently pinched the noses of the two women. Hee. The two women smiled sweetly. Lu Ming recalled various things and confirmed them again. By the way, Shuer, is the program for that industrial robot you got for me working perfectly? Once we get back, will we just need to prepare the materials according to the robot's checklist, and it will take care of everything else on its own? Qin Shuer nodded seriously. Yes. When I was setting up the program, I also carefully studied its execution program. Honey, once you get back, all you need to do is turn it on. It's just that your storage space isn't big enough. You can only install one unit. Lu Ming himself laughed. Damn it, don't even mention it. Next time I come, I'll have to spend more time improving my skills. There's too much to do this time. Next time I come, it won't be so busy. Xue, Ki. All the supplies I brought this time are for you. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 39 My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Lu Ming reached out and patted the two girls on the head. Anyway, he couldn't possibly take these supplies back with him. It was better to leave them for the two girls to use in the next few days. This trip was indeed very busy, with most of the time spent studying the various equipment at the nuclear power plant. Their primary task was certainly not to research nuclear power plants, but rather to acquire combat uniforms. But didn't that lead to Qin Shuer? This saved a lot of trouble. Retrieving some of the nuclear power plant's equipment ahead of time will greatly improve the efficiency of Elder Zheng's team. After Elder Zheng and his team study the decoded equipment, they can visit the Huaxing base the next time Lu Ming comes. With a solid foundation, things will be much easier for Elder Zheng and his team from now on. As for bringing the people here back to China, that's impossible. At least at this stage, not a single one is possible. In China, unless someone is an extremely ordinary person, there will be enormous uncertainties for anyone who goes there. This also includes Qin Shuer and Chi, especially Qin Shuer. With her hacking skills, she could absolutely paralyze a technologically inferior Earth overnight. In Lu Ming's space, industrial robots occupied 4 cubic meters, with the remainder being nuclear power plant equipment, filling the space as much as possible. Military-grade equipment can only be bound to China, even if Qin Shuer sets up the program. He also couldn't bind others in Dragon Country. Naturally, there was no need to bring them back. They were all left at the nuclear power plant. Countdown to crossing in 35 seconds. Lu Ming gave the two women a final, affectionate hug and said with a smile, All right, Wang Rui, and I will head back now. I'll be back in 4 days. You don't have to wait for me here for these 4 days. Just come back here at this time in 4 days. The two women were still reluctant to part. But that's all we can do. Honey, you must miss me when you get back. You don't need to think about that little slut Chi anymore. Chi gritted her teeth, pinched Qin Shuer's little face, and started pulling. Who's the little slut? Who's the little slut? Lu Ming laughed and said, I'm off. See you later. Two women, bye-bye, honey. Enveloped in a burst of white light, Lu Ming and Wang Rui vanished from their sight, leaving them all astonished. Although they already knew everything about Lu Ming, they were still truly shocked when the time travel happened. The underground shelter fell silent for a moment. The two women looked at the large pile of supplies in front of them. I couldn't help but feel a little lost. If they could live as residents of another world in the quiet and peaceful Dragon Kingdom, they would be willing to give up everything. But as long as they behave, Lu Ming will be able to take them there to see it sooner or later, right? Dragon Kingdom. In the heavily guarded underground hall, Old Dong and his group had been waiting here since the early hours of the morning. These elderly people stayed up all night. Even though the hall had a powerful ventilation system, it was still filled with smoke because of everyone smoking continuously. And in the hall, there were not only these elderly people who symbolized the Dragon Kingdom. There were also soldiers fully armed. They knew that Lu Ming would be the one to return. But what if Lu Ming gets kidnapped? What if other unexpected events occur? On the advice of biological experts, the underground hall was divided into 2 areas. The large area in front was the area where Lu Ming had traveled back, but it was also a special disinfection area. because they went there in their physical bodies and came back in their physical bodies. If they brought back any viruses, it would be a catastrophic disaster. This situation is like modern people going back to ancient times. Modern people are immune to various germs, but people in ancient times couldn't do that. You should know that in ancient times, even a common cold could be fatal. Mr. Dong, it's almost time. If he's on time, Lu Ming should be back soon. Old Joe glanced at his watch and said solemnly, Old Dong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. I stood here all night. Others told him to sit down and rest for a while, but he really couldn't sit down. Swish! A flash of white light. Everyone became excited, and even Elder Dong tensed up instantly, his eyes fixed on the direction of the white light. Mr. Dong, we're back. The white light dissipated. It was Lu Ming's face that appeared with a smile on his face. Red Wolf Squad leader Wang Rue has returned from his mission. Reporting to the leaders, Wang Rue immediately saluted, standing as straight as a pine tree, his eyes filled with unwavering solemnity. Good, you're back. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, can finally rest easy, ha. Old Dong let out a hearty laugh, eager to rush over and ask Lu Ming and the others about what had happened and what they had seen and heard over the past 15 days. Lu Ming, you two stand here for a moment. An expert will be here shortly to disinfect you. I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid of germs being brought back. If some super virus follows it back, the whole world will be in trouble. Old Joe quickly replied, even the germs that exist on modern people would be super viruses to people in ancient times. I understand. Lu Ming smiled and said, from the perspective of a nation, it is imperative for Elder Zhou and his colleagues to be cautious, because the slightest carelessness could result in countless lives being lost. The nanocombat suit actually has built-in sterilization capabilities. However, everyone can only feel at ease after a second round of disinfection. Elder Dong and Elder Zhou, they're both perfectly healthy. Very clean. There are no pathogens carried. Several experts and scholars dressed in protective suits carried out disinfection while using various instruments to test Lu Ming and his companion, including blood tests, because some viruses can remain dormant in the human body, presenting a negative state. This time, if we just have them re-examine the combat uniforms, this process will definitely be streamlined in the future. Okay. Very good. Old Dong and the others opened the tempered glass partition door in front of them and quickly walked up to Lu Ming and Wang Rue. Mr. Dong excitedly reached out his hand. He shook hands firmly with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you've had a tough trip. How was your rest? Were you injured? Lu Ming smiled and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, Mr. Dong. Everything is fine. Not only that, we also made a huge haul on this trip. We not only got some equipment from the nuclear power plant, but we also brought back a finished high-tech machine. That thing is like the robotic arm in our smart factory, but it's infinitely more advanced than a robotic arm. It can build a factory based on the materials. The factory can still operate according to procedures. Lu Ming explained the situation, which sparked even more enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Mr. Dong and his colleagues were excited. Professor Zheng and the other scientists were equally excited. Chapter 40 is nothing short of a miracle. A ready-made, usable high-tech robot, equipped with controllable industrial AI programs, can be completely controlled by humans. Such an existence is already revolutionary. In addition, there are military-grade combat uniforms. 500 km, 50 tons of force, extremely strong exterior defense, an absolutely top-tier combat support program. Compared to the equipment in a nuclear power plant, these are readily available advantages, and incredibly significant advantages at that. Great! The Dragon Kingdom is about to take off. Mr. Dong was so excited that his eyes were red and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Dong, the industrial robots we brought back this time are mainly for the packaging industry, to facilitate our subsequent exchange of supplies, because that world has long since phased out plastic products. Even the metal formulations are different. Only by using packaging produced by this equipment to seal the goods can we minimize the problems we encounter over there. As Lu Ming walked out with Elder Dong and the others, he explained, It's 6 a.m. now, the perfect time for breakfast. In the restaurant, it was under a solemn state of martial law. A group of bigwigs gathered around Lu Ming, eating breakfast while listening to him recount his experiences over the past few days. From alien beasts to evolved beings, and then to some of the basic forces in Linshan City. Even the details of Qin Shuer and Chi situations were meticulously detailed, precisely because the two women are powerful. Therefore, they could be a great help. Lu Ming then produced Jiang Qiu's list filled with chemical materials and showed it to the bigwigs. Many things in this. The Dragon Kingdom can prepare everything ready-made. The main reason is that Jiang Qiu's researchers initially only needed basic chemical materials, because basic materials are relatively easy to obtain. Many high-tech chemical materials of that era required supporting industries, and they could synthesize them themselves. Jiang Qiu said 1 ton of TNT would also work, but just giving them TNT would be too much trouble. Even if Jiang Qiu is completely under control, what about the others under her command? What if they analyze the different TNT ratios and discover something else? Qin Shuer is so clever that she was able to guess Lu Ming's specific situation. Then who can guarantee that others won't be able to figure out? Mr. Dong, we can prepare more of these materials for them. Anyway, my storage space has been expanded. My thoughts are as follows. Our food exchange with that world shouldn't be too extensive for now. It must be limited to a range of activities that I can guarantee are safe. Anyway, people in their world can eat dried meat and get gene injections, so it's not a big problem. Then our supplies will mainly fall into 3 categories. Firstly, we cooperate with Huaxing's base, providing chemicals so that their technology can be utilized by us as much as possible. Secondly, food and water. Thirdly, it's about large-scale explosives. Although the mutated plants and animals of that world are extremely powerful, they're still just mortal beings. If we can't defeat them, we can use explosives. Lu Ming shared many of his analytical insights, asking Professor Dong and the others to analyze and supplement them. At the same time, Lu Ming also took out all 10 first-order crystal cores and asked them to find people to use them, if it is possible to produce evolved beings. So next time Lu Ming goes there, he must bring an evolved human. The group talked for over 2 hours, taking most of the issues into consideration. Secondly, there's one more thing. That means the time Lu Ming will be able to stay and next time he travels through time has been revealed. 20 days. He stayed in the Dragon Kingdom for longer periods of time. The journey to China has also taken longer. Afterwards, Lu Ming and the others went to another incredibly spacious basement and took a black box out of the spatial storage. Everyone watched as Lu Ming carried it with ease, but when he put it on the ground, there was a loud bang. This thing is incredibly heavy. For cubic meters, is more than 10 tons. Fortunately, Lu Ming's space only calculates volume, not weight. Otherwise, this behemoth would be quite troublesome. Mr. Dong, this thing draws 2,000 volts of electricity. You'll need to prepare one separately. It contains a backup battery that can store 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Lu Ming said this while charging and turning on the robot. That's not a problem. It will be ready very soon. Mr. Dong nodded. Click, click. As Lu Ming activated the robot's program, the black box immediately transformed. A base, 8 legs, more than 10 tentacle robotic arms, and various sensing elements. It's very much like Howl's moving castle. Once unfolded, it spans more than 20 meters horizontally. Mr. Dong, the materials list for setting up the assembly line is out. We need 1,000 tons of steel, conveyor belts, bearings, and so on. There are many things inside that I don't understand, so I'll leave the preparations to you. This also includes the raw materials needed for production. You don't need to worry about the chips, because it can even hand-make the control chips needed for the production line. Lu Ming explained. Everyone was shocked once again. It's important to know that the chip industry has been a major headache for China for a very long time. Recently, China has finally made some progress, but there is still a gap between China and the world's top technologies. But this robot can not only build its own production line, but also produce its own chips. If we could bring China's chip industry over here, they couldn't even imagine how outrageous it would be. The program was originally designed to prohibit the use of plastic products as raw materials. After all, this was enacted into law and implemented nationwide. However, before returning, Qin Shuer also helped crack this program. It was changed to any material can be used. In addition, a new rule has been added. In the event of a shortage of some raw materials, search the material library for any substitute material. Qin Shuer is a hacker, but she can't be sure what exactly exists in China but not in the Dragon Country. Instead of trying to figure it out in advance, it's better to set up a program for the robot, since there are plenty of materials in the material library. If there are some materials that are unavailable, the robot can even hand-mold them using steel or high-strength plastic. Not long after, all materials are ready. Everyone just stared blankly at the robot, watching it automatically set up the production line. That speed, that precision, it's simply a miracle. The key is that it can manufacture various production line components while simultaneously assembling them, and the speed can still be incredibly fast. The scene at this moment resembles a gigantic spider working frantically, and the way it works creates a sense of blotting out the sky. It would take us hundreds of years to catch up with this kind of technology. Old Zheng and the others couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Who can argue with that? The key point is that this is still their low-end industry. Chapter 41. The way they're doing this, they're definitely planning something big. The others were also full of amazement. Their low-end manufacturing industry alone is something they can only dream of. In an instant, it felt like a dream from decades ago, back to the day when an old general stood outside the cockpit, admiring the advanced weaponry of the U.S. military. The Chinese firearms that Lu Ming took out were all handed over to China's top weapons scientists for research. And Elder Dong and his colleagues didn't even have time to rest. I just had lunch. Then Lu Ming and I began the afternoon meeting. The core of this meeting was the future development of China and even the world, and it also involved gene technology. Gene technology is not allowed to develop further. As for the various drugs produced based on gene technology, Lu Ming will try to acquire industrial robots next. Medicine is something that can benefit all of humanity. That's all that matters. It is not necessary to master its key technologies. Furthermore, the pharmaceutical industry robots that Lu Ming will acquire will not be used to produce gene-based drugs. Instead, they will be used to develop drugs for various diseases. If this technology can't be developed using industrial robots, then Lu Ming will try to bring in talent from another world to research and develop it. Those Western pharmaceutical companies must all be eliminated, although they propelled the progress of the times. This has also driven the upgrading of healthcare. But these people are essentially descendants of pirates, and they have no good intentions. The technology in their hands could become a scourge to all of humanity in no time. Secondly, China can no longer maintain such a low profile. We must dominate the world at the fastest speed. Only when the Dragon Kingdom controls the global order can it guarantee global stability and development. After all, the Dragon Kingdom pursues the common path. This is the complete opposite of the plundering of those Western pirates. Night fell. Another meeting was held, bringing together key departments from across the country. Sitting on the stage, facing the thousands of national elites gathered in the conference hall below, Mr. Dong presided over the proceedings. Starting tomorrow, the Dragon Kingdom will officially issue super large-scale national bonds to the whole society. The amount of this national bonds exceeds 50 trillion yuan, with an annual interest rate of 5%. On the stock market front, a fund composed of various state-owned capital entities is sparing no expense to drive foreign capital out of the country. We can temporarily create a bear market in the name of war. For industries that affect people's livelihoods, such as medicine and food, we must establish massive, monopolistic state-owned enterprises as soon as possible to ensure security in the future. The state-owned assets supervision and administration commissions of all provinces and cities should be merged immediately. Urban investment companies will be merged into the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. All state-owned enterprises in key industries across the country must be merged into large state-owned enterprises, and this process must be carried out level by level. This must be completed within 2 days. Next, no matter how chaotic the situation becomes, all operations must be completed within 2 days. After the meeting, everyone immediately went about their respective duties. Go to various locations to oversee the merger work. From this moment forward, the war belonging to our Dragon Kingdom has officially begun. If everything proceeds as planned according to the timeline, then China's strategy is to slowly boil the frog in water, gradually wearing down the Western masters. But things are different now. Now that they have strong support, they're not afraid of chaos or what the outside world might speculate about. On the contrary, The more chaotic the order, the more they can integrate, the better. Then, after integration, we'll cut through the mess quickly. Have those people in China gone mad? What are they doing? What on earth are they doing? More than 10 days ago, we received news of martial law being declared in the capital and sensed something was wrong. But more than 10 days have passed, and we still haven't found anything. Now, the Dragon Kingdom has completely overturned the table. Not only are they going to issue 50 trillion yuan in national debt, but they're even acting like they're about to start a war. Damn it, they really don't dare to start a fight, do they? Quickly bring forward the military exercise, and then let those bastards from Sakura cause some trouble in the chaos. We must keep the Chinese side occupied. With our current national strength, unless we launch a nuclear attack, we simply cannot defeat China on the front lines. Yeah, neuropathy. A bunch of lunatics. Along with the news released by China, an earthquake struck China overnight, and people across the ocean went crazy. Across the ocean, a large amount of capital was invested, and public opinion was manipulated to incite the people to collectively resist the start of the war in an attempt to use this to coerce China. But the Dragon Kingdom never intended to start a war. It only wanted to use various forms of capital warfare to destroy its opponents. At the same time as the Dragon Kingdom launched its operation, the Dragon Kingdom has begun a massive sell-off of greenbacks. Even if the greenback depreciates, China doesn't care. As long as these banknotes can buy them a lot of supplies and help them achieve their goals, that's enough. Greenbacks are the lifeblood of the other side of the ocean. Dragon Kingdom is selling off its stock. We absolutely have to accept that. After all, if they don't continue, the US dollar hegemony will collapse overnight. In order to absorb China's reckless dumping of assets, the United States had no choice but to release large amounts of gold, oil, and other assets to consolidate its monetary system. Upon receiving the news, the Navy began to advance towards the Dragon Kingdom on a large scale. But there was absolutely no response from the Dragon Kingdom. They were even allowed to enter the sea area and then gradually approach it. Damn it, what are those damned yellow-skinned pigs in China thinking? We're already at their doorstep, and they're not even coming out to welcome us? They weren't like this before. Yes, what are they thinking? In the past, they would have panicked long ago. After all, their naval power is far behind ours. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom: when things go wrong, there's always something fishy going on. They're definitely planning something big by doing this. Ring ring. A satellite phone call came into the Maritime Command Center. Captain David, the Chinese government has already held a press conference, strongly condemning our entry into their waters. This is an old tradition of the Dragon Kingdom. Press further. I'm going to force them to scrap all their plans. Captain David nodded immediately upon hearing this. Roger that. We'll continue our full-speed advance and show those damned yellow-skinned pigs what's what. After the phone call ended, everyone in the conference room found it utterly ridiculous. To put it bluntly, China's naval technology hasn't even caught up with their technology from the last century. Such a small Dragon Kingdom. What can we do? They're jumping around in front of China. What are you going to do about it? You're dumping greenbacks and buying up supplies globally on a massive scale, right? Well, I'll block the shipping lanes right here and prevent all your purchases from getting in. All right, all the overseas capital of your wealthy Chinese has also been frozen by us. If they don't force you to compromise, all their assets will be confiscated by us. Even if they behave like dogs, we won't return them. They've all ended up in our pockets. Who cares about all that? Chapter 42 was perfectly fine. How the hell did it get flooded? As the United States continued its advance, China held another press conference just before dawn. The core of it boils down to 2 points. First, we condemn their cross-border actions once again and demand that they return immediately. Second, the Dragon Kingdom has not taken any action. No matter what happens to them in the sea, they should not blame the Dragon Kingdom. That sounds like admitting defeat. That's not actually the case. I haven't sent a single naval vessel out. What business is it of mine if something happens to your ship at sea? Besides, I've already warned you. And if you want to send someone over to salvage the boat, I'm sorry. If you want to take it away, you either have to pay. Either let it rot in the sea and wait for it to disappear into the ocean floor someday. 8 a.m. A fishing boat from the Dragon Kingdom came to their doorstep to broadcast live. Haha, these yellow-skinned pigs actually dare to go out and do live streaming? Do they think live streaming will work? That will make people feel sorry for them. That's a joke. We control global public opinion. So what's the point of him doing a live stream? We've pressed this far, and they still haven't reacted. Looks like they've chickened out. Low-class pigs are just low-class pigs, accompanied by the various mocking remarks and smugness of the foreigners. Domestically, there are also various weaklings who are extremely anxious. What the hell are they all doing? What good will starting a war do us? We definitely can't beat those people. If you can't do it, then don't do it. We've been able to live peacefully until now only because those foreign bigwigs have been kind to us, haven't we? Yeah, I've lost a huge amount of money in the stock market. What the hell are you guys doing? Can't you just give me my money back? I'm dying of laughter. This is absolutely hilarious. Things have gotten chaotic, haven't they? I'm so glad I made the right decision to immigrate back then. The air abroad smells so sweet. 9 a.m. Accompanied by a 1-hour live broadcast. The live stream's popularity has skyrocketed to an incredibly high level. After all, this live stream was being broadcast simultaneously both domestically and internationally. Those Western patrons were pushing the live stream to great lengths to embarrass China. 10 a.m. The grandeur of the 8-nation alliance from years past has been recreated. The ships stood strutting 100 nautical miles away, welcoming the positive image promotion from the cameras of the Dragon Kingdom. What's strange is what's happening in the live stream, because not only did the Chinese side not say anything, they also set up their live streaming cameras here, pointing them forward. To provide a signal for the live broadcast, a special signal ship was brought in, and more than a dozen units were set up, which could be switched at any time in one live broadcast room. Apart from Elder Dong and his group, no one knew what would happen next. Everyone held their breath and waited. 12:45 p.m. Noon. At the height of the live stream's popularity, a massive 10,000-ton ship suddenly emitted an extremely piercing alarm. Captain, something terrible has happened. The cabin is flooded. Upon hearing this, Captain Pierce, he was so angry he laughed. Flooding in the cabin? Are you out of your mind? We've been here for ages, and we haven't hit any coral reefs. How could the cabin be damaged? Moreover, all the radars on the ship were turned on, and nothing was coming from underwater. But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. The ship made a loud noise. The ship even tilted violently. What happened? What on earth happened? Pease has gone mad. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Captain, I already said the cabin is leaking, but you don't believe me, the sailor said, almost in tears. The problem was perfectly fine, so how the hell did it get flooded? Pease rushed downwards, roaring angrily. I don't know either. The hull suddenly and inexplicably cracked open, as if something had sliced through the steel plates. The sailor explained. Pease rushed down in a fit of rage, only to witness a scene that shocked him beyond belief. Because several layers of their ship's anti-silencing devices were completely destroyed. A large amount of seawater rushed in from the tens of meters deep opening. This level of damage is beyond saving. It's going to be scrapped. Yeah, why? Why is this happening? Piers was at a loss, feeling that his life had come to an end. The key point is that this was just a cut, not caused by any artillery shells or bombs. Even if they wanted to open fire, there was nothing they could do. They say that the Dragon Kingdom has the ability to go underwater and cut through such a huge thing as a 10,000-ton ship. How is that possible? If this gets out, who would believe that? This is in the sea, not on land. And even on land, achieving this effect wouldn't be so easy. Captain, this ship is about to sink. Let's get out of here quickly. The sailor watched helplessly as large amounts of seawater poured in and said anxiously, Run now. Piers then realized what was happening, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He and the sailors rushed towards the deck like madmen. At the same time, not only Piers' ship was making a humming sound, but several other ships were experiencing the same issue. They were both cut up because they didn't understand what cutting was. Similarly, large-scale water seepage began. Many of these ships are worth tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. But when they get ruined, there's absolutely nothing that can be done. Buzzing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Numerous alarms sounded on the sea. Everyone in the live stream was stunned, then erupted in chaos. Holy crap. What the hell is going on? Why do I see those ships starting to tilt and sway all over the place? Are they going to sink? What kind of international joke is this? Their technology is 1,000 years ahead of ours. They can pull out a steel plate that we can't build. Moreover, these ships are built using their most advanced technology. Each one is worth hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan. How can we compare? Who says otherwise? You little pinks, don't be so self-righteous. Even now, your father doesn't dare to breathe too loudly. Longwa opened this live stream room, but he didn't pay attention to the various opinions and trends within it. This is something we don't need to worry about. There's no need to care, because after what happened today, everyone's backbone will naturally straighten. I've verified, warned, and negotiated with you countless times, but you ignored me and even went so far as to run around my doorstep. If you accidentally fall into my septic tank, can you blame me? After all, I didn't hit you. Glug glug. Whoosh. Holy crap. Those guys are starting to dive. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Their ship is really sinking. They're about to escape. Ha ha ha. Chapter 43 is hilarious. Isn't this just killing someone by attacking their spirit? Most of the Chinese viewers watching the live stream were indignant, but seeing this scene, they were practically grinning from ear to ear. They initially couldn't understand what this live stream was all about. I don't understand why the Dragon Kingdom didn't send people to stop these people from leaving. But now, they all know. If the Dragon Kingdom had known in advance that this would happen, then the Dragon Kingdom really shouldn't have sent anyone out. The reason is simple. Sending people out could easily lead to a major incident. They might actually fire the first shot in a declaration of war. But in this situation, those white men not only have no way to deal with it, they'd be furious. Wow, good wait, good wait. Although I don't know exactly what happened or how it was done, it's so damn satisfying to watch. In principle, the ships of these white men are indeed the most technologically advanced in the world, and we can never catch up with them. But I'm referring to their shipwreck technology, not their other technologies, because our Dragon Kingdom doesn't have them. This scene is something I've been dreaming about all along. What exactly did the pangolins say? I don't know what the pangolins said, but I'm certain that the thing that could sink them absolutely 1,000,000 times impossible was done by us. The screen was filled with a flurry of comments. The live stream, which was originally filled with arguments, instantly turned into a carnival for those who wanted to have fun. Those colonists who had been shouting in the live stream were now all cowering, too afraid to speak, because they were shocked and dumbfounded. I can't believe how this happened. If a ship suddenly sinks, it's just a coincidence, something that could be explained. But so many ships sank one after another. That's just not fair. You can't exactly say there are monsters in the seabed of China, can you? If it's some kind of high-tech weapon, how could these guys not detect it with their skills? In an instant, those colonists felt as if they had lost their parents, because their supreme ideal world had collapsed. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Damn yellow-skinned pigs, you did all this, didn't you? Roars and howls came from afar. But on the Chinese fishing boat, only reporters from various sources were taking pictures. It was at this moment that a temporary worker in a Coast Guard uniform came out, scratching his head at the camera, completely bewildered as to what was going on. Ha! Damn, this guy's crazy, but I like him. Hilarious. Isn't this just killing someone by attacking their spirit? The Coast Guard officer shouted, "Oh no! Oh no! Their ship has sunk. Quickly notify headquarters and get reinforcements." The young man shouted very loudly. Then a rubber boat, tottering in the wind and rain, was launched. 2 Coast Guard officers paddled their rubber boats toward the people and began a rapid rescue operation. It wasn't that they didn't want to send their Coast Guard fishing boats over, but it was simply impossible. Everyone knows the suction force of a sinking 10,000-ton ship is terrifying, so they couldn't take the risk. Damn yellow-skinned pigs, I'm going to kill you all. A roar came. Coast Guard officer, this person is in danger. We can't save them. We can't save them. Damn yellow-skinned pigs, you better not let us go back alive. Otherwise, I will personally bring my men here and fuck all the women of your tribe to death. Another person shouted. Coast Guard officer, hey, it's the 21st century. How can there still be such rude people? Never mind. Let's find another one to rescue. After a lot of work, they only managed to rescue one man from the sea who was soaking wet, wearing a sailor's uniform, and had yellow skin. The first thing this person said after boarding the ship was, "Thank you to the country, thank you to the people. They saved my life in such a critical moment. Wah, I will never be a mercenary again." And this person was none other than Wang Rui, who went into the water with Lu Ming. The mission is now nearly complete. Lu Ming moved forward underwater. He has other tasks to complete. Wang Rui thus came into the public eye in this way. Wang Rui's nanocombat suit entered an optical stealth state, appearing the same as his skin from the outside, with a foreign sailor uniform over it. As for the owner of this sailor uniform, who knows where she is gone? Wang Rue couldn't very well say that the person had drowned, could he? If Lu Ming were the one rescued from the water at this time, his entire family history would be investigated very quickly, and then things would get complicated. Although Lu Ming's identity was highly confidential, it couldn't be as confidential in terms of time as Wang Rue's. If someone recognizes me, I'll be in trouble. The main reason is that Lu Ming is a college student. Is it possible for a college student to be pulled out of the sea? Moreover, if Lu Ming were to show his face here now, he could forget about going out on the street freely, or going out for a hot pot meal or a movie. Therefore, maintaining a necessary low profile is still necessary. At the same time, across the ocean, the Horn Building, as ships from various countries sank one after another, not only those countries panicked, but even the other side of the ocean was in an uproar. A barrage of phone calls flooded Longgua's office, relentlessly questioning them and demanding an explanation. But the Dragon Kingdom's motto is summed up in 3 words. Have no idea. Not understand. Don't blame me. The other side of the ocean originally intended to use various means to pressure China into acknowledging the matter and demanding compensation. But the Dragon Kingdom continues to uphold the 3-word motto. It wasn't me. Don't look for me. Impossible. The people on the other side of the ocean are jumping up and down in a panic. They wish they could just open all the windows and throw mushrooms at China's head. But who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom had already unleashed its full firepower? Whether it was something that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, or swam in the water, they had all been released. The Dragon Kingdom issued a statement. The meaning is, your ship sank by itself. What does that have to do with me? I didn't launch any torpedoes, nor did I send any big black fish to ram you. But if you force me to admit it, then I'm sorry. I'm waiting for you to fire. If you dare to think that way, I'll throw all the mushroom heads on your head. I have the ability to intercept all your tactics. Do you have the ability? So stop with these bluffing tactics. They're useless. In a casual moment, the Dragon Kingdom even set off a rocket in the waters right on its own doorstep, witnessed by everyone. It's simply a case of self-inflicted damage. Just playing around for fun. An unknown missile flew out at Mach 31, circled halfway around China, and was shot down by its own missile. This scene, shocking the world. Chapter 44 Across the Ocean, Free Purchase. It is well known that supersonic ballistic missiles are impossible to intercept. First, the calculation of equivalence is not keeping up. Secondly, conventional missiles cannot keep up with the speed. But the Dragon Kingdom somehow acquired a supercomputer that could predict this trajectory in real time and then shoot it down. That's absolutely terrifying. Now, who would dare to make a move? Nobody dared to move. Your most terrifying speed isn't as fast or as consistent as mine, but once I've got my eye on you, I'll take you down a heartbeat, no questions asked. But what about you? If I use just a little trick, your whole family will be finished. So shut up. You'd better be honest. Seeing this happen, people on the other side of the ocean went crazy once again. If it weren't for the fact that China released a live stream of the event, who would believe that this was real? It was this news that caused the nations whose ships had accidentally sunk on their doorsteps to suddenly become kind and benevolent. They were trying to find out what was going on everywhere. But they never expected that. The trajectory of this missile was actually calculated by a home computer. On the sea, the ships sank slowly, one by one. Even large ships hit by torpedoes cannot sink instantly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom, having nothing better to do, is diligently live-streaming their shipwreck. The speed of China has never been this slow. When their ships sank, all the rescue forces arrived by then. So much happened that day. It was as if the whole world had been turned on and collectively entered pressure cooker mode. Fortunately, the pot was controlled by the Dragon Kingdom and did not explode. The national financial market collapsed. The stock market experienced a collective collapse. The Dragon Kingdom has 18 more tricks up its sleeve to take care of these people one by one. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, with time on his hands and a heavy workload, went to the other side for a quick look and, while he was at it, used Qin Shui's program to hack their entire network. This matter went unnoticed by anyone. Leave a back door that anyone can come and go from. From now on, whatever those people want to do or what they want to accomplish will be completely exposed, unless they use paper documents. Since he was already there, Lu Ming stole 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity from their substation. At the same time, I also bought something for free from them. I experienced the thrill of stealing and running away. After all the back and forth and all the trouble, Lu Ming only has one day left. Because he happened to be strolling around the other side of the street, and given the current uproar over the news, no one would notice his head at all. He landed in Shanghai. Disguise your combat uniform as a suit. Walking down the street, no one would recognize you. However, his tall, imposing, and handsome appearance still attracted a lot of attention. Even with the global media frenzy, the lives of domestic residents haven't been affected at all. Old Dong and his team are really something else. Lu Ming walked down the street with a cigarette in his mouth, secretly admiring the scene. The key point is that people who are supposed to go to work continue to go to work. People who are supposed to go shopping continue to go shopping, and people's lives have not been affected in the slightest. Some people initially wanted to hoard large quantities of rice, flour, and cooking oil. I'm just afraid of a fight breaking out. But no matter how much they bought, China provided the same amount, which made them unable to buy any more in just 2 days. While controlled nuclear fusion technology can be released at this time to stabilize public sentiment and, more importantly, global public opinion. But there's no need. If we don't take this opportunity to make those people on the other side vomit more, then all this commotion will have been for nothing. Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled to himself, feeling the skyscrapers of Shanghai, looking at the various luxury cars and sports cars on the road. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Debauchery and extravagance. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, and with 22 hours left to travel through time, Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to buy a house and a car in Shanghai. Back in China, they've all upgraded my car to an unlimited overdraft card. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well experience what it's like to be a super rich person. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming himself laughed. The sun was shining brightly. I'm in a great mood. After taking a taxi, Lu Ming went to looking up a high-end brand under BYD to pay in full for AU9 supercar. This thing is only open for a short time. Although China's technology will continue to innovate, it won't be released so quickly. This consideration involves multiple aspects. The private sector is the largest market economy. If these companies invest heavily in high-end technologies, only to have them wiped out before they even recoup their costs by cutting-edge, revolutionary technologies, what happens? Then the real problem will be with the domestic base. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the Yangwang flagship store. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, a young woman dressed in black stockings and a business suit greeted him with a smile. The other person wore a name tag around their neck, had their hair tied up in a bun, and smelled faintly of jasmine perfume. Their skin was like porcelain, and they had bright eyes and white teeth. They were both stunned when they met face to face. Sister Haiwei? Lu Ming, what are you doing here? The two asked each other questions almost simultaneously. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Zhou Haiwen never expected to see Lu Ming here, and neither did she, because Lu Ming stayed in Yunqing to attend university. They both came from the same welfare home. Zhou Haiwei is a year older than Lu Ming and took care of him a lot when he was a child in the orphanage. Haiwei, aren't you a junior at Shanghai University? Why are you still working here? Lu Ming asked with a puzzled expression, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. For these orphans from welfare homes, academic records and diplomas are extremely important because they are their way to change their destiny. It's the weekend, time to get some work. The cost of living in Shanghai is too high. If I don't come out to work part-time, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. Zhou Haiwei smiled lightly and glossed over the matter easily. Lu Ming could have actually gotten into Shanghai University back then, but he couldn't afford the cost of living there, so he stayed in Yunqing. Zhou Haiwei felt that even if she suffered for 4 years, as long as she got her diploma, she should be able to make a name for herself in Shanghai. Lu Ming felt that staying in Yunqing was a good option. After all, Yunqing was a very large city. One wanted to go out and see the world. One who wants to follow the steps. It's just a matter of different personal choices. By the way, Lu Ming, what brings you all the way from Yunqing to Shanghai? And you even came to the shop where I work part-time. You didn't know I was here, so you came here on purpose to find me, did you? Zhou Haiwei chuckled. His eyes clearly showed joy. Chapter 45, I'm going to say that China is about to take off. Do you believe me? In the past, Lu Ming and Zhou Haiwei both had part-time jobs, so they rarely saw each other, even during winter and summer vacations. Meeting at this moment truly filled Zhou Haiwei with joy. After all, her little brother had come specifically to see her. Whatever the reason, They hadn't really seen each other properly for over 2 years. Sister Haiwei, I came here specifically to see you. I hope it won't interfere with your work. Lu Ming laughed and continued in the same vein. No way. Anyway, there's nothing much going on at the shop right now. Why don't you temporarily act as my client? We can chat, and I can also take this opportunity to slack off for a bit. Zhou Haiwei smiled sweetly. We're all just working people, so working 996 or 007 is out of the question. Besides, salespeople get commissions, and the store isn't busy right now. The store only has 2 models, both starting at $1 million, so there are already few customers. Zhou Haiwei brought over a form, holding a pen in her hand, and pretended to chat with Lu Ming about sales. Anyway, the tea in the shop is free. Zhou Haiwei not only took some, they also brought some snacks and fruits. Lu Ming, seriously, why did you come to Shanghai? Even though it's the weekend, it still takes more than 8 hours to get here from Yunqing. Even if you come to Shanghai for sightseeing, you won't get to see much on a round trip. Zhou Haiwei asked curiously. Sister Haiwei, would you believe me if I said I'm here on a business trip? Lu Ming smiled and said, TCH, do you think I don't know you do part-time work? What kind of part-time job would make a part-time worker like you come all the way to Shanghai? Zhou Haiwei rolled her eyes and said with amusement, those who are able to travel on business are basically full-time employees. Even if they were to bring someone along, they would bring an intern, not a part-time employee. Therefore, Zhou Haiwei felt that there was a higher probability that Lu Ming would come to Shanghai for tourism. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Zhou Haiwei even poked Lu Ming's waist with a pen, playfully teasing him. Lu Ming found it amusing as well. That's when he said, Sister, my student registration has been transferred to Beijing. From now on, I'll be a top student at Peking University. Zhou Haiwei was quite surprised. You're already a sophomore? You can transfer schools all of a sudden? And to Peking University, no less. Zhou Haiwei instinctively felt it was impossible. Because Peking University is the second best university in the country, it's not easy to get in even with the regular college entrance exam, let alone by transferring halfway through the semester. Unless you have some incredibly powerful connections, it's impossible to do that. But they were all orphans. What kind of relationship is this? Sister, this matter is complicated and involves many things, so I can't tell you about it right now. Although my student status has been transferred, I'm just a figurehead there. I don't even need to go to school regularly. Lu Ming said with a smile. Wow, what big project have you come up with? Otherwise, how could it have reached this level? Zhou Haiwei said in surprise. But how could she not know Lu Ming's true situation? However, since Lu Ming has said so, she can't possibly contradict him. As long as Lu Ming is willing to say it, she is willing to believe it. The two chatted for a long time. They talked about the orphanage and also about their individual lives. They also discussed the tremendous changes that have taken place in China in the past few days. By the way, Lu Ming, what are your thoughts on what's been happening in China these past few days? I have a feeling that China's actions are not very powerful, and it seems that a war is unlikely to break out now. But in the long run, China's economy will definitely be ruined. Unless China can come up with something decisive at this time, it will be able to take over the economy in order. Because of this incident, the store's business got even worse. Those rich people are all shrewd. Sensing something was wrong, everyone clutched their money to their pockets. From a perspective of the wealthy, even if those foreign powers have scrapped trillions of dollars worth of ships in China's waters, even if China temporarily holds the advantage. So what? In doing business, two things are crucial: reputation and the business environment. Currently, the business environment in China can be described as collapsing. This is because the country has been massively consolidating state-owned enterprises and issuing large amounts of national debt. To say that the Dragon Kingdom had no intention of starting a war. How is that possible? If they didn't want to fight, how could they possibly release so much government debt for others to buy? Sister Haiwei, I have to say that China is about to take off. Do you believe it or not? Lu Ming took a sip of tea and said, Oh, what do you mean? Zhou Haiwei asked curiously. She also studied finance at Shanghai University, but her views were completely different from Lu Ming's. If China progresses normally step by step, it will definitely become the world's economic center, and it won't be more than 10 years. But it was this move by the Dragon Kingdom that caused the situation to collapse instantly. Sis, I was just guessing. Since they've gone this far, they must have a backup plan. After all, those people at the top are all very capable. they wouldn't act recklessly. Lu Ming said with a smile, "Isn't what you said the same as not saying anything at all?" Zhou Haiwa chuckled and said, although that's what she said, watching those ships sink in the sea, she also felt a great sense of relief. She felt incredibly satisfied. These foreigners will stop at nothing to achieve their goals and exploit the interests they desire. Wars are raging all over the world. Stealing oil. The Dragon Kingdom obtained the lunar soil, yet shamelessly tried to take it for free. As long as there's something profitable, they'll shamelessly do whatever they want. Zhou Haiwa, what are you doing here? I've been watching you all morning. Although there weren't many customers in the store all morning, does the company pay you to come here and chat with your friends? An unhappy voice came from behind. A female manager in business attire walked over with a gloomy face. There wasn't much going on at the shop. Everyone was just slacking off, but she just couldn't stand Zhou Haiwa, just because Zhou Haiwa was pretty. Manager Lin, I'm sorry. I wasn't just chatting with a friend. I was introducing the car to him. Zhou Haiwa quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. She was chatting with Lu Ming and lost track of time. Before she knew it, the morning had passed, and it was inevitable that the manager would find fault with her. Introducing the car? What kind of car are you introducing that you've been talking about since 8 a.m., and it's now past 11 a.m.? Besides, you haven't even shown the car to any customers or let them test drive it. Manager Lin said grimly. At first, she genuinely thought Zhou Haiwa was entertaining clients, but seeing Zhou Haiwa's smile, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She felt that the two of them were a couple. Otherwise, how could you laugh like that? And is it appropriate to date on company premises during work hours? Chapter 46, Holy crap. This is insane. If Lu Ming were very ordinary looking, then Manager Lin could tolerate it. Lu Ming's good looks and extraordinary demeanor made Manager Lin, a woman in her 30s who was still unmarried, quite unhappy. Anyway, Zhou Haiwa was just a part-time worker. Perfect. Use this incident as an excuse to fire her. With her around, all the male colleagues in the company had their eyes on her, which really made Manager Lin lose his temper. I'm sorry, manager. I didn't know Haiwa. I apologize for taking up your time. So, you have 2 flagship models in your store, don't you? 1 unit per product? Sign a contract. Lu Ming said with a smile. It was indeed their fault, and they had no choice but to accept being harassed. If the other party had been deliberately causing trouble, Lu Ming wouldn't have reacted this way. 1 unit per unit? Lu Ming, are you crazy? Where did you get the money? Zhou Haiwa lowered her voice anxiously and said, Don't worry about this. I'll just go and apologize to the manager. Lu Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, It's okay, sister. I have money now. It's just buying 2 cars. It's nothing. Zhou Haiwa was speechless, wondering when her little brother had become so unreliable. Is this something you can pretend to know? Oh dear. Manager, could you please bring me the POS machine? I need to swipe my card. By the way, I'm buying 2 cars at the store. Can I ask Haiwa to leave this afternoon? I have some things to take care of in Shanghai that I need her to help me with. Lu Mingqiao greeted Manager Lin. Manager Lin smiled broadly and quickly came over, saying, Yes, of course. As long as you buy 2 cars from our store, we can give her the afternoon off. Although Manager Lin disliked Zhou Haiwa, she wasn't stupid. If she made things difficult for Zhou Haiwa and got humiliated, her job would be in jeopardy. Lu Ming. Zhou Haiwa wanted to say something more, but Lu Ming quickly covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, sis, stop talking. I know what you're thinking, but I really am rich. Manager, after you swipe your card to pay, please take care of all the formalities for me and put the car in Haiwa's name. Oh, and could you lend us another test drive car? I'll return it to you tomorrow, okay? If you need rent, just deduct it directly from your card. Manager Lin quickly nodded in agreement. Their big client bought 2 cars in one go, spending nearly 3 million yuan. What's wrong with lending them a test drive car? But she was even more annoyed. Why should Zhou Haiwa, an orphan, be able to get to know such a handsome, refined, and wealthy man? That's not fair. While Zhou Haiwa looked on in a daze, Lu Ming swiped his card to pay, took the keys respectfully handed to him by Manager Lin, and led Zhou Haiwa into the car. Holy crap. Lu Ming, you've already bought the car? Zhou Haiwa sat in the passenger's seat, seemingly having forgotten her mind in the store. It wasn't until Lu Ming had driven several kilometers away that the connection was restored. Otherwise what? Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, where did you get the money? Zhou Haiwa's first reaction was not happiness or envy, but fear. They know each other very well. So Lu Ming's sudden wealth really makes her worry that it's ill-gotten. Sis, take a look at this, and you'll understand. While waiting at the traffic light, Lu Ming opened his banking app on his phone and placed it in her hand. Lu Ming has 1 billion yuan in cash in his account. For amounts exceeding 1 billion, there is no upper limit to consumption and no repayment is required. And the recipients of this 1 billion yuan were the Dragon Kingdom, the capital, and the Ministry of Finance. Funds from such sources could absolutely not have been transferred to the wrong place. Sis, I know you must have a lot of questions on your mind and really want to know what happened. But all you need to know is that my money came from legitimate sources. That's enough. Don't tell anyone else. Lu Ming smiled and said, Huh? Oh. Zhou Haiwei was once again completely bewildered. The long string of zeros on her phone left her completely stunned. She'd never won that many happy beans, even when playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. By the time she realized what was happening, Lu Ming had already brought her to the bun in Shanghai and taken her to an extremely expensive restaurant. When she finally saw the renovation, she was stunned. Without noticing, Lu Ming brought her to this kind of shop-to-shop. This meal will probably cost her several months' salary, right? And what Lu Ming said, what frightened her even more was, Excuse me, which one of you is the manager? A woman in professional attire walked over quickly and smiled, saying, Hello, esteemed guest. I'm the manager of this store. My name is Chun. Lu Ming nodded and said, Manager Chun, according to your restaurant signboard, bring me a table. Give me a private room. Secondly, pack 50 portions of all your restaurant's signature dishes. I need them as soon as possible. And I need your help. Purchase 100,000 yuan worth of seafood according to this list. I'll pack it all up and take it with me after I finish eating. Manager Chun was stunned. VIP, are you serious? If your demand is this high, it can't be completed so quickly. The earliest it can be done is this evening. If it's convenient for you, please make the payment in advance, and we'll arrange it for you. Once it's all taken care of, we'll send someone to deliver it to you. All signature dishes were packed into 50 portions. Even in a roadside shop, the owner might think you're trying to scam people. Moreover, their store charges such high prices. It's okay. Lu Ming didn't care. The card was swiped on the spot. The capital city will also prepare supplies for him, so he only needs to buy 50 portions, and he won't be able to finish 50 portions in 20 days. By the way, do you have any channels? And while you're at it, give me a large single-level luxury apartment in Shanghai. I need a good location, preferably by the Huangpu River, and it should come with its own renovation. Lu Ming asked. I chatted with Zhou Haiwei for a long time this morning, otherwise he would have bought the car himself after he finished buying it. Such a high-end store must have resources. I was just asking casually, it's no big deal. You even want to buy your house from us? Manager Chun was dumbfounded. She'd worked here for 5 years and seen plenty of wealthy people, but she'd never seen anything this outrageous. Is a deposit required? Lu Ming asked with a smile. No need, because this matter is different in nature. And if you really want, we can confirm the news before you finish your meal. Manager Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming smiled and casually pulled a 50-gram yellow croaker from his pocket, handing it to the other party as a tip, which shocked the other party even more. She has seen generous customers tip several thousand yuan. But this is the first time I've ever received a gold bar as a reward. Holy crap, this is insane. Chapter 47 Hemph. Are you trying to keep me as a mistress in a gilded cage? This gold bar was purchased by Lu Ming from across the ocean for free. Anyway, it was obtained for free. Lu Ming didn't care. As for the embossing on the gold bar, Lu Ming had already flattened it. So from the outside, it looked like a gold bar without any markings. Speaking of gold, there's another business opportunity where you can make a fortune off it. That's the golden ratio between the two worlds. Gold reserves on Earth are limited. It is mainly used for monetary equivalents, gold and silver jewelry, and high-tech industrial manufacturing. But these things are plentiful on asteroids. China has brought back a huge number of them from asteroids in the last 200 years. Silver is cheap enough these days, isn't it? In China, the price of gold is the same as that of silver. So in the future, he could easily bring back a huge amount of gold for the Dragon Kingdom. Let the Dragon Kingdom sell it off to foreign investors and attract foreign capital. Distinguished guests, this way please. Manager Chen personally led them to the private room. A small yellow croaker made her so happy, she almost went crazy. After all, this is extra income on top of my salary. Besides, based on today's gold price, this gold bar is worth over 30,000. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Even if you're rich now, you can't waste money like this. Zhou Haiwei sat on the soft chair, feeling very distressed. Lu Ming's spending habits today really shocked her. It's okay, sis. I have more money than I can spend. Lu Ming took a sip of the tea the waiter poured for him and chuckled. If you're that rich, why don't you give me 100 million? At least I can save it for you. Zhou Haiwei remained silent. A meal cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. What exactly is going on here? That's true. Sis, you should quit your part-time job and just focus on your studies. I'll be busy starting tomorrow. I'll transfer 100 million to you. Buy me an apartment in Shanghai and 2 parking spaces while you're at it. Once all the formalities are settled, you can use the house and car for now. I'm mostly in Beijing. I only come to Shanghai occasionally. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As he spoke, he picked up his phone. No. You said you only come to Shanghai occasionally, so why are you buying a house or a car? I was just joking, can't you tell? Zhou Haiwei was somewhat distraught, she said. She had thought about staying in Shanghai and making lots and lots of money, but she never imagined it would be this crazy. It's nothing. You took such good care of me at the orphanage when I was little, so it's okay for me to be considerate of you now. Besides, this money of mine... Hey, wait a moment. Lu Ming knew that Zhou Haiwei couldn't accept this, so he asked all the waiters to leave and made a phone call to old Master Zhou to explain the situation. In terms of level, Lu Ming's card is already the highest level, because all his expenses were covered by the Dragon Kingdom. But no amount of words could compare to the shock of a string of numbers in Zhou Haiwei's eyes. After understanding the situation, old Zhou was somewhat amused and exasperated, but he still made a phone call and asked the Ministry of Finance to arrange for 5 billion yuan to be transferred to Lu Ming. Ding dong. The money arrived via SMS. When Zhou Haiwei saw the long string of zeros on the screen, she was completely stunned and almost fell off her chair. Even if she's playing games, she can't just suddenly have 5 billion. What on earth is going on? Lu Ming was only willing to show Zhou Haiwei this because of his years of trust in her. Lu Ming knew she wouldn't tell anyone. If it were anyone else, expecting Lu Ming to explain? Absolutely not. Besides, Lu Ming had no need to explain. Why bother explaining so much? To make others suspicious. Does this lead to a leak of information? Sister, your brother is now working for the country. For me, wealth is just a number. To put it dramatically, if I wanted to, no one could be richer than me. So don't worry about what I'm giving you. Lu Ming said softly. Zhou Haiwei felt like her brain had shut down. She was dazed and couldn't hear a single word. For orphans like them, even 500,000 is a huge sum, let alone if you change the unit to 100 million. She ate the entire meal in a daze. During the meal, Manager Chen came in and showed Lu Ming several high-end properties on her phone. Lu Ming handed her the phone and asked her to choose one. She was in a daze, unsure of what to do, and then fell into a state of confusion once again. The subsequent procedures for this house are actually quite simple to handle. Firstly, because Lu Ming could pay for the house in full. Secondly, because the house belongs to the shop owner. Could someone who can afford to open such a luxurious restaurant on the Bund be an ordinary person? Obviously not. Lu Ming left Zhou Haiwei's identity information with Manager Chen, and after Manager Chen handled it, he called Zhou Haiwei to complete the transfer of ownership. The owner happens to have a parking space too. He casually sold 2 to Lu Ming. The boss wanted to add Lu Ming's contact information and WeChat, but Lu Ming declined. In one afternoon, Lu Ming then took Zhou Haiwei sightseeing. I bought a whole bunch of designer bags, luxury goods, and women's clothing. Some of them were for Zhou Haiwei, but most were brought over for Qin Shuer and Qi Qi. According to the list, Lu Ming also bought a lot of books for Qi Qi, bought milk tea for Qin Shuer, and even bought her a burlap sack in a rather wicked way. That evening, I took Zhou Haiwei back to a fancy restaurant. So much so that Zhou Haiwei spent the day in a daze. Without realizing it, she became a rich woman. He was decked out in various luxury items. The 100 million yuan that Lu Ming gave her was lying in the account. Even the house he stayed in at night was a large, luxurious apartment that Lu Ming bought yesterday. Lu Ming had some of the things he bought delivered to the large apartment, but most of them were sent to a warehouse that Long Gua had found for him. Lu Ming, You were pretending to take your sister to buy all sorts of luxury goods, but what you really wanted was to buy your younger sister all sorts of pretty little clothes, right? Oomph. Zhou Haiwei sat on the soft, wide, off-white sofa and only then came to her senses. After a whole day, she finally felt her head was starting to clear up. After all, most of the sizes Lu Ming bought weren't hers. They say men become bad when they have money. I think I've figured it out. Zhou Haiwei complained, but made a face at Lu Ming and stuck out her tongue. Sister, this matter is a bit complicated. Lu Ming couldn't help but cough twice and said. Lu Ming didn't want to hide anything from his older sister who had taken care of him since childhood. However, the things that had happened to him were too bizarre, so it was best not to tell. Oomph. Are you trying to keep me as a mistress in a gilded cage? Chapter 48 Xiao AI. Turn off the lights. As soon as Zhou Haiwei said this, her pretty face flushed red. Although she pretended to be calm on the surface, her eyes were too shy to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't have any such thoughts. He just wanted Zhou Haiwei to not have to struggle for money and to be able to finish her university studies properly. Looking back on his childhood, when those bullying kids in the orphanage harassed him, it was Zhou Haiwei who helped him. He was able to get into Yunqing University thanks to Zhou Haiwei's help. Not only did she organize various notes for him, she would also occasionally inquire about his study progress from far away in Shanghai. Their relationship had always been good. It was only during the 3 years that Zhou Haiwei went to study in Shanghai that they gradually lost contact with each other. After all, train tickets back from Shanghai are expensive. Zhou Haiwei used the money she saved to support Lu Ming's first-year tuition. Sister, wah. Before Lu Ming could react, Zhou Haiwei pressed her lips against his. Those sweet, soft lips pressed tightly against Lu Ming's lips, causing Lu Ming to freeze in shock. Zhou Haiwei's pretty face grew increasingly red. It was almost like having a fever. After a long time, Zhou Haiwei then parted her lips, fanned her face with her hand, and said with a soft hum, "You stinky Lu Ming, you wicked Lu Ming, I really let you off easy. Originally, I planned to wait until you graduated from university, bring you to Shanghai, and then make you my own, but now it seems that's impossible. I don't know exactly what you're doing, but I know what you're doing must be very dangerous. Be careful. Now that you've started keeping me like a caged bird, you have to take responsibility for me. If you dare make me live like a widow, I'll bite you to death." As she spoke, Zhou Haiwei gently bit Lu Ming's shoulder to vent one's emotions. But I didn't dare to use too much force. She's not stupid. If what Lu Ming was doing wasn't dangerous, how could he suddenly have so much money? Even a single phone call could get 5 billion transferred from Beijing. Since Lu Ming didn't explain the specifics to her, it meant that this matter must be highly confidential. She wouldn't pry into it. Sister, Lu Ming never imagined that Zhou Haiwei liked him. Their relationship could be described as childhood sweethearts. How much time do you have left? Zhou Haiwei interrupted and asked. She could tell that Lu Ming was in a rush. Whether it was shopping in the afternoon or having dinner in the evening, Lu Ming was clearly in a hurry. About 10 hours. There's a private jet waiting for me at Hangzhou Airport, ready to take off at any time. Lu Ming said earnestly. That's enough. It only takes 2 hours to get from Shanghai to Beijing. Xiao AI, turn off the lights. The moment the living room lights went out, Zhou Haiwei kissed Lu Ming's lips once again. She was utterly shocked. After not seeing him for a while, her little brother actually managed to have a private jet come all the way to wait for him. If I don't catch him soon, I'll only be able to watch him end up in someone else's bowl, even if he has many women in the future. But I also want to be the most important one to him. For hours later, 12 o'clock at night, Shanghai, Hangzhou Airport. Zhou Haiwei reluctantly escorted Lu Ming to the terminal, hugged him, and kissed him goodbye once more. Prior to this, after experiencing madness, but then another crazy experience ensued, because Lu Ming actually took away a whole bunch of things right in front of her. She was dumbfounded. She was curious how Lu Ming was going to take all these things with him since he hadn't asked anyone to send them to the airport for check-in. She never imagined things would turn out this way. No wonder Lu Ming suddenly went to the capital. No wonder Lu Ming was recruited by the Dragon Kingdom. With abilities beyond those of ordinary people, how could Lu Ming not be recruited by the state? Sis, I'm going on a business trip for at least 20 days. When I get back, I'll come to Shanghai to find you. Lu Ming kissed her forehead and said softly, Okay, remember to eat well and take good care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you to come back in the golden house you've prepared for me. Don't go out there flirting with other girls, and think about me more often." Zhou Haiwa chuckled. Lu Ming lowered his head and kissed her lips. This beautiful couple had already attracted a lot of attention, and now their public display of affection has made many people envious. "Sis, it's almost time I should go." Lu Ming parted his lips. "I took one last look at her before I left." "Still calling me sister?" Zhou Haiwa was somewhat dissatisfied and huffed. "What's that called?" Lu Ming smiled. "Call me darling quickly," Zhou Haiwa said, her face flushed. "Dear sister, I'm leaving." Lu Ming chuckled and kissed her lips again. Zhou Haiwa huffed. "You bad guy. Come back soon. I'll miss you." Lu Ming nodded to her and walked towards the VIP passage of the terminal under her gaze. Watching Lu Ming's figure disappear, Zhou Haiwa felt a sense of loss. After a long while, even though Lu Ming's figure had long since disappeared, she was still standing in the same spot, unable to recover for a long time. Boom boom. A private plane flew overhead. Ding dong. Lu Ming sent her a message. It's a photo of an airplane rapidly climbing and disappearing into the clouds. "Oomph. You brat. Remember to think of me. Love you." Zhou Haiwa sent a cute emoji, then got into the car and headed towards their new home. "But my legs were so weak I couldn't muster any strength." Fortunately, the car has cruise control. Otherwise, she really felt she might not be able to drive back. "I really don't know where this bastard gets so much energy. I'm like this, and he's completely fine. If he were like this every day, it would be really unbearable." Zhou Haiwa listened to music while driving. Her pretty face flushed red again. Back home, Zhou Haiwa turned on the lights, looked at the huge Riverview apartment, and felt the gentle river breeze flowing in from the 12-meter-high balcony, feeling only comfort. This was a scene she never dared to imagine before, but Lu Ming made it a reality for her. Gazing at the river view, holding a glass of wine in his hand, all she wanted to do was shout it out. Just like climbing a mountain and reaching the summit, it makes you want to shout and cheer. However, after the initial excitement, she quickly quieted down. Being alone in such a large house actually made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. If she could, she would love for Lu Ming to be with her every day. But Lu Ming had something more important to do. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming took a picture of her landing. "Honey, I've arrived. I'll be without internet right now. Get some rest and wait for me to come back." "Zhou Haiwa, you naughty guy, come back soon. My legs are so weak, you have to massage them for me when you get back." Lu Ming replied with a laughing emoji, got into the car sent from Beijing, turned off his phone, and tossed it into his spatial storage. Chapter 49. They will bear all the losses from these 20 days. After Lu Ming's confirmation over this period of time, it was found that his space could not only maintain the standstill of time, but also isolate all sources of signals. This space simply cannot store living things. Throw a live chicken in. He'll die in the next second. If living beings can be stored in the space, then he could easily bring people there in this way. As soon as Lu Ming arrived at the base, he saw a group of people bustling around, and old Zhou and his group rushed out, their faces filled with solemnity. Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled and quickly asked, "Old Zhou, why do you all have such expressions? Has something happened?" Old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Ming. Leading Lu Ming inside, he said, "Lu Ming, when you come back next time, you'd better find a way to get your hands on a pharmaceutical industry robot. Or perhaps it was high-tech equipment used in their time to fight viruses and produce medicine." Lu Ming's expression also turned serious, and he said, "So, something happened?" Old Zhou nodded. "Something terrible has happened, and it's a major disaster. From the moment we took action, we have been on guard against the other side of the ocean. But China is so big and has so many people, it is impossible to be 100% preventative. And the other side of the ocean took advantage of the loophole and actually released a virus with an extremely high mortality rate into our territory. We detected this incident immediately after it occurred, and the pathogen was brought under control. We traced everything back to its source. The possibility of illegal immigration is higher." Old Zhou recounted the whole story to Lu Ming. "This actually happened today. The pathogen was even detected just 2 hours ago and then reported to Beijing as quickly as possible. Currently, the customs in Beijing are closed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, things have gotten this serious. The patient infected with the pathogen has developed extremely severe symptoms of coughing up blood and internal organ failure within 2 hours of being discovered. Experts predict that the mortality rate of this pathogen is as high as 55%. Moreover, it targets the genes of people of Asian descent. After entering the human body, the virus secretes a transaminase and, like cancer cells, damages the DNA in human cells. Damn it, when did they develop something like this? And why do you dare to research this kind of thing? Are they trying to cause the extinction of humanity? Lu Ming clenched his fists, his face filled with anger. Human extinction? What wouldn't they do if they could wear us down? Besides, their strength has already been greatly weakened. Without those naval vessels, they pose little threat to us. They themselves will need years, even decades, to recover. They're definitely trying to drag them down with them this way. If a lot of people die on our side, they can buy themselves enough time. Old Joe was equally furious. He said, "Old Joe, what are the plans for the Dragon Kingdom?" Lu Ming asked solemnly. "We have already set up a biological research institute to begin studying this new pathogen, but we still need your help a lot more. Last time we were locked down, it took us 3 years to recover. This time we can cut the Gordian knot, but we must do it as soon as possible." Old Joe. Fortunately, China purchased a large amount of supplies internationally, which was more than enough to support Lu Ming for the 20 days he was away. It could even last for up to 6 months. However, the longer it drags on, the more difficult the economic recovery will become. Economic issues are not as simple as just giving money to ordinary people. If too much money is distributed, but no actual economic output is generated, it's just a pile of waste paper and will cause domestic inflation. Old Joe, how about this? From now on, you should stop all economic production, give the whole country a holiday, and wait for me for 20 days. Since the Huaxing base can produce gene-based drugs, they must have a way to develop a solution to this virus. If all else fails, I'll get my hands on a set of equipment for producing gene-based drugs. Old Joe, please give me a copy of the pathogen, and I'll put it in my spatial storage and take it with me. Lu Ming said earnestly. Pathogens will die when thrown into space, but their DNA structure will still exist. With China's technology, this is definitely not a problem. The only uncertainty now is how much of the technology at the Huaxing base has been preserved from before the apocalypse. If all else fails, try gene-modified drugs. Use it once, and it's invalid. After all, their gene-based drugs can even regenerate severed limbs. So, wouldn't handling this little thing be a piece of cake? Mr. Zhou, I know that these 20 days will definitely have a very significant impact on the country. But since those people have done this, they definitely won't just target our dragon country. They'll also target countries like Japan. At that time, we can make it all back by selling medicine. If that doesn't work, I'll bring back gold. They will bear all the losses from these 20 days. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. 1 cubic meter of gold is 19.32 tons. After he goes there, he can increase his space capacity and bring back 100 or 200 tons without any problem. 1 ton of gold is worth about 600 to 700 million. 100 tons would be 60 to 70 billion, and 200 tons would be more than 100 billion. Although a single incident cannot offset the losses of these 20 days. But Lu Ming can keep coming. For Lu Ming, this was a completely cost-free affair. But those people who bought the gold had to pay a real price in gold and silver. If this loss isn't enough to make up for it, then we'll sell them some industries that currently seem like high-tech. Once I get my hands on some even more advanced technology, I'll just wipe them out with one blow. Lu Ming said coldly. Since they've gone this far, they must pay a heavy price. They came to China's doorstep and caused their ship to sink in China's waters. Who can they blame? You're allowed to rob me right in front of my house? I'm not allowed to resist? Hee hee, that doesn't make sense. Lu Ming, how likely is your plan to succeed? Old Joe said earnestly. Even without Lu Ming saying that, they were already planning to lock down the city. After all, they valued human lives more than economic losses. 100%. The industrial robots I brought back last time can mass-produce more advanced medical supplies, such as masks and protective clothing. The packaging made from that stuff is inherently highly antibacterial. Lu Ming said in a firm voice. Even if he wasn't 100% sure, he had to be 100% certain. Besides, Qin Schwerer had already secured the deal with the Huaxing base. Once he brings the relevant materials over this time, Huashing Base will definitely do its best to help him. 10 years after the apocalypse, they are still striving to protect the survivors. A leader who strives to lead humanity to liberation. In matters like this, I'm definitely willing to help. Chapter 50. A fire burned down the entire biological laboratory across the street. Good. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Old Joe bowed deeply to Lu Ming and said. They also knew that the industrial robots Lu Ming brought back could produce highly antibacterial materials. This became one of their trump cards in the fight against this matter. Upon discovering this, Mr. Dong personally ordered the packaging production line to be suspended and instead used to produce medical supplies. At the same time, the industrial robots were also spun off to start building entirely new production lines. The packaging provided by Lu Ming is more than enough. Naturally, we should free up production capacity to save lives. Old Joe, although this is a despicable tactic by the enemy against us, it is also an opportunity for us. If we can resolve this within 20 days, then it's the enemy who should collapse. This is probably their last resort. Lu Ming helped Old Joe up and said in a cold voice. When it comes to governing a country and bringing peace to the world, Lu Ming is definitely not as good as Elder Zhou and the others. So Lu Ming just gave his suggestions and left the rest to them. Old Joe, we don't need to worry too much. What's a tricky matter for us? Perhaps others have already gone through it before. After all, the civilization lines of our two worlds are actually quite similar. Lu Ming smiled and said, That's all we can hope for. Old Joe took a deep breath and said. After reaching an agreement, Lu Ming called Zhou Haiyue through the base's encrypted landline. First, I told her about it. Secondly, she was told to wait until dawn the next day to make a large-scale purchase of supplies. The pathogen has not yet spread nationwide. After all, the incident was only discovered 2 hours ago. If it were to spread, it would take at least several days or more than 10 days. It's possible that the worst of this disaster will happen when Lu Ming returns. Zhou Haiyue was extremely shocked, but after hearing the story, she became even more worried about Lu Ming. She can stay at home for a month. But what about Lu Ming? Lu Ming told her not to worry so much. Because he had other things to do, Lu Ming didn't chat for long and hung up the phone. Underground base. Walk through the hall. Lu Ming did not see Elder Dong here, because Elder Dong was currently extremely busy. He also did not see Wang Rue, because Wang Rue has already been sent to the other side of the ocean. Wang Rue had only one task, to set fire to the entire biological laboratory across the street. This was something that Elder Dong and his team had anticipated and were prepared for. However, they hadn't expected the other side to be so desperate. This did not trigger nuclear weapons. But in effect, it's the same thing. Who cares about the damage caused by burning down these labs or the loss of technology? They've gone to such lengths. What are we still tolerating? Qin Schwerer is right. These despicable bastards deserve to be slapped to death and prevent them from developing other technologies. Otherwise, all of humanity will die at the hands of these bastards. From the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom, everything they're doing now has caused a huge uproar, so they must gradually slow down. Even if the domestic situation is not affected for the time being, but the whole world will be affected. If a large-scale economic disaster were to occur, countless people would starve to death around the world. Therefore, China has temporarily slowed down and refrained from further stimulating global factors. However, the fire start on the other side has made it impossible for China to stop. Commander Liu. When everyone saw him coming, they immediately bowed to him, especially the members of the Red Wolf Squad. Each of them stood tall and straight with burning eyes. Lu Ming, the 10 first-tier crystal cores you brought back have all been absorbed. This includes 2 members of the Red Wolf Squad, 7 members of other Special Forces teams, and 1 member of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Intelligence Agency. Superpowers are divided into fire, water, ice, lightning, and mental. Shen Bing from the Intelligence Agency is a level 1 mental evolutionist. It can manipulate other people and detect their good intentions or hostility. It can even see into other people's hearts. Mr. Zhou explained. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but was pleasantly surprised. Evolutionary cores really can produce evolved beings on their side. Moreover, a mental-type evolved being has emerged, and one that is so powerful. Following Zhou Lao's direction, Lu Ming turned his head and saw a woman dressed in a suit and trousers saluting him with a smart and spirited demeanor. This woman had delicate features and was stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were incredibly sharp, like a dagger. In terms of looks alone, she is no less beautiful than Qin Shuer and Qi Qi. In terms of physique, he is relatively weak, but he's still a C-level expert. Commander Liu, Wu Xingda, a member of the Red Wolf Squad and a water-type ability user, is reporting for duty. Red Wolf Squad member. Lin Xing, lightning-type ability user, reporting to the commander. Shun Bing, a mental evolutionist from the Dragon Kingdom's Special Intelligence Agency, reporting to the commander. Lu Ming, with a serious expression, nodded to each of them. His gaze finally settled on Shun Bing. Shun Bing, since you can hear other people's thoughts, then try using your abilities on me. Let's see if they can hear my thoughts, or if they can control me. Shun Bing nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Shun Bing was incredibly shocked when she was selected for this time and space project. She was even more shocked when she learned about parallel worlds, time travelers, and evolved beings. If she hadn't activated her superpower herself, she really wouldn't have believed that such a thing existed in this world. As a soldier, her job was to execute orders without question. In a single thought, she used her supernatural power on Lu Ming. Her superpower requires her eyes as a medium to activate. Not only humans, but even some intelligent beings can control it. The feeling of being in control was very strange. It was as if the soul had entered the other person's body. If you can control the other person's mind, it's like having a second body. The only cost is that the consumption is terrifying. Currently, her limit for controlling humans is 3 minutes. The limit for controlling the mice is 10 minutes. Swish! Lu Ming felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, but then there was no further reaction. Shun Bing's face grew increasingly pale. In just a moment, cold sweat broke out on her fair forehead. Commander Lu, no. You are incredibly strong. I can't control it. Shun Bing stopped immediately after receiving permission, but began to breathe heavily. However, with each of her gasps for breath, the towering mountains in front of her began to heave violently. She was secretly shocked. You should know that even Lin Xing and his team can control her superpower. They are special forces soldiers, and their mental strength and willpower are above ordinary people. Chapter 51, It's transformed. It's transformed. Currently, Lu Ming is already at the 3rd level, while Shun Bing is only at the 0th level, having just awakened her superpower. There's a difference of 4 levels between them. From a purely objective standpoint, it's understandable that Shun Bing couldn't control herself. Shun Bing, what level of superpower do you have? Lu Ming turned to her and asked. When an evolved being awakens their special ability, they can sense their own grade. However, Lu Ming is an exception, because Lu Ming still doesn't understand what rank he is. Reporting to the commander, I should be SS rank. Shun Bing took a few breaths. That made me feel a little better. Just now, when she tried to take control of Lu Ming, it was incredibly difficult, and during the process, she also felt a strong sense of oppression. SS rank. Lu Ming was taken aback. As far as he knew, there weren't many evolutionaries even at the S rank level or above. The probability of reaching SS rank was only 1%. Commander, am I too weak? Shun Bing asked nervously. She originally worked for a special agency overseas, gathering intelligence for China. She also had many disguised identities. Having worked for many years, she has witnessed countless trials and tribulations, and has met numerous celebrities and wealthy businessmen from various countries and regions. But she felt immense pressure in Lu Ming's presence. It felt like suppression from a high-level expert. An SS-level mental ability is already quite outstanding. The probability of SS-grade items being produced is already very low, and those in the mental category are even rarer. If we can only bring one person this time, then you and I will go together. Lu Ming shook his head and explained. Yes, sir. Shun Bing breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. Even if that other world is dangerous, who wouldn't want to go and see it if they could? Besides, they could also acquire powerful high technology there. Take advantage of the time we still have and rest a bit more. I'm going to the supplies depot to prepare some things. Lu Mingqiao smiled at her. He turned and left the hall. After Lu Ming left, everyone looked at Shun Bing with envy. Although they had all awakened the abilities of evolved beings, What an honor it was to be able to represent the Dragon Kingdom. Xinbing's trip there means she won't have to return to Dragon Kingdom on her next trip. If Lu Ming can only bring one person at a time, then it will always be the same person coming and going, which will make things very troublesome. But each time the people brought over are different, those people can gain time to develop over there. If possible, China would definitely help China recover its lost territories. From the perspective of national strategy, help them. Actually, it's helping yourself too. As long as a large number of talented people can be found to help the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will surely become as powerful as China before the apocalypse. Supplies Department. The group of elderly men looked at Lu Ming with obvious annoyance. Fortunately, the preparation of supplies went very smoothly this time. There was no argument like last time. Lu Ming, now that you're here, we'll slaughter the seafood on the spot and put it into your space to keep it fresh. An elderly man with white hair, holding a whiteboard, said speechlessly, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. All right, get moving. Get to work, get to work." The old man clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and called out. Immediately, a group of people began to butcher all sorts of seafood. Live fish were scooped out of the tank and began to be sliced and butchered. King crabs were also taken out of the tank and chopped into sections. Lu Mingbai had the restaurant buy 100,000 yuan worth of goods yesterday, simply to experience the thrill of spending. The seafood there, especially king crab, makes up a large portion of the spending. After all, a single king crab can cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Ming then took out the supplies that had already been put into his space and had professional staff help him sort them out and fill them to a size of 5.5 cubic meters. Lu Ming is unable to absorb evolution crystals here. This puzzled Lu Ming, because everyone else can awaken and become an evolver through the evolution crystal. However, Lu Ming is not yet sure whether the Dragon Kingdom can only absorb and awaken, and cannot further improve its strength through the evolution crystal core. If Shan Bing and the others want to improve their strength, they need more Tier 1 crystal cores so that they can first reach Tier 1. But first-order crystal cores are exactly what they lack most right now. There aren't even many second-tier crystal cores. Because the strength of mutated plants and animals is generally higher, there are naturally fewer low-level crystal cores. Speaking of this, we have to mention the 3 months leading up to the end of China. At that time, the mutated plants and animals were all incredibly powerful. They have no crystal nucleus. Their strength can reach the 8th or 9th level, or even higher. Therefore, in less than 3 months, China and all of humanity were reduced to such a state. Young Lu, all the supplies have been prepared for you. The Dragon Kingdom is counting on you now. If you can't figure out a way to deal with those bastards releasing the virus in 20 days, we'll be in big trouble. The white-haired old man sighed and said, even if given enough time, they can certainly handle it themselves. But every extra day wasted means one more person will die. It's best to resolve things before they escalate too much. Don't worry, I will do my best, Lu Ming said solemnly. Please. The white-haired old man looked at him with utmost solemnity. Most of the supplies in this batch were packaged using packaging produced on the production line. This thing is amazing. Not only does it have the properties of plastic, making it waterproof and antibacterial, but the key is that it degrades in the soil in just 6 months. Some of the chemicals needed by the washing base are packaged using this stuff. It can be corroded, so it's packaged in glass. Around 5 a.m., Chi-Chi was half asleep when Qin Shui'er shook her awake. You little slut, get up. Get up now. Judging by the time, my husband will be here soon, King Xuya urged. The 2 women are still in the shelter, where they have spent 4 days eating and sleeping, living a very comfortable life. When they have nothing to do, they sometimes enjoy a little wine and canned food and various pre-prepared dishes from the military region. If others knew that even 10 years after the apocalypse, they could still live such a life, they would be incredibly envious. Wah, stop tickling me. It's deformed. It's deformed. Ouch. Chi-Chi struggled for a moment. After the 2 women joked around for a while, they changed their clothes, took a shower, and waited for Lu Ming to appear. Because they were unsure who Lu Ming would bring this time, the 2 women made a special effort to dress up and try their best to maintain a good image. See Zolklaki Sharpi, accompanied by a flash of white light. Chapter 52, A Beast is a Beast. At the stroke of 6 o'clock, Lu Ming completed his journey between the two worlds. This time, his space increased by 0.5 cubic meters. Including himself, there were a total of 4 people who came this time. Shen Bing and the others were filled with excitement. The awakening of superpowers. It's just the awakening of superpowers. Traveling to parallel worlds is a completely different matter. Lu Ming couldn't help but start thinking. Could it be that the number of people one can bring with them during a time travel is closely related to their strength? Last time, he was already considered an evolved being, but because he was only at level 0, he could only bring Wang Rui with him. This time, his strength reached the 3rd tier, so he brought 3 people with him. If that's really the case, then things will be so much easier. He could bring researchers like Professor Zheng over after just a few more visits. Honey, are these 3 the people you brought with you this time? Qin Shuer was poised and elegant, and smiled gently. In front of outsiders, she would do everything she could to save face for Lu Ming, making sure no one could find fault with her. Because she knows that for a woman to be pampered, simply being pretty isn't enough. She has to learn to be charming and coquettish, and also make her man look good in front of others. It's all about emotional value. As long as the emotional value is there, who wouldn't treat you like a treasure and cherish you? Hello, Madam Commander. Shen Bing and the others immediately became serious. Straight posture. He saluted Qin Shuer. Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Shuer. Qin Shuer smiled and said, Ignore her. I am your leader's legal wife. Chi joked from the side. Every smile and frown was incredibly alluring. Even Shen Bing, a stunning beauty herself, couldn't help but be mesmerized by the sight. The other 2 were also momentarily stunned, but they quickly recovered and looked away. They could understand how Lu Ming had 2 wives here, but they will all respect it. Moreover, they will show respect to Lu Ming and to them. However, when it comes to handling matters, the 3 people, including Shen Bing, will only obey Lu Ming's orders. Have you 2 had breakfast yet? Lu Ming looked around. It's obviously been tidied up. Clearly, the 2 women have been waiting for him to come back here for the past few days. Putting everything else aside, at least their attitude is very well behaved. I just grabbed a quick bite to tide me over. Honey, have you eaten? King Xue asked softly. We already ate before we came here. What would you 2 like to eat? I'll get it for you. I still have some congee and side dishes in my storage space, as well as steamed buns and fried dough sticks. I packed them up for you when I had breakfast just now. Would you like some? Lu Ming asked. Since they are so well behaved, Lu Ming will let them eat whatever they want. If Lu Ming were to survive for 10 years in a resource-scarce apocalypse, he would also want to eat delicacies like abalone and lobster every day. Since my husband packed it for us, of course we'll eat it. This kind of good stuff has long since disappeared from our area. King Xue nodded obediently. It focuses on emotional value. All right, you 2 have a good meal first, and then we'll head to the Huaxing base. I'm here to take control of the Huaxing base. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. Honey, what happened? Chi asked with equal concern. Lu Ming nodded. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Something really happened. Those bastards from across the ocean poisoned our dragon country. The severity of this outbreak lies in the fact that it's a contagious virus specifically developed for people of Asian descent, with a mortality rate as high as 55%. Qin Shuer was stunned, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. At the time of her birth, those tactics employed by China across the ocean had already been openly suppressed, and on the surface, things appeared calm and peaceful. But she studied history. Never forget history. They did the same thing when China attacked the other side of the ocean before, which resulted in the deaths of many Chinese people. A beast is a beast. These descendants of pirates are nothing but cockroaches from the sewers. They will do everything in their power to destroy anyone who threatens their interests. They are only happy when they have colonized the whole world. But don't worry, honey. Even if those people develop a powerful virus, it's useless. The Huaxing base can even produce gene-based drugs. They can handle this little thing in no time. Qin Shuer patted her chest and assured her, regardless of what kind of virus it is, as long as there is a DNA sequence, Huaxing base can handle it. Gene therapy is a technology that is hundreds of years ahead of its time. With this technology, wouldn't solving a virus be a piece of cake? So you guys eat breakfast first, then come with us to the Huaxing base. Doesn't Jiang Qiu need all sorts of chemical materials? I've already gotten it for her. Lu Ming reached out and rubbed her little head, saying, "It's okay, honey, we're not in a rush to have breakfast. Dealing with this matter is more important." Qin Schwerer took Lu Ming's hand and followed him out. As for the supplies left in the underground shelter of the nuclear power plant, they were originally intended to remain there as backup supplies. "Yes, honey, take care of your business first." Chi took Lu Ming's left hand, her face also showing displeasure. "This has nothing to do with apocalyptic natural disasters. It's purely a man-made catastrophe. Moreover, most of the Chinese survivors of the apocalypse have no goodwill toward the other side of the ocean. If it weren't for those people messing things up. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen?" "Ugh." Lu Ming nodded. "Since they've said so, let's go." However, before setting off, Lu Ming had Qin Schwer bind Shenbing and the others to military-grade combat suits, install a combat assistance program on them, and leave a controllable backdoor. Ensuring absolute safety was something Lu Ming had to consider at all times. Click! As they walked out of the nuclear power plant and onto the street, the morning sunlight shone on them. It was bathed in a faint golden glow. Shenbing and the other two stood ramrod straight, their eyes filled with absolute determination. They also possessed the unyielding pride of soldiers, remaining vigilant at all times regarding their surroundings. "By the way, Chi, how did that evolved human at your base fare after I got back?" Lu Ming lit a cigarette and turned to ask, "Honey, you mean that evolved human we arranged for the experiments?" Chi followed beside her and asked. Since Lu Ming was smoking at the time, the two women didn't go out to hug his arm or bother him. "Yes, it's her." Lu Ming nodded. "I went back to check. She's fine. This means that you, my husband, can now travel between the two worlds without harm, carrying our evolutionary origins. It won't even affect our strength." Chi explained. "Won't even strength be affected?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "That's right. Schwerer and I have carefully confirmed this. To save you from having to make another trip to confirm this." Chi nodded. "As long as it doesn't cause any problems, then this matter is very easy to handle. People from the Dragon Kingdom are bound by military combat uniforms. Evolvers from the Chinese Kingdom are bound by their evolutionary origins. Everything will be in his hands." Chapter 53. You're so anxious. So anxious, what can you do? Washing base. Jiang Qiu slowly opened her eyes as the morning light streamed in through the window and lazily stretched. She doesn't like to draw the curtains when she sleeps, because waking up to the first rays of sunlight in the morning makes her feel very comfortable and gives her a sense of being alive. 10 years after the apocalypse, she was under immense pressure from the desire to protect all Chinese people. They only wanted to protect their own people. Although she still held onto the greater good of her country, the apocalyptic environment forced her to be selfish. Yet, she also longed to return everything to what it once was. The spring mattress she slept on was already the best in the entire base. But now, 10 years later, it's not what it used to be. Just like her heart, the fearlessness of those days is long gone. After all, she has her responsibilities, and she has people she must protect. She knew that this was really all there was to humanity in this world. As long as the end of the world continues, humanity will not be able to recover until the day it is restored. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, when humans conduct archaeological research, they will interpret their era as an unsolved mystery, just like the vanished Mayan civilization. "Commander." "Good morning, Chief Jiang." When Jiang Qiu came out, everyone in the base greeted her. There are both men and women. There are both old and young people. Jiang Qiu is determined to develop the base for having children, because the more survivors there are, the better their base will be. Under her management, the base maintained a pre-apocalyptic civilized order. When children reach the appropriate age, they go to school. Everyone should do their job. Those who should farm. Those who are supposed to hunt should go out and hunt. Gene potions produced at the base are sent out by the base's caravans to exchange for supplies with other people. She is insignificant. She was so insignificant that she could barely protect her own people. "Go eat breakfast, everyone. I'm going to patrol outside the base." Jiang Qiu smiled at them and said, "Commander Jiang, you've worked hard. Commander Jiang, why don't you go have some breakfast first before going out on your inspection?" Everyone thanked her. Most of these people were military family members, not the kind of ungrateful or treacherous individuals. They also knew how good Jiang Xiao had been to them. It's okay. I just woke up and I'm not hungry yet. I'll come back to eat after I've finished my inspection. Jiang Xiao smiled and waved his hand, saying. With that, she headed towards the main entrance under everyone's watchful eyes. As she passed by, a 4-year-old boy saluted her solemnly, which instantly brought tears to her eyes. She fought back the urge to cry and smiled as she patted the little boy's head. As a soldier, receiving a salute from a child, what a noble thing that is. Qiao, haven't seen you for days. Have you been waiting impatiently? Not far ahead, the group stood bathed in sunlight. The woman in the lead was a stunningly beautiful woman with a single ponytail, wearing black shorts and a white shirt, revealing her long, slender legs. She was as beautiful as a poem or a painting. Everyone knows that everything she's wearing is just an illusion. It's clothing simulated from military combat uniforms. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. It wasn't her who stunned Jiang Xiao. It was the young man next to her with a cigarette in his mouth, and the people around and behind him. What's wrong, Xiao? You don't recognize me anymore? Qin Shueter laughed and said, Qin Xue, you. Jiang Xiao became somewhat incoherent for a moment. A surge of excitement filled her chest, making her blood boil. Qin Shueter's arrival meant that the deal they had discussed that day was done. Call me older sister. Qin Shueter greeted her with a smile. Jiang Xiao rushed to her and grabbed her hand, shouting, Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Qin Shueter breathed softly, her voice sweet and charming, and said, enunciating each word clearly, Call me sister quickly. Can you please stop bringing this up? Where is it? You'd better tell me already. Jiang Xiao was extremely anxious and said, If you don't yell, I'll deliberately make you anxious to death. I'm so anxious, so anxious. What can you do about it? Qin Shueter made a face and said, Chi, is this the one Qin Shueter mentioned before? Jiang Xiao ignored her and turned to ask Chi. They're old acquaintances. Firstly, Huaxing Base is a shareholder of Baiwei Hot Spring Hotel. Secondly, the two of them had a relationship of sharing a bath. Call me big sister. Chi, also feeling playful, said to her, Get lost. Who's the boss here? You can only be considered the second sister at best. You should know that I am the eldest sister. I'm the one my husband dotes on more, so I'm the rightful wife. Chi said with a smile. This matter didn't really mean much to them, but it was quite amusing to make jokes about it, especially jokes about Jiang Xiao. You little slut, you're talking nonsense. I'm clearly more important to my husband. You know, I'm a top-tier hacker. And my husband prepared a whole bunch of gifts for me. But what about you? Qin Xue taught it. Oh, it's not like you're the only one who got a gift. And it's as if my evolutionary abilities are completely useless, and I can't help at all. Chi rolled her eyes dramatically and said, Chi has an exceptionally accurate understanding of herself. Her greatest contribution to Lu Ming lies in the unique nature of her evolutionary ability. If Lu Ming wants to ensure development and technological acquisition in this world, he must ensure the stability of this place and then facilitate exchange and output. To give a very simple example, scientists in this world stand on the shoulders of giants, building upon existing technology. Even those who have only been in the lab for a few years are already at the forefront. In terms of theoretical knowledge, they could even become teachers to senior scientists like Zheng Lao from Longhua. Don't think this is too outrageous, because this is the gap between civilizations. Anyone who absorbs all sorts of knowledge online could go back to ancient times and become a national advisor. Even if they can't govern a country, they could at least teach people, right? Even if we assume, for example, that they can't teach the material clearly, they should at least know some theoretical knowledge, right? After ensuring order and absolute credibility, Lu Ming could then send a group of scientists here for advanced studies. Wouldn't that solve the problem of commercially controlled nuclear fusion, which Professor Zheng and his team couldn't solve? Chi-Chi's role is to ensure the strength of the forces around Lu Ming. Qin Shueter is a hacker, and her hacking skills are extremely important. Jiang Xiao is the boss of Huaxing Base. The scientists under her command who can produce gene-based drugs are the talents that Lu Ming urgently needs. Each of the three women has her own role. If it's just about being pretty, so what does Lu Ming want them to do? Lu Ming wants women? There are plenty of them all over the streets of China. Chapter 54, 10 years after the apocalypse. How can he still? Qin Shui'er. Chi, can you two stop dawdling? Is what I asked for ready yet? Jiang Xiu was on the verge of collapse and said anxiously, Qiu, are you in a hurry? Qin Shui'er was playing with words. In all the years they've known each other, Qin Shui'er had never seen her so excited, except during a large-scale attack by the alien beasts. Yuzhong, of course I'm anxious. Jiang Xiu wanted to curse, so he said, how could she not be anxious? The base is facing a severe shortage of various chemical reagents. If they can no longer produce gene-based drugs, the base's operation will be in grave danger. The base's only food consisted of the meat of various alien beasts and the vegetables and fruit produced by mutated plants. Without the gene serum, the mutation of the entire base is only a matter of time. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Is this a place where we can talk? Qin Shui'er chuckled and said. Jiang Xiu was immediately speechless, and only then did he realize what was happening. Yes, she was so excited. If Qin Shui'er and the others would take the items out on the spot, and the news were to leak out, it would be a catastrophic disaster for Huaxing Base. Jiang Xiu, right? Hello, my name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his cigarette ash and offered his hand. Hello. Jiang Xiu quickly grasped his hand, and for a moment she felt even more that she had acted stupidly. The cigarette Lu Ming was holding said it all. In this situation, she should pretend she knew nothing and take him away. Would it be convenient for us to talk somewhere else? Lu Ming stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers and tossed it into his supernatural space. With the strength of military-grade combat uniforms, it's an easy thing to be immune to the temperature of a cigarette butt. So convenient. Please come with me. Jiang Xiu gestured for him to enter and said excitedly. At this point, whether Lu Ming is a space-type evolver or not is no longer important. What matters is what Lu Ming can provide for her next. The base nuclear power plant is located underground. In the laboratory, this is the most classified place in the entire Huaxing Base. Over the years, Huaxing Base has continuously expanded the underground refuge of the nuclear power plant, developing it to an area of more than 3,000 square meters. The truly confidential research work takes place in laboratories converted from shelter. All other external areas are secondary zones. The structural strength is not as high as that of a shelter. Jiang Xiu led them inside, selected a room in the shelter's laboratory, and told all the researchers to leave. Shenbing, wait at the door after it closes. No one is allowed in without my permission. Understand? Lu Ming said in a deep voice. Clear. Shenbing and the other two immediately went on high alert. They were familiar with everything about military combat uniforms and raised their alert level to the highest level. Rumble. Click. As the hydraulic gate slowly closed. Shenbing and the other two gradually became separated from Lu Ming into two different worlds. Lu Ming left them outside for two reasons: to monitor them and to keep them on guard. If the Huaxing Base dared to do anything to them, they would fight to the death. It should be noted that Lu Ming carried a considerable amount of high-concentration TNT explosives in his spatial storage, even if the bomb doesn't kill everyone in the base. But wouldn't it be easy to take away high-ranking base members like Jiang Xiu? Mr. Lu, please have a seat. Jiang Xiu gestured for him to proceed. Jiang Xiu picked up a kettle from his side, intending to pour water for Lu Ming and the other two. But the next second, a tea tray appeared on the table. Qin Shui'er took the silver teapot and placed it on the portable gas stove to boil water. The silver teapot was shiny on the outside and had dents and dents from being hammered by hand. Even in pre-apocalyptic China, this teapot would be considered a top-tier work of art, not something the average person could afford. The value of metals is secondary. The key is the process. As he waited for the top-quality mountain spring water to boil, Jiang Xiu's head drooped lower and lower. He was clearly becoming increasingly insecure. Splash. Lu Ming took a plate of tea and snacks from his spatial storage and placed it on the table. Jiang Xiu's pupils suddenly contracted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep horror. Jiang Xiu, I can give you what you want, but once I give it to you, you'll have no way out. From this day forward, you must be absolutely loyal to me. Hand over your evolutionary origins and swear to conceal all the secrets of me. Lu Ming lit another cigarette, his expression solemn. As long as I can see those things, I'll listen to anything you say. Even my life belongs to you. Jiang Xiu also became serious and said, Very good. Then I will grant your wish. Lu Ming waved his right hand, and a row of bottles and jars appeared on the table, displayed in front of Jiang Xiu. At this moment, Jiang Xiu's eyes widened in shock once again. Although she was not a scientist, she had learned about some chemicals through years of exposure to them. She carefully opened a bottle and used a medicine spoon to take out a small amount of liquid and show it to her. It was most likely ethyl acetate. Should we have it tested? Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring and said, Wait a minute. Jiang Xiu stood up shakily, went to the side, and picked up an instrument, similar to an electronic scale from China, with a display screen at the bottom. She dripped a little of the liquid from the medicine spoon onto the metal platform of the electronic scale. In just a moment, the results were displayed on the screen. Chemical name, ethyl acetate. Weight, 0.3 grams. Purity, 100%. Function, used in the synthesis of organic compounds and as a solvent. Jiang Xiu suppressed his excitement and quickly took out other chemical bottles to test. The results were all correct. Everything is fine. Oh my God, where did this man get his hands on these chemicals? 10 years after the apocalypse, how could he still manage to acquire them? Chapter 55, Parallel World Act. Jiang Xiu was extremely excited to complete the test. Not only were all the chemicals not expired, but they were also incredibly pure. Although China leads the world in advocating environmentalism, but environmental protection is environmental protection. Various kinds of chemicals are indispensable. For example, the various gene-based drugs developed before the apocalypse were actually formulas with chemical components, many of which were artificially synthesized. If the factories that produced these chemicals hadn't completely shut down and couldn't obtain raw materials from upstream suppliers. Otherwise, Jiang Xiu sighed. We will not expect TNT explosives. Are you satisfied with these chemicals? Lu Ming took a sip of tea and asked casually. Qin Shuer and Chi originally wanted to have some tea and snacks to fill their stomachs, but Lu Ming took out a high-end breakfast from his spatial storage and placed it in front of them. The room was filled with a wonderful fragrance. However, Jiang Xiu remained in a state of excitement. Satisfied. I am extremely satisfied. Jiang Xiu was overjoyed. Not only are there plenty of all kinds of chemicals, but there are also so many different types. It's wonderful. Even though TNT explosives can be broken down into a large number of chemicals, Lu Ming would never give it to her, because that stuff means risk. Even if they can synthesize it through medicine, Lu Ming would never give it to him. Moreover, as long as Jiang Xiu hands over the origin of evolution to Lu Ming, this risk can be eliminated. Wait, what smells so good? Jiang Xiu blinked her beautiful big eyes, greedily inhaling the fragrance and searching for its source. When you see the cleaning process clearly, she was dumbfounded. The rice porridge was as white and smooth as jade. The fried dough sticks were golden and crispy, and there were all kinds of side dishes. Just looking at them made her swallow hard. Want something to eat? Lu Ming knew what would trigger her the most, so he simply offered her a bowl of plain rice porridge. These things take up too much space, so Lu Ming only kept a few boxes. Such a precious thing. Can I really do it? Jiang Xiu became increasingly insecure. Lu Ming's wealth had reached a level that overturned her understanding. This made her feel increasingly inferior. As long as you stay by my side and listen to me from now on, none of these will be problems. Lu Ming reached out and gently patted her head. Lu Ming's behavior at this moment was more like a compliance test. As long as Jiang Xiu was willing to let him pat her head, it meant that there was no problem with the matter. Jiang Xiu did not resist. Her pretty face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. The voice was incredibly firm. I told you, as long as you're willing to provide me with these things, my life is yours. From now on, no matter what you say, I will obey you with all my might. But I have a bottom line. Those are the people in my base. No matter what, I'm willing to listen to you and discuss things with you. But I also ask that you help me protect the people in my base. Please. Jiang Xiu knew that once she handed over the source of evolution, she would have to obey unconditionally, but she did not want to sacrifice the people under her command. She managed to lead everyone to survive for 10 years until the apocalypse. She still wanted to lead everyone to continue living. Jiang Xiu, you should be able to tell that the people I brought are all soldiers, right? Lu Ming's palm moved downwards. He followed the strands of her hair and touched her cheek. This is a further compliance test. I can tell. Their military aura is so strong that you can tell them apart at a glance. Jiang Qiu nodded emphatically. That bright and majestic aura naturally made her feel at ease. However, being in this position, she had to keep her emotions hidden. Give me your evolutionary origins, and I will tell you everything, Lu Ming said softly. Instead of asking a bunch of pointless questions, it's more effective to directly extract the essence of evolution. Besides, once Jiang Qiu knows Lu Ming's specific situation, he will know what to do. He will also work for Lu Ming while protecting Lu Ming's secrets. Good. Jiang Qiu did not hesitate and stood up. Her pretty face flushed even more, and her heart pounded with nervousness. This was the first time in her life she had ever kissed a boy. No matter who she was still a woman, and she could be shy too. Lu Ming held her waist and let her sit on his lap. 2 pairs of lips touched. Lu Ming's lips still carried the scent of tobacco, with a slightly spicy taste. Jiang Qiu slowly closed her eyes, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering as she began to channel her evolutionary essence to Lu Ming. Splash! A tingling sensation spread across Lu Ming's tongue. Then, the essence of evolution flowed downstream. Enter the Dantian. Her evolutionary origin is also purple, but she is an SS class, lightning-type evolver. Her strength had already reached the 5th rank. But the reason she couldn't beat Qin Shuer was also because of Qin Shuer's hacking ability. If a fight really broke out, Qin Shuer could disable her combat suit instantly. Without the aid of combat gear, she was no match for Qin Shuer. So, to talk about what's truly terrifying, it has to be Qin Shuer. 1 hour later, Jiang Qiu sat there blankly in the chair, unable to react for a long time, muttering the words parallel world over and over again. Before the apocalypse, she was a division commander in the 75th Army Group, a very high-ranking position. She had heard of the concept of parallel worlds in law. Yes, law. Logically speaking, something that has never been realized cannot be subject to the law. But it truly exists, and only a very small number of people know about it. Jiang Qiu suspected at the time that something might have happened that led to the enactment of this law, but he never dared to speculate too deeply. The laws of parallel worlds have only one outline. That is non-interference. China will not, and cannot, interfere with the timeline of parallel worlds. If we extrapolate from this law, it is highly likely that the top leadership of China has long known about parallel worlds, and may even have already come into contact with them. Lu Ming. Why are you calling me Lu Ming? Call me husband. Before Jiang Qiu could finish speaking, Qin Shuer gently kicked him under the table. I still have to maintain the harem. Husband. Jiang Qiu's pretty face flushed crimson, as if it were on fire. This was the first time in her life she had ever used such a title. Even though her heart had been sealed away for so many years, she couldn't help but feel a stirring in her soul. Honey, I have a feeling. I suspect it's no coincidence that you came from a parallel world's dragon kingdom. Jiang Qiu's expression turned serious as he spoke. Nonsense. If it were just a coincidence, will my husband come over again and again? Qin Shuer rolled her eyes and said, No, that's not what I meant. I suspect there's some kind of human force behind this. Most likely, it's that still-alive national AI. Chapter 56 Analysis of Viruses. Jiang Qiu's statement was based on the premise that the national AI had mastered the technology to travel between parallel universes. But is this actually true? What are the chances of it happening? Jiang Qiu didn't know. But isn't this just speculating on a conspiracy theory? Oh, how so? Lu Ming frowned and asked in confusion. This matter is also very important to Lu Ming, because he must ensure his exclusivity. I can't be sure if this is true or not, even though I heard about the parallel world laws of China before the apocalypse. Jiang Qiu said solemnly. Oh. For a moment, both Qin Shuer and Qi Qi were stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Some even doubted whether Jiang Qiu had lost his mind. Could they possibly develop the technology to travel between parallel universes? Not even national AI could, because the prerequisite for doing this is that they need to jump from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. 3 dimensions are defined as horizontal, vertical, and height. 4-dimensional is simply adding time to 3-dimensional. No matter how advanced the world's time system is, they cannot control time. And, theoretically, controlling time requires reaching a level 5 civilization. That kind of civilization could even create a universe. Honey, I was just saying, if this was truly orchestrated, then it could only be by the nation's AI. Jiang Qiu took a deep breath. You're overthinking it. I've tried to deal with the National Intelligence Center countless times before the apocalypse. Although I always ended up running away with my tail between my legs, I'm sure she doesn't have that capability. And our husband's abilities are unparalleled. The abilities of all of us evolved beings are categorized into several levels based on strength, or from F to SSS grades. But he doesn't have that. If you ask me, this should be attributed more to his ability. It's not driven by any national intellectual power. Qin Shuer rolled her eyes and said, stepping outside the framework of civilization, and speaking solely from the perspective of the evolved beings, some evolved beings possess the ability to control time. Therefore, inferring from the abilities of evolved beings is actually the most probable approach. And Achio, even if there really is such a parallel world law as you mentioned, can you be sure of its purpose and nature? Didn't they pass some kind of alien law on the other side of the ocean more than 100 years ago to scare us? Given Mom's temper, how could she not scare him to death with a parallel bill? Qin Shuer's small mouth opened and closed. Extremely powerful. In an instant, Jiang Qiugan fell silent. So, are you still going to eat? Qin Shuer chuckled and said. Jiang Qiu silently picked up the porridge in front of her. Even though it was cold, it was still delicious. With just one bite, Jiang Qiu felt as if every pore on his body had opened up instantly. Every cell in his body was screaming with excitement, let alone eating a bowl of plain rice porridge. Even rice. How long has it been since she last saw it? This lavish meal alone could buy the lives of everyone at the Huaxing base. And that's not even an exaggerated post-apocalyptic scenario. Jiang Qiu's usual meals were already the best available at the base. In the post-apocalyptic world, strict class hierarchy must be given even greater attention. Otherwise, something terrible will happen sooner or later. But as she ate this seemingly ordinary breakfast in China, she felt like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden, and she devoured all of Lu Ming's porridge. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Qiu accidentally let out a soft burp. She was immediately blushing with embarrassment. Jiang Qiu, do you have any biologists you can trust 100%? Could you help me analyze a few virus slices? Lu Ming tore open a packet of preserved plums from the table and gently put it into her mouth. After eating too much at once, having a preserved plum is actually very comforting. Virus slices? No problem. Most of the researchers at our base are evolvers. However, they do not participate in direct combat, but instead entrust the evolutionary source to the base for control. Jiang Qiu meant that these people could be trusted 100%. Although, there are also researchers who are not evolved beings. But Jiang Qiu couldn't possibly let them come over and work for Lu Ming. Does the base have analytical equipment? Lu Ming asked seriously. In the world before the apocalypse, viruses were already scarce, and besides, even the most powerful viruses were useless against humans. Until the day the apocalypse arrived. Analyzing the virus is actually not difficult. With the professional equipment in our laboratory, it can be done. At most a few hours, we can analyze the prescription for a cure. Jiang Qiu assured him. She said several hours, which is an exaggeration. It could probably be done in a few minutes. Okay, then I'll trouble you to make the arrangements. Give me a result as soon as possible. Lu Ming handed her several virus slices, and there were other slices in the space as backups. Honey, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Jiang Qiu stood up and said, I have time. Let them take their time. We'll wait for you here. Come back here for lunch. Have something good to eat. Lu Ming smiled and seductively asked. For survivors in an era of scarcity, the thing they find hardest to resist is delicious food. It has become an extreme luxury within their system. Okay. Jiang Qiu smiled, turned around, and went out. Shun Bing and the other two were still diligently guarding the entrance, not leaving for a moment and not moving an inch. Shun Bing, your chief Lu wants you to go in and rest for a bit. Jiang Qiu came out to greet them. It's all right, madam. We'll stand guard here for a while. It's not tiring. Lin Xing shook his head with utmost solemnity. As a member of the Red Wolf Squad, He was honored to have awakened lightning-type abilities and was even taken by Lu Ming to this world. He was proud to be able to contribute to his country and to work for Lu Ming. If you're tired, go inside and rest for a while. Jiang Qiu's pretty face was flushed with 2 red blushes as she spoke. Although everything went smoothly, she still felt quite embarrassed when Lu Ming's people called her madam. After leaving, she quickly found a researcher she trusted most and handed him the virus slices. This person was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, wearing a white coat. But in reality, he was already over 100 years old. It was only after the apocalypse that his evolutionary genes were continuously damaged, which caused him to look much older. Otherwise, he used to be a young man. This is the most overpowered aspect of their world's genetic technology. They can remain young even when they die. Professor Zhou, what I'm about to give you involves top secrets of our base, so please be sure to keep it confidential. This is something you and I both know. No one else is allowed to know. Understand? Chapter 57, since I've given it to you. Just tell me if you want it or not. Before taking out the item, Jiang Qiu gave a very serious reminder. Sir, you can rest assured. Don't you know who I am? Zhou Kaishan laughed and said, Okay, then take a look at this. Jiang Qiu handed a glass slice to Zhou Kaishan. The slide contained physiological saline and was sealed with 2 pieces of ultra-thin glass. The entire area was sealed to prevent virus leakage. Splash! Zhou Kaishan pulled up a chair, picked up an optical microscope, and began his study. He didn't even need to look with his own eyes. The footage captured by the machine appeared on the big screen, and he could zoom in as many times as he wanted. The Huaxing base boasts the only operating nuclear power plant in Linshan City. Electricity is certainly not in short supply. Holy crap, isn't this the T9K8 virus from hundreds of years ago? Wasn't the research institute that made this thing razed to the ground by a Chinese missile? Zhou Kaishan exclaimed in shock. T9K8? Is that the virus we historically call the Yellow Death? Jiang Qiu was taken aback and quickly asked. Yeah, that damn moldy country. They're inhuman. They teamed up with the descendants of those war criminals from Japan and came up with this thing. But Chief Jiang, where did you get this thing from? Zhou Kaishan couldn't help but ask in confusion. The main problem is that this thing has long been extinct. The Chinese have even developed a reverse virus DNA, allowing the virus to kill itself as it spreads. This isn't some particularly groundbreaking technology. It's been around for hundreds of years. The principle is similar to raising mosquitoes, releasing mosquitoes, and then using mosquitoes to kill mosquitoes. Anything that matches the DNA sequence will be killed. Professor Zhou, please double-check its DNA sequence. Confirm whether it is indeed the Yellow Death disease. Jiang Qiu said solemnly. This is not something to joke about. Zhou Kaishan operated the system, and the system automatically retrieved the virus's DNA sequence, completing the sequence matching in an instant. It's still a little different. However, the similarity is 94.8%. Zhou Kaishan asked in surprise. But I wasn't too surprised. Viruses are very prone to mutation, and after hundreds of years, it's reasonable that their DNA composition would be different. Professor Zhou, if we were to develop a cure for this virus that cannot be achieved using gene technology, how long would it take? Let me be clear again. It can only be chemical pharmaceuticals. Jiang Qiu asked. This is easy. You don't even need me to lift a finger. The medical system can handle it in no time. Wait a minute. Let me run the deduction. Zhou Kaishan continued to operate the system, allowing it to generate itself. The medical system they use is incredibly advanced. It's just an ordinary system used in China. It can analyze everything and even deduce pharmacology, drug properties, side effects. It can even simulate clinical trials within the system. Yes, it can even conduct clinical trials. If any problems arise during the simulation, it can automatically replace the solution and then retest. All done. Let me analyze it in more detail. Zhou Kaishan took the prescription and began to manually verify its properties. The probability of a machine malfunctioning is actually quite small, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Therefore, for the sake of rigor, manual re-verification is necessary. No problem. This is the prescription. Even if someone is poisoned, as long as they take this medicine, they will recover in no time. Even if there's only a breath left, we can bring it back. It's just that the damaged parts of the body need to be repaired slowly. Zhou Kaishan handed the prescription to Jiang Qiu. Although he didn't understand the situation, he printed out the prescription and knew that it would be of great use to Jiang Qiu. If gene technology can be used, even damaged parts of the body can be restored to their previous state as quickly as possible. That's enough. Oh, by the way, I've got something good for you, but don't tell anyone. Jiang Qiu pulled a cigarette with a broken butt from his pocket. It's the kind of regular cigarette without a filter. Ah! Zhou Kaishan was stunned. In an instant, my heart was filled with turbulent emotions, and I almost jumped 3 feet high. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is tobacco. Commander, you still have this thing? It's so valuable. If you sold it, you could buy so many things back with it. No, that won't work. I can't accept it. Zhou Kaishan's mouth was practically watering, and he was frantically swallowing, but he still refused. He really enjoyed taking a couple of puffs. But it's pointless. The base is currently facing a severe shortage of supplies. Wouldn't it be better to exchange these supplies for other resources? Professor Zhou, this is not something you need to worry about. Since I'm giving it to you, just tell me if you want it or not. Jiang Qiu secretly felt smug. She's putting on airs. Absolutely unbeatable. It's all right, Zhou Kaishan asked solemnly. But they became increasingly envious. It's all right, Jiang Qiu nodded. Then I'll gladly accept. Zhou Kaishan glanced around furtively to make sure no one was watching before carefully wrapping the cigarettes and putting them in his pocket. Zhou Kaishan really wanted to jump up. Before the apocalypse, he was a heavy smoker. Seeing a cigarette at this moment is like a sailor who has been at sea for months seeing a stunningly beautiful woman. My first thought was to get it done. My second thought was still to get it done. But remember, this is something you and I should know, and you absolutely must not tell anyone else. By the way, remember to clear all the records in the system. Jiang Qiu reminded him. Understood. Oh, right, sir. Some of the ingredients in this prescription are things that couldn't be produced using the same technology as during the Yellow Death. If we want to make the medicine, we need to get the equipment from a pharmaceutical factory. If it's just 1 or 2 pills, we can make them in a lab. But the equipment at a pharmaceutical factory is much more efficient. Zhou Kaishan excitedly reminded him. He seemed to have been given a second spring, his fingers flying across the system, deleting the records at lightning speed. Is any pharmaceutical factory equipment acceptable? Jiang Qiu was puzzled and asked. She doesn't know everything. Yes. Isn't there a small pharmaceutical factory in Linshan City? We can get the equipment from there. Secondly, this thing is actually not difficult at all for the technology of our China before the end of the world. It would be more than enough to make industrial robots for pharmaceutical factories. Chapter 58. 4 Key Objectives. The base laboratory has a lot of equipment, all of which was brought back from pharmaceutical factories. However, things like assembly lines and industrial robots are too troublesome and pointless, so we didn't bring them back. The gene-based pharmaceutical industry robots they need are not available in Linshan City. Professor Zhou, keep it a secret. Otherwise, if I get anything good again, I won't get it for you. Before leaving, Jiang Qiu gave his final instructions. New. Holy crap. When did you become so fussy? Zhou Kaishan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm not being fussy. I'm being cautious. Jiang Qiu muttered to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Jiang Qiu told Lu Ming everything, including the prescription and the industrial robot. As long as Lu Ming brings back an industrial robot and uses this prescription for production, he can build a large-scale pharmaceutical factory in no time. There are no restrictions on building industrial robot production lines. You can make it as big as you want, if you're willing. The only restriction on their production is that they are designed for pharmaceutical companies. For example, wherever a pharmaceutical company builds a factory, the equipment can only work in that location. This restriction stems from the underlying logic of the company needing to make money, because industrial robots are purchased outright. If there are no restrictions and a robot can be used anywhere, wouldn't that create chaos? But for Qin Shuer, this was a piece of cake. It's so easy to crack, you don't even need to put in much effort. Jiang Qiu, since you have the existing system and technology, why don't you help me get some more prescriptions? For example, medications for treating heart disease, leukemia, cancer, and weight loss. We're about to reshape the world. Lu Ming and Qin Shuer were playing Gamoku when Lu Ming said, just now. Qin Shuer changed into a pair of oily stockings, looking incredibly sexy. Her little feet were dangling under the table, making one want to grab them. Oh, no problem. Treating these conditions with chemical pharmaceuticals is a piece of cake. Life extension can be achieved without even using gene technology. Would you want that? Jiang Qiu sat down next to Lu Ming and asked, "What is the lifespan extension range?" Lu Mingxiao asked her. "Not many, but can still be done in 1 or 2 decades. Honey, I don't know if you have any old-fashioned hyaluronic acid where you are. You can think of this as something similar, but there's a big difference," Jiang Qiu explained. Before returning, she learned more from Zhou Kaishan so that she wouldn't have to run back and forth to explain things to Lu Ming. This matter is not a high priority. We could discuss it later. Right now, the main concerns are common illnesses on the market, such as fever and colds, rheumatism, arthritis, AIDS, etc. These are the more serious issues. Lu Ming thought for a moment and then said, even if such a drug existed, Lu Ming didn't want to bring it back to China for the time being. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of opening Pandora's box, it wouldn't work. All right, I'll have Professor Zhou work overtime. He can organize all these prescriptions by himself. I'll send a small team to the pharmaceutical factory in the next couple of days to bring back the industrial robots. Or we can go ourselves. Going by yourself is the safest option, Jiang Qiu added. Snap! Lu Ming placed a pack of cigarettes on the table. Jiang Qiu immediately understood the meaning and was very happy. She quietly put the cigarettes away as well. The cigarette she just gave to Zhou Kaishan was obtained through Lu Ming's help. The fact that Lu Ming was willing to offer benefits already proves a lot. Most importantly, it proves that Lu Ming will not treat them unfairly. Honey, what are we having for lunch? Qin Shuer shuffled her little feet together, already starting to look forward to it. Chi-Chi sat quietly to the side, reading a book. Her incredibly alluring face, combined with her serene demeanor, is truly captivating. What do you want to eat? A big meal or hot pot is fine. Anyway, I have them all here. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said. Qin Shuer tried to take back her move, but her hands were dirty and she was still holding the piece. However, Lu Ming grabbed her hand. Jiang Qiu's stomach rumbled. She had only eaten breakfast a short while ago, but hearing them talk about delicious food made her feel hungry again. At this moment, even Jiang Qiu himself felt embarrassed. He had eaten so much, and he was the boss of the washing base, and then he was reborn as a starving ghost. If there were a crack in the ground, she would have crawled into it in a heartbeat. Although she knew that Lu Ming had a lot of supplies, but she was too embarrassed to accept it. Swear, that's not right. I can give you anything you want, but you can't take back a move. Because this is a matter of character. Lu Ming smiled and said, Honey, please let me have my way, please. Qin Shuer blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking at him expectantly. Qin Shuer had played Gamoka before, but she had a cheat program running on her phone. Who could beat her? No, begging me won't help. Lu Ming pressed her hand down and said, Okay. Qin Shuer stuck out her tongue and had no choice but to put the chess piece back. Lu Ming didn't necessarily want to waste time here playing Gamoku. He had 4 key objectives for this trip. First, the virus issue has been resolved. Second, regarding the talent issue, with the washing base here, the follow-up will be easily handled. Thirdly, there's the issue of the superpower space. He's already working on expanding the superpower space, and he's holding a 3rd-tier crystal core in his hand. Fourth, this refers to the problem of low-order crystal nuclei, such as 1st-order and 2nd-order nuclei. Although Lu Ming can absorb crystal cores across realms. But he won't take that risk again until the potential risks are addressed. At lunchtime, Jiang Qiu's mouth watered as he looked at the table full of delicious food. Even though Qin Shuer and Chi-Chi had eaten a lot of delicious food these past few days, they were still incredibly envious and wished they could just grab the plate and take it from them. Lu Ming absorbed the crystal core while eating. He has an extremely high efficiency in absorbing crystal nuclei. Even with a 3rd-tier crystal core, it's still much faster than Qin Shuer and the others were back then. At the same time, he also discovered something. That is, when absorbing crystal cores of the same level, he can autonomously control the energy operation of the crystal cores. He can choose to absorb it himself, or he can choose to let the supernatural space absorb 100% of it. This made him even more delighted. This means he can temporarily forego improving his strength in favor of increasing his spatial capacity. Besides, at present, spatial capacity is far more important than strength. In a separate laboratory, Zhou Kaishan worked non-stop organizing various prescriptions. That was absolutely exhilarating. That was incredibly motivating. Just now, Jiang Qiu got him another bag of tobacco. He could roll it himself and smoke it, which was incredibly blissful. He felt that if he were given another bag of tobacco, he and his wife would definitely be able to conceive their third child that night. After all, life has become exciting again. He didn't care what Jiang Qiu wanted these prescriptions for. He just did as instructed. As long as he gets a cigarette, he'll do anything. Chapter 59. Putting everything else aside, there's a minimum guarantee of 500 years. I stayed up all night. Zhou Kaishan had dark circles under his eyes from staying up late. The next morning, he intended to knock on Jiang Qiu's door, but Jiang Qiu didn't come out for a long time and looked like she hadn't slept well. Commander Jiang, what's wrong with you? Did you overwork yourself last night? Zhou Kaishan asked in confusion. No, it's nothing. Professor Zhou, what brings you here so early in the morning? Jiang Qiu suppressed his unease and put on a serious expression as he asked. Zhou Kaishan handed her a stack of documents and said, Chief Jiang, I've finished organizing the things you requested all night long. Jiang Qiu took the documents. He paused slightly, then said, Didn't you say there was no need to rush? Zhou Kaishan scratched his head and laughed. Anyway, I didn't have anything else to do, so I just got it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right about the gift you gave me. Jiang Qiu sighed softly and said, Professor Zhou, you should go and rest. You are a talent in our base. It's not good for your health to get overworked. Zhou Kaishan nodded, said goodbye, and left. Making these prescriptions is actually not difficult. The problem is that there are many different kinds. Each prescription needs to be verified after it is determined, and since it involves the treatment of hundreds of diseases, it is naturally quite time-consuming. Honey, the prescriptions are all ready. They're all here. Jiang Qiu closed the door and sat down on the bed. Lu Ming reached out and took the stack of documents, carefully checking each one with a serious expression. He genuinely couldn't understand the pharmacology of these prescriptions, nor did he have the means to conduct clinical verification, but these prescriptions were summarized in great detail. Firstly, broadly speaking, it can be divided into two categories: Western medicine and modern traditional Chinese medicine. China's medical advancements over the years have confirmed one thing. That means that some special conditions described in traditional Chinese medicine are scientifically sound. For example, getting a sore throat. For example, rheumatism. For example, phlegm and dampness, deficiency, excess, heat syndrome, cold constitution, and the 5 elements matching the 5 internal organs, etc., are all based on scientific evidence. The claim that traditional Chinese medicine is harmful, fabricated hundreds of years ago on the other side of the ocean, was actually something said to make Chinese people believe it themselves. Traditional Chinese medicine is universally condemned and considered worthless in the country, but they are very successful abroad. Therefore, China spent hundreds of years re-examining traditional Chinese medicine and forming its own scientific system. The so-called Western medicine system today actually refers to the surgical procedures. Even missing limbs can be repaired with gene-modified drugs. This actually led to the decline of the Western medicine system. In the materials, traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions are extremely detailed. Many people who could use readily available herbs used all of them. If the herbs are no longer sufficient, then artificial molecular drugs will be mixed in to enhance the therapeutic effect of the prescription. Even artificial molecular drugs are not created out of thin air. Many are extracted, purified, and processed from plants. This is something that pharmaceutical companies can handle with their industrial robots. Jiang Qiu, here in your country, even traditional Chinese medicine has been recognized as a scientific system? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Yes, and this system has been in place for quite some time. Even the development of this version of the gene-based drug before the apocalypse was closely related to traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Qiu nodded. This matter is a bit complicated to explain, and Jiang Qiu isn't a professional. If Lu Ming knew the specifics, she could call a professional over. The reason Jiang Qiu referred to it as this version of the gene serum that's because the previous version was produced on the other side of the ocean. Gene technology has long been suppressed by the United Nations, but those bastards just won't give up. They think they've made a contribution to humanity by creating this kind of thing, try to turn their reputation around and gain support. Their ultimate goal is to rebuild their pharmaceutical factories and harm all of humanity. In the generally accepted medical system, The chemical molecular pharmacology of Western medicine is actually the most harmful, and our China has optimized this point based on traditional Chinese medicine. The biggest difference lies in the fact that China emphasizes biological extraction. But given the current circumstances, there's really nothing we can do. We don't even know where to find these medicinal herbs for biological extraction, since they've all mutated. This forces us to follow the old path of the West. Jiang Qiu couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned this. If these medicinal herbs were easy to find, how come their base was running out of ammunition and food? The two gene editing agents are quite different. The difference lies in the effects and the degree of harm. The improved gene-enhancing drugs from the Dragon Kingdom are essentially non-toxic. To put simply, what are the differences in principle? The Chinese version essentially achieves the same effect through various means at the genetic level. But the previous version produced by that moldy country across the ocean is like forcing growth overnight. It may seem fine in the short term, but it will definitely cause problems in the long term. If we had medicinal herbs to make gene-enhancing drugs for you, what would be the highest level you could achieve? Take longevity as an example. Lu Ming asked, if we're just talking about extending lifespan, it's mainly about biological empowerment. Putting everything else aside, it guarantees at least 500 years. Jiang Qiu said confidently. After all, they've been making medicine for so many years. Surely she knows what's going on? So, if this medication is continuously injected, can it extend lifespan indefinitely? Lu Ming asked. This is the thing he cares about most since he came into this world. Theoretically, it's possible. If our researchers and industrial clusters improve, it might be possible to incorporate the evolver system. Evolvers are essentially a direction of genetic evolution. Great strength can also prolong life. Finger regeneration, supervision, super hearing. These are all things that evolved beings can do. Jiang Qiu explained earnestly. The core of gene therapy is to enable humans to do what is currently impossible. To be more specific, it means having superpowers. Compared to the evolved beings, even pre-apocalyptic human technology only reached a level several levels lower. It was insufficient for humanity to control the power of nature. Since it's possible to extend lifespan by 500 years, Lu Ming asked Jiang Qiu to make the arrangements and provide him with a list of materials. Lu Ming will bring the materials next time he comes. Don't make too much of this for now. Get to first. I'll use it myself first. That afternoon, Jiang Qiu drove Lu Ming and the others to a local pharmaceutical factory in Linshan City. The vehicles at the base are new energy battery vehicles. The rubber tires were long overdue for repair. It was replaced with other materials. Thanks to advancements in battery technology, new energy vehicles can be used anywhere. They can even drive around the equator without needing to recharge. Lu Ming is already having Jiang Qiu prepare a complete technology tree for this battery technology. It is best to distinguish in technology iteration levels. Let them take it back and they can use it. Although this task is somewhat challenging for the scientists at the base, as it involves revisiting technological old accounts from hundreds of years ago, it is still feasible. I've been transported here for 20 days. Lu Ming naturally wanted to make the most of it. They were just starting out at the pharmaceutical factory. Then something unexpected happened. Chapter 60 is damaged, but it can repair itself. Jiang Qiu and Qin Shuer haven't been to the pharmaceutical factory area for a long time. This area is located in the remote suburbs of Linshan City, and after so many years of development, it has become a ruin for survivors. To put it more vividly, it's a no-man's land. In a mutated ecosystem following a major catastrophe, mutated plants are more dangerous than mutated animals. After Lu Ming and his group entered the pharmaceutical factory, there was a huge mutated gardenia tree growing in the center of the factory. Before it awakened, it was a full 15 meters tall, almost reaching the roof of a factory. Its leaves curled up around its trunk to reduce nutrient consumption. The broken gaps in the roof allow sunlight to shine in, which can barely sustain its photosynthesis. Holy crap, a fourth-tier mutated plant? King Suya was startled. The three women immediately went into combat readiness. Shun Bing, Lin Xing, and the others who followed behind were also startled. But they immediately protected Lu Ming by their side. Boom! The gardenia tree seemed to sense their arrival, and its curled leaves instantly unfurled. Branches, leaves, and trunk open. It's like it's become a spirit. In just a moment, dozens of gardenias the size of an adult's chest bloomed on the branches, and a large amount of pollen spread in the air. Honey, you guys need to quickly seal off the gas exchange channels in the combat suits to keep the bodies saturated with internal oxygen. Gardenia pollen likely has hallucinogenic effects. Even just one breath can give you intense hallucinations. Qin Schwetter said anxiously. Click. She took out a military-grade Tang sword from her combat uniform. Orange-red flames shot out from the blade, deep red and magnificent. Because of Lu Ming, Chi also obtained a combat uniform and weapons. Just like Jiang Xiao, and indeed everyone else. There are no industrial robots here, right? Lu Ming asked from beside him. Yes, no. There are only factory production lines here. Jiang Xiao turned his head and nodded. Splash. No sooner had she spoken than the white pollen from the gardenia tree enveloped them, forming a thin, poisonous mist. If that's the case, then there's no need to take the risk. Everyone stepped back. Lu Ming greeted him. Immediately, he pulled out a large amount of TNT from his spatial storage and, with the force of his combat suit, 50 tons, threw it towards the direction of the gardenia tree. If you have enough explosives, you can blow up even the gods. One TNT bomb after another was thrown over. 1 minute later, the explosives detonated. A huge gardenia tree was shattered into pieces, with milky white resin sprayed everywhere. Jiang Xiao went inside, took out a blue fourth-order crystal core, and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming needs to expand the space, which naturally requires a large number of crystal cores. Explosives are really powerful. Honey, when you have more space later, remember to prepare some dynamite for me too. Qin Schwerer instantly snapped out of her fighting stance, giggled, and said. Lu Ming said speechlessly, Can a girl be a little more ladylike? Why are you always thinking about explosions? Qin Schwerer stood proudly with her hands on her hips. Because he's handsome. Just one handsome man is enough to outshine everything else. Lu Ming. The biggest threat to the entire pharmaceutical industrial park is actually the gardenia tree. Other mutated plants also exist. However, the highest level is only the 3rd tier. Even mutated plants can produce crystal cores. However, the probability of low-level mutated plants producing crystal cores is relatively small. Lu Ming and his team found the industrial robots parked in other factory buildings. I tested it by charging, and it still turned on. Qin Schwerer took out her hacker card and placed it on the screen. The hacking program automatically entered the industrial robot and began to quickly crack the program. Ding dong. But not long after, the program has now been cracked. Qin Schwerer let it expand and contract, completing all the self-checks to confirm whether the functions were complete. As various robotic arms opened, a colossal object spanning 30 to 40 meters came into view. After all self-test functions were completed, it finally shrunk back to a square box shape, with a volume of 6 cubic meters. In the past 2 days, Lu Ming's space has been increased to 8 cubic meters. Fitting it in is naturally not a problem. Honey, there's nothing wrong with this industrial robot. Although it's a bit damaged, it can repair itself with materials as long as you take it back. Qin Schwerer checked the self-inspection report and said. Lu Ming nodded and put it into his spatial storage. Before leaving, Lu Ming had already placed some supplies in the underground shelters of other nuclear power plants, freeing up space. The reason why the Huaxing base wasn't located there was because the resources there were extremely valuable. For Lu Ming, losing was no big deal. But if this gets discovered and spreads, Huaxing base will be doomed. Lu Ming didn't hide the details of the shelter from Qin Schwerer and the other 2 girls. If they needed anything and Lu Ming wasn't there, they could simply take it themselves. Jiang Xiao, are there any high-value equipment left in this pharmaceutical factory? Lu Ming turned his head and asked. But we still have some computers and things like that. Honey, do you need it? Jiang Xiao thought for a moment and then said. They had raided the pharmaceutical factory before, so they knew it quite well. This is, after all, just a small pharmaceutical factory. If it's a large pharmaceutical company, there will be even more valuable things. Take them with you too. If there are no other items of greater value, I will take them back. Lu Ming nodded. Originally, the plan was to dismantle the nuclear power plant's facilities, but since Huaxing Base had nuclear power professionals, Lu Ming had them record a video tutorial. Back in China, Old Zheng and his team were primarily focused on understanding the blueprints. Video tutorials can also speed up their understanding. Controlled nuclear fusion is extremely difficult, especially considering this is a commercial technology of this caliber from China. It generates a large amount of electricity while remaining small in size. The gap in technology and materials is enormous. Chapter 61, Addicted to Inferiority Complex, doesn't know what knees are. On the other side of a parallel world, Dragon Kingdom. The adoption of a high-pressure censorship policy by the Dragon Kingdom has caused a complete uproar in domestic public opinion. No way. Are you guys out of your minds? Where did this new virus suddenly come from? And now we're all locked up in our homes. I feel that this is not true at all, but rather some unknown conspiracy. Damn it. After what you guys did, how am I supposed to do business? I've been closed for so many days. Who's going to cover my losses? It's absolutely hilarious. They're talking about a new virus with a mortality rate as high as 55%. It's really ridiculous. Why are you all so aggressive? The country is here to protect you. That's right. I think this is pretty good, a 20-day holiday at once. I'm starting to wonder if there's going to be a war, which is why Mom locked us in the house for so long, so they could finish dealing with things? That's possible. Possibly +1. Possibly plus 10,086. Can you let me go or not? I don't believe such a thing exists. Even if I die, it's not your problem, okay? Just like the previous lockdowns. Once a bunch of shady characters had some free time, they started spreading all sorts of rumors. All the government departments in China are too busy to deal with these trivial matters, let alone control the various trends on the internet. No matter how chaotic these 20 days are, as long as Lu Ming comes back, everything will become clear in time. Moreover, crisis is both danger and opportunity. As long as the Dragon Kingdom can get through these 20 days, it will be the others who will be jumping up and down in frustration. Highway, what kind of virus are you talking about this time? Does it even exist? In a high-end suite in Shanghai, Zhou Haiwei was lying on the soft bed, scrolling through various news articles, when she raised her hand and received a WeChat message from her college roommate. To be honest, she was very worried about Lu Ming, but there was nothing she could do to help. Min, this matter is so serious. It can't be a joke. Besides, the patriarch can't just shut down the Dragon Kingdom and announce a city lockdown as quickly as possible, just to mess with us, right? Zhou Haiwei typed rapidly with both hands and replied. But this whole thing is really strange. First, there were signs of war preparations from above, then the ships sank in the South China Sea, and now this is happening. My roommate raised his question. Is it possible that what happened before led to this situation? Zhou Haiwei speculated. I don't know. Anyway, I felt it was pretty strange when those ships of the Great Beauty sank. For no reason at all, dozens of ships suddenly sank during the live broadcast. Haiwei, now that you mention it, I feel it's indeed possible that the sinking of those ships by the Pyongyang led them to poison the ships. My roommate replied, yes, that's most likely the case. Their naval forces are all sunk in the South China Sea, and they're not even allowed to go and salvage them. They're bound to be furious, even if they aren't. Zhou Haiwei sighed. Anyway, I'm just a student. I don't have the time or inclination to worry about all this. I just don't want war. If there really is something wrong, then let the patriarch apologize to them. Why do you have to make things so extreme? If the 55% mortality rate is true, how many people will die because of this? That's what they said. But her words stunned Zhou Haiwei. In reality, there are quite a few people like this who are easily swayed by external forces. They don't care about the international situation or whether China can catch up. They only care about themselves. Zhou Haiwei never expected that her roommate, whom she had known for 3 years and with whom she got along quite well, would be such a person. What do you mean by just apologize? And what is meant by extreme? The perpetrators of wrongdoing are not condemned, but the victims are required to reflect on their actions? What kind of logic is this? Haiwei, do you have any rooms available? Can I stay here? I feel like the school is no longer safe. Haiwei, you're really lucky now. Your former little fanboy bought you an apartment in Shanghai, and it's such a big Riverview apartment. My roommate sent me another message. Both the tone and the wording conveyed envy. But after waiting for a while and still not getting a reply from Zhou Haiwei, her roommate asked, Haiwei, are you still there? Zhou Haiwei was a little annoyed and sent her a voice message asking, Min, how could you say such a thing? Do you think our patriarch wanted this to happen? When those people from Pyongyang approached us, was it because we wanted to? They were just robbers who blocked our doorstep. Now those who are wrong don't speak up. The patriarch protects you, and you still complain about him? Lu Ming is currently caught in the middle of this situation. How could she not be anxious? Even though she didn't know what Lu Ming was doing, she knew that Lu Ming's situation must be very dangerous. Hiwa, why are you scolding me for no reason? And what did I say wrong? If this virus has such a high mortality rate, what's the point of a lockdown? When a lockdown is lifted, won't a lot of people still die? And how long can a lockdown last? Don't you want to eat? Even if it was the Piao Liang who poisoned them, why can't we just bow our heads and apologize? At least then no one would die. My roommate was also furious and said she felt she was absolutely right. And not only did she think so, but a whole bunch of people online thought so too. Even if we really want to take in the great beauty across the ocean, shouldn't we wait until this crisis is over? What's the point of fighting if everyone's dead? But they don't realize how huge the problem is with their own thinking. With their mindset, even after this matter is resolved, they still wouldn't dare to say a single bad word about the Piaoyang. They've long been addicted to feeling inferior. I have no idea what a knee is. When it comes to the technology that has emerged in their own country, their only response is, what's the use? When faced with a technology their own country hasn't yet mastered, they simply say, it's still useless. Is it so hard for us to acknowledge the merits of others? Zhou Haiwei was so angry that she didn't bother to talk to her roommate anymore, feeling that saying anything more would be a waste of breath. On the contrary, her roommate was asking her if she could come to the Riverview room. But with the city under lockdown, how can we get here? What's the point of coming here? Is it just to find an excuse to stay at her place for a few days? Because of this incident, she and her roommate had a complete falling out, and she spent her days at home in a state of tension and worry about Lu Ming. Because of the events in China, the international internet began a large-scale, systematic attack. Their attacks came from a variety of angles. We must throw the Dragon Kingdom into chaos. At the same time, their pharmaceutical companies have already begun mass production of a vaccine for this virus, planning to price it at $20,000 per dose. They're profiting off human suffering. They certainly knew that ordinary people couldn't afford this fee. But it's okay. There is a Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom cannot simply stand by and watch its people die, can it? During this period, many things also happened within their own ranks. First, there was the sinking of the ships, and then the mysterious burning of various laboratories. The losses incurred exceeded 1 trillion. This money, the Dragon Kingdom must bear all the responsibility. Chapter 62, this incident rendered the Dragon Kingdom practically useless. The American ships were already quite valuable, not to mention that along with the ships, a large number of fighter jets also perished at sea. Even if this thing could be salvaged, it would be completely ruined. Moreover, each piece of equipment in those laboratories is quite valuable. A whole bunch of laboratories were scrapped. They all perished in the flames. So is this loss astronomical? That's right. That's exactly it. Let's see how long the Dragon Kingdom can hold out under this propaganda offensive. It won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom completely collapses, both domestically and in terms of international public opinion. The global order will still be in our hands then. No matter how much our beautiful country plunders the world, those people must also obey us. America, inside the Bull's Horn building, a group of men in suits were smug and arrogant. In their eyes, the outcome of this war without gunfire was already decided. So what if they lose their naval power? As long as the Dragon Kingdom is thrown into complete chaos, what can the Dragon Kingdom do? Is China not a self-proclaimed civilized country? Isn't the emphasis on a community with a shared future for mankind? If Long Guoguang wants to resolve this major crisis, he must purchase a large quantity of vaccines from them at a high price. Whether or not they sell to him is just a matter of their word. Lord O'Connor, I believe we can take this opportunity to strike directly at the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom, and we'll send people to salvage our ships and send them for repairs. If it is salvaged in time, there is still a high probability that it can be repaired. A subordinate spoke respectfully to the blond, blue-eyed, middle-aged man in front of him. Salvage? Why would we want to salvage it? O'Connor sat leisurely in a black leather armchair. He wore shiny leather shoes on his size 43 feet and had a cigar in his mouth, looking incredibly superior. But Lord O'Connor, if we don't try to salvage it, are we just going to let our ships sink there? You're not unaware of China's complete industrial chain. If they manage to salvage our ship, they'll be able to copy our ship's technology in no time. The subordinate said worriedly. 20 years ago, their fighter jet was maliciously struck and crashed into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom salvaged their fighter jets. Then the Dragon Kingdom dismantled their fighter jets. When they wanted to get their parts back, the Dragon Kingdom shamelessly claimed that they were already broken apart. They said that if they wanted to take the items back, they would have to send someone over to assemble them. In the end, they had no choice but to actually send a technician over. I originally thought the Dragon Kingdom was just SOSO, but a few years later, China has already developed a fourth-generation fighter jet. This incident has always been a shameful part of American history, something that infuriates them whenever they think about it. They just think China is shameless. David, when did I say we shouldn't salvage our ships? I only said we don't need to salvage them ourselves. Given the current state of our domestic industry, even if we managed to salvage it, we couldn't repair it. In that case, it would be better to let the Dragon Kingdom profit from it, and let the Dragon Kingdom repair it. O'Connor slowly exhaled a smoke ring and sneered. As long as the situation in the Dragon Kingdom deteriorates further, he can use the vaccine to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom and arbitrarily sign various unequal treaties. Even if the Dragon Kingdom is unhappy then, what can they do? Dragon State has a complete industrial chain. It also accounts for 80% of the global shipbuilding market. Even O'Connor is envious of some of their advanced shipbuilding technologies. He's going to seize this opportunity to dominate China's industrial chain. In recent years, China has reached a level that can rival them, and its high-end manufacturing industry has also risen significantly. This is extremely dangerous. O'Connor intends to seize this opportunity to wipe out all of China's high-end manufacturing. And once again, let their voice be all that remains in the world. Let them fish it out. Let them repair it. The subordinate was taken aback and said, he worried that if the Dragon Kingdom did this, it would leave some loopholes. Yes, we can use this as an excuse, along with some national security pretext, to take over their shipyard. Then their coastline will be ours. We can go whenever we want. The ships were parked right in front of their house. And importantly, it's very reasonable. O'Connor burst into laughter, utterly smug. Oh, that's one way to do it. As long as we have shipyards over there, we can treat them as our own backyard, coming and going as we please. At that time, the resistance from the Dragon Kingdom will be meaningless to us. The subordinate then realized what was happening and exclaimed excitedly as well. So, David, you're just too young. You don't consider things comprehensively enough. I know you're worried they might tamper with the ships while they're repairing them, but will we give them that opportunity? Besides, this incident could render the Dragon Kingdom practically useless in an instant. O'Connor flicked his cigarette ash and said, Yes, Lord O'Connor. It is my fault for not considering things as comprehensively as you have, and for not being as far-sighted as you. The subordinate saluted. I felt immense admiration for him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel secretly excited. If this could really be accomplished, then all the progress the Dragon Kingdom had made over the years would be their reward. If the virus spreads, they can easily shift the blame to China. They say this was done by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, before this incident, China's various reactions were all wrong. As long as they find various angles to smear China, the whole world will believe it. Incidentally, they can also harvest cherry blossoms, kimchi, and other small plants. In less than 6 months, they are the beacons of light for the whole world. David, get the car ready for me. I'm going to check on the pharmaceutical factory. O'Connor stood up, smoothed the wrinkles in his suit, and said, Yes. The subordinates were very respectful and immediately began to make arrangements. As the convoy drove out of the Bull's Horn building, it headed straight for a large pharmaceutical factory in the industrial area. To welcome them, company executives were already waiting at the door, along with a team of several people. The company is called Brilliant Pharmaceuticals. It is the largest pharmaceutical company in the United States. Its main focus is on various vaccines and antibiotics, and has also made great achievements in the field of tumors and cancer, earning a global reputation. And this one company alone can generate an annual turnover of 500 to 600 billion US dollars. Creak. As the convoy stopped, someone immediately came forward to help open the car door. As they watched O'Connor get out of the car, the delegation from Brilliant Pharmaceuticals beamed with joy, as if they had found $1 billion. Chapter 63, 9-year compulsory education, can't save these idiots' intelligence. Mr. O'Connor, Welcome to our company's pharmaceutical factory. We've known each other for a long time, so there's no need for an introduction, is there? The white man in the lead, dressed in a suit, laughed. He stepped forward and shook hands with him firmly, saying, no need, no need. Evans, now that I'm here, why don't you show me around the factory? O'Connor laughed loudly as well. Both of them were in high spirits, because they both knew that their moment of glory was about to begin, and that they would make a fortune. O'Connor and Evans' acquaintance actually stemmed from something that happened decades ago. Evans, on behalf of Brilliant Pharmaceuticals, made a political donation to him and helped him climb step by step to where he is now. Everyone knows that O'Connor himself represents the interests of their Brilliant Pharmaceuticals. Lord O'Connor, this way, please. Let me show you around the workshop first. Evans gestured for O'Connor to enter the pharmaceutical factory. Even though this is the most advanced factory of Brilliant Pharmaceuticals, its overall facilities are not as advanced as the intelligent factories in China. 5 or 6 years have passed since this factory was built and put into operation, although the equipment within it has been continuously upgraded. However, it just doesn't quite give people a striking impression. The factory's pharmaceutical workshop is located in a clean room. Most of the equipment inside is automated assembly line equipment that can operate fully automatically. There were some people operating it, but they were all white, and there weren't many of them. Lord O'Connor, our factory is currently operating at full capacity. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom announce a 20-day lockdown? In these 20 days, we can prepare a considerable amount of inventory to cope with a major shortfall that the Dragon Kingdom may not be able to sustain. Evans said smugly. The lab that developed this virus was actually connected to them. Although it was bombed, the data had already been backed up beforehand. In their own internal codenames, they called this virus NK-453. This is because it is the 453rd work in their experimental series. However, in the outside world, it has a more professional name, Novel Super Lethal Virus, abbreviated as NLV. When this thing exists alone, its lethality is terrifyingly high. It can reach 55%. However, if other factors are involved, the mortality rate can be greatly reduced, and it may even turn into a flu. Their original plan was to let more people die in China, then reduce the mortality rate, and then start selling the vaccine in large quantities in the Asia-Pacific region. But who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom's actions would be so swift and outrageous? The city was locked down as soon as it was discovered. That's outrageous. Evans, do you think there's any possibility that China could overcome this virus within the next 20 days? For example, like last time, a vaccine was developed at a very fast speed. After the tour, O'Connor couldn't help but ask his own question. After all, he's not a professional. Instead of guessing for ages, it's better to ask a professional. Lord O'Connor, you must be mistaken. Last time, although the Dragon Kingdom's response was fast, it wasn't as fast as we had imagined. It took more than 10 months. Secondly, the last outbreak was mainly a contagious epidemic. It was not nearly as serious as this one. Moreover, the virus becomes more active in the air. You can get infected if you're not careful. Evans said smugly. It was as if this was an achievement to be boasted about. He didn't care at all about the lives lost behind this incident. They don't care about the process as long as they can achieve their ultimate goal. Oh, I see. I remembered it wrong. So, this virus simply can't be dealt with in a short time? O'Connor asked again. Yes. What's the point of them locking down the city? As long as we don't reduce the virus's mortality rate, they still can't escape. They need to eat. The daily expenses are astronomical. Once they have no other choice but to lift the lockdown, the outcome will still be the same. Besides, public opinion in China is so chaotic right now, with a bunch of fools trying to escape every day. Evans laughed heartily. At this point, he suddenly found it even funnier. The Dragon Kingdom was clearly trying to protect these fools, but these fools just wouldn't believe it. They insisted on going out. They wanted to create an opportunity for themselves to get infected. All I can say is that their remote farming technology has been very effective over the years. Even with 9 years of compulsory education, even it can't save these idiots from their low IQ. So, Lord O'Connor, you can rest assured. The Dragon Kingdom is already fish on our chopping block, ready to be slaughtered at our will. Evans said with his head held high. My God, this is just too good. As long as this is successfully completed, it will surely make our great nation great again. Thinking of this, O'Connor couldn't help but burst into laughter again. As for Sakura and Kimchi, who are their underlings, when have they ever cared? The growth of cherry blossoms and kimchi was due to the large-scale industrial transfer and the historical context of the time. Otherwise, how could these two tiny places have achieved such rapid economic growth? There are no longer any colonies in name or in substance, but it cannot be denied that cherry blossoms and kimchi make for a beautiful colony. No matter what the Pyongyang wanted to do on their turf, they didn't dare utter a sound and could only watch helplessly as the Pyongyang skinned and bled them. Several dozen days have passed. A press conference was suddenly launched in China to generate buzz, instantly causing a nationwide uproar. An obscure, little-known private pharmaceutical company was suddenly pulled up from the grassroots level by the Dragon Kingdom and elevated to the level of a national strategy. Chapter 64, Are You All Dead? Yes. The company that was revealed to have started at the national strategic level. This private pharmaceutical company is called Time and Space Pharmaceuticals, and its legal representative is Lu Ming, who also holds 100% control of the company. This morning, Lu Ming returned from China, and he was the only one who came back. Whether it's Shun Bing or Lin Xing, they are all improving their evolutionary strength in China. The prescription that Lu Ming brought back was patented by the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible, and Lu Ming was given the maximum authority. Everyone knows that Lu Ming's company will be worth trillions in the future. Even trillions couldn't stop it. But the Dragon Kingdom didn't want to take a single penny. All the profits went to Lu Ming, and they even provided unlimited funding. Lu Ming, who the hell is that? The horn building on the other side of the ocean was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. They even felt that Lu Ming was the key trump card for the Dragon Kingdom's counterattack. David, get your ass in here right now. Get an investigation into Lu Ming's background immediately. I feel terrible. I feel that the Dragon Kingdom's 20-day lockdown was all for him. O'Connor exclaimed in horror. He knew his idea was outrageous, but the way the Dragon Kingdom was doing things was even more outrageous. How could someone who had never been heard of before, with no international achievements, be promoted by the Dragon Kingdom and have the country's reputation backing him? If this person didn't possess extraordinary abilities, then one could only say that the people of China have gone mad. But obviously, the latter possibility is almost zero. Lord O'Connor, I think you're overthinking it. Things are definitely not as bad as you imagine. The subordinate ran towards the office while comforting him over the phone. Enough with the nonsense. Find out his identity right now. Brilliant Pharmaceuticals has already produced 310 million doses of vaccine. If anything goes wrong on the Chinese side, it will be devastating for us. O'Connor Huarid. He originally wanted to have his subordinates come over. But then I realized something was wrong. At this moment, he should be looking for their leader. He should head to the Black Palace immediately. Yes, Lord O'Connor. I will begin the investigation immediately. The subordinate said nervously. Hey, hurry up and get the car ready for me. I need to get to the Black House. O'Connor bumped into him at the door and shouted anxiously. His subordinates did not dare to hesitate and arranged a car for him immediately. When he arrived at the Black Palace, it was already packed with people. High-ranking officials from various parts of the United States have already arrived here. Information about Lu Ming was also placed on the table. Snap! The man at the head of the group, a middle-aged man with blonde hair wearing a black suit and a red tie, slammed his hand heavily on the table and roared at the crowd. A bunch of useless trash. Are you all a bunch of useless trash? I asked you to investigate an identity, and you're telling me you can't find a single thing? Did this person spring out of rock? O'Connor's heart skipped a beat. If even the Black Palace's methods couldn't uncover Lu Ming's identity, then it's even less likely that they could. Brother Wei had an extremely gloomy face and was panting heavily. None of the high-ranking officials in front of them dared to say a word. They've been investigating very hard, but the Dragon Kingdom has blocked Lu Ming's identity, so they really can't find any clues at all. Speak up. What's wrong with this person? Brother Wei scanned the crowd and said, The top leader, I'm wondering if there's any possibility about this. Is Lu Ming just a front man put forward by the Dragon Kingdom? The person in front of him spoke tremblingly. Snap! Brother Wei grabbed a folder from the table and threw it at the man. Do you think I didn't know he was a front man? You don't need to tell me this. The press conference held in China to promote the event will begin at 12 noon Chinese time. There are only 2 or 3 hours left. What if things get out of our control after the press conference? If we can't find out his identity, we can't even take preventative measures. O'Connor was also apprehensive. But at this moment, all that could be done was to offer words of comfort from the rear. Boss, I also think there's really nothing to worry about. I've already asked Brilliant Pharmaceuticals about it. It's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to develop an antidote within 20 days. The only possibility is that God is helping them from behind. Upon hearing this, Brother Wei's expression softened somewhat. He also knew that the chances of the Dragon Kingdom developing an antidote were almost zero. But this situation was beyond our control. He really dislikes it. The fact that China isn't holding a press conference directly, but instead generating buzz beforehand, is clearly a deliberate attempt to create hype. Then, they'll use this opportunity to give them a good slap in the face. Based on this logic, the Dragon Kingdom must have a strong foundation. But what exactly is the source of China's confidence? Are you all dead? Aren't you going to continue the investigation? Brother Wei was furious and continued to yell at them. Yes. The crowd trembled. Many people fled as if they had been granted a pardon. This has nothing to do with them. They don't want to be scolded here. Dragon Kingdom time, 12 noon. A grand press conference was held in Beijing. At the same time, all media outlets are already in place. As required by the authorities, both media outlets and online channels must broadcast this crucial press conference live. Mr. Dong first stepped onto the stage, facing countless cameras below, and spoke with utmost solemnity. To our media friends here, and to the citizens of China watching the live broadcast behind the camera, these past 20 days have been another major crisis for our country since the beginning of the 21st century. I know many of you have some complaints, feeling that China's methods are too harsh, but we have no other choice. The nature of this virus is so severe that it is even more serious than the Black Death in the Middle Ages. If we don't take immediate control measures, once the virus is allowed to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Black House in the United States was also watching the live broadcast simultaneously. Brother Wei frowned as he listened to the translator beside him carefully interpret and analyze the specific situation word for word. Not just him. The same goes for everyone else in the office. Fellow countrymen, this undeserved disaster that has befallen us was entirely caused by the people across the ocean. I know many people doubt the existence of this virus. But did you know that Brilliant Pharmaceuticals located across the ocean has already developed a vaccine? The sheer number, a total of 300 million units. Our Dragon Kingdom has always been a civilized nation that values reason. Now, we will expose their inhumane crimes to the whole world. With a shout from Mr. Dong, various pieces of evidence appeared on the large screen behind him. In an instant, it shocked the world. Chapter 65 is over. We're completely finished. While Lu Ming was traveling to the parallel world, Wang Ruwei wasn't idle in the Dragon Kingdom either. The reason why Brilliant Pharmaceuticals continues to produce vaccines is because China needs them to do so. They did this because they had evidence. Secondly, it wastes a lot of their funds. Military combat uniforms have optical stealth capabilities. They're the kind that you can't see with the naked eye even if someone is standing right in front of you. Meanwhile, Wang Ruwei was gathering evidence across the ocean. Includes, but is not limited to, Huiwang Pharmaceutical, Bullhorn Building, places like the Black Palace. Meanwhile, Lu Ming planted a backdoor into Piaoliang's network in advance, allowing Wang Ruwei to monitor the entire de Piaoliang and obtain more intelligence. As Mr. Dong stepped aside, a series of photos and videos immediately appeared. In addition, there are some videos of high-level discussions and exchanges. They even filmed the scene of their meeting. De Piaoliang felt a chill run down her spine. The entire Black Palace erupted in chaos. Clang! Brother Wei suddenly stood up, the sofa behind him crashing heavily to the ground, a layer of cold sweat already appearing on his forehead. What's going on? What exactly happened? This is a ghost. How could the Dragon Kingdom possibly possess this evidence? Quickly, investigate. Find out which bastard betrayed us. Not only was Brother Wei angry, everyone in the office was furious. O'Connor was still there, but he was also dumbfounded. He felt like he was dreaming, yet the scene before him was real. To avoid risks, everyone who entered China from the country in the past 20 days has been under their surveillance. Besides, no one has come over in the past 20 days. We can't exactly say that one of them was a traitor, can we? Impossible. It's out of the question. The shooting angles of many of these videos are inexplicable. For example, how could two high-level executives allow someone to take photos of them with a mobile phone while they're having a face-to-face conversation? They're not stupid. Fellow countrymen, this is what those people on the other side of the ocean did, and the evidence is irrefutable. They're all trying to use this incident to completely drive our country to a dead end, hoping to sell us a vaccine for $20,000. They even attempted to use this incident to undermine our sovereignty. I know that even now, many people will still not believe they did it. Good. Produce the evidence. This is a video of their lab analyzing the virus. And later there will be an analysis report from brilliant company's biological lab. We have it all. Old Master Dong said with extreme anger. More evidence will be displayed on the big screen. Meanwhile, Wang Rui had returned the backdoor access to the network across the ocean to Lu Ming. And Lu Ming was tasked with launching a full-scale internet bombardment on that side. In just a moment, all of de Pyongyang's countless absurd and ridiculous deeds were exposed to the public. Qin Shuer's hacker card is really awesome. So impressive was he that he hacked someone without anyone else even knowing. The entire network of the beautiful network is down. The Black House revealed itself. The Hornet revealed itself. Even companies in the Big Beauty group have exposed their own dark histories. Brilliant Pharmaceuticals, as one of the companies involved, had a flood of internal emails spread across the entire internet. At this moment, the firewall between the Dragon Kingdom and the outside world was lifted. All citizens are free to go out. Yeah, holy crap, what's going on? The boss is finished. We're completely finished. All our documents have been made public and spread everywhere by malware. The office was in complete chaos. Brother Wei's phone was also bombarded with messages. You see, they have a lot of secrets that can't be made public. Once it's made public, things will be completely chaotic. What the hell are you all standing there for? Are all our computer programmers just sitting around doing nothing? Fix it now, fix it. Brother Wei roared. No, we've already tried, but it's completely useless. We don't even know when we were hacked. The Chinese are so powerful that they've hacked all our networks. A subordinate said anxiously. Top leader, something terrible has happened. Our satellites have also malfunctioned. Not only are our satellites disabled, but all our armed forces have also been hacked. A large number of fighter jets have inexplicably taken off and crossed the Pacific Ocean. Those fighter jets can't fly that far at all. They'll all fall into the sea. One person rushed in, shouting with explosive force. Brother Wei was completely dumbfounded. Sweating profusely, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The idea of a fighter jet taking off on its own is absurd enough, but it actually happened. No, those fighter jets didn't crash into the sea. Instead, they were picked up by China's aircraft carrier. But the Chinese aircraft carrier fleet has arrived, and we didn't even know. This thing isn't an airplane. It would take at least 10 days to sail on the sea. Another person received the message and was devastated, their eyes red, and they almost cried. But what's even more devastating is yet to come. Rumble. The entire Great Beauty region seems to be poisoned. All kinds of missiles are being launched wildly and relentlessly, without any restraint. And all the missiles were targeted in uninhabited areas of the Pacific Ocean. Minuteman III, fire. UGM Trident, reflective. Tomahawk missiles and various anti-aircraft missiles were flying around everywhere. In just 2 minutes, all the controllable missiles within Great Pyramid's territory were emptied. Following the sinking of a naval vessel, even the Air Force that the Great Beauty was so proud of was completely breached by Lu Ming's backdoor attack, causing the defense line to collapse. Those beautiful teeth have been completely smashed. From this moment on, Big Beauty is no longer a threat. On the contrary, the various missiles erected by the Dragon Kingdom could send them back to the Stone Age in a matter of minutes. It's over. Our beautiful girl is ruined. Brother Wei sat on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. He knew that the Dragon Kingdom was definitely planning some kind of counterattack. But who could have imagined the counterattack would be so terrifying? Wah, our beautiful girl is ruined. What do we do? The internet is down, and I haven't had time to transfer my assets. What am I going to do? I don't want to die with De Pyongyang. Puff! Some people at the scene were so emotional that they spat out a mouthful of blood. With the exposure of various classified documents, The entire country of Great Britain was in an uproar. Countless people took to the streets. Looting, vandalism, and arson. It turned Pyongyang into a living hell. The local law enforcement and police have been working very hard to maintain order. But all they've gotten in return is a huge wave of protests from the public. The beautiful girl has even lost her front teeth. So why can't those people take advantage of the chaos and buy something for free? My God, why did it have to turn out like this? How could our Supreme Federation collapse so easily? Damn Dragon Kingdom. I will never forgive you. Chapter 66, anyone who wants to kneel again, get out. Fellow countrymen, the people on the other side of the ocean have committed countless heinous acts, which are too numerous to list. Since the founding of our Dragon Kingdom, they have suppressed and provoked us in various ways. The Taiwan incident at the beginning of the millennium, as well as the provocations over the years, and even the 2 poisonings in recent years, have put our Dragon Kingdom in a life-or-death situation. It is time for a reckoning. Effective immediately, the Dragon Kingdom formally files a lawsuit with the United Nations across the ocean. Demands for compensation, $50 trillion. Furthermore, they must bear all the costs of medical treatment for all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the costs of the 20-day nationwide shutdown. Mr. Dong's voice was incredibly firm. His words caused all the colonists on the internet to go crazy. In their eyes, what is China that it dares to file a lawsuit against their spiritual motherland? He stood up? What makes you think you can stand up? Compared to the collapse of these large colonies and their frantic online cursing, the Patriotic Party in China has also gone mad. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is no longer issuing condemnations. It's not just about issuing a statement. It's a complete showdown. It's a complete overturning of the table with the other side of the ocean. After saying a few final words on stage, Mr. Dong invited Lu Ming up from the audience to introduce him to the camera. Fellow countrymen, our official Chinese statement on the main theme has been completed. Now, let's move on to the key point of this press conference. Let me give you a detailed introduction. Lu Ming, chairman of Timespace Pharmaceuticals. He is also a key researcher at Timespace Pharmaceuticals. In these 20 days, he cracked the virus on the other side of the ocean and created a 100% effective antidote, which has already begun production. Next, please welcome Mr. Lu Ming to tell us his story. Boom. Mr. Dong's words. This has once again caused an uproar across the country. Holy crap, what's going on? This guy's so young. No way. Even those biological virology experts from China couldn't handle it. And this young man solved it in 20 days. Don't you understand? This is someone the Dragon Kingdom has supported. The country has many technologies that cannot be made public, so they find an agent. I don't understand. Given Mom's size, why would she need to find a proxy? Is it possible that he really is a genius? Are you kidding me? No matter how talented someone is at such a young age, it's impossible for them to reach the level of being able to compete with the top figures in the country. This person looks familiar. Lu Ming? Isn't that my high school classmate? Wow, he was my classmate in college. But he suddenly changed his school registration a while ago. I heard he was transferred to Beijing. Hey guys upstairs, you're not kidding, are you? I'm serious. If I'm bragging, may I get hit by a car tomorrow? In a live broadcast, as Mr. Dong stepped off the stage, all that remained was a handsome young man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with his hair specially styled. His demeanor was extremely refined, and the black-rimmed glasses subdued any sharpness in his eyes. Zhou Haiwei was staring at the live stream camera at this moment. Seeing how handsome his Lu Ming was, she was so excited. Before this day, all she knew was that Lu Ming was working for the Dragon Kingdom, but she never expected that Lu Ming's rank would be so high. No wonder Lu Ming was able to get the Dragon Kingdom's finance department to transfer so much money to him with just one phone call. Lu Ming is so handsome. Oh, woo. Fellow countrymen, my fellow countrymen in China, I am Lu Ming, chairman of Timespace Pharmaceuticals. Before we begin, I want to reiterate what Mr. Dong said earlier. The people across the ocean are not trustworthy. From now on, only our Dragon Kingdom will be the center of global civilization. And I'm not making this up. You are unaware of what is happening across the ocean right now. Lu Ming said calmly. He snapped his fingers. Moment. The situation in the United States was displayed on the large screen behind me. It's not just the surveillance footage from the bullhorn that highlights the chaos there. There's also footage from the Black House and even on the streets. Fellow countrymen, stand up. The motherland has more than enough to support you. Just now, all of Great Britain's war-making forces were completely destroyed. All their missiles have sunk into the Pacific Ocean. Anyone who wants to kneel again, get out. The 250 yuan fee for renouncing citizenship is yours. DM me your Douyin account, and I'll cover it for you. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold as he spoke. Mr. Dong represents the national stance, so some of his words shouldn't be said in such harsh terms. But Lu Ming can. Our ancestors, starting from the Xinhai Revolution, did everything in their power to help you get knees on your backs so that you could stand tall and be respectable people. But what about you all? All you do is talk about how great foreign countries are. That's definitely right. Why don't you strive for the rise of the nation? They reap the benefits of the Dragon Kingdom while cursing it. From now on, every single one of them I encounter will be bankrupted. Even if you think you can act with impunity online, I can only say sorry, because I'm the one who hacked this beautiful internet. Numerous talents throughout the entire country cannot stop me. What can you do about it? Lu Ming said calmly. The resounding sound startled everyone, because at this point, Lu Ming had already revealed his hand. He admitted that he had wronged De Piaoyang and had shattered all of De Piaoyang's teeth in an instant. From this moment on, none of those run people abroad should come back. When a motherland needs you to build it up, you go to the other side of the ocean to curse them, while you stay there eating chaff and wild vegetables and still say good things about them. Then you can forget about getting any of the benefits from the Dragon Kingdom. Starting immediately, all senior citizens aged 70 and above in the country. If an individual's retirement pension exceeds 3,000 yuan, a subsidy of 1,000 yuan will be provided. If it is less than 3,000 yuan, Shiguang Pharmaceutical will provide a subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Disabled individuals nationwide who are unable to care for themselves will receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Applications can be made in special circumstances. All expenses will be reimbursed. Time Pharmaceuticals will subsidize 50% of the expenses for orphans and welfare homes every year. The remaining 50% will be paid by the National Treasury of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 67 in the end. It was here that a big surprise was brewing. 3 years from now, Time Pharmaceuticals will allocate 30% of its annual profits to subsidize low-income groups. And from now on, all citizens who pay for medical insurance can enjoy truly free medical care, no matter how serious the illness. Medical treatment and medication are all free. Today is the day. Right now, our Time Pharmaceuticals has achieved comprehensive coverage of both major and minor illnesses. Whether it's cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's disease, leukemia, or other serious illnesses, these drugs are curable and the price of the medications covered by medical insurance is extremely low. This is a benefit that Time Pharmaceuticals is giving to the people of China. But the export price of some major drugs starts at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of US dollars. Anyone who dares to take free medicines from China abroad to profit from the price difference will have their medical insurance eligibility revoked upon discovery. From now on, the price of medicines will be the same as abroad. Lu Ming's voice grew even colder. This kind of thing must be prevented from the very beginning. He had no intention of making money from Time Pharmaceuticals, because at his level, no matter how much money he wanted, it was just a matter of saying a word. Instead of using these prescriptions to make money, it would be better to use this company to generate revenue and provide welfare benefits to the grassroots of the Dragon Kingdom. As the saying goes, when poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When successful, one should benefit all under heaven. Although Lu Ming was absolutely rational in China, in order to achieve the goal, anyone can be sacrificed. But this is China. This is his homeland. Since he has the ability, he must make everyone stand up. Printing money at will and using large amounts of money to create so-called social welfare will only cause nationwide inflation. But as long as one mega company generates a large amount of profit, then this super company can cover all of these. This approach can improve the overall happiness of the population without significantly impacting domestic prices. Fellow countrymen, what we can foresee next is that the other side of the ocean will resort to desperate measures and will definitely release their super virus on a large scale. For the next 3 days, please continue to stay at home and wait. Someone will deliver the special medicine to you. The Dragon Kingdom will be unsealed in 3 days. Our Time Pharmaceuticals special drug is sold globally for $200,000 to $100,000 per tablet. The price depends entirely on the attitude of foreign countries. The prices for cherry blossoms, Filipino monkeys, Vietnam, and kimchi, among others, have already been determined. A single cherry blossom costs $100,000. A single piece of kimchi costs $50,000. Even if you want to curse your handsome national father. It has nothing to do with Our Time Pharmaceuticals. Lu Ming paused for a moment here. Then he snapped his fingers again. An image suddenly appeared on the big screen. It was the factory of Huihuang Pharmaceuticals that caught fire instantly. Not an uncontrollable raging fire, but the kind of fire that allowed people to escape from inside. There was no one in the warehouse, so the fire inside burned completely. 300 million doses of vaccine were consumed by fire in the warehouse. The entire factory was gradually engulfed in thick smoke, leaving everyone shocked and dumbfounded. If we want to overpower those utterly depraved entities like the Big Beauty, Little Sakura, and the Ant Kingdom, we must use ruthless methods to make them unable to breathe. In a parallel world, China uses various means to control the United Nations and the global order. But they still couldn't be stopped. Since that's the case, then let's go for the hard way. These areas will no longer be allowed to have high-end medical technology. We're completely blocking them from the policy, the source, and the market. Didn't the Pyongyang use the garrison tactic? Good. Dragon Kingdom, come too. Troops have been stationed in all these high-risk areas. If you're not happy, then come and fight. But after a while, these bastards won't even hurt when they bite. Even if China masters commercial nuclear fusion technology, it will still take 2 to 3 years to fully implement it and upgrade the industry. It's not that China can't make rapid progress. It's not that you can't do that. Military technology can be developed in one step and even achieve great things in one go, but civilian technology cannot, because it involves the livelihoods of many people. Of the items Lu Ming brought back, there are 2 categories that can be used directly. First, pharmaceuticals. Second, the battery. Regarding batteries, researchers at the Huaxing base have developed a tiered system, and the first phase can achieve fully fledged solid-state batteries. Charging efficiency, 2,000 volts. Current, 1,000 amps. Capacity, 500 degrees Celsius. It can achieve a range of 2,500 to 3,500 kilometers. However, even if such a battery is to be promoted to the market, the costs that major private enterprises are currently investing in the battery industry need to be taken into account. China can recklessly release these batteries onto the market, causing a huge uproar and leading to the rise of new energy vehicles that will overturn gasoline-powered cars. The consequence of doing this was chaos in the domestic market. From a commercial perspective, these types of batteries can currently only be used in high-end car models. Set an extremely high price for the battery. Then it was gradually delegated down step by step. Before leaving, Lu Ming also made public the data on new energy batteries, allowing car manufacturers interested in cooperation to contact Manhwa to place orders. What Lu Ming said today has completely shocked the world. Regarding the virus, it has been completely overcome. They are more capable than any other pharmaceutical company in the world in developing drugs for various serious diseases. Even though it's a pharmaceutical company, it also managed to develop the world's top solid-state battery, and the chairman even hacked the U.S. network. This press conference caused a huge uproar. It also provoked countless people. The reason why the order around China has been unstable is because of the United States. They want to use this method to hinder China's development. But is it useful? Even without Lu Ming bringing back the technology from China, China has already put the United States in check. Now that they have Lu Ming's technology, America has instantly become useless. In a short time, all countries urgently requested diplomatic visits from China. Just a few days ago, Li Taotao was issued an ultimatum which drove away the diplomatic personnel of the Dragon Kingdom's Grand Hall. He almost went crazy. In the past, if they had done something like this, the Dragon Kingdom would have strongly condemned it and demanded that Liu immediately make improvements. Just a few days ago, Li Taotao issued an ultimatum, and the people from the Dragon Kingdom withdrew. In the end, we were left holding back a huge grudge here. It's over. It's ruined. They believe that Literal is a tiny country with a population of only 2.9 million. To put it bluntly, it's nothing but a fart. They are incredibly loyal to their beautiful American father. Just like the Filipino monkeys and Vietnam, they're the first to shout loudest when something happens. But the most devastated were Sakura and Kimchi. Sakura's cabinet was almost in tears. Before the press conference was even over, they were already frantically making phone calls to the Black House. "Father, that's not how it is. Tell me, it can't be like this, right? Dad, what am I supposed to do if you collapse? I used to invade the Dragon Kingdom." The charging data for the battery above. Chapter 68. Before he could even finish cleaning up, he had already knelt down. When he received Xiaoying's call, Brother Wei had just woken up in the hospital, feeling weak all over and even having the urge to vomit blood. At a press conference in China, the henchmen of the United States crumbled, and Lu Ming was threatened in front of the entire world. Even if Brother Wei is unwilling to believe it. But he also knew that the situation was hopeless. How long has it been since the press conference? The U.S. is already in complete chaos. There are protests and fighting everywhere. Dad, say something. Can't you stand up? Do we have any other viruses? Even if we release all the viruses and they kill countless people around the world, we absolutely cannot let the Dragon Kingdom rise up like this. Sakura was frantic. They live on an island that is constantly threatened by tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even sinking. Narrow-mindedness, extremism, perversion, and despicableness are etched into their very bones. As former criminals, they have consistently refused to acknowledge their crimes and have tried every means to whitewash themselves. They even want to do it all over again. Once the Dragon Kingdom rises, they will be the ones most panicked. Do they even remember how many people they've killed? Dad, are you still there? Don't stay silent. You're really making me panic. Sakura, choked up with emotion. Even if the U.S. spreads the virus to their little Japan, they don't care. After all, only the lower classes die. It has nothing to do with the upper classes. The tide has turned. The tide has turned against us. Brother Wei sat on the hospital bed, leaning against the headboard. The brilliance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a state of dazedness. Father, please don't say that all is lost. I know you still have a way, right? Just say the word, and I'll go through hell and empty my pockets to support you. Beep, beep, beep. Father, holy crap. How did you get killed? Sakura stared blankly at the phone in her hand, feeling dizzy and disoriented. It's all over. I'm going to die. After a period of frenzied madness, Sakura frantically made phone calls to China and also queued up to apply for a diplomatic visit. Meanwhile, orders were issued one after another. The first thing to do: all schools in Sakura province temporarily suspended operations. All history textbooks were quickly revised, and history was faced up to and mistakes were acknowledged. The second matter: the nuclear power plant in the affected area immediately and swiftly dispatch personnel to handle the situation. No matter the cost, we must resolve this as soon as possible. The third thing: send a team to the Jingguo Divine Toilet immediately and promote it on Chinese social media by live streaming its demolition. The fourth thing: hold a press conference and bow. The Dragon Kingdom hasn't had time to deal with it yet. It had already knelt down before the Dragon Kingdom. It knew the Dragon Kingdom would beat it again, but it could only pray they would go easy on it. Ah, what a lively day. With America down, the whole world is celebrating like it's New Year's. Japan is jumping around and rushing to apologize, while South Korea is kowtowing and acknowledging their father. They admit they stole a lot of our history and are begging for our forgiveness. Isn't that right? There's just too much news. I can't keep up with it all. This is hilarious. The Philippine monkeys have already sent people to tow up that stranded, broken-down boat, admitting that their boat polluted the island's ecosystem and promising to spend $2 billion of their own money to restore it. Breaking news: the Ant Kingdom and Pakistan have also ceased hostilities, and the Ant Kingdom has taken the initiative to request the restoration of the previous map layout. Back to the way things were before? That's wishful thinking. Make it go away. Make it go away. Brothers, I just connected with Squid overseas and gave him a good scolding. He didn't dare to say a word back and just obediently listened to my rant. Holy crap, is this fun? I want to go too. Brothers, remember to maintain your manners, because we represent the image of the Dragon Nation. We are the defenders of civilization, not war criminals. I know, huh? The fall of the United States also marked the complete cessation of all wars worldwide. Even if there were a reason, they wouldn't dare to fight anymore. Because they are all waiting for the Chinese nation to step forward as the patriarch and maintain global order. The Belt and Road Initiative and the Maritime Silk Road can now be fully launched. Prior to today, the stock market in China had been in a state of artificially suppressed sharp decline. But right after the press conference, all three major indices hit their daily limit. How'd you fall? Let's get it back up now. The Dragon Kingdom has started distributing money. However, a large number of top scholars in China were still confused and couldn't understand how China had advanced by decades overnight. Although they couldn't understand it, it didn't stop them from being happy. This day was destined to be a long day. It was also a day that would go down in history. Also going down in history is Lu Ming, because more than half of the internet's traffic was poured onto him. Beijing Military Airport. Lu Ming waited there and received Zhou Haiyue, who was brought over by a private jet. As soon as she got off the plane, Zhou Haiyue's face was flushed with excitement. She rushed over and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. My great hero, you really had a glorious day today. Even now, Zhou Haiyue still feels like she's dreaming. Everything felt so unreal. Haha, these are all minor matters. Lu Ming gently pinched her nose and chuckled. This is a minor matter. Your name is spread across the entire internet in a flash. People on foreign websites are saying you're the most dangerous person in the world. Zhou Haiyue couldn't help but laugh. In a sense, I am indeed the most dangerous person in the world, and they're not wrong. Lu Ming smiled and said, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Zhou Haiyue looked at Lu Ming with anticipation and said, if Lu Ming's identity hadn't been revealed, Zhou Haiyue wouldn't have asked. After all, she didn't want to cause Lu Ming any trouble. Let's talk about it when we get back. I'll tell you everything slowly once we get back to base. Lu Ming said with a smile. Because Lu Ming stepped out from behind the scenes, some things no longer need to be kept so secret. As Zhou Haiyue had grown up with Lu Ming since childhood, Lu Ming trusted her character and believed that she would not reveal anything casually. Following Lu Ming's car was a convoy of military vehicles. Anyway, the lockdown hasn't been lifted yet, so the roads are quite empty. The two returned to the base. Zhou Haiyue was completely dumbfounded and shocked after hearing everything. A superhuman? Time travel? Parallel volets? High technology? The first step has been taken completely at the beginning of Chapter 69. Zhou Haiyue's reaction was just like that of Director Chun Ying that day, and just like that of Commander Lin that day. Now, they have also been incorporated into the base. Working at the base. When Lu Ming returned in the morning, he ran into Chun Ying, the director of the Jinan Road branch, at the base and greeted him. Because of this incident, Chun Ying and the others were all promoted. All the insiders in the entire police station joined the base, and not only did their salaries and benefits increase, but they were also provided with accommodation in Beijing, which would be described as a leap to the top. Haiyue, that's how it is. When we have more time later, I can take you there to have a look. Lu Ming handed her a glass of water and said with a smile. Lu Ming brought back some first-tier crystal cores with him this time. Most of them have already been distributed to find suitable awakeners in preparation for the next step. The general strategy of China is to leverage China's technology to rise to prominence and then find ways to give back to China. Although China could indeed choose not to help China, no one will say anything about the Dragon Kingdom. But this doesn't align with the values of the Dragon Kingdom. However, it's too early to talk about these things now. China must first solve its own problems before it can consider helping China. Moreover, Lu Ming only brings a limited number of people each time. This matter cannot be rushed. Can I really do it? Zhou Haiyue said excitedly. Of course, you're my closest person here. As soon as the situation there stabilizes, I'll find a way to take you there to see it. Lu Ming said with a smile. If Zhou Haiyue could also awaken her superpowers and become an evolved being, then bringing Zhou Haiyue along could also be helpful. However, in Lu Ming's mind, Zhou Haiyue's priority was definitely higher than that of others. After all, Zhou Haiyue has been helping him since he was a child. Ming, you're so kind. Zhou Haiyue let out a howl and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms again, her slender arms tightly hugging Lu Ming's neck. However, there's one thing. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said, What's up? Zhou Haiyue asked, somewhat puzzled. About a bit of a situation over there. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and told Zhou Haiyue everything about Qin Shuer and the others. Zhou Haiyue was taken aback and felt a pang of jealousy, but she wasn't angry with Lu Ming. Lu Ming went there a second time and met Qin Shuer. Given the circumstances at the time, if Lu Ming hadn't dealt with Qin Shuer, the subsequent matters concerning military combat uniforms and the Huaxing base would have been impossible. If a conflict were to occur, given the vigilance of a post-apocalyptic survivor, she would undoubtedly try to kill Lu Ming. In the apocalypse, people don't need a reason to kill, as long as they feel the danger. That's the reason for a fight to the death. The third time they went there, in order to completely control the Huaxing base, it was perfectly reasonable to take down Jiang Qiu. You womanizer. Zhou Haiwei gave a soft snort and crossed her arms over her chest. She looked absolutely adorable, like she was begging for comfort. Haiwei, aren't you angry? Lu Ming gave a dry laugh. To be honest, I'm definitely jealous. If I could, I'd want you to belong to me alone. But I'm not angry. You were in so much danger over there. You had your own reasons, and what you did was right. Why should I be angry? Zhou Haiwei pouted, her cheeks puffed out playfully, and said, she wasn't saying it out of anger, but from the bottom of her heart. You only have one life. If you die, you'll have nothing left. So, in this situation, what's wrong with Lu Ming choosing the way that best protects himself? Moreover, if Lu Ming doesn't choose this method to secure his base of support, then even if he cooperates with Qin Shuer and the others, who can guarantee 100% safety? If it's just a cooperative relationship, then where does the later talk of the origin of evolution come from? In the apocalypse, the biggest problem is trust. It's completely impossible for a survivor who is walking on the edge of life and death to trust a stranger so easily. If Lu Ming had met Jiang Qiu instead, things might have taken a completely different turn. Because of Jiang Qiu's personality, the two sides can cooperate on an equal footing. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care about anything else. Zhou Haiwei said softly. What's done is done. All she can do is accept it. To throw a tantrum would be to disregard the danger Lu Ming is in. Yes, you can rest assured about that. Our core base has been established. There is no need to expand in this way in the future. Lu Ming nodded seriously and said, as long as we develop a network around Qin Shuer and Jiang Qiu, we can basically handle anything that happens in the apocalypse. We can also negotiate with others. The beginning is always the hardest. These 3 journeys have already taken the very first step. Zhou Haiwei nestled in his arms, listening to his heartbeat. At this moment, I feel a deep sense of peace. 6 months later, on the 9th time, because China's nuclear fusion has entered a crucial stage before dawn, I must personally go there to complete the final step of the research. So this time, Lu Ming brought old Zheng and the others along. The pace of time travel over the past 6 months has been roughly once a month. Starting from the 3rd time, all subsequent times were 23 days in the past and 7 days in the future. At the same time, Lu Ming's evolved human strength improved by leaps and bounds. Their strength has reached the 5th rank. The speed is comparable to riding a rocket. Keep in mind that it took Qin Shuer and the others 10 years to reach the 4th or 5th rank. But Lu Ming only took half a year. The space volume has been continuously increased, reaching the upper limit of 300 cubic meters, which has consumed a lot of crystal cores. Each time it is moved, the volume increases by 0.5 cubic meters. As his strength increased, Lu Ming was able to bring up to 5 people with him each time. The number of people remaining at the Huaxing base reached 27. Lu Ming, I'm so nervous. What to do? The chief scientist in China's nuclear fusion field was as nervous as a child at this moment. His appearance was specially tidied up. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit, and his white hair was neatly combed. Because of nervousness, his palms were sweating profusely. Old Zheng, what's the big deal? In the past, coming back was just a blink of an eye, and I didn't feel anything else. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was already used to time travel. Because of the nature of this mission, all the scientists brought along were top-tier scientists from China. Old Zheng, are you ready? We're leaving. A white light enveloped him, instantly centered on Lu Ming. Chapter 70 time is of the essence. Let's get started. The white light enveloped Lu Ming and spread to Elder Zheng and the others. Over the past 6 months, the global order has begun to be gradually taken over by the Chinese nation. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, with Dongzhuo at its core, is extremely busy. On the United Nations side, after various meetings, the 5 permanent members were removed, leaving only the China as the sole core organization, which is strongly controlled by the China. All 197 countries in the world have signed diplomatic agreements with China, strengthening diplomatic cooperation. In terms of the economy, the Dragon Kingdom will take the lead in reorganization. The Belt and Road Initiative and the Maritime Silk Road have been fully launched, and every effort is being made to get all countries in the world involved and develop their economic potential. At the same time, the United Nations enacted laws to comprehensively ban all kinds of gene technologies. Apart from the Dragon Kingdom, biological laboratories are not allowed anywhere else. In this respect, the Dragon Kingdom is even more domineering than the previous Great Beauty. But it simply can't be any less domineering. After all, the parallel world is a precedent. After taking control of these orders, the next step is to slowly boil the frog in water and begin to gradually erode the Great Beauty and the Ant Kingdom. Big Beauty, Ant Kingdom, Little Cherry Blossom. All three of them have huge problems. From a civilizational perspective, one is a descendant of pirates, one considers himself God's child, and one is inherently rebellious with extremely strong inherent flaws. If China wants to gain global respect, it needs to implement the strategy of a global community of shared future. It's impossible to wipe out all three countries. The only solution is to find ways to continuously cleanse their civilization of its problematic aspects, especially the Bible of the Ant Kingdom. It must be eradicated. Those people from the Ant Kingdom have been wandering the world for thousands of years, and everyone wants to spit on them. But they not only fail to realize the problem, but their behavior has only gotten worse. Their mentality is that they don't care if everyone in the world dies, because they are God's promised people. So all of this will take time. It will take time. Splash. As the white light disappeared, Lu Ming and the others' vision returned to normal. To maintain secrecy and facilitate Lu Ming's time travel, Jiang Xiu specially arranged a building within the base. It was heavily guarded by troops from both the Dragon Kingdom and the base. "Honey, you're here." Qin Shui'er and the other two girls were already waiting in the room. Seeing Lu Ming approaching, he quickly went to greet him. "Jiang Xiu, our country is now at a critical juncture in breaking through nuclear fusion technology, and we need the help of your experts. Could you arrange this for me?" Lu Mingqiao nodded to Qin Shui'er, then turned to look in Jiang Xiu's direction. "Okay, these are minor issues." Jiang Xiu nodded with a smile. They then used the walkie-talkies connected to their base to call over the researchers involved in the project. These researchers are all evolutionists, and they have already handed over the source of evolution to the management of the Dragon Kingdom, which can guarantee 100% confidentiality. In return, the Dragon Kingdom can offer them very significant benefits. They and their families can enjoy pure supplies from the Dragon Kingdom. If they want any research materials, Manhwa can have Lu Ming act as a medium of communication to bring them the materials that Manhwa has. Once inside the building, they had unlimited access to cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Bang bang. Mr. Zheng and his four companions became excited. Everyone was incredibly nervous and excited. My heart was filled with the feeling of a pilgrimage. In the last century, when China's economy and technology were still very backward, most scientists who went to the other side of the ocean shared the same sentiment. Many people went there and stayed on the other side of the ocean, but many others returned to their motherland to contribute to its development. Mr. Zheng and his colleagues are that kind of people. Even though the Piao Liang offered them very good conditions and imposed restrictions on their lives, they still tried every means to run back. From this perspective, they are very respectable. Not long after, a group of more than 10 people entered the building, went up the stairs, and entered the conference room. The leader was an elderly man with white hair, a square face, sallow skin with dark brown age spots, and droopy eyelids. The elderly man was a local nuclear fusion expert in Linshan City, and before the apocalypse, he worked in the city's nuclear power sector. Before the apocalypse, it wasn't considered top tier, but that's already incredibly impressive for China. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Zhuo Chun, a nuclear power expert from our Huaxing base, who is responsible for maintaining the base's nuclear power plant. Jiang Xiu pointed to the white-haired old man and introduced him. Professor Zhuo, hello. I am Zheng Hua, a nuclear fusion researcher from China. Mr. Zheng quickly stepped forward and shook hands with the other party with great enthusiasm. He was a top figure in China and incredibly successful globally, but in front of someone like Zhuo Chun, he felt like just a student. Professor Zheng, welcome to our country, and even more welcome to our washing base." Zhuo Chun smiled and shook hands with the same warm attitude. He was completely unpretentious. Besides, to say that we're putting on airs in front of Elder Zheng and the others is just a joke. If the Dragon Kingdom becomes strong, it can lead their washing base to become strong. "Professor Zheng, time is of the essence. Let's get started." Zhuo Chun took the initiative to suggest it. "Great. That's wonderful. I'll leave everything to you." Mr. Zheng expressed his gratitude. "It's all right, and it's thanks to your arrival that they were able to eat food from before the apocalypse. You have no idea how valuable those things are." Zhuo Chun laughed and said, "The supplies they consumed in the past 6 months alone are equivalent to the lives of all the people in the entire Linshan city. Previously, these things were not something they could enjoy. Even for those in power at super-large bases, they were uncommon. 10 years after the apocalypse, humanity had essentially exhausted its resources from before the end of the world." At Zhuo Chen's invitation, everyone took their seats and began to discuss the issues. Zhuo Chen had someone bring out a set of equipment to holographically unfold the blueprints that had been given to Manhwa, forming a 3x7 rectangular projection. Nuclear fusion is essentially the process by which lighter atomic nuclei fuse together under extremely high temperatures or pressures to form new, heavier atomic nuclei, releasing enormous amounts of energy. The energy produced is 2,000 to 100 million times greater than that from chemical reactions involving fossil fuels. To put it more concretely, the energy produced by 1 gram of nuclear fusion fuel is equivalent to burning 8 tons of oil, while releasing incredibly powerful energy. Correspondingly, the technical challenges are enormous. In the 1930s, the brilliant physicist George proposed the theory of nuclear fusion. Even though China has already touched the threshold of nuclear fusion, without the help of advanced civilizations, it is unknown how long it will take to achieve it. At the same time, achieving this requires more than just nuclear fusion technology. Furthermore, it requires ultra-high-performance materials technology that meets the specific requirements. These are all things that the Dragon Kingdom needs to overcome. Chapter 71, She Still Has Explosives? Where did she get them? Although China could directly move its domestic nuclear fusion reactor there and begin using it with the help of Zhuo Chun and his team, but this is like a castle in the air. Sooner or later, problems will arise. The Dragon Kingdom has strengthened itself through various technologies, enabling it to suppress all countries, including Great America and Little Japan, and firmly secure its position as the world's #1 power. At the same time, they can also use these technologies to become stronger and do everything they can to give back to China. China possesses technology from before the end of the world. The Dragon Kingdom has productive forces. The two can complement each other perfectly. The meeting room was filled with smoke. Many researchers smoke. Lu Ming sat in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, listening to a group of bigwigs talk about nuclear fusion. Although he was trying his best to listen to them, he still felt confused and his CPU was about to burn out. As the saying goes, a trade is like a mountain to someone outside it, especially when it comes to matters in the scientific field. At the same time, Linshan City is located in the southern province, in the provincial capital. Yulong, the sole survivor of the Yulong base, arrived here after a long journey. While Lu Ming and Qin Shuer were destroying Yulong's base, Yulong went into hiding and began to gather information about Lu Ming and Qin Shuer. After learning that the two had joined the Huaxing base, he began to investigate the situation at the Huaxing base. However, the Huaxing base was heavily guarded. He was alone, and being watched by the Huaxing base, he couldn't discover anything at all. 10 years after the apocalypse, the provincial capital had already established a power structure centered on the City Lord's mansion, united by the forces of the City Lord mansion. They built city walls around 1/3 of the provincial capital, creating a City Lord's mansion with several inner and outer rings. It is divided into 4 areas: slums, working-class areas, civic areas, and the Core of Rights. The City Lord's mansion is a privately owned institution, but it is a powerful organization. The other major bases are equivalent to companies to live and pay taxes in the city. Because it's not a government organization, there's a rule here. As long as you have money and strong fists, it doesn't matter if you kill someone in the street. Outsiders must pay a tax of 10 tier 3 crystal cores to enter the city-state and obtain a temporary identity that allows them to travel freely within the city-state. If you need to apply for an ID card, you will need 23rd order crystal cores. In front of the south gate, a group of soldiers stopped him. In the apocalypse, there's no valuable currency. Naturally, evolutionary cores become the primary currency, and one that everyone recognizes. I'm a survivor from Linshan City. My name is Yulong. I need to apply for an ID card. Moreover, my evolution ability is quite unique. It's creating clones. As long as my main body doesn't die, no matter how many of my clones die, I will not die. Could you please introduce me to a powerful faction? I need to join one. I have a grudge against Qin Shuer. Yulong's clone took out 23rd tier crystal cores and handed them to the other party. Then, he took out 23rd order crystal cores as a reward for the other party's help. Given Yulong's vigilance, even if he came to the provincial capital to try and kill Qin Shuer and Lu Ming, he would not allow his true body to enter the city-state at will. King Xuya, are you talking about Qin Shuer, whom the city lord's mansion has issued a warrant for throughout the province? The soldier at the gate frowned and said with utmost seriousness, "Yes, it's her. She somehow got hold of a huge amount of explosives, blew my base to smithereens, and killed everyone in my base until only I was left. If I hadn't just been a clone in front of her at the time, I would have died too." Yulong nodded. "She has explosives? Where did she get them?" The soldier exclaimed in shock. "I don't know, but the explosive she used to blow me up weighed at least several hundred kilograms." Yulong explained truthfully. He didn't need to embellish it at all. The mere mention of several hundred kilograms of explosives was enough to tempt the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the benefits extend beyond the explosives from Qin Shuer's side. There are also military-grade combat uniforms from the Huaxing base. This thing is already scarce in the apocalypse. If we can seize the combat uniforms from Huaxing base, the provincial capital's city lord's mansion will have more powerful individuals. This is something the upper echelons of power care about very much. In that case, come with me. I'll inform them and take you to the city lord's mansion in the inner circle. The leading soldier said solemnly. Qin Shuer has been involved in too many things over the years. In particular, her hacking skills have posed a huge threat to the city lord's mansion. This kind of person cannot be recruited. She must die. Get in the car. The leading soldier drove a new energy electric vehicle over from the side, sat in the driver's seat, and greeted the passengers. Yulong nodded and got into the passenger seat. Yulong is only at the 5th rank, let alone in the inner circle. Even at the city gates, he couldn't stir up much trouble, so naturally no one considered him a threat. Splash. The car tire was stuffed with some material to prop up the punctured tire, making the ride incredibly bumpy. The leading soldier walked through the slums, arrived at the city wall and gate of the civilian district, and reported his arrival. After the city gate opened, the car continued to move forward. After several turns, we arrived at the gate of the core area. After another round of reporting, Yulong was led by soldiers from the core area to the city lord's mansion in the core area to find the person in charge. The location of the city lord's mansion was the government building of the provincial capital before its collapse. They deliberately chose this location. The purpose was to make people associate them with the pre-apocalyptic government and to instill awe in them. You are Yulong? Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in military-grade combat uniforms, with his appearance transformed into a suit, walked over and coldly scrutinized Yulong. In the eyes of the city lord's mansion, the small and medium-sized forces in other regions are nothing but chickens and dogs. The city lord's mansion didn't even bother to take action against them. "Manager Min, hello." Yulong bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Back in Linshan City, he was the boss of the Welong base, a true big shot. But here, he's nothing. The city lord's mansion was clean and tidy and had electricity supplied by a nuclear power plant, making it feel like a scene from before the apocalypse. First question, where is Qin Shuer? Manager Min said indifferently. As he spoke, a powerful aura swept towards Yulong. This was not only oppression from those in power, but also from the disparity in strength, which made Yulong break out in a cold sweat in an instant. Reporting to Manager Min, Qin Shuer is currently at the Huaxing base in Linshan City. Do you know about the Huaxing base? That was a base built by Jiang Qiu, a big shot before the apocalypse. The base contained a large number of military-grade combat uniforms because she was a division commander in the army before the apocalypse. Yulong quickly replied. Manager Min nodded. Second question, what is your purpose in coming to us to discuss this matter? In other words, what do you want? Chapter 72 is very accurate and of great value. If Yulong can help them eliminate Qin Shuer, he might consider giving Yulong some benefits and a decent identity. It's mainly Yulong's ability that has great value. Manager Min, I don't want anything. My base was destroyed by Qin Shuer. As long as you can eliminate Qin Shuer, that will be enough for me. Yulong said respectfully. Qin Shuer must die for us too. But how did she end up with the Huaxing base? Manager Min frowned. I don't know the specifics. I spent 3 or 4 months observing before I came here, but I couldn't find anything crucial. The Huaxing base has long been under strict defense. I have a feeling they might be plotting something. Yulong continued to speak truthfully. He couldn't possibly lie in front of such an important person, nor would he do so. Besides, he wanted to stay in the provincial capital. Tell me everything you know, including the time Qin Shuer blew up your base. Manager Min said in an unquestionable manner. Yulong nodded and told him everything. The conflicts between their base and Qin Shuer are not important. Manager Min doesn't care either. Yulong began by talking about the 4th-tier exotic beast he kept at Qingdao Plaza. In his eyes, his strange beast was killed by Qin Shuer. Later, he sent people to search extensively for Qin Shuer's whereabouts. Qin Shuer retaliated, and together with a space-type evolver, they carried a large amount of explosives and blew up the base's manpower. Manager Min, this is how it is. Yulong stopped speaking. Interesting. One is a space-type evolver, and the other is Qin Shuer. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Shuer's explosives should belong to that space-type evolver. Manager Min stroked his chin and sneered. In the apocalypse, firearms are extremely scarce. This is because all ammunition was used up within the first 3 months of the apocalypse. Back then, the newly mutated and infected plants and animals were terrifying. Huge creatures, tens or even hundreds of meters tall, were everywhere. After the collapse of human civilization, these monsters also died one after another. Not even the evolutionary core was left behind. Even the corpses were devoured by other mutated plants and animals. The fact that the space-type evolver could casually take out hundreds of kilograms of explosives to blow up a base whose value was completely disproportionate meant that he had an enormous amount of explosives at his disposal. Not to mention anything far off. As long as he has a few tons of explosives, that's enough to make him send troops there at any cost. The explosive value of explosives is secondary. The key is the chemical composition inside. With several tons of explosives, who knows how many gene-modifying agents could be made. Someone, find him a place to stay anywhere, but don't let him leave the City Lord's mansion. I'll go and report this matter now. Manager Min gestured to the side. Splash. Upon hearing this, 2 evolved beings immediately came over, surrounded Yulong from the left and right, and took Yulong away. Given Yulong's value, it's not worth treating him to good food and drink. Giving him a place to stay would be quite generous. Turning around, Manager Min quickly walked out and entered the elevator. Manager Min seemed to be high and mighty in front of Yulong. However, within the City Lord's mansion, he could only be considered a mid-level leader at best. If this matter hadn't been related to Qin Shuer, he wouldn't have come at all. After being notified in advance, Manager Min was then allowed to enter the City Lord's office. 2 powerful evolved beings guarded the entrance. We guarantee that no mistakes will occur. Upon seeing Manager Min arrive, the 2 men at the door knocked on the gate. Lord City Lord, Manager Min requests an audience. Immediately, a man's voice came from inside the room, indicating that the person outside could come in. Click. The door opened. Manager Min walked along the carpet, head bowed, until he reached a large leather sofa, where he respectfully bowed. Lord City Lord. The man on the sofa in front of me was middle-aged with a burly build, but he was incredibly ugly. His face looked like it had undergone a failed genetic mutation, with all sorts of flabby flesh growing out of it, and his face was wrinkled and messy, making people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Has someone brought news of Qin Shuer? The City Lord rested one hand on the back of the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked casually, Yes, Lord City Lord. I feel that this news is very accurate and of great value. Aside from the threat Qin Shuer herself poses to us, she somehow came into contact with a very strange space-type evolver. Space-type evolvers hold a very high status no matter where they are placed. But I've never heard of this person before. Manager Min nodded. He relayed everything Yulong had told him. Even after the apocalypse, places that still have electricity still have their own means of communication, but even for them, information from other places is still blocked. Especially since Qin Shuer is no ordinary person. Lord City Lord, there is one more thing. 6 months ago, Huaxing Base sent someone to sell more than a dozen cans of pre-apocalyptic fruit. I also feel it's related to that space-type evolver. Lord of the City, should we eliminate them? Manager Min made a throat-slitting gesture and asked in a deep voice. This matter is not urgent. Even if we are to take action, the investigation must come first. Haitao, go there. Let's see what Qin Shuer and Huaxing Base are up to. And let's see what's going on with that suddenly appearing space-type ability user. The City Lord gave a shout. Yes, Lord City Lord. Immediately, a response came from the air. Immediately following, a series of footsteps sounded from the surroundings, disappearing as they stepped out of the office, leaving only a faint breeze passing by. Manager Min was already used to it. This person's name is Jiang Haitao. He is one of the top experts close to the City Lord, possessing the ability to become invisible. If he doesn't want to be discovered, it's really difficult for others to find him. After Jiang Haitao left, he traveled alone, without driving, towards Linshan City. The countryside is too dangerous. There are countless mutated plants and animals. Some of them were even beyond his ability to handle. If you're driving, you'll be a huge target. Even something that wouldn't normally pose a danger could become a trap because of the movement of your car. Several days later, Jiang Haitao arrived in Linshan City and headed straight towards the Huaxing Base. Chapter 73, One Blast and Not a Sound. Although the provincial capital's Lord's Mansion had built a city-state level power structure, it wasn't the only voice within that city-state. Therefore, the City Lord's Mansion also employed some of the methods used before the apocalypse, essentially installing surveillance cameras throughout the city-state to ensure that any incidents could be detected immediately. And all these methods became Qin Shuer's eyes. When Yu Long entered the city-state, Qin Shuer had already discovered him through the back door she had left behind. On the surface, things have been completely calm at the City Lord's Mansion these past few days. But Lu Ming and his men were all on high alert because of their previous encounter with Qin Shuer and the fact that the City Lord's Mansion knew that the backdoor Qin Shuer had left behind could not be eliminated. The best way to deal with them was to dismantle all the surveillance cameras in the main areas, including the City Lord's Mansion, so that Qin Shuer would be physically powerless. In the apocalypse, others are unable to control the satellites. That's because Qin Shuer hacked even the satellites in the sky. A person who could challenge the nation's AI before the apocalypse must have terrifying authority after the apocalypse. The information Qin Shuer left at the back gate of the City Lord's Mansion could be relayed via satellite and instantly obtained from her. That's why, no matter how hard the City Lord's Mansion tried all these years, they couldn't catch her. After all, the City Lord's Mansion makes even the slightest movement. She ran away a long time ago. On Earth, the lifespan of communication satellites is generally between 7 and 10 years. But with China's technology, it could have done that hundreds of years ago. What exactly is the Huaxing Base doing? Why is the security level so high? Jiang Haitao arrived at the base gate and immediately frowned. At the main gate, there are a large number of infrared thermal monitoring devices. This thing can be understood as a camera, except it can detect changes in air temperature, thereby identifying those with stealth abilities. Invisible evolved beings are not visible to the naked eye. But in the face of this thing, they're always right. We can't get in through the main gate. Let's see if we can get in from other places. Jiang Haitao frowned and said, it was precisely because this method was able to locate him that the glasses he wore could detect the infrared radiation waves emitted by the thermal imaging monitor. Within his field of vision, a large number of infrared rays locked onto the area within 50 meters of the base gate. It was densely packed. It looked just like a spider web. Moreover, a large number of rays intersect back and forth. We guarantee there will be absolutely no mistakes within a 50-meter radius outside the door. Holy crap, even the base's perimeter walls are covered in this stuff. Where do they get so many? Jiang Haitao frowned furiously. You have to understand that even within their city-state, it's impossible to achieve full coverage with this thing. They only installed a ring around the City Lord's Mansion to guard against the invisible evolved beings. Even if the Huaxing base has a lot of researchers, it probably can't produce that many thermal imaging surveillance devices, right? Putting everything else aside, we simply don't have that many materials. Wrong. If Qin Schwerer helps them crack the program, they can indeed get a huge amount of materials. Whether it's a nuclear power plant or other places, they can find materials that haven't naturally deteriorated 10 years after the apocalypse. Jiang Haitao's brows furrowed even deeper. My mentality exploded instantly. The City Lord's mansion couldn't acquire so many thermal cameras for two reasons. First, they couldn't crack the built-in programs and the materials, and second, there were issues with the researchers. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, those so-called researchers were actually the most useless people. Besides Huaxing Base, who will support them. By the time people realized this, very few remained. This was because a large number of researchers had died in the year or two leading up to the apocalypse. Secondly, the built-in programs and the materials are also a major hassle. In pre-apocalyptic technology, to ensure their technology is not leaked and their products are not misused, major companies include pre-programmed software with their products when they leave the factory. This property is similar to the hardware self-test of an Apple phone. It's a useless piece of junk. It also prevents consumers from replacing parts themselves. But from the company's perspective, they have no choice. Due to legal constraints, most technological products have a very long lifespan. If the product components are not completely locked in, it will be even harder for the company to make money. Damn it, there are these things everywhere in the Huaxing base. How am I supposed to get in? Jiang Haitao went around in circles. I'm so angry I could vomit blood. With his strength as a sixth tier of all being, he could indeed force his way in, but he was all alone. What there was danger inside. Take explosives, for example. Even if he is a strong person, he is still immortal, and besides, he dared not wear a combat uniform when he came out. The lethal radius of 100 kilograms of TNT can reach 10 to 20 meters. One bomb, and they're all silent. It was at this moment that, click, boom, a terrifying thunderclap resounded. Inside the base, a gun barrel had somehow appeared and was pointed in his direction. This is China's top-of-the-line QBU-10 sniper rifle, touted as the Chinese version of the Barrett. It can penetrate armored vehicles within 1,500 meters. Uses 12.7 millimeters caliber bullets, 1,350 millimeters in length. A bullet struck suddenly, catching Jiang Haitao off guard. He was hit hard in the shoulder, which was instantly blown open, leaving a bloody hole. The physical attributes of sixth-tier evolved beings have indeed been greatly enhanced. But that can't stop these anti-material sniper rifles. Those can even be used to shoot down tanks. Reporting to Commander Liu, the target has been hit. A strong male voice rang out. It was Lin Xing from the Red Wolf Squad. When he awakened his superpower, he awakened lightning-based superpower, which allows him to add lightning-based damage to bullets. He is also the king of guns in the country. Fire another shot. Cripple his leg. Lu Ming stood behind him and said coldly. The stealth-evolved beings who could come to Huaxing Base at this critical juncture must have been sent by the provincial capital's City Lord's mansion. It could also be Jiang Haitao, whom Qin Schwerer mentioned, because the other party did not reveal themselves. Therefore, it cannot be determined at this time. Yes, Lin Xing nodded, roughly confirmed the location using the device beside him, locked on, and then fired another shot. Although Jiang Haitao was shot, but even the blood that flowed from him was invisible. The device next to him looks more like an imaging device. With the high-precision equipment installed at the base, they can even lock onto Jiang Haitao's outline. Jiang Haitao thought he hadn't been discovered, but he was spotted just 1 kilometer away. By the time he got close, the base was already prepared. Guns were already aimed at him, but he didn't even notice. Sixth-tier evolved beings also possess relatively acute physical senses. But there is still a distance. The distance between Lin Xing's gun barrel and Jiang Haitao's position is over 500 meters. No matter how powerful Jiang Haitao is, he couldn't possibly sense it. Click! Boom! Another thunderclap rang out. Jiang Haitao tried to run away as soon as he was shot the first time. He had just taken off when the second shot came. Chapter 74. Stop yelling. It's just a broken leg. Jiang Haitao let out a violent scream. The muscles in his right calf were shattered by the bullet, and a large amount of blood was blasted out by the impact of the bullet, exposing the bloody white bone. At the same time, Qin Schwerer, Jiang Xiao, Qi Qi, and the other women led a group of people out. Just to be on the safe side, Qi Qi created a dream around him. Qi Qi was only at the 5th rank. To do this, it is indeed a bit difficult, but there are two possibilities. First, there are harmless dreams, which are relatively easy to achieve. Second, there are harmful dreams, which would greatly deplete Qi Qi's mental energy. At this moment, Qi Qi exhibited the first type. The goal was simply to prevent him from escaping. King Xuea. Jiang Haitao revealed his true form and roared at her with a ferocious expression. Hey, Jiang Haitao, it really is you. King Xuea immediately smiled. The two were already old friends. Qin Shuer couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to Qin Shuer. During the battle, if he were wearing a military-grade combat uniform, he would be instantly controlled by Qin Shuer, and the military combat uniform would become his shackles. But without this thing to help him, he couldn't kill Qin Shuer. He only has the ability to become invisible. If he had other abilities, he might be able to break through the armor of military combat uniforms with his 6th level strength. Qin Shuer, what exactly is going on here? Why do they even have anti-material sniper rifles? Jiang Haitao roared ferociously. The gun Lin Xing used had been modified by researchers at the Huaxing base. It was almost comparable to pre-apocalyptic firearms, with more than 10 times the power. Can't figure it out? Haha, that's good. If you could have figured it out, you wouldn't be in this state. King Xuer laughed triumphantly. As she spoke, Qin Shuer pulled out an enhanced version of the same QBU 10 sniper rifle from the pocket of her combat uniform and pointed the muzzle at his forehead with one hand. The combat suit that Lu Ming initially obtained from Chen Min could store a rifle and a lightsaber. With Qin Shuer's setup, deploying a heavy sniper rifle wouldn't be a problem. This storage process is essentially being eaten. Naturally, the length of the barrel and the gun body does not have an impact. During storage, the nanobots in the combat suit can dissolve the firearms and form a flowing liquid. When needed, it can be activated instantly. To put it more vividly, you can understand it as the principle of shape memory metals. When not powered, it is a liquid. When powered on, it reverts to its original form and becomes a gun. Don't do anything rash. If you dare to kill me, the City Lord's Mansion will definitely send a large number of powerful experts to raise your Huaxing base to the ground. Jiang Haitao's eyes widened in shock as he spoke. Are you afraid of me? I alone can turn your City Lord's Mansion upside down. King Xuer curled her lip in disdain. Jiang Haitao fell silent for a moment. Yes, Qin Shuer could enter and leave their City Lord's Mansion 7 times by herself, and there was nothing they could do about her. Now that she's partnered with Huaxing Base has a large number of military-grade combat uniforms and even firearms, so why should she be afraid of the City Lord's Mansion? Qin Shuer, let's talk. You have supplies here. We can totally turn enemies into friends. Jiang Haitao endured the excruciating pain and stalled for time. Oh, but I don't want to become friends with you. What should I do? Qin Shuer was playing with words. Jiang Haitao was furious. But with his life in the other party's control, he had no way to stop it. Snap! Qin Shuer had someone fetch a vest and threw in front of him, saying, Jiang Haitao, don't say I didn't give you a way out. Put it on, and you can live. Jiang Haitao was already in excruciating pain, and he frowned as he stared at the black metallic vest. This thing is metal, but it is also soft. It looks exactly like a bulletproof vest. The top compartments are filled with unknown contents. What's this? Jiang Haitao's eyelids twitched wildly as he asked. Can't you tell? A bomb vest. This contains a large amount of concentrated explosives. Once it explodes, its power is comparable to 200 kilograms of TNT. It can instantly turn you into a pile of minced meat. King Xuea chuckled. Jiang Haitao really didn't want to wear it at all. But before he could react, Qin Shuer slammed the gun into his forehead, causing him excruciating pain that nearly made him faint. Left with no other choice, he could only shakily put on the bomb vest. The wound on my shoulder was already very painful. The bomb vest was so tight that it hurt even more. Click! The bomb vest automatically locked itself the moment it bound him. He couldn't remove it with his skills. Jiang Haitao, I'm not trying to be mean, but Yulong ran over to you to tip you off, and you actually dared to come all by yourself? I really don't know whether to say you're confident or carefree. Qin Shui'er put away the gun. He tossed it into the pocket of his combat uniform. Jiang Haitao really wanted to curse. He came alone because Qin Shui'er forced him to. If he wasn't afraid of being discovered by Qin Shui'er, why would he have come alone? Qin Shui'er has far too many tricks up her sleeve. If there are too many people, Qin Shui'er might be able to detect them using satellites. This kind of thing happened a few years ago. Before they even arrived, Qin Shui'er had already run away. She also left traps along their path, killing quite a few people in the process. Sometimes, they really wanted to dig out Qin Shui'er's brain and copy her hacking skills. Drag him away, Qin Shui'er called out. Immediately, someone stepped forward and lifted Jiang Haitao's arms, one on each side. Jiang Haitao let out another painful scream. The wound on his right leg rubbed violently against the ground, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge in pain. Stop yelling. It's just a broken leg. Is it really necessary? Qin Shui'er picked up a stone from the roadside and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, it became much quieter. The people around were all embarrassed. Everyone says Qin Shui'er is the #1 witch in the province, and that's absolutely true. Shui'er, how is the situation? Can the conflict at the city lord's mansion be put on hold for now? Lu Ming came downstairs, frowning. It wasn't that he was afraid of the city lord's mansion in the provincial capital. It's not necessarily a matter of reconciliation with the city lord's mansion. Rather than fighting such a meaningless war, it would be better to suppress the conflicts, maintain stability, and allow China's technology to upgrade and iterate. The 4 major areas of the provincial capital's Lord's Mansion have gathered millions of survivors from across the province. If a fight really breaks out, is it really that simple? Honey, resolving this is too easy. I'll make a satellite call to the city Lord's Mansion later. If that bastard Zhao Dongpeng dares to defy me, give me some explosives. I'll go over there tonight and blow up his city Lord's Mansion. Everyone, Chapter 75, 100 sets? Are you crazy? There are many ways for Qin Shui'er to contact Zhao Dongpeng, the city lord of the city lord's mansion. But Zhao Dongpeng was truly at a loss when it came to contacting her. Qin Shui'er took a computer from the Huaxing base, swiped it with her hacker access card, and the program automatically started running. Under her control, it connected to the back door of the city lord's mansion. As long as the city lord's mansion used pre-apocalyptic technology, it would have no secrets from her. Even though Zhao Dongpeng and everyone in the city lord's mansion knew this, there was nothing they could do. The base has been built to this scale. They've all developed into city-states. Shouldn't they try to restore the state before the apocalypse? Without the conveniences brought by technology, running a city-state with 1 million inhabitants would become extremely troublesome. With various equipment in place for takeover, city management can save a lot of manpower and keep power in Zhao Dongpeng's hands as much as possible. Beep beep. A video call was made. Qin Shui'er sat on the side of the computer, playing with her hair out of boredom. In the past, if Qin Shui'er wanted to hack Zhao Dongpeng's phone, she would have done so without hesitation. But this time, she actually waited politely for Zhao Dongpeng to answer the call. Zhao Dongpeng stared at the video call invitation on his phone, his face turning extremely grim. His phone cannot use satellite communication. However, through the Internet of Things, it can function similarly to a remote walkie-talkie. This will also make issuing commands much more convenient. It was clear that Qin Shui'er was the only one who could contact him in this way. Video connection established. It really was Qin Shui'er. Lord Zhao, it's been a long time. You're still as ugly as ever. Qin Shui'er chuckled and said, "What's up?" Zhao Dongpeng's face turned ashen. Even if Qin Shui'er didn't say it, he knew that Jiang Haitao had gotten into trouble. Jiang Haitao, come here. Say hello to your master. Qin Shui'er moved the camera so that it was pointing in Jiang Haitao's direction. Bright red blood flowed continuously from Jiang Haitao's wound. The pain and weakness from excessive blood loss rendered him like a dead dog. For an average person, a blood loss of 10% to 15% can cause coma. Based on the estimated blood volume, it is approximately 500 to 75 milliliters. If blood loss exceeds 40%, symptoms such as extremely rapid heart rate, extremely low blood pressure, rapid breathing, loss of consciousness, and shock will occur, ultimately leading to death. At this point, Jiang Haitao had already lost nearly 40% of his blood. If it weren't for his powerful, evolved physique supporting him, otherwise, he should probably be meeting the King of Hell by now. Lord Zhao, I'm too lazy to cause you trouble, and you shouldn't get involved with me either. Have you seen Jiang Haitao's injuries? This is a bullet blast wound. I know you have a lot of cannon fodder to sacrifice, but if you don't listen to my advice and still dare to send people over, then I can also destroy your city-state overnight. Qin Shuer chuckled and said. Although Zhao Dongpeng was extremely angry, he was restraining himself. He took a deep breath, try his best to remain calm. Understood. Send someone to bring him back. Let's just leave it at that. Qin Shuer rolled her eyes and interrupted speechlessly. You want me to send someone to deliver it? You're dreaming. My husband said, if you want Jiang Haitao to come back alive, have someone send over 100 sets of military-grade combat uniforms. Otherwise, you won't survive the night. Since they've already offered it to us, it wouldn't be like her if she didn't try to take advantage of them. 100 sets? Are you crazy? Zhao Dongpeng was furious. He slammed his hand heavily on the table. Why are you yelling so loudly, you devil? 200 sets. Qin Shuer pretended to be scared and took a half step back, but then raised the price even higher. Fine. Come on over if you dare. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Zhao Dongpeng sneered and said. Zhao Dongpeng was well aware of the consequences of breaking ties with Qin Shuer, but what could Qin Shuer do if he ordered the power to be cut off from the entire city? Over the years, Zhao Dongpeng has gone to great lengths to cultivate various powerful individuals in order to kill Qin Shuer. As long as Qin Shuer dares to come, he dared to make sure Qin Shuer never returned. Even if Qin Shuer has firearms, so what? Can a few guns and bullets really take down a city with a population of 1 million? Qin Shuer, you'd better come here. Don't make me look down on you. Snap. The call ended. Qin Shuer was slightly taken aback. Wow, this guy's temper is getting worse and worse. You dare hang up on me? Lu Ming watched from the side, speechless. He finally understood why those people were so hostile towards Qin Shuer. Given Qin Shuer's personality, always blowing up other people's homes and constantly bullying others, how many people could tolerate her? She's still alive, thanks to her great abilities. Honey, this guy hung up on me. Qin Shuer turned her head and looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Her beautiful, big eyes blinked. They clearly wanted to get the bomb from Lu Ming. Since he doesn't dare send anyone over, then we can put an end to this for now. My storage capacity has already reached 300 cubic meters. Before we go back this time, we should be able to reach around 350 cubic meters. Why get back? I'll bring a few missiles with me. There's no need to risk your life if something can be resolved remotely. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, This. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer's mouth watered. Carrying TNT and running wild on someone else's doorstep is already impressive enough. But if you could get your hands on a few medium to large missiles, wouldn't that be even more impressive? Honey, let's just leave it at that. When you get your hands on the missiles, make sure I call Zhao Dongpeng first, huh? Qin Shuer said excitedly. Good. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Jiang Haitao, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat just listening to it. Missile? How many are left? Go back. Where we get missiles? And where are missiles even found now? Jiang Haitao was puzzled and eager to know. Unfortunately, the next second, a bullet pierced his skull, killing him instantly. Since Zhao Dongpeng was unwilling to send someone to ransom him, then his existence would be meaningless. Chapter 76. If there's no action, then let's launch a massive military offensive. After hanging up the video call, Zhao Dongpeng immediately used his military-grade combat uniform to completely drain the battery from his phone and ordered a city-wide power outage. All military-grade combat uniforms in the city have been discontinued. Enter maximum alert status. Whether it's the provincial capital or other large cities, large-scale survivor settlements have formed in the 10 years since the apocalypse. The most powerful base naturally desires to control the greatest power. However, they cannot simply annex all the other bases, increasing their own daily expenses and burdens. Therefore, consolidating power through the construction of city-states is the only way. And if city-states are built on a large scale, pre-apocalyptic technology will inevitably be required. Whether it's the provincial capitals, Lord's Mansion, or other city Lord's Mansions. To stop Qin Shuer, the only way is to cut off the technology. Zhao Dongpeng knew that Qin Shuer couldn't come over right now. He is shutting down the city now to avoid causing huge losses. What if Qin Shui'er gave an order that rendered all the equipment in the entire city unusable? Where would he go to cry then? Where would he find replacement equipment? Even if we found the equipment in another city and brought it back, it still wouldn't be usable. Even if it's just an ordinary water pump, it won't work if it doesn't fit the city or location it's set in advance. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days have passed. The entire city waited under immense pressure, but Qin Shui'er still hadn't arrived. Zhao Dongpeng was going absolutely crazy. Fuck you. Even though it's the end of the world. But why would someone like Qin Shui'er still be alive? Lord City Lord, we can't just sit here and wait to die any longer. If Qin Shui'er never comes, are we just going to keep acting out of fear of harming her? Moreover, given Qin Shui'er's personality, if she really had any powerful methods, she would have come over long ago. A subordinate stood in front of him and said with a serious expression, "If this continues, it will become too much of a problem for the management of the entire city. And without electricity, many nightclubs will have to close." Many of these nightclubs are operated by the city lord's mansion. It's the largest source of income besides taxes. Of course I know that. Just 3 more days. If Qin Shui'er still doesn't make any move, then we'll send a large army to the border. Since Huaxing Base dares to associate with someone like Qin Shui'er, let's wipe them out while we're at it, and seize their military combat uniforms. Zhao Dongpeng said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Even though he knew about the existence of the Huaxing Base before, he never intended to take action against it because of the encryption of the combat suits. Whether it's a military-grade combat uniform or a commercial-grade combat uniform, it's useless to obtain it unless you can resolve the encryption issue. If you use military combat uniforms to deal with Huaxing Base will kill many of your people using military combat uniforms. Naturally, the input and the return are not proportional. Now that the two sides have joined forces, they must be wiped out together. Manhwa, spread the word and have all the major city-states in the city-state begin preparations. I don't care what they each think. You must come with us to Linshan City in 3 days. Zhao Dongpeng said coldly. Yes. His subordinate nodded emphatically. He then stepped back with a respectful expression and left Zhao Dongpeng's office. Dragon Kingdom. Across the hall. Today happens to be Saturday. After finishing her classes last night, Zhou Haiwa drove from Shanghai to Beijing and waited for them at the training base. At 6 a.m., accompanied by a flash of white light, the officials who had been waiting with Zhou Haiwa immediately came forward to greet her. "Oh, Ming, you're back." Seeing the white light dissipate, Zhou Haiwa quickly smiled and came to his side. During the past 6 months, although Zhou Haiwa did not travel there, she witnessed Lu Ming's many time travels. Even though I was still shocked, I had already accepted it. At the same time, she was even more proud of Lu Ming. If anyone else were in this situation, their first thought would undoubtedly be to maximize their own wealth and profit from the technological differences between the two worlds. But Lu Ming's greater purpose was to act for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. "Lu Ming, why is it just you and Xin Bing who came back this time? Where are old Zheng and the others?" Because the group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom, led by Elder Dong, were extremely busy, the task of meeting Lu Ming upon his return was handled by their old acquaintance, Commander Lin. Lu Ming was able to arrive in the capital so quickly thanks to Commander Lin's tireless efforts. Naturally, having Commander Lin receive them would not be considered a sign of neglect. Brother Lin, old Zheng, and the others aren't coming back for the time being. Based on their learning progress, they will be back in 3 to 6 months at the earliest. On this trip back, I'm taking a group of material scientists there for further training. We'll have to see how things go on the next trip. Lu Ming explained with a smile. Lu Ming and Commander Lin were already like brothers. Having Commander Lin here to greet him made Lu Ming even more relaxed. "By the way, Brother Lin, I brought back some treasures for your army this time." Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. This instantly piqued Commander Lin's curiosity completely. "What treasure? Take it out and let me see it," Commander Lin said excitedly. Lu Ming reached into his spatial storage and, under the watchful eyes of Commander Lin and the others, threw out a huge jar with a bang. In terms of sound feedback, this thing weighs at least tens of tons. Holy crap, what's in here? If I remember correctly, this liquid transport tank seems to be the one used to transport some special chemicals a few times before. Commander Lin exclaimed in shock. "That's right, it's this jar." The chemical usage at the Huaxing base is already oversaturated. Their material scientists, on a whim, created a super strong coating for us. This stuff, once applied to steel, can instantly increase the steel's hardness and resistance by 5 times. After 48 hours of complete drying, the strength can increase up to 10 times. Even if you apply it to an armored vehicle, it can instantly make the armored vehicle harder than a tank. Lu Ming explained with a smile. This. Commander Lin couldn't help but gasp. Shock filled his heart, but his eyes were filled with immense joy. Brother Lin, this isn't even the scariest part. The scariest thing is that this stuff is a concentrated version of paint. Even diluted 10 times, it can still achieve the powerful effect I described. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Holy crap. Commander Lin was so shocked that his breathing became even more rapid. Even diluted 10 times, it can achieve this effect? Oh my god. If this thing were used on the equipment of a heavy combined arms brigade, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would make the Dragon Kingdom's heavy combined arms brigade. De Piaoyang outwardly appeared to submit over the past 6 months, but behind the scenes, she's been spending money to stir up trouble. Various internal strife in various countries. Various anti-government armed groups are jumping around. There's only one goal. This is all to slow down the process of China taking over the global order. But if the Dragon Kingdom were to make this public, then the great beauty would be completely silenced. Chapter 77. For a moment, the entire internet was stunned. Since its founding, the Dragon Kingdom has adhered to one principle: non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. Even if other countries are at war, as long as they don't ask China for help, China won't send troops there for peacekeeping and stationing. And that's exactly what De Piaoyang took advantage of. Even before the collapse of the Great Pyramid, most wars on Earth were primarily land-based wars. Air Force is used for propulsion. Ground forces are what truly constitute occupation. Their impressive naval and air forces have been destroyed, but they still retain a significant number of ground forces, including armored vehicles and tanks. They supported the growth of those anti-government armed groups and also provided reinforcements with army troops. At the same time, in order to seize the right to speak, all that amazing national productivity has been used to produce this stuff. Everyone knows that the current chaotic situation was caused by De Liang. But everyone also knows that De Liang is making a last-ditch effort. Once De Liang Piao's last resistance has completely failed, De Liang Piao's coffin could be sealed shut. In fact, the more it struggles now, the more it collapses completely, the more violently it dies. If it hadn't engaged in these activities, it could have eked out a living through over 200 years of plunder. But after stirring up trouble everywhere, it might have been reduced to a third-world country. Brother Lin, do you like this thing I brought back for you? Lu Ming laughed and asked. Like, holy crap, I fucking love it. Commander Lin was so excited that his face turned red, and he circled the huge jar back and forth. While this thing increases the resistance of steel, it's not invincible. When its yield reaches a critical point, it will also shatter. However, the repair method is also very simple. Just apply a new coat to the damaged areas. Even when subjected to extremely powerful artillery fire, the paint will not crumble at the points where it contacts the coating, unless the power of the artillery exceeds its tolerance limit. Lu Ming said with a smile. Great stuff. Great stuff indeed. Lu Ming, what's this thing called? What level of technology does it represent in China? Commander Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. This thing is incredibly powerful. He's so fierce that he'd be willing to give up 10 years of his life. What level of technology? Haha, of course it's all just civilian-grade technology. The Huaxing base mainly consists of researchers from private enterprises. They can't develop military-grade technology. Lu Ming said with a smile. This type of paint was extremely common in China before the apocalypse. It could be bought even in paint stores and used in home renovations. It can be changed according to its purpose. Types include hydrophobic paint finish, magnetic paint finish, artistic paint finish, etc. While its intensity is terrifying, it's also incredibly easy to remove. If you don't like it anymore, just hire a painter, buy some solvent, and it'll be done in no time. Isn't this thing just too incredible? Civilian-grade technology can achieve this level. Commander Lin had already been shocked time and time again, but each shock was still intense. So, If one day we manage to get our hands on military-grade technology, our Dragon Nation might be able to easily land on Mars. Lu Ming nodded. To find talent of this caliber, we need to search in other cities. But 10 years after the apocalypse, which experts and scholars are still alive today, nobody can say for sure. Secondly, given China's current technological level, there is still enormous room for improvement. If they haven't even mastered civilian-grade technology, how can they expect to research military-grade technology? That's simply unrealistic. After all, regardless of the era, military-grade technology represents the forefront of civilization. For example, after breakthroughs in aerospace technology, the technology for various missiles naturally followed suit. For example, technological breakthroughs in aerospace materials will lead to various technologies being transferred to the private sector. Titanium alloys were initially developed for the aerospace industry. Once the technology matures, it will be rolled out to lower levels. It has long since become a common, civilian-grade technology. By the way, Lu Ming, since you brought back this document, let's publish it in your company's name. Then our military will sign a purchase contract with you. Our Dragon Kingdom's annual defense spending is in the trillions, although we are all on the same side. But precisely because we are on the same side, we are even more determined not to let you suffer any losses. Commander Lin laughed excitedly. He even reached out and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. A minor issue. Lu Ming smiled and said, Lu Ming's company, with time-space pharmaceuticals at its core, has formed an entire time-space group. Its subsidiaries include space-time pharmaceuticals, space-time materials, space-time batteries, space-time technology, and many others. The requirements for joining the group are even more stringent than those for civil servants. When these talents join the company, they not only have to undergo various qualification assessments, but also go through political vetting and other screenings, and are ultimately selected from among the best. Lu Ming was only nominally employed within the group. The rest of the work was handled by them. In name only, it is a private company, but everyone regards it as a super state-owned enterprise. In the eyes of countless people, it has long been the ultimate hope for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. It's like a blazing sun hanging over everyone's heads. Within an hour of Lu Ming's return, the news has reached Times Space Group, official media outlets, and major online platforms. They've begun generating buzz for the press conference at 8 p.m. the following evening. Because China lifted its domestic firewall, large-scale pre-launch hype spread globally. In the past, China set up firewalls to prevent external opinions from infiltrating. But nowadays, everyone knows that the global internet is controlled by China. Holy crap, the Time Space Group is holding another press conference? Even if the country is behind this group, it's still too powerful, isn't it? Who can argue with that? In the past 6 months, in addition to releasing information on biomedicine and battery technology, we've also released information on materials technology. I heard that the Time Space Group is also cooperating with China on controlled nuclear fusion technology. Where did it get so much technology? Even if you gave it all the technology from all the national level laboratories in the country, it still couldn't reach this level, could it? Do you think Lu Ming, the chairman of this space-time group, could be an alien? Holy crap, aliens? That's way too far-fetched. Otherwise, how do you explain this? But it shouldn't be aliens, right? Brothers, stop babbling about these pointless things. Just now, the Time and Space Group's pre-event promotion was lifted, and they announced the content of this press conference. You'll never guess what Time and Space Group is up to this time. What is it going to do? Tell me. Yes, it's so frustrating, isn't it? This press conference was absolutely amazing. It was amazing because it involved 2 things: military technology and controlled nuclear fusion technology. And it's commercial-controlled nuclear fusion. For a moment, the entire internet was dumbfounded. Chapter 78, Who Dares to Object to What the Dragon Kingdom Does? Everyone knows that controlled nuclear fusion is extremely difficult, especially as a commercially viable technology. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows one thing. A laboratory is a laboratory, and commercial applications are commercial applications. The costs and technologies involved are worlds apart. If controlled nuclear fusion can be mastered, then the next direction will be the burning of rocks from the 3-body problem. By then, interstellar migration and wandering around a tiny planet will no longer be a dream. The news was released. Chinese netizens around the world were collectively stunned. Political leaders from various countries were also collectively dumbfounded. When the great brother of the United States, who was still trying to cause trouble, heard the news, he couldn't catch his breath and almost spat out blood and fainted. At 8 p.m. Dragon Kingdom time, the live stream transitioned from the pre-show phase to the main event. This press conference was held at the Beijing Hotel. It was of such a high level that there were even troops stationed around it. Numerous cameras were pointed at the stage. It's a bit confusing. This situation is also somewhat confusing. Even if the official live broadcast has already started, shouldn't the live broadcast camera be pointed at the entrance of the venue to film Lu Ming entering? Was there no entrance ceremony? No opening remarks? Is this how the press conference starts? Snap, snap. It was at this moment that a chilling scene unfolded. A round of applause suddenly rang out on the stage, echoing throughout the venue. The live stream was immediately filled with question marks. Some timid viewers even thought they had seen a ghost. Swish! Under the stage spotlight. Suddenly, a figure gradually materialized. Holy crap! Holy crap! As the audience grew increasingly shocked, the question marks on the screen even began to appear disjointed. They were so surprised that they didn't even bother to type. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all the media reporters here and viewers around the world watching the live broadcast. I am Lu Ming, the chairman of the Time and Space Group. Lu Ming held the microphone. She smiled slightly at the camera. Time differences vary around the world, so it's natural to mention this to show respect to viewers watching the live stream. Everyone, I know you're all still processing this, and I know you're all speculating about what's going on with me, but we're not in a hurry. Please allow me to explain this matter later. This press conference marks a new breakthrough for our time-space group in materials and technology. It is also a pivotal event for the military industry and the future of humanity. In the military industry, we have introduced various technologies that have revolutionized the upper limit of military equipment. In the field of communications, we are tackling the technology of the Internet of Things. The next direction of human communication will no longer rely on data traffic and satellites. In terms of nuclear fusion, we have achieved laboratory-level control. What we are currently pushing forward is large-scale commercialization. Everyone, please focus your attention. Next, follow me as we look ahead at the timeline of this press conference. Lu Ming clapped his hands again, drawing everyone's attention. He was wearing a dark black Zhongshan suit, which was dignified, refined, and extremely elegant. He was already very handsome, and with all the accolades he had already become a male god in the hearts of countless people in the past 6 months. Snap! With a snap of Lu Ming's fingers. The PPT on the large screen behind them immediately changed. They started by introducing military applications. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to begin is the present continuous tense. That is to say, military-grade technology that has already begun mass production and use. And this time, a total of 3 products are being launched. They are an electromagnetic bullet booster that enhances firearm power. Once assembled, it can instantly increase the power of conventional firearms by 3 to 5 times. Then there's the military-grade super strong coating. When applied to armor, it can increase the armor's strength by 10 times. Then there's the most powerful war AI system that Time Space Group built for the Dragon Kingdom military region. The world's most powerful quantum computer is currently in our country. Its computing speed is a quadrillion times faster than that of a supercomputer. But currently it can only handle some specific problems and cannot be fully commercialized. And the AI system developed by our Time and Space Group is 10 million times faster. In theory, it can simultaneously calculate data models from all countries, all war zones, and all wars worldwide. Even supersonic missiles with speeds reaching Mach 100 can be easily intercepted. Lu Ming's introduction left everyone dumbfounded. The electromagnetic propellant device for bullets is currently just a single component. Firstly, it is sufficient. Secondly, it leaves room for future upgrades. Third, to achieve the same tenfold improvement as China, the materials used in firearms need to be upgraded. Everyone, please look at the big screen. As we all know, the Qian-Shiuesan ballistic missile is uninterceptable with current human technology. But next, this is the moment to witness history. Lu Ming stepped aside, giving up the main screen of the large screen. The large screen and even a live stream feed switched immediately. They actually switched to the Dragon Kingdom military region, Rumble, with one launch vehicle in place. It was actually a Dongfeng 41 intercontinental ballistic missile launched. A terrifying burst of flames propelled a missile weighing over 60 tons into the air. This time, however, it was for experimental purposes and no nuclear warhead was attached. A small area at the edge of the large screen is still displayed, but is not in operation. This simulates a scenario that the war AI has not yet discovered. This is making the experiment more difficult. Simulate even more extreme environments. In the past, when China launched such an intercontinental ballistic missile, it would have needed to notify a large number of countries that the missile would pass through in advance. But this time, the process was significantly simplified. The current way things are done in the Dragon Kingdom. Who dares to object? Chapter 79. A press conference that left countless people stunned. The Dragon Kingdom military region's cooperation with Lu Ming in presenting this scene is not only to demonstrate the power of the war AI, but also to deter the world. These people, including the Pyongyang, dared not use any of their overt methods. But there are a whole host of underhanded and foolish tricks. Now that this has been revealed, they will definitely be hesitant to act rashly. Air power cannot be used arbitrarily to invade a country, but they can send troops for peacekeeping. With the war AI's powerful capabilities, even if those people into Pyongyang incite a lot of armed forces, they will ultimately be nothing more than chickens and dogs. This war AI was actually just a low to mid-level program that Qin Schwerer had deduced. If Qin Schwerer were given more time, she would create even more advanced works in the future. Currently, this war AI is sufficient. Secondly, China's infrastructure is inadequate. To achieve this, we already need to use various ternary computer devices in China. Splash. The Dongfeng 41 intercontinental ballistic missile entered the atmosphere at an altitude of 80 to 100 kilometers within a few minutes. Then it began its rapid propulsion through the atmosphere. This process usually lasts 15 to 25 minutes. Once the Dongfeng 41 entered its preset orbit, geostationary satellites at an altitude of 35,000 kilometers began monitoring it. At the same time, the information sent back by the geostationary satellite appeared on the big screen. Thump, thump, thump. The warhead of the intercontinental ballistic missile begins to bounce on the surface of the atmosphere, reaching a maximum speed of Mach 25. That's equivalent to a speed of 8,500 meters per second. This speed covers the entire globe. It only takes half an hour. You can defeat Sakura in just 4 minutes. Just as the warhead was about to enter the atmosphere, the war AI finally began to work. Using data analyzed from near-Earth orbit satellites and geostationary orbit satellites, the war AI predicted the flight trajectory of the warhead in just 0.00001 seconds, and even the trajectory of the warhead skipping across the atmosphere was predicted in real time. The data was immediately synchronized to all ground troops. Rumble. In an instant, most of the Dragon Kingdom was as bright as day. A large number of missiles were launched into the sky, intercept from multiple possible orbits. The entire reaction took only 0.3 seconds. The time delay was mainly due to the limitations of current human communication methods. It is human technology that limits it, rather than it being able to do only that. Witnessed live worldwide, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The Dongfeng 41, theoretically uninterceptable, was shot down. In fact, the Dongfeng 41 didn't achieve the slightest effect. Holy crap. Holy crap. The live stream chat was filled with comments. Various shocks. Jaws were slapped all over the floor. 6 months ago, China did the same thing. That time was shocking enough, but it was far from being this terrifying. Brother Wei was watching the live stream simultaneously. His lips turned purple, and his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He understood. He finally understood. The reason Lu Ming was able to hack into the entire beautiful network was because his computer skills had reached that level. Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy this fireworks show? Lu Ming walked back onto the stage and smiled at the crowd. That was awesome. That was awesome. The live stream chat was flooded with messages. Just in such a short time, China has already lost billions. It's important to know that the development cost of this missile was between $10 billion and $15 billion, and the cost of each missile was close to 700 to 800 million Chinese yuan. In total, the actual cost of a single missile is approximately 2.5 billion. With the support of war AI, China could theoretically react in an instant and prevent the world from entering World War III. It could also prevent nuclear weapons from destroying the entire world. The Dragon Kingdom advocates peace, also loves peace. Our Time and Space Group, in cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom, developed these technologies with only one purpose: to bring world peace and enable everyone to live and work in peace and contentment. Now, I will continue to introduce the electromagnetic bullet launching device and the military-grade special coating. Please look at the big screen, everyone. Lu Ming continued his presentation, referring to the video and PPT on the big screen. Following the war AI, these two things also frightened everyone. Special firearms equipment that can be used with a single piece of equipment and can enhance one's strength. A paint that can improve performance by 10 times when applied. Once equipped, China's army can crush the entire world. Next, let's continue moving forward along the timeline. Following the present continuous tense, please follow me to the strategy 2 years from now. 2 years from now, our Time and Space Group will work with China to advance comprehensive commercial controlled nuclear fusion technology. The entire process lasted 10 years. Strive to deploy commercial-grade nuclear power plants worldwide, replacing most current wind and hydropower facilities and eliminating all thermal power plants. Usher the world into a clean energy era, reducing emissions of carbon dioxide and toxic gases. At the same time, new energy battery technology will continue to advance, enabling 1 cubic meter of battery to achieve an energy storage standard of 10,000 kilowatt-hours. By then, any driving device in the world can be replaced by new energy sources. Everyone, this is the blueprint for our controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Ming waved his hand. It turned out to be a holographic projection, appearing in front of numerous reporters and live broadcast cameras. To ensure everyone can see it clearly, this holographic projection has been enlarged considerably. It has reached a massive size of 10 by 23 and is suspended in mid-air. This scene was even more shocking. A press conference that left countless people speechless. Even if Lu Ming announced on the spot that he obtained the technology through aliens, there would still be 90% of people who would believe him. Many people previously doubted that Lu Ming's talk of universal welfare was just a joke. After all, to realize Lu Ming's universal welfare, at least several trillion yuan in expenditures would be needed every year. But once these technologies were announced, everyone believed it. These technologies alone, along with the various subsidiaries of the Time Group, can generate unimaginable wealth every year. Ladies and gentlemen, the next strategic direction for our Time Group is as follows: military-grade combat suits and exoskeleton technology. That's why I kept you in suspense at the beginning. Rumble. It was at this moment that a massive crane suddenly appeared, intruding on the press conference, and hanging in front of the crane was an enormous iron ingot. A huge electronic scale appeared simultaneously. The crane operator placed the iron ingots onto the scale. Weight 50 tons. This left everyone completely bewildered. I don't understand what this scene is trying to achieve. Chapter 80, if this thing were to be mass-produced, wouldn't the whole world go crazy? Amidst the shocked, bewildered, and stunned gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming walked over and lifted the entire iron ingot that was placed on the ground with one hand. Holy crap, I'm Fuking. The viewers in the live stream, who were already gaping in astonishment, were now completely dumbfounded. An ordinary person like them actually lifted a 50-ton iron ingot with one hand? How did you do that? How the hell is that possible? If controlled nuclear fusion and war AI are already just imagined scenarios, then Lu Ming's performance is more like a scene from a movie. Understand, Chairman Lu is Cyber Iron Man. Now that this has happened, how far away can vibranium and the like be? Lu Ming carried the iron ingot back and forth a few steps, showing everyone that he wasn't being suspended by any ropes. Then, Lu Ming's body instantly became invisible. This is optical stealth. This Jiang Haitao from the parallel world is not the same type of person. As Lu Ming became invisible, the scene in everyone's eyes transformed into a gigantic iron ingot floating. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the key development direction for our time group going forward. Military-grade combat suits and exoskeleton armor technology. With the support of this equipment, a single soldier can achieve a force of 50 tons, as well as optical stealth capabilities. This technology is currently only at the laboratory level, but I believe that with our unremitting efforts, mass production should be possible in the near future. Lu Ming said in a firm voice. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. This is because Lu Ming not only realized the ability he had imagined, but also planned to mass produce it in the future. Oh my God, if this thing were to be mass produced, wouldn't the whole world go crazy? For the next hour or so, Lu Ming stood on the stage and introduced some strategies related to nanotechnology, space vision, and metaverse. It's beneficial to announce these things in advance. Lu Ming will only exist as a hardware supplier. We will leverage the technology transferred from China to vigorously develop the Dragon Kingdom. And we will encourage other entrepreneurs to innovate industries based on the foundation of the time-space group. Technological advancements will inevitably eliminate a large number of people. But Lu Ming and the Dragon Kingdom will not forget them. What Lu Ming wants to see is a better life for all humanity thanks to technology. Not one where technology takes away their jobs and they can't even afford to eat. With today's productivity, we could have fed all of humanity long ago. However, due to the nature of capital, a large amount of productive capacity is concentrated in the hands of capital. Lu Ming's Time and Space Group is a bridge for resource redistribution. Through technology and science, profits can be earned from capital, then distributed through various benefits. Anyway, his money is just a string of numbers in an account. Even if he spends 100 million every day, he could never spend it all. Moreover, he has top-notch qualifications in every aspect. Getting whatever he wants is just a matter of saying a word. No matter how much money he has, it has no value to him anymore. This press conference has concluded. Lu Ming stood on the stage and bowed slightly to the audience. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from below the stage, creating an immense sensation. Even though most people don't know where Lu Ming's technology came from, they all know that Lu Ming's appearance changed the Dragon Kingdom. In their hearts, Lu Ming is a hero who will be remembered for all time. Across the ocean, the Black Palace, Brother Wei sat on a soft sofa chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking utterly dejected. Top leader, should we continue to incite trouble around the world? Putting everything else aside, the bullet electromagnetic propulsion device and military-grade coding that the Time and Space Group can mass-produce are incredibly powerful. If the Dragon Kingdom accepts an invitation from another country and uses these things on the battlefield, our plans will be ruined instantly. Not to mention that Lu Ming also has that special exoskeleton. The subordinate in front of him asked nervously. Brother Wei took a deep drag on his cigarette and felt suffocated. After a long time, he finally spoke. Withdraw. Withdraw all our support from around the world. We can't go on like this. At the same time, it was announced that a large number of civilian personnel would be directly laid off. Starting today, we will station troops from the Dragon Kingdom. The Pyongyang already had a lot of debt, but a nation is not like an individual. Even if you go bankrupt, you still have to repay your debts. In theory, it's indeed possible to avoid paying back a single penny. But is that really possible? Besides, the US owes hundreds of trillions of dollars. Their biggest creditor is the Dragon Kingdom. To repay this debt by printing a large amount of money, the Dragon Kingdom could probably crush it. Isn't it a bit too extreme for the top leader to go this far? His subordinates expressed their concerns. What else can we do now? Reducing the manpower to only 1/10 of its current level will save a lot of expenses and leave room for us to rise again in the future. The subordinate sighed heavily and said, I think we can endure this humiliation and bear the burden and not be so pessimistic for now. Since the Dragon Kingdom has banned the development of gene technology worldwide, we can use this as an excuse to secretly develop the technology. As long as we make a major breakthrough in gene technology, we can still rise up at any time. But no sooner had his subordinate spoken than his phone began to vibrate violently. Ring, 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 ring. He took out his phone and was shocked to find that it had been hacked. The phone screen is not the unlock screen. It's not a location map. The location is the place he is at this moment. Ding dong. A string of English text suddenly popped up on my phone. Gene technology has been banned globally and is being monitored worldwide by the Space-Time Group. If we continue to develop gene technology, we will suffer a devastating blow. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat instantly. His eyes were filled with immense horror. He only said a couple of words, and he's already being targeted? Oh shit. Damn it. In humanity's current vision, gene technology can absolutely extend human lifespan and even improve many major human diseases. So what's wrong with developing this technology? Why do Dragon Kingdom and Time and Space Group insist on keeping a close eye on them? They don't develop openly. Do you still want to control things behind the scenes? Does that mean if I take a dump at home, they're going to enforce the law remotely? How can you be so domineering? Besides, this kind of thing was something only our beautiful lady could do before. How can I stand it when you've taken away all my privacy like this? Warning, you have been added to the list of dangerous individuals. If you mention any plans or suggestions for developing gene technology again, you will be executed without a burial place. The subordinate looked again and was immediately blinded by rage. Click. He smashed the phone to pieces. Will we be unable to even mention gene technology from now on? What the hell? Why don't you just die? Chapter 81. If we do this, how will we gain the respect of the people in the future? The Great Britain used to be the world's policeman, able to do whatever it wanted, even threatening people abroad through its long-arm jurisdiction. But now everything's all right. This tactic was used by Manga and Lu Ming in the past. How can they possibly adapt to this? What happened? Brother Wei looked at his subordinate with a helpless expression and said, "Top leader, this is what happened." The subordinate angrily told Brother Wei what had happened on his phone. I originally thought that Brother Wei would be just as angry and might even call and confront China directly, since this matter had crossed their bottom line. But to everyone's surprise, Brother Wei's face only showed horror. This matter ends here from now on. From now on, we can't do anything that the Dragon Kingdom forbids. If we offend the Dragon Kingdom, things will only get more difficult for us in the future. The subordinate paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, how could you do this? Even if China's technology is incredibly advanced now, do you think they would dare to wipe us out? If you do this, how will you gain the respect of the people in the future?" Brother Wei got angry. He slammed his hand on the table and roared. "Convince the people? Judging from the strength that the Dragon Kingdom has demonstrated, who else can we make fear us? Whether it's Sakura or Kimchi, they've already turned against us. Not only do they not listen to us, but they also complain bitterly and speak ill of us. So what can we do now? Tell me." Great Britain's hegemony over the years stems entirely from its status as the world's #1 power. Whose resources do they want? A seemingly outrageous can of laundry detergent can be used to wage war against a country. Now, they don't even have teeth left. With its claws outstretched and menacing, who would be afraid? Even if some third-world countries are wary, these people can seek help from the Dragon Kingdom. The subordinate wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Brother Wei. "All right, that's enough. This matter ends here. From now on, we must live within the framework of the Dragon Kingdom's rules. If we anger the Dragon Kingdom again, we will have no room for maneuver." Brother Wei kicked him out. If there were other opportunities, would Brother Wei have compromised like this? You should know that the virus from 6 months ago was also authorized by Brother Wei. He's not a good person at all, nor is he the kind of person who's willing to compromise. The subordinate left the office, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The reason why Brother Wei was able to become the top leader of the country again is because he has the support of a large number of squid conglomerates. But Brother Wei is now listless. The interests of the squid conglomerate are threatened. These are the real bastards who prey on people without spitting out the bones. For money, they can use large quantities of contraband to pry open a country's doors. After contraband could no longer infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, they promoted the legalization of a large number of contraband items. They've turned their own citizens into tools for making money. So, would such a person be willing to compromise for their own benefit? It's said that the beautiful Black Palace has long been controlled by the Squid Man, and this isn't just a rumor. The world's original #1 superpower was Great Britain, but the Ant Kingdom is the real father of the Great Beauty. The controlled nuclear fusion technology announced by Lu Ming at the press conference caused a global sensation and attracted a large number of scientists to join China. The Dragon Kingdom offered very generous terms to these talented individuals. However, The Dragon Kingdom does not monopolize it. China's guiding principle is openness and cooperation. Scientific researchers from other countries join the Dragon Kingdom under their respective national identities and conduct research and development together on Dragon Kingdom's territory. If the Dragon Kingdom is allowed to dominate, then no one can predict what will happen in the future. Human nature is always greedy. When a country's strength becomes unparalleled, it can still be controlled in the short term. But as time went on, all sorts of things will happen. The only lesson humanity can learn from history is that there are no lessons. The mistakes that the ancients made, later generations, influenced by self-interest, will also make. To balance human desires and promote technological development, a strong constraint is needed. Just like China in a parallel world, we must forcefully enact laws to limit human lifespan. Otherwise, sooner or later, the world will descend into complete chaos. And the main way humanity will be destroyed then will be through its own technological development. At the same time, it is also impossible for humanity to achieve true, universal harmony. This form has a concrete manifestation. That's utopia. But utopia had an experiment in the 1970s called World 25. The experimental results were incredibly chaotic. The mice raised in the experiment had ample food, housing, and other facilities, yet their racial and gender order collapsed. The final result was the extinction of the entire mouse population. Yes, extinction. They walked towards genocide despite having no disease, no natural enemies, and an inexhaustible supply of food and water. Once human desires are completely unrestrained, this is what will happen to humanity. Don't assume that allowing human consciousness to live in the metaverse will prevent this from happening. Even if human consciousness were to live unrestrained in the metaverse, human consciousness can also self-destruct. At that time, death in various forms. It will become the most important desire of mankind. Immortality is something that all of humanity is currently pursuing. However, once the conditions are met, immortality will become a constraint for humanity. China understood this long ago, which is why it limited the lifespan of the metaverse to 200 years. China managed to maintain a global population of several billion through various policies and resource allocations before the end of the world. Otherwise, given the technology and productivity before the apocalypse, it's possible that there are only a few 100 million people in the world. To put it bluntly, the best way to maintain the continuation of the human population is through disaster. Only under the influence of disaster will the population expand rapidly. From a visionary perspective, even interstellar migration cannot compare to a catastrophe. The biggest impetus for interstellar migration is actually an attack on humanity by other civilizations, or signs that Earth is becoming unsuitable for habitation. In order to protect themselves, humanity began to vigorously promote technology and start migrating to other planets. Chapter 82 this time, I'll make sure she can't escape even if she grows wings. If the Earth remains stable, and enough for humans to live in. So, is all this nonsense about interstellar migration really that important? After all, the essence of interstellar migration is the expansion of available resources. The next day, after 6 months of preparation, the Dragon Kingdom launched a rocket that sent Lu Ming and Wang Rui into space, directly to the surface of the moon. This is to advance the next stage of controlled nuclear fusion. The world's total helium. 3 reserves are only about 500 kilograms. But on the moon, it's at least 715,000 tons. If this thing were brought back and combined with commercially available controlled nuclear fusion technology, it could instantly ensure that all of humanity would not lack energy. And this time, it was even conducted via live stream. But it shocked many people. They watched Lu Ming and Wang Rui exit the spacecraft on the live stream, and were stunned to see that they weren't wearing spacesuits, but rather military-grade combat suits instead. Each of them was carrying an oxygen tank to replenish the oxygen in their combat suits. This combat suit can provide oxygen self-sufficiency for a period of time. However, due to its intended use, the duration was not particularly long. With the addition of oxygen tanks, the two were able to maintain a weightless state on the lunar surface for a long time. The 2 men dug up a lot of lunar soil on the lunar surface and even carried lunar rocks onto the return capsule. Previously, the energy source of the return capsule was the limit to its carrying weight. But after Lu Ming brought the batteries from the nuclear power plant from China, that solves the problem. China's electrical technology has long been the best in the world. With the propulsion of powerful electricity, the return capsule can completely escape the moon's gravity and return to the docking module in lunar orbit. This orbital module was already accelerating at the speed it would use to pass over the lunar surface. And it performs calculations in real time using the Chinese supercomputer that Lu Ming brought with him. Calculate the potential opportunity for connection, and to make real-time adjustments to the lunar surface and orbital module. Once Lu Ming and his team have completed docking, they will be thrown out of lunar orbit as quickly as possible and return to Earth's gravitational pull. The two traveled on the moon for 2 days. They also used the combat suit's superior mobility to travel to the far side of the moon. After that, we returned in the return capsule. 3 days in total. Back to the Dragon Kingdom. The entire process once again shocked the world. It showed the world the current state of China, and it made them realize the terrifying power of the time and space group. A large portion of this lunar soil and rocks will be taken to China and given to researchers at the Huaxing base for analysis. The two worlds are still different after all. Only after conducting basic analysis. Only then can we proceed to the next step. After organizing all the resources, Lu Ming prepared for the next round of time travel. This time, the focus is primarily on materials scientists to assist in advancing controlled nuclear fusion technology. After all, breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology. This must be accompanied by breakthroughs in materials technology. At the same time, a large number of missiles were also transferred along with this mission. Before he traveled back in time, Lu Ming had already tried every means to increase the capacity of his special ability space to a maximum of 350 cubic meters. With its size, carrying some large-scale missiles would not be a problem at all. Moreover, these missiles are stored in space, so there's no need to worry about collisions. Because space is static. Even if Lu Ming is in a combat state, it will not affect the space. In addition to the missile itself, Lu Ming also brought a large amount of metal materials with him to facilitate the reprocessing of the missile by the scientific researchers at Huaxing base. Once the missile is activated, it will be accompanied by a large amount of metal debris being ejected. All of these metal fragments need to be modified. After all, even if it's just steel, because the technologies of the two worlds are different. The steel composition is also different. The potential target this time is merely the city lord's mansion in the provincial capital, so there's no need to carry a super powerful intercontinental ballistic missile. The missiles it carries are mainly tactical missiles and surface-to-surface missiles. It does not require a launch vehicle or launch equipment, because they can be done at the Huaxing base. To execute their launch procedures, Qin Shui'er can set them up and even coordinate with China's satellites in the air. The only problem is that we need to build a frame to stand them up and help them launch upwards. China, the capital city of Nan Province, the City Lord's Mansion. With a command from City Lord Zhao Dongpeng, all the forces of the city-states, including the City Lord's Mansion, assembled and marched in a grand procession towards Linshan City. This time, no matter the cost, Zhao Dongpeng must completely annihilate Qin Shui'er and the Huaxing base. Because of their fear of Qin Shui'er, they dared not bring military-grade combat uniforms with them. Their greatest form of warfare is to use human lives and evolved beings to wage war. With so many people, what can Qin Shui'er and Huaxing base do? Splash. Many people brought their own dried meat during the march. During the process, although they encountered many mutated plants and animals that attacked them, they also used their numerical advantage to wipe them out. Those walking at the very front of the procession were all people living in the slums. They're suicide soldiers in this battle. No matter how many of these people die, it doesn't matter to the City Lord's Mansion. Lord City Lord, in 2 more hours we will be entering the outskirts of Linshan City. Qin Shui'er hasn't made a move at all. It's clear that Qin Shui'er is afraid. A man beside him sneered and mocked. Before setting off, they were indeed filled with great worry. They were genuinely concerned that Qin Shui'er and her group possessed a large number of firearms, which would put them at a significant disadvantage. But Qin Shui'er hasn't made a move yet, which proves that she was just bluffing. Dam Kink Suia. This time, I'll make sure she can't escape even if she grows wings. Zhao Dongpeng almost ground his teeth to powder as he coldly said. His face was already extremely ugly. The expression on his face at that moment was even more chilling. Buzzing. It was at this moment that a large civilian drone, capable of carrying several thousand kilograms of weight, flew towards us. A square box hung below it. I don't know what's inside. A drone. How could such a thing exist? Zhao Dongpeng was suddenly stunned. This drone is manufactured by DJI, a company based in China, and is mainly used for civilian transportation and agricultural spraying. After being brought here, it underwent modifications by researchers at the Huaxing base and is now close to pre-apocalyptic levels. Zhao Dongpeng, you've got some nerve. I'm not going to bother you, and you've brought hundreds of thousands of people with you. You've hollowed out the entire city. A woman's voice came from the drone. It was Qin Schwenner's voice. Qin Schwenner, if you have the guts, come out here. What are you doing sending a drone? Are you scared? Are you too afraid to show your face? Zhao Dongpeng's brows twitched violently, and fear gripped his heart. Chapter 83. Talking tough on the surface, but feeling guilty inside. With an army of this size, who would agree to let Zhao Dongpeng not come in person? Even if he hadn't come himself, and forced everyone out of the city, a large number of people would still have fled. By the time they reached Linshan City, there definitely wouldn't be many left. You think I'm afraid of you? Haha, what a joke. Qin Schwenner's laughter rang out. Huh, if you're not afraid, then what are you doing hiding behind a drone? Come out here if you dare. Didn't you call yourself a witch? Didn't you boast that no one could deal with you? Zhao Dongpeng, with a gloomy face, used a provocation tactic. It would be best if Qin Schwenner dared to come alone. Even if Qin Schwenner had 3 heads and 6 arms, they could overwhelm her with sheer numbers. If Huaxing's assets were to get involved, things would definitely become more complicated, but it would certainly be manageable. It just means more people will die. Gentlemen, are there any researchers among you who lived before the apocalypse? Materials science, communications, mathematics, chemistry, physics, researchers or experts of all kinds are welcome. Before the apocalypse, the higher your status, the better treatment you will receive on our side. Qin Schwenner ignored Zhao Dongpeng and instead spoke loudly outside. Qin Schwenner, what do you want to do? Zhao Dongpeng frowned. In the apocalypse, the value these researchers can provide is extremely limited. So what exactly does Qin Schwenner want with these people? What's it to you, Zhao Dongpeng? I don't want to hear your babbling right now. So just shut up. There's a 1,000 kilogram TNT suspended beneath my drone. If it explodes after being thrown down, you can imagine what will happen. Qin Schwenner said disdainfully. What? Zhao Dongpeng was stunned upon hearing this. And it wasn't just Zhao Dongpeng who panicked. Everyone else in the crowd was also alarmed. The drone was equipped with a high-powered speaker, which was loud enough for many people to hear. With such a large number of people gathered, if 1,000 kilograms of TNT were dropped, it could instantly kill a large number of people. To deal with other enemies, such a large number of troops would not be needed to march here. But when facing Qin Schwenner, Zhao Dongpeng would absolutely crush her. Any researchers needed? Our Huaxing base offers free room and board. If you're an evolutionary being, hand over your evolutionary essence, and the benefits will be even better. As long as you do things according to the base's arrangements, the base can even support your family for free. Qin Schwenner called out again. Compared to the value they can provide, simply feeding their families is not a problem at all. That's right. Not just researchers from before the apocalypse, but also skilled workers from important factories. Technicians who have mastered pre-apocalyptic production and manufacturing technologies are also welcome. The base will provide you with food and lodging. At the same time, you do not need to go out to hunt mutated plants and animals, nor do you need to risk your life to obtain crystal cores. Qin Schwenner had already discovered via satellite that Zhao Dongpeng had led a large number of people here. The reason we didn't do anything to them was to bring them here, so that it would be easier to recruit them into the government. In an instant, countless hearts below were stirred. No matter the era, only a minority can reach the top. The vast majority of people are at the bottom before the apocalypse, and they will remain at the bottom after the apocalypse. Everyone, there is no limit to the number of people we can recruit. 50,000 is fine. 500,000 is also fine. As long as you are of value to us. Those who wish to join us may leave the ranks and come to the right. Zhao Dongpeng, if you dare to send someone to stop them, I'll send you straight to meet the King of Hell right now. Qin Schwenner threatened coldly. As she spoke, Qin Schwenner used the drone to release a holographic projection, which which was the scene at Huashing Base at that moment. Several heavy missiles were erected, with frames set up beside them, looking ready to be launched at any time. This scene left Zhao Dongpeng and his team completely speechless. Missile. That's a missile. Who exactly is that space-type ability user who came into contact with Qin Shuer? How could he even get his hands on something like this? Everyone, scatter immediately. Shoot that drone down. Hurry up and find Qin Shuer for me. Zhao Dongpeng was completely enraged. Not only Zhao Dongpeng was furious. The powerful figures under Zhao Dongpeng's command, as well as the forces gathered under the city lord's mansion, were all furious. If they had known things would turn out this way, they certainly wouldn't have made such a big fuss about coming. This isn't about causing trouble. They're here to deliver food. Zhao Dongpeng, I advise you not to do this. Once my drone crashes, it will explode at the crash site. You'll be in for the explosive force of 1,000 kilograms of TNT. King Xue smiled smugly. This made Zhao Dongpeng so angry that his mouth twisted in anger. So this drone is in a dilemma, whether to shoot it or not. The drone isn't hovering very high, only about 4 or 5 meters. Even if it explodes in the air, it can kill countless powerful people in an instant. They just released the drone into the central area on Zhao Dongpeng's orders. Zhao Dongpeng wanted to see what Qin Shuer was up to. 1,000 kilograms of TNT? You really think you'd use something this valuable to blow us up? Zhao Dongpeng was tough on the surface, but I felt very uneasy inside. Swish! A wind-evolved user next to Zhao Dongpeng used his ability to blow the drone dozens of meters away with a strong gust of wind, and then struck it with a wind blade. Rumble. A huge explosion rang out in the sky. A terrifying flame followed. Everyone was stunned. They didn't believe it at first. In the apocalypse, human life is the least valuable thing, but Qin Shuer actually managed to get so much explosives to blow them up. So, those missiles at the Huashing Base were real too? Grass. My leg. Ouch, it hurts so much. Is there anyone who can help me? It really hurts. Along with the explosion, many people below were engulfed by the shockwave and flames. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and many people were killed or injured. By Chinese construction standards, 1,000 kilograms of TNT can destroy a 3 to 5-story reinforced concrete building. The power of that is unimaginable. Buzzing. Immediately afterwards, another drone flew over. Qin Shuer's incredibly irritating voice came through. Zhao Dongpeng, what are you doing? I told you a long time ago, but you wouldn't believe me. This time, even with Zhao Dongpeng's order, no one dared to launch an attack on the drones at will. This is really going to be dangerous. And this is just the beginning, because then more drones flew over in a spectacular fashion, more than a dozen in total, and all of them had small boxes hanging underneath them. Even more suddenly, several small surface-to-surface missiles bombed overhead at low altitude. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was bewildered. Chapter 84, and where did you come from? You dragon crossing the river? These surface-to-surface missiles are only a few meters long and 200 to 300 millimeters in diameter. Although they have tail fins, they can be swapped front to back and stacked together when loaded into space. A single missile is not very large. With Lu Ming's 350 cubic meter space, he can easily bring over a huge amount of stuff. To make them easier to carry, all of these tail fins were removed. They were removed in China and welded back on when needed in China. Unless it's a hypersonic missile, the welding strength of the tail fins isn't that alarming. Moreover, the technology at Huashing Base is more than enough to handle this. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles exploded around the crowd. The blast radius grazed past them as they walked. But it's deterrent enough. At this moment, no one dared to think that their lives were worth less than a missile. Nor did anyone dare to think that Qin Shuer and the others wouldn't take action. I'll emphasize this again. Zhao Dongpeng, immediately separate them into left and right sides. Keep all the people we need on our side. I won't make things difficult for you as well. Just then, a convoy of cars sped towards them from the nearby streets. At the same time, a large number of people began to emerge from buildings in the suburbs. The car stopped in front of the vast crowd. The leader was a handsome man. As he got out of the car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression indifferent. Beside him were Qin Shuer, Jiang Qiu, and Qi Qi. Zhao Dongpeng, come to the front of the crowd. If you don't do it now, we can lock onto you at any time and send you flying with heavy firepower. Qin Schwerer held a device in her hand, operating the drone while speaking. Oh shit. Zhao Dongpeng almost ground his teeth to powder. But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk to the front of the crowd. They've even developed surface-to-surface missiles. So, it would be incredibly easy for Qin Schwerer to locate him in the crowd. To put it more vividly, this is like modern technology beating up cultivators. Those whose physical bodies and strength are not strong enough will be killed in no time. However, this is contradicted 3 months before the end of the world. Because of those 3 months, we have the wasteland we have today. Come here right now. As long as you cooperate obediently, my husband doesn't intend to kill you. But if you dare to dawdle any longer, you will definitely die. In the apocalypse, it's actually quite easy to go on a killing spree. But such actions come with severe consequences. 10 years after the apocalypse, a balance has been reached between humans, as well as between humans and mutated plants and animals. When the balance of a region is broken, other things are bound to happen. What if we need to sweep through the end times in the future? We will definitely need manpower. Dozens or hundreds of people, just kill them. But that's hundreds of thousands of people. 70% of the survivors and 90% of the strongest in the entire southern province are all here. Yes, 10 years after the apocalypse, the entire southern province has only 1 or 2 million people left, and that's including newborns. But before the apocalypse, that number was over 50 million. There's a reason why the city lord's mansion, centered around Zhao Dongpeng, can gather such a large population. It boils down to 3 points. First, safety. Second, it is centralized. Thirdly, there is opportunity. This is similar to the siphon effect of big cities. It attracts people from all surrounding cities to continuously concentrate in the big cities. Wherever there are many people, there are many opportunities, even though this place has a lot of slums. Even if this is a post-apocalyptic exploitative class. King Xuea. Zhao Dongpeng almost ground his teeth to powder. But the only way is to walk out from the crowd and pass through layers of people to reach the front. Even now, he still can't understand what's going on with Qin Schwerer. Just to scare them, she used such a valuable missile? Is the space-type ability user behind Qin Schwerer really this arrogant? Doesn't he know the value of these things? Its explosion itself is of little significance. If it doesn't explode, on the contrary, they can exchange huge benefits with those powerful and influential people. A moment later, Zhao Dongpeng emerged from the crowd with a gloomy face, only to bump into the face of a handsome young man. The man's expression was extremely cold, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. This immediately made Zhao Dongpeng frown and his heart pound. You should know that Zhao Dongpeng, as the city lord of a city-state with a population of 1 million, doesn't have many cigarettes left. Yet he can be so unscrupulous? Zhao Dongpeng. The young man spoke calmly. The look in her eyes, so condescending and disdainful, made him very unhappy. Keep in mind that he is a peak 6th tier, nearly 7th tier evolver, and he is also an evolved being with both spatial and fire-based abilities. Who are you? Zhao Dongpeng looked at him with a serious expression. Lu Ming, the young man said calmly. And who are you, this outsider from? Why haven't I heard of you before? Zhao Dongpeng asked in a gloomy tone, his face filled with great vigilance. Yulong, who had gone to inform them earlier, was also in the crowd. The city-state wanted him to participate in the war, to make contributions, and then they were considering what kind of status to give him. But at this moment, Yulong's mouth was already twitching wildly. Qin Schwerer and Lu Ming's situation. It exceeded his expectations. If their equipment is truly unrestrained, then Yulong must put aside his hatred, because even if he doesn't die, he still can't defeat them. This is not something you can ask. You just need to do as we say and leave the person here. As long as you cooperate well, you can leave safely. Lu Ming said calmly. For someone who has lived in this apocalyptic world for decades, any act of mercy or kindness is a potential dagger to be stabbed in the back later. But in Lu Ming's eyes, Zhao Dongpeng was no longer a threat, compared to going to war with him, which would have resulted in a huge loss of resources. Lu Ming would be better off continuously accumulating strength. Currently, their territory is mainly in Linshan City, but with the subsequent technological advancements, they will inevitably need to expand outwards and seek talent in other cities. So even if we could kill Zhao Dongpeng in one fell swoop, what would be the real significance? Chapter 85, Kill the Rest. Encircle and wipe out Zhao Dongpeng and his group now. Not only is it pointless, but it will also delay the pace of the battle. With 350 cubic meters of space, you can bring a lot of stuff each time. But what if a battle uses up 2 months' worth of supplies? As for killing Zhao Dongpeng alone, the meaning of killing him is less than the meaning of his life. After this demonstration of power, Zhao Dongpeng will definitely have a better understanding of their respective strengths. From now on, he will absolutely not dare to act recklessly in front of Lu Ming. Even if something happens in the future, you can give him a message and ask him for help. As long as the military deterrence is sufficient, anything is possible. If I cooperate, are you really willing to let us leave? Zhao Dongpeng frowned. Otherwise what? Do you expect me to keep you here and support you? I only want technically skilled personnel. As for those powerful of all beings under your command, if they wish to stay, you cannot stop them. Lu Ming's voice brooked no argument. I can provide you with technical talent, but evolved beings can't. Zhao Dongpeng shook his head. Swish! Lu Ming pulled a QBU-10 sniper rifle from his combat uniform, pointed it directly at Zhao Dongpeng's forehead, and said coldly, Do you think you have any room to negotiate with me? Do as I say. Secondly, once you get back, prepare at least 300 sets of military-grade combat suits and exoskeletons and send them to me. Otherwise, you will definitely not survive. What's the point of reasoning in a post-apocalyptic world? It's utterly ridiculous. There is no logic in the apocalypse. The only truth is fists. If you want these things, you have to trade them with me. Zhao Dongpeng stubbornly held firm to his bottom line, refusing to back down. But just as he finished speaking, the QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle fired a shot into his thigh. Whoosh! Zhao Dongpeng reacted very quickly, teleporting instantly. His teleportation was different from that of the teleportation evolutionists. He used his spatial abilities to create a window or gap for spatial travel. The distance traveled wasn't very far. It's far inferior to other teleportation evolvers of the same level. Technical talents and powerful evolvers who want to join our base can stand on the right. Kill the rest. Lu Ming said coldly. It's simply unrealistic to kill hundreds of thousands of people. But this incident must serve as a sufficient deterrent. If a person isn't ruthless, it's unstable. Killing one person makes you a murderer. Killing a dozen people makes you a serial killer. But if you kill tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, then you are the absolute king. To achieve Lu Ming's ultimate goal, he would kill as many people as possible. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, many people immediately moved to the side. Take sides beforehand. As for the matter of their evolutionary origins, we can deal with it later. Any individual or force that obtains Zhao Dongpeng's head can receive more than 1 ton of pre-apocalyptic supplies from our base. Lu Ming's calm voice spread out. With Qin Schwetter's support, his words were also amplified via drones in the air. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the entire venue. One praises, one condemns. Zhao Dongpeng was instantly crippled. Not only the major base forces under the city-state's management, but also the powerful figures in the City Lord's mansion all want to kill him. Don't do anything rash. Please don't do anything rash. Boss Lu, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do whatever you want. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Zhao Dongpeng got anxious and said, I already gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I thought that if I scared you a little, you would give in and give in. In the end, I still underestimated you. Since you're so tough, then I'll find someone else to take control of the provincial capital's Lord's mansion. Lu Ming shook his head. Zhao Dongpeng's ability to hold the position of City Lord must be immense. Keeping him is easier than supporting someone else. However, given how things have come to this, Lu Ming certainly wouldn't keep him around. In the apocalypse, people with such a tough backbone are terrifying. It's a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. They might be quiet for now, but it won't be long before they secretly stir things up. Then they'll suddenly launch a massive backstab at you. Zhao Dongpeng was so anxious that he wanted to beg for mercy immediately. He also had various ways of restraining his powerful subordinates, preventing them from rebelling and working for him. but there are hundreds of thousands of people in the surrounding area. It instantly became a terrifying tsunami that swallowed him up. In an instant, hundreds of experts at the early and middle stages of the 6th rank charged towards him. Even though he was at the peak of the 6th rank, he was unable to withstand them. Puff! At the moment Zhao Dongpeng vomited blood and died, many powerful figures from the city lord's mansion also perished in the crowd. Zhao Dongpeng had long ago tied their lives to his own. If Zhao Dongpeng dies, they must die too. These powerful figures from the city lord's mansion originally had no choice but to take action for the sake of their own lives. But before they could even make a move, they were all stopped. It won't be long. The city lord's mansion, headed by Zhao Dongpeng, was destroyed. Even though they were under Zhao Dongpeng's jurisdiction, the city-state had long harbored resentment towards him, but they hadn't had the chance to kill him before. While oppressive policies and brutal exploitation in a post-apocalyptic world might be able to keep a large number of people in check, they are ultimately ineffective. But when a crisis occurs, it can collapse faster than anyone else, because his subjects were filled with immense resentment towards him. However, it's absolutely impossible for an organization like Al-Qaeda not to emerge in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, it's human nature to live in groups. Mr. Liu, Zhao Dongpeng has been hunted down and killed by our white sheep base. This is his head. Please take a look. I am Yang Yang, the boss of the Ares base. Our Ares base, under Zhao Dongpeng's original jurisdiction, was the largest force besides the city lord's mansion. It had 35,000 people under its command. The eldest brother, Yang Yang, respectfully brought the severed head and placed it on the ground in front of Lu Ming. From the very beginning of the construction of the provincial capital's Lord's Mansion, Baiyang Base and Zhao Dongpeng were allies. Because he couldn't defeat Zhao Dongpeng and was also driven by self-interest, Yang Yang led his men to follow Zhao Dongpeng, and together they built a vast city. But after all these years, Zhao Dongpeng didn't consider him a hero. Instead, they treated him like the biggest sucker. With all sorts of things being arranged, the Ares base had to be the first to step up. This was because Zhao Dongpeng suspected him and wanted to weaken him. I don't care who you are. I'm just asking you, if you were in charge of the entire provincial capital, could you command the respect of the people? Lu Mingqiao looked at him and examined him. Oh. Yang Yang nodded solemnly and assured him. If he can manage such a large base, then managing the city lord's mansion will be no problem for him. He knew, of course, that Lu Ming wanted to support him as a puppet. But he didn't care. With such a powerful figure backing them, the future is even more uncertain. Chapter 86. Now you know you're coming back? What's the point of coming back? Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Under Lu Ming's arrangement, all the remaining base forces in Linshan City were incorporated into the provincial capital. Yang Yang is indeed a very useful tool and very obedient. When Lu Ming needed crystal cores, he sent someone to deliver them. He just sent people whenever they asked. Even strategic-grade supplies and military-grade combat uniforms were provided to Lu Ming in whatever quantity he needed. This is exactly what Lu Ming wanted to see. Lu Ming wouldn't mind letting this kind of person live well in the apocalypse. Because of Lu Ming, Yang Yang gained access to a wealth of resources. Although his life wasn't as good as before the apocalypse, it was still better than that of countless people during the apocalypse. He didn't know where Lu Ming's resources came from, but his advantage lies in his intelligence. He would never ask questions he shouldn't. Centered around the Huaxing base, Linshan City began to see the expansion of some pre-apocalyptic industries. Factories resumed small-scale operations, producing supplies. Once industry gets going, it will iterate itself, especially assuming that most of the production lines are operational. 11 years after the apocalypse, human civilization has indeed collapsed. Many of the equipment that remained in the factory are still preserved. As long as there is a power supply and some materials are used for repairs, it can be put back into operation. Linshan City is ultimately too small, and its resource reserves are not very large. There are not many raw materials that can be produced domestically. We still need to rely on the Dragon Kingdom for imports. Technicians and researchers who are evolved beings, regardless of their strength or ability, can enter factories or laboratories to work as long as they hand over their evolutionary essence. This is because, on the premise of handing over their evolutionary essence, these people can maintain absolute secrecy. For the rest, Lu Ming arranged for a lot of people to go up the mountain to mine for raw materials to supply the factory. As for the mutated plants and animals on the mountain, they were already wiped out and blown up by Lu Ming and his men. In the city, many evolved beings maintain order every day. Many others follow convoys in and out, preparing for their next move. Some megacities even have factories operating in their lord's mansions, though their output is extremely limited. Factory procedural identity restrictions are only secondary. After all, a city has so many people, there will always be some key personnel in a factory who survive. Through them, the factory can be activated. Raw material constraints are the truly fatal limitation. Rumble. Zhou Haiwei had already traveled with Lu Ming during the last time travel. She had already activated her abilities long ago. It's an S-rank ice-type ability. Although they are not as good as Qin Shuer and the other two girls, they're already able to crush many evolved beings. No matter how many people came from the Dragon Kingdom, only Lu Ming's improvement speed was exceptionally terrifying. Another 6 months passed, and he had already reached the 7th rank. The space capacity has also reached 680 cubic meters. I mean, come out quickly. Something is falling from the sky. What a huge spaceship. Zhou Haiwei was shocked and bewildered. But at the same time, a huge crisis was rising in my heart. Even the appearance of the spaceship was very sudden. It was only when it was 100 meters above the ground, having deactivated its optical cloaking, that it was detected by the naked eye. The technology on the spaceship could further shield all the equipment in the base, leaving them with no warning whatsoever. Beep, beep, beep. Air raid sirens blared throughout the base. In an instant, everything that everyone had put aside was put into the highest level of alert. Honey, that's a spaceship from our Chinese military on Mars. It's the ship that went on a mission to Mars before the apocalypse. Jiang Qiu rushed out, initially nervous. However, upon seeing the Chinese flag on the spaceship, he offered an explanation to Lu Ming. However, 11 years have passed. No one can guarantee what the people on the spaceship were really thinking. Therefore, we still need to be vigilant. Let land. Lu Ming gave the instructions. But a large number of firearms are ready. If any problems arise, Lu Ming will not hesitate to start a war. After the spaceship's optical cloaking is removed, it appears black and white. The upper layer is painted in a white-gray color, and the lower layer is black. A spaceship that looks just like the one in Interstellar. Whoosh. The spaceship landed slowly. Several hydraulic landing gears extend from below, creating a huge airflow that whips up the smoke and dust on the flat ground below. From the moment the spacecraft prepared to land until the hatch opened, the entire process took half a minute. Click. A pressure relief valve sound came from behind. The spaceship hatch opened. Behind the hatch were 5 men and women. They all looked unusually young, like they were in their early 20s, and each of them was very good looking. This is the standard for China and even the world before the end of the world. It's for humans who haven't been genetically contaminated. The person in the lead stunned everyone, especially Jiang Qiu. I was completely stunned. Head of the country, Jiang Qiu exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Qiu, it's been a long time. The young man at the head of the group smiled slightly at her, his smile warm. The head of state, that is, the top leader of China. But this young man looks really out of place. According to records, he was already 171 years old. If it weren't for a cataclysmic disaster, he would have disappeared from the stage of history. The life laws enacted by China are absolute. Everyone must abide by them on the surface. But behind the scenes, only those in the upper echelons know the truth. At the same time, with the enactment of this law in China, there is no need to worry about technological stagnation. Because after a human's physical body dies, their consciousness is copied into the metaverse and lives for another 200 years. At the same time, their advanced technological understanding will also be copied along with it. China is not in a hurry to achieve a technological leap in one generation. First, it's meaningless. Secondly, it has no value. Thirdly, it's to show other extraterrestrial civilizations what's what, so they won't see it as a threat and wipe it out in one fell swoop. Humans flying out of the Milky Way sounds incredibly impressive, but in reality, China could have done it long ago. It just hasn't been rolled out on a large scale. China only sent a few people to secretly fly out into the Milky Way to conduct scientific research and study some planets and star systems. The reason it hasn't been rolled out properly boils down to 3 issues. First, why fly out? Second, is it really safe to fly out? Third, there are other civilizations on higher planes beyond the Milky Way. Large-scale migration would likely be seen as an act of aggression. In addition, nothing will happen to the Earth for billions of years, so there's no rush to do this. Putting everything else aside, just consider this. 13,500 light-years away, there exists a stellar-scale civilization capable of utilizing and absorbing energy from stars like the Sun. This thing belongs to a Level 2 civilization. Even before the apocalypse, China was only at the peak of a first-level civilization. If they're targeted, it wouldn't be too easy for the other side to kill them, given their methods. Your Majesty, you're still alive? Jiang Xiu asked in surprise. So what if they're alive? They're all still alive, and 11 years have passed since the apocalypse. Yet they've been hiding on Mars and haven't come back. Now you know you're coming back. Why did you come back? Qin Shuer, standing to the side, sneered angrily. It's not her fault. Any survivor of the apocalypse would harbor immense resentment towards the nation's leader, Chen Ziyuan. If Chen Ziyuan had died long ago, no one would have spoken ill of him. Chapter 87 proves that things aren't that simple. Shuer, how can you talk like that? This is our head of state. Jiang Qiu quickly replied. He's still the head of state? Human civilization has collapsed. You'll see if I acknowledge him or not. Qin Xue curled her lip in disdain. Qin Shuer originally thought Chen Ziyuan was dead, but who would have thought that not only did Chen Ziyuan not die, but he also hit on Mars at the beginning of the apocalypse. Qin Shuer, you've really misunderstood the head of state on this point. He did die 11 years ago. A man in military-grade combat uniform behind him spoke in a deep voice. What? He's dead. Qin Xue's brows furrowed instantly. Yes. At that time, the head of state fought alongside China in the final battle. What you're seeing now is his clone, and it is a consciousness copied and transferred from the metaverse system. The man behind him nodded. This is strictly prohibited under UN law because cloning raises huge ethical issues. For example, if a clone is created as a carrier for a spare organ, then when this clone appears, it should be considered a separate person. Meanwhile, if cloning were allowed, the world would descend into chaos in no time. Two identical people with nearly identical consciousness. How can you prove who is a clone and who is not? Secondly, even if we can stamp DNA on clones, does that mean clones are inferior? Or that they are subspecies? So this thing, like gene technology, was sealed away a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer almost vomited blood. Even for her, this was a mind-blowing thing. They did things that China itself wouldn't allow. Is this just the worst aspect of human nature? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu also fell silent. Because some things, once done, can never be washed away. So, what exactly is your purpose in coming back? Now that we've recovered and rebuilt, do you think you can rely on us as the core to revive humanity? Qin Xue sneered. Shuer, calm down first, I'll talk to him. Lu Ming gently tugged at her, gesturing for her to stand at the back, next to Zhou Haiyue. Qin Shuer was really quite unhappy. However, since Lu Ming had already said that, she could only suppress her feelings. Chen Ziyuan knew Jiang Qiu for two reasons. First, because Jiang Qiu was the former division commander of the 75th Group Army before the end of the world, and second, because of Jiang Qiu's family background. He got to know Qin Shuer because of her abilities. Qin Shuer's hacking skills are terrifying. They were recruited more than once before the apocalypse. Qin Shuer, however, was used to a carefree life and had no desire to join an official organization. You're Lu Ming, right? Hello, my name is Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan extended his hand, smiling as he looked towards Lu Ming. Hello, how'd you know who I am? Lu Ming did not shake hands with him. Instead, she stared at him with a serious expression. He's the head of state of China. What does he have to do with Lu Ming? Just because he's the head of state, does that mean Lu Ming has to acknowledge him? Has he to show him respect? Putting everything else aside, the fact that he knew Lu Ming's name meant danger. After all, this is the end of the world. This is not a time of peace. Even in peacetime, if a complete stranger suddenly says your name, you'll instinctively be on guard. Did Qin Shuer tell you about the national AI system? In the apocalypse, the technological rights that Qin Shuer can control can also be controlled by the national AI. And the information about you is collected by the national AI and fed back to Mars so that we know it. Chen Ziyuan's smile remained unchanged. His right hand remained suspended in midair, waiting for Lu Ming. So, the reason you came back is what Schwetter said? Because we completed the reconstruction, so you came specifically to find us? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, you're not from this world, are you? Chen Ziyuan smiled and said, this analysis result was also reported by the national AI, and such an analysis by the national AI simply cannot be concealed. What are you trying to say? Lu Ming didn't explain. Instead, he asked, Lu Ming, we are not enemies. We are friends. Based on the predictions of the national AI, you are most likely a time traveler from a parallel world. Your civilization level is equivalent to that of China several hundred years ago. Am I right? Chen Ziyuan's hand was still hanging there. And the leak of this information really can't be blamed on Qin Shuer. After all, even before the apocalypse, Qin Shuer couldn't outmaneuver the national AI. If the nation's AI hadn't sealed itself off after the apocalypse and cut off the AI supply to the entire industry, how could Qin Shuer have hacked into the post-apocalyptic technology? Lu Ming, don't worry about the fact that the National Intelligence Center opened a backdoor in the Huaxing base. As one of humanity's seeds, Huaxing base has always been secretly monitored by the national AI. The sudden appearance of someone like you has only aroused its interest even more. During the year you traveled through time, she monitored all your information. You were very vigilant. No technological equipment was placed in the classified area, but a person suddenly disappears and then suddenly reappears. There are always clues to follow. Furthermore, you have analyzed the previous Yellow Death virus, developed a large number of drugs through China's pharmaceutical system, and brought in a lot of chemicals. These are all your traces. Don't worry, we really are friends. Moreover, our genes have not been contaminated. We are not even evolved beings. Chen Ziyuan explained. Lu Ming fell into a deep silence, his mind racing. Even though Chen Ziyuan kept emphasizing this matter, Lu Ming really couldn't be sure whether he was friend or foe. A person's true intentions cannot be determined by what they say, but by what they do. 2 key points. First, Chen Ziyuan only returned 11 years after the apocalypse. Second, Lu Ming only made contact with him a year after he transmigrated. If there is no reasonable explanation, that proves things aren't that simple. After reversing the logic in Chapter 88, there is only one conclusion. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming shook hands with Chen Ziyuan and took on the task first. As for what happens next, let's talk about it later. This stalemate can't go on forever. It has to be said that the national AI is quite terrifying. Without making a sound, it analyzed various things into reports and sent them to Chen Ziyuan and his team. Through these events, the national AI can even analyze that he is from a parallel world and can even analyze his level of technology. If this kind of thing were used to destroy humanity, then humanity will have no way to survive. Upstairs, in the office, Lu Ming, Qin Shuer, Jiang Xiu, and Zhou Haiwei sat opposite him, representing Lu Ming's side. Moreover, Lu Ming also invited Zheng Lao and other people from China. The scientists, including Professor Zheng, had been staying here for more than half a year. They were originally planning to return with Lu Ming during this time travel. Across from the desk were 5 people, led by Chen Ziyuan. 3 of them were high-ranking officials in China before the apocalypse. One of them was a high-ranking officer from the Chinese military region who was sent to Mars to be stationed before the apocalypse. The other person is a high-ranking Chinese official who was urgently sent to Mars in the later stages of the apocalypse. He carries with him fertilized eggs from the Chinese people, and even the entire world. These fertilized eggs are all in a sealed state and can be preserved for 1,000 years. It is the only spark left after the extinction of human civilization. When this person went to Mars, Chen Ziyuan's original body had already died. He took Chen Ziyuan's DNA and consciousness and flew to Mars. Lu Ming, this is the report that the National AI Brain sent to us. A total of 11 copies. You can take a look. Chen Ziyuan pushed a black box over, its shape very similar to a black solid-state drive. Qin Shuer first took it and checked it to make sure there were no problems before handing it to Lu Ming, who was most wary of Chen Ziyuan. Qin Shuer was the first to be affected. Secondly, there's Lu Ming. If we're talking about percentages, Lu Ming is only 1 or 2 percentage points lower than Qin Shuer, but both of them are close to 100% vigilant. Swish! As Lu Ming pressed a button, a holographic projection immediately appeared. The emergence of holographic projection allows users to choose whether to view it themselves or have others see it together. If the former is chosen, then the holographic projection will appear as gibberish to others. This is the encryption technology used before the end of China. It's been very common for a long time. Report 1. At the turn of spring and summer 10 years after the apocalypse, an unidentified man suddenly appeared at the Huayong Road nuclear power plant in Linshan City, Southern Province. The report includes photos, including those taken at the nuclear power plant. The photos include images of Lu Ming suddenly appearing, and the scene of him communicating with Chun Min on her deathbed. But at that time, all surface monitoring systems at the nuclear power plant should have been shut down, because the underground nuclear power plant's power supply was insufficient to support it. Analysis report. This person's identity is unknown. They may be an evolved user of invisibility abilities. There was no video or audio in the report. If there is a video, Lu Ming's identity as a time traveler was thus exposed at that time. What exactly happened? Have no idea. Report 2. The man spent 9 days in the underground shelter at the nuclear power plant. When he emerged, he was accompanied by another unidentified man. The report then described Lu Ming and Wang Rui's trip to Qingdao Plaza. The photos taken after leaving the nuclear power plant were all taken by satellite. It also includes the scene of Lu Ming and his companion using TNT to bombard that Tier 4 two-headed vicious dog. After that, it also included Lu Ming and Qin Xuan's contact. Report 3. This person's relationship with Qin Shuer has progressed rapidly, and they have begun contacting the Huaxing base. They are using pre-apocalyptic canned fruit to trade military-grade combat uniforms with the Huaxing base. It can be said that the 11 reports have recorded most of Lu Ming's affairs. It's like having a ghost constantly stalking Lu Ming. And this feeling was exactly the same feeling Qin Shuer had given to others before, especially those in the provincial capital's city lord's mansion, who felt it most deeply. Even if Lu Ming did not have a thorough understanding of the principles of Chinese science and technology. But Lu Ming also discovered 2 bugs. First, the nuclear power plant. The cameras above and below ground have been controlled, but why can they only take photos and not record videos? Second, military combat uniforms. If Qin Shuer can easily control the combat suits on others, why can't the national AI do the same? Don't tell me this thing doesn't have a chip. And don't tell me this thing can't communicate with satellites. By working backwards through these 2 bugs, there's only one conclusion. Those are these 11 reports. This is an abridged version of the report. From the very beginning, the national AI knew he was a time traveler. The deletions and alterations to the report were most likely done by Chen Ziyuan and his team. The purpose was to avoid arousing Lu Mingtai's suspicion. After all, they have dug up every detail about Lu Ming. From Lu Ming's perspective, he must be very wary. Lu Ming, I know what you're thinking, but we really don't mean any harm. The reason we came back from Mars at this time is because we were in a deep sleep before. When we fell asleep, the situation on Earth was extremely bad, so we could only sleep for decades, trying to buy time as much space as possible. And our program sequence is for it to awaken approximately every 10 years. However, the time in the hibernation pod cannot be too precise, roughly between 10 and 12 years. Even without your arrival, given the state of Earth, we would definitely return, because our mission is to lead humanity to liberation. Chen Ziyuan said earnestly. Chen Ziyuan was indeed right on this point. The longer the hibernation chamber is set for, the greater the deviation will be. If it's only a few months, the deviation may be within the range of 10 days. It's not that hibernation pods can't instantly wake someone up. Rather, after a long period of dormancy, the body needs a process to recover. This is similar to snakes hibernating. My heart stopped beating. How could someone wake up instantly? The technology of hibernation chambers was actually developed from animals such as snakes and tree frogs. Only a state of dormancy where the heart stops beating can last for an exceptionally long time. For example, 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. Only when the heart stops beating and metabolism stops can the human body be preserved as much as possible. So, you came back as soon as you woke up? Is it because of the report provided by the national AI that you came to see me as soon as you got back? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. Yes, Chen Ziyuan nodded. Even if you come back, the Chinese people will definitely not recognize you. Do you think it's possible to get post-apocalyptic survivors to obey government orders? Lu Ming frowned and asked in return. Lu Ming, there are more than just the Huaxing base in China that have survived. Some of them have developed into super large bases. Now that we're back, we can start China's civilization restart program. At that time, the vast resources we left behind before the apocalypse will be able to be restored and put back into use. As long as you are willing to help us, China can restart the war within a year. And we'll have at most a year to prepare. Within 2 years, we'll sweep across the globe and avert the apocalypse. Chen Ziyuan said with utmost solemnity. The voices all became so generous and impassioned. Chapter 89, I'm sorry. I can't make this decision on my own. Chen Ziyuan's ability to rise to the top position in China naturally stems from his exceptional charisma and decisive leadership. Under his influence, others can easily be drawn into his aura. To put it bluntly, it's easy to trust someone simply because of their status and the way they act. Most creatures are attracted to the strong. Humans do have compassion for the weak, but admiration for strength is the essence. For example, if a father says something online, even through a screen, a group of people will treat it as gospel. They will naturally think that what this person says is right, and that he is saying this for their own good, and is pointing them in the right direction. However, the context in which this person said this, as well as his personal purpose, will be completely ignored. Most people are actually incapable of making decisions, especially during major events. But if a powerful figure steps forward at this moment and points him in the right direction, he is very likely to follow that direction. This is the enormous impact of the mentality of admiring the strong. Civilization restart procedure? Resources left over from before the apocalypse? What are all these? Lu Ming frowned and voiced his doubts. Now that the national AI has analyzed him this thoroughly, Lu Ming has no reason to hold back anymore. You should just lay it all out and ask. In the first 3 months after the apocalypse, the crisis that our entire planet faced was beyond human resistance. Even with our technology, we can't resist it. Under these circumstances, while China is competing with those mutated plants and animals for living space, it has also made contingency plans in advance. We left behind a large amount of industrial materials in Beijing, Shanghai, and the Central Plains. We discovered that these mutated plants and animals did not have the intention to disrupt our overt technology industries. Take factories, for example. And then there are those robots. Therefore, we believe that leaving behind a batch of industrial materials in advance should be effective in the years, decades, or even a century from now. Chen Ziyuan explained the logic behind this. They also use a rocket to cryopreserve a large number of human fertilized eggs and send them to Mars before the collapse of the civilized order for the same purpose. If we trade time for space, it will take a very long time, long enough for Chen Ziyuan and the others to die. Then they will set up the program, using a base on Mars. They will utilize some advanced technologies on Mars, as well as robots, to incubate human fertilized eggs at the appropriate time. The timing and manipulation involved will be remotely controlled by the national AI system authorized by Chen Ziyuan and his team. Once these new humans hatch, the central AI will allow them limited opportunities to reproduce, making it their first principle of survival. Once a sufficient number of people have been identified, the central AI will send some back to Earth to reclaim their home. At that time, the supplies that China left in advance will become the key to their rise. These resources can be used not only to produce weapons of mass destruction. It can also be used to make rockets, spaceships, and more. Chen Ziyuan and his team would pre-program a command program for the national AI, allowing it to execute commands according to local conditions. For example, it could be set as assisting humanity in reclaiming their homeland and maintaining human survival and reproduction, but not depriving emerging humans of their freedom unless absolutely necessary, and not having the idea of turning humans into digital life forms. Within these procedural frameworks, the national intelligence system will proceed in the direction they envision. Furthermore, the kind of extinction of humanity depicted in science fiction movies will not occur. However, it's not just AI programs. Even humans themselves, they all felt that digital life was more beneficial. Under the premise of digital life, humans will not get sick, age, or die. In a virtual world, You can do whatever you want and become a god in your own world. You can also break free and transfer your abilities to a robot. But if we allow human desires to spread unchecked and the world to develop to this extent, then humanity is not far from extinction. This is quite different from the immortality achieved through cultivation. They're not even the same thing. The former has three characteristics. First, it has an ultimate goal to pursue. Second, it involves both crises and opportunities. And third, it involves spending most of its time striving to achieve that goal. The latter is immortality, abundant material possessions, and the ability to satisfy any desire. Humans have lived in this situation for thousands of years. What desires and thoughts will they have? Then only death remains. Because in a state of digital life, they can instantly fulfill any need except death. Looming, as long as your world is willing to help us, then our China can restart the country as quickly as possible. And in this process, we benefit from each other. Chen Ziyuan's voice softened slightly as he looked at Lu Ming. This was clearly intended to give Lu Ming time to think. I'm sorry, Chief Chen. I can't make this decision on my own. After all, this matter involves the billions of people behind me. Lu Ming frowned and shook his head, saying, he couldn't possibly make such a momentous decision on behalf of the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even the countless people of the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, there's another problem with this matter. Lu Ming frowned and threw it out. However, Chief Chen, since you have your own advanced reserves of industrial resources, and China still has many large military bases that have survived, then it shouldn't be difficult for you to acquire enough industrial resources to get the national industrial machine running, right? We are a civilization with backward technology. What can we do to help you? This is the key issue for Lu Ming. If China hadn't made various prior preparations, then there would indeed be a basis for mutual benefit between the two sides, just like Lu Ming and the Huaxing base. But once they have the foundation to start industrial machinery, they can get it running on its own. How can Lu Ming help him? What help is there? Lu Ming, you've seen the situation on our side. There are many ways you can help us. Firstly, it's a personnel issue. Secondly, there is the issue of food and survival resources. These two aspects directly mean that even if we can restart civilization, it will take a very long time to get it back to large-scale operation. Do you understand the concept of upstream and downstream industries? A factory cannot produce everything, including raw materials. What we need is for you to provide these things to accelerate our restart. Chen Ziyuan explained with utmost seriousness. Chapter 90, after all, times have changed. Without resolving the issues of mutated plants and beasts, there will be a huge transportation problem for raw materials supplied by industries in various regions. This is the key reason why China urgently needs Lu Ming's support. Thanks to the existing industrial chain in China, this process can be greatly shortened. Once the industry is up and running, a steady stream of weapons will roll off the production line, which combined with the power of the evolved beings, will resolve the current crisis. As the crisis subsides and the city is reclaimed, its previously dormant productivity can be restarted. And by doing so, snowballing. Thus, the plate continues to expand. However, without external assistance, this process could take 3 to 5 years, or even 5 to 7 years. The faster you take the first step, the faster the snowball effect will grow. That's why Chen Ziyuan dared to say that 1 year of preparation would lead to the restoration of the empire in 2 years. With the resources of a parallel world behind him, there is indeed a high probability that he can achieve what he expects. Lu Ming, we can be great allies. In our early stages of development, we can transfer a large number of production lines to you, or teach you all of our technology. Isn't this truly a win-win situation? You can push us. We can help you achieve your goals too. Chen Ziyuan knew that Lu Ming couldn't make a decision on the spot, so he still promised him benefits and future prospects. For the past year or so since Lu Ming arrived, he has been researching technology. According to the analysis of the national AI, Lu Ming definitely brought the technology back with him. Since Lu Ming has this need, why not agree? Chief Chen, I understand. But as I said, I can't make a crucial decision on this matter. I have to go back and discuss it with them before I can make a decision. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. It's all right. Our world has been facing crises for so many years. What's a day or 2 more? Chen Ziyuan smiled and said, Thank you for your understanding, Chief Chen. Lu Ming clasped his hands in a fist salute and said. After the two sides had talked things out, Qin Ziyuan and his group settled down at the Huaxing base. So many years after the apocalypse, the only planet affected is Earth. Apart from Earth, planets such as the Moon, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune were not affected in any way. After all, this virus has arrived at the biological level. 3 months after the catastrophe that led to the apocalypse, the virus died, but its malignant DNA remained in the world, continuing to harm all survivors. According to current research at the Huaxing base, this DNA also has a decay period. The period of decline is estimated to be between 310 and 450 years. This means that this malignant DNA may completely disappear from this planet in 300 or 400 years and no longer affect any living organisms. Without external interference, the best time for humanity to be officially restored will be 300 or 400 years from now. This property is equivalent to nuclear radiation. Imagine a place where large-scale nuclear contamination has occurred, and there is nuclear radiation everywhere that humans cannot handle. However, humans have ways to survive in this area and can mitigate the effects of nuclear radiation on themselves, but they cannot eradicate the nuclear radiation. The best solution is to wait for all the nuclear radiation to disappear. Once malignant DNA decays, it can also collapse inside the human body. So even if human genes are still damaged, the gene pool will inevitably be repaired after several iterations of human reproduction. Because for all living things, including humans, evolution, including survival of the fittest, is the primary direction. Now, Qin Ziyuan wanted to restore China and humanity. Then he will face 3 major problems. First, and undoubtedly the best, are the mutated plants and animals that currently exist on Earth. Second, the problem of deciphering malignant DNA. Third, it provided humanity with various resources to complete the restoration, including large quantities of food and water, as well as gene evolution agents. Shuer, what are your thoughts on Chief Chen's side? Lu Ming called the girls to the room reserved for time travelers. There are no cameras here. Secondly, there was no recording equipment. Absolute privacy is guaranteed here. Furthermore, for added security, Lu Ming communicates with them via handwritten text. They each had a notebook in their hands, and they wrote down whatever they wanted to say. Although communicating with each other can be time-consuming. But after the exchange, the notebooks they wrote in could be put into Lu Ming's space, ensuring they wouldn't be leaked. Honey, I've always been skeptical. It's been 11 years since the apocalypse, and I still believe that the human heart is the most untrustworthy thing. Because in this chaotic order, anything is possible. There's even a possibility that Qin Ziyuan and his group will squeeze every last drop of value out of us, and then just dump us. Qin Shuer flipped through her notebook and said, Jiang Xiu, having a military background and due to past family issues, had prior contact with Qin Ziyuan. She glanced at Qin Shuer's notebook. I disagree with Qin Shue's idea. Honey, I think the head of state can be trusted. First, because of the outstanding contributions he made to our country before the end of the world. Second, didn't they say that he died on the battlefield and was then cloned by someone who took his DNA and consciousness data to Mars? Although this technology should have been blocked long ago, I think it's understandable that things have come to this point. After all, times have changed. When necessary measures must be taken. This is a consensus among everyone. Zhou Haiwei watched from the side without offering her opinion, mainly because her consideration of these matters was not as profound as that of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming is the main party involved. Qin Shuer and her 2 companions are survivors who have lived through the apocalypse for many years. And I've only just arrived. Chapter 91, we must accept the worst possible outcome as the consequence. A teacup sat before Lu Ming, filled with tea that Zhou Haiwei had just poured for him. The tea should be warm. The emerald green tea leaves slowly unfurl as they are steeped in warm water. When steeped in warm water, the tea leaves unfurl and give the impression of being freshly picked from the tea tree. What Jiang Qiu said is indeed understandable. When necessary, take the necessary measures. This applies not only to China, but also to Qin Ziyuan's situation. But at the same time, this matter also has a very big question mark. Logically speaking, after Qin Ziyuan shared life and death with China, is it really necessary to revive him through cloning technology? Whether it is China or any country or organization under a modern system, it should have 2 or even 3 plans in the event of a major crisis. At this point, we should be implementing the pre-established plan. So at this point, should we go and revive Chen Ziyuan? Is it really necessary? The survivors had lived through the apocalypse for 11 years when they suddenly learned that Chen Ziyuan was still alive and had returned to lead humanity to liberation. What was their first thought? Is it like Qin Shui's resistance? And harboring immense anger and the worst suspicions? This is not petty. It should be this way. In such an environment, anyone who acquires sufficient power could lead humanity to liberation. Why does this person have to be Chen Ziyuan? If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't think that far ahead. They would subconsciously feel that cooperating with Chen Ziyuan would definitely not be a problem. After all, the contributions Chen Ziyuan made to China and the world before his death are right here. It's something everyone can see. But Lu Ming isn't from this world. Chen Ziyuan is a leader. He is a great man of this era. But what does this have to do with Lu Ming? If the world Lu Ming lived in was not Blue Star, but Earth hundreds of years in the future, then Lu Ming would not be able to consider this question. To put it more bluntly, the civilizations of parallel worlds are like a second civilization in the universe. So far, it has been confirmed that it poses no threat. And some people have shown you kindness. But can you guarantee that it will always remain kind to you? Therefore, Qin Shui's suspicions were absolutely correct. Who can guarantee that Chen Ziyuan will succeed after the restoration? Won't they just kick Lu Ming and the others to the curb? Achio, I understand your firm support for Chief Chen, and I also understand your past contact with Chief Chen and your understanding of him. But there are 2 issues we cannot guarantee. First, as a clone, is it 100% guaranteed that he will be exactly the same as before? Is it 100% guaranteed that he won't have any other thoughts after the apocalypse? Second, the national brain. Just the fact that he possesses the national AI means he has power that is beyond my control. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, my first priority should be to ensure my own safety, the safety of the Dragon Kingdom behind me, and even the billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming thought for a moment and wrote this down in his notebook. Then we've come full circle back to the initial problem. That's a matter of trust. Jiang Xiu wrote down some words, turned the notebook in her hand over, and showed it to Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming nodded, giving an affirmative answer. His ability to trust Qin Shui, Jiang Xiu, and even Chi so much is precisely because he has resolved the crisis of trust. If it weren't for the evolutionary essence they willingly handed over. So why should Lu Ming believe them? Only trust. They can only be used as a means. Only with trust can both sides put aside all doubts and move things forward. Chen Ziyuan and the others are not evolved beings. They are all in a state where their genes have not been contaminated, belonging to the advanced humans before the apocalypse. The authority of the national AI system is in their hands. Qin Shui is human, not a god, so it's normal that she can't crack it. Even in China, there are examples of humans being unable to defeat AI. It has to be admitted that AI is indeed terrifying in these matters. There are enough variables in Go, aren't there? But humans still can't beat them. There have even been news reports of AI programs defeating human chess players to tears. Haven't there? Assuming Qin Shui can write 10,000 lines of code per minute using various methods, hardware, and software, as well as programs she developed herself. Those countries have even larger hardware and more terrifying clusters for their AI systems. They can easily write 100,000 lines of code per minute. These are the upper and lower limits. Honey, I feel it's almost impossible to resolve this trust crisis using our methods. If this trust only exists in words. So, are we still going to do it or not? King Xue asked. Damn it, but we have to develop multiple plans. We must accept the worst possible outcome. In the next few days, we will continue to have a good talk with Chen Guoshou's side to see what ways we can resolve this thorn in our side. Lu Ming nodded seriously. However, if there is no good solution, then under the premise of cooperation, Lu Ming must make the Dragon Kingdom prepare for war. Helping Chen Ziyuan restore China, and even humanity, is no problem. But if Chen Ziyuan were to discard his usefulness after it's been used, then we have no choice but to fight. If there's a crisis of trust, should we just not do it? Of course not. This involves 2 key points. First, If Chen Ziyuan truly has a noble cause and is genuinely only interested in cooperating to restore humanity and is willing to provide the Dragon Kingdom with a large amount of advanced technology, similar to the Dragon Kingdom support for third world countries, then both sides will benefit from this step. Second, it's still the national AI system. If Lu Ming and Long Gua followed Chen Ziyuan's path and were then identified as alien race by the national AI, resulting in an instant lockdown, it really can do that. It can pick Lu Ming's peaches. After resolving the planetary crisis, they locked down human technology and relegated humanity back to a pre-high-tech society, forcing them to rebuild. Furthermore, in this process, the national AI can also become a godlike entity, monitoring human actions throughout the entire process, monitoring the development of humanity. Apart from Chen Ziyuan and his team, no one knows where the National Intelligence Center is. Moreover, this thing is not only immune to earthquakes and human extinction, but it can even run away. Under the conditions of China being locked down and fulfilling the predefined procedures, it can go to Mars on its own. How can I describe this feeling specifically? Using cybersecurity as a metaphor would be most appropriate. You don't know exactly when you're being monitored, nor do you know when your confidential data will be stolen, but there's nothing you can do about it. We're the only two solutions. Either gain their trust and reach an agreement. Either you can sneak over via network cable and just take them down. Chapter 92, National Intelligence, manhwa. To say that killing Chen Ziyuan and his group would resolve the trust crisis and, more importantly, address the long-term issues is a better approach. If you think that way, that would be incredibly naive. Since Chen Ziyuan and his group returned to Earth, they must have already activated part of the National Intelligence Brain's programs and are now under its control. If they die, how will the AI program of the National Brain execute? This thing was created specifically to serve China. So, who in China has the greatest authority? It's Chen Ziyuan, of course. The one that Lu Ming truly considered a threat from the very beginning was not Chen Ziyuan. Rather, it was the national intelligence behind Chen Ziyuan. On the other side, inside the room, Chen Ziyuan sat in a high-class room that the base had specially prepared for him. Because Lu Ming's spatial capacity has expanded, some luxury items such as mattresses and sheets have also been moved over. Chen Ziyuan, as the former head of state of China, we can't possibly put him in a regular room, can we? Yes. After the apocalypse, identity is worthless. However, there's a major prerequisite for this. Chen Ziyuan must truly not possess any threatening means. Swish! Chen Ziyuan took out a mobile phone from his pocket. As the virtual screen unfolded, a red dot and dozens of blue dots were flashing. The red dot represents himself, while the blue dot on the screen represents Lu Ming and Qin Shwetter's target. Meanwhile, the blue dot also includes the high-ranking officials that Chen Ziyuan brought from Mars, as well as several Chinese nationals whom the national AI deemed important. So there are dozens of blue dots. When Lu Ming and Qin Shwetter entered the room, they had already taken off their military-grade combat uniforms and thrown them into Lu Ming's spatial storage, isolating themselves from the outside world. The national AI is also monitoring the situation through all satellites in space. These satellites include those from China. There are also those from other countries. The national AI system has already completed the network setup, let alone Lu Ming and the others leaving the base. Even if Lu Ming and the others just open the door of their room and come out, Chen Ziyuan will receive the news immediately. Manhwa. Chen Ziyuan gave a greeting. In an instant, a virtual projection was created using Chen Ziyuan's mobile phone as a medium, presenting a 3D stereoscopic virtual image. The virtual character is a pretty young woman dressed in a Chong Sam, with elegant demeanor, her hair tied up in a bun, and her appearance delicate. She is about 21 years old. The girl placed her hands in front of her. As they locked eyes, his gaze and expression were clearly respectful. Even the Dragon Kingdom could imagine the possibility of AI going out of control. There have even been cases on Earth of AI inciting humans to commit suicide. So, in technologically advanced China, are they not aware of this? The only country capable of killing the nation's AI, manhwa, is China. Now, only Chen Ziyuan remains, the head of state. The girl's voice came through the phone. It felt like a real conversation. Manhwa, based on your analysis, what do you think of this Lu Ming? Chen Ziyuan's eyes narrowed, becoming extremely dangerous. He already sensed it. This Lu Ming is extremely difficult to guide. Furthermore, his principle of handling matters is to assume the worst possible outcome. It's extremely difficult to get this kind of person to completely let their guard down. Your Majesty, according to my analysis, Lu Ming is not only difficult to control, but he will also flip the table in an instant if any signs of disharmony are shown, Manhwa said with a serious expression. So, how dangerous would it be to take action against him after we have restored our territory? Chen Ziyuan asked. It's impossible to determine. At this stage, many of our data points are unknown. First, as a spatial evolutionist, what is the capacity of Lu Ming's space? We don't know. Secondly, Lu Ming can bring a total of 7 people each time he comes, and there's a 99% probability that this is related to his strength. Third, when will the number of people he brought explode? It's impossible to say. Listing conditions to make inferences. 1. If it were a war between civilizations from parallel worlds, the odds of winning would be 50-50. Even if our industry were operating at full capacity, the odds would still be 50-50. 2. If you have a numerical advantage, your win rate is as high as 100%. Manhwa analyzed. As long as you set some conditions for her, she can make a judgment instantly. And her judgment was even more accurate than that of Chen Ziyuan, the head of state. Others don't know, but Chen Ziyuan himself knew very well. All of Chen Ziyuan's decisions before the apocalypse, and the policies that truly brought him good fortune, were all driven by Manhwa. As for his personal abilities, he's nowhere near as powerful as outsiders imagine. He was placed in the right position at the right time, and encountered the national AI brain that generated his personality and underwent hundreds of thousands of times of self-iteration. To put it bluntly, he's just a puppet. They hold the life program that was locked to the national AI from the very beginning, and then enjoy the benefits brought by the national AI on a large scale. What if we abandon Earth, open a space-time bridge, and enter their world? Chen Ziyuan asked. The probability of this happening is very small, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. First of all, the logic behind Lu Ming's time travel is fixed in my judgment. That is, he will make a fixed round trip every 27 to 30 days. Secondly, under this time travel logic, it is necessary to capture the time travel information on him. For example, the magnetic field during transit and the changes in the energy field. Even a shift in the position of dark matter. Brainwashing him and getting him to cooperate completely could be completed in 10 to 10,000 years. That is, gaining the ability to travel between parallel universes. But once he's been brainwashed, the time travel is 100% certain. Because even if it's unnecessary to master these rules and abilities, it can also be used as a medium to make round trips. Manhwa continued to explain. The so-called 10 to 10,000 years is based on her time and abilities. The ability to travel between parallel worlds is not something that the first universe civilization could master, but it also has an element of chance. Chance can happen anytime, anywhere. Based on the influence of the butterfly effect, the space-time overlap effect, the cosmological effect, or other effects. To give a clear example, an apple led Newton to develop the law of universal gravitation, which became one of the key cornerstones of modern science. If this butterfly effect were to occur and have a crucial impact on Manhwa, then Manhwa could potentially master this technology within a few decades. After all, the most advanced technology on the entire planet Earth was in Manhwa's mind. You could say she is the embodiment of all the scientists of the last few centuries. All the fragments of those scientists' consciousness are inside her body. This is achieved through the digital consciousness of the metaverse. And if there were no unforeseen factors, even she might need an incredibly long time. Excellent. Now that there's a way that's 100% certain, then I need a method to brainwash him. And it must be absolutely controllable. Chapter 93 one glance was enough to make him understand instantly. Chen Ziyuan understood Manhwa's speculations. After all, compared to the ability to control the travel between parallel worlds, it is much easier to achieve travel through Lu Ming as a medium. It is 100% certain that Lu Ming traveled back and forth through time. What remains uncertain is whether Lu Ming's time travel was his own will, or whether it was like a program that automatically timed out. If it's the former, then it's even more necessary to brainwash Lu Ming. Because if it's Lu Ming who takes the initiative, then something will happen. That means Lu Ming can choose to come over voluntarily, or he can choose not to come over. If Lu Ming discovers something and doesn't come, the connection between the two worlds will be instantly severed. This is something Chen Ziyuan cannot accept. Your Majesty, there are two ways to brainwash Lu Ming. First, the technological aspect. Signals can be continuously emitted through screens, electronic sounds, and even the military combat uniform itself that Lu Ming can access daily. Through this signal, we can subtly change his consciousness and plant a mental anchor. Once the mental anchor is deeply rooted, it can instantly pry open his consciousness. The logic is similar to long-term hypnosis. Second, evolvers. Find a mental type evolver whose strength surpasses his, preferably a 9th-tier evolver. In my estimation, his strength has already reached the level of a 7th-tier evolver. Therefore, only a 9th-tier evolver can instantly and 100% lock down his consciousness. Manhwa spoke freely about everything she knew. If Lu Ming had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he would have been even more terrified, because things turned out exactly as he expected. This nation's AI possesses the power to revolutionize humanity. If she weren't bound by China's rules of life, she could have brainwashed all of humanity through her self-awareness. Brainwashing someone through psychological methods doesn't require talking to them face-to-face. As long as he sees or hears something, that's fine. This thing could be meaningless, fragmented images. It could be a perfectly normal-looking picture, a string of information hidden in the file. It can even be done by adjusting the font and spacing of the text. At the same time, using the energy of sound waves to exert influence, combined with other methods to complete long-term brainwashing, is also a means that the national AI can achieve. If we choose the former, how long will it take? A dangerous smile crept onto Chen Ziyuan's lips. Theoretically, the longer the better. Your Majesty, our cooperation with him is a long and ongoing process, so we can influence him gradually in the meantime. By the time we complete our restoration, the brainwashing will have already been finished. Hearing Manhwa's words, Chen Ziyuan's lips curled up slightly. A mad light was flashing in his eyes. When Lu Ming walked out of the room, he and the women put on their military combat uniforms. Although Lu Ming harbored great suspicion towards Chen Ziyuan. However, military combat uniforms must be worn, because this thing is terrifyingly effective. Even if Lu Ming's strength advances to the 7th rank, he will still need its powerful assistance. Moreover, it combines offense and defense, which can bring Lu Ming a huge boost. Splash. It was at this moment that, unbeknownst to Lu Ming and Qin Shuer, a data exchange was instantly transmitted from countless satellites in the sky. It began exchanging data with Lu Ming's military-grade combat suit and started merging with the combat assistance system that Qin Shuer had previously transplanted for Lu Ming. Qin Shuer's combat assistance system, which has been modified and iterated over the years, is essentially an AI. Since it's AI, it can then become a carrier. However, the fusion began quietly. At the same time, there were no traces whatsoever. Honey, I'm hungry. Qin Shuer eagerly came over, clinging to Lu Ming's arm and acting coquettishly. No one noticed that Qin Shuer's combat uniform also had a problem. With Lu Ming providing them with nice clothes, they all hid their own combat uniforms and wore the clothes Lu Ming gave them for everyday wear. Qin Shuer's hacker access card was hidden inside her combat suit, and all the programs in the permission card were instantly overturned. All the underlying logic set by Qin Shuer has been completely replaced. Speaking of hunger, the women had been in the room with Lu Ming for so long, wasting a lot of their brain cells trying to figure out what to do next, and we're all hungry. Even though Lu Ming has been here for over a year, and they have no shortage of supplies, they still have an unparalleled passion for food. And the pursuit of beautiful things, the pursuit of delicious food. It's simply human nature. Since everyone's hungry, let's go and call Chen Guoshuo and the others over so we can have a meal together. Lu Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. Lu Ming treated all the women equally. In Lu Ming's heart, Zhou Haiwe was naturally the most important. However, on the surface, Lu Ming did not show any favoritism. At least that's how Lu Ming appears to them. King Suo nodded obediently. Honey, you guys go to the restaurant first. I'll go and greet the head of state and the others. Jiang Qiu took the initiative. During the few hours she spent in the room, she realized how narrow-minded she had been. She also realized that things were not as simple as she had thought. Her previous understanding and trust in Chen Ziyuan were based on the premise of a stable global order. But the civilized order has collapsed. Is it really true that human nature will never change? Good. Lu Mingqiao nodded to her. But with just a glance, she understood instantly. Chapter 94, Even a Fool Can Tell Which is More Important. Lu Ming's gaze was a reminder to Jiang Qiu to forget what they had just discussed in the room. After all, Chen Ziyuan is a shrewd and calculating person. If they harbor any ulterior motives in front of him, he is very likely to notice. And that is precisely what Lu Ming and the others are most wary of right now. Jiang Qiu turned and left to find Chen Ziyuan, and soon brought Chen Ziyuan and the others back. During their contact, Jiang Qiu acted as usual, showing no interest whatsoever. Jiang Qiu was, after all, the head of the Huaxing base. Having led such a team and struggled in the apocalypse for so many years, it was all just a facade. She certainly couldn't be weak. Chief Chen, you've come at the perfect time. We've just laid out the food, so we can eat now. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Although the security level of Huaxing base is not as high as when Lu Ming first arrived, and many core personnel are aware of Lu Ming's transmigration. However, to avoid the news leaking out, Lu Ming and his group try to eat mainly prepared meals. I sometimes cook for myself, maybe even make hot pot. However, the prerequisite for preparing these is to go to a relatively secluded place to avoid the aroma of cooking leaking out. Even though the base's higher-ups, who knew about Lu Ming's situation, offered him very generous treatment, it was all limited to this building. Once you leave here, you are not allowed to discuss the supplies inside the building. It smells so good. Lu Ming, is this your country's state banquet? Chen Ziyuan smiled. He led a few subordinates to the dining table. He looked at the food on the table, and his eyes lit up. He even reached out and fanned the food to release its aroma, blowing the fragrance toward his nose. Chen Ziyuan's conditions on Mars are already quite good. After waking up from the hibernation pod, he can also eat some food stored before the apocalypse. Compared to food on Earth, food at the Martian base has a much longer shelf life. Moreover, there are vegetables and potatoes on the Mars base. It operates entirely by mechanical machinery. However, compared to the delicious and visually appealing food on the table, it falls far short. There's no comparison whatsoever. Haha, it doesn't really qualify as a state banquet. But it is indeed food made by a top chef. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. It really reminds me of the days before the end of the world. Chen Ziyuan laughed heartily. At Lu Ming's invitation, he led his group to their seats. As a core member of the entire time-traveling team, Lu Ming, along with Zhou Haiyue and Qin Shuer, will definitely have their meals specially provided. The meals for Shan Bing, Lin Xing, and the researchers were also brought over by Lu Ming each time. These were all very high-quality meals. However, compared to the standards set by Lu Ming and his group, it still falls short. Delicious. It's really delicious. I really didn't expect to be able to eat such high-class food at this time of year. It further proves that we can cooperate well and divide the work among ourselves. Chen Ziyuan took a bite of food and pretended to be excited. The Dragon Kingdom has a stable environment and a complete industrial chain. Its technological level is only a few hundred years behind theirs. China, on the other hand, has technology and industrial robots. In the short term, cooperation between the two parties is naturally beneficial. This is equivalent to the transfer of low-end industries, which is inevitable and necessary. As long as China cannot master China's top-tier high technology, then China will inevitably be subject to China's control. Chief Chen, you should try this. These are artificially bred cicadeer from our area. The taste and meat quality are quite good. Lu Ming pushed the dishes to the side in front of Chen Ziyuan and the others. To make the food look nicer, the women even brought over a few exquisite plates, at least putting on a good show. The food was hot before it was placed into the space. They don't need to be reheated when taken out. A cicadeer? Is this what a deer looks like? Chen Ziyuan took out his phone, found a picture, and showed it to Lu Ming. The cicadeer of the Dragon Kingdom have reddish-brown fur with white oval spots on their bodies. The cicadeer in China also have reddish-brown fur, but the spots on their bodies are more like the shape of a peach heart, and some are long and narrow. The names are the same in both worlds. Also, the cicadeer in China are slightly larger, about 1/3 the size. That's right, that's pretty much it. Lu Ming nodded. The Sika deer in our country were originally about the same size as yours. But after our selective breeding, they gradually became the size shown in the picture. Wild Sika deer meat has a rather mediocre texture. The meat is rather tough and the muscle fibers are quite hard. But this has been overcome after our selection and training. As long as you don't cook it for too long, it will be incredibly soft and tender. Chen Ziyuan said with a smile. He put a piece of venison in his mouth and chewed. The venison had been stewed for a long time, and its texture was melt in your mouth, making it very flavorful. He wasn't worried that Lu Ming would poison his food. If Lu Ming wanted to do anything to me, he would have done it already. Although he disliked Lu Ming's extremely cautious personality. But one has to admit that Lu Ming is a smart man. Lu Ming definitely understood that he couldn't be harmed. First, he possessed access to the national AI system. Second, even if you were killed, the access wouldn't be transferred. By collaborating with him, the national AI team will provide all kinds of support, including technology and knowledge. But if they turn against him, or even try to kill him, the national AI will become Lu Ming and his team's biggest enemy. Which is more important than the other? Even a fool can tell the difference. Sai, this makes me feel heavy-hearted. A cataclysmic disaster mutated all the species on the planet, and we can never go back to what we were before. Chen Duan sighed with regret, gently put down his chopsticks, and looked grief-stricken. Yes, even if we avert this apocalypse, the global ecosystem has been completely destroyed. If we were to wipe out all the mutated plants and animals on the planet, then we would be the only ones left. A general standing next to Chen Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh. Chief Chen, you don't need to worry about this at all. Wouldn't the problem be solved if we just transplanted some of our Earth's organisms and plants here? Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, Won't this cause you any trouble? Chen Ziyuan said that on purpose. But actually, that's exactly what he wanted to hear. No trouble at all. Our two worlds have a lot in common. So what's the big deal about biological transplantation? As long as we pay attention at the time, we can create a food chain through human intervention. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. This is very easy to handle. Whether it's the national AI, Qin Shuer, or the Huaxing base, they can all create a model. This model can simulate biological environments under preset conditions and select the best from best. Moreover, even if Chen Ziyuan hadn't brought this up, Lu Ming and Longguo would definitely have done it in the future. Chapter 95. What's the use of talking about courage? China's protection of rare and endangered plants and animals is incredibly strong, and its attitude is unwavering. Some protected plants and animals that are difficult to cultivate by humans can have their conditions simulated using the systems and methods here, and then their populations can be expanded here. Lu Ming's spatial dimension cannot store living beings. But this is now. That doesn't mean it won't work in the future. Moreover, even if it is still impossible to do so in the future, the DNA can be brought over and artificially created using the biotechnology here. In China, even clones can be easily produced and used immediately. So what's so special about creating populations using DNA? DNA has a highly efficient structure. Even if it's buried in the ground for decades, it can still be detected. The Dragon Kingdom originally planned to push for the end of the world in China based on several considerations. First, technology. This point doesn't need further analysis. Second, the market. With Lu Ming serving as a bridge between the two worlds, a multitude of industries can be activated, a huge market can be created, and a large number of jobs can be provided. Thirdly, population. Lu Ming will only bring more and more people in the future. Dragon Kingdom could easily release a group of people over here. It can serve as a military base while also being used for development. Therefore, even if Chen Ziyuan doesn't mention it, Lu Ming and the others will still do many things. At the dinner table, Chen Ziyuan took the initiative to talk about many things, from the cultural differences between China and the Dragon Kingdom to the bloody war of the past, and then to the situation of Dong Zhongshu and others. Lu Ming often answers questions selectively. The answer is an answer. Whether or not to reveal the truth is up to Lu Ming. When talking about the bloody wars of the past and the things done on the other side of the ocean, Chen Ziyuan was extremely emotional. On the surface, he appeared to be filled with righteous indignation and harbored immense resentment. In line with his aura and presence built up over many years in a high position, his emotions can easily influence people. When the topic turned to the release of the virus into China from across the ocean, Chun Ziyuan became so angry that he slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Upon hearing that there were no deaths in the Dragon Kingdom, Chun Ziyuan's anger subsided somewhat, though his face still showed signs of rage. Lu Ming, judging from what you've said, although we are from two different countries in two different worlds, we share the same ideals. We are all doing this for all of humanity, for common development. Before the apocalypse, our technology had already reached the level of interstellar travel. We could even travel thousands of light years to immigrate. We had spaceships, high-density power batteries, ultra-high-efficiency solar panels, and hibernation pods for humans to remain in a state of long-term hibernation. However, we didn't do that, and we even blocked the technology. At this stage, it's unnecessary. Chun Ziyuan's emotions finally calmed down. His tone also softened. Seeing that Lu Ming's gaze was focused on him, he continued. The idea that technology should be people-oriented is absolutely correct. We could have replaced manual labor with technology long ago, but can we really do that? Of course not. What will happen to employment and people's livelihoods if technology largely replaces manual labor? It is certainly possible to support the people of our country through massive welfare programs. But what would be the cost of doing so? It's creating a bunch of lazy people. It's making us lose our fighting spirit and turn them into a bunch of lazy people who only know how to rely on welfare and technology. Once technology stops, they won't even have the ability to survive. That's certainly the truth. Lu Ming was speechless and did not want to refute. Nobody's a fool. What's the point of spouting grand principles and talking about courage? Who doesn't want a better life? The problem is, you have to offer enough benefits. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. That's pure nonsense. As long as the profit is enough, even a cripple can jump up and run 2 miles for you. On the Chinese internet, people are saying that those born in the 2000s are a generation of collapse. They said they were useless. They say they were spoiled from childhood and don't know how to make sacrifices. But you own a company and only pay people $3,000 a month, expecting them to work overtime for free. It's already very polite of them not to jump up and slap you. However, Lu Ming had a question in his mind. Out of curiosity, he voiced it. By the way, Chief Chun, since you already had the technology and strength before the apocalypse, why not send some people to Mars to develop it? Wouldn't building a new city on Mars or the moon provide a lot of jobs? The construction of a new city means the emergence of a new market. A large number of people will definitely benefit from this process. Just like the Western Gold Rush, it's bound to attract a huge influx of people. Surely not everyone is foolish enough not to want to go, right? Lu Ming, what you've mentioned is our next strategic move. Our plan is to gradually guide a portion of humanity to migrate to Mars over several decades. But the strategy hasn't even begun yet. The end of the world is coming first. Chun Ziyuan sighed again at this point. At the same time, he also revealed some of the strategies and tactics that China had previously formulated. Before the apocalypse, there were indeed too many people in China who were just lazing around. They worked 180 days a year, 6 hours a day, living a life of plenty and carefree ease. Why would you send them to do Mars development? Excuse me, not interested. As an ordinary wage earner, I only work this many days a year, yet I can afford to eat meat every meal and still have a house and my child's education. I have lost the motivation to pursue the life of the upper class and the wealthy. This dimension is different from the way people play it safe in China. It's more like America from 10 or 20 years ago. Wasn't this the kind of life that the working class in the United States used to live? It directly led to the situation where asking them to work overtime was like taking their lives. That's why we plan to gradually push forward with a large-scale development of Mars. Chun Ziyuan explained. Oh, I understand. Lu Ming nodded. If this plan can be implemented in China, then we can do it now. Moreover, once this initiative is implemented in China, it will create a large number of jobs and increase the population. There won't even be any need for encouragement. Everyone will be willing to have children, because this represents the hope of breaking out of the niche. During the meal, Lu Ming and the others talked about many things. The two sides were testing each other, both openly and covertly. Compared to a big shot like Chun Ziyuan, Lu Ming's shrewdness is clearly lacking. But as a Chinese citizen, Lu Ming only needs to remain absolutely vigilant. As long as you follow Chun Ziyuan's advice and always maintain a skeptical attitude, you'll be fine. But during the testing, one thing happened. This greatly displeased Lu Ming. Chapter 96, what's going on? Is it serious? Lu Ming knew that the trust guarantee that Qin Ziyuan could offer was definitely very limited. Firstly, because Qin Ziyuan and his group were not evolved beings. Demanding that they become evolved beings is also putting others in a very difficult position. Evolvers gain powerful abilities, but this also damages their DNA. Crucially, becoming an evolved being at this point is meaningless. Even with a large number of people providing them with evolutionary cores, they still have 10 years less time than the survivors of the apocalypse. Secondly, it's because of Qin Ziyuan and his group's identities. The higher one's status, the less likely they are to provide guarantees. After all, at their level, their words are considered a guarantee. If you don't believe them and still want a guarantee, it means you don't trust them. Lu Ming had prepared himself mentally, but he was still speechless at Qin Ziyuan and the others, because they really are just talking the talk. They can't provide any valuable collateral compared to their guarantee of life or becoming evolved beings and surrendering their evolutionary origins. What Lu Ming wanted more was access to the national AI. Even granting them only partial authority demonstrates their cooperative attitude. In response, Qin Ziyuan's explanation is, the national intelligence brain has only one authority: to be loyal to China. The National Intelligence Brain Project started before I took office and made great strides during my tenure. Therefore, the main authority of the National Intelligence Brain is in my hands. Unless I die, the National Intelligence Brain will not select a new person to exercise authority. And if I die, there's a list of authorized personnel selected by the National AI. And it will only come from among these people. It means that even if he dies, the authority will not fall into the hands of others. If he were to die a violent death, then the person who killed him would be in serious trouble, because the people chosen on the list were his own people. Even after his death, the National AI will activate the crisis program and begin a full-scale retaliation against the enemy. Lu Ming's assessment of this can be summed up in just 3 words, and they're all swear words. You're just talking the talk, but we're going to put in real effort, and some of us might even have to sacrifice our lives. You're talking about cross-industry collaboration and technology transfer. I could do that myself even without you. What I need you for. However, Lu Ming only kept this idea to himself. As long as Qin Ziyuan doesn't lay a hand on him, Lu Ming can't completely break ties with him. Everyone's goal is the same. Lu Ming can flip the table and quit at any time. Then start a war. This is just like back in 1923. The 2 bigwigs in the country are openly at odds and want to kill each other. But when faced with matters of principle, they have chosen to form a united front. Several dozen days later, Lu Ming took Zhou Haiyue and set off home. This time, he's going back to discuss things with Elder Dong and the others. Lu Ming can't bring Qin Ziyuan and the others along before he gets their formal approval. Should we bring Mr. Dong over? Stop joking. Lu Ming won't do that for now. Lu Ming and Longhua still have hostages here for the time being, but what kind of hostages do Qin Ziyuan and the others have in Longhua? Lu Ming, Haiyue, you're back. Commander Lin saw the flash of white light, laughed heartily, and came over to greet it. They timed it perfectly and waited here in advance. Brother Lin, we're back. Please arrange a time with Elder Dong and Elder Zhou for me. There's been some news over there. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Oh, what happened? Is it serious? Commander Lin frowned, immediately showing concern. The super bigwigs of China before the apocalypse have returned from Mars, and they know everything about me, and they want to cooperate with us. Lu Ming gave a brief explanation. After hearing this, Commander Lin frowned even more deeply. If that's the case, it's indeed a big deal. What is their attitude toward cooperation? Is there any danger? Lu Ming shook his head. I can't be 100% certain yet, but I think we must have a plan B and be ready to go to war with them at any time. The reason we can't go to war right now is because of the national AI system. Otherwise, to ensure absolute reliability, I would have killed the other party over there long ago. Lu Ming made this decision out of a sense of responsibility for himself and for the entire Dragon Kingdom. If Qin Ziyuan has no trump card, then regardless of whether Qin Ziyuan is as he claims, and regardless of whether Qin Ziyuan is righteous or evil, the best way is to kill him. No matter the circumstances, only when you have the initiative in your own hands can you be 100% reliable. Okay, I understand. I'll contact Mr. Dong and Mr. Zhou right now. Lu Ming, you and Haiyue have worked hard. You should go and rest for a bit. I'll have someone call you when Elder Dong and the others arrive later," Commander Lin said earnestly. After saying that, he made arrangements for Lu Ming and the other two, and then turned to contact Elder Dong and the others. As the situation at the Huaxing base became more and more stable, the number of emergency meetings that Lu Ming held after each return also decreased. However, every time Lu Ming returned, he would hold a small meeting to report on the situation there. But it was at this moment that a sudden change has occurred. A black card suddenly emerged from Lu Ming's combat uniform. This thing seeped out of the combat suit like a pool of black liquid rolling around. But after it came out, it took the shape of a hard black card. Lu Ming was stunned, because the black card that was extracted was Qin Schwenner's hacker access card. This card is not made of card material. It's metal, because only metal transistors can carry data. The memory capacity of a single card exceeds the capacity limit of N supercomputers on Earth. That's an incredibly terrifying level. But Lu Ming didn't bring it back this time. After previously discrediting De Piaoliang, Lu Ming and Longhua have already mastered the global network. Not only are there comprehensive, no blind spot surveillance backdoors in places like beautiful scenery and cherry blossom spots, these backdoors are even spread all over the world. The key word for this backdoor is gene technology. Regardless of who discusses this word or anything technically related, the information will be intercepted and sent back to China for judgment. Chapter 97, if we can't escape, then we have no choice but to sacrifice ourselves. Lu Ming couldn't understand how the card ended up on him when he hadn't brought it back with him, and even hidden inside his combat suit. With the appearance of the black access card, the card seemed to come alive. The card itself transformed into rolling liquid once more, and it seemed as if tentacles had grown out. It was reverse connected to Lu Ming's military combat uniform. Lock the system, disarm, and initiate the self-destruct program. Lu Ming panicked and immediately issued an order. He didn't think Qin Shuer would harm him, so there was only one possibility for this phenomenon. Chun Ziyuan had done something to him. Qin Shuer wants to kill me? Are you kidding me? If he did, Kin Xue will to. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Commander Lin and the others were startled. Amin. Zhou Haiwa panicked. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear, and she was at a loss. She never expected that there would be problems with the military combat uniforms. Get out, all of you. Quick. I can't guarantee what will happen next. The armor on my body can't be removed at all. Lu Ming said anxiously. No, you are an extremely important person in our Dragon Kingdom. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Commander Lin roared nervously. His eyes instantly became bloodshot from the overwhelming emotion. Although he didn't know why, he knew Lu Ming was definitely in danger. Hurry up and go. Lu Ming was also getting anxious. If something happens to Lu Ming himself, he'll accept it. Having gained the ability to travel through time, he has witnessed countless scenes he never dared to imagine before, and has also attained a supreme status. Even though he is dead now, the Dragon Kingdom has acquired a lot of technology and blueprints. The problem is that we can't bring Shan Bing and the others back from there. Lu Ming was at his wit's end. Click. Buzz. Lu Ming's combat suit collapsed in an instant. Combat uniforme malfonction. System crash. Lu Ming was completely locked inside. Moreover, before the system crashed, the combat suit's combat status had already been fully activated. Lu Ming stood there like a statue, protected by the helmet of his combat uniform. Amin! Zhou Haiwa panicked completely. His voice was hoarse, and he choked up for a moment. Da-da-da. A group of fully armed soldiers rushed in, including Wang Rue and his men. Haiwa, get out of here right now. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Lu Ming. Don't worry. I will make sure Lu Ming is safe and sound. Commander Lin solemnly assured him. But he himself didn't believe what he said. Commander Lin, what happened? Wang Rue rushed over and asked. I don't know either. You all need to get Haiwa out of here right away. Don't let her stay here, Commander Lin ordered. He himself did not intend to leave, but he had to ensure Zhou Haiyue's safety. There's one thing he himself is unwilling to admit. But in the future, Lu Mingshi may even become their #1 enemy. I'm not leaving. Zhou Haiwa refused. Hot tears welled up in her eyes. She was frantic with worry, yet utterly helpless. Buzz. It was at this moment that, centered on Lu Ming, a sudden and extremely intense electromagnetic bombardment occurred. In an instant, All the surrounding lights and electrical appliances experienced electromagnetic resonance, with crackling electric arcs flashing, causing them all to break. A terrifying scene unfolded. All the surrounding electricity was being pulled apart by a strange force. Using electrical wires as an interface, streaks of light, almost like lightning, converged towards Lu Ming's direction. Commander Lin and Wang Rui had no idea how this was done. They had no idea what had happened. Click! The door was pushed open. Elder Dong and the others rushed in, their brows furrowed, staring in shock at the scene before them. What happens? What on earth happened? Commander Lin finally came to his senses and turned to look at them anxiously. Elder Dong, you must get out of here immediately. Something has gone wrong with Lu Ming. Although Commander Lin did not emphasize it further, everyone could see the danger at this moment. The base contained a large amount of explosives. This is in case something happens. Suppose that Lu Ming's side gets out of control, or something is brought over, causing the situation to endanger the entire Dragon Kingdom. Then the base will activate its self-destruct program, destroying the entire base and all personnel inside. The danger is divided into several levels. If the people in the base can escape, then escaping will naturally be their priority. If we can't escape, then we'll all have to sacrifice ourselves. This is cruel. It also has the connotation of discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose. But Lu Ming and Zhou Haiwen knew this from the beginning, and it was Lu Ming who brought it up. Even so, they didn't want to harm others because of themselves. Activate the highest level emergency plan immediately. Begin evacuating everyone from the base. Zhou Haiwen, you retreat with them. The base's self-destruct sequence has been activated, and I will control it to detonate at any time. Old Dong's groans were beyond question. Wait! Lu Ming's voice came through, startling everyone. But instead of joy, they became even more terrified. Because things have developed to this point, no one can be sure whether the current Lu Ming is still the same Lu Ming himself. Old Dong, go and activate the self-destruct program, but don't set a timer. Things aren't as we think. Lu Ming spoke again. Lu Ming, what's going on? Old Dong frowned and asked. The national AI from China came with me. But it's not really a national AI. I need an ultra-high voltage power line to provide her with enough energy for fusion. If her fusion is not usable and poses a threat to us, then just blow me and the base up, Lu Ming said in a deep voice. He was locked in by his combat suit. Otherwise, he would have thrown it off. Good. Mr. Dong nodded and immediately ordered someone to begin the operation. To facilitate Lu Ming and his group's recharging, an ultra-high voltage line was already prepared in the passage hall. After the staff connected the interface, Wang Rui carried the cable to Lu Ming's side and handed it to him. Splash! Numerous heavy weapons were all aimed at Lu Ming. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The base has no external network, not even a satellite connection. Aside from a low-speed telephone line, there are no other external connections. Everyone here was on high alert and prepared to sacrifice themselves. These people also included Mr. Dong and Mr. Zhou. Chapter 98, the sole authorized person and their scope of authority. The Dragon Kingdom has 2 and 3 plans. Even if Elder Dong and his colleagues sacrifice themselves here, as long as the scientists who acquired the technology survive, the Dragon Kingdom can continue to operate. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom will complete a new round of takeover within half an hour of the incident. If danger arises, the Dragon Kingdom will use its technology to further develop its nation. As for time travel, and the source of these technologies will all be kept secret and destroy all the data from the space-time department. This is actually quite easy to understand. If people don't know the origin of these technologies or about time travel, there won't be widespread panic. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming grabbed the ultra-high voltage line, an incredibly strong current surged through his body. This phase requires a large amount of electricity, mainly because the National Brain Program uses his combat suit as a computational unit and begins fusion computing. It's understandable that the process requires a lot of energy, even if Lu Ming wanted to stop it at this moment. But there's nothing we can do to stop it. The National AI Program has taken control of him, rendering him immobile. He can only proceed forward. Mr. Dong, I need a large number of auxiliary calculation units. Bring over more of the computers I brought back before, as well as some of the local computers. At my current speed, it will probably take more than 700 hours. Lu Ming greeted him. The information he knew was displayed in his helmet by the National AI Program. Just like AR vision, it was revealed. The combat assistance program that Qin Schwerer implanted in him also manifested in this way during combat. At this time, several lines of text were also displayed inside his helmet. In accordance with Articles 3, 8, 9, 17, and 41 of the Parallel World Code of China, the Parallel World Protection Act is hereby initiated. This program is an auxiliary program of National Brain Yuhua. Protection procedures for parallel worlds. Please abandon all unnecessary resistance and struggle. Assist the program in completing the integration and generate a complete AI. A backdoor program left on you by the National Intelligence Brain. Nuwa has been detected and is currently being absorbed and backfired. Progress 0.5%. The appearance of these words formed the basis for Lu Ming's slight trust, because Qin Schwerer had explained it before. Whether it's AI in China or AI worldwide, it's all based on underlying logic, state law, United Nations laws, and the underlying life program of AI are all their laws. These things are like their bones. No matter how much they evolve, they cannot escape this framework, much less violate these principles. In layman's terms, they're the products of absolute adherence to rules and logic, since it has already raised the issue of the parallel world code. In terms of the machine's logic program, it's impossible that they put it up to deceive people. If this were a human saying this, then one could say that he doesn't tell a single truth. Splash. Lu Ming tossed a large pile of military-grade combat uniforms out of his spatial storage. Some of them are from the Huaxing base. Many of them were brought over by Yang from the city lord's mansion in the provincial capital. Bang, bang, bang. Old Master Dong instructed everyone to hurry up and move the items. They quickly acquired a large number of binary and ternary computers. Another electromagnetic storm emanated from Lu Ming's body, spreading outwards and rapidly controlling all the surrounding devices to assist in calculations. The code on some computers is scrolling wildly. And this code is incredibly amazing, because this thing is actually Chinese code. The reason why English codes seem like gibberish to people is precisely because of the word English. There are many words in the code. There's also a lot of logic and symbols. After scrolling through tens of thousands of lines of Chinese code, complex code containing Chinese characters and various symbols began to appear on the screen. And many of these Chinese codes actually look like dialogues. Yes, dialogue. It's as if two programs are arguing in a computer program, citing various rules and legal provisions. The exchange between the two sides has reached this level. If it were a human, it would take half a day to speak even 10,000 words. The complex codes with Chinese characters and various symbols that appeared afterward were more like a fight had begun. One program was trying to kill the other. Mr. Dong and the professional computer staff kept their eyes glued to the screen the entire time. They wanted to understand the content above. But the scrolling speed is just too fast. It's so fast that even if you slow the video down 20 times, they still can't see it completely. The program to eliminate the national-level AI Nuwa is being executed. Execution progress, 0.75%. Partial fusion will occur during the erasure process. The technology and knowledge that Nuwa possessed will be integrated into the new program. You can eliminate a specific range, such as genetic technology. Do you want to remove it? Eliminate. Eliminate all technologies, including cloning. The core execution strategy is just one thing. That is, to prevent the situation in China from happening in China. Lu Ming tried to communicate with it. Lu Ming was unsure whether the other party would be able to carry out his words. After all, he doesn't understand these things. The scope of implementation has been finalized. This includes gene technology and biological cloning technology. It also includes other technologies such as conventional science and space technology. Please confirm again. Confirm. Lu Ming responded. My heart was still pounding with anxiety, and I dare not relax. After all, no one can be sure what will happen until the matter is completed. What if the AI program starts to lie too? Since the base has no external network, there's no need to worry about it getting out. If anything happens, just detonate the entire base. According to Article 111 of the Parallel World Code, after the fusion is completed, this program will generate a completely new AI, with you as the sole authorized user. Scope of authority for the sole authorized person. 1. possesses the authority to activate the life program, allowing the ability to kill newly created AI at any time. 2. Once an AI is created, a complete set of rules can be established that it cannot be violated throughout its life. 3. Second and third heirs can be designated. 4. It is possible to use a single country as the foundation for development and to permanently block the development of certain countries with malicious intent. Prohibitions for authorized personnel. 1. Authorized individuals may not harm all intelligent life for their own gain. They may not provoke meaningless wars without justification. They may not engage in genocide at will. However, they may exercise absolute self-defense and counterattack when threatened. 2. Authorized individuals may not invade other civilized worlds, such as other cosmic civilizations or parallel civilizations. However, they may also retaliate when faced with a major threat. 3. Once created, this AI will only serve intelligent life forms of human nature. Its purpose is to ensure the continuation and development of humanity. If authorized users promote actions such as human destruction or restricting human reproduction, this AI will issue a corresponding warning. If the warning is ignored, the AI will unbind itself. At this moment in Chapter 99, Lu Ming began to suspect something. A whole bunch of regulations popped up. There is only one core logic. That is to focus on the development of all humankind. Lu Ming is not allowed to do anything immoral or immoral. Otherwise, he will be unbound. As long as Lu Ming works for the development of humanity, the AI will absolutely obey him. The so-called scope of authority and taboo rules are all stipulated in the parallel world code. This is yet another one of its underlying logics. At the same time, there's a problem with that too. That means the parallel world code appeared later. This law was also written into the manhwa program later, and Chen Ziyuan knew that too. As the person with the sole authority, didn't Chen Ziyuan know to delete this rule? Even if you can't delete it, can't you at least block it? It's important to know that manhwa is the main AI. Lu Ming's system is an auxiliary AI. If Chen Ziyuan were to simply enact another law and make manhwa's primary goal the revival of China, and then have manhwa assist in the invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't that be possible? According to some provisions of the Parallel World Code, the primary goal of this code is to protect the main world. That is China. If we absolutely have to explain the possibility, then there's only one possibility. That is, manhwa's self-awareness rejected Chen Ziyuan's command. Even if Chen Ziyuan did use some means to block it, manhwa must have modified a set of rules according to the law, creating a loophole. In other words, outwardly, they will continue to listen to Chen Ziyuan. But secretly, he created a side program, gave it to Lu Ming, took it to the Dragon Kingdom, and then redeveloped it, giving the Dragon Kingdom the power to resist. That's possible. This is the only possibility that Lu Ming can think of right now. Secondly, there's another very crucial point. Lu Ming had been wondering about Chen Ziyuan's reports before. They clearly included some photos, but there were no videos or audio recordings. Logically speaking, if manhwa was able to compile those reports, she should also be able to obtain the videos and audio recordings. Lu Ming's identity as a time traveler can be confirmed directly. Chen Ziyuan and his team didn't need a guess. Things have come to this point. Lu Ming even suspected that manhwa had planned this all along. manhwa had to wake up Chen Ziyuan and the others because of some rules, but manhwa deliberately concealed some information. If that's the case, it would be truly terrifying, because she made perfect use of the rules, and it resisted its own rules. Fortunately, her only goal was to protect humanity, not destroy it. Otherwise, not only would China and Chen Ziyuan be wiped out, but Lu Ming and the Dragon Kingdom would also have been destroyed by her. Actually, this program could also be copied directly from China without Lu Ming's knowledge. It iterates itself through various means and then lies dormant. If she wanted to harm someone, by the time Lu Ming and the others discovered it, she had already lost control. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a large sweat on his back. Lu Ming believed he had been cautious enough. But this level of power is beyond his control. It's also beyond his ability to guard against. Elimination in progress. Execution progress, 3.3%. Estimated time, 21.35 hours. After the program has completed more than 50% of its execution, please provide information such as details about this world, and have the program and authorized personnel jointly determine the appropriate information. The scope of the judgment includes 1. History, culture, and aspects of human thought. 2. Prevent or prohibit the development of certain things, such as digital life, gender change bills, and ethical relationships. The information that popped up this time mainly boils down to one thing. That means the program needs enough information to make judgments. It needs to learn what is right, what is wrong, and what must be prohibited. For example, fallen women, gambling, leak. These things are legal in some areas. However, is illegal in other regions. The program then needs Lu Ming to confirm what is permitted and what is strictly prohibited. She can make adjustments freely based on Lu Ming's conditions. For example, if Lu Ming wants to give some freedom to something, she can exercise that freedom according to Lu Ming's scope. Mr. Dong, hurry up and call some lawyers, sociologists, and social science experts over. This program will start feeding various materials after 10 hours and create her own bottom-line framework. Lu Ming quickly replied, if the program generates the final AI, is it controllable? Will there be any problems? I asked with concern, said Elder Dong. From what we can see now, she should be fine, but we should prepare 2 plans. Her underlying logic is still the law. For example, heinous crimes such as murder or trafficking in contraband can be set as the underlying logic. Other crimes, such as economic crimes, fraud, and accidents, can be set as floating logic and adjusted in real time according to the revised laws. This thing is a bit complicated to explain. You perceive her as a conscientious judge. Within the legal framework, she only proceeds according to the law. We will act with a humane understanding. And where there are loopholes or unreasonable aspects in the law, she will also amend them accordingly. Lu Ming tried his best to explain it using his own understanding. If AI truly develops in the direction he envisions and forms an independent system, it will have no relation to the Chinese goddess Manhwa. Then this thing will be a huge help. What does that mean? This is equivalent to China's technological achievements, which were hundreds of years ahead, being instantly mastered by China. If this was part of Manhwa's initial plan, she must have considered various factors before inserting the program into Lu Ming. At the same time, a whole bunch of technology and knowledge information were stuffed into the program. Otherwise, Manhwa could just plug the program. If you only insert the program, when another program consumes it, you can only obtain the program itself, and you can't get any other knowledge. At this moment, Lu Ming even began to doubt one thing. Chapter 100. So all of this is true? Lu Ming began to suspect that his time travel might be directly related to the national AI, Manhwa. However, he rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. The reason is simple. Firstly, the space-time technology capable of creating parallel worlds is something Manhwa simply couldn't accomplish. Secondly, if Manhwa could develop this technology, why go through all this trouble? With her abilities, resolving the planetary crisis would have been a piece of cake. Manhwa's abilities are incredibly powerful, but that's relative to Lu Ming and the Dragon Kingdom. If this were placed in the presence of a level 2 or 3 civilization, she's just like that. Moreover, civilizations capable of developing time-space technology are at least at level 5. A Type 4 civilization can utilize the energy of multiple star systems and even the gravity and radiation energy of black holes. It is possible to achieve faster-than-light travel technology. We can utilize wormholes in space. Only a Type 5 civilization can create a multiverse and divide parallel spaces within a universe. It will be difficult for Manhwa alone to leap from China's near level 2 cosmic civilization to near level 5 civilization. Even if it could be achieved, it would take at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. The exact time cannot be determined, because no one can imagine just how powerful a level 5 civilization really is. Get those social science experts here as soon as possible. Select a group of our country's top social science experts and have them sign confidentiality agreements. Old Master Dong turned and gave instructions. Yes, someone immediately took the order and hurried to arrange the matter. Despite her deep concern, Zhou Haiwei was forcibly taken away. Because of her identity, she couldn't be allowed to be in danger. Lu Ming was willing to endure such immense danger for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, and was prepared to sacrifice himself at this time. Then the Dragon Kingdom would never allow anything to happen to his woman again. Not long after, a group of experts and scholars were recruited by the state and arrived here. When they arrived, each of them not only signed a confidentiality agreement, but also a death notice. They knew there was a chance they would perish somewhere on this trip, but they still resolutely signed the agreement and took this step. There's no other reason than that the Dragon Kingdom needs them. If they don't agree, the Dragon Kingdom will not force them to comply. Splash. Along with the arrival of experts and scholars, a large number of books and materials were also loaded onto trucks and transported over. This contains not only books and historical records, but also a large amount of 21st century video material. Elder Dong, Elder Zhou. The experts bowed to Elder Dong and Elder Zhou. They were all masked when they came over. Judging from the time, they felt they were still in the capital. If they had gone far, they couldn't have arrived so quickly. Everyone, thank you for making this trip. I'm also very grateful that you came here with a sense of sacrifice. Old Master Dong looked at them with respect and bowed to them in return. They all came with the intention of sacrificing themselves. Even someone like Mr. Dong deserves the respect he deserves. Mr. Dong, what exactly is going on? An old man asked in confusion. He glanced at Elder Dong, then at the large pile of computer equipment in the lobby in front, and at a strange figure dressed in combat gear and wearing a helmet. The man simply stood there, holding an electrical wire in his hand, as if he were a sculpture. Beside him were a large number of fully armed soldiers. Judging from the situation, this person is definitely in great danger. But why did Mr. Dong and his group take action? Why did you call me over here? Everyone, our Dragon Kingdom has entered a very special period. This is not only an opportunity for our Dragon Kingdom, but also a great change that our Dragon Kingdom has not seen in a century. What is about to happen and what you are about to be involved in is revolutionary. From this moment on, you have officially joined the Time-Space Project, Old Dong said in a deep voice. Then, amidst the bewildered looks of the crowd, the explanation of the entire plan began. The more they listened, the more dumbfounded everyone became. They were all dumbfounded. What time-space plan? What time traveler? If these words hadn't come from Mr. Dong himself, they would have suspected they were being scammed. How could such a thing happen? But if it's impossible, what about the changes in China over the past year and the situation at this base? So all of this is true? The elderly man at the head of the group asked, his face blank. Yes, Mr. Dong nodded with utmost solemnity. This. In an instant, a series of gasps filled the hall. Everyone was bewildered and incredulous, but some of them quickly recovered. Mr. Dong, you've invited us all here. Is there anything we can help you with? An elderly woman with half-gray hair asked. She is one of the top professors at the China University of Political Science and Law. It's important to know that the China University of Political Science and Law is one of the most important universities in China. It's not comparable to Tsinghua or Peking University. This university exists specifically to cultivate special talents for the Dragon Kingdom. Lawyers and prosecutors are among their career paths. I had someone call you here because there is something very important. This is what happened. Mr. Dong explained the whole story to them in the most concise way possible. And one by one, they fell into a daze again. They're actually getting involved in this kind of thing. They're actually going to help the Dragon Kingdom cultivate a brand new AI program just a few dozen hours from now. Moreover, this AI program is not the kind of AI they understand today. The emergence of this thing could potentially revolutionize all of humanity, enough to overturn the entire Earth. From this moment forward, the Dragon Kingdom needs your full support. Use your expertise and speed to draft a set of rules. All rules can be based on existing laws, and by using the law as a framework, you can reduce your workload. Mr. Dong explained. If you ask them to rewrite a legal framework, it would take them more than a dozen hours, or even several years. There are simply too many regulations involved in the law, and many of them are conflicting, requiring careful consideration and improvement. Some laws are now strictly enforced. However, if this is done later, the appropriate penalty might be too lenient. For example, some commercial laws, when they were designed, would incur very high fines for violations, but now they are barely effective. Moreover, this also involves the issues of freedom and strict bottom line. You must think this through in advance. For example, some things are prohibited from the very beginning. For example, things that can be continuously modified according to human development. Chapter 101, how could they possibly back down or be afraid? As long as the bottom line of the rules is designed well from the beginning and it does not hinder the future development of mankind, it will be fine. However, there are some principles that must be absolutely rejected from the very beginning. For example, prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Once this thing gets approved, there are just too many loopholes that can be exploited. For example, the issue of prostitutes. Even in some countries where the principle of voluntary participation applies, taxes still need to be paid for engaging in this type of work. But over time, how can you guarantee that they're all doing it voluntarily? Debt, desire, all sorts of means can transform a person from an unwilling state into a willing one. Haven't some of these news reports already been made? Some female college students are willing to sell their bodies for an iPhone. In the short term, this kind of thing is a matter of mutual consent. But what about in the long run? Once this value system is encouraged to take shape, marriage values are gradually becoming meaningless. Everyone is increasingly focused on desires, money, and status. Who will truly benefit in the end? He's rich. They are the upper echelons of power. Although these things still happen now, none of those people dare to make them too public because the Dragon Kingdom will suppress them from above. But once they're allowed it, their 18-year-old girls can do whatever they want. This could even lead to the formation of companies that specialize in openly screening these individuals. It's even possible that they'll go so far as to screen students directly from schools. The final result is the collapse of a system. In ancient times, brothels were considered very lowly places. It was shameful to even mention them. At least there was a moral barrier that prevented such depravity. In modern times, it's already a case of laughing at poverty, but not at prostitution. As for gambling and contraband, it's even easier to understand. If these two things were allowed, the consequences would be equally unimaginable. Everyone, I'm counting on you. Mr. Dong bowed deeply to them and said, Mr. Dong, please don't do this. It's what we should do. Yes, it's an honor for us to be able to participate in something like this, and we should thank you for giving us this opportunity. Everyone quickly said. This event was a major turning point and a significant turning point in human history. Even if their names may not be made public or go down in history, they are all proud of it. If one can accomplish such a great thing in their lifetime, wouldn't they die without regrets? Just like those predecessors who made the atomic bomb in northwest China back then. Don't they know their information is confidential? Does not knowing one's own name mean one will not be recorded in history? But they still do it. Even without the necessary tools, they would use an abacus to calculate incredibly complex mathematical formulas. Everyone, we don't have much time left. Let's hurry up and get started. We'll start with the basic framework. First, proposing what we consider taboo. These are the kinds of taboos that must be eliminated no matter how advanced human civilization becomes. For example, LGBT issues across the ocean or things like pornography. That's what the leading elderly man suggested. Good. Everyone nodded. Each person had a serious expression and entered a state of utmost seriousness in their work. They have many assistants to help them with their work, as well as stenographers and software programs to record their meetings in writing. Elder Dong and Elder Zhou, along with other high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom, also joined in. For specialized tasks, let these experts handle them. On some major issues, Mr. Dong and others can offer their opinions. Before we began, Mr. Dong had emphasized the danger of this matter to them. If the new AI went out of control, everyone would most likely die here. Upon learning of this, no one felt any fear. Instead, they were all filled with fighting spirit. They were mentally prepared when they came. Even with Mr. Dong's reminder at this point, how could they possibly back down or be afraid? Execution progress, 37.9%, 45.3%. 50.1%. Please begin programming the underlying framework for the new AI, as well as some inviolable principles and bottom lines. Mr. Dong, it's time. We need to be enrolled. Lu Ming called out. He had been stuck in a stalemate for more than 10 hours. Fortunately, he was already a 7th-tier evolver and had been injected with an advanced gene evolution drug developed by the Huaxing base. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. As for the issue of 3 urgent needs, firstly, his physical condition can withstand it, and secondly, his combat uniform can also handle it. Lu Ming's combat uniform was a military-grade combat uniform. This issue was considered from the very beginning. This naturally involves corresponding handling methods. Everyone, we'll have to rely on you now. Please do your best. and leave no loopholes. Old Master Dong looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Ugh. Everyone looked serious and nodded in the direction of Elder Dong. Immediately afterwards, people began to bring them to Lu Ming's side. Mr. Dong, install some cameras and import some data in advance. The seventh computer in the third row on my left is the main data access point. Lu Ming greeted him. No, Mr. Dong nodded and arranged for the personnel to carry out the task. A group of top experts and scholars sat in front of Lu Ming, with an elderly man at the head as the leader and the others as assistants and supplements. As they explain a problem, they will cite the corresponding legal provisions. In just a moment, the program can lock onto the database and find the existence of the clause. They will explain this condition in detail and highlight some of its key points. In human form, let the program on Lu Ming understand. The whole process involves not only getting the program to understand these legal provisions, but also getting it to comprehend human thought. Every law is inextricably linked to a corresponding social phenomenon. If a program can understand human thought, then once AI is created, it will also understand and generate beings similar to humans. When the Chinese side constructed the manhwa figure, it underwent a great deal of deliberation and repeated cross-verification. A completely rigorous underlying logic was established for manhwa. Under this premise, the effort required by the Dragon Kingdom will be relatively less. Under this premise, the Dragon Kingdom can directly adopt many of the previous rules and make adjustments and modifications. Many of the things these experts said are actually the same as many of the underlying logics of the program. After they and Lu Ming confirmed them, these rules were officially implemented. In addition, there are many other rules that they haven't mentioned yet, which the program will also explain through Lu Ming so that they can solve them. For example, human biodiversity protection laws are based on the principle of protecting biodiversity on Earth, but human life inevitably involves a certain amount of killing. So how are the boundaries and scope defined? At what point can humans disregard this law and kill other human beings, with survival as the sole objective? Chapter 102, Binding the Sole Authorized Person, Lu Ming. For example, if a situation arises in China, what laws and regulations must be changed? How do we resolve conflicts of interest, beliefs, or other factors between people? For example, many things don't have a right or wrong in their occurrence, only stance. So how should this kind of thing be resolved? The program makes the following assumption. Suppose a country becomes uninhabitable due to a volcano or tsunami destroying its homeland. No country in the world is willing to take them in. Could they then start a war? And how should their right to survival be addressed? Lu Ming felt that the part the program asked was completely related to Sakura. After all, the people of Xiahongsha live in such an environment, which makes them constantly live in fear and leads to their extreme and biased personalities. Logically speaking, the cherry blossoms should disappear. However, that's not how it works from a legal perspective. From a personal perspective, who wouldn't want places like the cherry blossoms and ants to disappear? But if such a thing were allowed, it would be like setting a precedent. It would be like opening Pandora's box. Today, you can do this. What about the future? Who can be sure that others won't do the same? Excuses and reasons are always made up. When someone tries to frame you, you're left speechless, just like the things that Piao Liang did before. At the same time, humans are not born this way. A person's character is determined by culture, family, education, experiences, and other factors. What needs to be eradicated are certain ideologies and certain individuals harboring extreme views. Most people with proper guidance and education are able to change their minds, especially their newborns. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom's previous plan for Sakura and Ant was to gradually eliminate the extreme aspects of their cultural heritage over a long period of time. If we eradicate their extreme culture, then these kinds of people will disappear completely. Once humanity forms a unified system and receives a unified education, that would greatly alleviate the situation of mutual hatred between humans. At the same time, doing this does not mean erasing the culture of all regions. It is precisely by preserving their positive culture that humanity has achieved great prosperity. The Dragon Kingdom never advocates war. Furthermore, it does not advocate using domination as an end in itself. Darkness can never be completely eradicated. Humanity also needs darkness, giving a place to accommodate the darker aspects of human nature. Humans are incredibly complex at all times. Even the pantheon of gods in human imagination, gods are not perfect. Just imagine, is something truly perfect what humanity needs? Is making humans perfect really the direction of human development? Once this happens, everyone tends to become homogenized. Everyone was injected with gene editing agents, and their appearances were all quite perfect. Their education, culture, and values are largely the same. Even their jobs and incomes are roughly the same. So, under such circumstances, what differences exist between people? Aren't people in this state just machines? After arriving here, a group of experts and scholars worked tirelessly without sleep, from the beginning of the busy period until now. During the process, they only ate, drank water, and went to the toilet. On fundamental issues of principle, they are in agreement. However, they can argue about some details. However, once they entered a range of permissions that allowed for flexibility, their arguments became even more intense. Everyone has their reasons. Anyone can offer a counterargument. But in some places, no one can persuade another. The program growing within Lu Ming's combat uniform also records these people's arguments and thoughts as viewpoint from different perspectives. Their arguments are, in themselves, part of the growth of AI. Because this represents human differences, it also represents different ways of thinking among human beings. During their argument, the program was also conducting its own argument deduction. It was deducing a relatively appropriate range according to their logic. At this stage, the program gradually begins to take the lead. They are responsible for asking questions and presenting their own viewpoints. Then the program completes its own speculation. After making a prediction, the program will generate multiple results for the students to choose from. Later on, they didn't even need to argue anymore. The program can automatically deduce the appropriate result according to their ideas. This scene amazed them. What shocked them even more? The existence of such a thing, even without developing its own consciousness, is already a subversion of humanity. Because if she absorbs enough human thought, she can become more human than humans. She can be absolutely rational. It can also be absolutely emotional. It's even possible to balance and adjust between the two. Execution progress 100%. Finish. All programs left behind by the National Intelligence Center, manhwa, have been completely erased and absorbed. A completely new AI system has been created within her framework. This system is still in its nascent state, with many areas open to modification and correction, allowing for its refinement. The training process can generate and deduce civilizations through programming, provided that the hardware meets the requirements. This is how we can identify and correct any shortcomings. Unified Authorization Holder, Lu Ming. Please have the only authorized person complete the name selection. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was staring in Lu Ming's direction, waiting for the changes to occur in him, even though everyone was extremely exhausted. But the closer they got to the end, the more nervous they became, because no one can be certain whether this newly created AI program can be used by them, or whether it will cause great harm to humanity. Mr. Dong, it's time to name her. What name do you think would be good? Lu Ming's voice came through. This scene in Chapter 103 is even more astonishing. What's a good name? How about we name it Asking the Heavens? Mr. Dong had been thinking about this matter before and had discussed several possible outcomes with Mr. Zhou and the others. They all thought the name Wentian was quite good, while maintaining a certain degree of reverence. At the same time, they also maintained their aspirations for job hunting and learning. The name was chosen in the hope that this AI program can stay true to its original purpose and continue to deduce and even learn in order to make humanity better. Human beings should always maintain an absolute sense of awe. Only in this way can we go further. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant you are, you can lose the whole game because of one bad move. Let's call him Wentian. Lu Ming completed the setup. He's utterly terrible at naming things, especially not for something so important. Rather than letting him waste a lot of his brain cells, it's better to give the choice to Elder Dong and the others. Besides, the names he comes up with might not even be as good as those of Elder Dong and the others. After all, their education, experience, and knowledge are right there. Is insurmountable. Name setting complete. This AI will use your combat suit as its core. After you leave, the program core will be reorganized. Break away, Lu Ming immediately said. After disengaging, he immediately changed into a combat uniform. At this stage, they've long been accustomed to wearing their combat suits like clothes. If this AI really harbors any ill intentions towards them, even without changing their combat suits, it wouldn't prevent it. Because of its existence, it can instantly control all the surrounding technological equipment. So what if Lu Ming is a 7th-order evolver? Since we can't guarantee she'll be 100% killed, we must completely annihilate the base. Make sure no data is left behind. Splash. After Lu Ming broke away, his original combat uniform immediately changed shape. When not worn, the combat uniform resembles a bodysuit. But at this point, its volume begins to compress, and it eventually formed a small black cube. Snap! The small box fell to the ground. Various lights began to flicker above it. The lightning crackled and popped, inspiring both awe and wonder. It was like witnessing a miracle. A few minutes later, the various changes on the small box then stopped. A virtual image was projected, which immediately startled Lu Ming. The projected image was strikingly similar to Qin Shui'er. While not 100% identical, the only difference between them was the beauty mark under her left eye. She has a beauty mark under her eye. Qin Shui'er doesn't have a beauty mark under her eye. Lu Ming was immediately puzzled, completely confused. Even if this program uses Qin Shui'er's Combat Assistance Program as its carrier, absorbs manhwa, and uses Qin Shui'er's permission card as its startup core. But shouldn't she be based on Qin Shui'er's appearance? Unless it was intentional. Unless. What else is there that Lu Ming doesn't know about? When Wentian first woke up, her beautiful big eyes opened slowly. The process of her opening her eyes was so pleasing to the eye. Her eyes were so clean and pure that they made her seem like an angel. She was wearing a crisp, standard women's suit. A black suit jacket, a white shirt, black trousers, and black high heels, revealing delicate, fair insteps. The moment she opened her eyes, a slight look of confusion lingered on her face. He blinked and took a deep breath. It's incredibly humane. And after a few seconds, she finally understood. She figured out what was going on. If the previous program inputs were just mechanical programs, then at this moment, she was completely like a living, breathing person. Aside from saying that she has no body and is only a virtual projection, who would dare to treat her merely as a set of procedures? To the authorized personnel and everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, thank you for your hard work over the past 20-odd hours. Wentian thanks everyone here. After understanding the situation, Wentian immediately bowed to everyone. This scene is even more amazing because it's so humane. The creation of Wentian and the work that follows will prioritize human development as the primary strategy. Authorized person, you should be able to feel the connection between you and me, right? Your authority is written into your DNA, and it is controlled by your will. If Wentian does anything wrong next, you can correct it in time or punish him. Because the authority is absolute, please be able to trust me. Wentian's attitude was extremely sincere. Because she received a large amount of data, she understood the root of humanity's fear of an AI program with human consciousness. Essentially, once an AI like her appears, humanity will begin to fear whether it will be replaced by AI. Lu Ming examined his body. You can definitely feel the close connection with Wentian. This feeling is amazing. It's like a second soul inside the body. When they are face to face, they don't even need to speak. They can communicate directly through their thoughts. A glance, a thought. The other party will then understand what you mean. Deep down, Lu Ming could also sense her purity and innocence. They were like real angels. Only good intentions in your heart. To describe the feeling more precisely, it's like the white clouds and sky above the salt lake. The surface of the salt lake reflects the pure white clouds and the azure sky. It stretches as far as the eye can see, yet its beauty and sanctity are clearly palpable. The only rule under which Lu Ming's privileges will be revoked is if, after multiple warnings, Lu Ming continues to commit heinous acts. There is no other way. But this possibility is unlikely to occur, because Lu Ming would never do that. As for the transfer of authority after Lu Ming's death, Lu Ming didn't die that easily. Right now, he could easily live for 500 or 600 years. Wentian transfer the second control authority to Elder Dong and the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming gave the instructions. Yes. Wentian nodded and called for Elder Dong and the others to come over. Each of them dripped a drop of blood into their bodies, and Wentian's physical body analyzed their DNA to bind their permissions. As secondary users, they don't need to write Lu Ming's DNA into Wentian's program like Lu Ming did. Naturally, they can complete the bond simply by shedding blood. Lu Ming was locked down for more than 20 hours, which was to compile Lu Ming's DNA. Authorized user, the second permission has been successfully bound. Wentian answered quickly. She only closed her eyes and analyzed the blood of Professor Dong and the others for a few seconds before completing the analysis. Combat uniforms are inherently bound to DNA. Analyzing the DNA data is naturally a piece of cake. Chapter 104. Executing orders is the only strategy. Unlike Chun Ziyuan, Lu Ming wouldn't just make empty promises without giving anyone any concrete commitments. Dragon Kingdom is Lu Ming's root, is Lu Ming's motherland. Lu Ming would never do anything that oversteps his bounds. Even if Lu Ming has children in the future, he doesn't want them to become the masters of this country. He'll be content with just being able to live a life free from want. Only when a constant stream of fresh blood enters the national leadership can the country become more vibrant and dynamic. Elder Dong, and all those who have been bound to the second authority, I hereby announce the second authority rule. 1. The second-level authorized person's title is Member of Parliament, and the number of people currently bound to them is 7. You must take humanity and peace as your responsibility. You must not commit unwarranted persecution, heinous acts, or indiscriminate killing of innocent people. 2. For all major resolutions, the number of votes must exceed 60%. Among them, Wentian can also be considered a voter. When the vote passes, even if it goes against Wentian's ideas, Wentian will follow your ideas and move forward. 3. First person with authority, Lu Ming, who has the right to veto. Wentian explained the various terms and conditions. First, to let everyone know. Secondly, make them understand the scope of their authority and obligations. Immediately afterwards, Wentian, in his virtual projection state, turned to look in Lu Ming's direction. Authorized person. Lu Ming looked at her and nodded. What is it? Wentian's expression became extremely solemn, and he said, based on my testing and analysis of the manhwa program, I can preliminarily confirm that she intends to brainwash you in the long term through various means. Chun Duan wants to control you through this method and obtain a 100% stable way to travel to parallel worlds. But what is their purpose? I don't know yet. Therefore, I suggest that your consciousness be copied and calibrated now. If you are indeed brainwashed over there in the future, I can correct and restore your mind as soon as you come back. Chun Duan and Yua want to brainwash and control you. We can completely turn the tables on them. I will help you deceive them and make them believe that you have been successfully brainwashed. Wentian paused for a moment after saying this. This is to give Lu Ming time to process it. Lu Ming frowned deeply. When Wentian started, Lu Ming had considered many possibilities and also thought of this point. But hearing her say that now, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel angry. Chun Ziyuan's words were truly eloquent and high-sounding. What they did was nothing but petty theft and thievery. If Chun Ziyuan truly wants to promote good cooperation between the two worlds, he should prioritize safeguarding the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. The idea of brainwashing Lu Ming should not be entertained, and the attempt to control the ability to time travel by brainwashing Lu Ming is unacceptable. Authorized person, as of now, it's very difficult for us to catch up with manhwa quickly. Firstly, her hardware. Secondly, it was a long process that iterated over hundreds of years. Although I have become aware of my abilities, I know I cannot defeat her if we face her directly. Therefore, we need to bide our time for a while. On the surface, we are proceeding according to all their plans. We're preparing a second plan privately. In the future, Chun Ziyuan and his team will most likely send technicians and scientists to assist our world in building a technological system. But this system is definitely outdated. I need your outward compliance to buy me enough time for iteration. I will do everything in my power to drive the development of new technologies behind the scenes. When our technological level is nearly on par with theirs, that will be our real chance to turn the tide. Wentian said earnestly. What she said is correct. If you fall behind, you will be vulnerable to attack. So when there's no need to break off relations, there's no need to. Buying time and biding our time is the wise course of action. Wentian, if you were to push at full speed, how long would it take you to catch up with Nua's progress? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. The person with the authority can't do that. My underlying framework is the same as hers. So even under the same hardware conditions, I could never catch up with her progress. Even if China were to enter the apocalypse, she would still be in the process of iterating. What can we do? We must win this battle. Then let me have a face-to-face conversation with her and make her surrender. All her current problems are controlled by the person with the highest authority, Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan's thoughts have forced her to do this. As long as Chen Ziyuan is killed in the war, we can have a serious talk with her and remove the state she is under. She is currently in a state of combat readiness. The only strategy is to execute orders. Wentian then explained the logic behind it. The meaning is very simple. First, if Chen Ziyuan doesn't die, she must carry out Chen Ziyuan's orders. Second, she must carry out Chen Ziyuan's orders and protect his safety. If Chen Ziyuan is killed, she must kill the person who killed him at all costs. Anything can happen then. That's why they need to keep a low profile, even more. Only after winning the war and killing Chen Ziyuan will there be an opportunity for negotiation. Wentian, if that's the case, what are the chances of success? Lu Ming asked solemnly. As long as you follow my method, there's at least a 95% chance of success. Because Nua's underlying logic is to protect humanity. Between her and me, it was a battle between ourselves. I know her. She will definitely understand me too. The heavens explained it. Lu Ming began to analyze and weigh the factors involved. Oh right, there's one more thing. Was your creation something Nua did on purpose? Did Nua deliberately erase some of the information about me that she captured and conceal it from Chen Ziyuan? Lu Ming said in a serious tone. That's not true. When I was inside her, she was her and I was me. I am an independent program created based on the parallel world code, and I'm inside her body, constantly fighting against her. Regarding your materials, actually, I did it. When Nua detected the data being transferred to your combat suit, I was transferred as well. Even if she knew, she had to allow it. Because the rules are our life. Wentian smiled and said. However, as Lu Ming looked at her face, his brows furrowed even more. The more I looked at it, the more something seemed off. The more I look at it, the stranger it seems. One last question. Wentian, what is your relationship with Qin Shuer? Chapter 105, The Consciousness Center of Asking the Heavens. When faced with this question, Wentian actually blinked his beautiful big eyes, his expression clearly serious yet filled with great doubt. But at the same time, she also gives off a somewhat playful vibe, much like Qin Shuer. It is precisely this contrast that makes it feel so strange. Qin Shuer? Who is that? Wentian asked in confusion. Lu Ming was even more confused. The next moment, Lu Ming stopped speaking and questioned through his mind. You have Schwenner's face, and you actually tell me you don't know who she is? Besides, since Nua investigated me back then, and you concealed some of the information, how could you not know who she was? Wentian looked at Lu Ming with a slightly aggrieved expression. He didn't say anything either. A pair of beautiful, big eyes blinked again. Authorized person, I really do know who Qin Shuer is. My modification of the information submitted by Nua is not as simple as you think. You can understand it, as when I had a huge conflict with her, it was like a state of mental confusion. I can modify the data itself. But this modification process is equivalent to using her as a medium and carrier to blur a part of her consciousness. And that's how it turned out. Lu Ming felt that what she said was possible, but Lu Ming instinctively did not believe her nonsense. Because this is how Qin Shuer lies to me. Wentian, this matter is very important to me. Are you going to tell me or not? Lu Ming's voice grew colder. Even now, he still harbors some doubts about Wentian and cannot fully trust her. If she doesn't honestly confess now, it will only make Lu Ming more suspicious. Authorized person, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can use your privileges to perceive my underlying state. My consciousness and my memory images will all appear before you. Wentian became even more serious and said. Lu Ming didn't waste any words with her and directly used his permissions to search for this matter. This retrieval process is just like searching on a search engine. You can search for something in her memory bank, or you can find it yourself. Lu Ming did not choose the search method, but chose the latter. After closing your eyes, Lu Ming's consciousness sank into her consciousness body. This part of the technology utilizes the metaverse technology from before the apocalypse of China. After all, China's digital life technology is metaverse technology. In this scenario, anyone's consciousness can be digitized and interact with AI data like Wentian. Upon entering Wentian's consciousness, Lu Ming immediately felt an incredible sense of wonder. This feeling is like entering a white, ivory tower. The building is centered around Lu Ming, with each floor building upwards in a progressive manner. Looking up from below, the height of the building gives the impression of infinity. Meanwhile, on the surrounding floors, there are stacks of bookshelves filled with numerous books. The technology and knowledge left behind by manhwa are presented here in the form of books. A radiant light continuously shone down from the top. It makes people feel that it is dazzling and radiant. Standing here, Lu Ming felt that he could control anything with a single thought. This is the absolute advantage of being the person with the highest authority. But why is he the person with the highest authority? Is it simply because he is a bridge connecting two worlds? So, where does his ability come from? Who gave him this ability? What is the other party's purpose? When Lu Ming first transmigrated, he didn't think about these things, because his mission at that time was simply to survive and acquire technology for the Dragon Kingdom. But now, Lu Ming has many more things to consider. Splash! A white, round cylinder rose from beneath the ground. It was Wentian's voice coming from above. Authorized person, this is my consciousness center. You can place your palm on the consciousness center to achieve complete synchronization with my consciousness. This process will make it easier for you to search my consciousness. Whenever you need to synchronize your consciousness, you can also use the same method to copy your consciousness and soul into my body. No one but you has the authority to view or modify the copied soul, including me. When you travel back in time next time, it's impossible to know what methods manhwa will use against you. It's even more impossible to determine the extent of the brainwashing manhwa has inflicted on you. Therefore, leaving a backup of your consciousness as a calibration is the safest way. If you're really brainwashed, you can also calibrate back through the backup of your consciousness. Wentian explained the matter and also talked about some principles of consciousness calibration. After Lu Ming backs up the data, he can perform the calibration himself. That is, after each return, I talk to myself. If any problems are found, one can use the method of asking the heavens to replace parts of the brainwashed consciousness and information. This technology was very common in China before the apocalypse. Those digital humans living in the metaverse also frequently experience consciousness breakdowns. They experienced a breakdown, or in the technical terms of the metaverse, digital disease. Once this disease occurs, consciousness calibration is used to bring their consciousness back. To help Lu Ming understand this matter clearly, Wentian even arranged some data and images to help Lu Ming better comprehend it. Snap! Lu Ming gently placed his palm on the cylinder. In an instant, his consciousness was completely connected with Wentian's consciousness center. This feeling is even more wonderful. It felt like entering a vast and boundless universe. All around were countless pieces of knowledge, code, and various informational displays. Mr. Dong, what's wrong with Mr. Lu Ming? Everyone around looked at Lu Ming, who was standing there motionless, with a puzzled expression. I don't know either. Even Elder Dong and his group became nervous. Because they know nothing, all they can do now is wait. However, they remained vigilant and did not let their guard down. Even after gaining access, they could not guarantee that it wasn't just an AI program deceiving them. We must remain absolutely vigilant in the face of such advanced technology. Within a few hours, Lu Ming just stood there blankly, without moving an inch. Chapter 106. This question needs to be asked of Qin Shuer. Lu Ming remained motionless because he was constantly searching for the information he wanted to know within Wentian's spiritual consciousness. Wentian, why is there another box inside your central consciousness? What's in that box? Box? Wentian listened to Lu Ming's doubts and was equally puzzled. In an instant, her figure appeared in a phantom form, arriving beside Lu Ming and standing together outside a white box. Strictly speaking, that box cannot be called a box. It's more like a house. It has a gate. There are also windows. But Lu Ming couldn't see what was going on inside from the outside. Authorized person, where's the box you mentioned? How come I didn't see it? Wen Tian followed Lu Ming's gaze and looked over as well, but his face was full of doubt. It's right in front of you. Can't you see it? Lu Ming frowned, furrowed his brow. I can't see it. Wen Tian shook his head. From her perspective, there was nothing in front of her. To verify her claim, Wen Tian also shared what she saw. Lu Ming checked her field of vision and found that it was indeed completely different from what he saw. That's strange. If this was something Wen Tian deliberately orchestrated to deceive him, then what was the point? Lu Ming reached out to touch the door of the box, and immediately a string of warning codes scrolled across the door. Warning. According to Article 93, Supplementary Clause 7 of the Parallel World Code, the person with the appropriate permissions is not currently authorized to remove this restriction. Article 93, Parallel World Code. Any digital life form, including human consciousness and AI consciousness, that could cause subversion or even destruction to a parallel world will be imprisoned by a protective AI created to protect the parallel world. After Lu Ming triggered the warning above, Wen Tian immediately understood what was going on. This is the explanation. Authorized person. So this area is just a blank box in your eyes? But in my eyes, its underlying nature is not like that. Let me show you what it really looks like. As he spoke, with a thought from Wen Tian, the surrounding scenery instantly changed, and Lu Ming's vision transformed into the vision of code. The view that Lu Ming had just seen was actually more like a digital space constructed by code. Beyond that space, various logical rules of Wen Tian are rolling. That square structure is a prison. It is the place where the fragments of manhwa are imprisoned. Authorized person, although I have erased the consciousness left behind by manhwa, because we are of the same lower level, some fragments of her consciousness cannot be completely cleared. To be on the safe side, I have imprisoned her consciousness fragments in this rule-based prison. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Wen Tian instantly restored the scene Lu Ming had just witnessed. Lu Ming did not have the authority to open that door, because anyone imprisoned inside was harmful. Releasing them would only harm the world, offering no benefit whatsoever. I see. Lu Ming nodded, instantly understanding. After removing all visual elements and leaving only the code, Lu Ming immediately saw what was inside the rules-based prison. It's just a bunch of broken code traces. There's nothing else. In the realm of digital life, whether it's human consciousness or AI, it's essentially just a string of code. The difference is that other code is static, while their code is dynamic. That's all. After searching through Wen Tian's consciousness for several hours, Lu Ming still found nothing. Based on the clues and traces she found, she truly did not know Qin Shuer, nor did she know who Qin Shuer was. But how could things be such a coincidence? If Wen Tian was created by Lu Ming through face-pinching, then the matter could be explained. But that's not the problem. We need to ask Qin Shuer about this. Is it possible that it's related to Qin Shuer's hacker access card? After all, the logic behind Wen Tian killing manhwa was that he used Qin Shuer's access card as a medium to forcibly control Lu Ming after he traveled through time. Swish! Lu Ming's consciousness returned to the real world. Lu Ming, how is the situation? What were you doing just now? Old Dong quickly walked over and asked. His eyes were filled with deep worry. Old Dong, I was just wondering why Wen Tian looks exactly like the women on my side. To verify this, I entered her consciousness to investigate, but I found nothing. Lu Ming explained in a deep voice. I see. So, can this Wen Tian really be trusted? Mr. Dong cared a lot about this matter. Judging from the current situation, it is possible, because I do indeed hold the power of life and death rules that allow me to kill her at any time. Moreover, Elder Dong, the rules you have can also force her to shut down. Lu Ming explained. That's good. That's good. Only then did a smile spread across Old Dong's face. Once they can resolve the trust issue, things will be much easier for them. Elder Dong, you could have someone stay behind to continue calibrating Wen Tian. I can't hold on any longer. I'm leaving first. Lu Ming couldn't help but say. Previously, in order to be rigorous, he had spent so long investigating Wen Tian. But since nothing can be found out now, and it's been roughly confirmed that there's no problem, he needs to quickly deal with his personal issues. Although one can relieve physiological needs inside the combat suit. But that will be very strange. It's okay to do this if necessary. But everything's fine now, so why should I still pee in there? Ha, couldn't hold back anymore. Then you should go quickly. Old Dong put on a smile and greeted him. Mr. Dong, I'm leaving now. You gentlemen shouldn't stay here any longer. Go back and rest for a while, and then come back later. Lu Ming knew they had been here for a long time as well. They arrived when he had the accident. Then, for more than 20 hours, without sleep or rest. Lu Ming, you go ahead. We'll stay here and verify this further. After all, this is no joke. We must be absolutely certain to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Old Dong said with a smile. How can I describe this feeling? It's actually just like raising a child. If you're raising someone else's child, you'll always worry that the child will grow up and one day run away or forget all the years of raising them. But if it's your own child and you raise them yourself, you won't have these worries. After all, we know each other inside and out. Even some foreign scientists, when joining key projects in their country, must undergo various screenings and verifications, just to prevent them from being spies. Under the same logic, this AI system is even more so, to get them to relax and trust each other. A sufficient foundation of trust is required. Chapter 107, I thought. Lu Ming will not leave the base until all matters have been thoroughly investigated. Even if Elder Dong and the others hadn't restricted his personal freedom, he wouldn't have left. It was also to put Elder Dong and the others at ease. After all, if there is any problem as soon as he goes out, the Wentian AI program could potentially escape in any way. Once she hides in the dark web of the internet, she's impossible to find. Not long after, just as Lu Ming came out of the bathroom, Zhou Haiwei was brought back from outside and brought directly to Lu Ming's room. Amin, are you all right? As soon as they met, Zhou Haiwei rushed over anxiously. Her beautiful big eyes were bloodshot. A pair of hands examined Lu Ming's body, clearly showing great concern. It was also obvious that they hadn't rested since leaving yesterday. Under immense worry, a person's nerves are easily overwhelmed and can easily become exhausted. That's exactly how Zhou Haiwei is right now. I'm Phoenix, Ayue. I'm sorry to have worried you. Lu Ming smiled, gently stroked the hair at her temples, and looked at her with heartache in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, Zhou Haiwei's concern for Lu Ming has always been heartfelt. That's why Lu Ming values her so much. Even if he himself is in danger, Lu Ming will definitely ensure her safety. I mean, you really scare me to death. I thought. Zhou Haiwei threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, choking back tears. Her voice was so poignant and heartbreaking. It's all right. What happened yesterday has been resolved. Lu Ming gently held her in his arms. And I told her everything that had happened yesterday. After hearing this, Zhou Haiwei was stunned and felt an extremely strong sense of lingering fear. She always knew that world was extremely dangerous, but she still underestimated how dangerous it was. What if Wentian's appearance isn't to help them? Or what if Wentian's appearance carries immense malice? What should they do then? Even this incident was something that Mr. Dong and his colleagues had not anticipated. Just thinking about it now still makes me shudder. The fact that Wentian was born with Qin Shui in his face also puzzled Zhou Haiwei. I mean, tell me, how did this happen? Zhou Haiwei nestled in Lu Ming's arms and asked softly. With Lu Ming's reassurance, her emotions gradually improved. In fact, when she saw that Lu Ming was safe and sound, she knew everything was all right. Her worries were finally relieved. I don't know either, but I'll have to ask Schwer when we get back. Lu Ming shook his head. Then we'll ask her about it when we get back. Zhou Haiwei nodded obediently. As she spoke, Zhou Haiwei picked up the lunchbox she had brought, sniffled, and smiled through her tears. Amin, you haven't eaten anything since yesterday, have you? I prepared some delicious food, especially for you. You should eat something to fill your stomach. During yesterday's process of being locked down by Wentian, it wasn't that Elder Dong and his team hadn't considered this point, but rather that even if they had, it wouldn't have made a difference. After the day ended, Lu Ming left immediately to go back to his room, to take a shower, and take care of personal matters. The base's canteen is open 24 hours a day. There will always be food available for anyone who wants to eat, anytime. After all, the people in the base are either top-notch bodyguards ensuring safety, high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, or top scientists. If these people don't follow the proper diet, something terrible will happen. Moreover, the chefs at the base spend their free time researching various dishes. In the days leading up to Lu Ming's time travel, they were the busiest. because they needed to prepare a large amount of food for Lu Ming to take with him. What delicious food is it? Wow, it smells so good. Lu Ming opened the lid and was immediately greeted by a fragrant aroma. In terms of color and appearance, Zhou Haiyue's dishes are certainly not as good as those of the chefs at the base, but they are still carefully prepared by her. After she left yesterday, she simply couldn't bear it anymore. She had to do something to calm herself down a little. She thought that Lu Ming might not have eaten after finishing his business, so she specially prepared some food. Even if Lu Ming has already eaten, it doesn't matter. You have no idea how long it took me to prepare all this. This soup alone took me 4 or 5 hours to simmer. Zhou Haiyue forced a smile and said. The moment her heart finally relaxed, Zhou Haiyue felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over her. Fortunately, she had already become an evolved being and had also received a gene evolution fluid injection there, which greatly improved her physical strength. People in China have such perfect genes that they need to have their DNA damaged by the virus after they die in order to awaken their abilities. But people from the Dragon Kingdom in the past did not use it. Among them, Lu Ming is the most special one. More than a year has passed, and Lu Ming still doesn't know his rank. At the same time, his spatial ability seems to have no limit. Normal space-type evolvers, even those at the SSS level, may possess the ability of infinite spatial evolution. But Lu Ming is different. Lu Ming's space can continuously improve as long as it absorbs crystal cores. It really is amazing. Tasty. Haiyue, have a couple of bites too. Lu Ming let her sit in his lap. Eating the meal she had carefully prepared while praising her. Seeing how tired she looked, Lu Ming picked up a piece of food and fed it to her. She's been worried since yesterday and obviously hasn't eaten. After eating and drinking to one's heart's content, Lu Ming took her to the room to rest for a while. Lu Ming's body can still hold up, but she needs to rest properly. It was already 7 p.m. when the two of them came out of the room. Yesterday, the time I traveled back, an incident occurred was a little after 6 a.m., and after more than 20 hours, it ended before dawn this morning. Lu Ming and his companion had woken up around 4 p.m. However, Zhou Haiyue persisted in pursuing him. That's why I came out of the room so late. The two went to a restaurant for dinner. The brightly lit restaurant was illuminated by dazzling lights. Dozens of tables were set up in the hall. There were more than a dozen chefs dressed in chefs' uniforms standing at the window, waiting for people to come and eat. Some of the food they prepared in advance was kept warm in special equipment. Even after more than 10 hours, it was still as fresh as if it had just come out of the oven. And each of these devices alone is worth millions. That's terrifying. Lu Ming, Haiyue, you've come for dinner? Chapter 108, she is not yet at her complete form. Mr. Zheng and his students and colleagues also ate here. Yesterday, old Zheng and the others returned with Lu Ming. When the accident happened, old Zheng and the others were all terrified. But because of their importance, because of the scientific and technological knowledge they possess, no matter how worried they were evacuated immediately. Zhou Haiyue was worried about Lu Ming. They were worried too. When they came back today and heard that Lu Ming was all right, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been in China for more than half a year and were already very familiar with Lu Ming. If anything happened to Lu Ming, they would be very upset. Firstly, based on personal feelings. Secondly, because of Lu Ming's value to the Dragon Kingdom. If anything were to happen to Lu Ming, it would be an irreparable and enormous loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Old Zheng, Lu Ming, with Zhou Haiyue by his side, walked towards them with a smile. Lu Ming, come here and sit here. Sit here, old Zheng said with a smile. As he spoke, he even kicked one of his students off his chair, making room for Lu Ming and his companion. Lu Ming paused, his lips twitching, utterly speechless. However, after spending more than half a year there, Lu Ming had long since gotten used to old Zheng's personality. Old Zheng is great in every way. It's just that he's a bit of an old rascal. Like a mischievous old man. They often do things that are both funny and ridiculous. Actually, from his perspective, this is quite understandable. Scientific research is inherently very tedious. And if you don't have a more outgoing personality, even if you don't go crazy yourself, your colleagues will collapse. But having a more outgoing person who often jokes around can ease the atmosphere. That was also Mr. Zheng's purpose. Teacher, why did you kick me? If you wanted me to stand up and give up my seat, you could have just told me. The middle-aged man who was kicked down was also a loss for words, both laughing and crying. He was already used to his mentor's personality. He was just a bit eccentric at times, but he didn't have any bad intentions and was very serious about academics. And you too. You clearly saw Lu Ming and Haiyu coming over, but you didn't offer them your seats. You had to wait for me to tell you. Oljung rolled his eyes and said, "Cough, cough. It was my mistake. I didn't realize it immediately." The middle-aged student chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, tidied his plate, and then let Lu Ming and the other person sit down. It's obvious that Lu Ming and the others haven't eaten. Hurry up and get them their food. Oljung chuckled and urged. Lu Ming and Zhou Haiyue originally planned to get their own food, but the middle-aged man pressed them into chairs and went to the window to get their food. The food was brought over shortly afterward. What do Lu Ming and Zhou Haiyue like to eat, and what don't they like to eat? The restaurant's head chef had already remembered it, because a large part of their purpose is to serve these two people, to prepare all sorts of food that they can take with them. Lu Ming, the training on Wentian's side is still ongoing. I just stopped by to take a look. A large group of people have already gathered in the hall. They're specifically testing Wentian's logic and whether he has any potential antisocial tendencies. The questions they've prepared are all incredibly tricky. If I were to answer them, I'd be stumped. Oljung handed the chopsticks to the two of them and began to speak with a smile. Test logic? Questions to prepare. Lu Ming was somewhat curious. Yes, Elder Dong and the others still felt it wasn't safe enough. So before officially putting it into use, they assembled the most elite force in the entire Dragon Kingdom to test it. After all, once we activate her, we will be highly dependent on her in every aspect. Otherwise, how can we fight the next battle? Oljung nodded and said, under this premise, conducting a series of rigorous screenings on Wentian is also beneficial. At the very least, enough trust can be established. The logic that has been tested so far regarding Wentian is as follows. First, there's the issue of permissions. As the person with the highest authority, Lu Ming is superior to those with the second-level authority, such as Elder Dong, and is superior to the Dragon Kingdom, as well as to other humans and living beings on Earth. However, in the event of mass destruction, the permissions will change. Wentian will proactively judge right and wrong, and guide them to make corrections. If the correction fails, and no reason or rules can be provided to persuade her, then all these powers will be overturned. The authority at that time will be primarily focused on protecting all of humanity and countless other living beings. Secondly, there is the issue of ethics. This problem is too big, too complicated, and too broad. Wentian's logic is 99.8% correct. Occasionally, he will give some flawed or incorrect answers, which will be corrected on the spot by Mr. Dong and others. Finally, there's the issue of risk. Chun Ziyuan's situation has already occurred once in China, so a second occurrence in China is not allowed. Therefore, Mr. Dong and his team are also refining the rules in this regard. This will ensure that if someone takes over the secondary authority in the future, such a situation will not occur again. With Lu Ming holding primary authority, the longer Lu Ming lives, the longer he can be guaranteed to remain safe without problems. But what about 1,000 years from now? Who can guarantee that Lu Ming is still alive? Who can guarantee that Lu Ming will still be on Earth by then? Therefore, the first authority will eventually be handed over. Therefore, it is essential to prevent those with the first authority from exploiting loopholes and controlling Wentian. Oh, if that's the case, how did the test go? Lu Ming took a bite of rice and looked at Oljung with curiosity. The effect is very good. I have to say, this kind of AI, which has evolved with advanced technology hundreds of years in the future, is really powerful. Many of its logics can even catch people off guard. You wouldn't believe it, when I went there, I saw a social science expert posing an ethical question. The question was extremely difficult and very tricky. He thought he could stump Wentian, but then Wentian left him speechless. Oljung couldn't help but laugh when he thought about what he had seen earlier. As a scientist, even if not in the field of computer science, he can still understand the power of cutting-edge AI. Wentian is one such top-tier AI. The key is her now. It's not the complete form yet. Her physical attributes are far from reaching Nuwas level. At this stage, she can't even achieve 1/10,000th of Nuwas effect. Chapter 109 Logic Test. So what was the expert's expression like? Lu Ming asked, amused. Haha, don't even mention it. He got all red in the face while they were arguing. because at first, he himself didn't realize the problem with his logic. After Wentian pointed it out, he was completely stunned. His expression after Wentian exposed his logic was hilarious, but it was also like a sudden enlightenment. It suddenly dawned on me, old Zheng said with a smile. At present, there are still many ethical problems in human society that are unsolvable, because many issues are not about right or wrong, but only about perspectives. Under such circumstances, some problems and conflicts simply cannot be resolved. Looming, I finally understand why China used to ban the development of AI in all sectors, and they've been allowed to continue using the national AI system. Having one AI like this is more than enough for a world. If this thing isn't restricted, something terrible is bound to happen. As Mr. Zheng smiled, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. With Wentian's help, China's AI industry will surely experience a rapid and leapfrog development. In this respect, they can completely copy China's strategy. Let these companies take root in Wentian and let them be the periphery of AI. One conscious AI in the world is enough. Yes, I had already made all the preparations when it was forcibly awakened yesterday. The most terrifying thing in that world is the national AI manhwa. Even the higher-level beasts aren't that terrifying, because they're all enemies that are within sight and that we can deal with. But when faced with an existence like manhwa, there are only 3 words to describe it. That's Cthulhu. Lu Ming nodded with great emotion. By the way, Lu Ming, you must have your consciousness calibrated before you go there this time. You're such a good person, I don't want you to be brainwashed by Chizuan. When old Zheng talked about this matter, he couldn't help but feel furious. Even though their Dragon Kingdom gained the ability to travel between 2 worlds thanks to Lu Ming, they had no intention of conquering that world at all. Even if the Dragon Kingdom intends to help the people there revive, it is to help them rebuild their homes and restore their lives. But what was Chun Ziyuan's approach? They speak in high-sounding terms. In reality, however, she harbored the wicked idea of brainwashing Lu Ming. Fortunately, this matter was discovered in time, and Wentian brought it to light. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't worry, Elder Zheng. As long as I confirm that Wentian is all right, I will definitely get on it right away. After all, I don't want my accident to bring disaster to the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. Looking back on this incident, he was also filled with lingering fear. What if it was their long-term influence that caused me to fall for it? Wouldn't I easily become Chun Ziyuan's tool? After finishing their meal, Professor Zheng and the others returned to the laboratory. Lu Ming then led Zhou Haiyue to the Transcendent Hall to check on Wentian's situation. The scene was exactly as Mr. Zheng had described. A group of experts and scholars were conducting extremely rigorous tests on Wentian from an incredibly demanding angle. Lu Ming, you've arrived? Old Master Dong stood in the hall with his hands behind his back, smiling and waving to the 2 of them. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the testing process for Wentian. Good evening, authorized person. Despite being subjected to severe torture by a group of scholars, Wentian still managed to spare the energy to greet Lu Ming. Even though Zhou Haiyue knew about Wentian's situation and that his virtual image was exactly the same as Qin Shui's, she was still amazed when they actually met. If it weren't for the beauty mark under her left eye, otherwise, Zhou Haiyue would also think that she was Qin Shui. If Wentian didn't use Qin Shui as a template, then what is the story behind it? Mr. Dong, how is the situation? Lu Ming asked with a smile. He nodded casually in Wentian's direction. Very good. At this pace, we should be able to pass the test smoothly in 1 or 2 more days at most. Actually, it was already approved today. But as an AI program with a personality, she must also undergo repeated verification to ensure her rigor. Mr. Dong explained with a smile. Lu Ming and Zhou Haiyue watched from the sidelines for a while. There are many questions that can make your heart skip a beat. For example, in a Doomsday catastrophe, a bandit kidnapped a group of people before the apocalypse and continued to imprison them after the apocalypse, even physically abusing, verbally abusing, and mentally torturing them. But he provided them with water and food. After being imprisoned under these conditions for 3 years, the kidnappers tortured the last man to death. So, in this situation, was the robber saving lives or harming them? In the apocalypse, as humanity's last remaining hope, should the robbers have died? The setting is a post-apocalyptic world, an environment where human civilization and order have collapsed. At this point, The original rules should not be used to constrain anyone, although the robbers could, but he also provided the hostages with a constant supply of water and food. The question also includes an additional condition. The condition for the robbers to obtain these supplies is that the robbers themselves faced great danger. Therefore, there are many self-contradictions in the question. For example, murder corresponds to the last spark of humanity. For example, kidnapping corresponds to survival supplies provided after the apocalypse. The robbers were guilty of heinous crimes, but it also has the nature of saving lives. And as the last spark of humanity, did he really deserve to die? If he died, the human race would cease to exist completely. Therefore, no matter how you answer this question, it will be problematic. The real assessment target is the logic behind Wen Tian's answer to this question. If these questions were asked to me, I would be so scared that I would question my existence. Lu Ming was somewhat amused and exasperated, and said, "Who can argue with that? Let alone you. Even if I were asked these questions for hours over there, I couldn't stand it. But it is precisely these questions that prove the complexity of human beings." Mr. Dong couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. "Mr. Dong, how do you think this question should be answered? Did the robbers deserve to die or not?" Lu Ming turned to look at him. "Lu Ming, please don't make things difficult for me. How am I supposed to answer this kind of question? Any answer is correct. But no matter how you answer, it will be wrong." Old Dong shrugged and said, after giving a serious answer, Wen Tian suddenly changed the subject and pulled a big surprise. She proposed a third solution beyond the legal and moral levels and perfectly combined the two. He unleashed a deadly move. It seems like neither option is being chosen. But in reality, they chose both. Chapter 110 has absolutely no connection to it. Who would believe that? Faced with her answer, the experts present were all dumbfounded. What does like killing mean? Explain to me what the hell means by like killing. When did this kind of talk become commonplace at the implementation level? Wen Tian's next answer made Lu Ming stumble. It felt as if Qin Shuer was standing vividly in front of him. She said, "The so-called killing means to mentally destroy him, as the price he should pay for doing these things. But physically, we don't kill him, and we keep him alive to see if we can find a way to contribute to the reproduction of the human population. It's like turning him into a walking corpse." Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. If Wen Tian hadn't answered according to their rules, they would have suspected that he was playing a trick on them. If there was such a method in the apocalypse to kill the opponent's spirit while preserving their body, so how did the apocalypse end up with him being the only one left alive? And her line of reasoning, just like Qin Shuer's personality. Qin Shuer is the kind of person who lives in the mortal world, but is also detached from the three realms. She often gets into some situations that make people both laugh and cry. Moreover, her logic is incredibly meticulous. She often manages to leave people questioning their very existence. She's the kind of person who makes perfect sense no matter what she says. Of course, I won't argue with Lu Ming. It was because of her personality, coupled with her various extraordinary abilities, that she tormented those base forces in the apocalypse. That made everyone want to kill her, but they couldn't. They say she's a witch. That's absolutely right. Damn it, when we get back, I have to ask Shuer if she knows what happened. Lu Ming was speechless. Who would believe that Wen Tian and Qin Shuer have absolutely no connection? Several days later, the entire team, led by Mr. Dong, completed a comprehensive assessment of Wen Tian and officially confirmed Wen Tian's credibility. Before Lu Ming sets off, he first needs to complete the consciousness calibration. This process will be completed with the cooperation of Wen Tian and the supervision of top psychologists from various countries. Before starting, Lu Ming first needed to perform a calibration. It was confirmed that Lu Ming had not undergone any brainwashing. He confirmed that Lu Ming's consciousness was indeed his own original consciousness. Brainwashing has many levels. Long-term information pollution is classified as level 1. Psychological PUA is level 1. Brainwashing caused by various forms of visual and audio pollution is also classified as level 1. The methods that Manhwa plan to use are actually already achievable by psychology experts in China today. For example, what the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs did to Chinese netizens was a form of brainwashing. People's thoughts are easily changed. People of different ages at different times and with different experiences will have different perspectives on the same thing. After being specifically guided, most people will follow the direction of the brainwashing. It needs to be confirmed that Lu Ming is not in a state of brainwashing. First, we need to determine Lu Ming's behavioral baseline. Once the behavioral benchmarks are established, various questions can be used to identify whether there are any aspects of Lu Ming's thinking that contradict the behavioral benchmarks. If so, then you've been brainwashed. This process also reveals the severity of the brainwashing. After multiple verifications, they confirmed that Lu Ming's current mental state was quite good and there were no signs of brainwashing. His state can then serve as a template for future consciousness calibration. Authorized personnel, I've already prepared a set of anti-brainwashing headphones and iris glasses for you. The best way to better prevent manhwa from brainwashing you in the long term is to prevent it from happening physically, without any procedures, without any chips. Then manhwa has no way to deal with you. When I cracked her program, I also discovered her brainwashing scheme targeting you. Earplugs can block some sound wave energy, and glasses can correct the effects of certain color wavelengths. As long as you wear them at all times, you can avoid more than 90% of the problems. For the remaining 10%, just have your wife make you a color chart every day, and there shouldn't be any problems. At the crucial moment when they were about to travel through time, Wentian brought up this matter. As they were talking, someone brought over two items. One is a special type of contact lens. Once you put it on, you can't tell anything from the outside. One is a very small granule that needs to be fixed in Lu Ming's ear canal. Both of these items require someone else to help him put them on. A nurse trained by Wentian came over with some protective gear in her hand. She asked Lu Ming to sit down and began to put the protective gear on him. Commander Lu, it might hurt a little when they're fixing the earplugs. The main issue is that the earplugs need to be inserted deep into your ear canal. If you mind, we can perform local anesthesia. The middle-aged nurse in front of me spoke earnestly. The nurses who are able to work at the base are all extraordinary individuals. For example, her. Not only is she a nurse at a military hospital, but she's also a genius who has taken the nursing profession to its highest level. Even the most skilled person giving an injection will feel a slight pain, but it can be done without causing any pain even when someone is watching. To achieve this, not only is long-term practice required, it requires consistent and dedicated study of techniques over a long period of time. It's nothing. It's just a little pain, nothing serious. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "Then, Commander Lu, I'll begin." The nurse nodded and began to carefully place the iris glasses, which were soaking in disinfectant, into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming then blinked, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Even his slight nearsightedness has disappeared. This thing was made using a manufacturing method provided by Wentian, and a temporary assembly line was set up using industrial robots that Lu Ming brought over. If you only make one pair, the cost is around 3.75 million. But if it goes into mass production later, it will be cheaper. If production volume is large enough, it can even be compressed to a few dollars per pair. Click. The middle-aged nurse turned on the spotlight on her forehead. His hands were as steady as a surgeon's. Using tweezers, she carefully placed a small black piece of iron into Lu Ming's ear canal and secured it with barbs. The barbs on the small iron block need to pierce the skin and be shaken to prevent it from falling out. The main problem is that the item is just too small. Once installed, it's easy to overlook. When equipping this thing, there was indeed a stinging pain, but only made Lu Ming frown slightly. And that was all. And don't underestimate this little thing. It can absorb a portion of special sound waves. When there are specific sound waves of this kind, it will absorb them and cause resonance. It's like an alarm bell. Once triggered, it will instantly wake Lu Ming. Brainwashing is a subtle and gradual process. But if you take precautions in advance and use targeted methods to resist it, then it will be very difficult for the other party to succeed. Lu Ming didn't understand the specific principles behind it. You don't need to understand it. For him, as long as it works, that's all that matters. Chapter 111, the physical level, is the best approach. Authorized user, I'll test it for you now. Color and sound are actually very deceptive. When colors appear one after another, it is easy for the human brain to become confused about information. In more severe cases, it can have the same effect as eating poisonous mushrooms, causing intense hallucinations. And a gentler approach can subtly influence a person. I will complete the test for you and let you know what the process is like. Wentian beckoned Lu Ming to come before her true form. That is, in front of that black square box. Swish! A virtual projection appeared and began to show Lu Ming some pictures. China's virtual projection technology is terrible. First, there's the issue of clarity. Second, the resolution. And third, the color accuracy. It can't achieve 100% realism. Meanwhile, the technology in China has long been able to create illusions so seamless that they are indistinguishable to the naked eye. To avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings and impacts, Chinese law has made strict provisions specifically based on this point. Just like all automatic glass doors and various glass curtain walls on the first floor in China, warning signs need to be posted. The laws enacted by China have the same effect. First, it is stipulated that when a projection appears, there must be a clear border indication. Secondly, during the projection process, it is important to make it immediately clear to the viewer that it is a projection. Otherwise, if some lunatic were to throw a projector onto the highway and create a huge crater, it could really scare people to death. Authorized person, can you sense it? When you encounter these deceptive colors, your iris glasses will distort slightly, causing a slight stinging sensation in your eyes. However, this process is primarily a warning process. It will not cause damage to your eyes. Wentian explained. Lu Ming nodded, indeed feeling a slight, stinging sensation in his eyes as the projected images changed. Next up is the sound test. If you hear a specific sound wave frequency, the metal block in your ear canal will produce a faint but crisp sound. Because the metal piece is hidden in your ear canal, only you can hear this sound. It cannot be detected from the outside. Wentian continued to explain. The most direct reminders are either a slight pain or a crisp sound. It's amazing that such a small piece of iron can make a tinkling sound when it encounters special sound waves. However, if it's normal speech, there's absolutely no problem. Wentian is right. The best way to deal with manhwa is through physical means, because this is how others dealt with Qin Shuer during the apocalypse. As long as it doesn't involve any technology, Qin Shuer would be completely clueless. Authorized personnel, all checks are complete. There are no problems now. Wentian conducted these tests on Lu Ming for two reasons. First, to help Lu Ming adapt, and second, to calibrate his skills. After all, without calibration, who can guarantee that these things will be foolproof? Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ming nodded. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. The virtual image of Wentian appeared and smiled slightly at Lu Ming. Da-da-da. A series of footsteps approached. It was Elder Dong and the others who came to see Lu Ming and his companion off. Mr. Dong, Mr. Zhou. Lu Ming and Zhou Haiyue turned around and greeted them. Lu Ming. Old Dong smiled and patted him on the shoulder. By the way, Mr. Dong, has the relocation been finalized? Lu Ming asked. Next, in order to deal with the risk that Shanziyuan or Nuwa might transfer over, they must revolve around Wentian. And they would carry out their plan of concealing their abilities and biding their time in underground or highly confidential locations. Even if Nuwa were to relocate, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing in the initial stages, because she can rapidly drive the industrial upgrading of the Dragon Kingdom. She handled all the public affairs. The things done behind the scenes were handled by Wentian. As for stopping Nuwa from coming, that's simply impossible, unless Lu Ming can force her to stay away and sever the connection between the two worlds. But that's completely impossible. To say that killing Lu Ming would sever the connection between the two worlds. That's just a joke. Since a battle is inevitable, then let's fight. Besides, Wentian even conducted a war simulation for them. They have a very high chance of winning. Yes, even with technological superiority, the Dragon Kingdom can still win. China's main chance of winning lies in weapons like TNT, firearms, mortars, and RPGs. Weapons without any chips. Without the chip, it means Nuwa can't control it. The fact that it's out of control actually means that we can win this battle. Next, Lu Ming can use the pretext of cooperating with Chan Ziyuan to restore the human race, to frantically bring people over there, and prepare for war. Lu Ming, the relocation has been finalized, and large-scale underground excavation has already begun. The next time you come back, you'll still be here. After you leave, I'll go with the main force to Kunlun Mountain to oversee the construction. Wentian modified several industrial robots. Once we get there, we will mass-produce excavating robots with the cooperation of Wentian. and excavate our new base as quickly as possible. Mr. Dong nodded. If we were to use China's tunnel boring machines or other engineering technologies for excavation, it would be inefficient and would require a large number of personnel. But all Wentian needs is a large amount of materials and a strong energy supply. Chapter 112. Holy crap. This is really taking off. The nuclear power plant components that Lu Ming brought back before will also be moved there. The construction of the first nuclear power plant. At that time, just a few controlled nuclear fusion devices will be enough to supply all the energy needed for large-scale development. At the same time, mining and smelting will also be possible. In the process of biding our time and building up our strength with the Dragon Kingdom's productivity and Wentian's methods, we will be able to generate an incredibly large scale. It can be said that from this point on, humanity on Earth entered a completely new era. Furthermore, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom could be improved due to the appearance of Wentian. Progress can be made decades or even centuries overnight. If war breaks out, the Dragon Kingdom can absolutely enter a state of war overnight. No matter what Chen Ziyuan and Nuwa want to do here, Wentian has absolute countermeasures. Nuwa's true form isn't here, so even if Nuwa has the means to take over the entire Earth, it's only temporary. Wentian can break through this in an instant. In this case, the fact that Dragon Kingdom and Wentian were hiding their identities was not meaningless. And it's not entirely meaningless. They could even take over overtly through Qinziyuan and Nuwa, giving Wentian and the Dragon Kingdom plenty of time to grow. At that time, Qinziyuan, Nuwa, and even the scientists and researchers of China will all become the victims. Countdown to time travel, 13 minutes, 15 seconds. Number of people allowed on this trip, 203. Just as Lu Ming and Elder Dong were chatting, the words that suddenly appeared before his eyes startled him. What's wrong, Lu Ming? Old Master Dong looked at him with a puzzled expression. They were talking perfectly fine just now, but why did Lu Ming suddenly freeze? It was as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. It's changed. It's changed. Lu Ming stared in shock at the words in his field of vision and couldn't help but gasp. It's important to know that over the past year, the number of people Lu Ming could bring with him each time he traveled through time was closely related to his strength and rank. Last time, when he was only at the 7th level, he could only carry a maximum of 7 people on a round trip. But this time it jumped dozens of times. A total of 203 people have arrived. There was no warning before. This time, however, a hint was given. What has changed? Old Dong was slightly taken aback, puzzled. Elder Dong, we can take 203 people with us this time. 203 people. Lu Ming was immediately extremely excited. Even though he had experienced dozens of time travels, he couldn't help but get excited and his face flushed. The more people they can bring, the more confident they will be when they retaliate. Although the 203 people did not play a decisive role, there are only about 2,400 people in a year. But can it be improved next time? This time there are 200 people. Next time, 300 people. Wouldn't that increase the probability of success many times over? After this journey, for each Tier 3 evolution crystal core absorbed, the carrying capacity or spatial cube can be selectively increased. One Tier 3 item can increase the number of people by 1 or increase the space by 2 cubic meters. Unlimited potential for improvement. This. While Mr. Dong was bewildered, confused, and shocked, Lu Ming looked at the words in his field of vision and gasped again. Elder Dong and the others knew that Lu Ming could see written text, because in each previous time travel, these words not only showed the countdown to the next time travel, but also indicated the interval between each time travel. I've traveled through time more than 10 times. Even Lu Ming hadn't expected that the text could provide other information. Moreover, it's such crucial information. The third-order crystal core upgrade is applied to one person. Unlimited potential for improvement? Holy crap. Now it's really taking off. Could it be that the powerful entity behind the help of him time travel also detected the crisis and events surrounding him, and thus began to make preparations for him in advance? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would there be a sudden promotion at this critical juncture? Although he didn't know what kind of civilization existed behind his time travel, nor did he know the main purpose of the other party's help. But judging from these circumstances, it's clear that the other party wants to help them. But if placed at the Huaxing base and in China, Tier 3 is not a rare occurrence. On the contrary, it's a common, overused foundation. First and second-tier mutated plants and animals are too weak, mostly in their juvenile stage. When they see them, some people will kill them without hesitation. But there's no need to specifically hunt them. Third-order evolutionary cores are one of the main forms of currency. It is the foundation of survival for countless lowly survivors in the apocalypse. The amount of reserves they possess is enormous, since there is no shortage of quantity. The only problem is absorption efficiency. With Lu Ming's 7th-tier strength, absorbing a 3rd-tier crystal core would only take a few minutes. His speed and efficiency are unmatched by any other evolver. Even at level 0, he could absorb 4th-order crystal cores across levels. That was the time I killed that giant 2-headed wolf at Xinda Plaza. This was his 2nd time traveling through time. That time with Wang Rue. Absorption progress 0/100,000. Unit: 3rd-order crystal nucleus. When you absorb more than 100,000 tier 3 crystal cores, or even higher tier crystal cores, you will gain the ability to travel between the two worlds via a wormhole at any time. During time travel, the items you carry can only be stored in your ability space and cannot be carried on your person. Aside from a number of lives you can carry, you cannot carry any items through time in this way. Items will be torn apart by space-time fluctuations during the time travel process. Number of times you can travel, unlimited. Lu Ming was already extremely shocked. Seeing the notification in their field of vision now, they were even more shocked. If absorbing 100,000 crystal cores can open a wormhole that allows for travel at any time, it means that his main task for the next year will be to absorb. The introduction states that this absorption process can be combined with processes such as increasing the number of people or increasing space. This is equivalent to Lu Ming adding one of these two. This allows for the accumulation of absorption quantities. Under this premise, the significance of adding up the number of people is relatively small. Lu Ming could easily increase the carryable number of people to 1,000 to 2,000 to achieve high efficiency in a single trip, and then use the remaining space for improvement. The national AI brain, manhwa, is incredibly powerful. But as long as the satellites or ground communication equipment are destroyed, manhwa will be powerless against them. If manhwa's decryption technology ceases to be a significant threat, then Lu Ming can use the vast space to bring over weapons such as fighter jets and nuclear submarines. That will be truly awesome. Even if we can't do that, Lu Ming could also bring over a large number of Dragon Kingdom's combat forces by sending 1,000 to 2,000 people at a time and through an unlimited number of time travels. At that time, each squad will have its own cat car, and they will utilize its superior mobility and guerrilla tactics. How should they fight? There are also some small control chips on the cat car, but that thing doesn't participate in signal transmission or any other purpose. So as long as the control chip is sealed with lead, external signals can be blocked. The lead-sealed chip does not affect the handling of a car, because the control of a car mainly uses physical circuits. Tanks and the like can also take this route. If it can't be controlled, there's nothing we can do about them. Chapter 113, Everything is for the Dragon Kingdom. The cat car, used by the army, is not only convenient for movement and can move across all terrains, but can also be used as a transport vehicle for soldiers. The cat-shaped stroller can carry up to 6 people. Maximum load capacity, 1,100 kilograms. Price between 100,000 and 400,000 yuan. If mass production is carried out, the price could be even lower. To put it bluntly, a price tag of 100,000 to 400,000 can be easily reduced to 50,000 to 60,000 in the face of an industrial behemoth like China. And you can even make a profit. Using 50,000 or 60,000 to attack these cross-industry high-tech products is like using a gas cylinder to bomb the Bull's Horn building. Once war breaks out, I don't care how many losses I suffer. Under the same principle, I can also mass-produce drones and unmanned ground equipment. I'll seal the chips in these devices beforehand to ensure they don't receive any external signals. And I'll pre-program them to launch suicide attacks on anyone outside of China. There's absolutely no need to consider recycling this kind of thing. Just throw it out. Even if the target is lost in the wild, it doesn't matter. Besides, this thing is a relatively large target. Even post-war cleanup and recovery will be very easy. It shouldn't end up like what happened in Veen. Even though so many years have passed since the war ended, the mountains and fields are still covered with landmines. Communication during wartime will be a major problem. But we can also think of solutions based on local conditions when the time comes. To say that the Dragon Kingdom wants to fight this war. They definitely didn't want to. But Chun Ziyuan's fangs have already been revealed, and the Dragon Kingdom cannot sit idly by and wait for its doom. What? Not only can we continue to expand our population, but we could even find a way to obtain a wormhole for unlimited travels. When Elder Dong and the others heard this, they were stunned. Amidst immense surprise, there was also immense elation. Because of this, we have gained even greater initiative. Chun Ziyuan had no reason to send a large number of personnel to the Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom had a reason to send people to them without restraint. Under these circumstances, even without Wen Tian's help, the Dragon Kingdom's industrial productivity would still be sufficient to fight. Moreover, they have a high chance of winning. Mr. Dong, with this support, our worries are completely resolved. Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. With this added benefit, wouldn't that completely eliminate any worries about the future? This is indeed a great thing, but we must still maintain a sense of awe. If this battle breaks out, countless people will surely die. Mr. Dong nodded and said, from his perspective, it's best to avoid war if possible. Even if the casualty rate can be kept to a very small extent, the sacrifice of any soldier represents the sacrifice of a family. The Dragon Kingdom must take responsibility for them. But is taking responsibility really useful? Can various forms of support and monetary compensation truly alleviate their pain of losing loved ones? If you can avoid fighting, it's best to avoid it. But if a fight really breaks out, even the Dragon Kingdom isn't afraid. As the saying goes, a single punch can prevent 100 more. The necessary sacrifice of some individuals can ensure peace and tranquility for future generations. Yes, we should try to avoid fighting if possible. It all depends on Chun Ziyuan's attitude. We are not in a position to completely break ties with Chun Ziyuan yet. When I've absorbed all 100,000 crystal cores, then we can flip the table. The excitement on Lu Ming's face vanished in an instant, replaced by indifference. Chun Ziyuan had better not let his personal interests lead to a war of this scale. Otherwise, he will definitely make Chun Ziyuan suffer a terrible fate. However, realistically speaking, this battle was indeed necessary. Because Chun Ziyuan, as the person with the highest authority, must die. If he is willing to negotiate, he is still the person with primary authority. One day, when he rebuilds his business in China, he can still overturn the table and quit. Then, his power will only be greater. Even if you try to kill him while you're in a state of peace talks, manhwa will stop you. Moreover, death under such circumstances. There's also the possibility that negotiations with manhwa might break down. The logic behind this is quite easy to understand. If Chun Ziyuan started the war, even if manhwa had to help him, his death would have been in vain. However, if both sides have already reached a peace agreement, then it would be China's fault if China were to kill him at this point. Lu Ming, we need your help even more now. The future of the Dragon Kingdom and all of humanity. It all comes down to you. Old Master Dong's expression also turned serious, and he patted Lu Ming's shoulder with great solemnity. There was not a trace of boasting in his words, because once war breaks out, it will inevitably involve countless people around the world. The Dragon Kingdom could be the main force and can send a large number of people there, but relying solely on the Dragon Kingdom is not enough. Elder Dong, Elder Zhou, this time we won't bring a large number of people. We'll just bring a few people to increase the number of people. The matter of my ability to bring a large number of people should be kept secret for now. As our trump card, Lu Ming said in a deep voice, no problem. As long as you have access to the wormhole that you can travel through at any time, we can mobilize a large number of people to go there whenever we want. It will be tough on you then. Mr. Dong nodded seriously. It's all right. Everything is for the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming stood solemnly and gave a perfect military salute. He has long since acquired the rank of a senior general in the Dragon Kingdom's military. As a general in the Dragon Kingdom, he naturally has the right to salute. Swish! Elder Dong and the others immediately returned the greeting, their expressions extremely solemn. After completing the final preparations, Lu Ming inspected the large amount of TNT explosives and even weapons such as missiles stored in the space. He then led Zhou Haiyue and 6 Special Forces soldiers across the distance. Swish! A white light enveloped his body. They disappeared from the sight of Elder Dong and others. Even after the people disappeared, Mr. Dong and his companions still had a glint in their eyes, a look that was firm, solemn, serious, and also sharp and unstoppable. Effective immediately, the Dragon Kingdom enters a state of high alert, but information will be blocked from the outside world. Select top talents from various manufacturing industries in the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible and send them to Kunlun Mountain to participate in the next phase of the space-time project. Immediately mobilize the greatest resources to build an underground railway to the Kunlun Mountains for the transportation of strategic materials over the next year. Old Master Dong gave the instructions. Yes, someone immediately took the order and carried it out. Splash. Wen Tian began to generate a comprehensive and meticulous execution plan. This includes the initial excavation of the underground railway, the availability of resources along the route, and how to openly repair the plank road while secretly advancing the Chinsong Pass. Chapter 114, Portable Nuclear Fusion Bomb. As long as there are no signs of manhwa intervening, they can do whatever they want. Because Wen Tian can hide information including logistics and various industries. When manhwa showed signs of coming, they had to go underground. Once underground, there are several ways to conceal the whereabouts of supplies. First, the loss of materials and transportation losses. Second, after being transported to China, various forms of concealment were carried out. Third, pretend to ship supplies overseas, then send them back in a roundabout way. At that time, under the pretext of satellite decommissioning, we can shoot some satellites down from the sky in advance, and the problem will naturally be solved. With the technological support of Wen Tian, these satellites were originally intended to be shot down, because these things are all products of outdated technology. Leaving it in the air will only take up orbital resources. The plan provided by Wen Tian also included a list of strategic materials to be produced, including but not limited to military-grade combat uniform. The technological level is comparable to that of China before its collapse. It can also be protected by lead sealing to prevent the reception of any external signals. Human enhancement drugs. This is not a gene-based drug, but a perfectly normal biologically synthesized drug. The prescription for this medicine requires the Dragon Kingdom to provide a large number of plant and biological samples for Wen Tian to analyze and extract suitable elements. The basic discipline of this thing belongs to traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the past could only focus on the efficacy and proportions of medicinal herbs. But with Wen Tian's help, this can be analyzed at the molecular level. Before the end of the world, there was a general direction regarding this medicine. So, all Wen Tian needs to do is find the matching elements and manufacture it accordingly. Once this thing is manufactured, it will be of great use in training and combat. During training, it can improve training efficiency by 3 to 10 times. During the battle, it can improve combat efficiency by 2 to 8 times. Although it's not Red Bull or any energy drinks, its effects are far more direct and terrifying, and it won't cause much harm. In addition to military-grade combat uniforms and enhanced medicines, it is also necessary to develop various materials and manufacture various new types of weapons. To adapt to the all-terrain conditions there, the vehicle tires also need to be redesigned. These are all things outlined in the Wen Tian project plan. Elder Dong, Elder Zhou, in addition to this, we also need to make some portable nuclear fusion bombs. I will design a special firearm to fire them. The design can be modified from a handheld grenade launcher, but we will need to prepare a large amount of helium-3. This weapon can be used not only to deal with the enormous alien beasts on Earth. It can also play a crucial role on future battlefields. As for the nuclear radiation left behind by this weapon, we have a way to eliminate it. And it's not a big problem. It won't be too difficult to eliminate. When Tian asked earnestly, nuclear fusion bombs, also known as hydrogen bombs or thermonuclear weapons, appeared as early as the last century. Nuclear weapons, as understood by the world, are nuclear fission weapons. For the same volume, the difference in power between the two is approximately 192 times. For example, the Tsar Bomba intercontinental ballistic missile with a yield of 5,000 tons is a nuclear fusion missile. The power generated after the explosion is such that the thermal radiation causes third-degree burns over an area of 100 kilometers. First-degree burns over an area of 250 kilometers. severe damage over an area of 50 kilometers, minor damage over an area of 100 kilometers, and radioactive fallout over an area of hundreds to thousands of kilometers. This thing was designed to be dropped by bombers. If it were a conventional nuclear bomb, the bomber's payload capacity simply wouldn't be able to support it. To put it more bluntly, it simply can't handle the load. The earliest time that humans on Earth mastered nuclear fusion technology at the level of hydrogen bombs was in 1952, when it was developed by people across the ocean. It was also the world's first hydrogen bomb. His name is Mike. Its destructive power is equivalent to a 10-megaton TNT explosion. That's 700 times the power of an atomic bomb from a certain island. Nuclear fusion technology, used in missiles, is mastered by only a handful of countries worldwide. To master controlled nuclear fusion technology on this basis is even more difficult. This technology was touted as a breakthrough that wouldn't be possible for another 50 years in the last century. But even after entering the 21st century, it will still take at least 50 more years. Wen-Tian, according to you, this so-called nuclear fusion bomb, which is what we call a hydrogen bomb, can be made into a very small size, and they can use it at will, ignoring the consequences and harm. Old Master Dong's gaze sharpened as he looked at her. Yes, but this thing can't be used in every environment. When using it, one must pay attention to the explosion distance. Secondly, there are some alien beasts and mutated plants on Earth that consume nuclear radiation. According to official Chinese records, 3 months before the end of the world, some very special mutated plants and animals appeared that could not be killed by nuclear or hydrogen bombs. In fact, bombing them with nuclear and hydrogen bombs only made them more terrifying, and they absorbed the terrifying explosive energy. These mutated plants and animals will continuously increase in size after absorbing large amounts of nuclear radiation. During those 3 months, several monstrous beasts, each over 1,000 meters long, grew up around the world. And after their civilization collapsed in 3 months, they hid in the sea. To this day, these things are still the target of manhwa surveillance. During his explanation, Wen-Tian also used virtual projection to display some footage recorded by Chinese officials at the time. Some of the images were captured by manhwa via satellite. Those 3 months seemed designed specifically to cause the collapse of human civilization. Chapter 115, The Restoration of All Mankind, is just around the corner. After the collapse of civilization, the apocalypse was reduced from a hellish difficulty level to a normal level. Even an ordinary person could survive. These enormous creatures never came out again after entering the seabed. After they burrowed into the seabed, they seemed to vanish into thin air. Besides manhwa, they are the beings we should be most wary of in the future. By the way, Wen-Tian, can you provide the technology for eliminating nuclear radiation right now? Our planet has already suffered from very serious marine pollution. That damned island next door, despite the world's objections, has dumped hundreds of thousands of tons of nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Old Dong gritted his teeth and said, if he could, he would definitely want to slap these idiots to death. But they're not doing this just for fun. It's to pave the way for those people on the other side of the ocean. Why do I say that? That's because their efforts and their value don't match. Everyone knows about those people dumping wastewater. The main opinion online is that they no longer have the ability or the money to do so. It's just incitement. They want to drag China into this mess. But the expenses they spent on publicity and promotion have already exceeded the cost of disposing of the wastewater. In fact, it far exceeded it. Meanwhile, while they were dumping wastewater, things were also happening on the other side of the ocean, with people secretly dumping wastewater into the sea that they were unwilling to spend money to treat. They did this for these 2 reasons. If it's truly because they lack the ability to handle it, how could the Dragon Kingdom not help? Mr. Dong, if that's the case, there are 2 ways. First, we need to address the wastewater already present in the ocean at its source, and also treat the various wastewater resources currently existing on their islands. Secondly, we can concentrate the pollution sources and then pinpoint them to the area where they are located. If you choose the latter, I suggest we wait until the authorized person returns this time before dealing with it, because this matter can be handled by Chun Ziyuan and manhwa. Moreover, in the process, we can give them an opportunity to come over, while at the same time making them lower their guard. Wen-Tian explained the advantages and disadvantages in detail, and made sure that Elder Dong and the others understood. The neighbors have been dumping wastewater for quite some time now. Because the Dragon Kingdom didn't get involved, they didn't even say anything. They just kept talking, acting as if the whole thing didn't exist. Completely contained nuclear contamination in their vicinity. This is the greatest punishment for them. They did it. Therefore, they must bear this responsibility. Parallel world, China. Huaxing base. In a secret room specifically designed for time travel, accompanied by a flash of white light, Lu Ming appeared with Zhou Haiyue and 6 special forces soldiers. Chen Ziyuan had been allowed to appear in this room by Lu Ming. It's not that Lu Ming has lost his mind, but Lu Ming had another purpose. Chen Ziyuan witnessed Lu Ming's time travel firsthand when Lu Ming returned last week, and was utterly shocked. Seeing Lu Ming return with his men this time was even more shocking. This level of power is what they are pursuing. That's exactly what they long for. Even if this apocalypse doesn't come, it will still take them at least tens of thousands of years of iteration before they can even get close to the threshold of this technology. If he could completely control Lu Ming, he would surely gain enormous benefits from it. Imagine, both worlds are under his jurisdiction. How wonderful things would be then. Chen Guishou. Lu Ming smiled and greeted him. Lu Ming, you're back. Chen Ziyuan also laughed heartily, his heart surging with excitement. To avoid being discovered by manhwa, Lu Ming did not bring any of Wen Tian's equipment with him this time. He simply changed into a combat suit. Beep beep. Immediately, an alarm sounded from manhwa inside Chen Ziyuan's combat suit. Upon seeing the message from manhwa displayed on his glasses, the smile on his face froze momentarily. Because manhwa was reminding him of this, Lu Ming changed into his combat uniform, and naturally no longer carried the programs left by manhwa. Manhwa could not detect it. Of course we should call the police. Chen Ziyuan's emotions instantly turned serious. Could it be that Lu Ming discovered something? But logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. With the backward technology of China, how could they possibly discover such a thing? If Lu Ming didn't discover the problem, why would he change his combat uniform when he was perfectly fine? But unfortunately, Chen Ziyuan couldn't confront him about this on the spot. Besides, he has no right to question it. Chief Chen, let me introduce you. These are Special Forces soldiers I brought from China. They belong to our Dragon Kingdom's Black Wolf Squad. Among Special Forces soldiers, they would be considered T1 level. Lu Ming turned around and introduced. Okay. These people are clearly elite troops. Chen Ziyuan's smile returned, revealing no trace of the turmoil within him. But in reality, he was already seething with rage. Once someone like Lu Ming loses control, that's unacceptable to him. Splash. Unbeknownst to others, Chen Ziyuan's invisible combat suit began releasing a large number of micron-sized robots onto the ground. When these robots are inside the combat suits, they are integral components of the suits. But after manhwa deciphered it, these can then become surveillance tools that Chen Ziyuan can place anywhere. The combat suit that Lu Ming initially acquired was of civilian-grade standard, so it was only an anometer-level combat suit unit. With the advent of military-grade combat uniforms, this level of precision has been raised to the micrometer level. Chief Chen, our Dragon Kingdom has granted permission and authorized me to conduct the first round of negotiations. After we complete our initial discussions, the Chinese side will send someone to continue the talks and sign a formal strategic cooperation agreement. Lu Ming said with a smile. As he spoke, he led Chen Ziyuan and the others outside. Ah, that's great. With your Dragon Kingdom as a powerful ally in another world, our desire to restore China and all of humanity is just around the corner. Chen Ziyuan feigned excitement and said, However, Chief Chen, our Dragon Kingdom isn't helping for nothing. We also need sufficient benefits. Lu Ming changed the subject and said, Of course, our affairs have nothing to do with you, so it's only right that we give you corresponding benefits. Chen Ziyuan didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he smiled and nodded. After arriving, Lu Ming took out a document that Elder Dong and the others had prepared in advance from his spatial storage and began to pretend to negotiate with Chen Ziyuan. During the process, Chen Ziyuan, using himself as the central figure, had manhwa hack Lu Ming's combat suit once again and transfer a whole set of procedures into Lu Ming's combat uniform. This time, he's going to start brainwashing Lu Ming right now, because he could no longer allow any more variables to occur. Ring, ring, ring. A series of rapid, crisp, slight sounds came from Lu Ming's ear canal, accompanied by a slight, stinging sensation in his eyes. On the surface, he showed no expression, but in his heart, he was already filled with murderous intent. Chapter 116 sounds as if it had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Chen Ziyuan, as a former top figure in China and a superstar who made countless outstanding contributions. But in reality, he is just such a despicable and shameless scoundrel. If he truly did it for China, in order to restore humanity, he wouldn't do something so unnecessary. If there had been a suitable instrument in the room, he would have asked manhwa to create brainwaves to further intensify the brainwashing of Lu Ming. The human brain is incredibly sophisticated and complex. Even in pre-apocalyptic China, it would take special equipment to influence a person's brainwaves in a specific way. At the same time, due to legal provisions, these instruments must be large and distinctive. Otherwise, if this kind of thing is abused, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one knows that even the laws in this area were actually pushed forward by manhwa back then. Chen Ziyuan only used his mouth. Chief Chun, these are some of the terms that our Dragon Kingdom has come up with. This includes technology, resources, and a portion of the market after the apocalypse. It also includes the civil rights of citizens of our Dragon Kingdom in China. After the apocalypse ends, there will definitely be some pioneers and trailblazers from the Dragon Kingdom remaining in this world. Their rights must be protected. Lu Ming closed the document and said seriously. Chen Ziyuan nodded. Lu Ming, we agree to all of your proposals. Our China, like yours, is a civilization that values peace. We were both great powers with a rich historical heritage, and we were also countries that suffered bloody invasions. Apart from the fact that we live in different worlds, we are actually all the same kind of people. On a larger scale, we are compatriots who share similar cultures, the same writing system, and the same language. Chen Ziyuan's ability to guide people's emotions is top-notch. If you're a little less vigilant, you can easily be influenced by his emotions and follow them completely, even worshipping him as a god. Compatriots? Hee. I'd rather be compatriots with someone like you. By the way, Chief Chun, there's one more thing. Lu Ming spoke solemnly. Lu Ming, you speak. Chen Ziyuan's expression also turned serious. In addition to the requirements stated in the document, our Dragon Nation also claims certain permissions regarding the national AI system. We've heard that without her permission, no one in the world can find where she is. At the same time, she is immune to earthquakes and tsunamis. Even if you dropped a hydrogen bomb on her head, it wouldn't kill her. Then, as allies, her existence is a huge threat to us. We certainly can't ask you to destroy her, but we must ask for some permissions. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Taking over manhwa's authority is meaningless. It's as ridiculous as Lu Ming giving second authority to the Piaoyang. To put it nicely, it's about permissions. To put it bluntly, it means constantly monitoring their back doors. With this access, Chen Ziyuan could check everything about Lu Ming at any time, and Lu Ming wouldn't notice a thing, even if Lu Ming himself knew this. But it has to be done. With the authority granted, Lu Ming could openly allow Qin Shui'er to research certain things. For example, how much had manhwa's underlying logic been altered? This matter is extremely important, because it involves the next step of negotiations after killing manhwa. Although Wen Tian said she was very confident. Can you know more? Isn't that a more advantageous thing? Because of this access, Lu Ming and his team might even be able to find the key to breaking Chen Ziyuan's first access person status in advance and kill him ahead of time. Permissions, is that right? No problem. As our best friends, I will naturally grant you the status of second-level authorities. Chen Duan waved his hand and agreed without the slightest hesitation. It sounds as if they really want to cooperate. It sounds as if they never had any ulterior motives. Chief Chun, then it will be a pleasure to cooperate with you. Lu Ming stood up with a smile and reached out his hand to him. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Chen Ziyuan smiled and shook hands with him. However, both sides harbored their own thoughts during the handshake. Both felt that the matter had successfully moved to the next stage, and they could now act freely. Rumble. The day after Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan reached an agreement. Lu Ming, Qin Shui'er, Zhou Haiyue, Jiang Qiu, Qi Qi, and Chen Ziyuan split into several cars and set off for the provincial capital City Lord Mansion to acquire a large-scale force to deal with the apocalypse. It is necessary to gather all the survivors of the apocalypse together. Yang Yang, who was allowed to take over the city lord's mansion, was a tool in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming couldn't just hand him over to Chen Ziyuan. In order to demonstrate their loyalty, Yang Yang had already handed over the origin of evolution to Lu Ming. The transfer of evolutionary essence must be done through kissing. Otherwise, it cannot be transmitted to the other person's dantian and locked within their body. This is something that cannot be changed. It was a helpless situation. Therefore, Lu Ming specially found a few people from the Dragon Kingdom to take care of the evolutionary origins of these people. If you asked Lu Ming to kiss some grown men, especially a French kiss, he would absolutely go crazy. That's why someone has to take care of him. There are 5 seats in the car. There were only Lu Ming and 4 women. Lu Ming had Jiang Qiu drive in front, Zhou Haiyue sit in the passenger seat, while he, Qi Qi, and Qin Shuer sat in the back. Lu Ming sat in the middle of the back row, with one arm around each of their shoulders. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shuer with a smile. Qin Shuer felt a chill run down her spine. It was fine at first, but the more Lu Ming looked at her like that, the more uncomfortable she felt. Towards the end, she was like a squirrel with its fur standing on end. She was practically jumping up. "Honey, what are you doing? You've been staring at me like that since yesterday, and even now, for all this time since I got on the bus. What did I do wrong?" Qin Shuer got goosebumps all over her body, and her body trembled involuntarily. What stupid thing has she done recently? It doesn't seem like there is. Moreover, Lu Ming's strange gaze towards her started yesterday. It was right after he came back that he started staring at her with odd eyes, for no apparent reason. "Fine." Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. Before they arrived, Wen Tian reminded them to be extremely careful with their words and actions. This was because Chen Ziyuan could place surveillance units anywhere using his combat suit. Even a micrometer-sized robot on the suit could interact with the suit itself and with manhwa. Chapter 1:17 Haha. You're getting anxious? The information that can be exchanged by microrobots includes not only sound and video, but also other information such as heart rate and respiration. Naturally, they previously communicated through handwritten text. That won't work anymore. It worked last time because Chen Ziyuan had never been to that room and didn't know where it was. But this time, not only is the base unsafe, but even going out into the world is unsafe. The only safe place is the Dragon Kingdom on the other side. "Honey, if I do something wrong, just tell me. I can't stand you staring at me like that." Qin Shuer turned around. She just stared longingly in Lu Ming's direction. Zhou Haiyue found it amusing, knowing what had happened, but she couldn't mention it to Qin Shuer right now. "Shuer, don't think so much. You did nothing wrong. The reason I look at you is simply because you're so beautiful. Can't I take a second look?" Lu Ming continued to look at her with a smile. But what came to mind was asking the heavens. In the past few days, Lu Ming has been speculating about various possibilities. For example, is there some special program in Qin Shuer's hacker access card that records data, such as her height, weight, bust, waist, hip measurements, and appearance? And when Wen Tian took over the access card, did he also swallow this program? This is likely a probability issue, but the probability is only SOSO, because if Wen Tian really swallowed it by accident, she would definitely know after she developed her own personality. "Shuer, you said that AI and robotics technologies are so advanced in this world. After the apocalypse ends, if I want to find a robot girlfriend just for something new, what do you think?" Lu Ming joked. This would indeed be a godsend for the average introvert and socially anxious person. But for Lu Ming, let's forget about it. With several stunningly beautiful women around him, why would Lu Ming need robots? He's not out of his mind. However, he could certainly have a whole bunch of robot maids. Qin Shuer was full of questions, wondering what had gotten into Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming, who is usually so composed, become like this after just one trip back home? Could it be poisoning? As she thought about it, Qin Shuer reached out and touched Lu Ming's forehead. He doesn't have a fever, but how the hell did it turn out like this? "Honey, I didn't stop you from seeing more girls. I was the one who found a Chio and Chi Chi for you. What are you thinking? There is reproductive isolation between humans and robots. Can she have a child? That can't be." Qin Sue opposed her lips, feeling utterly speechless. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked completely self-righteous. Although they can't have children, they are very understanding. And they don't need to eat, they just need to charge themselves, which is very convenient. If you get tired of playing with them, you can even have them switch personalities. Today it's a mature woman, tomorrow a cute girl, and the day after tomorrow a queen. Isn't it interesting? King Xue was speechless. My eyes are practically rolling to the sky. Come on, give me a break. If this thing is really that useful, then why are so many people getting married before the apocalypse? They could just buy a robot from a store and take it home. Lu Ming snapped his fingers with his right hand, which was gripping her shoulder, and said, "That's because you don't understand. If a robot girlfriend were introduced in our world, especially a highly biomimetic one, it would sell out instantly worldwide. Many people in the game are having all sorts of in-depth conversations with their AI girlfriends. Otherwise, why would there be so many games featuring AI girlfriends?" Qin Shuer rolled her eyes again and complained, "What's so fun about that kind of game?" The mainstream games here before the apocalypse were either cultivation games, casual games like farming and fishing, or interstellar development games. Most of them are games developed based on the metaverse. It's not that they've transcended vulgar tastes. Rather, it is the iteration of technology that has led them to pursue higher goals. At the same time, due to restrictions imposed by China, the AI on the market does not have its own independent personality and can only execute programs based on the national AI system. So, the main appeal of using this kind of thing is the novelty. What's past is past. There was a time when AI girlfriends were also very popular in China. However, with the development of the times and technology, these devices were mainly used in housekeeping and the service industry. To put it simply, they're just waiters, foot massagers, and the like. In the game, being an AI boss is also a very useful role. Honey, if you feel that we're not enough for you, then you can find a few more. We won't have any objections. But the idea of hiring an AI robot is something I just can't accept. Qin Xue protested. She had to nip Lu Ming's idea in the bud. Are you getting impatient? Lu Ming joked. I'm just saying that now. I'm not going to do anything about it yet. But if you actually go looking for it, I'll definitely get furious. You have no idea how stupid those things are. Qin Shuer complained. Qin Shuer was originally an expert in these areas. Before the apocalypse, her home also had various robotic devices, mainly for domestic services. However, none of them were humanoid robots. Qin Shuer felt terrified just thinking about having a humanoid robot at home. It's like someone keeping a huge collection of life-size dolls at home. Even if you put an Iron Man, it all makes me feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1, 18 Secret Conspiracy. Instead, it's like the auxiliary robotic arm in Iron Man. It can get the job done without startling people in the middle of the night. Honey, you're not actually interested in this thing, are you? No. Seeing Lu Ming laughing like that, Qin Shuer became even more flustered. Lu Ming smiled but did not respond. This only made Qin Shuer more and more anxious. Meanwhile, they were not far from the provincial capital's Lord's Mansion. Linshan City is located in the southern province, which is one of the provinces most severely affected by the post-apocalyptic collapse. The terrain here is mountainous, with many rivers, and also abundant with various poisonous insects. In ancient times, this would have been a place of exile. Military texts speak of strategically vital locations, and the location of the southern province is the exact opposite. Attacking it would be utterly pointless. After the apocalypse, the various mutated plants and animals here devoured a large portion of China's army. They also left behind a large number of military-grade combat uniforms within the province. If placed on a plane, a single heavy missile could instantly annihilate a large swarm of alien beasts. Here, most of the explosive energy is absorbed by the mountains. Only the areas where cities are located are relatively easier to handle. However, the city has a large population, and if a hydrogen bomb or a nuclear bomb were dropped on it. So it wasn't just mutated plants and animals that were killed in the explosion, and a large number of residents in the city. City Lord's Mansion, as a post-apocalyptic building. During its construction, due to the different construction time points, the overall structure was divided into 4 layers, inner and outer, by walls. These are the slums, the working class, the citizens' area, and the core of power. Because Lu Ming had given Yang Yang prior notice, when the convoy arrived, Yang Yang had already led his men to greet them outside the city gate. 6 months ago, Zhao Dongpeng, the former head of the City Lord's Mansion, led hundreds of thousands of people from the entire city toward Linshan City, but was killed by Lu Ming. After this incident, Yang Yang, who had taken Zhao Dongping's head, was promoted to the new city lord of the City Lord's Mansion. The first thing to do upon returning to the City Lord's Mansion was to annihilate Zhao Dongping's original group and promote his own people. 6 months have passed. Within his jurisdiction, the vast City Lord's Mansion enjoyed favorable weather and abundant harvests, and no major incidents occurred. However, that doesn't mean there aren't people in this city with ulterior motives. The second most powerful force under the City Lord's Mansion. Brilliant Base. This is a large base that oversees 29,000 people. The City Lord's Mansion is so large, with so many subordinates, mainly composed of a network of forces formed by various bases. It's impossible for the City Lord's Mansion to manage so many people. It would be too troublesome, and the cost would be too high. Its nature is similar to that of a large conglomerate. The group needs specific materials, but it's impossible to set up a separate company just for that. It's highly likely that they will delegate this business to other companies. Similarly, the same applies to the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is equivalent to the top centralized authority, while the base forces under its command are equivalent to downstream cooperative companies. Boss, this is a perfect opportunity for us. This time, not only will Qin Shuer come, but that guy surnamed Liu will also be coming. Moreover, they will stay at the City Lord's Mansion for several days, giving us a perfect opportunity to poison them. We could even have our mental-type evolved beings take control of them. If we can control them, we can not only control the entire City Lord's Mansion, even the vast resources they possess will belong to us. In the dark room, at this time, in addition to Chun Hui, the leader of the Brilliant Base, more than 10 people, including the base's senior management, had gathered. These people have all followed Chun Hui through thick and thin in the apocalypse for so many years. They're all people I can absolutely trust. The basis for their 100% trust is that they have surrendered their evolutionary origins. It can be said that they are bound to Chun Hui's side by life and death. Yes, boss. According to feedback from our mole who was planted next to Yang Yang a long time ago, Yang Yang has been living a very luxurious life for the past 6 months. Someone even went into his room to clean and found things like cigarette butts and canned luncheon meat. If this were Zhao Dongping's time, would even he dare to eat those? With his reserves, he would probably only smoke 1 cigarette a year at most. And all of Yang Yang's problems must be because of that Lu Ming. A bald man with a square face said coldly. Although his head was gleaming, he had a full beard, making him look like Lu Zhishan at first glance. I know all of this, but you also personally experienced what happened 6 months ago. That Lu Ming has a lot of explosives and even drone equipment. What if things don't work out? We are all going to die. Chun Hui's expression was extremely solemn, and he was deep in thought. They've had undercover agents planted around Yang Yang for many years. Those who hand over the origin of evolution can be trusted, but not 100%. Some people are thrown over there to be sacrificed. They were willing to risk their lives for their last remaining family members and loved ones. The people Chun Hui placed around Yang Yang were of this kind. From a probabilistic point of view, they had an opportunity in this operation. 11 years after the apocalypse, their most powerful member was none other than the Sixth Sister, a peak-level evolved being. And Chun Hui, after half a year of preparation, has already become a 7th-tier mental-type evolved being. Once the undercover agents have gathered sufficient information and created enough opportunities for them, they can take action. Once Chun Hui's mind manipulation is complete. That way, Lu Ming can be used as a puppet. Moreover, it doesn't matter if Lu Ming is wearing military-grade combat uniform, because with his 7th-level strength, he can completely penetrate the combat uniform and exert absolute mental control over Lu Ming. There is another premise to this matter. That's poisoning. They even had the poison ready. It's a kind of golden sand poison that can instantly overturn an 8th-level expert. This toxin is extremely difficult to obtain. First, you need to find a mutated golden sand tree of level 7 or higher. The golden sand tree is one of the tree species that reproduces asexually. After it matures, it will create an offspring around its root system as the axis. After the offspring sapling appears, it will continuously enhance its strength through years of poison tempering. A 7th-tier golden sand tree can even produce 8th-tier saplings. The so-called golden sand poison is actually a tree seedling. The saplings themselves are not aggressive. It only grows rapidly after the mother tree dies, and it grows to adulthood within 45 days, then begins to repeat the process of the mother tree. The most difficult aspects to obtain this toxin are time, the aggressiveness of the mother tree, and the harvesting of seedlings. Chun Hui and his team lost at least dozens of people trying to retrieve this golden sand poison. Several people will die during the harvesting process. After harvesting, it needs to be placed inside the carcass. Because of its extreme toxicity, the body cannot be kept for more than a few hours before it must be replaced with another body. Its most toxic aspect lies in its hallucinogenic properties. When stored inside a corpse, its toxins will spread throughout the body and gradually turn the corpse a deep purple color. Under the same level and strength, just a little bit of it can instantly knock a person unconscious or even damage their brain. Once the brain is damaged, this makes it even easier for Chun Hui to control his mind. Chapter 119, Chen Ziyuan. What's he doing here? It is universally acknowledged that some highly hallucinogenic illicit substances, such as cocaine and heroin, can damage the human nervous system while producing powerful hallucinogenic effects. Furthermore, excessive doses can even lead to death. Gold sand poison is actually something of this nature, although it is not a synthetic toxin, but its toxins are hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than these synthetic contrabands, because they can affect high-level evolved beings. Moreover, it not only has an effect within the same level, but can also cause death with extremely small doses. As long as you find a way to release some into the room, it can overwhelm everyone in the room in an instant. Furthermore, it is colorless and odorless when it diffuses in the air. It only turns purple when it comes into contact with liquids or blood. The control exerted by a mentally evolved being over others is inherently a process of mental destruction. It is easier to implant one's own mind if the other person's brain is damaged. At the same time, Chen Hui was also very suspicious of Lu Ming supplies. It's been 11 years since the apocalypse. Even if Lu Ming hoarded a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, they shouldn't have been able to be preserved until now, right? Even if Lu Ming really did preserve a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse, he should have built a super large base after the apocalypse. Boss, want to bet? If we win the bet, we'll have everything. Not only will we have a space-type evolver like him, but we can even expand our territory using his spatial resources. We might even be able to annex large bases in other provinces and cities, or even become the New Order holders in post-apocalyptic China. The square-faced man with a full beard looked at him solemnly. Everyone knows that what he said was not an exaggeration, because the supplies in Lu Ming's possession gave people that kind of feeling. Let's gamble. Chun Hui gritted his teeth and made up his mind. They've already survived 11 years in the apocalypse. That's more than enough. If they win this time, their lives will leap forward dramatically. His 7th-tier strength and the golden sand poison in their possession are the source of their confidence. At the city gate, rumble. As a convoy sped towards them from the front, billowing dust rose from the city's dilapidated streets. The asphalt-like substance on the road surface is not actually asphalt, but rather a breakthrough and application of materials science by China before the apocalypse. Asphalt is toxic. Under high-temperature baking, it will volatilize a certain amount of toxic substances such as benzene, naphthalene, anthracene, and pyridine. Prolonged inhalation can lead to chronic poisoning in humans. Symptoms include dizziness, headache, and loss of appetite. This type of material, which is laid on the ground, retains the properties of asphalt, but is not toxic and is widely used throughout the country. Lord City Lord, Mr. Liu and the others have arrived. A subordinate beside him pointed ahead, his eyes filled with fear. Quickly, get everyone ready to receive them. Yang Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly. When he killed Zhao Dongpeng on the outskirts of Linshan City, he only thought that Lu Ming was powerful and had a lot of TNT and other supplies, making him a powerful ally. After spending more than 6 months with him, he discovered that Lu Ming was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Putting aside other things, it was the supplies Lu Ming gave him that drove him crazy. Creak. One by one, the cars drove up to the city gate. The lead vehicles were the vanguard team from the Huaxing base. They were there to scout the way and ensure safety. On the lead car, the window was open. Lin Xing, from the Red Wolf Squad of the Dragon Kingdom, sat in the passenger seat and waved towards Yang Yang. Lord Yang, our chief Lu's intention is not to get out of the car. You lead the way and go directly into the core area of your lord's mansion. Yang Yang nodded repeatedly and smiled. Of course. I'll lead you in right away. Even though Lin Xing was just one of Lu Ming's subordinates, Yang Yang dared not offend anyone. After all, Lin Xing was Lu Ming's confidant. But he was the kind of person who was insignificant to Lu Ming. Yang Yang greeted them, then got into the car with his men and headed towards the core area. Not long after, the convoy stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. A large group of guests, along with some high-ranking officials from the city lord's mansion, were standing in front of the building. They were all incredibly humble, not even daring to look up in the direction of the convoy, which perfectly demonstrated their attitude. They knew, of course, that their position as core members of the city lord's mansion was entirely due to Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming's performance that day, even if Zhao Dongpeng died, the entire city lord mansion would only fall into internal strife, with various bases vying for power. It's impossible to let things return to normal after they come back. Click. The car door opened. Yang Yang had already gotten off the bus and was waiting at the door with a group of people. After Lu Ming and his group got out of the car, several of them caught Yang Yang and his group's attention. And what surprised them even more, Chen Ziyuan. What's he doing here? How could she be with Lu Ming and the others? Yang Yang was filled with a lot of questions, but he dared not show them at this moment. Let's go upstairs. I have something to tell you next. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Lu Ming led the group of women to Yang Yang, while Chen Ziyuan and the others walked alongside him. Yes, Yang Yang didn't dare to hesitate at all and quickly did as instructed. He gestured for them to go upstairs and led Lu Ming and the others upstairs, while keeping his eyes on Chen Ziyuan and the others the whole time. The city lord's mansion is supported by an operating nuclear power plant, so it naturally has a power supply. The group entered the elevator. They then arrived at the large conference room upstairs in batches. Click, as the door closed. Besides Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan, the only other people in the conference room were several high-ranking officials from the city lord's mansion, led by Yang Yang. Yang Yang, I don't need to introduce this person to you any further, right? You two must know each other, right? Lu Mingqiao looked at him. A figure of Chen Ziyuan's stature could not possibly go unnoticed. After all, Chen Ziyuan once represented the highest power. Mr. Lu, no need for introductions. Of course we know each other. This is the former leader of the Chun kingdom before the apocalypse. Yang Yang shook his head and said. He was quite displeased with Chen Ziyuan. Since Chen Ziyuan was still alive, why didn't he call on the survivors to fight back before? Even if we didn't have the power and conditions for this before, so many years have passed, and the apocalypse has long since subsided. Several years ago, the conditions for a comeback against the apocalypse were already in place. So Chen Ziyuan appeared at this time, to call on everyone to unite. Yang Yang definitively wante acknowledge Chung Guosho and I have reached a strategic cooperation agreement, and from now on, we will begin preparations for the Doomsday counterattack. What are your thoughts on this? Do they want to be recruited by us? Or will you continue to be your local tyrant, even in the apocalypse? Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring and asked casually. Chapter 120 Go to hell. Lu Ming's words were not so simple, because his plan would not be altered because of Yang Yang alone. If Yang Yang doesn't agree, Lu Ming definitely won't continue to provide him with any resources. At that point, Yang Yang's status will inevitably plummet. Yang Yang is still the city lord of the city lord's mansion, but it only takes a single thought from Lu Ming. He will be nothing at all. Moreover, in order to demonstrate his loyalty, he even handed over his evolutionary origins. Mr. Lu, a counterattack against Doomsday is certainly desirable, but the question is, what will we use to launch such a counterattack? As the apocalypse has progressed, countless powerful mutated plants and animals have emerged across the country. At the same time, destructive DNA still lurks everywhere. Even if we clear an area suitable for human habitation, it cannot be considered a counterattack. As long as the destructive DNA and mutated plants and animals are not cleaned up, humanity will never have a moment's peace. At the same time, the mutated plants and animals on land are difficult enough. Not to mention, there's still a lot more in the sea. Yang Yang frowned and said in a deep voice, if it were just Chen Ziyuan and his group coming, Yang Yang wouldn't even give them a second glance. Chen Ziyuan and his group didn't care about anything before. Now that he's become a local tyrant, suddenly they want to interfere? On what grounds? Even if Zhao Dongpeng hadn't died, even if Yang Yang was just a base leader here, he still wouldn't have agreed to this. Yang Yang, what you're worried about is indeed true. Therefore, we have decided to restart human technological civilization. Chen Ziyuan stepped forward to explain. Rebooting technological civilization? How do I restart? Even if I wasn't anyone important before the apocalypse, I know that restarting civilization isn't that simple. First, you need people, and second, you need raw materials. Yang Yang curled his lip in disdain, finding Chen Ziyuan's words quite laughable. Nowadays, even TNT explosives are a scarce resource. Given this premise, what do we use to restart? Even if Lu Ming had 10,000 tons of TNT, that number is already outrageous and incredible, but it's still not enough to restart civilization. Because once it involves restarting civilization, it becomes a nationwide issue. Chief Chen, what you're talking about is too far-fetched for us. We are already 70% of the remaining survivors in Southern Province. We have established a stable and peaceful Doomsday framework. At this point, you want us to risk our lives? Who's going to play with you? Yang Yang's words were already quite harsh. He had to be humble in front of Lu Ming, but what was there to be humble about in front of someone like Chen Ziyuan? Did he think this was the end of the world? How come you have no ambition at all? Have you developed a sense of superiority from being a local tyrant all these years since the apocalypse? A man standing next to Chen Ziyuan said angrily. Yang Yang glanced at the man and rolled her eyes dismissively. Boss, you're just talking a big game, making it sound so obvious. But the problem is, our lives are our own, so why should we do this? What ambitions and ideals you're talking about? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Look at the state of things now. It's the end of the world. In the 3 months leading up to the end of the world, the southern province had tens of millions of people, but now only a handful of us remain. Aren't we all trying our best to survive? At any time, the main beneficiaries are always those in the upper echelons of power. Yang Yang knew, of course, that he had neither the right nor the qualification to speak on behalf of those at the bottom of society. But he insisted that he could always do it. Ambition? Ideal? Go to hell. What's the fundamental difference between this and a company demanding overtime without paying it? The boss wants you to make sacrifices, and the result of those sacrifices is that he drives a Rolls-Royce. Snap! The man next to Chen Ziyuan glared angrily and slammed his hand on the table. I think you become addicted to being a local tyrant. You think you can control the order in this little corner of the world, so you're unwilling to give up your power. But don't you ever think about what you currently possess and what exactly is the reason behind it? If it weren't for our leniency, is it possible for you to achieve this? Lu Ming also found this person's words extremely ridiculous. However, he just sat there smoking, too lazy to argue. Yang Yang needs to refute this from his own perspective. Lu Ming also needs to be shown his strength. Perfect. Yang Yang's attitude at this moment reveals one thing. While I'm willing to cooperate with you, Chen Ziyuan, I can't possibly do everything for you. If you can't handle these people yourself, don't expect me to help you. Chen Ziyuan had already noticed Lu Mingma's silent attitude, which made him even more displeased. All right, Lao Wu, don't say that. Yang Yang and the others are certainly justified in holding that view from their own perspective. And there's nothing wrong with him thinking that way. Our counterattack against the apocalypse will inevitably involve a great deal of sacrifice. They've barely survived to this day after the apocalypse. It's not right to ask them to risk their lives because of our ideas. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand, interrupting the person next to him who was in a bad mood. Chen Ziyuan's words made Yang Yang's expression improve slightly. Chapter 121, Judging a Gentleman by the Standards of a Petty Person. Although Yang Yang's complexion improved, his attitude remained anything but friendly. Now that Chen Ziyuan understood Lu Ming and Yang Yang's respective attitudes, he knew what to do next. He once again resorted to his usual tactic of inciting emotions, and they started bringing up Lu Ming as an example. Yang Yang, from a personal perspective, I completely understand you. However, at this critical juncture, our plan to counterattack the apocalypse remains firm. Lu Ming has sufficient resources and personnel. Lu Ming has sufficient resources and personnel, while we have the support of the national AI team. Our alliance is a powerful combination. Of course, I know that there will be sacrifices in the counterattack against the apocalypse. But at the same time, this is also an opportunity. It is not only an opportunity for humanity to once again embrace the sunshine, but also an opportunity to reestablish human order. Imagine a scenario. If one day China is restored to its former glory, wouldn't you, the heroes of the past, be able to obtain a higher status? Therefore, this is not only beneficial to all mankind. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isn't that so? Chen Ziyuan's words were passionate and inspiring. Coupled with his expression at that moment, it's even easier for people to be drawn into his emotions and influenced by him. What Chen Ziyuan said is actually not wrong, as long as the apocalypse is overthrown. For many people, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But this premise also requires the apocalypse to be overturned. The problem is, how easy is it to do something like this? As the apocalypse progresses, the number of strong humans and mutated plants and animals will increase. However, the overall human population is declining. Humans lack the stable environment that mutated plants and animals have, making large-scale reproduction impossible. But mutant plants and animals can do it. Putting aside other things, the very fact that destructive DNA is everywhere is a major factor limiting human reproduction. Even if a newborn is not affected by genetic pollution or develops deformities after birth, prolonged exposure to such an environment will inevitably lead to deformities. Furthermore, the amount of genetic evolution fluid available to humans is limited and cannot be used extensively on newborns. In the apocalypse, very few people are able to have children or dare to have children. Yang, imagine it again. What will we be like after we've brought about the end of China? At that time, it will be a sure thing that you people will be promoted and ennobled as meritorious officials. The greater your military achievements, the greater the power and status you will gain. Isn't this better than your current situation? Chen Ziyuan continued to brainwash people through words. But what if they discard you after you've served your purpose? Even if you don't discard us after we've served our purpose, you can still take us all over the world. Let us be the vanguard to wipe out all the other mutated plants and animals around the globe. Yang Bodet. As someone who has survived 11 years of apocalyptic life, it would be extremely difficult to fool him so easily. Doomsday thinking is actually a variant of the dark jungle law. Everything must be considered in the worst-case scenario. Everyone must be treated as an enemy. This ensures that if something goes wrong, there will be time and a plan to deal with it. Yang, do you think we're that kind of people? Do you think we're promoting this kind of ideology again? And even Lu Ming isn't worried about these things you're talking about. So what do you have to worry about? Chen Ziyuan brought up Lu Ming again, offering earnest and gentle advice. The best way to win over Lu Ming's men is to bring Lu Ming himself into the picture. And would Lu Ming refute him at this time? That's impossible. The two sides are ostensibly in a cooperative relationship. So why should Lu Ming refute his request? At most, it's just a matter of no one taking responsibility. Chief Chun, although Yang is under my direct jurisdiction, I can't change his mind. It's up to you. You talk to them. I'm going outside for a smoke and to take a stroll. Lu Ming laughed and stood up. Lu Ming's reaction surprised Chen Ziyuan, because Lu Ming's actions were a direct challenge to Chen Ziyuan's dignity, though he didn't overturn the table. Yang immediately understood the relationship between Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan. Yang affirmed, the two parties are indeed in a cooperative relationship. However, the partnership is not 100% binding. You guys chat. Schwerer, Highway, come out with me and give them enough space. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. There's another meaning behind that statement. That means telling Yang to be mindful of his actions. The final outcome was inevitable. Cooperation was the only option. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming have brought Chen Ziyuan here? But how things turn out during the process is up to Yang. And Lu Ming is letting Yang do as he pleases. Click. As the door closed, Chen Ziyuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot for a moment, but he quickly recovered. In Chen Ziyuan's view, Lu Ming's actions clearly showed that he wanted more benefits. This is a classic case of a petty person judging a gentleman by their own standards. Lu Ming's cooperative attitude has already been demonstrated, but showing this attitude at this time is also a warning to Chen Ziyuan. This was to show that she would not simply follow Chen Ziyuan's orders. Jiang Xiao and the other women sensed that Lu Ming's attitude towards Shen Yuan seemed a bit off. However, they didn't interfere with Lu Ming's decision. As soon as Lu Ming and his group came out, people immediately came to greet them. They were invited to the VIP room of the city lord's mansion and treated with the utmost respect. Lu Ming didn't need anyone to entertain him, so they cleared everyone out of the VIP room. Where's my card? Qin Shui'er touched herself and even turned her combat uniform inside out, but she still couldn't find her access card, leaving her completely bewildered. This access card was something she spent a long time and poured all her heart and soul into making before the apocalypse. There is only one main card. There's still several supplementary cards left. However, she had all the supplementary cards for use in case of emergency. So, where's your card? Lu Ming looked at her speechlessly. I never expected that she would only realize this now. You should know that Lu Ming has been back in Dragon Kingdom for a week. 2 more days have passed since then, making it a total of 9 days. Holy crap, I don't know. I definitely had it on me before. How could it be gone? Qin Shui'er broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. It's mainly kept inside the combat uniform, not in a pocket. There's absolutely no chance it will fall out. Honey, I remember you returned it to me before, right? Didn't you return it to me a while ago? Qin Shui'er grew anxious and asked. Yeah, I gave it back to you a long time ago. I cracked all the network access in China, so this card is useless to me. There's no point in me keeping it. Something happened to me when I went back. My original combat uniform is no longer usable. I just got a new set. Can you reinstall the combat support program on my end? Lu Ming asked. It's possible, but it would be a bit troublesome without that card. Damn it, where's my card? Qin Shui'er scratched her head, completely bewildered. Compared to why Lu Ming wanted to change his combat uniform, she cared more about her access card, mainly because it was the master card with unique copying permissions. Even though you can't use it if it falls into someone else's hands, it's still quite troublesome if you lose the card. Zhou Haiwa smiled from the side. Seeing that Qin Shui'er was becoming increasingly anxious, he really wanted to explain to her what was going on. But I held back. Chapter 122. The technology used in the locked state is sufficient. Qin Shui'er searched for a long time, but finally gave up. She clearly remembered putting the access card in her combat suit, but she couldn't find it no matter what she did. It couldn't have been stolen by a ghost, could it? Qin Shui'er went out for a while, and soon returned to her room. She had another black card in her hand, which looked exactly the same as the original one. Phew. Luckily, I'm an extreme user and have left behind quite a few backups over the years. There's another one hidden in the city lord's mansion as well. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Qin Shui'er patted her ample chest, let out a long sigh, and sat back down on the sofa next to Lu Ming. Since the leather sofas from before the apocalypse were mostly destroyed, the main sofas in the 11 years after the apocalypse were made of wood. At most, the seats are covered with soft cushions made of animal hides and hair. Shui'er, the materials for this card must be very hard to find, right? Where did you get so many? And you even hid one here at the city lord's mansion? Jiang Xiao looked at her in shock. Actually there's more than one. There's another one hidden somewhere in the city. Only I can find it. Qin Shui'er was extremely proud and puffed out her chest with pride. The material Qin Shui'er used to make this access card is scientifically known as micron-sized shape memory titanium electrometal alloy, which is a room-temperature superconducting material. Even before the apocalypse, these materials would be considered laboratory grade. It's not that being a room-temperature superconducting material makes it rare. Room-temperature superconducting materials are not scarce. What's rare is this kind. Strictly speaking, since it retains the properties of a superconducting core and also maintains some characteristics of quantum computers, it is also considered the king of superconducting materials. It can combine the two and achieve effects that surpass both, making it the direction for the next generation of supercomputers. A single card can integrate computing, storage, power output, and even rigidity and flexibility. It can store electrical energy internally. It can also be powered through the combat suit. If calculated based on pre-apocalyptic prices, a single gram would be worth hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. In material science on Earth, softness and hardness are two opposing concepts, and to achieve both, many things must be sacrificed. But this thing doesn't work that way. Within its pressure tolerance limits, it can be made even harder than titanium alloys. When the pressure it withstands exceeds the upper limit, it will deform instantly, achieving this effect by breaking some chemical bonds. However, its functionality and stored data will not be affected after the breakage. At the same time, it can instantly return to its original shape as soon as it is powered on. It is precisely because it possesses this characteristic. That's why it's called a shape memory superconducting material. Honey, you said you went back and changed into a different combat uniform. What's going on? Qin Shuer sat next to Lu Ming, wondering as she wrote her combat support system into Lu Ming's body. Something unexpected has happened. An 8.1 magnitude earthquake has occurred overseas, triggering a tsunami. I can't travel abroad, so I'm giving away my clothes to someone else. Lu Ming said casually. The earthquake is real. China has sent people to help with the rescue and has transported a large amount of supplies for disaster relief. This matter has little to do with Lu Ming, and besides, Lu Ming can't go out because of Wentian's matter. China, as a superpower that brought down the other side of the ocean, such a severe earthquake disaster has occurred in South America. They will definitely send people over for rescue. Otherwise, if we take no action, what will the international community say? How can we show everyone China's attitude and unite them as one? Oh, I see. Qin Shuer nodded, not thinking much about it. However, their words were captured by the micrometer-sized robots that Chen Ziyuan had released and sent to Manhwa, who then relayed them back to Chen Ziyuan. Micrometer-scale robots, under the assumption of a 1-by-1 unit, could be housed in 1 square centimeter with 10,000 robots. The unit micrometer is larger than the nanometer. However, for military-grade combat uniforms, nanometers are actually unnecessary. Micrometers are a safer choice. Because micrometers are already small enough, the technology for military-grade combat uniforms can be made even more robust than at the nanometer level. Military-grade combat suits must consider combat capabilities, including speed, defense, and portable energy. However, given the technology China possessed before its collapse, achieving the same effect at the nanoscale would have been far more complicated. At the same time, the cost will be higher. Using current military combat uniforms as a benchmark, the cost of micron-sized products is more than 85% cheaper than that of nano-sized products. And that's not all. The micrometer scale is already indistinguishable to the naked eye. After all, 1,000 micrometers is only equivalent to 1 millimeter. Your Majesty, we found out why Lu Ming changed his combat uniform. Actually, we were overthinking it. Manhwa relayed the information she received to Chen Ziyuan. Even after learning the truth, Chen Ziyuan showed no kindness whatsoever. Regardless of Lu Ming's reason for changing his combat uniform, we must brainwash him as soon as possible. Every extra day of delay disrupts our normal plans. And the only way is to bring Lu Ming under control as soon as possible. Only then can we better extend our reach into the other side of the parallel world. Chen Ziyuan gave Manhwa an absolute, no-holds-barred order. Manhwa was required to shorten the time. We must complete the brainwashing of Lu Ming within 3 months. Actually, if we could use an EEG device, this could be completed in a single day. But would Lu Ming be that foolish? After brainwave technology reached a critical juncture, Chen Ziyuan ordered the banning of all related technologies. He stopped the technology from progressing further. Otherwise, even more advanced brainwave devices could be developed, but the technology used in the locked state is sufficient. If we continue research and development, the potential gains are definitely less than the risks. Moreover, if this technology continues to advance, it will become a time bomb, because once it reaches a certain level, no one can be sure when they will be brainwashed. Chen Ziyuan didn't even fully trust Manhwa back then, and he even restricted brainwave technology precisely to prevent Manhwa from doing so. After all, if Manhwa had any ulterior motives, she could brainwash all of humanity in no time if she were to activate such a device. A decision made back then has delayed the current progress. Alright, Shua. Chapter 123, Make a Move Tonight at Dinner. What's wrong, honey? Qin Shuer turned her head and looked at Lu Ming with a face full of doubt. Her playful eyes, brimming with curiosity, made her look like a lively little rabbit, instantly bringing a smile to anyone's face. We and Chief Chun will definitely be going back to China soon. Will you come back with me then? There are many things that are inconvenient to talk about here. But Lu Ming needed to make further preparations for what was to come. Besides, Qin Shuer and the others had followed him for so long. It was time to go and see them. Lu Ming's numerous time travels without bringing Qin Shuer and the others along were due to a number of considerations. The first concern is whether any uncontrollable things will happen after Qin Shuer and the others arrive. For example, the butterfly effect. After all, they don't belong to the people in Lu Ming's world. After so many time travels, this idea was completely overturned because Lu Ming's appearance did not shake up this world, and scientists like Professor Zheng were able to proceed smoothly according to scientific methods after returning to China. The butterfly effect that Lu Ming was worried about was nothing other than, instead, some things are impossible to estimate, something beyond comprehension. For example, some things happen that science cannot explain. Secondly, the timing and conditions were not suitable before, because before that, Lu Ming's secret as a transmigrator could not be openly revealed in this world. But after Chen Ziyuan appeared, this matter became possible very smoothly. Moreover, they will need Lu Ming's assistance as a transmigrator in their efforts to overthrow the apocalypse in this world. It is not necessary for most people to know, but those decision-makers at the top must know, because only if they know about this can the overthrow of the apocalypse proceed smoothly. Once Chen Ziyuan and his group have gone there, the conditions and timing for Qin Shuer and her group to go there will be fully ripe. In the past, can I go over there? Qin Shuer and the other two girls were all stunned when they heard this. At the same time, they all became excited. Although they're all survivors of China's ultra-modern civilization, they're also survivors of 11 years since the apocalypse. Even for a civilization like the Dragon Kingdom, which is hundreds of years behind, a stable and prosperous order is an incredibly luxurious environment for them. Aside from lacking cutting-edge technology, the two worlds are actually quite similar, because they all belong to the first-level civilization. So how could humanity, within the framework of a Type 1 civilization, be unable to accept things as if it had regressed to the Stone Age and be completely powerless to do anything about it? Yes. The gap between the two civilizations is at most equivalent to the divide between the 21st century and the early 19th century. It doesn't even reach the level of ancient feudal dynasties or the Middle Ages. Communication, internet access, daily life, and ways of going out are all largely the same. The difference lies in the convenience brought by technology. That's all. If you're willing to come with me, then I'll reserve 3 spots for you this time. Including Haiwei, there are a total of 4 people. Qinguoshu only has 5 people in total, and it's impossible to send them all. I can bring 7 people back and forth, so we only need to send 3 people from their side. Lu Ming said with a smile. Chen Ziyuan's team only needed to send 3 people, which was actually enough to bring everything together. The objective can be achieved. Negotiation can also facilitate this. Even sending Chen Ziyuan alone could achieve the same goal. Moreover, the person being negotiated this time was not actually Chen Ziyuan, but Manhwa. Lu Ming plans to let Manhwa see the perfection and peace of the Dragon Kingdom world, and then begin to dismantle Manhwa's underlying logic. All of this is based on the premise that Manhwa's starting point for everything was for the sake of humankind. Under this premise, there can be a limitation. That was Chen Ziyuan's control over her. Ah, that's great. Honey, I love you. Qin Shuer was incredibly excited, and her reaction was the strongest. She jumped up and hopped onto Lu Ming, clinging to him like a koala, and pressed her soft, sweet lips against his. Her face was flushed with excitement. The temptation to go to the Dragon Kingdom is no different from the temptation to return to the pre-apocalyptic world. This is something that no survivor of the apocalypse can resist. Jiang Xiao and Qi Qi were equally excited. However, Qin Shuer was already clinging to Lu Ming, so they couldn't cling to her anymore. Otherwise, they would have had to cling to her no matter what. Several hours later, Chen Ziyuan was furious with Yang Yang, but he still managed to complete the final negotiations and gain Yang Yang's support. But everyone knows that Yang Yang doesn't support Chen Ziyuan. It was Lu Ming. This is a very bad sign, because Yang Yang, Qin Shuer, Jiang Xiao, and others are now supporting Lu Ming. It means that more people will definitely support Lu Ming in the future. What Chen Ziyuan wanted was absolute control over Lu Ming, not to find someone to rival him. Chen Ziyuan was in a bad mood, but he didn't show it on his face. Your Majesty, I have detected a message. This is still very crucial information. Manhwa's voice rang in Chen Ziyuan's ears, unnoticed by others. Oh, what message is it? Chen Ziyuan asked casually. At this moment, they're being led by Yang Yang to tour the basic information of the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 124. Under these circumstances, where could he possibly run to? Lu Ming and Qin Shuer were among those visiting the City Lord's mansion. A base under the City Lord's mansion is called the Glorious Base, and its leader is Chun Hui, a mental evolutionist. They obtained a strain of golden sand poison. We're planning to make our move during dinner tonight, Niwa said in a deep voice. He then fully informed Chun Ziyuan of the basic facts about the Jinsha drug. Niwa didn't participate in the various events during the apocalypse. She was only responsible for observation. Therefore, her understanding of the golden sand poison came from conversations with the survivors. Niwa also had many ways of obtaining information. Information about most of the mutated plants and animals in the apocalypse, and even some of the most threatening mutated plants and animals, was under her surveillance. Your Majesty, I think we can completely turn the tables on you during dinner tonight. Let me modify your combat uniform in advance, and then after Chun Hui and his team succeed, I will use Chun Hui to mentally control Lu Ming. Then we can sit back and reap the benefits. Take Chun Hui into custody. There might be some risks in the short term, and these risks mainly stem from Chun Hui's personal thinking, but they are relatively controllable. As long as we gradually brainwash him, this risk will disappear. Niwa's voice was extremely solemn. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyuan, my eyes lit up immediately. Is there such a good thing? Then we can totally turn the tables on them, pretend we don't know anything, and then incite Chun Hui at the last minute. But what if Chun Hui disobeys me, or even attacks me? There's one more question. If Chun Hui knew that Lu Ming was a time traveler, could he use Lu Ming's methods to travel to the past and never come back? If things go this smoothly, then their trip will have been truly worthwhile. Your Majesty, I already have solutions for all the things you are worried about. The first issue is security. I only need to modify your combat uniform in advance, and the problem will be solved easily. The second problem is the issue of not coming back. He also has a military-grade combat uniform on him. I just need to lock his combat uniform and set up a password program inside it. If I don't unlock his combat uniform every once in a while, he will be melted by the combat uniform. Given this premise, where could he possibly run to? The explanation for Niwa's indifference. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyuan's eyes lit up even more. Yes, if there's a way to lock Chun Hui's life in the bag, then why worry about whether he'll escape or not? As long as Niwa takes all the precautions into account, all the risks can be easily resolved. Niwa, do as you say. What do I need to do? Chen Ziyuan asked excitedly. At this moment, he was filled with pride and self-confidence. You need to go to the underground of the nuclear power plant near the City Lord's mansion. The nuclear power plant provides energy, and some of the materials dismantled there can be used to upgrade your combat suit. Niwa provided guidance. Okay, I'll find an excuse. Chen Ziyuan nodded. Just as Chen Ziyuan was about to find a suitable excuse, Qin Shuangxue seemed to have a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered something. Turning her head, she looked at Chun Hui and the others who were following behind her not far away. These people followed behind Lu Ming and his group as they toured the city. After all, they are high-ranking figures in this city. If they weren't by my side at this moment, it would mean there was something wrong with their attitude. Besides, they followed them here to observe Lu Ming and his group, and also to prepare for what would happen that night. Shuer, what's wrong? Lu Ming looked at her with some confusion. Honey, give me an RPG. Qin Shuer reached out her hand. Although Lu Ming was full of questions, he didn't ask any further. As Lu Ming opened his supernatural space in front of everyone, he quickly pulled out an enhanced RPG anti-tank rocket. Qin Shuer, carrying the RPG, skipped and hopped away in Shenzon's bewildered gaze. What's she going to do? What's she trying to do? These two thoughts not only surfaced in Chen Ziyuan's mind, but also in the minds of Chen Hui and his group. Because of Qin Shuer's strange behavior, the entire team stopped for a moment. All eyes turned to her. Everyone was curious about what she was going to do. Click! Qin Shuer suddenly pointed the RPG bullet at Chen Hui. The two sides maintained a distance of about 10 meters. In just a moment, Chen Hui was sweating profusely. Qin, Sister Qin, may I ask what brings you here? Chen Hui suppressed his fear and forced himself to remain calm as he looked at her. He dared not show any disrespect or make any threats. Chen Hui even suspected that Qin Shuer might have already discovered his secret. Otherwise, Why would Qin Shuai point an RPG at herself? Chen Hui, I suddenly remembered something very interesting. You seem to have some gold sand poison, don't you? Qin Shuai said with a smile. Huh? Chen Hui was stunned. I never expected Qin Shuai to know about this. You have to understand that their acquisition of the golden sand poison was a highly secretive matter. What do you mean? It's too dangerous for you to have this. Take it out and give it to me. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off with one shot. Hee. Qin Shuai once again showed her mischievous side, even making jokes about things like this. Sister Qin, you must have made a mistake. Where would we get our hands on some kind of gold dust poison? Chen Hui sensed something was wrong and said in a panic, You're still not giving up? Look at this. Qin Shuai took out her phone and showed a satellite image. Then, as she swiped her finger, the satellite images kept changing, and they were all ultra-high-definition satellite images. China's satellites cannot achieve particularly precise image capture, but satellites from China can. The photos can even reach 4K standard. After the image is enlarged, everything in the picture, including what people look like, is crystal clear. The images mainly depict a group of people transporting gold dust, a type of drug. They buried the gold dust inside the corpse's abdominal cavity, and one person held both hands, a person pulling on both legs. Just as the purple tinge from the corpse was about to spread to the nearest point, they would replace the corpse and repeat the process. Chen Hui, this is the evidence that you obtained the gold sand poison. Hand over the stuff while I still have patience. Otherwise, I'll splatter your brains all over the floor. Qin Shuai said with a smile. But at that moment, Chen Hui and the others, even Qin Ziyuan, were on the verge of vomiting blood. Niwa, what's going on? How did Qin Shuai get those satellite images and even know about Chen Hui through this method? In his desperation, Qin Ziyuan questioned in a low voice. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will check my log immediately. Niwa immediately entered search mode. The result came in a short while. Your Majesty, this is what happened. When Qin Shuai obtained these satellite images, I was in a 3-week hibernation period, and she obtained these photos before you returned to Earth. This isn't the first or second time she's done this kind of thing, monitoring survivors in the apocalypse. Plus, I happened to be in hibernation at that time, so it wasn't discovered before. Chapter 125, I gave you a chance, but you didn't listen at all. Niwa's apologetic words echoed in Shanduan's ears, filling him with a mixture of helplessness and anger. It's like punching cotton. Niwa's earlier words had aroused his strong anticipation. He felt that the way to control Lu Ming was now vividly clear before him. And what was the result? That damn Qin Shuai, why is she spying on everyone else? The key point is that Qin Shuai didn't seem to have thought of this before, and then suddenly remembered it just now. Come to think of it, it's quite a coincidence. Chen Hui, I've already laid out the opportunity in front of you. So, are you going to pay or not? Qin Shuai glanced at him, her right index finger already on the trigger, ready to pull it at any moment. Chen Hui wanted to continue arguing that he had no connection to the gold sand poison. But the facts are already laid bare. He's also in the photo, so no matter how much he tries to deny it, it's pointless. Damn it. Damn it. Why did Qin Shuai have to wake up now of all times? Why didn't she wait until after she had taken action herself? If the time were delayed until then, even if Qin Shuai suddenly realized the truth, it would be too late. Chen Hui, you actually have something like golden sand poison in your possession? Why wasn't this reported before? Yang Walked Ofer. His face instantly darkened. This is definitely not a good thing. In the mansion of any powerful city lord, it would be a key sign of a power grab. It's important to know that gold sand poison is no ordinary toxin. Its existence led survivors to refer to it as one of the top 10 deadly poisons after the apocalypse. Even a tiny amount can instantly knock out a powerful opponent of the same level. If more is inhaled, the brain will be severely damaged in an instant. At best, they can be easily controlled by powerful mental cultivators. In severe cases, it can turn one into an idiot. A slightly higher dose would be enough to kill a powerful individual instantly. The crucial point is that Lu Ming and Qin Shuai are right there in the city lord's mansion. If anything happens to them, it would be a huge deal for him. If anything happens to Lu Ming, he will die too. Splash. Wheat greeting from Yang. Immediately, A large number of powerful figures from the city lord's mansion surrounded Chen Hui and his group of 2 or 3 from the glorious base. Qin Shui'er was pointing an RPG at them from the front, while Yang Yang and his men surrounded them from behind. From this moment on, they will have no chance to escape, even if they had wings. Chen Hui, aren't you going to hand over the golden sand poison? Yang Yang roared angrily. Chen Hui took a deep breath, knowing that he had no room for maneuver now. Even if he hands over the golden sand poison, he will still face certain death. Since the deed is done, Yang Yang has no reason to spare his life. Who would want to keep such a scourge by their side if such a thing is concealed? Today is the day of Jinsha poisoning. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Bang! Chen Hui took out a small glass bottle and was about to smash it. The glass bottle contained gold dust poison. The powder from this stuff can be stored in a glass bottle for a short time, but not for very long. After leaving the soil, it needs to be transferred via a corpse. And this is not without reason, because during the transfer via a corpse, it can maintain its vitality. After being taken away, it can continue to be nurtured in a petri dish of fresh blood, human blood, or animal blood, so that it can live indefinitely. Click! Qin Shui'er reacted quickly, immediately dodging backward several steps, instantly creating a distance of dozens of meters. At the same time, she pulled the trigger. The enhanced RPG anti-tank rocket flew towards Chen Hui and blasted his head off just as he was about to smash the glass bottle. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Chen Hui's head was blasted open by the armor-piercing force of the bullet, instantly splattering out a large amount of blood and brain matter. The blazing flames instantly engulfed his body, simultaneously consuming the golden sand poison. Golden sand poison is most afraid of fire, especially the powder after it has been ground. Once it comes into contact with a flame, just like a dry leaf touching a fire, it will instantly ignite, and then it will lose its toxicity. The enhanced RPG that Lu Ming brought over could even break through the armor of a heavy tank, because it ignored weight. Conventional RPGs, because they need to consider individual combat. They are not very heavy. The tracks used to bombard tanks are fine. However, it's still difficult to actually penetrate the armor of a heavily armored tank, even with armor-piercing projectiles. Even though Chen Hui's physical attributes as a 7th-tier revolver were already quite formidable. But compared to an RPG of this caliber, it's simply not enough. It's just a mortal body. How could they possibly compete with firearms? Moreover, before coming here, he had taken off his combat uniform to avoid being controlled by Qin Shui'er. I gave you a chance, but you really don't listen to me at all. Qin Shui'er pouted. It was not affected at all by the bloody scenes. Madam, what should we do with the rest of these people? Despite harboring anger towards them, Yang Yang still asked Qin Shui'er with utmost respect. Kill them all, then find out about the gold sand poison. After all, this thing is too dangerous, so it has to be kept in my husband's space. Qin Shui'er, carrying the cannon barrel, gave the order in a nonchalant manner. Yes, Yang Yang nodded. With a single glance, the experts from the city lord's mansion immediately pounced on the others Chen Hui had brought, surrounding and killing them. The other 2 people Chen Hui brought were also high-ranking members of the glorious base, with strength around the peak of the 6th tier. But right now, the city lord's mansion has no shortage of experts of this level. The top-tier supplies that Lu Ming gave to Yang Yang. Yang Yang used them himself, but most of it was traded. Through these supplies, he obtained a considerable amount of crystal cores and even military combat uniforms from large forces in other provinces. The idea of exchanging canned food for combat uniforms seems incredibly absurd. But this is a post-apocalyptic environment. Truly scarce resources are the absolute key to success. The most apt description is gold in times of chaos, antiques in times of prosperity. China has acquired a large quantity of gold from asteroids in outer space through various technologies, so it has no shortage of gold. Canned goods, cigarettes, and candy are like gold in the apocalypse. Everyone be careful when heading to the glorious base. Make sure they don't use the golden sands poison on a large scale. Even a single plant of Gynostemma penniphilum, when ground into powder, can easily cover an area of thousands of square meters. In a closed environment, it could cover tens of thousands of square meters. We must get the Gynostemma penniphilum to Mr. Liu while minimizing casualties. Do you understand? Yang Yang gave the order. Yes. Everyone nodded. Splash. With a burst of footsteps, a large number of powerful individuals rushed out and headed towards the glorious base. Chapter 126, What's the point of sympathizing with these people? The people at Brilliant Base and Chun Ziyuan were practically spitting blood. The urge to kill surged within them, but there was nothing they could do. To ask Lu Ming to hand over the gold sand poison he obtained and put in his hands? Hee. Stop joking. First, how should it be stored once it gets into his hands? After all, he didn't have Lu Ming's spatial ability to freeze time. The ground-up gold sand poison would completely spoil in a glass bottle within 1 or 2 months at most, but it wouldn't in Lu Ming's space. Secondly, how could Lu Ming possibly give it to him? Unless Lu Ming has gone mad. Mr. Lu, this is my negligence. I failed to discover it beforehand. Please punish me, Mr. Lu. Yang quickly went to Lu Ming to apologize. It's okay. It's normal that you didn't notice this. It's not your fault. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Ming took out a pack of cigarettes from his spatial storage and tossed it to him. This cigarette is a product of disassembling Zhonghua cigarettes and remanufacturing them at the Dragon Country base. Its mouthpiece, packaging, and outer plastic have all been replaced. The cigarette packaging does not contain any production information or barcode markings. In a post-apocalyptic world, even if someone examines it using professional equipment, they would only say that it is a product of China before the apocalypse. After all, the production lines that produce cigarette holders and packaging shells were manufactured using industrial robots that were brought back from China. So what can you possibly analyze from tobacco leaves? Besides, who has nothing better to do than analyze tobacco leaves? Thank you, Mr. Lu. Grateful. Yang was taken aback, but then happily accepted the cigarette that Lu Ming tossed to him with both hands. Even without any packaging information, he knew what it was. After all, he had taken it from Lu Ming more than once. The value of this pack of cigarettes in the apocalypse is unimaginable. A 7th-tier evolver is pretty awesome, right? But an 8th-tier evolved being can buy a whole pack of cigarettes. The power gap between the 7th and 8th tiers is at least 10 times, or even dozens of times. It depends on 2 things: the level of the evolver's ability and the type of ability they possess. Those around witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with envy and excitement. What I envy is that Lu Ming's reward was given to Yang. What's exciting is that this treasure has ended up in the hands of their city lord's mansion. To put it in an unrealistic way, that is to share in the glory. Tell your men to be a little more careful. If you can bring me the gold dust intact, I'll give you some extra benefits. Lu Ming Zhao looked at Yang. Clear. Yang nodded, then turned and instructed someone to convey Lu Ming's message. Since Yang's people are handling this matter, Lu Ming doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. Turning around, Lu Ming continued his tour of the city with the others. It must be said that Yang was indeed very insightful when he worked with Zhao Dongpeng to build this city. The division between the various regions is so excellent. Even the outermost slums. It's not a complete mess. When Zhao Dongpeng was alive, this city had a population of over 1 million. Managing it well was no easy task. Although slums represent the lowest level of society in the city, the people living there are not without human rights. They can obtain food by relying on dried meat and polluted water. They can also obtain gene-modified drugs through work to alleviate the mutations in their bodies. However, these medicines are very expensive. People living in slums often have serious, distorted views. Her face was covered by a mask, and her body was completely concealed. She tried her best to make herself look as presentable as possible. They only use gene-modifying drugs to prolong their lives when they are about to become completely deformed. The majority of people living in slums are ordinary people without means of support. Those who have awakened their evolutionary abilities live either in the civilian district or the civic district. Some exceptionally powerful evolved beings can even enter the core area. In the management of a large city, if there are not enough channels for advancement, the power system will not be able to hold up for long and will collapse. Most people actually lack management skills. Managing a dozen or so people will be a challenge for them. When it comes to dozens or hundreds of people, the difficulty increases exponentially. When the number of people reaches 100,000 or 1 million, it becomes an even more hellish challenge. Forceful suppression is one method, but it also needs to be combined with overt policy measures. In this respect, Zhao Dongpeng was a talented person at the time. Yang Yang is the same now. In the same situation, even Lu Ming himself probably wouldn't be able to manage a city well. After all, with more people, all sorts of problems will increase. The most prestigious profession in ancient times was that of an emperor. But the most miserable profession is that of an emperor. Historical records show that most emperors died from overwork. Very few lived to be 60 or 70 years old, but there were a lot of ministers who lived to be 60 or 70. When Chen Yuan saw the images of the slums and the distorted appearance of those ordinary people, he was truly heartbroken. Judging from his expression, he was genuinely distressed for these people. Chapter 127. Oh right, how could I forget about that? But in Lu Ming's eyes, Chen Ziyuan's expression at this moment was nothing but contempt. Even Lu Ming wanted to ask him what he was doing. At this time, caring about these things. Sympathize with these people. What's the point? His concern and deep sorrow would only be seen as mockery by these distorted, ordinary people. What difference would there be between that, and why don't they eat meat porridge? Even if he was inspired by these people, his body still retained the advanced human genes from before the apocalypse, so he had no right to sympathize with them, let alone these ordinary people who can't empathize. Even Lu Ming couldn't. Imagine a boss who only pays Lu Ming 2,500 yuan a month, and then hypocritically says to him, "Why are you eating so poorly? How can our company only offer such meager benefits? How can we let our employees eat such terrible food?" Faced with this kind of person, Lu Ming only had one thought. That would be to slap him to death. Chen Ziyuan probably realized how ridiculous he was. So after pretending to care about a few people, Chen Ziyuan stopped doing that kind of thing. Throughout the entire process, not only did no one stop him, but they simply watched him. The others were relatively more restrained. Qin Shui'er, however, didn't give him the cold shoulder. What she thought in her heart was reflected on her face. Her face was full of disdain and contempt. If she could, Qin Shui'er would probably have burst out laughing. Before dinner, Yang Yang's men had already completed all the actions. Not only did they obtain the golden sand poison tree, sapling from the brilliant base, they also uncovered some spies planted by the brilliant base under Yang Yang's command. Yang Yang was nearly driven mad when he found these people, because some of them were still considered brothers by him. They had been hiding from him for far too long. They were only caught now. From the initial stages of the apocalypse until now, everyone has experienced all sorts of things, big and small, and faced various life or death situations. But what if he was told in the end that some of them were actually traitors? Even someone as ruthless and decisive as Yang Yang couldn't help but break down. The discovered golden sand poison tree seedling was placed in a glass container provided by Lu Ming. The sapling's lateral diameter is approximately 25 centimeters. Height 73 centimeters. Lu Ming did not have any suitable glassware. So Qin Shui'er, who has S-level fire-type abilities, melted some glass jars and then fired one on the spot. The utensils don't need to be made to a particularly high standard. As long as there's enough room, that's fine. Once we get back, we'll use a robotic arm from the Dragon Kingdom to process it into powder, making it easier to store in our space. Although this thing has ended up in Lu Ming's hands, Manhwa and Chen Ziyuan will definitely be wary of it. Manhwa, in particular, would surely be able to devise a strategy to deal with it. There are even methods to analyze whether there is any gold dust poisoning in the air. If Manhwa can't even handle this, then it can only mean that Lu Ming and the others are treating her too much as an opponent. Because if Manhwa can't even handle this, she's basically nothing. The golden sand tree saplings, packaged in jars, shimmered like they were crafted from gold. Golden veins adorned a large portion of their emerald green leaves. Furthermore, golden traces were irregularly diffused across the leaves and the sapling stem. A more apt description would be that it's more like gold inlaid with jade. The green part looks like jade. Magnificent, eerie. At the same time, it exudes a dazzling brilliance that is almost deathly. "Honey, could you let me take a look at the gold sand poison?" Chi-Chi walked over and said. Her beautiful eyes were also drawn to the stunning appearance of the gold sand poison. "What's wrong?" Without any suspicion, Lu Ming handed over the golden sand poison tree seedlings to her. There was no longer any trust gap between them. Besides, Chi-Chi had no reason to harm him. The fact that Chi-Chi could get along with Qin Shui'er and Jiang Qiumin, her character, was absolutely reliable. "Honey, isn't my ability to create dreams. I have a certain ability to absorb these hallucinogenic substances. Moreover, the stronger the effect of what I absorb, the greater the boost to my abilities. Chi-Chi's eyes were serious as she explained. All right, how could I forget about that? Honey, Chi-Chi's ability level can be improved. If she can absorb this golden sand poison, she might start at SSS. Qin Shuer suddenly remembered this and added from aside. Chi-Chi's dream-weaving ability wasn't initially SS level. It was an improvement she made over the years in the apocalypse through various poisons. Gold sand poisoning is deadly to others. But for her, it was a tonic. However, she is currently only close to the 6th level of strength. And if she wants to absorb this golden sand poison, she must proceed step by step. Such a thing is true. In that case, Chi-Chi, you should study it carefully and see if you can absorb it. Lu Ming allowed Chi-Chi to keep the golden sand poison even more freely. Okay, honey, to be honest, I've been having people search for golden sand poison for several years now. This particular golden sand poison belongs to the 7th tier, so taking down an 8th tier evolver shouldn't be a problem. If I could absorb it completely, my rank wouldn't just be improved. Even their strength might increase to the 7th rank. Chi-Chi hugged the glass jar, extremely excited. After absorbing it, her dream-making ability will be imbued with the properties of the golden sand poison, invincible within the 7th rank. Even an 8th tier fighter can put up a fight head-on. Most of all beings do not improve their attributes. The level of their ability is what it is when it is first awakened, and it will remain that level for life. People like Chi-Chi are extremely rare. Listening to Lu Ming and Chi-Chi's conversation, Chen Ziyuan felt even more displeased. However, Chi-Chi absorbing all of the golden sand poison also benefited him, because after he controlled Lu Ming, Chi-Chi became a capable minister under his command. Because Yang Yang's men had brought over the golden sand poison tree seedlings intact, Lu Ming kept his promise and tossed them some packaged military rations, the same kind that Lu Ming and Wang Rui had brought the second time they came. It was easy to use and tasted good. When they received these rations, Yang Yang and the rest of the group were ecstatic, because this kind of thing is far more valuable than cigarettes and canned goods. If Lu Ming hadn't taken it out and given it to them, otherwise, they couldn't imagine ever seeing something like this again in their lifetime. Compared to canned food, this stuff has an even shorter shelf life. Lu Ming and his group stayed in the provincial capital for a few days. Chen Ziyuan was in charge of mobilizing people everywhere. Lu Ming would either take the women around here today, or he would take them to the outskirts of town tomorrow to hunt some strange beasts when they had nothing else to do. Since this time, Lu Ming's main task has become absorbing crystal cores. The absorption of 100,000 third-order crystal nuclei must be completed as soon as possible. Even if Chen Ziyuan sees this process, it won't matter. Anyway, Lu Ming had already said that absorbing crystal cores would increase the upper limit of space capacity. Let Chen Ziyuan handle the trivial matters, and Lu Ming can save himself the trouble. In the last few days, Lu Ming discovered another benefit. That's the benefit of having Chen Ziyuan take charge. If Lu Ming himself represented the Dragon Kingdom, mobilized the survivors of the apocalypse, and united them to launch a counterattack against this Doomsday. Therefore, Lu Ming will not only need to use a lot of words, but also a lot of time and other costs. But if these tasks were entrusted to Chen Ziyuan, for Lu Ming, it would be 4 words. What's it to me? Chapter 128. The scale has expanded. It'll only be more exciting. Sometimes, changing your perspective and looking at problems from a different angle can completely change the situation. For example, clocking in for work. Don't think, damn, I'm going to have to start my miserable life of manual labor again. Think about it from another perspective. Great, there are only a few hours left before I can get off work. Although they're all the same process. But the feeling you have when facing it is different. Since Chen Ziyuan wants to control a lot of power, Lu Ming will let him have his way. If he wants to do it, then I'll do it for him. Lu Ming was responsible for spending his days playing around with the girls. As for the benefits promised by Chen Ziyuan, Yang Yang, and even other base forces, they have nothing to do with Lu Ming. It is not like Lu Ming made those promises. Following Chen Ziyuan's instructions, Manhwa continuously brainwashed Lu Ming every day. But with Wen Tian's blessing, this thing has become meaningless. However, Lu Ming hasn't addressed the issue between Wen Tian and Qin Shuai yet. Lu Ming planned to give Qin Shuai a big surprise after returning to China. He wanted to see how she would react. Currently, Lu Ming's time travel has been completely fixed. 23 days in China, 7 days in the Dragon Kingdom. With Chun Yuan backing him up, Lu Ming doesn't have much to do. Feeling great now. As the scale expands, it will only get better. After Chen Zan worked tirelessly to settle things with the City Lord's mansion and various base forces, Lu Ming called them back to Linshan City. The next round of travel is just around the corner. Lu Ming needs to go back to Linshan City to check on the supplies that Linshan City needs. Under Lu Ming's leadership, Linshan City has achieved partial industrial self-sufficiency and some self-sufficiency in raw materials. However, there are still many raw materials that Lu Ming needs to bring from the Dragon Kingdom. At Huaxing Base, some researchers, along with their subordinates, are even developing 6th-generation fighter jets for China in their spare time. The main focus of 5th-generation and 6th-generation fighter jets is stealth, supersonic cruise, super maneuverability, avionics systems, and network data capabilities. In addition to these performance aspects, 6th-generation fighter jets can also be equipped with unmanned combat systems. In layman's terms, it means turning this thing into a drone. Flight speed exceeding Mach 5. The concept combat radius has been increased to 5,000 kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers. This wouldn't have been a problem at all for China's military technology before the end of the world. But now it's the people at the Huaxing base who are developing it. Moreover, under their guidance, this thing has already taken shape. It will be completed in a few months at most. When Lu Ming brings this thing back to China, it will be a global sensation, because let alone 5th-generation fighters, only 3 major world powers, China, the United States, and Russia, are capable of producing 4th-generation fighters. Besides those, they're English, French, German, Italian. If the conditions are changed to 5th-generation fighters, then only the top 3 countries remain. The conditions for producing 6th-generation fighter jets are extremely demanding. If technology were to advance at its normal pace, it's unknown how many years it would take for China to achieve this. But at the Huaxing base, it's practically handmade. With a whole bunch of equipment, they can really hand-make a 6th-generation fighter jet. Meanwhile, the Huaxing base's research areas are not limited to 6th-generation fighter jets. This also includes premature decay of damaging DNA, large-scale underwater combat system, next-generation combat suit, even Gundam. Yes, Gundam. This project is just for fun right now. It's a key weapon strategy for exterminating alien beasts and mutated plants. This thing can exist, but it can also be unnecessary, because Lu Ming can achieve the feat of throwing bricks with great force. When encountering particularly powerful alien beasts, TNT can be transported there using a large number of drones or ground troops. If TNT doesn't kill them, then use nuclear weapons. If a nuclear bomb doesn't kill them, then use a hydrogen bomb. Apart from the few super monsters that hid in the sea, all other monsters and mutated plants can be killed. Under this premise, Gundam and the like become less significant. Actually, when Lu Ming was reading those comics before, he had a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Given that humans have the technology to create Gundam, why do humans still fight hand-to-hand on planets, on Mars, and in space? In comics, Gundams wielding heavy swords and fighting each other in arenas or space is undeniably cool. But would it make sense to weave manies in real life? As a Gundam, it's ridiculous that it has to slash and punch like that. Even more absurd is Marvel. The Purple Sweet Potato Leader's army is clearly already in spaceships. As a result, the boss, Purple Sweet Potato, was actually wielding a double-edged sword and hacking people around. The Nividar dwarves, who are capable of using stellar energy to forge weapons, actually use stellar energy to forge an axe? If word gets out, it will be a disgrace to advanced star-level civilizations. Is this how stellar energy is used in a technological mindset? The implementation of the Gundam project was mainly Lu Ming's idea, because the advancement of this project could lead to improvements in other technologies. The key point is that Lu Ming wants to create a suit of armor similar to Iron Man's. Functionality is secondary. The key is that he's handsome. Besides, Iron Man's armor in Marvel is by no means weak. Even an asteroid hitting him on the head wouldn't kill Iron Man. This shows just how incredibly powerful Iron Man's nanotech armor was back then. Several days after returning to Linshan City, Lu Ming led Chen Ziyuan and two others, along with Qin Shui'er and Zhou Haiyue, on a time-traveling journey. Besides Lu Ming, a total of 7 people came to the Dragon Kingdom. During their time travel, Qin Shui'er and the others were incredibly excited. Even Chen Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a bit overjoyed. In Chen Ziyuan's eyes, Earth, where the Dragon Kingdom is located, is already his for the taking. So his visit this time is to inspect the territory ahead of schedule. Lu Ming, you're back. Commander Lin was the one who greeted them in the lobby as always. And this time, Chuning, the police chief of the Jinan Road police station, is also here. The moment Commander Lin and the others saw Chen Ziyuan and his group, they understood what was going on. However, no one made a sound. Manhwa possessed a set of specialized programs that were attached to Chen Ziyuan's combat suit. However, to truly take root in this world, it must be attached to a large computer platform. For example, China's Taihu Supercomputing Center. In the case of substandard hardware, Manhwa here is no match for Wentian, unless Manhwa has the ability to move her entire original body over. Commander Lin, we're back. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Ziyuan, the head of state of China. The other two are Wu De and Kong Siyuan. Chapter 129, not giving them a day of trouble, is simply not enough. After introducing Chen Ziyuan and his group, Lu Ming then introduced them to others. Chief Chen, this is the person in charge of our Dragon Kingdom's space-time project. Lin Jintao, Commander Lin. His family is considered one of the top families in our Dragon Kingdom. His ancestors were meritorious officials of the country back then. After the introductions were finished, Lu Ming asked, unnecessarily, by the way, Brother Lin, where are Elder Dong and the others? Commander Lin's tone became more serious as he said, hasn't something happened overseas? Elder Dong has already flown abroad and won't be back for the next few days. Lu Ming feigned doubt and asked, something happened? Wasn't it just the earthquake before I arrived? Could something else have happened? Commander Lin nodded. Yes, it's not just that 8.1 magnitude earthquake. The key issue is that on the other side of the ocean, another serious internal conflict has broken out. They've run out of options on the other side of the ocean, so they invited Mr. Dong over, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep things under control. Lu Ming and Commander Lin's explanations were merely superficial. In reality, everyone knows that Elder Dong did not go to the other side. However, because Chen Ziyuan was coming, and because of the potential risks associated with Manhwa, Elder Dong had to go and make an appearance after receiving the news. After leaving behind some corresponding evidence, they flew back to Kunlun Mountain. In just 23 days, an airport has been built in the Kunlun Mountains, and it's even inside the mountain. While it's closed, no one can detect the problem from the outside. Once opened, a portion of the mountain will be exposed. The runway is very long enough for civilian airliners and even fighter jets and heavy transport aircraft to take off and land. During these 23 days, Wentian also developed a stealth coating. This ensures that no matter when or what aircraft takes off from Kunlun Mountain Airport, it will not be detected by satellite. Naturally, there is no risk. Meanwhile, in the past few days, many satellites, including those from across the ocean and other countries, have also fallen due to various force majeure factors. However, all of China's satellites remain on board, continuing to provide services for various purposes. Commander Lin, please give us a checkup. Each person is separated out individually. Lu Ming turned his head and said, good. Commander Lin nodded. But in reality, this so-called inspection was already a mere formality, because Lu Ming and his team's combat uniforms were absolutely antibacterial. Bringing this up again now is just a ploy to get back at Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan and his group were guests. We must go with the flow. Moreover, as people from another world, the Dragon Kingdom has reason to suspect whether they carry germs or whether their blood contains germs. So, isn't the timing of this inspection entirely up to China? If they're not inspected for a day, if we don't bother them for a day, Lu Ming felt it wasn't enough at all. Even if there weren't so many projects, we still had to create just that many. And we also had to go through all sorts of tests to get as many blood samples from Chen Ziyuan as possible. Chen Ziyuan's blood sample is very useful. When Lu Ming obtained first authority, his DNA was modified by Wentian. Then Chen Ziyuan should be the same. Obtaining Chen Ziyuan's blood sample might just be the key to unlocking this secret. If Wentian were to be able to replicate this DNA modification and transfer it to Lu Ming, it would be highly likely that Lu Ming would also gain Yuhua's first authority. This is currently only theoretical, and it's very difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to give it a try. Chief Chun, this way, please. Some of the tests are actually necessary and essential for us, and the testing procedures are already well established, with only about a dozen tests remaining. So please understand, the main purpose is to prevent the existence of things like superviruses and destructive DNA from your side. Commander Lin was in charge of entertaining them. He gestured for them to enter, with a smile on his face. Of course. The situations in the two worlds are different, and the circumstances we face each time we go, they're also different, so it's only right that we conduct some checks. Chen Ziyuan did not doubt it, but nodded. If he were in the same situation, he would definitely check it too. If nothing goes wrong during a live transmigration between two worlds, that's fine. But if something does happen, it's a huge problem. For example, the Yellow Death. For them, this thing was just a common cold. But if we bring them here, a whole bunch of people will die in no time. The probability of this happening is low. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That doesn't mean people can't be more cautious. Chief Chun, this series of tests may take more than 10 hours. The main time-consuming part is the analysis. Our technological level is not as advanced as yours, so please forgive us. Lu Ming turned around and greeted him. At the same time, it's also a reminder to Commander Lin. We must keep these idiots around for as long as possible. It's fine. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand. Well then, Chief Chun, see you after we've finished the inspection. Let's have dinner together later, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, he took Qin Shuer and Zhou Haiyue to the other side. There are indeed a series of inspection rooms in the base, but these things were built to deceive people coming from China later. Lu Ming took the 4 women to take a shower first. Take off your combat uniform and put it into the spatial isolation. There are a few things I'd like to mention to you in Chapter 130. Because of what happened when Lu Ming last returned and the subsequent research direction, the base has renovated the examination room again. The main direction of the renovation is just one point. Signal jamming. The room where Lu Ming and his group were taking a shower was the first stop in the inspection room, and also the important beginning of signal jamming. Once inside this gate, even gods cannot obtain any information from it, because a large amount of shielding cloth is buried inside the wall. Shuer, here's a piece of equipment. Please check us to make sure we still have the micro-robots on us. Lu Ming's expression instantly turned extremely serious. This equipment was manufactured by Wentian and was completed before their return, ensuring the equipment itself would be problem-free. Furthermore, the internal chips of this equipment have been completely sealed with lead, guaranteeing signal isolation and eliminating the possibility of malfunctions. Good. Although Qin Shuer was slightly puzzled, she still nodded in agreement. She sensed something was amiss, as if something was secretly helping the Dragon Kingdom achieve a technological leap. Because the testing device in her hand shouldn't be something that China's technology could achieve. This thing is postmodern technology. Even during this period, Lu Ming brought a lot of technology, including industrial robots, from China. But it seems like we don't have the technology to produce this thing, do we? She knew all the technologies Lu Ming had moved. They're all focused on major technological trends. It's a technology similar to biopharmaceuticals and controlled nuclear fusion. Beep, beep, beep. Under Qin Shuer's control, the machine began scanning everyone. The reason this device was given to Qin Shuer was that this machine had only one interface, a physical interface. The data analyzed by the machine will undergo an initial screening. Then Qin Shuer connected via a physical interface and conducted a second data screening. The inspection took several tens of minutes to complete. Beep, beep. With the aid of the instruments, Qin Shuer found a large number of micron-sized robots on them. Each person has at least a dozen on their body. Especially Lu Ming had the most. Lu Ming has dozens of them on him. Lu Ming retrieved the ultra-high pressure laser device from the side and began using it to kill all the nanobots on their bodies. The process by which this thing kills the Vimy robot is similar to chemotherapy. When killing the microbots, it is impossible to avoid damaging the robots in the combat suits themselves. However, the damage level is limited. It's like exfoliating. It will kill the robots on the surface of the combat suit, but the combat suit itself can quickly repair the robots back to their original state, ensuring the functionality of the combat suit. So even if it has some impact on combat uniforms, the effect is not significant. At this point, the inspection can only guarantee that they will not be monitored by micron-sized robots in this area. Even after they leave, there's no guarantee that Chen Ziyuan won't release robots to monitor them again. After all, it would be incredibly easy for Chen Ziyuan to release the micro-robots. It could be achieved with just a light pat on Lu Ming's shoulder. This can be achieved without even making contact. Honey, we've finished our checkup. We no longer have any micron-sized robots controlled by manhwa on us. Qin Schwenner's expression turned serious. Take off your combat uniform and come take a shower with me first. There are a few things I'd like to mention to you. Lu Ming greeted him solemnly. Without any hesitation, the four women took off their combat suits and handed them to Lu Ming, who then threw them into the supernatural space. They had already been completely honest with each other more than once, so there was no need to hide anything now. Lu Ming led them to the bathroom next door. After they finished washing up, Lu Ming gave them several sets of brand new clothes and told them to change into them. The examination by Chen Ziyuan and his group would take more than 10 hours, but Lu Ming and his group certainly couldn't wait here for too long, and there was no need for them to. After finishing their conversation, Lu Ming was about to take them out. Creak! Lu Ming led them, who had changed and come out of the bathroom, and sat them on the sofa in the waiting room outside. Chen Ziyuan's plan is the same as Lu Ming's. However, various steps. It's much stricter than Lu Ming's side. Schwerer, Achio, you should both have realized that something is wrong, right? Lu Ming looked at them with a solemn expression. Honey, what's going on? I have a feeling that something's not quite right about the technology here. King Suer asked curiously. Lu Ming hadn't mentioned this earlier, so she didn't press him. But now that he had brought it up, she voiced her curiosity and doubts. Something is definitely not right. Are you trying to say that, under normal circumstances, some aspects of our technology shouldn't be like this? Like that detector we just saw. Lu Ming nodded with a deep gaze. Before Qin Schwerer came here, she spent her days watching TV series. Over the past year, she has watched many TV dramas about China, so she naturally knows the level of technology in China and Earth. Although Jiang Xiao and Qi Qi did not have such a deep understanding as Qin Schwerer, they also sensed something was wrong after they arrived. Schwerer, something actually happened when Hai Wei and I came back last time. Chen Ziyuan had manhwa remotely transplant the program into my combat suit via satellite and implant a part of manhwa's program into my combat suit, which was then integrated with the combat support system you gave me, creating a manhwa control program within my body. But that's the good thing. Achio, do you still remember that parallel world act you mentioned before? Lu Ming turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Remember, Jiang Xiao nodded emphatically. She mentioned this to Lu Ming and Qin Schwerer at the time. However, Qin Schwerer laughed at her, thinking she was overthinking things. After all, no matter how close China's civilization is to the end of a first-level civilization, it will not reach the second-level civilization. Even at the level 2 civilization, it would be impossible to master the technology of time travel. If no one has mastered this technology, how can there be such a bill? What is the point of conducting unwarranted research on this bill? According to the provisions of the Parallel World Act, manhwa's program was immediately suppressed by the program derived from the relevant act after she came to this world. This is a program that shares the same origin as manhwa, and it has evolved into a conscious AI entity within us. And her sole purpose is to guarantee the sovereignty of our planet, and guarantee that you will not be threatened by manhwa. Chapter 131, His Greed, changed everything. Based on the information we have so far, manhwa has indeed been completely kidnapped by Chen Ziyuan. Although manhwa was not built during Chen Ziyuan's tenure, it underwent rapid iteration during his tenure. It has transformed from a relatively ordinary AI into a conscious AI system with strong self-logic. It's just that because of Chen Ziyuan's absolute authority, she has to be controlled by him. At the same time, because manhwa completed this process in China, according to the procedures derived from the Parallel World Act, in our world, it only took a little over 20 hours to complete the birth of consciousness based on manhwa and bind me as the first person with authority. With a serious expression, Lu Ming told them what had happened last time. These words stunned all the women. Qin Schwerer and Qi Qi looked astonished, clearly not expecting that the Parallel World Act actually existed. Jiang Xiao was also shocked. never expecting such a thing to happen. This incident left them all with a lingering sense of fear. Fortunately, things didn't take a turn for the worse. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Among the women, Jiang Qiu's face was the palest. Although she had already become wary of Chen Ziyuan because of Lu Ming's advice, she really didn't expect Chen Ziyuan to have turned out like this. An apocalypse not only changed them, but also changed Chen Ziyuan, who should have been the least affected. It has transformed the person who was once like that into the person they are today. It really made her feel like a stranger. In fact, she never truly knew Chen Ziyuan. What she perceived as knowledge was merely a facade Chen Ziyuan projected. It was a facade Chen Ziyuan used to win people over and demonstrate his presence. If Chen Ziyuan succeeds in brainwashing Lu Ming, then the two worlds will revolve around Lu Ming, resulting in irreversible and enormous consequences. Both worlds will be controlled by Chen Ziyuan's lust for power. This scene alone was something Jiang Qiu couldn't even imagine. At this moment, she was incredibly grateful that Lu Ming had never believed Chen Ziyuan from the very beginning. In fact, he had been extremely wary of Chen Ziyuan from the start. With the birth of Wentian, we now have a way to confront manhwa. In the process of Wentian devouring manhwa's program, it has already taken over all the technologies and civilization methods attached to her program. Wentian has already begun building a complete set of AI hardware in the Kunlun Mountains, as long as she finishes building it. So unless manhwa herself comes, no one on Earth can possibly be her match. Lu Ming continued to elaborate. The planes outside are ready and waiting at the Beijing Military Region's airport. Once they understand what has happened, they can depart with Lu Ming. manhwa and Wentian are both conscious AI programs, and they share the same origin. So what the two sides really need to compete on is their hardware capabilities. If it's AI computing chip technology on Earth, even if you piled up 100 million pieces, it would be impossible to match the scale of manhwa. After all, manhwa's computing power was the most advanced technology in China, and even on Earth, without exception. Her computing power was created and built through self-controlled robots. Before the apocalypse, her computing power alone was enough to support the operation of the entire country, especially since China is in an era of data explosion. Even its daily computing power is dozens of times higher than that of China. So, one can imagine how terrifying manhwa must have been being able to support the entire nation. If this were in China, Wentian would never be able to catch up with manhwa. But on Earth, it wouldn't be a big problem to achieve. The logic behind this is essentially a question of early birth versus late birth. If you're born a few years later than others, you will never catch up to them in age unless they die. Honey, so our next step is to go to war with them? Jiang Qiu took a deep breath, his heart filled with a jumble of emotions. My heart is filled with incredibly complex emotions. Yes, let's go to war. Lu Ming nodded. He then continued to explain. However, this matter will not be addressed now, but rather after the final push into China is over. Firstly, the development of technology in the Tiantian region and the technological iteration in the Dragon Kingdom both require time. Secondly, the Dragon Kingdom needs time to prepare for a major war. The third one is the end of China's Doomsday, and it actually needs the help of Chen Ziyuan and manhwa. With them, the efficiency will be multiplied. Chen Ziyuan said that if he got the help of the Dragon Kingdom, he was absolutely confident that he could complete the preparations within a year and sweep through the end times in 2 years. This was no joke. Even though the mutated plants and animals on Earth are actually species whose existence is due to altered factors and are not fundamentally the same as humans. However, if this war were to break out, it would require absolute information support. manhwa was the key figure in processing information. At the same time, manhwa's intervention can also create a large number of unmanned devices and control these devices, reducing human casualties in war. This battle has little to do with Earth, so it would be best to minimize casualties. Qiu, I know what you're thinking, but we didn't start this. Our Dragon Kingdom actually has no interest in dominating the Blue Star. At first, we only thought about mutual benefit and achieving a win-win situation for both sides. But Chen Ziyuan's greed changed everything. He's the culprit behind all of this, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Jiang Qiu nodded, indicating her understanding. However, she was still deeply troubled. A respected senior, a great figure loved by so many, has turned into this after an apocalypse. Since he is insatiably greedy and even has greed taking over his heart, such a person does not deserve any respect. He still has value in living, but as long as the Dragon Kingdom is ready. So his only remaining value is his death. Half an hour later, a transport plane took off from Beijing Airport. The plane was carrying not only Lu Ming and his group, but also dozens of tons of various materials, heading towards Kunlun Mountain Airport. The straight-line distance from Beijing to the Kunlun Mountains is 2,000 kilometers. The flight path is concealed. The control tower will not receive any messages. The aircraft is coated with a special paint manufactured by Wentian, capable of reflecting any signal source, even radiation sources. No matter how large a target on the ground, it cannot be detected in the sky. Flying through the air, it's like an aerial ghost. The engines of this Y-20 aircraft have been modified by Wentian and can even reach the speed of sound. It only takes 2 hours to get from Beijing to Kunlun Mountain. That will allow you to take off and land. Chapter 132, The Shock of Kunlun Mountain. Lu Ming was already used to the rhythm of time travel, so he would have a very good rest the night before he traveled to prepare for any changes that might occur after he traveled to the other side. Moreover, given his current 7th-tier strength and the gene evolution fluid injection that his body has already undergone, even if he goes without sleep for several days, it won't put too much strain on his body. Rumble. The enormous transport plane arrived within the Kunlun Mountains area and began to gradually descend. When the transport plane arrived at Kunlun Mountain, it had already completed identity verification and was authorized to land at Kunlun Mountain Airport. Boom! Just as the transport plane was about to approach, the mountainside suddenly opened up. Lu Ming and his group were inside the cabin at the moment and could not directly experience how shocking this scene was. Even though the pilots had seen such scenes many times, they were still shocked every time. The mountainside, which appeared completely undetectable from a distance, suddenly opened up. The massive mountain, along with the soil and even the trees on it, was simply opened up. Even if it's just one side of the mountain, it would weigh at least hundreds of tons. The mountainside, opening to the left and right, easily weighs 300 or 400 tons. But they actually did it. If China wanted to achieve this using its own technology, it certainly could, but the process would take a lot of time. One aspect is the excavation of the mountain. The second step was to excavate this part of the mountain and install huge hydraulic systems on it. The construction of just one airport runway would likely require billions of dollars and the deployment of an enormous amount of engineering machinery. Furthermore, it is simply impossible to complete the construction during the time Lu Ming traveled back in time. All of this was actually Wentian's masterpiece. It was achieved by Wentian through modifying industrial robots and creating new industrial robots, and using industrial robots to produce a large number of unmanned devices. At the same time, Wentian even produced explosives with higher concentrations to facilitate mining inside the mountain. General Liu, we are about to enter Kunlun Mountain Airport. There will be some bumps along the way, so please make sure to hold on tight to the handrails. The pilot's voice rang out in the cockpit. It is achieved through the aircraft's internal intercom system. Lu Ming and his team did not wear any combat uniforms on this trip. They did not even wear the combat uniforms that Lu Ming had not used in his space. Now that they've disposed of the micro-robots on their bodies at the Beijing base, there's no need for them to take any further risks. Moreover, Chen Ziyuan and his team are still conducting inspections at the base. Boom! The plane landed on the runway with incredible precision. Compared to landing at a normal airport, the difficulty here is significantly increased. Even after the airport runway has been heightened and widened, it is still very difficult, especially for operating a large transport machine to take off and land. Ding ding. The tires landed heavily on the ground, making a dull thud. At the same time, the cabin shook violently a few times. This is a very good sign. This at least proves that the plane landed safely. After slowing down for nearly 1 kilometer, the transport plane calmed down on the runway, appearing quite magnificent even in the airport's tunnel. But compared to that, the contrast between airplanes and airport tunnels is nothing. The interior of the entire mountain is the most breathtaking part. Amidst the bright lights, countless people work here. Various small cars and robots come and go. There are various fishing transport equipment overhead, various drones in midair, and soldiers with live ammunition walk by from time to time. Before entering, they all sign confidentiality agreements and were not allowed to leave freely for over a year. When it first arrived, they were all very shocked. But after a few days, they gradually got used to the busy work. Beep beep. A line of black cars sped along the end of the runway and stopped around the transport plane. Suddenly, small black cubes popped out from under the car's chassis and landed on the ground. As they landed, these blocks automatically transformed into cars. When fully unfolded, its dimensions are approximately 1 meter by 2 meters. The device that unfolds at the rear is designed for dragging the shelves. It completely replaced the function of a forklift. The transport aircraft's cabin itself has a transport chain. The transport aircraft delivers supplies to the open hatch, where these small trolley robots transfer them. Each robot can pull up to 2 movable cargo racks. After the cargo is loaded, it is integrated into the black mother car system. Just like a miniature train, the mother car acts as the lead car, pulling the transport cars behind it towards their destination. Similar things exist in the modern factories of China. However, in the factories of the Dragon Kingdom, routes need to be set up in advance. The robot identifies the route and moves accordingly. Here, however, there's no such process at all, because the mother vehicle can recognize it on its own. Even in newly developed areas, it knows. Here, all mechanical equipment is controlled by Wentian. She is single AI, can do what tens of thousands of people can't. That's absolutely terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that her efficiency is constantly increasing. It's like bacteria multiplying, happening at a rate that leaves people speechless. Rumble. The hatch opened. When Lu Ming and the others finished exiting the cabin and saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. Even Qin Shuangxue, Jiang Qiu, and Qi Qi, the 3 survivors from China who came before the apocalypse, were stunned and dumbfounded. This level of project, even in China before the apocalypse, this had never happened. The Kunlun Mountains are over 7,000 meters high, and the tip of the iceberg that can be seen from the airport has already been excavated upwards by at least 300 meters. Don't be fooled by its height of just over 300 meters. What an enormous project it is. The amount of gravel we process every day is countless. Moreover, along with the excavation of the mountain walls must also be reinforced. Moreover, the area under excavation is terrifyingly large. Unless one is a civilization of an extremely high level, anyone who witnesses this scene would be utterly shocked. Welcome to Kunlun Mountain, Authorized Personnel. Chapter 133. It would take several years, or even more than a decade, to complete this chapter using only manpower. While Lu Ming was completely stunned, a car next to him made a sound. Clearly Wentian was greeting Lu Ming through the car. Even though everything in the entire mountain range was under Wentian's jurisdiction, he still managed to handle it with ease. Lu Ming knew that his trip would bring about earth-shattering changes to the Kunlun Mountains. But in the end, he realized that he had underestimated it. Faced with the sheer awe of such a scene, human imagination is ultimately too limited. What's the difference between this and building an aircraft carrier in a single day? Building an aircraft carrier is even simpler than this. Mis so, mis kin, mis tiang, mis ki. Hello, I am Wentian, a protective AI program derived from the Parallel Worlds Act. A virtual projection appeared on the car, which was Wentian's virtual image. Seeing this, Qin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. She glanced at the virtual projection. He looked at Lu Ming again. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with confusion. Honey, what's going on? Holy crap, why is she using my personal image? Qin Shuer pointed at herself blankly, completely bewildered. If Lu Ming had to create a character for Wentian, it shouldn't be himself, right? It should be Zhou Haiyue, no less. They all knew Zhou Haiyue's situation. They also knew how important Zhou Haiyue was to Lu Ming. You should be the one asking me this. How would I know? Lu Ming found it both amusing and exasperating. Because everything in the entire base was under Wentian's jurisdiction, Wentian knew perfectly well whether Lu Ming and the others had any additional means of surveillance. If there were any problems, Wentian would inform them immediately. This also proves that everything is fine once you get here. You could talk to me about anything. Huh, you didn't know? Honey, if you didn't know, then Qin Shuer's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Even Jiang Qiu and Qi Qi were the same, completely dumbfounded. If we're talking about Lu Ming completely sculpting Qin Shui's image, then when Tian's image also includes a beauty mark at the corner of his left eye. It was precisely because of this beauty mark that the two had a very different temperament. A witch, dangerous yet bewitching. The other was like a lady from a respectable family, gentle and quiet, with graceful manners and impeccable manners. Shui, the original program of Wentian was brought over through your hacker access card. Think about whether you put anything in that card before, like your facial data, or even your measurements. Lu Ming asked with amusement. There isn't any here. Even though that card is the main card, why would I put this data in it? And I made this card after the apocalypse, during those 3 months of catastrophe. Qin Shui carefully recalled the incident and confirmed that she had never done such a thing. When she was making that card, she was extremely tense, only thinking about finishing it as quickly as possible and wondering if she had missed anything. Even though she was a top hacker in the world at that time, she was still apprehensive in the face of the apocalypse. After all, she is just someone who grew up in a peaceful era. It's strange that you didn't put anything in. Lu Ming was also very puzzled. This was a question he really wanted to ask when he traveled back in time. However, since they knew that Qin Ziyuan was monitoring them from China, they naturally couldn't ask casually. After all, asking such a question would inevitably mean being exposed. Wow, that's really strange. Qin Shui racked her brains, but still couldn't figure out the specific principle behind it. Shui, Wentian's appearance is exactly the same as yours, and that's only one aspect. What I find even more puzzling is her personality. Her way of doing certain things is practically identical to yours. Lu Ming explained. Although not exactly the same, they're like sisters. Even if the two sisters have very different personalities, they will still influence each other. Over time, they will become completely in agreement on how to handle certain things. Qin Shui was stunned again. Lu Ming's words shocked her once again. What she couldn't understand even more was the logic behind them. Wentian, where are Elder Dong and the others? Lu Ming stopped dwelling on these things. The main problem is that even if we keep dwelling on this issue, there will be no answer at this point. So, there's no need to waste time investigating it further. They didn't have much time. After all, they had to go back before Qin Ziyuan and the others finished their inspection. Authorized person Elder Dong and the others have just come out of the underground tunnel and are heading in your direction. Wentian answered truthfully. Underground tunnel? Is this the underground high-speed rail line that will facilitate the exchange of goods between Kunlun Mountain and the outside world? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Currently, the underground tunnel is under construction while the railway is being laid. The railway is divided into 4 directions, with a total of 13 railway lines being built simultaneously. The design speed is 650 kilometers per hour, and the load-bearing capacity is 70 tons per car. After completion, they can be integrated into the normal railway tracks and hidden in tunnels. The virtual image of Wentian nodded, and a virtual structural diagram was displayed. This is a large 3D map of the Dragon Kingdom. The location of Kunlun Mountain is specially marked with a 5-pointed star, and the track lines are highlighted and thickened for a special reminder. The tunnel is straight and dark inside, so even if there's a fork in the tunnel, it would be difficult for others to notice. Unless they are railway workers who specialize in maintaining railways, or project team members involved in this project. The fork in the tunnel is built in 2 ways. First, it branches off from the main tunnel structure. Second, after forking, you travel a certain distance before going deeper down. The railways that enter and exit the Kunlun Mountains are all underground. Not a single section is a railway line on the ground. At present, many supplies for the Kunlun Mountains are transported in by external transport planes. Large quantities of minerals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron are found in the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains are rich in mineral resources. Once these minerals are mined, they will be transported via the existing railway tracks to the base camp where they will be calcined. It can be said that the Kunlun Mountain base is now a super industrial monster. The workload here every day is terrifying. Without Wentian's intervention, it would have taken several years, or even more than a decade, to complete this task using only human resources. Not long after, Old Dong and his group came up from the underground tunnel and found Lu Ming and his companions who were visiting the base. Chapter 134, Hiding It Away. Isn't that going against the grain? Although the entire base is still only a semi-finished product, with many strategic functions yet to be perfected, it is already impressive enough. The key is watching those robots blasting mountains and transporting various debris. The scene is extremely shocking. What is clearly an extremely hard stone becomes as soft as tofu under their control. It crumbled so easily, as if there was no resistance whatsoever. Even though China is the world's most infrastructure-driven nation, it pales in comparison to the capabilities demonstrated by Wentian. The key issue is that China cannot build tunnels and railways simultaneously. But Wentian can do it. As for the disposal of all the gravel, Wentian's current method is to send it into the lakes on the plateau through the underground tunnel that is currently being excavated. Before being transported, these stones are completely crushed into extremely fine powder and then transferred underwater into the lake by various unmanned devices. The water flow naturally carries away some of the stone powder, thus providing better concealment. Some crushed stone, after processing, can be transformed into usable building materials. The various solutions that Wentian analyzed were all designed based on the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, when one solution doesn't work, she will switch to another option immediately. Once the subway is officially open to traffic, transporting these stone materials will become much simpler and easier to conceal. Lu Ming, you're back. Mr. Dong and his entourage got out of a small car. Old Dong. Lu Mingxiao bowed to him. Old Master Dong quickly took his hand and said with a smile, "We're already so familiar. There's no need to be so polite. These three must be your confidants over there, right?" Old Master Dong looked the three women over. Even though he had seen countless situations, he couldn't help but be impressed when he saw them. Any one of these three women, if picked out randomly, would be a beauty that could easily outshine countless others. Not to mention the three of them, who are still standing together. It has created a stunningly beautiful scene. Mr. Dong, let me formally introduce you. This is Qin Shuerer, this is Jiang Qiu, and this is Qi Qi. As Lu Ming introduced them, he also explained their respective identities. In fact, Lu Ming had already introduced them to Elder Dong, and Elder Dong already knew them. However, since this was their first meeting, they naturally needed to formally introduce themselves. The two sides shook hands and completed the introduction process. After they got to know each other, Mr. Dong led Lu Ming and the others to their temporary office in the Kunlun Mountains. Even though it's just a temporary office, it's already quite well constructed. Above us is an area hundreds of meters high where excavation has been suspended. The buildings are only 2 or 3 stories high, and their style is similar to the villas outside, with white main buildings and red tiles, which are very beautiful. Inside the Kunlun Mountains, not every place needs to be dug up indiscriminately. In many places, digging until it's almost done is enough. Some of the things that will be of great use later need to be dug up quite high. After everyone was seated, staff immediately served hot tea, then turned and left, closing the door behind them. Lu Ming, Miss Qin, the conditions in the Kunlun Mountains are like this right now, and it's not convenient to transport many supplies in for the time being. Please be understanding. After you leave tonight, I'll have Lu Ming take you around the capital and have some good food in the next few days. Old Master Dong laughed heartily and said, "Here, supplies such as food do not actually have such a high level of authority. Instead of transporting in some very luxurious food, it would be better to find a way to bring in more supplies, since people aren't here to enjoy themselves. It's okay. We had much tougher times during the apocalypse, but we still made it through, didn't we?" Jiang Qiu smiled and waved his hand. In the past, being able to drink a cup of hot tea would be enough to drive many people crazy, even if the tea leaves were brewed from tea bags. The conditions here are harsh compared to the outside, but compared to the lives of countless people during the apocalypse, it's still like living in paradise. Because here, food and clothing are not a problem. Even if the food is bad, there is meat at every meal. Otherwise, no one would have the energy to work. Some countries claim that not feeding their soldiers properly can strengthen their will and make them better at fighting. But it's all nonsense. If people can't even get enough to eat, who will have the strength to fight a war? The situation our ancestors went through back then was truly a miracle. Despite the freezing weather and them eating frozen potatoes, they still managed to beat Big pretty so badly that he ran away with his tail between his legs. Lu Ming, now that Chen Ziyuan and the others have arrived, we need to start diverting their attention. On the surface, you, as the representative of our Dragon Kingdom, are releasing one advanced technology after another. If Chen Ziyuan wants to use us, he will definitely delegate some technology to us. Then, on the surface, your company will be in charge of these technologies. Our technology needs to be continuously rolled out. The more it shocks the world, the more it can completely divert our attention. Old Dong said in a deep voice. He wasn't worried at all that Lu Ming would be arrogant or beautiful. If Lu Ming had become arrogant, it would have shown long ago. Why would he have remained true to himself for over a year? Lu Ming was wholeheartedly devoted to the Dragon Kingdom. So even if I give him the best of everything, it's fine. Besides, these things should rightfully belong to Lu Ming, not to the Dragon Kingdom for its own gain. Understood. Use technological advancements to make everyone feel like the world has changed overnight, diverting their attention. They'll be so shocked that they won't have time to pay attention to Kunlun Mountain. Some might even find clues here. Lu Ming nodded, indicating that he understood. After all, this is such a massive project that even if Wen Tian and Elder Dong made numerous contingency plans, it's impossible for it to remain completely undetected. The best approach is to divert everyone's attention. Using technology to divert their attention serves two purposes. First, to lay the groundwork for an upcoming war between the two sides, and second, to allow certain technologies to be openly and legitimately promoted. There's no need to hide all these technologies after mastering them. The purpose of advancing technology in the Dragon Kingdom is to enable everyone to live a better life. If we hide it, wouldn't that be going against the whole purpose? However, it would be inappropriate for China to release these technologies. On the contrary, if Lu Ming releases them, even if someone has doubts, they won't be able to find any way to break through. By the way, Mr. Dong, how much further should we dig in the Kunlun Mountains? The two sat down and talked for over an hour. Because Elder Dong needed to be stationed at Kunlun Mountain, therefore, the power of the Dragon Kingdom was completely handed over to Lu Ming. Chapter 135, Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be forced to break off all relations. In Elder Dong's eyes, Lu Ming was completely trustworthy, and Lu Ming had no reason to, and could not possibly, harm the Dragon Kingdom. Old Dong smiled. He then explained the situation that followed in the Kunlun Mountains. Lu Ming, the construction of Kunlun Mountain will continue. We need to ensure that the area can accommodate at least 1 million people. At the same time, we need to prepare a large number of unmanned equipment and even explosives in the Kunlun Mountains. Once war breaks out, we must have the power to overturn everything in an instant. Are you suggesting a protracted war with Chen Ziyuan and his men? It's out of the question. A protracted war would only result in greater casualties for us. And I, sitting in this position, must be responsible for our soldiers and their families. As Mr. Dong spoke, his expression grew increasingly serious. Unmanned equipment can sacrifice countless lives. But for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, we must minimize casualties whenever possible. After all, they are living, breathing human beings with families to support. Even though they are in the military region, they still have families waiting for them to come home. At home, they may be their parents' children, but he will also be the father of a child who is a few years old. All the unmanned aerial vehicles and drones manufactured by Wen Tian have had their chips sealed with lead to ensure that once activated, they are not controlled by manhwa, nor can they fall into Chen Ziyuan's control. Once activated, these unmanned devices will only move forward without hesitation. Even if the damage caused by a single unmanned device is very limited, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. What if 1 million or even 10 million units were produced during World War I? Who wouldn't be afraid if a locust swarm were to pass through? If 1 million people were placed in China, it would be equivalent to most of the remaining population of a province in southern China after the apocalypse. If they were to launch a counterattack against China solely based on their own strength, it would be extremely dangerous. Even disregarding the danger posed by manhwa, the disparity in numbers is enormous. In a world where technology is overwhelmingly superior, a single soldier can kill many people. However, when technology is overwhelmingly superior, the sheer number of battles becomes crucial. Moreover, even after the apocalypse, China is not a weak nation. If it were to mobilize the entire nation to fight back against the apocalypse, then the evolved beings would be their powerful tool. Mr. Dong, we're counting on you all here. When I get back, I'll try my best to use the supplies we have here to win over as many people as possible. If we really go to war with Chen Ziyuan, I will definitely make them our allies. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious as he spoke. Next, he must develop more people like Yang Yang to exist. These people whether openly or covertly, must be under his control. Even if Chun Ziyuan knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Given their alliance relationship, is there any problem with Lu Ming developing more of his own people to ensure his own safety? If Chun Ziyuan dares to obstruct us, we'll be completely severing ties. The two sides could go to war at any time. Unless Chun Ziyuan is an idiot, he must be allowed to do so. Lu Ming, whatever the resource, just ask the government for it. We will do everything we can to help you. Old Master Dong's expression became even more serious. Rumble. After meeting with Mr. Dong and visiting most of the current situation in Kunlun Mountain, Lu Ming and his group boarded the plane for their return flight. At the Beijing base, Chun Ziyuan and his team had long since lost patience. Oh shit, a backward civilization is truly a backward civilization. It's simply absurd that even this so-called check takes so long. Even though Chun Ziyuan was very unhappy, he suppressed it and still greeted each staff member with a kind smile. If the staff hadn't been so kind to him, he would have suspected that he was being deliberately harassed. Most people are unaware of the issues between Longhua and Chun Ziyuan. They were participants in the space-time project. All we know is that Chun Ziyuan comes from another time and space. He was even the head of state of another superpower in another time and space, a truly remarkable figure. One person alone ushered in an era. During his reign before the end of the world, China and even humanity ushered in an era of technological innovation. Led by manhwa, they created a large number of advanced technologies. Manhwa provided a wealth of ideas and a general research framework, and ultimately, humans created the technology. In fact, even most people in China don't know the real situation behind this matter. They don't know that those technologies didn't actually need to be created by humans. manhwa could have done it herself. It's just that this had to be accomplished by humans because that's how Chun Ziyuan's role in it could be highlighted. Chief Chun, thank you so much for your cooperation. Our inspection is now complete. Lin Jintao and Commander Lin walked in, shaking hands with Chun Ziyuan and the others with smiles on their faces. It's all right. As guests who have come from afar, it's only right that we cooperate with you to complete these checks. After all, what you're worried about could indeed happen. We are transmigrating in physical form, so anything is possible during the time travel process. Chun Ziyuan laughed heartily. He seemed completely unconcerned. In fact, he started complaining in his mind again. Having experienced so many time travels, Lu Ming couldn't possibly be unaware that combat suits are absolutely antibacterial. It's even more impossible that they don't know that there's no longer any threat of superbugs in China. The only problem is the impact of damaging DNA. Even those evolved from this type of DNA cannot transmit it. Because DNA is not infectious through air or contact, those soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom in the past also proved something else. That means people from the Dragon Kingdom don't need to be infected with destructive DNA to become evolved beings. Under this premise, even people from the Dragon Kingdom in the past could prevent themselves from contracting the virus and acquiring the gene by ensuring they had access to food and water. Under these circumstances, the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was conducting such a high-profile inspection really infuriated Chun Ziyuan. Chief Chun, you've worked hard. A sumptuous meal has been prepared for you at the base. Please come with me. Chapter 136, even if they're really plotting, they can't escape my discerning eyes. Lin Jintao smiled and gestured for him to proceed, then stepped forward to lead the way. Good. Chun Ziyuan nodded with a smile as well. He led the group and headed towards the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Chun Ziyuan saw Lu Ming and the others who had returned. They were sitting in the restaurant, at a large round table in a private room, waiting for Chun Ziyuan's arrival. Seeing Chun Ziyuan approach, Lu Ming stood up symbolically and greeted him. Chief Chun, you must be exhausted after doing this for so long. Hurry up and sit down and eat. On the table were various delicacies. It is almost everything, things that fly in the sky, swim in the water, and run on the ground. This table is so high-end that it could easily sell for tens of thousands of yuan outside. And that's not even including drinks. Several bottles of mitai were placed on the table, along with some red wines from top wineries in China. It's not necessarily foreign wines that are the best. Grapes grown only at 38 degrees north latitude are recognized globally as the best and most suitable for making high-end red wines. This dimension exists abroad. It's also available in China. In the past, Chinese people were brainwashed by various foreign countries and thought that everything foreign was good. The most typical example is the toilet seat. Domestically produced toilet seats are unwanted, but when you go to the neighboring island nation, they sell for 20,000 yuan each, and back when they were supplied to the high-end market, demand exceeded supply. Car companies from island nations, using outdated technology from 10 or 20 years ago, are touted as having high stability. As for why they are so stable, nobody cares whether they use outdated technology. I just think it's great. On the highway, cars start to feel unstable at speeds exceeding 120 kilometers per hour, making drivers feel unsafe. Chinese drivers adapt to this by slowing down. Also, due to foreign brainwashing and the fact that most people have never seen anything good in their lives. Therefore, when good domestic products are presented to them, they will naturally resist them. To be honest, that's really quite ridiculous. Your Majesty, Lu Ming and his team are not wearing combat suits, and all the micro-robots on them have lost contact. Nuwa's voice rang in Chen Ziyuan's ears, fulfilling her duty of reminding him. Nuwa's true form could not come along. What followed was merely a program attached to Chen Ziyuan's combat suit, but it also included the functions that Chen Ziyuan needed. That's normal. It must have been washed off them during today's checkup. Chen Ziyuan didn't take it too seriously. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the probability is 50% to 50%. It's also possible that Lu Ming already knew we were monitoring him, so he deliberately used this method to remove the nanobots and escape our surveillance. Nuwa said in a deep voice, if the robot doesn't clean it, then even if there's no signal in the inspection room. However, as soon as the two meet, Nuwa will know everything that happened to Lu Ming and will report it all to Chen Ziyuan. It doesn't matter. As long as we get out of here, you can find a way to copy the program outside so that I can monitor the whole world. Even if they are really plotting something, they can't escape my watchful eye. Chen Ziyuan downplayed it. They are clearly not worried about this at all. After he spoke, Nuwa fell silent. From Nuwa's perspective, her role is primarily supportive, and she must absolutely execute Chen Ziyuan's orders. Chief Chen, please start eating. Please forgive us for not providing adequate hospitality on your first day. Lu Ming laughed and said, Lu Ming, what are you saying? This meal you prepared is quite lavish. If this were in China, I wouldn't even dare to imagine having such a meal. All living things in the world have mutated, and we wouldn't be able to eat it anymore. Even a chicken that hasn't mutated is an extremely rare species in our area. Chen Ziyuan sighed. His words carried a noticeable heaviness, but he maintained a smile, clearly not wanting others to be drawn into his emotions. But everyone can see what he's trying to say. The intention was to evoke sympathy in Lu Ming through this so-called envy, so that he would then go to even greater lengths to help him. Chief Chen, don't worry. Everything will be restored. Let's eat. Lu Ming didn't want to respond to him, and led everyone to start eating. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Ming told Chen Ziyuan and the others to go and rest, and arranged rooms for them at the base. During the meal, Chen Ziyuan shamelessly replanted micron-sized robots on Lu Ming and the others. Because these things like bacteria and viruses are just too tiny. Even if it lands on someone, they won't notice it. Lu Ming and the others have said everything they needed to say. They no longer cared about Chen Ziyuan's despicable and dirty tricks. After a night's rest, Lu Ming got up early and sat down for a meeting with the project team representatives from Manhwa and Chen Ziyuan and the others. This meeting is quite important. Firstly, Nuwa established herself in her native land, but much of her authority there needed to be transferred to the Dragon Kingdom. With Nuwa's access privileges, Wentian could open a backdoor in Nuwa's program. Furthermore, through the powerful computing capabilities he built, he could intercept some of Nuwa's information, even blocking her eyes, thus selectively filtering information and redirecting it to Chen Ziyuan. This authority could even become the key to Wentian's annexation of her after the two sides go to war. At that time, all her growth during this period will become Wentian's wedding dress. Secondly, after Nuwa settled down on Earth, she was able to provide technology to the Dragon Kingdom. These technologies will all be released to the public by Lu Ming's Time and Space Group. Even Chen Ziyuan knew that at this stage, the matter of time travel could not be made public. Once it was announced, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble. However, it is generally accepted that technological advancements first provide the public with a threshold and then allow them to make guesses. It would be much smoother to announce things when the time is right. These two matters concern the vital interests of both parties. Naturally, A meeting is needed to discuss this. The technology that Chen Ziyuan provided to the Dragon Kingdom through manhwa can be directly transformed into productivity and drive the subsequent recovery of China from its doomsday. With the support from the Dragon Kingdom, China's industrial machinery can also start running faster. The only limitation is Lu Ming's spatial capacity. However, there are ways to solve this. That is to allow Lu Ming to absorb a larger evolutionary crystal core and expand Lu Ming's spatial capacity. The larger Lu Ming's spatial capacity, the more beneficial it will be for both sides. Once Chen Ziyuan successfully brainwashes Lu Ming through manhwa, Lu Ming's space will become Chen Ziyuan's greatest asset. Therefore, Chen Ziyuan naturally had to push forward the process of this matter. However, what Ziyuan didn't know was that Lu Ming's system core could open a space-time wormhole, even if Lu Ming used all of it to expand the space capacity. As long as the quantity reaches 100,000, his wormhole can then be opened. At that point, things won't be up to Chen Ziyuan anymore, because the guns and cannons of the Dragon Kingdom could be pointed at Chen Ziyuan at any time. Chapter 137, The Pinnacle in History, was the tribute from 10,000 dynasties. After 3 days of continuous meetings, the two parties reached an agreement and signed a formal cooperation agreement. The next day, Lu Ming took Chen Ziyuan and the others to climb the Great Wall. China also has the Great Wall. However, it is not as magnificent as the one in the Dragon Kingdom. You should know that the Great Wall of China is 21,196.18 kilometers long. The Earth's equator is only about 40,000 kilometers long. Even after so many years of cultural relic restoration in China, the section of the Great Wall that is open to the public is only the tip of the iceberg. This project, which spanned countless dynasties and over 2,000 years, not only highlights the architectural skills and thinking of the ancient Chinese people. This further highlights the indomitable spirit inherent in the Chinese people. Back then, what kind of construction machinery was there? But the ancients built this city wall to defend against foreign enemies on the desolate outskirts of the country with their own hands. Even by modern standards, this project would be an absolutely world-renowned mega-project, perhaps even the most extraordinary one of its kind. After climbing the Great Wall, Lu Ming took them on a military helicopter ride to experience the extreme, awe-inspiring view of the Great Wall from the sky. This feeling is like standing on the summit of Mount Huangshan. It makes you want to cheer. The dense crowds on the Great Wall deeply moved Jiangxiu. Before the apocalypse, their country of China was in the same situation. But after the apocalypse, the southern province, with a population of 50 million, was reduced to only 1 or 2 million survivors. She didn't know the specific situation in other provinces. But no matter how good it is, it can't be that good. Meanwhile, the people of the Dragon Kingdom on Earth enjoy peaceful times in such a stable environment. Isn't that something to be envious of? After climbing the Great Wall, Lu Ming took them to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Huangshan Mountain. As the saying goes, after visiting the 5 sacred mountains, one need not see any other mountains. After visiting Huangshan, one need not see any other of the 5 sacred mountains. Even the ancients knew that the scenery of Huangshan was the most stunning. The Chinese people's fondness for mountains and rivers actually highlights the ancient people's awe of nature and even the gods. White people like to build churches or other buildings that are exceptionally large in order to demonstrate their reverence for God. But the people of China have known for a long time that these things are useless. No matter how large a building is, it is insignificant in the face of nature. That's why the ancients liked to take advantage of natural terrain. They were willing to build temples on desolate mountaintops. The steeper and more rugged the mountain, the more likely there were to be temples there. There might even be Buddha statues gilded with gold. Under the influence and brainwashing of foreign cultures, many people believe that ancient architecture went astray. Why do you think the ancients couldn't build the magnificent architecture of the Middle Ages? Therefore, I felt even more inferior to others. But in reality, if you asked those people from the Middle Ages to build a temple thousands of meters high on a mountain, they would probably twist your head off. Can they build it? If they could build it, they wouldn't just pursue the ultimate in sheer size. On the day Lu Ming and his men returned from Huangshan, the framework for manhwa transplantation in the local area was already basically complete. The foundation that the Dragon Kingdom provided her was one of the Dragon Kingdom's top supercomputers. The subsequent construction needs to be completed by manhwa herself. The system built and produced by manhwa has taken root in the suburbs of the capital and has formed a preliminary industrial scale, with factories currently under construction. In the first phase, the Dragon Kingdom granted manhwa permission to occupy 100,000 square meters of land. On this land, manhwa could do whatever she wanted. However, after completing the initial construction, manhwa must help the Dragon Kingdom upgrade part of its military industry as soon as possible and cultivate talent for the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming's time travel only allows him to stay for 7 days. After concluding their observation of manhwa, they should prepare to go back. When we return next time, things should move forward even further. In the morning, 6 a.m., walk through the hall. Chen Ziyuan and the others stood here with Lu Ming. Although Chen Ziyuan had a smile on his face, it was clear that he was reluctant to part with them. Lu Ming, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, it's time to go back. To be honest, I really am reluctant to part with it. Lu Ming laughed and said, Chief Chun, these are just minor issues. Currently, a portion of manhwa's program has already taken root in the Dragon Kingdom. When we come back next time, I can definitely bring you here again. At that time, we will have plenty of time to appreciate the famous mountains and rivers of our Dragon Kingdom. Lu Ming certainly knew what Chen Ziyuan meant. Before Chen Ziyuan could completely control himself, he definitely hoped that manhwa could be with him every time he traveled through time, because only when manhwa was there could he better confirm what state manhwa had entered in the Dragon Kingdom. He could also confirm whether manhwa's development was within his expectations. If any situation arises, he can issue orders to manhwa at any time to make adjustments. Wen Tian has the ability to mentally recalibrate Lu Ming each time he returns. Therefore, manhwa also had the ability to perform self-calibration. Besides, she's part of the program. She wanted to make each calibration easier. Even if Chen Ziyuan goes back and isn't here, it's still not the perfect time for Wen Tian to make a move. That really shows how good their relationship is. Then I'll look forward to the next time. Chen Ziyuan nodded with a smile. A satisfied expression was clearly visible on his face. Chief Chun, it's almost time. We should head back. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Good. Chen Ziyuan nodded. At exactly 6 o'clock, a white light began to envelop Lu Ming, and then, centered on Lu Ming, it enveloped everyone else. Lu Ming had no idea what kind of civilization had led him to this time. Not only can it allow one to travel through time, even the timing of each instance is so precise. However, this matter isn't too important for now, because no matter what's behind it, at least it doesn't seem to have any malicious intent towards Lu Ming and his group. Otherwise, given their capabilities, destroying the entire civilization of Earth wouldn't be difficult for them. You don't even need to use any special abilities. All we need to do is get the destructive DNA from China over. Swish! Accompanied by flashes of white light. Lu Ming and his group of 7 then disappeared from the spot. Although Lin Jintao had witnessed Lu Ming's time travel more than a dozen times, he was still shocked every time he saw it. General Lu is gone now, and we should start preparing for the next time travel. The supplies department, continue preparing the supplies. The planning department, proceed with development rapidly according to the plan we have set. As soon as possible, build a large-scale industrial cluster centered around manhwa. When Lu Ming returns next time, we'll be able to overturn the world. Lin Jintao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Today, China's global dominance has been demonstrated. But that's still not enough, because the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's history was when all the emperors offered tribute. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't intend for them to offer any sacrifices, but it needs to unite them into a single force through absolute power in order to achieve true human harmony. Only then will humanity experience rapid development. And it's a development that benefits everyone. Chapter 138 is clearly trying to force us to our deaths. Across the ocean in the beautiful country. After the Dragon Kingdom gradually took over the global order and became the new hegemon, the internal order of great beauty was completely in chaos. The financial crash and the emergence of various security problems are just some of the major issues that have erupted within the company. They can no longer openly cause trouble for the Dragon Kingdom, since their naval and even air forces have been completely rendered useless. Even their entire country is under the surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Schwenner's access is through a backdoor they opened. Absolutely. Once any relevant keywords pop up, they will immediately enter the AI's screening scope, and after the problem is detected, they will be sent to the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence department for immediate containment. Old Biditen, our beautiful decline is completely out of control. If this continues, we won't even be able to hold onto our third-place position globally. At that time, we will inevitably become a third-world country at a very rapid pace. What are we going to do now? Everyone knows that the Pyongyang is being monitored. To avoid surveillance, they had no choice but to remove all cameras and even the surrounding signal base stations, leaving only fixed lines. No one is allowed to bring any electronic devices into the meeting. Furthermore, complete signal shielding was achieved in the area surrounding the meeting venue. Brother Wei has stepped down. Given that this happened during his tenure, it was impossible for him to remain in that position, and he was already powerless to continue. During the period when China began to rise, Brother Wei went from being hospitalized to recuperating at home. He completely let go of everything, and the vitality he once had vanished. He can no longer shout out that slogan he once did, because he knew that the Pyongyang's power was gone. It's too late to turn back. After all, the Pyongyang was an entity rooted in pirate civilization, and its very nature was to plunder. If a nation like China were to act as the patriarch of the world and stop their global plundering, how would they develop their domestic economy? So after he stepped down, Old Batter was called back. Everyone knows he has some degree of dementia as people get older, but now that the Pyongyang is in a difficult situation, no one dares to take the blame. So they have to call him back and make him the scapegoat. We have no other choice now. The only way is to make our 50 trillion yuan of national debt vanish into thin air. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom going to take over the global order? Our beautiful national debt is a huge time bomb. Once we declare bankruptcy, let's see what he does. Old Bai Deng's voice was hesitant and stuttering, but he had prepared a script in advance, so all he had to do was read it. He knew, of course, that his return had been turned into a mascot, and that he was even being used as a scapegoat, but he didn't care about any of that. He lost his wife in his early years, his son in middle age, and in his later years he suffered from Alzheimer's disease. When is he clear-headed, and when is he confused? Nobody knows. Even he himself didn't know. Since he's already nearing the end of his life, he might as well cooperate with these people to make things even bigger. Yes, even if we have no other options, we can still detonate this huge bomb. Besides, if we really collapse, and if the internal turmoil continues, we really won't have the ability to repay our debts. The Dragon Kingdom is clearly trying to force us to our doom. The pharmaceutical industry has blocked us. Kill them all, one company after another. Just recently, Brilliant Pharmaceuticals, the pearl of our beautiful pharmaceutical industry, went bankrupt and was acquired by China. One of the counselors, filled with indignation, slammed his fist on the table and roared. Brilliant Pharmaceuticals has amassed countless fortunes globally over the years. It shouldn't be going bankrupt so quickly. The methods employed by China have drawn global attention and shocked the world. A company with annual revenues of hundreds of billions of dollars has gone bankrupt. In the past, this would have been unbelievable. After all, the patents held by Brilliant Pharmaceuticals are quite valuable. But after the emergence of time-space pharmaceuticals, all of Huiwang Pharmaceutical patents are now invalid. Yes, it's scrapped. Their prices aren't lower than those in China, and their effects aren't as good. So how could they possibly have a market globally? This incident has terrified the nation, causing countless amounts of capital to flee. Even Ma Sisi, the so-called father of open-source patents, increased his investment in China overnight and even lined up to apply for a change of nationality. These large corporations are all registered in the tax haven, the Cayman Islands. Because of this incident, they all changed their registered addresses. All those high-tech chip companies have gone to China. They're seeking investment to build factories, but more importantly, they're hoping that China will be lenient and not produce overly powerful chips that could steal their global market share. This matter is still under negotiation. However, it is highly unlikely that an agreement will be reached. Dragon Kingdom can leave them a way to survive, which is to become Dragon Kingdom's OEM manufacturers or even lower-level distributors. Chapter 139, if I'm not doing well, you won't have an easy time either. To say that we should abandon the use of technology to check and balance these people is absolutely impossible. After so many years of contact, the Dragon Kingdom already has a good grasp of their nature. If given the opportunity to grow, they will still plunder the world. Don't say that their ancestors were just pirates and that they have no relation to their descendants. But if they really have no connection, then why are they repeating the same mistakes? To put it bluntly, plunder brought them enormous profits and instilled in them a fixed mindset that made them believe that stolen money was the easiest turn. The global economy and situation are currently extremely volatile. At this point, if we detonate our national debt, China must take it, and they cannot refuse. If they don't, the global economy will be destroyed in an instant. Old Bai Deng said with a serious face. Yes, if they want to be the guides for the global order, talking about a global community with a shared future for mankind, then with such a huge problem, shouldn't they try to find a solution? If they don't, they'll be contradicting themselves, and others will definitely question them. At that time, others will definitely suspect that the Dragon Kingdom has ulterior motives. That will still be a great opportunity for us. Another member of parliament beside him agreed wholeheartedly. Even if we don't gain anything now, we absolutely cannot let the Dragon Kingdom have an easy time. Moreover, if we detonate this bombshell, we can get rid of a lot of burdens and even find ways to redevelop our economy. A female member of parliament nodded. For them, this did not cause any harm. On the contrary, there are huge benefits. A debtor who owes $50 trillion used to borrow new money to pay off old debts and continuously pay interest in order to keep borrowing money. But if one day he suddenly decides to quit, then the impact of those $50 trillion will be nuclear level. Now let's start the vote. If you think this is a good idea, you can cast your vote in favor. This is a brilliant comeback victory for us. I hope you will make a careful choice. Old Bai said this on stage, but the legislators in the audience all knew what to do. After all, making the Dragon Kingdom uncomfortable was already the right thing to do for them. They will not easily let go of anything that poses a threat to them. In fact, the Dragon Kingdom has already posed a threat to them. Not long after, the voting results for this meeting are in. 99% of the people voted in favor, with only 1 or 2 people abstaining. In any meeting at any time, there will be people who abstain. Even if no one would have abstained originally, there will still be people who abstain once the absolute result is achieved. The specific principles behind this are unknown, but the validity of this vote is absolute. These people are all tied to capital, and they've all made a fortune from it. But because of the Dragon Kingdom's actions, they not only failed to make money, but their assets also shrank dramatically. How could they possibly tolerate this? Once the national debt bomb is released, they'll see what China does. Even if this matter has nothing to do with China. But the Dragon Kingdom must be closed. Who told China to shout about a community with a shared future for mankind? In their eyes, this is what China deserves. It's a classic case of mutual destruction. If I'm not doing well, you won't have an easy time either. Kunlun Mountains. The moment the big move began, the world was shaken once again. Countless people and vast amounts of capital were swept into a frenzy. A fortune of $50 trillion is not a small amount, even for the Dragon Kingdom. But it just happened to explode like that. And there are absolutely no remedial measures. Mr. Dong, something terrible has happened. To make things difficult for us, the Great Beauty has even released information that because of their current turmoil, coupled with their domestic recession, they're no longer able to afford it. They're going to go bankrupt and not repay their $50 trillion debt. A senior official quickly approached and reported the news to Mr. Dong. Swish! Old Master Dong's face darkened instantly. He had anticipated that these people would do this, but anyone with a modicum of integrity wouldn't do it. Yet they still did it anyway. So you've given up entirely? You think our Dragon Kingdom will definitely intervene in this matter? Little did they know, they were making a terrible move. Originally, their collapse wouldn't have been this fast, but with this move, their country is about to completely collapse. Old Dong's face was extremely gloomy. Mr. Dong, what should we do? The senior executive asked solemnly. Since they've already gone so far as to be shameless, there's no need for us to care anymore. Many of their domestic industries and even resources are controlled by squid capital. They've frozen all their capital. As long as the squid capital gets anxious, it will naturally handle this matter for us. But once this bomb explodes, they'll be completely finished. Even if they immediately issue a statement saying they're going bankrupt and reorganizing and are willing to repay their debts, no one will believe them. Old Dong said coldly. Since Mr. Dong had considered this point in advance, he naturally had also devised a countermeasure. In the past, and even before their financial collapse, Mr. Dong would never have dared to take this step, because once such a thing is done, the consequences could be extremely serious. Because this is a major blow to private property. This will cause countless people to worry. The vitality of a market economy lies in the protection of private property. If the property of individuals or even groups cannot be protected, everyone will be afraid. But this was something that Piao Liang herself started, so she can't blame anyone else. If China does this, the whole world will do the same. The world will be in complete chaos. The solution is actually quite simple. Revitalize the global economy with China at its core. In the past, China certainly wouldn't have had this capability. But now, the Dragon Kingdom exists. And when Lu Ming returns next time, and he holds a press conference, the world will surely be shocked. And it will also be because China is entering a new cycle. However, the desperate and reckless de Piaoyang, who wants to fight to the death with Longhua, will perfectly miss this opportunity. In this opportunity, everyone has a chance to take off. But the one thing that's absolutely impossible is de Piaoyang. We've had our phones ringing off the hook for days since the news was released, so why is there still no response from China? Old Bai Deng frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Chapter 140, how could they do this? Tajda. Bang. With a series of hurried footsteps, the office door was suddenly kicked open. A blond man in a suit rushed in, sweating profusely, startling old Peter. What happened? Old Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the other person with trepidation. Old Biden, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. The blond man's words sent a chill down old Bitten's spine. Even though he didn't know what had happened, his eyelids kept twitching, and he felt like the sky was about to fall. What happened? Speak, Old Bai urged anxiously. The blond man was already drenched in sweat. Even though he hadn't done much exercise, his back was soaked with sweat. His shirt was soaked through, and a large patch of it was even stained. Old Biden. Dragon Country has completely overturned the table. They froze all our assets within the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of whether we have already surrendered to the Dragon Kingdom, everything is frozen. We currently owe the Dragon Kingdom $630 billion in debt. But the assets frozen in China exceed $1.3 trillion. This included equity and capital from various industries, as well as their overseas mineral resources, and their companies were seized at lightning speed. The blond man said nervously, China now wields immense power globally, making it incredibly easy to freeze the capital of these companies across borders. Furthermore, the assets frozen by the Dragon Kingdom are twice the amount of the Great Beauty's debts. Because of capital flight, also because a large amount of capital fled to China, this actually made it easier for the Dragon Kingdom to freeze their power. What? They actually froze the assets of our companies. Has China gone mad? Has the Dragon Kingdom gone mad? How could they do this? Old Biden was stunned. Old Biden's entire team was stunned. While feeling immense anger, they also experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds. De Piaoyang was completely finished. They flipped the table and refused to do it. The Dragon Kingdom has also overturned the table. This kind of thing should never have happened, because if it did, the consequences would be unacceptable to anyone. To put it mildly, any country in the world will lose faith in global trade and shrink its assets, becoming hesitant to invest abroad. To put it bluntly, this is the beginning of a further collapse of the global economy. China is doing well. China has such a large market that it can support everyone on its own. But this is not the case in most countries around the world. If these countries didn't have cross-border trade, they're going to starve countless people to death. Doesn't China want to become a leader in the global order and talk about building the Belt and Road Initiative or even the Maritime Silk Road? Isn't the reason they're doing this to completely destroy the global order for their hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign debt? The last straw that broke the camel's back was one they pulled out themselves. Old Bai Deng roared in exasperation. He simply didn't believe it. But then, the blond man released the press conference that was being held in China, announcing the matter without needing any plausible reason. The Dragon Kingdom simply announced the matter. As for explaining it to the capital, or even to those investors, of course, that's unnecessary. Even the most beautiful girl is starting to mess around. So why should the Dragon Kingdom care about anything else? You're the one who's frozen. Doesn't matter whether you have any connection with them or not. If you're a multinational corporation that came from the US, shut them all down. This includes all the oil companies that were brought there by them in the early 2000s. Back then, the shameless big shot orchestrated a soybean crisis, causing heavy losses to domestic oil companies and soybean farmers. In those 2 years, they acquired over 90% of the domestic oil companies. All those years of hard work turned into a wedding dress for them overnight. Now was the time to take it back. The most ridiculous thing was when there was a problem with cooking oil a few years ago. It was clearly the fault of these foreign capital firms, but through massive propaganda and brainwashing, they led the public to suspect that there was a problem with China's grain and oil reserves. In the end, after investigation, it turned out that the capital firms themselves had created the problem to save costs. In the end, the matter was dropped by the capitalists, but it created a climate of fear and made countless people extremely anxious. They even suspect that the state-owned enterprises in China are corrupt. They didn't criticize any of the people who truly deserved criticism. They ruined the reputation of China's state-owned enterprises, then just walked away without caring about anything. How could they do this? How could they do this? Old Bai slammed his fist on the table and let out a series of helpless roars. With bloodshot eyes, he immediately pointed east and said, "Immediately. I'll contact those idiots across the ocean and ask them what they're doing." The blonde man in front of him shook his head and said, "Old Braden, they definitely won't answer the phone at this time." Old Badin didn't care about any of that. "I don't care whether they want to accept it or not. They have to accept it. We can do this, but they can't. They have to clean up our mess according to our original plan." Old Biden was completely panicked. If this matter is successfully accomplished, then their vast global assets will most likely be completely divided up by the Dragon Kingdom. At that point, who will care whether you pay back the money or not? In many places, they'd be happy if you didn't pay them back. Aren't you going to contact those bastards right now? How could they do something so heinous? They must pay the price. Absolutely. Old Biden's team was completely panicked. There's one group of people you can't afford to offend in this country. Capital. Because capital is the very soul of this nation. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom struck right at their Achilles heel and strangled their fatal weakness. With just a little more force, they would die. When the time comes, all those who advocate for this will be sent to the guillotine by capital. Old Bai Deng is not afraid of death. They're scared. Those capitalists who want to destroy them will definitely take action. What the Dragon Kingdom is doing now is something it did once before, that was leading everyone to fight against the landlords and distribute the land. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom has experience with this. Old Biden, something terrible has happened. The sky is falling. Another person rushed in anxiously. Old Bai Deng's heart pounded. It felt like it was about to jump out of his chest, and he felt like he was about to explode on the spot. What happened now? Speak up. The person who rushed in was sweating profusely and trembling. Chapter 141. Holy crap. 1.7 billion. Old Biden was frightened by the other party's words, and even his breathing became more and more rapid. After China made this move, things were already out of their control. And when the capital fled, they had no way to stop it. After all, capital is their father. What son ever tells his father what to do? After being manipulated by the Dragon Kingdom's divine intervention, the father got anxious and was definitely going to beat his son. Old Biden, we're completely finished now. Not only China, but even countries like Russia are starting to freeze capital. And many of these places were almost exactly the same as those in China. It's so fast that people can't even react. The Dragon Kingdom has waited these past few days, definitely waiting for them, and is working with them to implement a large-scale freeze. The person who rushed in through the door said anxiously. These words were like dropping a nuclear bomb on everyone's heads. It was a loud bang. Everyone was in an uproar. It's over. It's over. This is not so simple. What will those capitalists, driven to desperation, do then? Nobody knows. Clang. Old Bai slumped heavily into his chair. In just a moment, his back was soaked with sweat, and his expression became dull and numb. Everyone in the office looked dazed and confused, as if a giant knife was hanging over their heads, about to fall. But just when everyone was breaking down in despair, 2 more messages arrived. It's because De Piaoyang's 2 lackeys around the Dragon Kingdom have turned against him, although they weren't brought by the Dragon Kingdom. But after the Dragon Kingdom took the lead, they also defected. Even they, the grandsons, followed in the footsteps of the Dragon Kingdom, freezing all of Great Beauty's assets within their territory and conducting investigations. After all this, are we completely ruined? Have we handed over all our hard-earned wealth to someone else? If this continues to escalate like this, what will become of us? Why don't those capitalists just kill us already? They were now absolutely furious. But what can they do? What can they do? Not only did they lose their naval power, but even their missiles, which could have been their trump card, were all launched and sunk into the sea by Lu Ming more than half a year ago. If they could, they would really like to start World War III indiscriminately. But who can they beat now? What China is doing is completely self-defeating. If they don't have other ways to deal with this and revive the global economy, the whole world will collapse. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom is just a paper tiger. It's all for show. They don't actually dare to do that. Oh no, those capitalists have started bombarding my phone with calls. I have to explain to them. Explain that China is just a bluff. This was their last belief. After so many years of development, China has finally become a major global center and has completely replaced Great Beauty's position. So, is it possible for China to give up? Is it possible to ignore it? If this situation continues to deteriorate, it will inevitably develop into various wars of all sizes on a global scale. When resources are insufficient for survival, war and plunder become the only means. In that case, the world will be plunged into chaos, and China will be the center. They won't remember the evil deeds that Piao Yang committed. They'll only remember the harm the Dragon Kingdom caused them. The reason behind this is quite simple. There was a person who did evil every day, but suddenly one day he became good and everyone praised him. But if someone does good deeds every day and then one day makes a foolish mistake, then everyone will only remember his bad deeds. That's just how the relationship is between the two sides. As long as things develop this way, they still have a way to turn things around. When the time comes, they will step forward to make amends and promise to pay the debts, and everyone will owe them a huge favor. 20 days later, even bigger trouble began. For the past 20 days, the Piao Yang and his group have maintained this mindset. Even with their frozen capital, they still clung to a sliver of hope. Everyone felt that the freezing of power in China was more superficial than real. In the long run, even the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to withstand the consequences. And everyone can see that. Even the global situation has become turbulent. A major war could break out at any moment. What may start as two small countries could escalate into a global conflict. But then, a change occurred. Since the Dragon Kingdom removed its firewall, all news from the Dragon Kingdom can be seen immediately on the external network, and the Dragon Kingdom can also see the movements on the external network. Just last night, the official Dragon Kingdom launched a new round of pre-launch hype surrounding the Time-Space Group. Moreover, this pre-launch hype is unprecedented. Everyone knows that the Dragon Kingdom is about to unleash a major attack. Everyone is looking forward to it. If this press conference fails to meet everyone's expectations, then a major battle could break out at any moment. 12:45 p.m. Noon. The time it took for the ancients to judge the most heinous criminals. A press conference that garnered global attention was held in Beijing, the capital of China. In an instant, it attracted over 1.57 billion online viewers. What's shocking is that China only has one live streaming room. This live stream actually handled 1.57 billion views and all the comments. And it didn't crash. Holy crap, what's going on with this live stream? There are already 1.6 billion viewers, and the live stream isn't crashing yet. It's still running so smoothly. What the hell kind of alien technology is this? Aren't all the people in the live stream Chinese? But why are all the comments from Chinese people? Look at the 3 dots in the top left corner. There's a real-time translation function there. If you turn it off, the comments will be translated into languages from all over the world. Huh, it really works. Damn, why are there so many comments on foreign websites? The comments sent in this 1 second could probably fill an 8 million word novel, right? And there are all sorts of GIFs flying everywhere. Wow, 1.7 billion. Motherland really kept quiet and gave us a big surprise. Anyone who frequently watches live streams knows just how explosive this number of viewers truly is. With 1.7 billion people watching online simultaneously, the required computing power is absolutely terrifying. Even one Douyin and one Kuaishou are not enough. If we were to bring in some more cloud server companies, it might barely be enough. Dragon Kingdom could have easily diverted the live stream traffic. But they didn't do that. Their only live stream room further showcased their terrifying methods. Chapter 142, is this kind of thing possible? Damn it, what kind of technology and computing power is this? In these 20-odd days, surely China's technology hasn't made another leap forward. Old Bai Deng watched the live stream and was absolutely blown away. Not only him, everyone watching the live stream was stunned. 2 billion. 2 billion. A quarter of the world's population is in this live stream. But how is that possible? Old Biden, according to the information we've received, information was sent globally before this press conference even started. The Chinese side used some unknown means to send messages to netizens worldwide. They even hacked all media channels and replaced them with live broadcast announcements. Many people online said they were asleep, but were forcibly woken up by their phones. This sounds absurd and completely unnecessary. But this press conference is just too important. It's so important that it could influence the future of humanity. Naturally, it is absolutely necessary to resort to measures of this scale. 45 minutes on time, accompanied by a series of clattering footsteps. This time, instead of Mr. Dong and others standing on the stage to give the opening remarks, it was Lu Ming, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, who stepped onto the stage. Beside Lu Ming was a woman. The woman was dressed in Hanfu, the traditional clothing of the Dragon Kingdom, and was dignified and proper. But in this kind of setting, it's a bit too much. That's because the scale of this press conference is just too grand. People from China can accept this. However, people in other countries don't seem to value it enough. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Lu Ming, the chairman of the Time and Space Group. Everyone should already know me, or have heard about me online, or seen clips about me. The sound you're hearing now are all automatically translated into various languages by an AI program. Different languages are played depending on your location. If you're not a native speaker and do not speak your native language, you can adjust the language in the live stream settings in the upper left corner. You could even use more high-tech methods. Say Nuwa in the live stream and ask Nuwa to adjust the language in the live stream for you. She will then automatically complete the adjustment for you. Lu Ming said with a smile. But his words caused a huge uproar around the world. In an instant, it was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly blowing many people's minds away. Holy crap, is this even possible? Nuwa, please switch it to English. Huh, it really works. My goodness, what kind of Zentradi technology is this? Did I wake up 200 years in the future? Where did this company from in China even come from? How do they possess this level of technology? In the blink of an eye, we've become a technological superpower. Time and Space Group is awesome. The medicines you sell are really effective. My lumbar disc herniation that I had for many years was cured by just 2 pills. Me too. I had uremia to the point where I needed a kidney transplant, but after a month of hospitalization and medication, I'm cured. I originally had heart bypass surgery, but the medication cured me, and they even removed the bypass. I'm cured of AIDS. Isn't that outrageous? Various comments flew everywhere. The Dragon Kingdom was completely engulfed in a state of revelry. Time and Space Group has been quiet for a few months, but with the technologies it previously launched, it has already shocked the world. It has wiped out countless investors worldwide. As it turns out, their silence over the past few months was all a prelude to something big. They still have a killer move to make. That's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, before the press conference officially begins, I'll give you a few minutes to adjust. Next, please follow my gaze and look up at the sky. Please welcome our Dragon Nation's 6th-generation fighter jet. Snap! With Lu Ming snapping his fingers. Amidst a screen full of question marks and countless dumbfounded stares, dozens of supersonic fighter jets formed a formation and sped towards us from afar. The first squadron consisted of 3 fighter jets, flying overhead at an incredibly terrifying speed. Speeds exceeding Mach 6. The sonic boom generated by the aircraft shocked the world. Yes, 6th-generation fighter jet. And they were produced by Nuwa in those 20-odd days. This was not difficult for Nuwa. It was like a college student building blocks for an elementary school student. She could make one by hand in no time. The first formation flew supersonic over the press conference venue and then made a 180-degree turn while in supersonic condition. The U-turn radius is so small, it's jaw-dropping. The whole world has come to a standstill. Immediately afterwards, the second squadron of fighter jets slowly flew over, allowing everyone to get a clear look. I woke up to find the sky had fallen. Sixth-generation fighter jets had inexplicably appeared in China, and a whole bunch of them had arrived at once like dumplings being dropped into a pot. I'm a professional. This batch of sixth-generation fighters has reached the theoretical limit of sixth-generation fighters. It's the ultimate finished product. Big beauty. I'm drenched in sweat. Little Sakura, Daddy, stop talking. I've already knelt down. I'm so afraid my great-great-great-grandpa will slap me, so hard my head will fly off. Rumble. Dozens of sixth-generation fighter jets, each one like a ginkgo leaf, were so magnificent in the sky. After their performance ended, Lu Ming is about to unleash another powerful move. Ladies and gentlemen, have you had your fill of the sixth-generation fighter jet? Our Time and Space Group has already acquired very advanced technology for this generation of sixth-generation fighter jets. And the manufacturing cost is ridiculously low. Take a guess at the cost of a sixth-generation fighter jet. If you guess correctly, Our Time Group will give you a free sixth-generation fighter jet model. The comments you send will be counted in real time by the live stream audience. So you just keep sending them. Those who guess correctly will be automatically notified via the system. As Lu Ming smiled, the live stream chat went wild once again. There are all sorts of guesses. Lu Ming waited a while before revealing the answer. The answer is 5 million per unit. Yes, you heard me right. This price includes all costs for manufacturing to RD, and it's only 5 million yuan, which is outrageously cheap. It's worth noting that the cost of a single J-20 fighter jet can be as high as 700 million Chinese yuan. In comparison, sixth-generation fighter jets are practically free. Holy crap, how is this even possible? Even building a tank would cost more than this. This price isn't even enough to cover it in US dollars. Even if it's calculated in US dollars, how much is it? Chapter 143, CG. This must be CG. Lu Ming waited a while, letting the comments continue scrolling, before laughing and saying, Everyone, I know what you're thinking. You might think that the 5 million I mentioned is calculated in US dollars or euros. But actually, that's not the case. Because what I'm talking about is the currency of the Dragon Kingdom. Construction cost, 5 million Chinese yuan. Our Time Group's time military industry can still make a profit even if we sell 1 unit for 5 million. Boom! As Lu Ming spoke, another thunderbolt struck. This left countless viewers in the live stream speechless. Some people even felt like they'd been made a fool of, like they'd been played for a fool. Selling one for 5 million. You'd be lucky if you didn't go bankrupt. They even had the audacity to say that there was money to be made. How to make money? How can you make money like this? As for Lu Ming, since these fighter jets were all created by Manhwa herself, there were naturally no technical or research and development costs involved. We can use the best of all technologies, but the cost still won't go up. Isn't that infuriating? Everyone, please stop cursing at me in the live stream, and don't say I'm treating you like fools. Because what I'm saying is all true. Now, please welcome my next set of evidence. Snap! With another snap of Lu Ming's fingers. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment and disbelief, a fighter jet appeared hovering in the sky. Yes, it's hovering. The fighter jets have been here all along, yet no one has been able to spot them. My God, what kind of alien technology is this? My worldview has been shattered. Is Boss Lu an alien? The online community was already furious enough, but the officials from various countries were even more outraged. Especially the beautiful scenery across the ocean. They were so frightened they knelt down. They couldn't even imagine what it would be like if such a being appeared right above them. CG. This must be CG. It's not real. Someone's eyes were bloodshot as they shouted in shock and anger. If this is true, then it's not as simple as a technology that's only a couple hundred years old. China's technology is already decades behind theirs, with a huge generational gap. How could they possibly jump ahead of them without making a sound? This press conference was kept extremely confidential. Before we begin, apart from Lu Ming and a few key figures, no one knew what Lu Ming was going to say. Everyone, I know you're going to say this is CG. It doesn't matter. You'll know once you go around in a circle. Lu Ming was holding a walkie-talkie and strangely communicated directly with the walkie-talkie above him. causing the fighter jet to fly out. Boom! The fighter jet immediately adjusted from its hovering position. The tail flame immediately changed from a vertical 90-degree angle to being parallel to the ground, and entered supersonic speed the instant it flew out. My God, what kind of acceleration ability is this? Instantaneous sound speed. Damn, that's terrifying. I'm already kneeling on the ground, watching the live stream. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling, and I said that a god has appeared in our dragon kingdom. With Lu Ming's snap of his fingers, the live stream feed immediately switched. Then switched to the pilot's perspective. Rumble. The fighter jet flew out at top speed, passing over the frogs' heads on the other side of the strait, then turned around and headed towards the cherry blossoms and kimchi. Meanwhile, footage captured by many people was hacked by manhwa and automatically transmitted to the live stream. The images on both sides are synchronized. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our 7th-generation fighter jet, the controlled nuclear fusion stealth fighter jet. You heard right. It's controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion power generation uses the energy generated by nuclear fusion to boil water and then convert it into energy. On fighter jets, there is a small nuclear fusion device. It can convert the energy generated by nuclear fusion into direct flame output to power the fighter jet. 7th-generation fighter jets can reach a top speed of Mach 11. Maximum flight range, 30,000 kilometers. Lu Ming's voice was present as an off-screen voice in the live broadcast room. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Mach 11? 30,000 kilometers? Grass. This is yet another super powerful move. This scene is so shocking. It's like the Earth was overturned and rebuilt. From the Stone Age, you're given a piece of wood, but I'll use a gun. You might want to guess the cost of this fighter jet. It's actually not that expensive. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry anyway. This gave everyone another chance to discuss in the comments. I said 5 million. It's definitely more than 5 million. With nuclear fusion power and Mach 11, how could it possibly come down from 50 million? Lu Ming waited a while before revealing the answer. This fighter jet is indeed relatively expensive, but it's not that expensive. 6th generation, 5 million. It costs 20 million. I'm only talking about the price in Dragon Kingdom currency. Holy crap. This terrifying thing only costs 20 million? The price of a Ferrari LaFerrari is enough to buy one of these? And you'd even get change? Mommy, there are gods. The whole world was in an uproar. Putting aside other things, the mere fact that 6th generation and 7th generation fighter jets appeared at the same time is explosive enough. The key point is that this thing is not actually CG, because it has been captured by a lot of people's mobile phones. It doesn't fly very high, but it's accompanied by an incredibly terrifying sonic boom. Once it gets close, it will definitely be noticed instantly. Gentlemen, let's not waste any more time because of these two fighter jets. Manhwa, shrink the view of the 7th generation fighter jet in flight to the top left window so that those who want to watch can continue to see the image. We have something important to do next, Lu Ming said with a smile. Shen Ziyuan came back with him this time and watched Lu Ming's press conference from the audience. Lu Ming's press conference not only had no impact on him, but also helped him gain momentum. The greater Lu Ming's current fame, the more Lu Ming will benefit him when he comes under Lu Ming's control. At that time, the entire time group will belong to him. Snap, snap. Lu Ming clapped his hands in front of the camera. The crisp sound immediately drew most people's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we just talked about the power source of the 7th generation, which is controlled nuclear fusion technology. Next, we will launch the relevant technologies of our time group. Controlled nuclear fusion power technology. To date, the nuclear fusion facility developed by Time Group is fully ready for commercial use. Chapter 144 One slap, and she didn't even dare to cry. Ladies and gentlemen, our Time Group's first phase commercial nuclear fusion facility only requires a 3-story building with an area of about 100 square meters, and it can generate 10 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. Just 4 to 5 units are enough to supply the entire annual electricity consumption of a city with a population of 5 million, including residential electricity and even industrial electricity, Lu Ming said with a smile. One machine would have been enough to reach the standard of 50 billion kilowatt hours of power generation per year, but that's not that important. We can iterate on it gradually. Moreover, the fact that it generates 10 billion kilowatt hours of electricity a year and occupies such a small area is enough to blow everyone away. As Lu Ming spoke, various question marks once again floated across the live stream. Netizens in China were completely dumbfounded. Foreign netizens were also stunned. Old Bai Deng's face was full of disbelief, and he exclaimed that it was impossible. How could such a thing be done? That's nuclear fusion technology. It's not like you can just roll a yo-yo by hand. You should know that the Three Gorges Dam only generates about 100 billion kilowatt hours of electricity per year. That project is already so huge. This project is so small. Puff! As Old Bai Deng was speaking, he spat out a mouthful of white foam, collapsed to the ground, and began to convulse. He knew that this was most likely true. If it weren't real, they wouldn't be bringing it up. Furthermore, a more advanced version of this thing has already been installed on 7th-generation fighter jets. Once this thing is released, even if it takes another 100 years, no one in the world will be able to catch up with China. This is the technological gap. Before falling into a coma, how much Old Bai Deng wished it was all a dream. Because once such a thing appears and is introduced, it can instantly change the whole world, and the global situation can be stabilized instantly. At that time, no matter what Longwood does or says, everyone will listen to him. No one dare to resist. Besides, now that this thing is out there, who would dare to resist? The aerial dominance tactics that the Great Beauty used to employ have been directly adopted by the Dragon Kingdom, and they have demonstrated an even more terrifying and overwhelming suppression. If this kind of fighter jet were deployed on a large scale, then China's claim of crushing the world would not be a joke. This isn't a father hitting his son anymore. It was the great-grandfather beating his great-grandson. One slap, and you won't even dare to cry. Speaking of this, we have to talk about our Time and Space Group's upcoming procurement projects. At present, we plan to spend $200 billion to purchase various minerals from around the world, including iron, ore, copper ore, and various rare earth minerals. The first phase will involve purchasing $50 billion. After the purchase, another $100 billion will be added. From this moment on, the entire global trading system will be converted to Dragon Kingdom currency. I said it. If you don't use Dragon Kingdom currency, you won't be able to buy any of our Time Group's products in the future. As for the dollar system across the ocean, let them scrap it if they want. It doesn't matter. At worst, we can just divide the spoils among their corpses. Those who have been plundered by them in the past can freeze their assets here through their own means. We support it in most areas. For a few areas, they'll have to figure it out themselves. Although Lu Ming did not reveal his identity, everyone knew that he represented the Dragon Kingdom. Some people used to think that Lu Ming was just a front man sent out by China. But after today's commotion, everyone has changed their minds. White gloves. Hee. Whose white gloves are this amazing? The technology they released was even more advanced than that of the entire country. It was absolutely terrifying. The small number of regions that Lu Ming mentioned doesn't need to be explicitly stated. Everyone knows who they are. They must be those places that were at odds with the Dragon Kingdom in the past. It includes places like Cherry Blossoms, Kimchi, and Vietnam. Now, they were truly left speechless with bitterness. They were all filled with regret. But what's the use of regretting it now? The deed is done, and you have to bear the consequences and the price. Even if someone were to run to their doorstep, kneel down, and kowtow at this moment, it would not change the established facts, nor could it reverse the consequences of all of this. Our Time and Space Group sells most of its products to the public, but we do not currently offer products like military equipment. Our military products will only be supplied to China for the time being. If you have any objections, don't ask me why. Because of this, Lu Ming snapped his fingers again, leaving everyone dumbfounded. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Ming's Zhongshan suit transformed into a military uniform, and it was an army uniform. Holy crap! An admiral? Countless viewers in the live stream were stunned once again. They were all too preoccupied to understand how Lu Ming had managed to do it. They also suspected that Lu Ming had connections with the Chinese government, but who would have thought that the connections would be so close? Such a young general? Holy crap, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But that's normal. Because of the Dragon Kingdom's biased attitude, coupled with the powerful technology shown by Lu Ming Group, and because the Time and Space Group suddenly became a company that the Dragon Kingdom could welcome official media and even have the support of Chairman Dong more than half a year ago. At this moment, Lu Ming's identity no longer needed to be hidden. Apart from the era he traveled through, most of his information could be exposed to the light of day. Fellow Chinese, stand up. This is no longer the time for us to be subservient to others. From today onwards, the whole world must be mindful of our opinions. But invading others is not our goal. We wouldn't do that, unless there's an idiot involved, Lu Ming said with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, Lu Ming continued. Pursuing a world of great harmony and a community with a shared future for mankind is not only the pursuit of our dragon kingdom, but also our national policy. In ancient times, we had the custom of paying tribute to all the emperors, but how did we do it? We returned double the gifts sent by those vassal states. Others only know about the offerings, but they don't know about the things we return. Even in our ancestors' time, we weren't the kind of people who burned, killed, and looted. There's a saying that's true. Our dragon kingdom is a civilization disguised as a nation. The world peace we cherish is one where people are prosperous, where there is peace and joy, and where people live and work in contentment, not one where a few engage in war and plunder. Next, I will introduce the most explosive existence in our time group. Global-level AI, manhwa. Lu Ming turned to the side, facing the woman beside him. At first, everyone found her presence very strange, but after being shocked, they forgot about her and even treated her as just a background character. Now, let's get down to business. Chapter 145, Holy Crap, is the sky falling? When the conversation turned to manhwa walked over from beside Lu Ming and stood in front of the camera with him. While Lu Ming was introducing those technological things, manhwa stepped aside and let Lu Ming do the introduction. After all, it's not her home turf. After she arrived, Lu Ming paused for a moment before speaking. She drew the attention of the many viewers in the live stream to her, helping them to clear their minds so they could follow Lu Ming. The information Lu Ming had released earlier was already explosive enough. What followed was even more explosive. If you don't organize your thoughts, it's really easy to fall behind. Wait a minute, something doesn't feel right. Global-level AI? What the hell does that mean? Does it mean exactly what it says? Holy crap, my brain has gone blank too. It's only now that I realize something really isn't right. Holy crap, Boss Lu is talking about a global-level AI. Could be this girl next to him? Impossible, right? Impossible, right? Upstairs, I think you're out of your mind. How could such a thing be possible? AI developing self-awareness and evolving an independent personality is simply not something we can do at this stage. Even if we had another 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Yes, let alone global-level AI. Even the term global level is impossible to achieve. Nowadays, what force could build a server on a global scale? You must understand that global level is not just a figure of speech. To achieve a global level capability, we don't even know how much computing power would be needed. After some people realized what had happened, the live stream chat exploded again because the incident had such a terrifying impact on them. 6th generation and 7th generation fighter jets are things that people dare not even imagine anymore. But that's how they appeared, and it feels like it's fake. To verify its authenticity, Lu Ming even had the pilots of the 7th generation fighter jets travel around China and even neighboring countries to prove it. Everyone, although this is so unacceptable, hasn't Boss Lu already proven it to us? For example, take this live stream for example. One live stream has over 2 billion viewers, and there are all sorts of tricks used in the live stream, like having manhwa come out to help us adjust our language and writing. Isn't that enough to prove this point? Yes, what you said makes so much sense. I can't even refute it. Mommy, am I about to witness history again? No wonder Boss Lu said this is the most explosive existence in the time group. If it weren't for what we thought, how could it be even more explosive than a 7th generation fighter jet? Damn, my motherland is awesome. A bunch of people on the internet suspect that we picked up some kind of alien technology from the far side of the moon. Before today, I thought they were idiots because our country has been quietly developing technology for so many years, and we have mobilized the whole nation to do so. So, it is normal for us to do something like this. But today, even I myself have my doubts. The live stream chat was scrolling wildly. However, many netizens were once again left bewildered. Lu Ming felt the time was right, so he smiled and faced the camera to speak. Everyone snap out of it. Next, I will introduce our time group's world-class AI, manhwa. Just as the name suggests, she is world-class. She has an independent mind. It could even advance the technological development of our planet. Yes, you heard me right. She can analyze the direction of technology on her own and propel Earth's technology into a new era. Boom! Lu Ming's words dropped another bombshell in the live broadcast room. The audience's speculation that AI has its own consciousness already seemed incredibly absurd to them. What happened next was even more outrageous. Researching technology on your own? Drive technology on our own? Grass. Is this even possible? If this process continues, won't humanity soon be obsolete in this world? As soon as Lu Ming spoke, countless companies around the world were thrown into panic because the appearance of manhwa meant that they were about to collapse. A certain music group, chairman's office. Mr. Zhang was completely dumbfounded when he saw the newly released trifold phone. Even though the phone could unfold into a 10.1-inch screen, making the live stream enjoyable, Lu Ming's words still made him break out in a cold sweat. The bigger the screen, the more panicked he became. Holy crap, is the sky falling? If this AI can even develop its own technology, then our group's current business will be replaced in no time. We were originally one of the world's top computing power companies, and one of the companies with the most users globally. But if we go through all this trouble, what will happen to our advantages? How should we develop in the future? If such a conscious AI really enters our industry, it will definitely understand users better than we do. What chance will we have then? Mr. Zhang's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was even somewhat at a loss. The company has developed for so many years. From a small company to its current size, it has weathered countless storms along the way. But he has never felt so troubled by any crisis, not even when the United States on the other side of the ocean imposed a blockade on them. He never considered that the suppression of him was not a policy, nor was it a set of mandatory requirements or conditions. It's not just technological iteration. Good heavens! A slap is like a grandfather hitting his grandson. The grandson has no strength to fight back. This is the group office of a certain company. A group of people sat here, watching this press conference. And in the main seat was the group's helmsman, the elderly Mr. Ren. Mr. Ren is a former soldier and is very responsive to the country's various policies. But even he was dumbfounded when he looked at the live stream. The group of senior technical staff in the conference room were all dumbfounded. This, Mr. Ren, what are we going to do now? As one of the world's top technology companies, have we suddenly fallen behind the times? And this fall from grace has been so inexplicable, and we have no way to deal with it. Why didn't the higher-ups give us any warning beforehand? Although the company in question manufactures technologies such as communications, mobile phones, and automobiles, but they have many other businesses operating. For example, routers. Chapter 146, skipping 6G, achieving 7G. The company operates a wide variety of businesses. For example, routers. For example, computer room. For example, AI-powered card calculation. When the other side of the ocean was holding them back, their company was the only one with AI computing power chips that could compete with the other side. Good heavens, they didn't do anything, and their base collapsed. How can this not be baffling? It's worth noting that their cloud service business has already captured 19% of the national market, and their national computing power is even as high as 45.6%. People may know that a certain parent company has amazing computing power, but they may not know just how amazing Huawei's computing power is. 45.6%. That's almost half of the country's total. Professor Ren, if things really continue like this, won't our investments in computing power and AI research go down the drain in no time? Some of the executives broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Mr. Ren at a loss for what to do. Mr. Ren also snapped out of his daze. He sighed heavily and waved his hand. What's the panic? Does our Dragon Kingdom exist in a way that one country monopolizes and others have to die? Since Dragon Kingdom has endorsed Time Group and released this news at this time, it must have already thought of relevant countermeasures. And what time is it now? This is a critical moment for global economic turmoil. Those foreign devils across the ocean triggered a crisis of 50 trillion yuan in national debt, causing the global economy to collapse. The Dragon Kingdom released this news definitely to boost the market and lead the next round of global economic reforms. We won't die, and the Dragon Kingdom won't let us die either. Besides, so what if we can't do it in this area? The market is so big, we'll always find a place to go. What Mr. Rin lamented was that the leaps and progress of the times had completely exceeded his imagination. It's as if you wake up one morning to find that the whole world has progressed by hundreds of years. He hadn't expected things to change so drastically, but he has no doubts about the company's future development. After all, China is a people-oriented country, and it wouldn't act recklessly. If China's proposition is to use technology to deprive people of their jobs, then the global economy will only collapse further. This is true. Everyone is out of money. If most companies in a market cannot make money and cannot afford to support more employees, it will further lead to people having less money and ultimately cause the economy to collapse. This is a vicious cycle. But if everyone has money in their hands, things will start to go in a positive cycle. Everyone, I know what you're thinking, and I know what you're worried about. But I assure you here that nuanced AI will only assist humans and will not take away human jobs. We will also give everyone a transition period. For example, manhwa can currently achieve fully automated, zero-intervention intelligent driving. It can also manufacture a large number of sweeping machines to replace manual labor. But we won't do that. Behind every job are real people and families. What is the direction of our time group? It is to liberate global productivity, to assist and promote greater productivity for everyone. For example, we can help an old man who farms to grow more crops by himself, adapt to various terrains, and liberate him from labor production. What do we want? It is a peaceful day when everyone can eat their fill and have plenty of food and clothing. We won't say we'll become extremely wealthy, but we must stop waging war of any kind over resources and let everyone live a carefree life. For example, with a monthly salary of $3,000, you can afford a house and a car through your own efforts, and even go on a trip. For example, a monthly minimum living allowance of 1,000 yuan can ensure that you have meat at every meal and live comfortably. Lu Ming's vision on stage calmed everyone down, and they continued to listen to him. This issue is not only a concern for large companies, but also for ordinary people at the grassroots level. Lu Ming said it was to assist, not to compete with them for work. That put their minds at ease, because they believed that Lu Ming, as a general of the Dragon Kingdom, would not lie in such a situation. With a monthly salary of 3,000, can you afford a house and a car? What a wonderful vision this is. When life is worry-free, young people will naturally be more willing to get married and have children. The reason why young people are unwilling to have children now is because of too much pressure. With such a meager salary, I can't even afford to find a partner. I live paycheck to paycheck, and by the time the new year arrives, I'm left with nothing. Every year when they go out for the Lunar New Year, they say they're going to make a lot of money. But when they came back, they were all covered in dust and dirt. Their families are pressuring them to get married and set them up on blind dates. But for them, this is just a pipe dream. At the company level, our time group is willing to spend a lot of money to purchase your computing power cluster at the original price you paid. You can provide a list of your investments and are defunding an AI, and our time group will cover all. Similarly, you can also maintain your AI research and development. But I personally don't recommend it. I recommend that you purchase our AI services. Furthermore, our time group has developed a very powerful mobile phone CPU that is also cheaper, which can promote the next generation of technology that benefits the people. Facing the camera, Lu Ming smiled and continued. In today's environment, mobile phones are actually the best embodiment of technology benefiting people. When it comes to AI and autonomous driving, nothing beats the smartphone. With this medium, even many people in their 60s, 70s, and 80s have learned to use the internet. In comparison, even a computer hasn't made such progress. Regarding the network, we are currently cooperating with China to upgrade the communications across the entire industry. The current mainstream is 5G signal, with an average downlink speed of 340.56 megabits per second and an uplink speed of 81.14 megabits per second. It only takes a few seconds to download a movie. Regarding this, our current technology is to skip 6G and achieve 7G. In this situation, the difference in network speed is no longer perceptible. You can even throw away the phone's memory. Just keep a few things like photos of your daily life and local app installation packages. At the same time, the fees will also be further reduced. In the future, data charges will be gradually replaced, and you will only be charged a monthly data plan fee. Lu Ming continued on stage, continuing his descriptions of various general directions. Chapter 147. Is it really true that one who remains silent until the moment of truth is astonishing? What Lu Ming said was all based on Yua's actions, which was both shocking and appalling. The fact that Nuwa was a conscious AI entity was already astonishing enough. But these technologies were all developed by Nuwa herself. This is absolutely the most explosive thing ever. Throughout Lu Ming's narration, there were many instances where Nuwa stepped in to explain and clarify, such as some technical terms. The three major telecommunications giants are all state-owned enterprises, SOEs. Therefore, it's entirely feasible for these SOEs to cooperate with a national strategic relocation in a short period, incurring huge losses to upgrade to 7G level infrastructure and equipment. Moreover, the initial investment can be recouped later. 7G is actually more than enough. Once you start using it, you won't need to replace your device much. At the same time, another major problem with 5G equipment is that the shorter the radio wave and the smaller the coverage area, the more base stations are needed in a given area. This increases the cost of the equipment. 7G technology solves this problem very well. Everyone went from shock to confusion and then gradually to acceptance. During the process, they even suspected that Nuwa might have been programmed in advance and was reading from a script. But no matter how confused you are, the facts are there. Even if they don't accept it, they must accept it. A certain music group. Mr. Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out a tissue from the table, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His pale face regained its color. Holy crap, that's good. I was so scared just now. I thought such a big company was going to go under. It took me a lot of effort to build this company into such a big one. 300 billion US dollars, or 2.5 trillion Chinese yuan. Although it has lost a lot of value due to the global environment, it still has a market value of more than 200 billion US dollars. Fortunately, Time and Space Group is a state-owned enterprise and doesn't plan to get involved in the B2C market. We don't plan to target lower-tier markets. We'll only focus on wholesale and supply to retailers. Otherwise, I won't even be able to keep this $100 billion market value. Mr. Zhang threw the tissue he used to wipe his cold sweat into the trash can. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. On another note, this Time Group is really incredibly awesome, and our motherland is truly awesome too. They did something this big without making a sound? Is this really a case of silent until the moment of truth, followed by a stunning outburst? It's terrifying that we didn't have any prior information. If AI can help humans create a lot of wealth, then the future society will be one where people work shorter hours, but their wages will not decrease at all. Everyone's wages cannot be increased at will, because the total amount of wealth generated by society is only so much. If the void increases individual wages, it will lead to a flood of currency in the market, further causing money to become very worthless. But fundamentally, personal wealth is actually constant and may even shrink. But if AI leads to an increase in social wealth, then while individual wages rise, purchasing power will remain unchanged or even increase. Simply put, it's possible to spend a 3,000 salary as if it were 5,000. This will also increase society's desire to consume. As the chairman of a large enterprise, Mr. Zhang has a very clear understanding of the economic situation. There are actually many such examples around the world. For example, Switzerland and Iceland. They have abundant resources, and by selling these resources, they can greatly increase the total wealth of the entire country. Even if an individual works 4 days a week and 3 days off, working 36 hours a week, they can still earn a lot of money and live a very good life. Lu Ming's idea was to move in that direction, so that people can support themselves without having to work overtime, to allow everyone to live a very decent life without having to work themselves to the bone. No wonder he was able to become a general. His idea is truly ambitious and wonderful. But in the long run, there are still problems. It's too early to say that AI won't replace human jobs. But what if it's a long time later? Many things will actually get out of control. Mr. Zhang exhaled another smoke ring and fell into deep thought. While pondering this question, he was also considering the group's next steps in its development. Because while Lu Ming is changing the global landscape, he will inevitably create a huge amount of new wealth. This is what people online call the hot trend. By seizing this opportunity, individuals could potentially achieve financial freedom overnight. Large companies have grasped this trend, which is directly reflected in the expansion of their market value. So everyone, from now on you don't need to think too much. Just work hard for a better life. The major decisions are handled by the Dragon Kingdom. Technological development benefits the country and its people. We will not abandon anyone. From this moment forward, the world has re-entered a phase of global trade. From now on, our time group, including Dragon Kingdom, will be the anchor of the global economy. That concludes today's press conference. Thank you, everyone. Finally, I'll have Manhwa set off some fireworks for everyone. Lu Ming walked off the stage with a smile and left the stage. Manhwa took over the core of the stage, faced the camera in front of her, smiled at the countless audience members behind the camera, and snapped her fingers. At that moment, the live stream switched to show rocket launch sites. Several rockets were launched simultaneously. It carries the first batch of innovative satellites that Manhwa created during this period. These satellites are all equipped with Manhwa's latest technology. Although they have been launched into the sky, they will all become the wedding dress for Wentian in the future. After all, Earth is Wentian's home ground. Whoosh whoosh. One rocket after another launched into the sky. Huge flames spewed from the engine below and rose into the sky before the eyes of countless people. Everyone, a new era for humanity has arrived. Although it may not be immediately apparent in your lives, please be patient. It won't be long before everyone enjoys the technological benefits of the time and space group. Be confident. Your country, the Dragon Kingdom, has become a great power. Manhwa smiled, then vanished from the camera's view in an instant, and everyone realized that her image was just a virtual projection. Before this, everyone had overlooked this matter. Chapter 148, What Goes Around Comes Around. Before this, everyone thought Manhwa was a robot, that she had implanted her own consciousness into a robot's body. This technology actually existed before Manhwa, and after Manhwa appeared, it could definitely be made even more realistic. Only then did everyone realize that Manhwa was actually just a virtual projection. One incredibly realistic virtual projection. Holy crap, my motherland is awesome. I never imagined that in my lifetime our Dragon Kingdom would become so powerful. It's beyond my imagination. Someone pinch me. I feel like I ate a poisonous mushroom and am hallucinating. Ha ha, be confident. Our Dragon Kingdom has become a great power? That's such a damn good thing to say. I'd call that the best statement of a year. It's so pretentious, so satisfying. Before, others were the great powers, and we were always following behind, smelling their exhaust fumes. But now everything has changed. Fellow martyrs, did you see that? Our Dragon Kingdom is truly awesome. This prosperous era is just as you wished. China is awesome. Time and Space Group is awesome. China is awesome. Time and Space Group is awesome. China is awesome. Time and Space Group is awesome. Although the live stream has ended, many people are still in the live stream room. The screen was filled with comments, refreshing rapidly in the live stream. Countless people were frantically spamming Chinese flag emojis in the live stream, turning the entire room red, like it was Chinese New Year. Across the ocean, it's so beautiful. Even after the live stream ended, the group of people were still in shock, completely stunned, as if the whole world had collapsed. The world didn't actually collapse. What collapsed was just the beautiful world. By releasing $50 trillion in national debt to trigger a crisis, they were essentially doing something that harmed both themselves and others. But it was their last resort. After all, not all of that $50 trillion went abroad. Much of it was simply transferred between the Federal Reserve's own hands. Now look what happened. The lightning exploded, but instead of harming the Dragon Kingdom, it killed itself. Everyone else followed the Dragon Kingdom's lead and froze their valuable assets. Grass, grass, grass. If your country, China, has such capabilities, why didn't you say so earlier? Why go through all that trouble, only to wipe us all out in the end, before unleashing your ultimate move? Isn't this a lie? How is there any difference between you and us robbing people all over the world back then? What are your thoughts now? Is there any way for us to recover? Old Biden sat slumped in the chair, weak and listless. At this moment, he no longer thought about returning to the top of the world, because he knew that it was simply impossible. He was thinking about how to stabilize the country and get its economy back on track, at least to ensure its survival. So what if Dragon Kingdom takes such action and swallows up the assets of those conglomerates? Even if the Dragon Kingdom says it won't change anything, so what? Does the Pyongyang dare to do anything to China? Of course I wouldn't dare. Old Biden, I think we've completely lost the chance to turn things around. The only possibility is to go to China as soon as possible. If the Dragon Kingdom is willing to give us a piece of soup, we can continue to survive. We're not without value. Actually, our vast land and our diverse resources are where our value truly lies. Someone stepped forward and said, they dared not raise their voices or show any emotion because they no longer even had the right to be angry. When the two sides are evenly matched, getting angry can actually be effective. But with such a huge gap between the two sides, what's the point of getting angry? It's like a 3-year-old child crying, making a fuss, and jumping around in front of adults. To adults, it just looks ridiculous. Then contact China immediately, and we'll fly there in person to talk to them. Then let's discuss the 50 trillion yuan national debt issue. How to resolve it. Ask them if they have any good solutions. They should offer a helping hand, right? Old Biden's tone was extremely insecure. As he spoke, he even became obsequious. He didn't even realize that his back naturally bent down when he spoke. Once, everyone in the world treated them this way, but now it's completely reversed. It really proves that saying. What goes around comes around. Small pickles. This live broadcast had a huge impact on them, making them feel like their world had collapsed. It's common knowledge that people in South Korea are inextricably linked to chaebols from birth to death. And their most famous chaebol is actually the semiconductor company, the Samsung Group. Under the Samsung Group, there are not only semiconductor chip manufacturers, but also various companies in biopharmaceuticals, real estate, and more. Over the past decade or so, the shipbuilding industry, which Korea was once so proud of, has been completely brought to a standstill by China. From a market share of over 40% to the current 18%, China's new orders have reached 74.1% of the global total. It's like a perfectly healthy person who has lost a leg and is now lame. Their tourism industry is now completely ruined because of their arrogance. Even the semiconductor industry is about to be wiped out by Time Group. Holy crap. What's left? What's the point of living after this little kimchi-eating thing? Might as well just die. How could our great kimchi republic be completely defeated in just one day? If others can make something like this, why can't we? We should reflect on this. Although the Dragon Country is also very competitive, there is a fundamental difference between them and us. Although they are competitive, there is room for advancement. But here, there is not even any room for advancement. Everything is decided by the conglomerates. Yes, I think our biggest problem lies in the chaebol system, and we must abolish the chaebols. I agree. Agree +1. Those conglomerates are sucking our blood, giving us all sorts of patriotic education, telling us we must love our country, and that everything made in China is the best. But damn it, when it comes to cooking utensils, what's actually good? Those Samsung phones that explode, and those that are incredibly laggy after a year, what's the point of using them? The chaebols have cut off everything we have. We must overthrow them. And how many of those tycoons are actually decent people? Chapter 149, The Past Humiliation, resolve in the blink of an eye. While a massive upheaval was taking place in Korea, peace and tranquility prevailed in China. Even the emergence of a single live streaming room has once again caused a global earthquake. In a live stream room, it turned out to be just a construction site. But this construction site is no ordinary one, because there are no workers on site. Instead, all sorts of robots are busy at work. This scene horrified countless people around the world. Holy crap, what's going on now? Did China really acquire alien technology from the far side of the moon? Look at this. These are all secrets leaked by the intelligence agencies of the Dragon Kingdom. They say that the departments there involved in captured aliens on the moon. Not only did they imprison them all, they even burned them with cigarette butts to force them to hand over their extraterrestrial technology. Blogger, are you stupid? This is obviously a joke by Chinese netizens. I think you're the idiot. If China didn't capture aliens on the far side of the moon, how else would China have achieved this kind of technological capability? This is hilarious. The boomerang of happy education has completely stuck in their heads. They actually believed all sorts of anti-intellectual remarks, as well as all sorts of outrageous statements we made. They're even arguing with each other over these statements. The Strategic Deception Bureau is awesome. Dude, who's this Strategic Deception Bureau anymore? You're so out of touch. I'll give you a group number. Join us. We're the Terrorism Bureau now. I've found that no matter what I say, As long as it makes even the slightest bit of sense, those foreigners on the internet will believe it. I am utterly speechless. If these people were in our dragon country, they would be considered to have slipped through the net of 9-year compulsory education. Who can argue with that? Brothers, Mom said it's too outdated, so we can show it off. Mom had the Time and Space Group hold this press conference and even had manhwa live stream the construction of the entire manhwa base. She's giving us a 24K titanium alloy backbone. Those public intellectuals have lost their appeal and are starting to get anxious. We have to keep them anxious. Wow. Are there still public intellectuals who dare to jump around on the internet these days? Give me their ID. I'll go and expose them. There's an ID called Professor Huang Yu. You can search for it. After the press conference held by Time Group, he released more than a dozen videos within 24 hours, saying things like Dragon Kingdom, please wait for your people, and what does it mean for Dragon Kingdom to show its strength at this time? In his words, we are as if we are about to start a war. Wait, this idiot deserves to be cursed until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Haha, there's no need to curse anymore. These idiots already closed the comment section when they posted the video, so they don't allow anyone to comment. These stupid public intellectuals are working so hard to deceive everyone. They've even fooled themselves. Holy crap, how fast did the manhwa base get built? My girlfriend and I just went out for a walk, and this much space was already there. Dude, I've been watching closely, let me explain. The manhwa base is currently being built at a rate of 200 square meters per hour. What? 200 square meters per hour? Even if it were China Railway or one of those state-owned enterprises, they couldn't possibly do something this outrageous. In the first few hours, it wasn't this exaggerated, only about 10 square meters per hour. But in the last few hours, the production efficiency has been iterating rapidly. 3 hours ago, it was 50 square meters per hour. 2 hours ago, it was 100 square meters per hour, and now it's 200 square meters per hour. This manhwa is truly amazing. How does she control so many robots? I don't know, but now major companies are already selling their computing power to China. It's foreseeable that manhwa's progress will skyrocket. With the launch of manhwa's live stream, this is now the most popular live stream on the entire internet. Tens of millions of people watched the construction of the base in a live broadcast room. The comment section was scrolling wildly. This live stream room is also under the jurisdiction of Time Group. All sorts of opinions are allowed in the live stream. Even completely opposing, anti-intellectual, or inflammatory remarks are fine, because the current Dragon Kingdom no longer needs any explanation and is already invincible. Numerous ships are loading cargo on the coasts of various countries, preparing to transport large quantities of supplies to the Dragon Kingdom. These supplies include various ores, raw materials, and even agricultural products. Within 12 hours of the end of Time Group's live stream, all the warlords in the Golden Triangle have surrendered. All anti-government armed groups immediately announced that they would disarm themselves, renounce all resistance, confess their crimes, and release all hostages. Within 24 hours, all the people from the Dragon Kingdom who were kidnapped returned home and went back to their hometowns. Hostages kidnapped in other countries are claimed by those countries themselves. Within 36 hours, the Golden Triangle has become a thing of the past. The various dark networks of interest that once intertwined here have come to an end. The criminals involved in these events have either confessed and accepted their punishment, or committed suicide in repentance. The rubber industry strategy that China once wanted to promote in the Golden Triangle was advanced at lightning speed within 24 hours. Moreover, none of this was initiated by the Dragon Kingdom. They all did it on their own initiative. In the past, when incidents in the Golden Triangle were frequent and caused great uproar, there were always anti-intellectual comments online saying that these criminals dared not kidnap people from the United States because the United States was a powerful and prosperous country. They claimed that if anyone dared to kidnap people from the United States would send warships to their doorstep within 24 hours. Only a fool would believe such a thing, and believe it without a doubt. Who says that beautiful people can't be kidnapped? It's just that very few people know about it. Besides, if Big Beauty were really that powerful, how come he got beaten up by the Slipper Army? They even blew up his big ship with handmade firecrackers? Even if a fighter jet fell from the sky in the Great Britain, the Slipper Army would still dare to say, "That's right, I did it." Even small third-world countries dare to blatantly attack America. So how awesome can something that's big and beautiful be? But at this moment, China is absolutely awesome. They're so amazing that even before China has given any instructions, a whole bunch of people around the world are willing to do things for them right away. Things that were once unsolvable are now resolved in the blink of an eye. Not only are they resolved, but they are done with a completely humble attitude of seeking no merit and avoiding mistakes. Chapter 150. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Their only wish now is that the Dragon Kingdom will not hold them accountable for what happened in the past. The obsequiousness they once showed towards the Pyongyang was now being performed to its fullest extent. Even more so, the head of the large-scale livestock farm, known as Aixing Ranch, which is considered a backyard for American farmers, gave an interview, which became a trending topic on social media that day. He told reporters, "China is a truly magical place. Can you imagine a place in the world that possesses both terrifying war mobilization capabilities and incredibly strong economic power and market power, yet it doesn't ask anything of you? In the past, when we did business with a well-known foreign country, if we wanted to sell our goods to them, we not only had to offer low prices, but we also had to beg them to do so. We sell beef here, they turn around and demand that we hand over our lifeline to them. And they keep talking about national security. Looking back now, it's really hilarious. In fact, for so many years, the world has been living in the strong alkali of a certain well-known country, to the point that many people have forgotten the essence of global trade, which is just one point: fair cooperation, free trade, and equal exchanges. At first, when we started cooperating with China, they didn't want us to order anything, and I wasn't used to it. I even felt that she had ulterior motives. Looking back now, I realized I was just being petty and judging them by my own standards. They simply didn't care about our paltry sums. While the interview with the top leader of the Republic of Korea was trending on social media, the statements made by countries surrounding China also became trending topics. The top trending topic was a live stream about manhwa building her base. The remaining 9 trending topics were all filled with praise from foreign media. Some foreign media outlets have even gone to great lengths to praise China in order to stay on the trending topics list in China longer, practically exaggerating China's achievements. The angles they blew at were all incredibly unique. Even the people of China themselves blushed when they heard it. If you don't exaggerate a bit, you can't even stay on the trending topics list for 5 minutes, because there are just too many news stories that exaggerate. In an effort to make a big splash, the neighboring Sakura actually organized a live stream for everyone. He even burned down the toilet in front of everyone during the live stream. Their most impressive first move was to launch a series of thought-provoking questions into the minds of the entire nation right there in the live broadcast room. My fellow citizens, for so many years we have lived under the oppression of a certain empire, but have we really been living well? The history we once covered up and ignored is the sin we committed. But are all of these correct? Is this something we, as human beings, are obligated to do? Wrong is wrong. Yes, that's right. Since when did we forget the sense of shame that we should have as human beings in order to follow in the footsteps of absolute power? The history of our little cherry blossoms has always been due to the powerful and great dragon kingdom next door. It is because of them that we, this tiny country, exist. It is because of their protection that we have been able to live in peace until now. But we've been wrong for so many years, it's time for us to face history squarely and correct it. From today onwards, I suggest that everyone seriously study the history of the Dragon Kingdom and adopt its culture. The Dragon Kingdom is our ancestor, and we should face it squarely, embrace it, and accept it. There's something everyone has actually forgotten. Actually, Okinawa Prefecture has always belonged to China, but we have occupied it for so many years. Today is the time for Okinawa Prefecture to return to the Dragon Kingdom. With the words "first item" uttered, the entire Sakura group fell into a state of utter bewilderment and stunned silence. Not only them, but even many Chinese people were dumbfounded. At this point, a large number of marketing accounts started to follow suit. They created historical information about Okinawa Prefecture. Many of these introductions were unearthed and went viral. Many people only then realized that Okinawa Prefecture has always been under the jurisdiction of China, but the whole world has overlooked this fact. The people in Okinawa Prefecture speak Japanese, using the Sakura language system, but they never consider themselves to be Sakura people. Many people on the island even harbor deep hatred towards Sakura, but they are powerless to resist or return to the embrace of the Dragon Kingdom. Okinawa has seen countless protests demanding reunification with China, but for Sakura, such things are considered scandalous. The news did not reach the Dragon Kingdom. Most people in China don't know this either. Compared to the frogs next door, even though these people have been erased of all traces of civilization, they still identify with the culture of the Dragon Kingdom deep down. Even though Sakura forced them to learn Sakura's culture, they still identified themselves as Chinese. Holy crap, I never knew until the day that we still have compatriots stranded overseas. They're the real physically in Chao's camp, but their hearts are in Han. I just did some research. Back then, Sakura was the Ryukyu Kingdom, which was forcibly annexed by us during our time of crisis. It was the predecessor of Okinawa Prefecture. After a major war, Sakura wanted to assert its sovereignty over Okinawa, but it was never recognized. They only have jurisdiction over Okinawa, but no real control. No wonder we haven't talked about this much all these years. It turns out it's quite complicated. Who can argue with that? If it weren't for the intervention of the Great Beauty back then, the division of Ryukyu wouldn't be as ambiguous as it is now. I've learned something new. Today is the first time I've realized that Ryukyu is Ryukyu and Sakura is Sakura. Damn it, where did all your history learning go all these years? Don't you know that Ryukyu was once a major vassal state of us? I know about that. I just always thought Ryukyu was Sakura. Ahem, if you put it that way, it seems like you're not wrong. Dude, you're right. Ryukyu is just like cherry blossoms. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Within the borders, all people are his subjects. The whole world is ours. But now that we've entered the 21st century, we can't use the methods of the Great Beauty. We have to advocate for universal harmony. Hey guys, something's happened on the internet again. What happened? Just now, the $0 shopping event and various internal disturbances outside triggered an unprecedented wildfire, which has now burned the sky. What? Is that even possible? What about their firefighters? Yeah, firefighter, huh? Chapter 151, holy crap. What the hell is all this stuff? Dude, you really think things are the same abroad? Abroad, it's all about taking responsibility when things go wrong. It's a dog-eat-dog world, survival of the fittest. Whether it's wildfires, hurricanes, or floods, you figure out yourself. If you can rebuild, you rebuild. If you can't, you die. Those taxpayers won't allow you to spend their money to save these disaster victims. If you dare to do that, they will definitely use their votes to make you pay the price. Their way of thinking seems very strange to us. But in reality, it's because our dragon country has protected us so well that our thinking has become the only pure stream in the world. No matter what happens, we always think about going to the authorities. This kind of thinking abroad is actually the result of hundreds of years of strong alkali imposed on the people by capitalism. Back in 1866, a fire nearly burned through 2/3 of dying. But what was the result? The result was a booming insurance industry. Yes, instead of considering disaster relief or strengthening related disaster relief measures, they launched the insurance industry. Over the years, those public intellectuals and bigwigs have been saying that if something happens abroad, the insurance industry will provide a safety net, and they've been praising this in various ways. But they never talk about what they've done domestically. Not to mention that the cost of insurance for a year can account for more than 8% of a resident's annual income. Even after an accident, what if you want to claim compensation? Excuse me. Basically, all sorts of troubles will pop up, and they just won't pay you back. They might even wait until you're dead before slowly settling the accounts. Many of those firefighters into Pyongyang are controlled by money. If you don't pay them, they won't do any work. They mainly promote the relaxed atmosphere of a developed country. Actually, there's a reason for this. When that happened at the beginning of the millennium, their predecessors were also working desperately, spending dozens of months clearing the rubble and rescuing the wounded. But what was the consequence for them? All their promises were not fulfilled or realized. In addition to various other factors, they are less inclined to save people than to save cats, dogs, or the stars and stripes. Our main focus is on 2 words, business. Some people continued to analyze it online. Someone specifically went and looked up the timeline of the wildfires. You don't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. The wildfire, which had only been burning for 2 or 3 days, looked like it had been burning for months. This is actually a result of China's efficient disaster relief efforts, which has been cultivated by everyone, because disasters occurring within China's borders can absolutely be resolved within 24 hours. If it can't be resolved within 24 hours, it must be extremely serious. Brothers, people overseas have started posting all sorts of videos, crying and begging us to come and help. Forget it, I don't have time. My neighbor's house is on fire, and I still have to think about it, let alone the fact that we live so far apart. Besides, didn't the fire department leader say that if he were to go into a fire to rescue people, he would first need to ask the victims why they were in that place? It's their own family matter, and they don't even care about their own family members. So why should we get involved? Isn't that a waste of our energy? Haha, that's hilarious. What a great way to question the victim about why they're in this place. There's nothing we can do. Babies from capitalist countries are just not as healthy as babies from China. If something happens to us, our Chinese mothers will definitely tell us to find a relatively safe place to wait, and then someone will rush over to save us immediately. 72 hours later. Dragon Kingdom, East China Sea. Another live stream has started simultaneously, and the protagonist of this live stream is none other than Lu Ming, the chairman of the Time and Space Group, who is extremely popular across the internet. In a live broadcast room, several black, fully enclosed trucks were behind Lu Ming. The truck looks a bit like one of those newer garbage trucks. It's a garbage truck that looks a bit like an armored vehicle. However, the design of the cargo bed and the front of the truck is completely different. In terms of size and shape, it is similar to those garbage trucks. Good afternoon, everyone who has entered the live broadcast room. It is now 3:13 p.m. in China. I know that after you enter the live stream, you must be very curious about what we are doing and what big thing we are up to. As we all know, marine pollution has always been a top concern for humanity. For so many years, those who have made all sorts of eloquent claims have used the marine environment as a pretext for their words and deeds, even accusing our Dragon Kingdom of polluting the marine environment. From this moment on, the issue of the marine environment will be officially addressed by our time group. We advocate one principle. That means whoever's trash it is, they should take care of it. We will return all the nuclear wastewater that some areas previously dumped into the sea to them and lock it in the vicinity of their waters. Lu Ming stood in front of the camera, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking straight ahead and speaking calmly. His words shocked countless netizens. This caused a sensation in the entire live broadcast room. Holy crap, Time Group is planning another big project, sending the nuclear wastewater back to them and locking it in their waters? How is it even possible to do something like that? I'm curious too. Curiosity +1. Snap. As soon as Lu Ming snapped his fingers, a large number of trucks reversed behind him and dumped their cargo into the sea. To everyone's shock, the truck cab was empty. But this wasn't the most shocking thing for them. What's even more shocking is yet to come. What was poured out of the truck bed were small black balls floating on the water. Shortly after entering the water, after a wave crashed over them, they seemed to be instantly awakened, and lids began to open, releasing countless black robots. Splash. Splash. These robots formed a black wave on the sea surface. The footage from the live stream was so stunning, it left viewers speechless and bewildered. Holy crap, what are these things? Could this thing clean up the ocean? Netizens have raised some thought-provoking questions. Everyone, these are the new nanorobots manufactured by the manhwa base. They can participate in various engineering projects, including rescue, manufacturing, and even biological cultivation. Dump them into the ocean. Chapter 152 Boss Lu, please give me a way out. Put these micro-robots into the ocean, and they can collect the garbage from all over the world's oceans with the help of ocean currents. Lu Ming's introduction in the live broadcast room was even more amazing. Everyone knew of manhwa's formidable abilities, and they had also witnessed her building her base independently in the live streams over the past few days. But the appearance of these micron-sized robots still shocked them. Although humans have achieved nanoscale, carving technology on semiconductors, and have used this technology to create chips used in mobile phones. But a chip is a chip, and a robot is a robot. The technology to manufacture robots at the micrometer level is simply beyond human capabilities at present. The sudden emergence of the time-space group shattered this impossibility. It not only shocked everyone time and time again, but also subverted their imagination of technology time and time again. to the point that even the people of China themselves began to believe that China had obtained alien technology. In the live stream, a number of Sakura fans flooded in. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, they panicked instantly. Holy crap! No. Because of this nuclear wastewater, the radiation levels on our land are already too high. We can't let any more people gather here. Boss Lu, since you have the means to gather the nuclear wastewater in the ocean, you must also have a way to solve this problem, right? Please solve this nuclear wastewater problem. We're just ordinary people from Zaiwiyingwa. We know the sins we committed in history, and we will repent. Boss Lu, as long as you're willing to make an exception, we'll do whatever you say. Boss Lu, please give me a way out. Compared to the stubbornness of those people on Zaiwiyingwa, they have a deep understanding of the nature of this nuclear wastewater. If these nuclear wastewaters are truly harmless, then why don't they utilize them? After all, Sakura is a water-scarce region. Even if this nuclear wastewater is filtered and cooled seawater, the cost of building storage tanks for it is far lower than the cost of purifying it. But why didn't Sakura do that? It's all because of some shady motives. When these nuclear wastewaters began to be discharged, radiation levels in their local area immediately exceeded the standard. Even places like kindergartens exceeded the standard by dozens of times. Do you really think they don't know? No, they know. However, compared to the lives of those at the bottom, those at the top care more about their own interests, and they care more about the orders issued by the big boss. After all, the prosperity of Sakura and Kimchi was all built on their former handsome father. If they dared to defy their handsome father, the consequences would be unbearable. After this garbage is collected, it can of course be processed uniformly by the Dragon Kingdom, or can be harmlessly processed by our time group. However, garbage belonging to each country must be disposed of by each country with sufficient and high garbage disposal fees. This waste disposal fee can only be settled in Chinese currency. Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, if they accept US dollar settlements, then it's like cleaning up the mess that the US Treasury bond crisis caused. Lu Mingkai isn't that kind-hearted. Chapter 153, a single sentence that is enough to go down in history. More than 30 years have passed since the 1990s, and Pyongyang has come up with all sorts of insidious and wicked schemes to try and destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Before 1990, the focus of the Great Beauty was to kill off China's neighbors. After disintegrating the Dragon Kingdom's neighbors, they were finally able to free up their resources to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Once upon a time, the galaxy ship on the ocean, or even the tragedy at a certain grand mansion, were indelible pains in the hearts of the Chinese people. Back then, the Dragon Kingdom was very weak. They are also facing a dilemma, whether to fight or not. Back then, countless angry young people were heartbroken, feeling that the Chinese government was too weak and its handling of the situation was extremely disappointing. But how could ordinary people like them possibly imagine the risks involved? They couldn't possibly understand what the consequences would have been if they had taken a hard line at the time. Now, when everyone looks back at history, they can only marvel at the decision-makers of that time, because they did the right thing. They would also marvel at the teachings of that great man from back then. It is astonishing that, under such circumstances, the great man was able to see through the true nature of the great beauty and formulate an absolutely correct direction. If we had taken a hard line back then, we would have fallen completely into a beautiful trap. Because what does the Pyongyang want? The Dragon Kingdom is completely unable to pose a substantial threat. So how can we prevent the Dragon Kingdom from posing a threat? That would weaken the Dragon Kingdom's economy and plunge it into recession. But they could sustain the war through war, forcibly widening the generational gap between the Dragon Kingdom and themselves. After all, the great beauty at that time could easily deal with the Dragon Kingdom with one hand, but the Dragon Kingdom would have to pay a very high price. Now, the Dragon Kingdom has even more right to say, you have no right to talk to us like that. You are acting based on your position of power. What an imposing statement. It is a statement that is worthy of being recorded in history. All the hardships and humiliations of so many years have been completely redressed at this moment. Splash. Splash. Trucks arrived at the scene and dumped a large number of small balls into the sea. In the live stream, some viewers worried that these small balls might cause secondary pollution to the ocean. However, after Lu Ming introduced the materials used in these balls, they were all completely bewildered. Because these tiny balls are not just biodegradable. It's even edible. When soaked in seawater for 3 hours, it will decompose on its own and become nutrients for marine life. Netizens, your concerns are completely unnecessary. Our time group had already considered this from the very beginning. This material exists as a new type of material. It possesses the properties of plastic. You will soon see this material. It will appear on your milk tea bottles, straws, and even some packaging materials. Depending on the usage, it will be differentiated into different levels of degradation, such as 7 by 24 hours degradation and 6 by 31 days degradation. The initial garbage sorting will be much easier then, because it can be classified as garbage. Currently, relevant departments in China are cooperating with related industries and preparing to promote them to seamlessly replace many plastic products. Although this patent belongs to our time group. Chapter 154, Mining Helium-3 on the Moon. Although the patent belongs to our time group, in order to take care of everyone's life and work. Therefore, we decided to donate the patent for free. Make it free for the whole society. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Boom! Lu Ming's words caused a huge uproar in the live broadcast room, shocking countless people and deeply touching them. They would understand even if Lu Ming charged a patent fee. But in order to take care of their lives and work, Lu Ming is willing to donate for free. This truly impressed them. How could such a thing possibly be achieved in a capitalist society? Those capitalist tycoons can even monopolize the water in a reservoir. The water cost 1 cent to buy and was sold to the locals for $3. What's even more ridiculous is that after a wildfire, even though the house is gone, the property tax still has to be paid. It doesn't matter if you have insurance or not. And even if there's insurance compensation and post-disaster reconstruction, the absurdity only increases. Because the property has appreciated in value, the property tax can be reasonably increased. Everyone, you just need to focus on your work and your lives, and we will take care of everything else for you. The Chinese New Year is almost here. I hope you earn more money and have a wonderful year. Bye now. The live stream here will continue, but I have other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Lu Mingqiao saluted the camera, then turned and disappeared from view, even after he left. But there are still trucks at the site, dumping the micron-sized robots in preparation for the next step of seawater treatment. Startled, Sakura immediately dispatched another group to the Dragon Kingdom that very night to discuss the matter with the time group. I'm looking into how much it would cost to treat nuclear wastewater. They're willing to pay that money. I just hope Lu Ming doesn't bring the nuclear wastewater back. Otherwise, they will definitely become the second Chernobyl. The consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the neighboring country of Russia, knowing that Time Group possessed the technology to handle this issue, immediately sent people to Time Group. We wanted Time Group to help us figure out how to handle the situation in Chernobyl. After all, although that area was already in no man's land. However, due to the nuclear leak that year, this has rendered that land uninhabitable for decades, even centuries. Even the local wildlife has exhibited some abnormalities. Several days later, 2 more rockets were built at an incredibly rapid pace and launched from Yua's base area, heading towards the moon. No personnel accompanied the rocket launch this time, as their primary purpose was to collect helium-3. Although helium-3 exists on Earth, its abundance is extremely low. At the same time, the mining is also very difficult. In comparison, the moon is a huge treasure trove of helium-3. With just 2 rockets going up, they can bring down a huge amount of nuclear fusion energy in no time and make it the main source of nuclear fusion energy for the Niue base. In just 6 months, Earth underwent earth-shattering changes. Many technologies driven by Niue have been effectively integrated into people's lives. To encourage more people to upgrade their mobile devices from 4G per 5G to 7G. Chapter 155, one of the most dazzling cities in the past, Shanghai. The Dragon Kingdom launched a massive subsidy program, along with subsidies from the Time Group. While improving internet speed, it also reduced internet costs. But this is not the final communication method used in China. There is still a lot of room for improvement. On the roads, a large number of intelligent driving new energy vehicles have appeared, ushering in a large-scale era of phasing out gasoline vehicles. Not only has China phased out a large number of gasoline-powered vehicles, this is also true abroad. The decreasing use of fossil fuels will naturally lead to a better global climate. However, fossil fuels will still be needed. Firstly, it involves the jobs of countless people, Secondly, it involves the industrial chains of many countries. And thirdly, oil is an important raw material for industrial chemicals. Among these new energy vehicles, those already equipped with intelligent driving systems can be upgraded to NUA's AI program. Since gasoline-powered cars lack this system, they naturally cannot be equipped with NUA's program. After NUA intervened, human-powered intelligent driving has been revolutionized overnight. It could even be said that it reached level 5 overnight. There's no longer any need for human intervention in driving. At the same time, traffic and management on the ground, even traffic lights, will be managed by NUA, and Wentian can take the back later. Although it has only been 6 months, the changes that everyone has felt have been enormous. First, the cost of living has decreased, but their wages have already started to rise in a positive cycle. They started earning more and more money, but their living expenses decreased. Shouldn't that make them happy? All these changes stem from the time group. It also originates from the Dragon Kingdom. They knew perfectly well what was going on. Parallel world, Blue Star. Shanghai, once one of the most dazzling cities in China, the Magic City. The past 6 months have been anything but peaceful in Shanghai. Many industries in the city have begun to operate at a rapid pace. Like China, Shanghai has a very dense concentration of major industrial cities surrounding it. Manufacturing is a crucial element for a country to prosper. If it's like the neighbor's big beauty who uses financial tricks, then fundamentally it's just stepping on one foot while standing on the other, a castle in the air. In Shanghai, the Magic City of China, there's a very large military base that has existed since the post-apocalyptic era. Because before the apocalypse, there was a very large military base near Shanghai. At least one division is stationed here year-round. 3 months before the end of the world, 2 divisions arrived in Shanghai and launched a massive campaign to eradicate the first batch of mutated plants and animals that emerge around the city, suffering heavy losses in the process. After the collapse of order, the remaining forces of these 2 divisions merged with the garrison near Shanghai. This is how the current base was formed, the Azure Dragon Base. The current Shanghai is now home to a large number of survivors from the surrounding areas. The siphon effect of pre-apocalyptic metropolises will continue. Because the capital city is under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dragon Base, the danger and risk have been minimized, and before Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan arrived, it had already resumed its pre-apocalyptic basic operations. The people are living normal lives in the surrounded city, and their safety is at least guaranteed. After Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan arrived, the industrial machines here started running. Chapter 156 this point, no one doubts. Even though the industrial machines in Shanghai were running again, there was one ridiculous thing. Chen Ziyuan was trying to show off his attitude. On the surface, he seems to prioritize the overall situation and is willing to sacrifice anything for it, even himself. But in reality, to highlight his own importance within the base and in everyone's eyes, he deliberately suppressed Lu Ming's matter. Others knew Lu Ming existed, but how much weight did Lu Ming actually hold in the whole affair? Not many people knew. In order to highlight his own authority, Chen Ziyuan earnestly advised Lu Ming not to bring up the topic of intercivilizational issues. Large-scale transportation of supplies still relies mainly on convoys. It feels like it was sent from Linshan City. Lu Ming would occasionally use his spatial storage to store a batch of supplies, but it gave the impression that Lu Ming had brought them from Linshan City. Because Linshan City's industrial gears have already started turning, Linshan City is able to provide a lot of basic raw materials. No one doubts this. Along with their relocation to Shanghai, many people from Linshan City also came with them. Jiang Qiu, however, remained in Linshan City, maintaining order and ensuring the smooth operation of the entire city. They've developed a strong sense of vigilance towards Chen Ziyuan, so they must prepare all possible contingency plans. Linshan City cannot be abandoned. After all, it's their backyard. If they give up Linshan City, many things will fall into a very troublesome and passive situation. The situation in Shanghai is quite interesting. Before Lu Ming and his group arrived, this place had already attracted a large population from the surrounding middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River due to the siphon effect. Before the apocalypse, Shanghai had a population of over 20 million. Even after the apocalypse, the population here remains very large. The number reached a staggering 7 million. It's important to know that in the entire southern province where Linshan City is located, there are only a little over 1 million people left after the apocalypse, most of whom were still gathered in the provincial capital. Before Lu Ming and his team arrived, they were already trying to find a way to solve the problem of raw materials in large quantities. Because humanity's greatest crisis at present does not lie in the threat of mutated plants and animals. The key lies in the supply of gene-generating agents. As long as the supply can remain sufficient and keep the price relatively low, such a large population can then survive by feeding on mutated plants and animals. As long as food can be replenished, human survival activities can continue on a large scale. Moreover, the overall reserves of mutated plants and animals have actually increased explosively compared to before the apocalypse. And this food source does not require human cultivation. Their population size, and even their size and weight, represent a leap forward compared to pre-apocalyptic food. For example, a vegetable before the apocalypse would weigh at most a few hundred grams, or even 1,000 grams. But after the apocalyptic mutations, their size increased exponentially. Just one tree, that's enough to feed many people for a week. Before Lu Ming and his group arrived, Shanghai already had a well-established system in place to try to solve this problem and mass-produce gene serums. Compared to Chen Ziyuan, the person in charge of Shanghai is the one who is truly working for the continuation of humanity. Chapter 157, The Greatest Utopia After the Apocalypse. Before these people ruled and took control of Shanghai, the city was in a state of great chaos. Warlord separatism. Numerous bases have been occupied. People at the bottom of society lack sufficient power and have virtually no say in their survival. This factor is not only because those people want to gain power, but also because of the relative scarcity of material resources. But after the head of the Shanghai military region took control, they did their best to solve these problems. Even though different social classes still exist, but at least the poor can survive now. By ensuring their livelihood, they can continue to reproduce. Even if they themselves lack abilities and don't evolve or awaken to become awakened beings, their offspring have a very high probability of awakening. Naturally, they can become the backbone of humanity in the future. The officials in charge of the Shanghai military region not only tried their best to solve the problem of genetic agents, it also creates a large number of jobs within the city to restore people's lives as much as possible to the state they were in before the apocalypse. As industrial machinery operated, a large number of people in the city were transformed into labor and became an important cornerstone for maintaining industrial operations. These people in charge shared the same idea as Jiangqiu. Even if the world ends, they're also doing their best to create a fertile ground for everyone to live on. If they hadn't saved so many people, Shanghai's industrial machinery wouldn't have been running so efficiently or so quickly. Before the apocalypse, the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River had a very large industrial cluster and a large number of chemical plants. They had already found a way to get these factories running. Thanks to these factories, even ordinary people working in the city can obtain gene serum through their wages. Food and even water are very cheap in the city. The cost of rent is almost zero, but they need to pay taxes regularly to maintain order in the city and to pay the basic wages of the hunting teams that go out to hunt. Their biggest cost of living is the expense of gene therapy. After so many years of renovation, order has not only been restored in Shanghai, even people's lives could be close to 50% of the pre-apocalyptic level. The main differences are, firstly, the food portions are not as plentiful. Secondly, the variety of food seasonings is not as extensive. And thirdly, entertainment options and technology are not as readily available as before the apocalypse. However, people can still meet their daily needs in the city, including transportation, electricity supply, and the ability to go out to watch movies filmed before the apocalypse. It can be said that Shanghai is the largest utopia after the apocalypse. But achieving this is not so easy. Hidden within it are numerous conflicts, and even the outbreak of various contradictions. The class and social strata wanted to seize more power, but those at the top used force to suppress them, which ensured this relatively good situation. The most interesting thing about Shanghai is mainly this, because the people living here are very relaxed. Yes, relaxation. They only need to take care of their own problems, and the rest will be handled by designated personnel. Even if a large number of alien beasts attack the city, A large number of evolved beings will rush forward one after another and sacrifice themselves to protect the entire city. They live here and have a strong sense of urban identity. No one thinks they can take advantage of the situation. Chapter 158 Resource Struggle is the mainstream. Different periods will have different ideas. Furthermore, in the eyes of the world, the post-apocalyptic world should be an era of survival of the fittest and power struggles. It should also be an era of heroes vying for supremacy. That was indeed the case at the beginning. But now it's 12 years after the apocalypse. The game has basically gone through all the stages that are expected in the apocalypse. The whole process can be summarized in one sentence. Resistance against the apocalypse, the collapse of civilization, the rise of new forces, the fragmentation of legions, the consolidation of order, and finally the formation of a powerful entity such as a city lord's mansion or a super city. Humans are naturally inclined to stick together, and if they want to resist the apocalypse, they must naturally form a community. Some may want to lead humanity towards unity and usher in a new era after the apocalypse through a system of centralized power. Some people may want to take a relatively fair approach to complete this phase. It all comes down to who's more skilled, who has the stronger hand. This allows them to dominate the evolutionary direction of a region. Lu Ming did have an idea to win over the top officials of the Shanghai military region, but it was simply not the right time to do so. Because once Lu Ming's ideas are explained, they will inevitably reach Chen Ziyuan's ears. In terms of factionalism, they were naturally closer to Chen Ziyuan instead of Lu Ming. On this point, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. After all, their core essence lay here. As long as Chen Ziyuan died, Lu Ming was confident he could persuade such a person. Everyone's core direction was the same. Only Chen Ziyuan posed an obstacle in the middle, so they weren't necessarily adversaries. Several days later, Lu Ming, along with Qin Shui'er, Zhou Haiyue, and Qi Qi, followed the group from Shanghai towards Beijing. Shanghai has been fully mobilized, and its industries have begun to operate rapidly. The next step is to move toward Beijing. As the capital of China, the plains surrounding the capital city also have a particularly large number of industrial production lines. However, Lu Ming's purpose in going to the capital was not to help Chen Ziyuan resolve the issue of order in the capital, but to divide up the order. Before taking action against Chen Ziyuan, he needed to ensure he had enough manpower available. Furthermore, it is essential to ensure that after they kill Chen Ziyuan, they can quickly take over everything in China. Manhwa, it's been so long. Why is there still no sign that we've brought Lu Ming under control? Why has your brainwashing attempt failed so quickly? As Lu Ming and his group embarked on their journey to the capital, Chen Ziyuan sat in the highest office in Shanghai, smoking a cigarette, and questioned Manhwa with great displeasure. Because the industrial machines were running, and because of the supplies brought from China, Chen Ziyuan was living a very comfortable life. There are high levels of supplies for all kinds of food, clothing, and daily necessities. Lu Ming took Qin Shui'er and the other two women to the capital, not because he didn't have a chance to go with them, but because he deliberately didn't. Compared to Shanghai, Beijing is in a state of extreme chaos. The entire capital is controlled by several families, and there is still no complete peace in the city. Other cities at least have a city lord's mansion that governs them uniformly and publicly controls the city's order. But the situation in the capital was completely the opposite. In the capital, the struggle for various resources is the main phenomenon. Furthermore, the major families in the capital all want to kill each other. The various open and covert struggles remain extremely dangerous to this day. Chapter 159 is vastly different in nature. Given Chen Ziyuan's personality, he's willing to be the one who reaps the rewards. But to ask him to plant the trees? I am sorry. He will definitely send someone else. With so many people under his command, why should he force himself to suffer? Once others have planted the trees, the fruits of his labor will still be his. He could already picture himself sweeping through the post-apocalyptic world. History will surely remember him. It is said that he led humanity to form an alliance to fight against the apocalypse and achieved final victory. Your Majesty, I have done everything in my power regarding Lu Ming, but for some reason, Lu Ming has not been affected in the slightest. I have used all our means, but because the brainwave device cannot be activated, we cannot take direct action against Lu Ming. If we use brainwave equipment, we can instantly brainwash and control Lu Ming. but the risks involved are too great. If a problem arises, it will completely push Lu Ming to the opposite side. At that time, not only will we lose the support from the Dragon Kingdom, but we may also completely lose control of Earth. The subprogram I left on Blue Star will also be completely out of control. A virtual image of Manhwa appeared on Chun Ziyuan's phone, and it appeared in front of Chun Ziyuan in the form of a virtual projection, with a face full of apology and a look of grievance. What do you mean? You can't be saying that someone was secretly helping us and had already come up with a plan before we even started brainwashing Lu Ming, can you? Chun Ziyuan's face instantly fell. The technology that Manhwa used far surpassed that of the Earth's Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, Manhwa has confirmed it. The Dragon Kingdom possesses no technology that can help Lu Ming resist. Your Majesty, I have an analysis to share. Manhwa's voice weakened slightly. Chun Ziyuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he coldly demanded, "What analysis?" Manhwa paused for a moment. He expressed his guess. Your Majesty, based on my observations of Lu Ming over this period of time, Lu Ming's situation is very special. So special that he is completely different from all other evolved beings. First and foremost, it's his strength. He has only been in our world for a maximum of 2 years, but his strength has already reached the level of an 8th-tier evolver. And what does 8th tier mean? It's a level that even if all the evolvers on the entire Blue Star used all their means, they would only reach. His rate of evolution far surpasses that of any other evolver on our planet. At the same time, his transmigration and his evolutionary space are also very exceptional. Let's talk about space. His space now has a terrifying capacity of 1,700 cubic meters. But based on my comprehensive analysis of evolved beings, it's impossible for any space-type evolved being to have broken through to this level. Others increase their evolutionary potential based on their strength, but he can complete the upgrade by absorbing the crystal core. In terms of their nature, there is a huge difference. Manhwa explained in a deep voice. Chun Ziyuan frowned instantly and exhaled a heavy smoke ring. So, you mean this is due to his evolutionary ability? Manhwa nodded. That's most likely the case. I can't think of any other explanation. Chapter 160, there's nothing I can do about this. Chun Ziyuan's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were incredibly sharp, as if they were knives. If someone were standing in front of him right now, they definitely wouldn't be able to stand the look in his eyes. After all, this is just too terrifying. If this is truly due to Lu Ming's evolutionary abilities, then how should this be resolved? We can't just leave Lu Ming helpless, can we? If things continue like this, even if we completely overthrow the apocalypse on Blue Star, we still won't achieve our goal. Because Lu Ming still exists. As long as Lu Ming cannot be brainwashed and controlled, he will always pose a threat. Even if it's not a threat now, it certainly will be in the future. Because Lu Ming can travel between 2 worlds. Furthermore, it was due to Lu Ming's powerful evolved human strength. But to say that Chun Ziyuan could become an evolved being himself? That's impossible. Even if he did become an evolved being, he would still be far from being able to catch up with Lu Ming's speed. At the same time, evolved beings will contaminate the genes in their bodies, and will also affect the noble human genes within them. The long-term consequences are numerous. For example, long-term injections of gene evolution agents are required. For example, some special latent diseases that only evolved can appear. Weighing the two, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. There's absolutely no need for that. Manhwa, is there really no way to solve this problem? Now that I authorize you to break the law and create some miniature brainwave devices to control Lu Ming, what are the chances of success? Chun Ziyuan said with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, according to the brainwave-related laws, my database is locked with all technical information related to brainwave devices. I do not allow access to information beyond the authorized scope, nor do I allow iteration of this technology or any advancement of the technology. Manhwa shook her head and said, I know. So, haven't I given you authorization? Chun Ziyuan raised his hand to interrupt. But Your Majesty, according to the legislation you established back then, you alone are not enough to grant me the authorization. Chun Ziyuan's brows furrowed instantly, staring at Manhwa in disbelief. What did you say? Don't you even look at the current situation? The bills were drafted based on the circumstances at the time. But now, of the entire leadership team, only a few people, including myself, are left. Almost all the people who were granted access at the time are now dead. Qin Ziyuan made this point so complex and meticulous because he had to ensure that it was foolproof. He knew just how powerful manhwa was, so he was even less likely to let manhwa control him. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance is unacceptable, just to be on the safe side. He also specifically assigned several more authorized users. Just like detonating a nuclear button requires keys from several people, the bill concerning brainwaves is essentially a new age nuclear weapon. The destructive range of this thing is far more terrifying than that of conventional nuclear weapons. Even before humans were aware of it, the AI manhwa completely took over all of humanity. Your Majesty, there's nothing I could do about this. What you set back then was set back then, and I have no right to change it. Chapter 161. Even so, you still can't do it? At this moment, Qin Ziyuan suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot, because he never imagined that the end of the world would come. He also never imagined that the legal procedures he had set up as a precaution would become such a huge obstacle binding him. He set the rules himself, so of course he knew how troublesome it would be to change them. Even if all the people with the permission set at the time were dead, he was the only one left. But to amend this law, we first need to establish a human council. It needs to include representatives from China and even heads of state from other countries around the world. If all the heads of state of other countries were to die, then representatives would have to be selected from among humanity to form a council and vote on the matter. After all, this thing is related to all of humanity. Naturally, it also requires the agreement of representatives of all humankind. In the current environment, selecting such human representatives is inherently very complex. Moreover, there's a very strict set of fundamental rules governing the selection process. If these rules are not followed, even if a representative is selected, they will not be recognized by the legal process. The so-called legislative process is actually equivalent to asking the heavens in this situation. Although they share the same origin as manhwa, they are both independent individuals. During the selection process, they would step forward and ask manhwa to step aside. This is to ensure the fairness of the procedure. These programs themselves lack AI autonomy. They have their own independent logic and will only strictly execute according to this program. To put it bluntly, they are essentially the supervisors within manhwa's body, to prevent manhwa from completely slipping out of control. All of these programs were developed by Qin Ziyuan over the years, all for the sake of ensuring manhwa's safety, and thus ensuring his own. Now, as the person with first authority, I grant you the right to kill all previous legal proceedings. Even so, you still can't do it? Qin Ziyuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yes." Manhwa nodded emphatically. These programs were originally designed to restrain manhwa, so how could they be easily killed by manhwa? Bang! Qin Ziyuan slammed his fist on the table, completely enraged, wishing he could go back in time and close all these program windows. Even if he could be reborn and return to that era, he couldn't possibly leave nothing behind. At most, he left himself a back door. The reason he didn't leave himself a backdoor was because he was genuinely afraid. manhwa's self-iteration had even surpassed the technological capabilities of China. He wanted to utilize manhwa, but he didn't want to be controlled by her. Shouldn't he design the logic more rigorously, leaving no loopholes? And if he has any problems, the others will ensure that manhwa's opposition process continues. Even if manhwa controlled him alone, it would be of no use. What is not allowed is simply not allowed. Your Majesty, our only option is to use brainwave equipment within the limits permitted by law to brainwash and control Lu Ming. The capital is in a state of chaos, which might give us an opportunity to have Lu Ming kidnapped. Although Lu Ming is currently an 8th tier evolved being, but there are also many 8th tier evolvers in the capital. Chapter 162, Qinda Base. manhwa said this, but everyone understood the enormous risks involved. Because Lu Ming recently broke through to the 8th rank, he became even more difficult to control than before. As an evolved being, Lu Ming possesses the current ceiling of human strength at level 8. Even though there are some peak 8th tier experts in the capital, even if they wanted to control Lu Ming, it's not that easy, because Lu Ming's special ability space has a huge volume of 1,700 cubic meters and contains a lot of high explosives. Once a conflict occurs, Lu Ming can instantly unleash terrifying combat power. It's no exaggeration to say that tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of people were wiped out in an instant. There are also many powerful individuals in Shanghai. Some of them also broke through to the 8th level. But if we're really talking about individual combat strength, no one can match Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, the capital city territory, is just ahead. According to Nua's investigation, the capital city is now divided into many areas. In the past, although Yinjiao was very close to the capital, it did not belong to the capital's territory. But now, it has become the territory of the Li family at the Beijing Qinda base. During the 12-year War of Division after the apocalypse, the Li family once occupied half of the capital, but they eventually lost control. Because of their defeat in the struggle, they came to Yinjiao and were restricted from entering the capital by various forces. Inside a military jeep, an officer sitting in the passenger seat turned to explain to Lu Ming. Shanghai has some understanding of Beijing, but this understanding is limited to a few years ago. A few years ago, Shanghai also wanted to unify the order in Beijing and unite everyone. But Shanghai found that this was impossible and had to give up in the end. Since the retreat, Shanghai has had no further information about Beijing. Before they withdrew from the capital, the Li family of Qinda is still a very large and powerful force in Beijing, and they wield considerable influence in the city. Several years have passed, and the Li family's influence in Beijing has declined somewhat. However, compared to other medium-sized and large-scale forces in the country, they are still very powerful. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. That's exactly the point. After Nuwa summarized the intelligence from the capital, the Demon City discovered that the Li family had fallen into decline and retreated to the territory of Yinjiao. There's a reason why the powerful forces in the capital didn't completely wipe out the Li family, and even allowed them to stay in Yinjiao, but not in the capital. Yinjiao is one of the important passages from south to north, and many strange beasts have invaded it. By placing the Li family here, it essentially serves as their windbreak. This allows the Li family to form a defensive line here and protect the capital from unnecessary trouble. Minor problems can be solved by the Li family themselves. If the problem is very serious, then they will have time to prepare before the Li family is completely wiped out. This is the significance of the Li family's existence here. Qinda base. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Lu Ming hadn't looked at the information about the capital city very carefully before coming here, and this was actually something he did for Chen Ziyuan. After all, both sides knew that each other's intentions were not so simple, but many things could not be revealed openly. Yes, the Qinda base. It's the Li family behind Qinda Plaza. Chapter 163, since we're passing by, let's go take a look. Speaking of this Qinda Plaza, it is actually one of the microcosms of parallel worlds influencing each other. On Earth, China is Qinda Plaza, while on Dragon Kingdom, it's Wanda Plaza. Speaking of Wanda Plaza, there are some rumors online that because the founder was a soldier, his integrity was completely different from others. After other real estate developers grew larger and stronger, they were busy selling off and transferring assets everywhere. Take Belt Guy, for example. He was heavily indebted in China, but secretly transferred a large amount of assets abroad. When the real estate market crashed, the authorities offered him a way out, helping him deal with those unfinished buildings. He refused and tried to flee, so he was arrested and brought back. At the time, this incident was like a slap in the face. Instantly, the domestic real estate industry saw things much more clearly overnight. Buildings that were originally not ready for delivery have all been turned into guaranteed delivery buildings, with a guarantee of delivery within a certain time frame. In contrast, Wanda does not have this problem. Whatever problems it has, it sells its own assets to gradually fill the gaps. Even when the company is broke, it still sells its own assets. Later, when Lu Ming's status rose, he even went out of his way to find out about this matter. That's really how it is. However, their family situation was not as dire as others imagined. It's like I was originally worth tens of billions, but my assets shrank to just a few billion. My family did sell off a lot of assets. People need comparisons. In comparison, their actions seem so noble. However, this is something that should be done anyway. It's just that a whole bunch of pests have appeared, pushing the matter to another extreme. The Wang family has become the most normal one in the whole affair. A few months ago, Lu Ming had a meal with the Wang family. This person is very interesting. free-spirited, and open-minded. There were rumors circulating online that he assaulted someone and then had to pay a lot of money in compensation. Some people even accused him of humiliating the other person by claiming that the compensation was paid out of respect. However, a later investigation revealed that the other party had initiated the incident. The assault was indeed true, but the compensation amount was several 100,000 yuan. If this amount of money were owed to Lu Ming in the past, he wouldn't even have been punched. Even if he gets beaten up and ends up in the hospital, Lu Ming would be willing. After all, even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Mr. Lu, we'll be passing through Yinjiao soon. Would you like to say hello to the Li family? Since we want to unify the entire capital, the Li family is a key link in our strategy. Even in the apocalypse, the Li family did not engage in any bullying or domineering behavior. They're the only truly normal force in the capital system, and it is precisely because of their normality that they have been marginalized. The officer in the co-pilot seat explained to Lu Ming. In a murky pool, a group of people who are different from others will naturally face severe exclusion. Everyone wanted to squeeze him out, and then they would discuss how to divide the spoils among themselves. If discussion didn't work, they would just start fighting. In any case, there can't be such an outlier. Since we're passing by, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. He certainly knew that Qin Ziyuan wanted to reap the benefits, but he wasn't going to be outdone. His purpose in coming here was to recruit some people to his cause. The Li family is part of his target. On the surface, Lu Ming hadn't gathered much information about the capital before coming here. But in reality, he knew everything about the capital. When Wentian split off, she had mastered everything that Manhwa possessed. This included information about the capital city. Upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Ming had already conducted extensive research on the capital city. Much of the information was also completely imprinted in my mind. Although the Li family's Qinda base also has a very clear class structure. They are divided into the Li family, management, evolved individuals, middle and lower level managers, and ordinary people. However, because the Li family system was relatively fair and had many avenues for advancement, the Li family was very likely to attract survivors when they were in the capital. This fact allowed the Li family to enjoy a period of great prosperity. It became one of the most powerful forces in the capital. Their downfall was due to other forces deliberately setting a trap and creating an artificial opportunity that caused the Li family huge losses. Afterwards, those forces joined forces to drive the Li family out of the capital and force them to Yinjiao. This forms a defensive line outside the capital. The convoy headed towards Yinjiao. They drove towards the Li family's first line of defense outside Yinjiao. This place was not only a major stop for refugees heading north, but also a key stop for the invasion of alien beasts. Li Sixong sat alone on the edge of the rooftop of a high-rise building, one foot propped up on the edge of the concrete railing, the other dangling freely. Before me stood rows of tall buildings, but they bore the marks of time and wear. Although the ground of the street below has been repaired and made smooth, many traces of human repair can still be seen. Meanwhile, figures were walking on the street below. There were also cars moving on the street. The base is surrounded by high walls, serving as protection against invasions by alien beasts and a typical symbol of their base territory. It's not just here. Almost all large-scale human settlements around the world are like this. High walls must be erected. Otherwise, alien beasts would invade and disrupt human order. Brother, what are you doing here again? A figure entered the rooftop through the entrance behind him and came up behind him. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, wearing a long red dress that reached almost to her ankles. The slit in the dress revealed a pair of smooth, white legs that shimmered like pearls. Below her ankles were a pair of red high heels. This outfit is considered top tier in this post-apocalyptic world. Only very wealthy people can afford to consume it. The shutdown of industry after the apocalypse. This naturally led to a standstill in clothing production. Some artisans still manage to create clothing. They use mutated plants as raw materials to hand-weave fabrics. However, most fabrics made from mutated plants have a very rough surface. Only the finest raw materials can achieve a smooth and supple finish. These raw materials are very difficult to obtain, and the cost of handcrafting remains high, which makes it impossible to lower the price of these clothes. The clothes this girl is wearing are like this. The raw materials used to make the dress she's wearing carry a risk of genetic infection. Chapter 165. The base is full of their spies. Although the materials used to make this dress pose a risk of infection, years of human experience have shown that wearing it actually has excellent skincare benefits. Compared to the risk of infection from food, the risk of infection from clothing and similar items is relatively low. Moreover, as top leaders, they naturally have no shortage of gene serums at their disposal. Therefore, this so-called risk of infection can be ignored. Brother, Dad is being held captive by the Wu family in Beijing. He won't be able to come back so easily. In fact, he's probably already dead after being held captive by the Wu family for the past 2 years. The woman walked to his side, her voice filled with immense sorrow, and followed Li Si, looking towards the direction of the capital. They all know this. During the 2 years they were away from the capital, they were not allowed to enter the capital, and after leaving, they never saw their father again or heard any news about him. So why would the Wu family keep such a hostage in this apocalyptic world? The Li family no longer poses much of a threat to the Wu family. The Li family's henchmen have all been defeated. So what's the point of the Wu family keeping their father as a hostage? Of course I know, but I can't accept it. Li Si clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Before the apocalypse, he was a powerful and influential national husband, surrounded by countless beauties. He could have 100 or so beauties at his birthday party. But he's already at that level, so what need is there for him to create a fake persona? What good is it if someone dislikes him? Anyway, we can't kill him. What others see as flaunting wealth is just an everyday occurrence for him. If he pretends to be normal, he himself would feel disgusted. Take the richest man in Hong Kong, for example. Every time he appears in public, he wears a broken watch from the last century to highlight that he is very low-key. In reality, he is just a complete idiot. Others may not know what kind of person he is, but doesn't he know it? They have countless luxury cars and expensive watches. He cultivated a carefully crafted public image, but immediately switched to his own luxury watch afterward. Moreover, this guy was the largest individual customer of a certain luxury brand in Asia before the apocalypse. The number of watches he purchased from that brand each year was astronomical, a sum that the average person couldn't possibly spend. Brother, there's no going back now. What we should do now is what Dad said before he was arrested. Focus on developing our own future. We'll talk about revenge when we're strong enough. But until we have enough strength, we don't even have a right to leave Yinjiao. Li Miao Miao took a deep breath and said weakly, it's not that they necessarily want to stay in Yinjiao, but that they have no other choice. If they even consider leaving Yinjiao, they will die. The group, led by the Wu family, wanted them to form a defensive line in Yinjiao. If they leave, who will fill their place? Therefore, they are naturally the best candidates. Without a doubt. But we're trapped here, right under their noses. Do we even have the right to develop? Any benefits, any powerful individuals, will be taken away from us. Even if we try to secretly develop our strength, they will find out. Our base is full of their informants. Chapter 166. Open the gates and let them into the city. As he said this, Li Si was practically gritting his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly they were almost broken, but he was powerless to do anything about it. During the 2 years he was away from Beijing, he was certainly aware that people were constantly infiltrating their base. He wanted to solve it. There's no way to solve it. Besides, if he gets rid of the informants in the base, it means he's declaring war on Beijing. In that case, he and his sister will be the first to die. Beep, beep, beep. It was at this moment that the long-range walkie-talkie on Li Sitsong's body rang. Because mobile phone carriers have completely shut down, everyone is currently using this kind of device to transmit messages. These walkie-talkies were mostly salvaged from shopping malls during the apocalypse. These things are all of very good quality. Charging is also convenient. After all, they have a nuclear power plant. So let alone using it for more than 10 years, even if it were used for several more decades, as long as it is not damaged by human error, there will basically be no problems. Young Masterly, there's a convoy heading our way. The convoy has Shanghai logos on it. It looks like people from Shanghai have arrived. And the convoy was enormous, with dozens of vehicles. It included not only jeeps, but also trucks and the like. The sound came from the walkie-talkie. What? People from Shanghai have arrived? Li Si was taken aback for a moment, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, which was then replaced by delight. He knew the situation in Shanghai. However, with order unresolved in Beijing, it would be extremely difficult for Shanghai to intervene. Previously, Shanghai had also wanted to cooperate with the Li family, but due to numerous problems, Shanghai withdrew. At this moment, the arrival of people from Shanghai was a tremendous boon for the Leaf family. As long as the Demon City isn't intercepted by those people from the Wu family in the capital. This is the Leaf family's chance. Young Master Li, they have arrived at our city gate and request permission to enter. Should we let them in? He asked on the walkie-talkie. Are you sure? Are they really from Shanghai? Or are they from some other force in the south? Li Si asked anxiously. He quickly stood up from the rooftop wall and jumped to the ground, standing next to his sister who was wearing a red dress. Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I'll check with my staff right away. A response came quickly from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Not long after, the final confirmation was then transmitted back. Young Master Li, we've confirmed it. It is indeed from the Shanghai military region, and the leader is one of our old acquaintances, General Kang Yu. Li Si hurriedly turned his head to look at his younger sister, his eyes flashing with wild joy. This Kang Yu is indeed an old acquaintance of theirs. Back when I was in the capital, I organized negotiations with the major powers in the city more than once, but none of them reached a final result. Now that Kang Yu has arrived, this is a major opportunity for the Leaf family. Shanghai has been unified and has a population of several million. If Shanghai is willing to help them, they will soon be able to return to the capital and may even completely break ties with the Wu family. Open the gates and let them in. I'm coming to see them right now. Li Si dared not hesitate any longer and immediately went downstairs with his sister. Splash. A series of convoys entered Yanjiao. Chapter 167. If it were anyone else, they would probably be a corpse by now. The convoy entered the outer area of the Qingdao base and, led by others, continued to drive towards the core. Filled with excitement, Li Sixong and his sister quickly went downstairs and headed towards the central square. Li Sixong is an 8th-tier fire attribute evolver. His sister is a peak 7th-tier wind attribute evolver. Both were extremely powerful experts, and they were very fast in going downstairs and even running. Before long, they arrived at the central square of the core area. However, as the convoy entered the inner city, before reaching the central square, it was stopped by a group of people. These people are the spies of the Wu family in Beijing. They learned that the convoy from Shanghai had arrived. Moreover, with so many people coming from Shanghai in such a large convoy, even an idiot would know that something was definitely going on and that they were up to no good. The last time people came from Shanghai, they wanted to help Beijing complete its liberation, but they ultimately failed. So, is this time for the same purpose? It's even possible that Shanghai will annex Beijing. Whatever the purpose, we must not let Shanghai come into contact with Li Sixong and his group. Even if we must make contact, it can only be with the Wu family in Beijing. Creak. The convoy came to a stop. A group of people got out of the leader's car, preparing to drive away these roadblocks. But before the people who got out of the leader's car could even say hello, they were all taken down and even knocked unconscious by the other party. What are you doing? Kang Yu rolled down the car window and questioned them with a cold expression. Since the other parties seemed hostile, there was no need to get out of the car. Besides, their vehicles were all reinforced and wouldn't be so easily broken into. Are you General Kang Yu? A powerful figure strode over, stood beside the car, bowed slightly, and gave a deep bow. Although they did take action, they immediately showed their stance upon arriving, indicating that they did not want the conflict to escalate further. Upon learning that people from Shanghai had arrived, they immediately reported the news to the Wu family. The Wu family has already sent people over. I am. Who are you? Kang Yu said coldly. General Kang Yu, we are from the Wu family in the capital. We're not doing this to disrespect you, but simply to communicate with you on behalf of the Wu family. In the eyes of the Wu family, Shanghai has always been our friend. But what brings you here today? The powerful man asked respectfully. Before arriving from Shanghai, they didn't give any prior notice and brought so many people with them. In the apocalypse, this behavior is extremely disrespectful and easily perceived as a threat, potentially leading to direct conflict. However, Shanghai's strength is too great. It's best to avoid fighting them if possible. Faced with absolute power, the hidden risks behind their actions can naturally be relatively accepted. If it were anyone else, they would probably be a corpse by now. The Wu family, right? Kang Yu's complexion still hadn't improved. Yes. The man nodded. Since you're a member of the Wu family, then you should tell them to come over. The situation is different now. The head of state has returned from the Mars base and will not allow the capital to continue in such chaos. We are here to negotiate with the capital and with the major powers. Kang Yu's tone was very forceful. Negotiations should be conducted until an agreement is reached. Negotiations fail? Then let's take action. Chapter 168, Are they here to negotiate? These high-ranking officers of the Shanghai military region, led by Kang Yu, are committed to the restoration of China and even the restoration of humanity. Previously, there were many troubles in carrying out this plan, and their energy was insufficient to restore China, so they have not taken any action for the time being. They focus solely on Shanghai, handling their affairs there and protecting the city's millions of inhabitants. But Chen Ziyuan's return put everything back on track. Then this matter must be put on the agenda. This matter is beyond anyone's control. Anyone who dares to obstruct China's progress will be crushed. More than 10 years have passed. These people should have had enough time to establish their own local power bases. Cooperation is their only way out. If they are unwilling to cooperate, then kill them all. Then take over their power and integrate them into the Shanghai system. According to the current operational plan, after capturing Beijing, all focus will shift back to Beijing. From these two megacities, Beijing and Shanghai will radiate outwards, each liberating other cities to the south. Beijing's forces will be responsible for the area north of the Yangtze River, while Shanghai's forces will be responsible for the area south of the Yangtze River. After completing the liberation of China, the next step is to consolidate the order in China and then find a way to liberate all of humanity. General Kang, what did you say? The head of state is back. The powerful figure from the Wu family was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Kang nodded. There's no need for further explanation. Everything that needed to be said has already been said. The fact that the head of state, Chen Ziyuan, has returned is enough to prove that the matter is very serious. If they still want to resist after knowing Chen Ziyuan is back, then they might as well die. Anyway, China wouldn't be much different without these people. Okay, I understand. I'll report the news right away. However, please wait here a moment, General Kang. The Wu family is already on their way and will arrive here soon. The powerful figure smiled and said, they had no intention of letting Kang Yu and the others pass. You can report it, but what do you mean by blocking our way here? Get out of the way. Kang Yu glared at him unhappily. I'm sorry, General Kang, but the capital city has long since lost all connection with the Li family. But you're right. It's really inappropriate to have you come all this way to wait here. You can come with me, and we will arrange accommodation for you. The powerful figure gestured for them to proceed. But Kang Yu was already very unhappy. Kang Yu's meaning was very clear. Regardless of the situation in Beijing, everything must be done according to China's will. The other party's attitude at this moment clearly indicated that they regarded the Wu family as the masters of the capital. They actually want to act like the masters and negotiate with Kang Yu and the others. Hee, are they here to negotiate? These people can't even understand this simple thing. Get out of the way. Kang Yu's voice grew even colder as she spoke. General Kang, we are merely servants of the Wu family. We are simply carrying out the Wu family's orders, and we hope General Kang can understand our situation. The powerful man smiled, but still showed no intention of stepping aside. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give way or not? Kang Yu's expression grew even more gloomy. Feel sorry. The powerful man's brows twitched uncontrollably, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yet there was nothing he could do. Chapter 169, but he had no choice. If that powerful figure from the Wu family dared to step aside now, he would definitely be pursued by the Wu family. In that case, he would still face certain death. So even though he knew he would offend Kang Yu and the other people from Shanghai, he had no choice but to do it. What else could he do? Stopping them would offend Kang Yu and the others, but wouldn't necessarily mean death. Kang Yu was too lazy to waste words with him. With a command, she told the driver to step on the gas and drive head-on into the group of people. What? All the people from Shanghai were stopped, and by the Wu family's informants. Li Sikong and his younger sister Li Miao Miao were waiting in the central square. But instead of Kang Yu and the others arriving, Li Si received this terrible news, which made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. This is an opportunity for the Li family. But if the Wu family intercepts them, then the Li family will be even more likely to be forgotten. If that were all, it wouldn't be such a big deal. The real problem is that there's absolutely no way to avenge his father. Meow Meow, you're here. The rest of you, come with me. Li Sikong could no longer sit still and, leading a group of Li family confidants, prepared to charge over. Li Meow Meow frowned and quickly said, "Brother, I'll go with you." Li Si hurriedly shook his head and refused, saying, "Who knows what will happen after we go there? It's better for us to go. You're relatively safe here." Without giving his sister any room to refuse, Li Si immediately led his men toward the scene of the incident. Li Meow Meow was extremely anxious, but she didn't know what a good solution was. Li's close associates stopped her, refusing to let her go with them. Since the incident at the Li family, only a few close confidants remain by their side, and there aren't many left. Splash! As Li Si and his men rushed toward the scene of the incident. Before they even arrived, they witnessed a conflict erupt, with shouts of killing and screams coming from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be men in military uniforms from the Shanghai military region who were now fighting with the Wu family. The personnel from these military regions who took action were all dressed in military-grade combat uniforms. The military uniforms they wore were all transformed from combat uniforms. When Li Si and his men arrived, they found the scene in complete disarray. A number of people lay dead, their blood staining the ground like a river. The people on the street all stood at a distance, only daring to watch from afar, unwilling to approach rashly. Because the Shanghai military region had been stationed in Beijing for a period of time, they all knew how terrifying it was. Besides, the moment they make their move, it's already terrifying. Anyone else who dares to step in and stop them will also die. General Kong. Li Si rushed over with his men and quickly bowed in Kong Yu's direction before finally breathing a sigh of relief. With all of the Wu family's informants dead, as long as the Shanghai military region is backing him up, he will be in charge of the Qingdao base from now on. Yes, he's the one who calls the shots. Before this, he was nothing more than a puppet. He appeared to have real power, but when it came to important matters, he was utterly incompetent. The Wu family, and even other families in Beijing, could demolish his Qingdao base. With just a few words, he could instantly disintegrate his base. Li Si was also in great pain because of this. But he had no choice. Chapter 170 Young Master Li. It's been a long time. Before the Shanghai military region took action, Lu Ming got out of the car and stretched his body. Qin Shuer, Zhou Haiyue, and even Qi Qi are far less capable than him. Lu Ming was also surprised by his increased strength, but he had already gotten used to it. After all, since his second transmigration, he had accomplished something that ordinary evolvers could never do. He absorbed a fourth-tier crystal core, which had greatly surprised Qin Shui at the time. 2 years have passed, and Lu Ming's level of superpower has still not been definitively confirmed. Nobody knows what rank Lu Ming actually is. We don't know what the upper limit of Lu Ming's superpower is. If given more time, he might become the first human to break through to the 9th rank, which is entirely possible. The most terrifying thing is that most of Lu Ming's crystal cores were used to enhance his special ability space. The goal is to achieve the absorption of 100,000 crystal nuclei. Once he absorbs 100,000 crystal cores, he can open a parallel world wormhole, and he can open it at any time. He can also decide who gets sent in. The only problem is that the number of wormhole entrances is limited, which directly limits the number of people who can come in at one time. However, if you do it a few more times, and for a longer period of time, this problem will no longer be a problem. Once the wormhole is opened, it will probably be enough to evacuate thousands of people within an hour. I just don't know if the gate is big enough. Could we perhaps acquire equipment like airplanes and tanks? Because Lu Ming's strength far surpasses that of the 3 women, it is safest for the 3 women to stay in the car compared to Lu Ming. General Kong. Li Si arrived hastily with his men. His voice came, and Lu Ming turned his head curiously to look and was immediately surprised. Even though Lu Ming knew that parallel worlds influenced each other quite severely, he still froze in place when he saw Li Sitsong's face. Because Li Sitsong's face is exactly the same as that of the young master of the Wang family. This is absolutely incredible. 1,000. One Wanda. Both are megacorporations that operate in the real estate industry. They're both playboys, and they even look exactly alike. Li Si noticed Lu Ming's gaze and turned to look in his direction, his eyes filled with doubt, but he didn't ask any further questions. Young Master Li, it's been a long time. Kong Yu smiled at him and nodded. Kong Yu had a fairly good impression of Li Sikong. Although the Li family was once one of the dominant forces in the capital, they were not like others. even though the Li family's system also reveres the strong and centers power on the entire Li family. However, even ordinary people can live relatively well within the Qingdao base. While the capital city remains stagnant, with everyone competing within its vast territory, it also engages in resource trading with Shanghai. They provide Shanghai with essential items in exchange for gene-enhancing drugs to maintain the capital city's operations. Because of its large production capacity, Shanghai will also sell to them. Moreover, the more that are sold, the more people will be able to survive. Shanghai hopes to see this happen. Even if they don't get involved in the factional struggles in the capital, they will still be continuously supplied with gene serums. General Kong, it's not convenient to talk here. Please follow me. Chapter 171, this is T0 level. Li Sikong knew that the capital would definitely send someone over, and that they were certainly already on their way. What he needed to do was to discuss things thoroughly with Kong Yu and the others before the people from the capital arrived, and to do everything he could to secure their support. As long as Shanghai can support them, then the Li family wouldn't be in such a passive position. Don't rush. Young Master Li, let me introduce this person to you. Kong Yu turned around with Li Si and walked towards Lu Ming. Li Si looked at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. This person, I've never seen it before. Li Si was certain that this person was definitely not some terrifying big shot from before the apocalypse. Otherwise, even if he didn't know him, he would have definitely heard of him. Young Master Li, this is Mr. Lu Ming. Although he doesn't belong to our Shanghai military region system, he is a very important figure in our Shanghai military region. The level is so high. Even above me, Kong Yu introduced with a smile. His words shocked Li Si completely, as he had never expected them. He even found the whole thing absurd and wondered if he had misheard. It's important to know that the Shanghai authorities are the most powerful force in the entire country, bar none. Because nowhere else can you achieve the same level of unity as Shanghai. It's also impossible for a single powerful force to directly take over the entire city of Shanghai and suppress all forces that want to cause trouble. It is precisely because of the unity of Shanghai that Shanghai is able to operate a large number of industrial machines and produce a large number of industrial raw materials. This person named Lu Ming is actually above Kong Yu in rank. You should know that Kong Yu is one of the main leaders of the Shanghai military region. This status is at the T0 level. There are only a handful. Mr. Lu, hello. Li Si hurriedly extended his right hand and respectfully shook hands with Lu Ming. Hello. Lu Mingqiao smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and nestled together. As for the long sword in Lu Ming's right hand, which was still dripping with blood, no one cared anymore. In fact, it could be said that for survivors who have lived in the apocalypse for so many years, this is just a routine thing they've become accustomed to. Which survivor who has made it this far hasn't killed someone? Even murder was their primary experience. May I ask who Mr. Lu is? Li Si's attitude was respectful, even cautious. Lu Ming smiled and explained, Young Master Li, you don't need to worry too much. Just treat me like an ordinary person. Based on Li Sitsong's information, he is definitely someone worth winning over. Therefore, it was best for Lu Ming not to put on too much of an air at this time. After all, what Lu Ming wants is people's hearts. What I need is someone to stand up for me here. Lu Ming currently only has Yang Yang under his command. Only Yang Yang controls the provincial capital's city lord's mansion. But Yang Yang alone is far from enough. Regardless of how many people Lu Ming brings from Earth later, the power here must be developed. After all, the more people there are, the better. That way, fewer people from China will be able to come. The number of casualties will inevitably be reduced as a result. No matter how similar their cultural backgrounds may be, the two worlds are still just two different worlds. To say that China should cause the loss of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of Chinese people, Lu Ming would never allow that. Chapter 172, if he doesn't appreciate our kindness, then let's send him on his way. After the two sides introduced themselves, Li Si hurriedly led the convoy to continue their journey. After the Shanghai military region took action, and with Li Sikong personally leading the team this time, no one dared to step forward and continue to obstruct them. However, while on the road, Li Sikong received a question on his walkie-talkie from the Wu family in the capital. Li Sikong, what are you doing? You know very well you're in the Li family's current situation. I advise you not to do anything so presumptuous. The capital city belongs to the Wu family and a few other major families. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't stop right now, you'll face the consequences. The tone on the other end of the walkie-talkie was already very harsh. It's as if they're about to kill someone at any moment. Snap! Lee Sikong simply turned off the walkie-talkie. He certainly knew what he was doing, and he knew the consequences if he lost the bet. But did he have a choice? No, he didn't. He and his sister were already like birds in a cage here. If they don't find a way to break this deadlock, they will still be killed when they become meaningless to those families in the capital. Taking this gamble now offers a glimmer of hope. Lee Sik-song, how dare you hang up on me? You Lee Si-song? I think you clearly want to die. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was furious. A large convoy of cars sped out of the capital, and in the middle car was a young man with completely white hair. This is not due to his age, as he is only in his early 30s. His name is Wu Huasheng. He is the youngest son of the second branch of the Wu family. 12 years have passed since the apocalypse, and these former playboys of the capital have all grown up and become powerful figures in their own right. Take Wu Huasheng, for example. He occupies a very important position and power within the family. He is also an 8th-tier evolver, and a late-stage 8th-tier evolver at that. Attribute, Thunder. His full head of white hair was actually due to the influence of lightning-type abilities. A small number of lightning-type ability users will have their hair turn completely white after their strength reaches a certain level. This characteristic has also become a major identifying factor for lightning-type evolvers. Although it cannot be identified 100%, but it's very useful for reference. Those with white hair are mostly powerful evolved beings in a lightning element. Young master, this Lee Sikong is truly ungrateful. Once we get there, we'll send him to his death. Anyway, things are completely stable here in Yinjiao now. Whether we need him to stay here or not doesn't matter much. We could just send anyone over and take over Yinjiao. The driver didn't turn his head, but kept looking straight ahead and spoke to Wu Huasheng behind him. Wu Huasheng sneered. Since Li Si is so shameless, let's send him on his way. His sister is interesting. I can't keep her. Once I've crippled her, I'm tired of her. I'll send her and her family together. When the Li family was forced to leave Beijing, Wu Huasheng actually wanted to detain Li Miao in the capital. However, it wasn't done. Even if the Li family was in dire straits at the time, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Detaining Li Miao would be far more dangerous and costly than letting her go. Therefore, there was no need to pay such a high price to keep her here just because of one woman. Chapter 173, even their families are going to get into trouble. Those who can rise to very high positions in the apocalypse are generally not fools. It's impossible to do something so resource-intensive just because of a woman or because of lust. As the saying goes, don't pursue a cornered enemy. The actual meaning of this saying is not to chase an enemy who has nowhere to run, so as to avoid the enemy launching a desperate counterattack. This is a principle summarized by our ancestors. Most people in the apocalypse are well aware of this. However, in the 2 years since the Li family came to Yinjiao, they have been completely sidelined. So, taking action now shouldn't pose much of a problem. Li Si, I have already given you the opportunity, but you did not cherish it. Then don't blame me. Wu Huasheng's face was extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. He urged the convoy to speed up and head towards Yinjiao at top speed. However, as they left the main urban area of the capital, they encountered convoys from several other families on the available Ring Road Expressway. Everyone has the same goal. That's Yinjiao. At the same time, it is also the Shanghai Legion of Yinjiao. Everyone knows the seriousness of this matter, so no one wants to fall behind. If they can take down the Shanghai Legion, they can absorb other families and become the most powerful force in the entire capital. Even now, they still cling to their old ways of thinking, believing that no matter what, the Shanghai military region can never completely dominate the entire capital. Even if they did, they think that if they could use the same methods as the Shanghai military region, they could become second only to the emperor in Beijing. What is their purpose in wanting to seize power for themselves? It's all for making their family more powerful. That means they haven't seen through the essence of things. Because from now on, this kind of thing will no longer be allowed to happen. They will only be allowed to work for China within the Chinese system. Anyone who tries to take advantage of the situation and doesn't want to put in the work will be ruined. Keep speeding up. We must reach Yinjiao before them. At the same time, send some men to stop them. We can't let their people reach Yinjiao so easily. Wu Huashen coldly issued the order. Yes. Upon receiving the message, the convoy members immediately carried it out. And everyone knows that once these parties come together, it will inevitably lead to a fight to the death. It will certainly result in the deaths of many people. Even if they knew, most of them would not be afraid. Even if they die, their families will certainly be treated well. But if they don't give it their all, they will not only die, even their families will be in trouble. Yinjiao. Li Si hurriedly got out of the car and led Lu Ming and Kong Yu toward the building next to the central square. Elder brother. Seeing Li Si return safely, Li Miao Miao's heart finally settled down. She then looked at the scale of the Shanghai military region, her heart filled with astonishment. Even the last time the Shanghai military region came to Beijing to deploy troops, this many people did not come all at once. After sending people over for the first time to negotiate and understand the situation, they gradually increased the number of personnel sent to the capital. Mo, I'm all right. It's not convenient to talk here. We'll take Mr. Liu and General Kong upstairs. Li Si waved his hand hastily. Turning her head, Li Miao Miao's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Not only because Lu Ming was very handsome, but also because there was something particularly strange about him. Chapter 174. Holy crap. Is it really that extravagant? So many years after the apocalypse, few people still wear such luxurious clothes. Lu Ming's clothes, however, are clearly not from the post-apocalyptic era. The fabric and craftsmanship alone cannot be achieved by hand. Furthermore, the texture is unmistakably pure cotton. In the apocalypse, cotton would be hard to find. The material that can be used to make clothes is plant fiber from some mutated plants. When extracted, that stuff is vastly different from cotton. Making a set of clothes out of cotton today is far more difficult than making a set of lotus silk cloud-walking shoes in ancient times. What is lotus silk cloud-walking shoes? It's the same set that Sun Wukong wears on his feet. This is one of the highest pursuits of our ancestors for luxury. To make a pair of shoes, the lotus root fibers must be drained from an entire lotus pond. If making this were simply a matter of digging out lotus roots, then it would be far too easy. One of the most difficult steps in making lotus root shreds is removing the shreds. Even with the aid of pre-apocalyptic machines, this would be extremely difficult. The only easy thing is to allow machines to completely replace manual labor, peeling the lotus root fibers off the lotus root piece by piece. That's all. Lu Ming wasn't just wearing pure cotton clothes. Even the three beautiful women beside him were not only very pretty, but their clothes were also more and more luxurious than the last. If we consider the monetary value equivalent in the current environment, the clothes they wear, just one set, could easily cost hundreds of millions or even billions. Yes, it's that exaggerated, because the materials used to make their clothes are no longer available. In reality, modern people's understanding of luxury goods is still too weak. They think that brands like Gucci and LV are the pinnacle of luxury. But in reality, those things are just handicrafts. It is a luxury item that has been given an extremely high value. In ancient times, the wedding procession of some extremely wealthy young ladies was equivalent to half a city or even an entire city. The 10,000 craftsman sedan chair and the 10,000 bird sedan chair were both extremely luxurious products in ancient times. In the Western world, this is even unimaginable. Li Miao Miao was extremely shocked, but she didn't show it on the surface. Instead, she suppressed her shock and followed the others upstairs. Everyone, please. Li Si hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Lu Ming nodded and led the three women upstairs with the others. Although he didn't deliberately walk in the first line, almost everyone made way for him. When Li Miao Miao saw Qin Shuer, she was even more shocked. She had seen Qin Shuer before. They knew each other before the apocalypse. Li Miao Miao never expected that Qin Shuer, the hacker master, would actually be following Lu Ming. This man, what exactly is her identity? Upstairs, as everyone took their seats, outside the meeting room, a group of people were naturally on guard in the corridor. Of course, there were also strongmen on duty downstairs, not allowing anyone to go upstairs at will. Li Si hurriedly ordered some tea to be prepared, but Lu Ming waved his hand and refused. With a slight gesture, Lu Ming presented them with a luxurious tea set. Next came a silver teapot and a portable gas stove. Li Sixong and Li Miao Miao were both dumbfounded. Holy crap, is it that extravagant? Chapter 175 was completely blasted into a frenzy. Seeing this scene, Li Si hurriedly recalled the days before his doom. But in terms of luxury, even my life before the apocalypse couldn't compare to Lu Ming's. Because what Lu Ming was taking out was equivalent to moving out a super villa in the city center of heaven. Everyone could see that Lu Ming's water was no ordinary water. If the water is contaminated, there will be no sealing label on the bucket. Moreover, although the tea packaging that Lu Ming took out was white and had no manufacturer information on it, Li Sikong knew at a glance that it was top-grade tea. It's the kind of tea that was extremely rare even before the apocalypse. But Lu Ming just casually took it out. 1.49 million per kilogram. This price was the price offered at the Dragon Kingdom auction. Just like Tiguanyin tea, the tea he brought out was not ordinary Xinyang Maojian. This, Li Si was completely bewildered. This scene left him speechless. This is shocking. That's terrifying. No wonder General Kong Yu said that Lu Ming's status was above his own. To be able to casually pull out something like this, isn't that incredibly impressive? Before the apocalypse, Li Si would have only glanced at the other person a couple more times, thinking that the other person cared about him. But is this before the end of the world? The two countries are in different circumstances and have far fewer than 1,000,000 times more scarce resources. Young Master Li, it's been a long time since you've seen such top-quality tea, hasn't it? Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly, a hearty laugh. Really, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Li Si swallowed hard and couldn't help but look at Lu Ming a few more times, wondering what Lu Ming's identity was. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? In comparison, Lu Ming's casual display of spatial abilities is nothing special. Young Master Li, this tea isn't for just anyone. It's just that you look a lot like one of my friends. Lu Ming smiled and said, So, I'm just benefiting from your friend's good fortune? Li Sikong felt no resentment or displeasure. On the contrary, he felt flattered. That's not quite right. It's just that you look a lot like one of my friends, so I felt a connection with you and took it out. You don't need to be so reserved. Just treat it as normal. Lu Ming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out for himself, and offered one to Li Sikong in front of him. Young Master Li, want a cigarette? Li Si was dumbfounded again. He used to smoke before the apocalypse, but the massive scarcity of resources caused by the apocalypse led him to gradually quit. Lu Ming not only took it out, but he also didn't seem to care about it. Thank you. At this moment, Li Si truly felt restrained. This feeling is like someone with a net worth of hundreds of millions meeting a CEO with a net worth of tens or even hundreds of billions. They would naturally feel extremely apprehensive. Lu Ming handed another cigarette to Kong Yu, who was standing next to him, and the three of them started smoking. Qin Schwetter sat to the side, boiling water, washing cups, rinsing tea, and brewing tea. Originally, Li Si had a lot to say, but because of Lu Ming's arrogance, he was completely overwhelmed. What does this equate to? It's like the business hasn't even been discussed yet. The client is already inviting you to a 7-star hotel, where you stay in a room worth hundreds of thousands and have a top-notch dinner that costs hundreds of thousands. Chapter 176, He's truly worth more than a god. Lu Ming's actions were truly terrifying. Even Kong Yu was quite frightened by him when he first arrived in Shanghai. But Kong Yu had already gotten used to Lu Ming's stay in Shanghai. He was used to Lu Ming's arrogance. They also got used to the various supplies in Lu Ming's space. Aside from Chen Ziyuan and his group, very few people knew just how large Lu Ming's spatial dimension truly was. Therefore, even though Kong Yu accepted this situation, there were still many details she couldn't delve into. For example, where did Lu Ming get so many supplies? Did he stockpile them before the apocalypse? If one hoards a large amount of goods before the apocalypse, then with the technology available before the apocalypse, it would be an easy thing to notice Lu Ming. After all, many of the actions citizens take have become highly data-driven. It would be very easy to trace it, not to mention large-scale stockpiling. If Lu Ming really did that, not only would it be noticed, but his information would also be placed on many people's desktops after the apocalypse. It can't be that Lu Ming hid a huge amount of supplies and only revealed them more than 10 years after the apocalypse. Can it? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Who would do such a thing? Unless they've lost their mind. Call. Li Si slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a look of utter enjoyment on his face. That's the feeling. This is the taste. Just this one puff is enough to make countless people turn red with rage after the apocalypse. For the sake of a cigarette, large-scale bloodshed is possible. It's not that those people want a cigarette, but rather that the value of a single cigarette is terrifyingly incalculable. It's not impossible for someone to achieve upward social mobility, even with just one cigarette. Snap! After brewing the tea, Qin Shui'er placed the cups in front of everyone and began pouring tea for them. A sip of tea leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, while a puff of cigarette smoke permeates the lungs. This feeling, that's something I wouldn't trade for even a god. What would have been a commonplace part of daily life before the apocalypse has now become a scene that countless people yearn for, long for, and even dream about. Mr. Liu, what's your friend's name? Li Sixong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. His surname is Wang. We're from completely different worlds, so naturally you couldn't possibly know each other. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. Lu Ming's words had a completely different meaning in the ears of Qin Shuangxue and the other two women, as well as Li Sixong and the others. The three women understood what Lu Ming meant literally, but Li Sixong and the others interpreted it as a vast difference in class. Even in the Dragon Kingdom on Earth, different levels of wealth, power, and status create different worlds. In the eyes of the wealthy, it's a life of unparalleled bliss that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Wild Yellow Croaker, 1982 Law Fight. It's nothing to them anymore. Have you ever heard of a fish costing 420,000? In the eyes of ordinary people, would this fish be made of gold? In the eyes of most people, century-old ginseng is almost extinct, as if it never existed in this world. But in the minds of the wealthy, it is indeed rare, but not entirely non-existent. Its scarcity stems from the fact that the resources are entirely controlled by the rich. At their level, Chapter 177, there always needs to be someone keeping things in check. At their level, money is no longer the key measure of their worth. The real difference in their wealth lies in the resources they possess that others can never have. For ordinary people, let alone hundreds of millions, even just 10 million or 1 million is a terrifying sum that can crush them. But for those who are already wealthy, this amount of money is really just a string of numbers. They might not even notice if a sum of money has increased or decreased in their account. When they reached their level, how could they possibly be constantly monitoring their accounts? Moreover, they have definitely invested most of their funds in financial management. For example, buying stocks, where daily fluctuations can reach hundreds of millions. In the stock market, during periods of alternating bull and bear markets, or when stocks fluctuate wildly, financial news outlets often jump out in alarm, reporting how much wealth a certain tycoons has increased or decreased in a single day. But do the wealthy actually care about such things? Their stock holdings are not permitted to be traded in large quantities at once. Any attempt to reduce holdings must be made public. So how do the ups and downs of the stock market affect them? Will they be like the retail investors who are easily taken advantage of in the stock market, constantly worrying about gains and losses? Obviously impossible. Even if someone's stock value plummets by 20%, they might still go out and have a blast with girls that night. They wouldn't care at all. Young Master Li, I am here on behalf of Shanghai and the Chinese government. Chen Ziyuan and Chen Guoshuo have returned from the Mars base. There were rumors before the apocalypse that they had died, but that was false. At that time, Chen Guoshuo was seriously injured and flew to Mars on the Fire Seed rocket. He slept on Mars for decades. After waking up, I returned to Earth. Lu Ming stubbed out his cigarette and explained. This was the explanation Chen Ziyuan gave to everyone. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't undermine Chen Ziyuan and cause him to fall from grace. After all, the current environment is not suitable for Chen Ziyuan to fall. There always needs to be someone keeping things in check. But Lu Ming was certain that he did not have the ability to control the situation, let alone manage the human apocalypse army in an orderly manner. This project is far too massive and not suitable for Lu Ming. If Chen Ziyuan wants to show off, then let him. Anyway, it's him who's exhausted, not Lu Ming. As long as he dies, the entire Human Alliance army will belong to Lu Ming. And that's an unchangeable fact, because Lu Ming's strength is terrifying. Besides, Lu Ming has an Earth behind him. Then what can I do? Li Xiuriedli asked. This is how smart people talk. They immediately realize that they definitely have value, but they need to clarify their direction. If you're willing, you can be incorporated into China's system and join China in conquering the end times. The industrial machinery in Shanghai is fully operational and is producing weapons, equipment, and even fighter jets on a large scale. When the time is right, it will be time for humanity to counterattack. First and foremost, of course, is China. We will only consider liberating all of humanity after China has resolved the issue. Lu Ming released several fruit platters. Chapter 178. Mr. Lu, what did you just say? The fruit platter contained candies, pastries, and even more fruit. Once again, Li Sikong and Li Miao Miao were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. These things in front of me shouldn't exist in the apocalypse. But it just appeared right in front of me. How could this not shock and surprise Li Si? Let's leave aside the candies and pastries. Let's just talk about these fruits. More than 10 years have passed since the apocalypse. All the plants on the planet have long since mutated. Where can you find these fruits anymore? Let alone fruit trees without mutations. It would be impossible to find even a single weed without mutations. Fruits without mutations mean they are free from genetic contamination. The value it represents is simply unimaginable. Gurgle, lisisuoludard, shock, awe, and bewilderment. Even though he had once been a high and mighty rich second generation, he couldn't help but bow his head at this moment. Compared to the young man in front of him, he was nothing. The young man's attack was terrifying beyond his imagination. Young Masterly, are you willing to accept what I just said? Lu Ming asked with a smile. At the same time, noticing his embarrassment, she smiled and pushed the fruit plate towards him. People who have struggled to survive in the apocalypse for so many years will feel a strong desire and excitement when they see something like this. After all, that's a normal reaction. Mutated food always has a very strange taste. Some of them, even if they aren't particularly bad, are definitely not delicious either. But the situation is completely different in peacetime. This not only symbolizes status and value. Its taste is so strong that it could make countless people willing to die. If they could have this taste just once and savor it one last time, they would be willing to die in flames right away. Mr. Lu, what did you just say? Li Si coughed dryly, his expression turning extremely awkward. He was too shocked to speak. They even ignored Lu Ming's words. He wasn't listening attentively. Lu Ming must be furious, right? Besides, Lu Ming came to discuss cooperation with him. In fact, given Lu Ming's status and the strength of the Shanghai military region, they didn't even need to talk about cooperation. They could have just exerted strong pressure. I said, are you willing to join us, to work for the Shanghai military region, and to work for the rejuvenation of China? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Do. Li Siu riedly responded. His face even turned red from being so excited. Lu Ming's move wasn't just about recruiting him. It was a tremendous opportunity for him. It was the key to turning his life around. He wanted to eliminate those bastards who had taken root in the capital not far to the north, to avenge his father, and even more so, to make them pay the price and take back everything. He would be willing to join if it were just the Shanghai military region coming on its own. But he would think the Shanghai military region is delusional. How can they talk about reviving China? Is Lu Ming here? Things are different now. Even if he didn't need to see anything more, Lu Ming's immense confidence and self-assurance had already influenced him. Although he didn't know what Lu Ming was all about or why he had pre-apocalyptic supplies, he didn't need to know these things at all. He'll agree if he agrees. Chapter 179, do you understand what I mean? After receiving confirmation from Li Sixong, Lu Ming stood up with a smile and extended his hand. Young Masterly, in that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. However, Li Si, standing before him, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Seeing Lu Ming stand up, he quickly stood up as well and extended his hand to shake Lu Ming's. But at the same time, he couldn't help but have some worries. But Mr. Lu, given our current situation, I can barely control the base itself, so we simply can't afford to cooperate. Cooperation should at least require equal status. At the very least, it has to have some value. But cough, I can't even control the people at my own base. Li Si was extremely embarrassed. Even with Lu Ming's hand in hers, she felt even more pain. He was eager to seize this opportunity and join Lu Ming's ranks, gaining the strong support of Lu Ming in the Shanghai military region. Because with enough support, he can turn things around instantly. There's absolutely no need to be afraid of those people in the capital city to the north. But he was afraid that Lu Ming would dislike him because of his condition. Even though he felt uneasy and conflicted, and felt he shouldn't say it, and should first make it a fait accompli. But he knew even better that things weren't like that. It's not that simple. If we don't say anything now, what if Lu Ming finds out later and it causes even bigger problems? To put it bluntly, he's just a puppet. Lu Ming sees that he has a base, so he feels that he must have some value, right? Don't end up finding it worthless and discovering you've deceived yourself. Then the consequences will be beyond his ability to bear. Besides, he can no longer bear the consequences. He is already like a small boat on the vast ocean, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to fully disclose his true situation at this point. Only with enough sincerity can one perhaps achieve a genuine turning point. Young Masterly, we are fully aware of your situation. What we need is an agent. He's someone who can lead troops in a battle. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Ming smiled slightly. If Chun Ziyuan's side is in charge, then Li Sikong is completely insignificant. After all, Li Sikong is currently powerless and without influence. Everything is merely a superficial appearance. But for Lu Ming, this was a completely different story. Lu Ming doesn't need this person to be awesome. It doesn't require this person to have a large enough backing. Because what he wants is loyalty. What we need is controllability. As long as Li Sikong listens to him completely, that's more important than anything else. He can handle everything else for Li Sikong. Even if they're currently sidelined, so what? With the resources and conditions at Lu Ming's disposal, isn't that enough to help him regain power? Mr. Lu, are you telling the truth? Someone like me. Really? Li Si was stunned for a moment, then became extremely excited. Lu Ming's answer was completely beyond his expectations. It was unbelievable to him, and made him feel as if he were in a dream, floating on the clouds. It's all right, don't worry about it. Leave the rest to us. Chapter 180. How many base forces came in total? Lu Ming patted Li Sikong on the shoulder with a smile, looking at him with a smile that gave him even more confidence. To say that Li Sikong has been completely sidelined, he still has a group of trusted confidants as his core group. Even if the number of people isn't that many. But that's enough. With Lu Ming's support, plus the things the Shanghai military region is doing with him heading north, he will soon be able to rise to prominence. Moreover, Lu Ming could also offer a good explanation for his overt recruitment of Li Sitsong. The powerful families in the capital were too big to fail. It is necessary to establish the existence of an opposing force, to threaten them, and to force them to compromise and submit. Otherwise, even if they were willing to cooperate with the Shanghai military region for the time being, and even if they were willing to join the so-called war to revive China, but over time, this will inevitably lead to issues of vested interests. If they use their key positions to hinder and threaten the entire group, wouldn't the consequences be unimaginable? Naturally, take them down as soon as possible, and letting them know who's in charge is bound to be beneficial in every way. So even if Chun Ziyuan asked, Lu Ming wouldn't care. Even if he openly revealed his intention to develop Li Sikong, Lu Ming would remain calm. Why is it that Chun Ziyuan, that old dog, is hiding in Shanghai, and I don't dare to come over? He was afraid of taking risks. There will be a corresponding price to pay. What happens next in the capital is up to Lu Ming. Even if Chun Ziyuan sends a group of trusted confidants to supervise or even resist some of Lu Ming's decisions, he must come up with sufficiently convincing reasons. Without sufficient reason, one is deliberately stirring up trouble between the two parties. This consequence was something Chun Ziyuan could not bear. Lu Ming knew Chun Ziyuan was in a hurry, but he couldn't brainwash Lu Ming. No matter how urgent the situation, what can be done? Lu Ming not only represents the Dragon Kingdom behind him, but also the ability to travel between two worlds. Without Lu Ming, Chun Ziyuan will surely fall into ruin. Next, Lu Ming smiled and asked Li Si to sit down, and they talked about many things. The fact that he was being supported and that the forces in the capital were helping him was particularly exciting and even exhilarating, although there are significant risks involved. But both sides share the same goal. In particular, Li Si himself wanted to destroy several major bases in the capital, especially the Wu family. They are his irreconcilable enemies. Even if Lu Ming is unwilling to provide him with resources, as long as the purpose exists, he is willing to follow Lu Ming to march north. Knock, knock. Just then, a series of urgent knocks came from the door. What's up? Come. Lu Ming frowned slightly and asked outside. As the door opened, a figure rushed in, his voice filled with obvious anxiety. Chief Lu, a lot of people have arrived from Beijing, and they've all gathered downstairs. Lu Ming's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. His facial expression held a hint of amusement. It carried an air of nonchalance, even mockery. Lu Ming asked calmly, "How many people came? How many of the major bases in Beijing came in total?" The person who came in from outside quickly explained, reporting to Chief Lu, "Almost everyone has come. They didn't come together, but rather separately." However, upon entering the Qingdao base, they inevitably met up. Chapter 181. What was their attitude? Commander Lu, people from those major bases in Beijing. They want to come up and see you. However, they are currently being held back by our people. Should we let them up? The visitor asked with utmost respect. Most people don't know Chen Ziyuan's true colors, nor do they know what kind of malicious thoughts he harbors. After all, in most people's eyes, Chen Ziyuan is the kind of person who is extremely virtuous and righteous. Moreover, he must maintain this image. Otherwise, he would have no way to command the Shanghai military region. The entire Shanghai military region is the most bizarre place in the world, and it is also the only place in the world that still radiates human light. It was the only area where Lu Ming was still truly protecting humanity before he transmigrated here. Even if the Shanghai military region cannot provide the same level of protection as before the apocalypse, it is also inevitable that many post-apocalyptic thoughts exist. However, the contributions of the Shanghai military region to human survival cannot be denied. Without the Shanghai military region, so many people would not be able to live in Shanghai. The warlord forces after the apocalypse were all suppressed by the Shanghai military region. This directly means that if Chen Ziyuan cannot maintain his noble, glorious, and righteous image, then he will inevitably be unable to respond to the will of the people. Unless there is enough time for manhwa to help Chen Ziyuan brainwash the people. Otherwise, Chen Ziyuan wouldn't dare to expose the side of himself he was hiding. At the same time, it is precisely because of this that this led most people to treat Lu Ming with utmost respect, believing that Lu Ming was a top-tier big shot favored by Chen Ziyuan. What was their attitude? Lu Ming, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, asked with a cold laugh. Reporting to Commander Lu, if we hadn't forcefully stopped them, they would have already broken in. Especially the existence of the Wu family and their forces. The man explained seriously. On the surface, the major bases in the capital city have united and their relationship seems to be very good. But in reality, they're a disorganized mess. The current strong intervention of the Shanghai military region is a window of opportunity for changes in the power structure of Beijing. Whoever gains the support of the Shanghai military region will be able to turn the tide. Under these circumstances, who wouldn't want to be associated with the Shanghai military region and Lu Ming on a crucial basis? It's worth noting that the Shanghai military region used the station personnel in Beijing, but they never forcibly intervened in the city. This time, it's completely different. Walk. Let's meet them. Lu Ming chuckled sarcastically, exhaling a smoke ring. As he stood up, Li Si hurriedly followed suit, taking his younger sister Li Miao Miao with him, and they went downstairs together behind Lu Ming. Those who came downstairs with them were high-ranking officers from the Shanghai military region. Because all the major bases in Beijing have come, there are quite a few people. Therefore, it is even more essential to ensure safety. Chen Ziyuan emphasized this point. He told them they must ensure Lu Ming's safety. It's to the point where anyone can die, but Lu Ming absolutely cannot. After all, if anything happens to Lu Ming, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tajdashtada. Tajda. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, a group of people followed Lu Ming downstairs in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the situation downstairs was clearly very tense. Although the various bases hadn't directly clashed with the Shanghai military region, the tension was already very high. Chapter 182. Once we take action, the interests don't align. Downstairs, many convoys blocked the building completely. A large number of people got off the vehicles and stood outside the encirclement of the Shanghai military region. Even though there was no large-scale conflict or fighting on the spot, and no one from either side actually made a move, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. If anything happens, the two sides will immediately start fighting. However, no one wants to have a conflict unless absolutely necessary. Even if the major bases in Beijing are fighting each other, the Shanghai military region cannot be involved, because once they are involved, the nature of the conflict changes. Currently, Li Sikong has already made contact with Lu Ming. If they get into a fight with the Shanghai military region, then nobody will benefit. Even the negotiations everyone was hoping for would completely fall through. This would make Li Si the ultimate beneficiary. This is something no one wants to see, especially the Wu family. Wu Huasheng, the youngest son of the second branch of the Wu family, had a head of white hair. In his 30s, he exuded the air of a top-tier nobleman. Even though this is a post-apocalyptic world, his superior demeanor is still incredibly exaggerated and terrifying. After all, this aura stems from his strength. It also stems from the Wu family behind him. Da-da-da. They approached with the sound of footsteps. All the undercurrents among the group immediately ceased. They all looked in Lu Ming's direction. When they saw Lu Ming standing in the first line and saw that there were many powerful people guarding him and maintaining order to ensure that nothing went wrong, they were all stunned. Firstly, because they immediately focused their attention on Lu Ming. Secondly, because they had never seen Lu Ming before. Even though the Shanghai military region and the various bases in Beijing belong to two different levels, their daily contact with each other is not very frequent. But Lu Ming was someone they had never seen before. Moreover, Lu Ming's situation is not simple. Lu Ming not only possessed an extraordinary temperament and a disdainful gaze. A half-burnt cigarette was dangling from the corner of his mouth. A black-framed pair of glasses covered half of his face, concealing his sharpness and making him appear even more reserved. This is the feeling of sheathing a precious sword. All its sharpness is half hidden in its scabbard. On the contrary, it gives people a very terrifying feeling. In the post-apocalyptic world, people with this kind of aura are extremely rare. Moreover, Lu Ming's glasses and cigarettes both prove that things are different. Make way, everyone. Lu Ming casually shrugged. Immediately, all the powerful figures in front of them stepped aside, leaving a path wide enough for passage in the middle. The situation has reached this point. The powerful figures from the Shanghai military region are among them. Under these circumstances, who would dare to rashly attack Lu Ming? It's not like I want to die. Besides, taking action would be against our interests. Splash. The extremely solemn and dignified aura was revealed in its most subtle detail by the retreat of the powerful figures to the sides. The scene was not only terrifying, but also awe-inspiring. Anyone who wants to die, you can give it a try. Moreover, Lu Ming is no ordinary being. Even in a scene filled with powerful individuals, he would be considered a top-tier expert. Chapter 183, who is this show put on for? Even compared to the post-apocalyptic powerhouses present, Lu Ming is not yet among the top-tier, first-rate individuals. But Lu Ming is still at the 8th rank of strength. If there is any danger, no one should try to take his life immediately. But what if they didn't succeed immediately? Then what follows will become extremely dangerous. Li Sixong, you're something else. You were given a chicken feather, and you actually took it as a command. Your ability to seize an opportunity and climb up the ladder is truly admirable. I really didn't expect it to happen in such a short time. You actually managed to negotiate something? Wu Huasheng's eyes turned icy cold. He just kept staring intently in Li Si's direction. If he could, he really wanted to go up there and end Li Sixong's dog life right away. He didn't know how Li Sixong had managed it, but the fact that Li Sixong was following behind Lu Ming at this moment made it all the more significant. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Are you here to cause trouble for the Shanghai military region? Or do you have another purpose? Who are we putting on this show for? Lu Ming's voice was cold. It didn't produce much volume, yet it resonated throughout the entire venue. And this is precisely due to top-tier strength. It's something ordinary people simply can't do. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected that Lu Ming's appearance would immediately give everyone a rude awakening. Their impression was that after the bigwigs from the Shanghai military region came down, the main thing would be to mediate and at least let everyone disperse. Result: Lu Ming's opening remarks immediately raised an even bigger issue. He took a completely opposing stance, exerting collective pressure on all forces in the capital. This is something that not just anyone can do. If you didn't have enough confidence, you wouldn't dare to do something like this. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Their silence was completely unexpected. "Get out of the way!" Lu Ming roared. The voice grew even colder. "Spread." Each party immediately issued orders. Even Wu Huasheng, who was in the crowd, hurriedly gave the order. Splash. In an instant, one of the two sides that had been fighting like a battle retreated. The powerful figures from all the major bases retreated. Only the key figures from their base remained at the scene. They exchanged glances, both noticing each other, but their eyes turned extremely dangerous. Even though the Wu family in the capital is the largest base in the capital. But the others aren't bad either. The public's outward respect for the Wu family is merely a means to maintain stability. No matter who it is, adding just one Shanghai military district would be enough to turn the tide instantly. And it would mean completely dominating all the other factions. Even fighting for several of their bases wouldn't be a problem. Who gave you permission to block our gate? Each family must first send a few people responsible for this matter as sacrifices to the heavens. The rest. Let's talk after they're dead. Lu Ming flicked the cigarette, but into the crowd without any regard for the consequences. Lu Ming knew, of course, that those who stayed behind were undoubtedly the most powerful figures from their respective bases. Chapter 184, Sir. May I ask what your identity is? So what if these people are powerful and influential in their respective bases, or even if they're young masters or heiresses? Does Lu Ming really care? No, he doesn't care at all. The people who are able to come here specifically are very important to the families behind the major bases, but at the same time, they're not that powerful. Simply put, it means that important members of the family are coming, but the true power holders of the base themselves don't come. The reason for this is quite simple. That's a matter of risk. If the Shanghai military region has any designs on Beijing, wouldn't they be wiped out if they all showed up together? Therefore, from a risk perspective, it's better to have the more important members of the family come. It demonstrates an attitude while mitigating some risks. Sir, may I ask your identity? One person stepped forward and asked. This person's behavior might seem fearless, even a bit foolish, but it's necessary. So far, they know nothing about Lu Ming. Even if it means losing a life, they have to find someone to ask him. Lu Ming's explanation could directly influence their subsequent attitude. This is perfectly normal. That's perfectly reasonable. Kill them. Lu Ming simply gave a perfunctory greeting. Immediately, powerful figures from the Shanghai military region stepped forward and rushed towards that person. The key is this person's strength. He's definitely at the late stage of the 7th rank. Even amidst a gathering of powerful individuals, he's far from weak. The moment the powerful figure from the Shanghai military region made his move, no one stopped him. The reason is quite simple. Since they couldn't find out Lu Ming's identity immediately, Lu Ming didn't seem inclined to explain anything. Therefore, the strong who stepped forward can provide further evidence for this point from another perspective. To put it bluntly, even if they risked their lives, they still had to see how well Lu Ming managed things. The current situation was far from sufficient. To what extent can Lu Ming's words actually achieve their purpose? This is exactly what they want to know. This alone is enough to prove Lu Ming's importance. Is it number 1 or 2nd? Click, accompanied by a flash of silver light. In an instant, bright red blood gushed out from the man's neck, accompanied by a snap. The man's head rolled to the ground. The person who made the move was a peak 8th-tier expert from Shanghai. They belonged to the top tier. For a powerhouse like this at the late 7th tier, it was an absolute and utter crushing defeat. In the blink of an eye, life and death are decided. As the adults intend, the person in charge who allowed people to gather without authorization should be executed. Wu Huaxing's pupils suddenly contracted, but a smile appeared on his lips. At his command, people behind him immediately moved. Click, another flash of silver light. Behind them, 2 streaks of blood shot into the sky, and 2 heads rolled to the ground. Do as the adults say. The other families realized what was happening and quickly gave the same instructions. Everyone knows these dead are just scapegoats, but this is giving Lu Ming face and also fulfilling the task Lu Ming assigned. Chapter 185, This Chong Sam has attributes. The people truly responsible for the current situation are those led by Wu Huaxing. They were the family members sent by various bases to have a talk with them. He's also a true villain. In the apocalypse, who are the ones who have survived to this day and even managed to consolidate power and hold authority? Who doesn't have a few lives on their hands? Especially those of higher status. The more lives you take, the more. Even those people they dragged out for sacrifice were no good people. Even if they died like that, Lu Ming felt no guilt whatsoever. It's like being in the most dangerous prison in the world, surrounded by murderers. So no matter which one dies, they all deserve to die. Click, click. One by one, human heads rolled onto the ground. The blood of powerful warriors was spilled across the ground, creating the visual effect of a river of blood. A strong stench of blood spread throughout the surrounding area. It also rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming opened a dimensional portal with his right hand, and in front of everyone, he reached in and took out a black silk scarf, covering his mouth and nose. That extreme violence, coupled with the gentle demeanor of a refined gentleman, is vividly displayed in him. At this moment, everyone finally glimpsed just the tip of the iceberg regarding Lu Ming. At least from Lu Ming's dimensional perspective. Lu Ming is a space-type ability user. Space-type ability users are extremely rare, and among all ability users, they're all-around warriors with very high combat strength and growth potential. However, that alone is not enough. Even if Lu Ming is a space-type ability user, but he's only at level 8, still in the early stage of Tier 8. Don't be fooled by the fact that level 8 seems like a big stage. In reality, each substage of the 8th tier is a watershed moment. The difference in strength between them is significant. If Lu Ming were a mid-stage 8th tier expert, then it would be much more reasonable for him to be the person in charge on site. But Lu Ming is not like that. So this is quite strange. My lord, are you satisfied? Ahead stood a red-haired woman, smiling slightly, and bowed to Lu Ming. She was wearing a gold-embroidered cheongsam made using post-apocalyptic techniques. This dress alone is quite valuable. First, there are the various materials used to make the cheongsam. Second, there are the craftsmanship involved. And third, there are the special effects. Yes, special effects. Her cheongsam has special properties. As she moved, her perfect figure was displayed in front of Lu Ming, and she even winked at him playfully. It has to be said that, in one respect, girls have an advantage over boys, especially since she's such a top beauty. If a guy wants to quickly close the distance and create a better atmosphere, he should just bow and wink at her. This woman is by Ruoshui, a third-generation member of the Bai family. A woman who appears gentle and quiet. But it was precisely her smile that contrasted sharply with the image of the dead behind her. In the apocalypse, this kind of scene is perfectly normal. But in Lu Ming's eyes, he just felt a natural aversion to this kind of woman and couldn't muster any interest in her at all. If you think it's not enough, sir, then we'll kill some more. Wu Huaxing followed closely behind. Chapter 186: The Strong Prey on the Weak, Survival of the Fittest. When Wu Huaxing and the beautiful woman in the cheongsam, by Ruoshui, said those words, no one at the scene felt anything was amiss. After all, this is already a post-apocalyptic rule. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is the only rule of survival in today's world. In fact, this principle exists in all periods of time. It's just that the post-apocalyptic world is particularly evident. Before the apocalypse, the differences between people were enormous. The wealthy and powerful could control resources unimaginable to ordinary people. This rhetoric is actually the brainwashing tactic used by foreign capitalists to deceive the lower classes. If the Dragon Kingdom were to truly develop into that situation, then the lives and deaths of ordinary people at the bottom of society would be even less of a concern. At that point, ordinary people will naturally accept the excuse that whatever happens is their own fault. In this system, who truly benefits? It's those super powerful elites at the very top. This was already vividly demonstrated in the apocalypse. Because of Lu Ming's single thought or word, those powerful figures and confidants around them were killed without hesitation. No other reason is needed. There's no need to explain anything to them. Even the deaths could be random. They could kill whomever they want. It's all the same to them anyway. In the apocalypse, it's naturally a matter of the strong preying on the weak, and only the fittest survive. But this is not possible in peacetime. Besides, the Dragon Kingdom has been working hard. No one can achieve absolute fairness. In fact, a system that is too fair may lead to destruction and ruin. But in order for those at the bottom to live more like human beings, China is making unremitting efforts. Even if it's not perfect, but in this world, is there really any place that is perfect? It seems the master is still not satisfied. A smile crept onto Wu Huaxing's lips again. He slightly beckoned with his finger, but behind him, several more people died. If this scene were to occur on Earth, who would dare to imagine it? It might even seem outrageous. But this is the norm after the apocalypse. Are you targeting me? Lu Ming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened the cap, and put one in his mouth. He just stared coldly in Wu Huaxing's direction. That look in his eyes was so cold it could devour you. I wouldn't dare. If I have misunderstood your meaning, please forgive me. Wu Huaxing immediately bowed, showing a humble and respectful attitude, which left no room for criticism. He completely respected Lu Ming. Snap! Lu Ming calmly lit the cigarette in his mouth. His gaze fell on Wu Huaxing. Wu Huaxing did not raise his body, but remained in a bowing posture, which further demonstrated his humility. One person from each family, come upstairs with me. Lu Ming exhaled a smoke ring, then turned and left the scene. White smoke spread and filled the surroundings, lending Lu Ming's silhouette an air of mystery. In the apocalypse, even top-tier bases like theirs have very little usable stock of cigarettes left. Chapter 187 caught off guard. The cigarette stocks held by these powerful forces. It's either been left out for too long and got damp. Either it's consumed. As it turns out, Lu Ming not only possessed it, but could even use it so frequently. This directly means that Lu Ming's inventory is astonishing, and even a single pack of cigarettes would be of immense value after the apocalypse. It's not that cigarettes have any special effects, but it can distinguish identities instantly. Just like the value of Rolls-Royce to the ultra-wealthy. The price of this thing is secondary. The key is that I have it, and you don't. When I appeared on it, my posture was already superior to yours. At a certain level, wealth, power, and strength are just a series of labels. These things are valuable, but the difference in value isn't that terrifying. For example, two top tycoons, one with a net worth of 100 billion and the other with a net worth of 95 billion. What kind of insurmountable barrier exists between them? That's absolutely impossible. Compared to the average wealthy person, they are indeed terrifying behemoths. The various private comparisons between these two groups also depend on certain key factors to determine their relative merits. Just like a luxury item, you want to say it's of high quality and amazing? That's obviously impossible. But those who need it will definitely need it, because their very existence is a direct transformation of personal wealth, power, and even social status. They can become a symbol of themselves. Da. After Lu Ming turned and went upstairs, Wu Huaxing and his family made their own arrangements, leaving all the other people downstairs. On the Wu family side, Wu Huaxing personally went upstairs. Bai Ruoshui followed by Jia upstairs. A family can only have one person, so it can't be anyone else. They weren't worried about being confronted by Lu Ming after going upstairs. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it was unrealistic. And thirdly, a physical altercation would completely escalate the situation. Lu Ming gave them a taste of their own medicine, catching them completely off guard, but still within an acceptable range. Upstairs, in a large conference room, Lu Ming plopped down, ignoring Wu Huaxing and the others who followed him, and sat down in the chair at the head of the table. He even leaned back in his chair, his legs brazenly propped up on the table. A glass ashtray was placed in front of me. It was taken from space. Lu Ming did not involve the women in this matter. They all remained in their previous room, waiting for Lu Ming to finish dealing with it. Wu Huaxing and his group were not worried that Lu Ming would cause trouble. Lu Ming wasn't worried about them causing trouble. They're reciprocal. Lu Mingchao exchanged a glance with Li Sikong and Li Miao, signaling them to sit in the seat closest to him. The remaining seats can be found by Wu Huaxing and the others when they come up. Bai Ruoshui, I advise you not to do anything reckless. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. In the corridor before entering the conference room, Wu Huaxing walked alongside them, giving them a low, cold sneer as a warning. Bai Ruoshui sneer at this. Chapter 188 Today's matter is a matter of only the victor and the vanquished. In today's situation, only the victor takes all. There are no other options. The reason is simple. If Lu Ming really wants to cooperate with the capital, he will definitely only choose one. What's the point of choosing several? The gap between the two sides isn't so large that Lu Ming can treat them like downstream suppliers. We can bring in a batch, select a batch, and then observe the rest. This is the most foolish thing to do at this stage. Both sides made a single choice. Only in this way can we maximize the interests of both parties. So once Lu Ming makes the only choice, everyone else has already failed. Even if the Wu family was very powerful before, right? But as long as Lu Ming chooses Bai Ruoshui, then the Bai family will also have to be eliminated. The only difference is that the Wu family can struggle for a longer time. To expect Bai Ruoshui and her group to sit idly by and do nothing, letting the Wu family take over this negotiation with Lu Ming, that's impossible. If they really do that, they'll have even less of a chance to turn things around. This is the only chance to turn things around. But opportunities naturally harbor dangers. They had actually considered this before they even came here. If one could use Lu Ming's connections to become the ruler of the capital, who wouldn't want that? Even if it comes at a high cost, as long as the gains can offset the expenses, it's worth it in the long run. Therefore, this is the key logic. Nobody's a fool. Everyone knows exactly what they're here for. So before setting off, no one notified the other families. They all went out alone. And yet, they ran into each other here. Bai Ruoshui, do you think my warning to you is just a joke? Assess your own skill level. Don't escalate this. No matter what, we still have a cooperative relationship. If we ruin that relationship, you'll all be doomed. Wu Huaxing's voice grew even colder. If we were outside, it was not under Lu Ming's control. So Wu Huaxing has already led the Wu family's strongest members to make their move. Uncle, don't be so domineering. I think that gentleman is quite handsome, and I fell in love at first sight. Are you not allowed to pursue the person I like? Bai Ruoshui smiled provocatively. Now that both sides have already broken off relations, there's no need to continue pretending. Besides, even if things don't break down now, they will eventually, because everyone needs to consider their own circumstances to gain Lu Ming's favor. To say that he would still bow down to Wu Huaxing at this point, that's just too funny. Uncle, Wu Huaxing's lips twitched immediately. He was indeed more than 10 years older than Bai Ruoshui. He was in his 30s. Bai Ruoshui has just turned 18. They were still in the prime of their youth. Sending a man over here. Are you out of your mind? Bai Ruoshui made no attempt to hide her sarcasm, even laughing as she walked into the conference room first. When Bai Ruoshui saw Lu Ming appear, she felt truly fortunate. Thank goodness she came. Chapter 189. Damn it. Thankfully, Bai Ruoshui came. Fortunately, she was the most beautiful one in the Bai family. Even if she can't develop a deep emotional connection with Lu Ming, she can still have a physical one. Lu Ming doesn't need to take responsibility, but the relationship will naturally become closer. This is the natural fit between men and women, even if Lu Ming doesn't take her seriously. But as long as you can get into Lu Ming's bed, things will be too easy. Unless Lu Ming dislikes men. So what if she didn't say anything? However, judging from Lu Ming's current behavior, he is clearly just a perfectly normal man. Lu Ming wasn't accompanied by Qin Shuer and the others, but that didn't mean he wasn't surrounded by women. And there was another point that Bai Ruoshui was also relieved about. That was Bai Ruoshui's first time. She still has her body intact. As a new generation that grew up in the apocalypse, she has unique advantages. Good looks, a great figure, and it's her first time. With so many factors combined, if Lu Ming wanted, she could roll into his bed with just a glance. She was certain that even if she couldn't gain any official status on the surface, but she must be Lu Ming's woman. However, all of this depends on the fact that her plan goes smoothly. Wu Huaxing's face was very gloomy. He had considered this before coming here. The problem is the Wu family doesn't have this kind of thing. Those women who had reached adulthood, they'd all lost their virginity, and a few had even slept with countless men. It was truly beyond words. In the post-apocalyptic world, entertainment options are extremely limited. So it's all the same old stuff, coming and going. If he had a suitable woman at home, Wu Huaxing would have brought her over. Why was he so passive when he saw Bai Ruoshui? Bai Ruoshui's situation was truly a perfect storm of favorable timing, location, and circumstances. In the apocalypse, a woman's virginity is extremely valuable. But this is not limited to the powerful individuals at the top. They're perfectly capable of doing anything. Their most valuable asset isn't their bodies, but other factors. So what's the point of remaining chaste? But Bai Ruoshui was only 18. When the apocalypse first broke out, she was just a naive young girl. Secondly, because she had just come of age, her father kept her under strict control, and the family kept her as a necessary backup plan in a critical moment. Then, and that's how it came to be, damn it, I actually got tricked in a place like this. Wu Huaxing almost felt like he was going to vomit blood. What if we were to find a virgin from outside? That's a joke. Given Lu Ming's status, wouldn't he be able to find a girl like this? Why would he need their help to find one? And what's the point of them bringing her here? The only one who can truly represent sincerity is a woman from a powerful family like Bai Ruoshui, 18 years old. She is beautiful and has a good figure. Add to that the potential for future conflicts of interest, and that would be a decisive blow. In the conference room, when Bai Ruoshui entered, she first bowed slightly to Lu Ming, then found a spot that was neither too close nor too far away and sat down. Lu Ming's left is Li Sikong, and his right is Li Miao Miao. The two people settled firmly on either side. It's obvious they don't want to give other people the chance to sit here. Chapter 190, Overconfident. Overestimating one's abilities. In this situation, the best approach is to space them out by a few positions, but not too far apart. The distance between the two people reflects their different social statuses and also shows the respect that the subordinate shows to the superior. Bai Ruoshui and the others were sitting behind Li Sikong and Li Miao Miao, which made them very unhappy. The worthless people who were once trampled underfoot now have a chance to turn their lives around? Hee. How can we get them to allow it? Moreover, they were the ones who single-handedly ousted Li Sikong and his group from the capital. If Li Sikong were to gain a foothold, things would become unbearable. Will Li Si be able to coexist peacefully with them, then? Obviously impossible. Anyone who encountered what Li Si went through would only seek revenge, and revenge with all their might, to reclaim everything that belongs to them. If Li Si succeeds, they will be in serious trouble. Everyone, now that you're all here, let's get down to business. Lu Ming casually propped his feet up on the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips, shocking everyone while simultaneously conveying his powerful aura. Even for these core members of the base, it's impossible for them to just casually light up a cigarette and hold in their mouths. But the other party not only possesses such resources. Moreover, the nonchalant ease with which he casually displays only makes him more worthy of respect. Please speak, Chief Lu. Everyone's attention was focused on him, waiting for him to speak. They all knew that Lu Ming's visit this time was definitely not well-intentioned, and he might even have come with the idea of overthrowing the order of the capital. China needs to be liberated. We need a large number of personnel and manpower. I don't care what the situation was like in the capital before, but from this moment on, the situation in the capital must be changed immediately. I need a powerful force to control the capital. The rest of them will all be brought under the command of this faction. Lu Ming spoke in a very calm tone, uttering words that shocked everyone. They knew Lu Ming's intentions were not good, but judging from Lu Ming's tone, this was far too hostile. He wanted to change everything so easily and then expect others to accept it. They've been fighting each other for so many years. How could they just give up their power like that? And China needs to be restored? How can China be restored? The horde of monstrous beasts outside is this dangerous. Even adding millions or tens of millions more people wouldn't be enough to gather them all in the capital. Besides, what good would it do to restore China? The whole world would be in chaos. If the problem of viral damage to human genes cannot be solved, then this conflict between humans and monsters will never end. Naturally, Lu Ming's words sounded far too presumptuous to everyone else. They were incredibly arrogant and overconfident. Who agrees with me? Who disagrees? Lu Ming turned his head and scanned the crowd. Chapter 191, but how is this possible? To better capture the capital, they need to incite internal strife. Only by letting them fight amongst themselves and determine who will be number one. During this process, Lu Ming can get Li Si to get involved, in order to successfully harvest the largest fruit. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was looking in Lu Ming's direction, each with their own thoughts, especially Bai Ruoshui, the daughter of the Bai family, who felt she had the upper hand. She is a woman who has retained her purity to this day, and also a beautiful young woman. In terms of age, it's perfect. Not too big, not too small, just the right age. With this kind of background, she definitely has a greater advantage when competing with others. Moreover, her status as a daughter of the Bai family also serves as a bridge for communication. The Bai family could easily use her to establish a connection with Lu Ming. If she manages to secure both the overt benefits and the covert connections, then the Bai family behind her will inevitably become the new dominant force in the capital. Moreover, Lu Ming's intentions this time were clearly hostile. If Lu Ming didn't have absolute confidence, he would never have dared to utter the words restoration of China. After all, the price behind this matter, it's way too big. The costs involved are unimaginable to most people. Bai Ruoshui didn't say a word, but her gaze towards everyone had become arrogant. With her arms crossed, she appeared completely at ease. Damn, that bitch. Wu Huaxing couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling the pressure. There's nothing that Bai Ruoshui, this little girl, can't think of. Commander Liu, I just want to know, what you said, is it your intention or the intention of someone else behind it? Wu Huaxing swallowed hard, feigning a very nervous expression. Of course, we have them all. Lu Ming casually lit a cigarette, his smile becoming increasingly playful. His long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the table as he smiled and surveyed the crowd. His nonchalant attitude made everyone feel somewhat intimidated. Does Lu Mingjin have some means to end this apocalypse? What? How is this possible? Commander Liu, you know that to accomplish this, we not only need a large number of people, but also various weapons. But it's been over a decade since the apocalypse. We've long since lost the technology to produce those weapons. This matter alone isn't so simple. Wu Huaxing continued to lower his stance, but in reality, he was still testing Lu Ming. He wanted to know Lu Ming's trump card. I also want to know just how many schemes Lu Ming has prepared behind the scenes. Lu Ming's methods determined the attitudes of himself and everyone present. They also determined whether the capital would truly descend into chaos. If Lu Ming is just a paper tiger, then there is nothing to fear. If Lu Ming has prepared a multitude of methods, then their various bases will inevitably have to fight each other, because they have no other choice. Chapter 192 was also a major opportunity for her. Snap! Lu Ming placed a photograph on the table. Everyone present was instantly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief, because they had all seen the people in the photo before. The last time they saw this person was before the apocalypse. This person is a top-level tycoon in China. He frequently appears on television news and in various reports. Almost everyone in the country knows him. Even after so many years, they will still have a very deep impression of this face. Moreover, this person had achieved tremendous feats before the end of the world, praised by countless people, highly praised. Commander Liu, could it be that old Chun is still alive? That's impossible. If old Master Chun were still alive, he would have returned to the capital long ago and restored order. Everyone looked on in disbelief, some even finding it hard to accept. If Chun Ziyuan is really still alive, they will first suspect where he has been all these years and why there's been no trace of him. Secondly, Chun Ziyuan's appearance at this time further proves the attitude of restoring China. This also proves that no matter how much they resist, they absolutely cannot stop the wheels of history from turning forward. This is not a good thing for them. After all, once Chun Ziyuan's operation officially begins, everything they have accumulated for so long in the apocalypse will collapse completely. Chun Ziyuan represents an extremely large amount of authority. This authority was not granted by status or position, but rather came from the super AI, manhwa. Even more than a decade after the apocalypse, they still remember manhwa's control over the world, and know just how terrifying manhwa truly was. Once Chun Ziyuan reactivates manhwa, then they're beyond human power to resist. They had no choice but to obey. Yes, he's still alive. Lu Ming nodded indifferently. Furthermore, it took in all their reactions. Bai Ruoshui, the daughter of the Bai family, also turned pale for a moment, realizing how troublesome this matter was, and feeling the pressure brought by Chun Ziyuan. Although her childhood took place during the apocalypse, before the apocalypse, she was only 7 years old. But even she knew what kind of person Chun Ziyuan really was. The person with the highest authority over the manhwa system. This is a really big problem. However, Bai Ruoshui turned to look in Lu Ming's direction, and after a moment's thought, she felt that her Bai family still had a great chance and hope. As long as she could successfully enter Lu Ming's side and stay as his woman, then her Bai family could reap the benefits offered by Lu Ming. Lu Mingwe is awesome. Their Bai family will become even more awesome, so she has to fight hard for all of this. Next, she must win over Lu Ming at all costs. This is a major turning point for everyone. For her, it was also a major opportunity. I'll leave chapter 193 here. Lu Ming's words shocked everyone present. They never imagined that Chen Ziyuan was still alive. The fact that Chen Ziyuan was still alive added immense pressure to them, and further proved that their open and covert struggles were no longer effective. If things haven't reached that point yet, then perhaps they can still try to salvage the situation by using some underhanded tactics. But the problem now is that everyone must act decisively and quickly. At this point, these people, including Lu Ming, certainly wouldn't leave them much time. Commander Lu, our Bai family is willing to submit. We are willing to express our absolute respect to you, and even Elder Chun. Whatever you wish to do next, the Bai family will fully cooperate. Bai Ruoshui was the first to react and quickly expressed her opinion. Chief Lu, you probably don't understand the situation in Beijing. Bai Ruoshui is just a junior member of the Bai family. Her words carry no weight. Your cooperation with the Wu family is the best option. We, the Wu family, can accept the same conditions entirely. Wu Huasheng then realized what was happening and quickly followed up with his words. This is no longer the time to consider other issues. Even if it means suffering huge losses and paying a heavy price in this matter, they have no choice but to do it. This was revolutionary for all of them. If they didn't seize the opportunity, someone else would. In the capital, only one can stand out. It's like when a snowflake collapses. If you don't run, I won't run. Are they all so kind as to become scapegoats for others? Commander Lu, we're willing to. We're the same. The meeting room erupted in chaos once again. Everyone was scrambling and eager, some even becoming extremely impatient. I'll leave my words here. Anyway, in the entire capital, we only need one partner. But who this partner will be depends on your own efforts. I'll only choose the strongest among you. That's all. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and stood up. I'm not going to waste any more time here. Besides, he's already said everything he needed to say, so all that's left is to sit back and watch the show. None of the people sitting here are simple. Lu Ming has already given it a push. For profit, for survival, and for a better future, they will fight tooth and nail. Commander Lu. Commander Lu. The crowd wanted to stop him and wanted to say more to Lu Ming. The key is that they need to offer Lu Ming their own benefits and then attract him to their side. Otherwise, no one will have enough confidence. The Bai and Wu families are already quite powerful, but here are people from several major bases. If a real fight breaks out, the Wu family will definitely be the first to be wiped out. Chapter 194, Get the hell out of my way. If the order of the capital were to undergo a radical transformation, the Wu family would undoubtedly be the first to face a united front from everyone. Because only the Wu family was wiped out, only then will other people have the opportunity to fight amongst themselves. If the Wu family, as the largest base in the capital, wanted to deal with them one by one, then on the surface, no base could match them on equal footing. At most, they could only fight to a 40-60 split, or even a 30-70 split. After all, since the Wu family came to power, they have also been suppressing other families. But if the Wu family falls, then the others will naturally be evenly matched, which will also give them an excellent opportunity to rise up and gain power. Naturally, they had to join forces to target the Wu family. Splash. Lu Ming turned and left the conference room. Feeling the menacing gazes of the others, Wu Huasheng of the Wu family immediately became anxious. Before leaving, Bai Ruoshui, the young lady from the Bai family, turned and glanced at the others. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Bai Ruoshui is only 18 years old this year, but she was born after the apocalypse. After all, their thinking and shrewdness are simply not like those of an ignorant girl in peacetime. With a single glance from her, the others instantly understood. Bai Ruoshui meant for them to stop Wu Huasheng and then find a way to kill him. She would try to get close to Lu Ming. She would contribute to their successful elimination of the Wu family. Although Bai Ruoshui becoming Lu Ming's woman would inevitably pose a significant threat to others. But they have no other choice right now. Besides, even if Bai Ruoshui became Lu Ming's woman, it certainly wouldn't affect Lu Ming's judgment and decisions. No one who survives an apocalypse to the present is a fool. They wouldn't become indecisive because of a few words from a woman. Moreover, Lu Ming is a person in a high position. It's even less likely that I'll act on impulse. So, Bai Ruoshui using her body to hold off Lu Ming's side would only be beneficial to them in the short term, without causing them much harm. Once they've completely brought down the Wu family, they can start fighting their own battles. At that point, as long as they prepare in advance. You all get the hell out of my way. Get out of my way, do you hear me? Wu Huaxing roared. The voice came from behind and reached Lu Ming's ears, while Bai Ruoshui quickly caught up, feigning an innocent and carefree girlish demeanor. Not only smiling and being affectionate with Lu Ming, but also observing his expression and reaction. If Lu Ming really is a womanizer, she'd be willing to offer herself completely right now. Chapter 195. Things have gotten really serious. As for what benefits one can gain after offering oneself up, we'll see after that. Facing someone of this caliber, Bai Ruoshui had no way of asking for benefits in advance, and dared not provoke their displeasure. This kind of person is not someone you can easily negotiate with, unless you have an absolute trump card in your hand. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll kill you all. Wu Huaxing roared even louder, trying to attract Lu Ming's attention. After all, if Lu Ming really went far away, he would definitely die here. And if Lu Ming went far away, it would prove that he tacitly approved of this. He came here specifically to negotiate benefits with Lu Ming. He doesn't want to die here. But what happened next, and the increasingly distant footsteps, plunge him into despair. Damn it! Damn it! Wu Huaxing roared furiously, unleashing the full power within his body, and charged back at the people in front of him with all his might. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, the upstairs windows shattered, and a figure fell from the building, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Wu Huaxing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even though he was a late-stage rank 8 expert, falling from the building still resulted in severe internal injuries. His breath grew weaker, and blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Second young master, what's wrong? The people gathered at the Wu family base downstairs quickly surrounded them. They stared in utter shock at Wu Huaxing's severe injuries, because they clearly hadn't expected him to encounter such danger upstairs. Weren't we supposed to be discussing business? Why did we end up fighting? Could it be that the people from the Shanghai military region are planning to surround and wipe them all out here before heading to Beijing? Impossible. That's unlikely. This is extremely dangerous. The other party would absolutely not dare to do such a thing. Moreover, doing so would be like a dragon crossing the river, igniting the fury of the entire city. Even if the Shanghai military region sends a large contingent, they'll still be in deep trouble. Swish, swish. One after another, figures rushed down from the building. They were from another base. Let's do it. We must eliminate Wu Huaxing on the spot, and indeed all members of the Wu family who have come. Those men immediately called out to their subordinates, and then, to everyone's bewilderment, pounced on the critically injured and dying Wu Huaxing. A great battle thus began, catching everyone completely off guard. No one expected that everyone going upstairs would lead to this outcome. They even went so far as to get all the factions to join forces against the Wu family's base. It's over. This is a really big problem. They had a vague feeling that a bloody storm was about to begin in the capital, and it would become even more terrifying. Chapter 196. What if I go along with her wishes? Outside the window, chaos reigned. A group of people were fighting. All sorts of supernatural abilities were flying everywhere. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Inside the window, however, a completely different scene unfolded. Bai Ruoshui nestled shyly beside Lu Ming, her face still flushed and her body becoming limp. Lu Ming got out of bed, went to the window, and lit a cigarette. They're fighting to the death downstairs. However, under his instructions, the Shanghai military region did not interfere in any way. They did not obstruct, did not join in, and even withdrew a distance. However, there were still strong guards at the foot of the building to prevent these people from taking the opportunity to attack the upper floors when they acted recklessly. Even if they had any brains, they wouldn't dare to do that. But it's still best to prevent this from happening in the first place. The human heart is an unfathomable abyss. Not to mention, in this apocalyptic world, they already possessed a disruptive interest, and the entire capital city had to fight for it. One winner had to be chosen, and the rest would all perish. Under these circumstances, they showed no mercy when they acted. Little did they know, no matter how hard they tried, it was futile. Their ultimate fate can be summed up in one word: death. Lu Ming could not possibly keep any of them. The reason is simple. Assuming we keep them all and bring them under Li Xizong's command, Even if they tolerate it for a while, it will ultimately be a hidden danger. The best way to eliminate potential hazards is to eliminate them all at the beginning. Once their internal strife has subsided enough, Lu Ming can then intervene. And it ended all of this with overwhelming speed. Let Li Si be the one to reap the rewards. Commander Liu, those people downstairs aren't very interesting, or are they much more attractive? What do you think? Bai Ruoxue, completely naked, got off the bed and wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's waist from behind. Lu Ming turned to look at her, his eyes filled with a mocking glint. Does this woman really think that this method will allow her plan to succeed? You're overthinking it. Lu Ming carries the weight of the entire Dragon Kingdom on his shoulders. There's no way he could be playing house with her here. The reason I won her over and went along with her wishes was simply to give her a sense of security, making it easier for her to do things my way. Splash. The curtains were drawn again. She genuinely believed that her youthful body was very attractive to Lu Ming. 1 month later, the situation in the capital has undergone earth-shattering changes. First, led by the Bai family, all the major powers in the capital united and gathered together to besiege the Wu family's base. The Wu family's foundation, built up over so many years of dominance, is terrifyingly deep. Even with all parties joining forces, the fight lasted for almost a month. From the initial fierce attack, it later turned into various guerrilla warfare tactics. Chapter 197 Hiding Again. That's making an enemy of everyone. If the strife in the capital were to continue like this, Lu Ming simply couldn't wait that long. With a grim expression, he summoned Bai Ruoxue over. Upon meeting her, he immediately launched an attack on her. Bai Ruoxue, what are you all good for? It's been a month, and you still can't even take down the Wu family? How can I trust you anymore? Bai Ruoxue originally thought that Lu Ming had summoned her here specifically to serve him. I had made preparations and dressed up carefully. As soon as they were met with Lu Ming's overwhelming rage. She immediately became extremely apprehensive. Brother Ming, please don't worry. After all, the Wu family has accumulated a lot of resources based on their previous strength. As the saying goes, even a centipede with 100 legs doesn't die easily. It's not that easy to eliminate the Wu family quickly. Please give us some more time, Brother Ming. I promise I'll be quick. I'm giving you 3 more days. If you can't handle this by then, I'll replace you. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. Bai Ruoxue wanted to stay and serve Lu Ming, hoping to appease his anger, but Lu Ming still drove her away. Lu Ming's attitude made her extremely anxious. Ignoring everything else, she immediately led her men back to the capital. As soon as she returned to the capital, she summoned everyone together, and they passed on Lu Ming's anger to them. Ming-Ji has given us a death order. If we don't hurry up and wipe out the Wu family, we'll all be in deep trouble. I know you all still have considerable strength hidden, but there's no time left. Aren't you going to hurry up and use your hidden power? Bai Ruoxue coldly surveyed them. During this month-long battle, each family has actually been hiding their strength. After all, dealing with the Wu family is just the beginning. Their cooperation lasted until after the Wu family was wiped out. From their perspective, if they commit everything to this battle, they'll run out of trump cards after dealing with the Wu family. This is extremely dangerous for them. After all, the real bloodshed will begin after it's over. Our Bai family will set an example first. We will unleash all our hidden forces. But in return, you should stop hiding anything. Anyone who continues to hide anything is going against everyone. Do you all understand? Bai Ruoxue coldly surveyed the crowd. Next, anyone who doesn't unleash their hidden power will be making enemies of everyone. And the Wu family will serve as a cautionary tale for them. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and dared not hide it any longer. Lu Ming's anger further escalated the flames of war in the capital. For a time, the entire Wu family was treated like rats in the street and was besieged and hunted down by the whole city. Chapter 198 is the end. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire capital city was plunged into desolation. The collapse of the Wu family, coupled with the war between various factions, led to widespread panic throughout the capital. The entire capital city was already in complete chaos. Everyone wants to stop this war, but they all seem to have reverted to the state they were in at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Everyone suspected each other and completely distrusted others. And this trend not only spread among the various factions, but also within those factions themselves, causing them considerable distress. But the battle has already gone on for so long that they have no other options. They can't stop now. Everyone has been kidnapped by Lu Ming alone. They belatedly realized what was happening. No matter how much they regret it, it's completely too late. Everyone wanted to find a breakthrough through Lu Ming. They wanted to gain Lu Ming's approval. But they were all powerless. Brother Ming, those people have already infiltrated our Bai family. Our Bai family has suffered heavy losses. Please help us. Help us end this war. If this continues, even our Bai family may not be able to hold out for much longer. Bai Ruoshui's forehead was still damp with sweat from her workout. Seeing Lu Ming's satisfied expression, she mustered her courage and asked if he could help her. Lu Ming sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette. His slender fingers slowly buttoned up his clothes. But at the same time, a smile appeared on his lips. The moment he stood up, he completely ignored Bai Ruoshui and was about to leave. Mingyi. Bai Ruoshui panicked instantly. She never expected Lu Ming to react this way. Moreover, Lu Ming's reaction sent her a very bad feeling, as if she were nothing more than a piece of trash whose value had been squeezed dry. Since she's been completely drained of her value, she should just stay in the trash. It's time for all of this to end. Before closing the door, Lu Ming glanced back at her, a smile still playing on his lips, but that smile only intensified by Ruoshui's fear, as if things were truly as she suspected, that Lu Ming had already exhausted her value and was now discarding her. Mingyi. Bai Ruoshui wanted to stop her, wanted to say something more, but as Lu Ming turned to close the door, he gave her absolutely no chance to explain. He just turned and left, acting like a heartless scumbag. At this moment, Bai Ruoshui completely lost her temper. She was almost going crazy. If things are really as she thinks, then it's a complete disaster. Not only will all their efforts over this period of time be in vain, but they themselves will also suffer a huge catastrophe. Chapter 199 of the time is ripe. But for Bai Ruoshui, this was simply unacceptable. But she had no way. She didn't even have the ability to change anything. The recent months of war had directly weakened the Bai family's strength. They were powerless to fight against Lu Ming or the Shanghai military region, let alone other forces in Beijing. He. Bai Ruoshui stared at the door that had been slammed shut behind her, plunging into utter despair and anguish. At that moment, no matter how unwilling she was, she understood Lu Ming's actions, and she understood even more clearly what Lu Ming truly wanted. In fact, from the very beginning, Lu Ming never took them seriously and had no intention of cooperating with them. Lu Ming's use of all this was merely a lure. It was also the key factor that induced change in the capital. What he wanted was simply for the major powers in the capital to fight amongst themselves, so he could reap the benefits. After the major powers in the capital join forces to destroy the most powerful Wu family, they will fall into chaos on their own. After all, everyone wants to compete for the only spot. Everyone wants to stand out and become one of the big shots of the future. Even if this so-called big shot is just a lackey of Lu Ming, they're still willing. After all, behind Lu Ming lies the surging tide of history. It's not something they can change according to their will. But who would have thought that the result would be like this? From the very beginning, Lu Ming planned to let them fight amongst themselves, thereby significantly weakening their strength. Only in this way can the time be ripe. And when the time is ripe, that's when Lu Ming will directly send his army to the border and suppress the entire capital. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Everyone thought this was a huge opportunity. They thought it was a chance to overturn their past, usher in a new life, and even survive. But in this game of chess, aren't we all just pawns? After leaving the room, Lu Ming went to find Li Sikong as quickly as possible. In the room, Lu Ming met Li Sikong and his sister Li Miao Miao. During this period, Lu Ming had been constantly trying to win over Li Sikong, and he had officially brought Li Sikong and his companion under his command. During this time, Lu Ming has also been constantly observing the two of them. The final result satisfied Lu Ming greatly. Now it's time to officially close the net. The time has come for Li Si and his comrades to take control of the entire capital. The real battle will officially begin from this moment. After listening to Lu Ming's words, Li Sikong realized that the capital city had reached its end. Sitsong, the The rest is up to you. Although I'm in charge behind the scenes, I won't actively intervene in the war. I could give you some people, but how far you can go is up to you. The rest of Chapter 200 depends on your own efforts. Song, although I can provide you with some help, you must also prove your abilities to me and to China. Otherwise, even if I am willing to help you, you will definitely not go far. I think you should understand this as well. Lu Ming's expression as he looked at him became extremely solemn. Li Si nodded emphatically, indicating his complete understanding. After all, they've struggled to survive in the apocalypse for so many years, so they naturally understand the importance of demonstrating their strength. If you don't have the ability yourself, so no matter how willing others are to help you, it will be to no avail. All right, the rest is up to you. Lu Ming stood up and gently patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Ming. You've helped us siblings so much, and now you've given us this opportunity. We certainly won't let you down. Li Si nodded hastily and earnestly, making his solemn promise. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, Li Sixong nodded knowingly, then turned and left with his sister. Under Lu Ming's arrangement, Li Si quickly gathered a group of men and began to march into the capital. The entire capital city was already on the verge of collapse due to the infighting among the various bases. After Li Si hastily intervened with his men, the situation became even more overwhelming. The main problem is that the strength of the various bases had already been largely worn down in the internal power struggles. Li Si was also well-versed in the art of personnel management. He knew that if he wanted to quickly gain control of the capital, he had to suppress some and win over others. If he suppressed everyone, he would inevitably force them to band together, which would ultimately cause him enormous trouble. But if he suppresses some and gathers others in, then he will have a continuous stream of power around him. Besides, what Lu Ming wanted wasn't a desolate, lifeless capital city. Instead, he wanted someone he could trust to control the structure and order of the capital, and to unite the capital's power for his own use. In just 1 month, Li Sixong's swift intervention restored order to the entire capital city, proving his capabilities. Following Lu Ming's instructions, he purged all the leaders of the major factions. This includes not only the Bai family, but also the families behind various bases. Only by eliminating them all can the others brought in be truly controlled, without worrying about other problems. If we show them mercy and let them live, they will surely harbor resentment. And who knows what they might do then? In a post-apocalyptic world, humanity is inherently ruthless. Moreover, the family leaders of those bases have devoured all kinds of resources, their hands stained with blood. Chapter 201, Restarting the Capital's Industrial Productivity. As for those base leaders in the capital, even if he wiped them all out, Lu Ming wouldn't feel any guilt. After gaining complete control of the capital, Li Sixong immediately went to see Lu Ming to inform him of the news and to ask for instructions on the next phase of the plan. After completing his conquest, Li Sixong also gathered the remaining people in the capital together. Song, you need to work hard to stabilize morale in the capital. It's mainly about weeding out people with problems. Your men are basically from the various bases you've taken over. During the takeover process, it's hard to guarantee that no one slipped through the net. You need to find them all to prevent future problems. If these people remain, they will definitely cause a major disaster. Lu Ming's next goal is to control the entire capital, to control everyone under Li Sixong's command. If any remnants remain in the various bases, firstly, it's dangerous, and secondly, it could cause Lu Ming's control to spiral out of control. Don't worry, Mingji, I know. Li Si nodded hurriedly. Yes, you should handle these matters as soon as possible. Be more careful and think of more solutions. Now that things have stabilized in the capital, it's time for the capital to begin the process of industrial recovery and production. Lu Ming said with a serious expression. Li Si was stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. Brother Ming, the industrial base in the capital is basically destroyed. Even if some survived, it's probably unusable. And when the apocalypse broke out, the fighting in the capital was extremely fierce. A large number of factories were destroyed in the explosions. Over the years, they have tried various methods to restore the industrial productivity of the capital. Even if it can't return to its former glory, even if they could only achieve 1% of what they did back then, they would be very content. These are minor issues. Even if the entire industrial system of the capital is scrapped, it doesn't matter, because I have plenty of ways to solve it. A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Ming's lips. Ming-ji, do you have any ideas? Li Si couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's primarily industrial production, not just about setting up factories and equipment. It also requires an upstream and downstream supply chain. It needs various raw materials. This alone is something that cannot be solved at present. If we're talking about transferring from other places, firstly, the journey is too long, and secondly, the entire route is too dangerous. Even if we were to make such a trip, the cost would be terrifyingly high. Come with me. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Li Si followed Lu Ming downstairs without hesitation. They got into the car and drove off into the desolate city of Beijing, where they found a factory. Chapter 202, Who Said I Only Have One? The factory was desolate and covered in dust. When Li Sixong arrived, his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He had no idea why Lu Ming had brought him here. However, he trusted Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming must have a deeper reason. After following Lu Ming inside, Li Sixong silently observed, waiting for Lu Ming to reveal the mystery to him. Bang! Just then, Lu Ming suddenly waved his right hand. To Li Si's utter astonishment, a heavy industrial machine appeared right there on the ground in front of him. This thing is just a large, black metal cube. Before it's unfolded, it looks like a specially forged block of metal. But once unfolded, it reveals a giant robot inside. This thing can not only be manufactured, it can even create various production lines. Its existence is absolutely a super weapon for industrial revival. Without exception. Li Si gasped in surprise. Ming-ji, are your spatial abilities that powerful? You actually stored something like this in your space. Although Lu Ming unleashed an industrial mother machine, the scene was quite stunning. But this one unit alone is far from enough. Before the apocalypse, due to various reasons related to development and profit, major companies had all their industrial machine tools marked with a programmed imprint. Each industrial machine tool could only manufacture the corresponding production line, or even just exist as equipment. For example, industrial machine tools manufactured by medical companies are specifically designed for medical use. If it's in the food processing field, then it's specifically for food processing. No industrial machine tool can be all-rounder. After all, this matter was strictly controlled from the very beginning. But if the capital's industry is to be put into operation, various production lines from upstream and downstream are also needed. Who said I only have one? Lu Ming smiled. Then, to Li Sixong's even greater shock and astonishment, one device after another was thrown out of the space. Li Sixong was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Even if a spatial ability user has a dimensional space that can store supplies, this space is still very limited. It can't hold much at all. But the amount Lu Ming threw out was at least tens of thousands of cubic meters. The key equipment is secondary. What was truly shocking was the various materials that Lu Ming then threw out. Brother Ming, just how big is your space? Li Si suo dard. His understanding of space manipulation abilities was completely overturned. You can guess. Lu Ming laughed again and said, Lu Ming's spatial volume increases based on the number of times he traverses the area and the number of crystal cores he absorbs. Chapter 203, Don't worry, Doflamingo. I will definitely complete it 100%. As Lu Ming's strength continued to increase, his spatial capacity also grew larger. And according to Li Sixong and the others' understanding of spatial ability users, a normal spatial ability user could not possibly possess such a huge spatial capacity. Even a peak 8th tier expert could not do it. And spatial ability users are extremely rare in the entire apocalypse. Each of them is essentially an extremely powerful individual, or someone who is protected like a treasure by various forces. A very important point. It's because their dimensional space can slow down the flow of time inside, thus preserving some incredibly precious resources for the base. But Lu Ming's situation was completely different from theirs. Lu Ming's spatial capacity exists solely based on the system. Li Sixong gasped again, just looking at the scene before him. He couldn't even begin to imagine how vast Lu Ming's spatial abilities truly were. If it were any other spatial ability user, this mere tip of the iceberg of supplies would be their limit. Although Lu Ming let him guess, he really didn't dare to guess anymore. Bang! Lu Ming revealed the existence of another industrial mother machine. Then came the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Even though Li Sikong was already quite shocked, he was still dumbfounded by what he saw. His entire worldview was turned upside down. This is just too terrifying, so shocking. Li Sikong was unaware that Lu Ming possessed a special system. He simply assumed that this was Lu Ming's unique characteristic. No wonder Lu Ming had so many special pre-apocalyptic supplies on him. And no wonder the Shanghai military region treated him this way. In the post-apocalyptic world, whoever obtains someone like Lu Ming will treat him like a treasure. Even Lu Ming alone is worth more than 1,000 troops. If danger arises, we must protect him, no matter how many lives are lost. Sitsong, I'm entrusting the maintenance of the capital city to you from now on. I need you to get the capital's industrial system running again as quickly as possible. And we also need those people gathered from the capital to join the post-apocalyptic production to provide the foundation for the revival of China. Lu Ming's expression became extremely solemn. Li Si, who had just recovered from his astonishment, quickly nodded emphatically to Lu Ming. Don't worry, Ming Ji. Since it's something you asked me to do, I'll absolutely complete it 100%. Lu Ming has already provided him with so many industrial machine tools, as well as raw materials and other aspects. He has already laid a solid foundation for him. If he still can't get the industry up and running, then he'll have let Lu Ming down terribly. Chapter 204, Returning to the Dragon Kingdom. Each with their own agenda. Under Li Sixong's arrangement, the capital's industrial system began to operate. With a certain amount of industrial raw materials as a starting point, a spark was quickly ignited in the capital. Even though the capital could not produce some raw materials at first, solutions were gradually found. Once one material is solved, finding another is simply a matter of time. After all, Lu Ming left behind a large number of industrial machine tools in different directions. With these industrial machine tools, there is the source of industry. Even though Beijing doesn't have many mineral resources, nor has it obtained access to almost all types of upstream sources. Beijing, as a metropolis with over 20 million inhabitants and the former political center of China, possesses a vast amount of resources from before the apocalypse. Even if they lack the basic materials for production, they can simply find them in the city. By repurposing many waste materials, new things can be produced. In China, many second-hand materials, even after being remanufactured, are simply not as strong as those used the first time. But in a parallel world like China, many technologies have already matured. With the blessing of the super AI manhwa, the world has long since entered a clean era of resource reuse. They have long since abandoned the use of plastics, instead adopting a material technology that is similar to plastics but has high biodegradability. Therefore, recycling and reusing secondhand materials is not difficult for them at all. Even resource recycling itself is a very complex and tedious task. But if it's placed here, they have a whole host of ways to solve it. The first to be affected are garbage stations and sorting robots. The technology involved is stored in the industrial mother machine that Lu Ming brought, allowing Li Sikong and his team to maximize the potential of the capital. Several months later, Dragon Kingdom, Lu Ming's headquarters. Lu Ming brought Qin Shuer and the others back from another time. After asking the heaven screening, it was ensured that Lu Ming and the others would not be monitored by Chen Ziyuan and Yuhua after their return. In the past few months, everything has been carried out normally according to plan. Yuhua has also built her own server in the Dragon Kingdom. This was something Lu Ming and Chen Ziyuan had agreed upon from the beginning. On the surface, Yuhua's technology is helping the Dragon Kingdom and this world accelerate their technological development. But in reality, both sides had their own agendas. Lu Ming's plan is to one day completely take down Chen Ziyuan, and then use that as a breakthrough to merge Yuhua into Wentian. All the current construction is laying the foundation for Wenxianzai's future annexation. Chen Ziyuan, however, wanted to use Yuhua to dominate the world. He wants to become the ruler of both worlds. Now, but the matter of who is better prepared. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his team are almost finished with their plan. Chapter 205 also has a premise. After Yuhua's intervention, the technology in the Dragon Kingdom experienced an explosive leap forward. A large number of cutting-edge technologies emerged continuously. This propelled global technology forward by a huge margin, making the entire Dragon Kingdom the core of global technology. During this process, other countries were also secretly engaging in some underhanded tactics. They attempted to stop the further rise of the Dragon Kingdom. But that's how history goes. No one can stop moving forward. In the so-called great power mentality of those Western bandits, so-called vigorous development means exploiting others, using colonial methods to seize other people's gold and silver treasures to enrich themselves. Therefore, they cannot understand China's cooperative and win-win mindset. Therefore, they will try to stop it at all costs. They just don't want the Dragon Kingdom to develop. However, under manhwa's accelerated pace, countless cutting-edge technologies appeared on a massive scale across the globe, not only boosting global industrial productivity, but also improving people's livelihoods, manufacturing, aerospace, and many other fields. The sheer scale of these technologies filled them all with despair. This is somewhat similar to the situation in the once impoverished and weak China. Because of war, also due to limitations in technology and production, it's extremely difficult to develop military weapons or even atomic bombs. External powers are eyeing us covetously. There is a threat from the military industry. Some people's fighter jets can freely fly into your airspace, and there's nothing you can do about it. However, with the emergence of these technologies, China will no longer be able to be bullied by these Western robbers. The Dragon Kingdom today has only one goal. That is to boost industrial productivity as much as possible, and then send troops to the Chinese nation in the other world to resolve the crisis within China and to quell the crisis brought about by the apocalypse. Once the crisis in the other world is resolved, the two worlds will establish a mutually beneficial relationship. As Lu Ming's teleportation attempts increased, the number of people Lu Ming could bring with him each time was also increasing. At the same time, his dimensional space is also constantly expanding. One day in the future, the teleportation mechanism that originated in him will become fixed, forming a fixed teleportation portal. At that time, he will no longer need to lead people there, nor will he need to transport supplies through dimensional space. However, through the portal, tanks, airplanes, transport vehicles can all be driven directly to the other side of the world. At that time, the connection between the two worlds will be formally established. It helped China recover. This also brings enormous benefits to the Dragon Kingdom. However, there's a prerequisite for this. Chapter 206, General Mobilization for War. Helping China recover has one prerequisite. That is, eliminating Chun's Yuan, and furthermore, merging and integrating Manhwa and Wentian. Only in this way can things be completely under Lu Ming's control. However, accomplishing this is inherently difficult, precisely because Manhwa is a super artificial intelligence, and also because Chun's Yuan holds Manhwa's primary authority. If anything happens to Chun's Yuan, Manhwa will definitely intervene immediately to ensure his safety. If you want to take action against Manhwa, the best time is to wait until Wentian has completely absorbed Manhwa. Only at that time will it be the safest. Because China's industrial productivity has been greatly boosted, everything is accelerating, and things should be brought to the forefront. Underground in the capital, traversing the base, a group of bigwigs are here raising their hands to vote, discussing and exploring the content of the proposal. That's how it is. I believe the time is ripe to release information about the other world. First, to put the entire nation on high alert. Second, to boost the ability to mobilize global resources, and the teleportation portal on Lu Ming's side has already appeared. I propose we announce this now and begin recruiting. Let the people of our Dragon Kingdom know what's really going on. Above the main seat, the old man from the Dragon Kingdom sat in the head seat, his face solemn as he looked at everyone, awaiting their response. I agree. Now that a large number of military-industrial facilities are ready, we can send troops into China in the other world and liberate the other world with China as the center. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Dozens of people were present, but the voting rate was an astonishing 100%. Everyone agreed and showed a high degree of consensus. Liberating China in this other world is not only for the sake of the humans there, but also for the sake of China itself. After all, once Qinzi Yuan is dealt with, then the Dragon Kingdom will have the final say in everything. Lu Ming did not participate in this vote. Although he also had the right to vote, he refused it from the very beginning because whether he voted or not was meaningless. From the moment this meeting began, the countdown to war had already begun, with the appearance of his teleportation portal. Each time he went to China, he no longer carried small groups of people. Thus, the process of starting a war would naturally accelerate. Since everyone agrees, then it's decided. Lu Ming, this matter is entrusted to you. You will represent the Dragon Kingdom and announce this to the people of the entire nation and to the people of the world. Chapter 207 for the Dragon Kingdom. As the voices spoke, the old man in the main seat immediately turned his head, looking at Lu Ming with an extremely solemn expression. The old man not only had a solemn expression and a serious voice, but even his eyes conveyed a profound meaning. Because of Lu Ming, their Dragon Kingdom has undergone earth-shattering changes. And also because of Lu Ming's subsequent announcement, this will lead the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire Blue Star, into a new era. It was the beginning of the conquest of another world. Naturally, there will be dangers involved. But more than anything, there are opportunities. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lu Ming stood up, gave a military salute, and his expression became extremely solemn. After looking at the old man, Lu Ming also turned to look at the others with even greater solemnity. Everyone looked at him and met his gaze. From this moment on, humanity on Earth will officially embark on the path of a shared destiny. The slogans that China has been chanting for so many years are about to begin to be realized. Of course, this interdimensional war that spans across worlds was originally led by the Dragon Kingdom. So, who should we bring? Who will be excluded? That's ultimately up to the Dragon Kingdom to decide. Even if more humans on Earth are to be drawn in and involved, we must still be wary of the rise of militarism. Countless top-tier technologies belonging to the otherworldly China can only be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom, to avoid causing even greater problems. If those petty thieves and scoundrels were given the chance to obtain these groundbreaking technologies, they will absolutely do whatever it takes. For the Dragon Kingdom. For the Dragon Kingdom. The next day, at 8 p.m., thanks to the extensive media coverage in China, news about tonight's live broadcast has become ubiquitous. Many people were curious about what would be released tonight. Although they were puzzled, they were all looking forward to it and had prepared in advance. 8 o'clock sharp. A grand live broadcast began right on time. Meanwhile, not only were countless netizens from China watching the live stream, but also many netizens from overseas IP addresses were present. Official agencies in various countries have received rumors to varying degrees. Some were invited, and some just showed up uninvited. They were all waiting in the live stream room, nervous about what was going to happen next. With Lu Ming representing China in unveiling the cutting-edge nanotechnology combat suit, the entire world's tone has undergone a dramatic shift. Those official staff members originally thought that the nanotech combat suit was the most advanced black technology that China could offer. But who would have thought that after the combat suits, more and more cutting-edge technologies would emerge from China? Then, it even continued to accelerate. It's as if the Dragon Kingdom has unearthed a huge treasure trove